On a desolate, deserted sandy land, a woman slowly regained consciousness and struggled to her feet. She looked around and saw towering trees everywhere, exuding a primitive atmosphere. This sudden change in environment startled her. Just then, a white tiger beastman with a tail suddenly leaped down from the tree and pounced on the woman. In an instant, the white tiger beastman knocked her to the ground. Xingyue was firmly pressed to the ground by the white tiger beastman's thick arms. Just as she tried to communicate, the beastman suddenly spoke. Female, mark as partner. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his head and bit her shoulder. A sharp pain struck and blood gushed out. Xingyue felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. Her consciousness blurred for a moment, and then she completely fainted. The white tiger beastman carried the unconscious Xingyue on his shoulder and strode into the distance. When Xingyue woke up again, she found herself in a cave. Just then, a vast and unfamiliar stream of memories flooded into her mind. She was transported to this dangerous and primitive beast world by a chance encounter. This world is inhabited by various powerful beastman races, such as lion beastmen and wolf beastmen, but their civilization is extremely backward and primitive. Realizing she could never return to the modern world, Xingyue felt a deep despair, but she quickly suppressed that helplessness, and her eyes gradually hardened. She was determined to survive in this perilous beast world by relying on the modern knowledge and survival skills she had acquired. You also need to recruit several powerful orc companions, integrate tribal resources, and establish your own power. A figure appeared at the cave entrance. Xingyue instinctively grabbed a nearby rock, gripped it tightly in her hand as a weapon, and warily stared at the blurry figure at the cave entrance. Get out! Get out of here! She shouted instinctively. Get out! What do you mean? A familiar voice came from inside. The voice startled Xingyue. Only then did she realize that it was the beastman who called himself the White Tiger from earlier that day. I've brought you some food, the White Tiger said, casually tossing a bloody, already processed rabbit in front of her. Before Xingyue could react, the White Tiger walked straight into the cave, making no attempt to hide its wariness from her. Why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry? The White Tiger asked, frowning as it looked at her. Xingyue hesitated for a moment, then looked down at the blood-stained rabbit on the ground and asked with a puzzled expression, How do you eat this? The White Tiger frowned slightly, sat down, and sat cross-legged. Then, right in front of her, he tore off a rabbit leg and began to bite into it with great gusto. Unable to hold it in any longer, Xingyue immediately turned and rushed to the cave entrance, vomiting violently. Baihu frowned, staring at her slender back, a thoughtful look gradually appearing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he asked in a low voice, You don't like eating rabbit? Then I'll go catch some fish for you. Xingyue gagged and turned around angrily. How can you eat it raw? At least you have to roast it over a fire. Fire? What's that? The White Tiger tilted its head, looking at Xingyue with a blank expression. Xingyue was about to explain when her gaze was suddenly drawn to a scene outside the cave entrance, and she was startled. She then discovered that outside the cave was a village-like area. Although the cave was located at a high altitude, she could still clearly see various orcs gathered on the flat ground below from the cave entrance. They had different appearances. Some had furry ears on their heads, while others had thick tails trailing behind them. Their racial characteristics were obvious, making them seem like a complete orc community. At this moment, the White Tiger walked up to her and followed her gaze. Are you looking at a male? He suddenly asked. Xingyue was taken aback. You've already set your sights on a new target? Baihu's voice gradually turned angry. Can't I protect you? For 3 whole days, Xingyue lay prone at the cave entrance, observing the situation in the small square below. She could roughly determine that this was the world of beastmen. Moreover, it was clearly a primitive era where intelligence was not yet fully developed. What shocked Xingyue even more was that a female beastman could be accompanied by several males. No wonder the White Tiger kept such a close watch on her. If she glanced at any of the other males, he would mistakenly think she wanted to call them into the cave to mate. Thud! A still-living fish was slammed heavily in front of her, its tail still thrashing on the ground. This is... Xingyue looked up, her face full of astonishment as she stared at the White Tiger before her. Fish? Don't you recognize it? A look of doubt appeared in the White Tiger's deep eyes. Which tribe are you from? You don't even recognize a fish. It's not that I don't recognize it. It's that I don't know how to eat it. Song Xingyue had never eaten raw fish before. I mean, how do you eat live fish? The white tiger remained silent for a long while, seemingly pondering her meaning. The next second, he stepped forward, raised his hand, and brought it down heavily, killing the fish instantly. Now can we eat it? He said. Song Xingyue knew that orcs had simple minds, but she didn't expect them to be so direct and brutal. Was that what she meant just now? Aren't you going to eat? The white tiger's patience seemed to be wearing thin, and a hint of displeasure began to surface in its eyes. It's been 3 days, and you haven't eaten anything. Are you planning to starve yourself to death? Song Xingyue was about to explain when she was interrupted again. Even if you don't want to give me cubs, there's no need for you to starve yourself. The white tiger's eyes were lowered, as if it was trying its best to restrain itself. If you really don't want to, I won't force you. I'll let you go after you've eaten. What I mean is, I want to start a fire. I want to grill the fish before we eat it. Fire. The white tiger's eyes flickered, clearly unfamiliar with the word fire. Despite being starving, Song Xingyue forced herself to get up, picked up a nearby stick, and began drawing on the ground. The white tiger watched intently, seemingly understanding. I only eat meat that's been roasted over a fire, she said, drawing while gazing intently at the white tiger. I'm not trying to run away, but I can't eat raw meat like you. Do you understand? The white tiger remained silent for a long while before speaking in a low voice. So, you mean you'll eat anything as long as the fire you mentioned is lit? Yes, that's right. Song Xingyue felt a surge of relief that the white tiger had actually understood her meaning. Otherwise, she might have had to explain for ages. But starting a fire requires some kindling, and only something like fluff can be used as kindling. Before she could finish speaking, Baihu suddenly stood up, turned, and walked outside without saying a word or telling her where he was going. He returned at dusk with the tinder she had described. Looking at these things, Song Xingyue was almost moved to tears. She hadn't expected Baihu to have such good comprehension skills. He had found all the right materials. She eagerly began to rub wood together to start a fire, using downy feathers as kindling. Soon, a fire was lit. She quickly grabbed some dry branches from his side and added them in, then skewered the dead fish with a sharp stick and roasted them by the fire. The white tiger watched silently the whole time, without saying a word. Although it was a little puzzled, it didn't stop her. After the fish was grilled, Song Xingyue was already starving and, ignoring the fact that it was scalding hot, began to eat it in large mouthfuls. Having not eaten for 3 days, she felt that this fish was the most delicious thing in the world. After eating half a fish in one go, she felt like she was about to burst. After thinking for a moment, she handed the remaining half of the fish to Baihu. Try it. See if it tastes better than raw. Baihu took it with some skepticism and took a bite. The taste was a bit strange, but he didn't seem to dislike it. Song Xingyue looked at his somewhat dazed expression and couldn't help but smile. In the firelight, she suddenly noticed a scratch on the white tiger's face. Judging from the shape of the wound, it must have been caused by a bird's claw. You're injured. Didn't you want some furry kindling? The white tiger's deep eyes stared straight at her in the firelight. So you, Song Xingyue began, then suddenly realized something. Could it be that he only remembered the fuzzy feature and went to raid the bird clan's nest? Do you know what bowgrass leaves are? She was worried that Baihu wouldn't know, so she simply picked up a stick and started drawing on the ground. These leaves usually grow by the river and have anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties, which can just heal the wound on your face. The white tiger had never heard of this plant before, but the image seemed somewhat familiar. Never mind, take me to the riverbank. I'll find it myself. Are you trying to run away? The white tiger suddenly asked, emanating an indescribable sense of oppression. Where can I run to? Trust me, I won't leave you. Song Xingyue considered herself a shrewd and calculating person. This was the beastman world. If there were white tigers, there might be other, even more dangerous races. What if she escaped and was eaten by other beastmen? With a few leaps, Baihu Mu and Song Xingyue quickly reached the riverbank. The moonlight, like water, spilled across the riverbank. Song Xingyue clearly saw the small yellow flower blooming beneath the green leaves. She quickly patted Mu's back and said, "Stop, we found it." The moment Ling Mu stopped, she lightly jumped off his back, her eyes filled with surprise as she looked at the boatwork before her. Song Xingyue was sincerely grateful that she had loved studying traditional Chinese medicine when she was in school. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't even be able to identify this precious herb now. This thing is called boat grass. If you get injured in the future, just apply these leaves to the wound. As she explained, she found 2 suitable stones, sandwiched the leaves between them, and crushed them one by one until the leaves were smashed to pieces. When she beckoned Xingyue over, he had already returned to human form, sitting quietly beside her, his gaze fixed intently on the medicinal mud she applied to the wounds on his face. This has anti-inflammatory and analgesic effects. Xingyue remained focused on treating the wound, completely unaware that Xingyue's gaze towards her had already become more intense. What do you mean by anti-inflammatory? Xingyue's deep, hoarse voice was filled with doubt and a strange undertone. After a moment's thought, Xingyue explained carefully, if you don't treat this wound, it will swell up, which is called inflammation. Using this herbal medicine will stop the swelling. This is called anti-inflammatory. Xingyue nodded as if he understood, though it was clear he didn't really grasp it. But from his slightly narrowed eyes, it was evident that he was enjoying the cool, soothing sensation. During this time, Xingyue gathered some more boat grass, just in case. Who knew if the white tiger would be injured again? It never hurts to have some on hand. Just as the two were preparing to return, suddenly, a tiger's roar broke the silence. 3 tigers slowly approached them. With each step, a deep claw mark appeared on the ground. The lead tiger spoke in a deep voice. Xingyue, keeping a female is punishable by death. I never expected you to dare to do such a thing. Xingyue stopped, his eyes warily fixed on the newcomer. This is my female. She carries my scent. The lead tiger stepped forward, sniffed, and then asked, puzzled, Female, which tribe are you from? I've never smelled anything like you before. Me? Xingyue hesitated for a moment, then answered solemnly, I am a female human. Human? The 2 tigers behind her lit up immediately, clearly hearing about this race for the first time. Our tribe has never had a female human. They looked at her with excitement. The lead tiger circled around Xingyue and Xingyue, then sneered, Xingyue, will you hand it over yourself? Or will we just take it from you? Before he finished speaking, Xingyue roared, his fur standing on end, his fighting spirit palpable, clearly ready for battle. Xingyue instinctively hugged his neck and asked in a low voice, Who is this? The tribal chief. Xingyue's voice was cold, the strongest male in our tribe. Xingyue glanced at the tiger called the chief and found that his fur was dull and his physique was not as robust as Xingyue's. 2 females once fought over him. He's very popular in the tribe. She was a little confused. Didn't you say he was the strongest? He didn't seem like it at all. Xingyue replied in a deep voice, Females like strong men. After saying that, he suddenly bent down. But even if he's stronger, I will never give you to him. You go down first. Xingyue immediately jumped off his back, but her heart was filled with unease. The other side had 3 tigers, while Xingyue only had 1. No matter how you looked at it, he was at a disadvantage. This suddenly reminded her that this world seemed to be a polyandrous society, so the female status should be higher. She took a deep breath and tentatively asked, If I said that I forcibly took Xingyue, would you still kill him? Upon hearing this, the 3 tigers were all stunned. No way. Xingyue is the most unpopular male in our tribe. Even if he wins in the arena, no females want to approach him. How could you like him? Xingyue stared at them in shock. She had observed him for so many days and thought Xingyue was the most handsome, so why was no one interested? The other tiger also spoke suspiciously. Female, you weren't tricked by him, were you? Did he threaten you? Don't be afraid, we'll definitely kill him. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Xingyue simply stood in front of Xingyue, spreading her arms in a protective stance. I said, I chose Xingyue. He didn't force me. She shouted at the 3 tigers with all her might. The 3 tigers froze on the spot, and even Xingyue was stunned. He seemed completely unprepared for this female to stand up for him. In the beastman world, being publicly protected by a female is an incredibly honorable thing, something many males never experience in their entire lives. The chieftain, shocked, stared at Xingyue with disbelief. Why? He's the weakest male in the tribe. Why did you choose him? Xingyue, seeing the chieftain's face clearly, frowned slightly. You're not even as good-looking as Xingyue. What give you the right to say that about him? This was the first time the leader had heard a female describe him as ugly, and he was momentarily unable to accept it. Let's go. Xingyue ignored the tigers and patted Xingyue beside her, signaling him to lie down. Xingyue obediently laid down on the ground, and only after she was settled did he slowly turn and leave. Behind them, the 3 tigers still stared blankly in the direction they had left, their faces full of disbelief. Chief, Where did Lingmu find such a beautiful female? Chapter 4, I Like You a Little. As soon as Song Xingyue returned to the cave, she was about to speak to Lingmu when he tackled her to the ground again. This immediately reminded her of her experience in the wasteland, and her face darkened. She frowned, looking at the white tiger in front of her, feeling a little angry. Did he see her as someone he could get intimate with any time Lingmu held her tightly? But his eyes showed no flirting. Instead, they were focused and serious, his blue eyes staring straight at her. He asked her in a low voice why she lied in front of other men. He was the one who left the mark on her, so why did she say it was her doing it? Song Xingyue then realized that this was what he was so bothered about. She sighed softly, saying that if she hadn't said that, he would probably have been torn to pieces by those 3 tigers long ago. Was she supposed to just watch him die? To her surprise, Lingmu answered seriously, saying that fighting for a female, even if it meant dying, was a male's honor. He would never lose for her. Song Xingyue paused, her gaze softening. She felt that some things could be resolved with just a word, so why risk one's life? Looking at the somewhat stubborn white tiger, a hint of helplessness and heartache in her eyes, she advised him not to always try to prove his love through sacrifice. Lingmu was somewhat shocked after hearing this, not expecting that she didn't blame him. He had always thought she hated being marked, but now she accepted it all so casually. Song Xingyue said softly, "Now that we're marked, he's hers." Even though he was a bit rough, she accepted it now that they were husband and wife. These words sent a jolt through Lingmu. He had never imagined that a female would protect him like this. It was an honor every male in the tribe dreamed of. Song Xingyue continued, saying that she didn't like being called female all the time. She had a name, Song Xingyue, and could be called Xingyue directly. Lingmu tried calling her name once, Xingyue, his voice filled with unprecedented tenderness. Seeing this, Song Xingyue gently patted his chest, coughed, and joked that if he really wanted to be intimate with her in the future, it wouldn't be impossible, but he shouldn't be too rough, or it would hurt. Upon hearing this, Lingmu immediately stepped back, creating some distance between them, before letting Song Xingyue sit up from the ground and look at him in the moonlight. To be honest, if Lingmu were human, with his physique and looks, he would have been a heartthrob in her original world. What she couldn't understand was why no one wanted to choose such a handsome male. After a moment of silence, Lingmu spoke, saying that he had been seriously wounded in battle, leaving a terrible scar on his back, which the females considered a symbol of ugliness. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyue immediately asked where the scar was. Lingmu then turned around, revealing his back, the scar running from his shoulder blade to his waist, a shocking sight. She could see that the scar was not only hideous, but also carried the heavy memories and humiliations of his past battles. "Do you think it's ugly?" Lingmu asked uneasily, his tone revealing a vulnerability he had never shown before. But Song Xingyue walked behind him without hesitation, reached out and gently touched the scar, saying it wasn't an ugly wound, but the glory he brought to his people. The moment she said this, Lingmu's body trembled slightly. Song Xingyue could feel his entire body tense. He was clearly deeply moved. He had been judged maliciously and scorned countless times, but no one had ever told him that this scar was something to be proud of. To make him believe in her sincerity, Song Xingyue simply lowered her head and gently kissed the scar. She whispered that she liked the scar, and even a little bit of him. Hearing the word "like," Lingmu slowly turned around, his deep blue eyes filled with complex emotions, and asked her incredulously, "Really?" Song Xingyue mustered her courage, hooked her arms around his neck, and nodded earnestly. "I'm not lying to you. I'm serious. I like you a little." She didn't dare say, heart flutter, afraid that Lingmu would press her for answers, so she simply kept those inexplicable feelings to herself. Then she smiled and said, "But I need a place to rest. I can't keep sleeping on this hard cave floor." Lingmu immediately agreed, almost without hesitation. He told Song Xingyue to wait there, then transformed back into his white tiger form and leaped away from the cave. Watching his departing figure, Song Xingyue suddenly sighed. Rather than obsessively returning to her original world, it was more important to survive here. Only by living could she have a chance to find a way out. If she perished here, everything would be over. She turned and surveyed the cave environment around her, and had to admit that long-term survival in this place would indeed be quite difficult. About an hour later, Lingmu finally returned. He carried a large pile of green banana leaves on his back, which he tossed on the ground, looking at Song Xingyue as if asking if it was appropriate. Song Xingyue immediately recognized the leaves as banana leaves and was overjoyed. She hadn't expected to encounter familiar plants in such a primitive environment. Curious, she asked him if he hadn't noticed the bananas on the tree while picking the leaves. "What's a banana?" Ling Mu frowned, looking at her with confusion in his eyes. He found that this female always used words he couldn't understand. Song Xingyue simply picked up a stick from the ground, drew a simple outline of a banana, and patiently asked, "Have you ever seen one?" Ling Mu stared at the pattern for a moment, then nodded, indicating that he seemed to have seen it somewhere before. He continued to ask, "What is this thing used for?" Song Xingyue was overjoyed to hear this and immediately threw herself into his arms, excitedly kissing him on the cheek. "Great! I finally have fruit to eat. You're amazing." Chapter 5: Find You a Partner. In the evening, Song Xingyue simply laid out a small bed with banana leaves so that she wouldn't get damp from the ground, which temporarily solved her sleeping problem. She and Ling Mu laid down together. The moonlight streaming in from the cave entrance softened the atmosphere, softening the deathly cold. Ling Mu lay quietly beside her, stiff as a stone, afraid to move an inch. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Song Xingyue couldn't help but smile. To be honest, this guy was actually quite amusing, especially with his contrasting shy appearance. Just when she thought she could finally get a good rest tonight, Ling Mu suddenly whispered, "I'll find you another partner later, or you can choose one yourself." These words nearly made her sit up in bed, staring at him in surprise, as if she had misheard. Just a few days ago, this guy was practically trying to keep her away from the other males, and now he's actually suggesting finding another one? Seeing her puzzled look, Ling Mu calmly explained, "Back then, I thought you wouldn't accept me, but things are different now. I have to protect you better." Song Xingyue was even more confused after hearing this. She really couldn't follow the orc's train of thought. Seeing her bewildered expression, Ling Mu explained the truth. Every so often, external tribes would come to snatch females, and when he wasn't around, another strong male had to guard her. These words warmed Song Xingyue's heart. She could feel that he was genuinely thinking of her, not simply wanting to let her go out and have fun, but to immediately accept a second partner. She glanced at Ling Mu, who hadn't had enough fun yet, and felt that considering this now seemed a bit too fast. Just as she was hesitating, Ling Mu added, "Some females will have 5 or 6 males protecting them." These words immediately dispelled any guilt Song Xingyue felt. After all, it was an arrangement made out of safety considerations. She smiled and touched Ling Mu's face. Although, according to the usual script, she should have said, "I only need you," she ultimately only said, "Thank you." After all, this kind of polyandry was truly the first time she'd ever seen it. Since it could be arranged reasonably, there was no need to waste resources, right? She asked cautiously, "Won't you get jealous?" Ling Mu didn't understand. "What is jealousy?" She casually explained, "It's when I get close to other males. Will you be unhappy?" Ling Mu answered directly, "No, because I'm your first partner, and I have the right to decide who you sleep with at night." Hearing this, Song Xingyue blushed. He said the word sleep very naturally, but she instantly thought of something inappropriate. To be honest, this orc world is taking care of women way too much. Isn't it? Not only is their loyalty off the charts, but even the males have to take turns on duty. Who wouldn't be envious seeing her silence? Ling Mu asked her warily if she already had someone in mind. She quickly shook her head and said she didn't. She smiled and said, "I was just wondering, can we only choose males from within your tribe?" Ling Mu's eyes narrowed immediately. "Aren't the males in our tribe strong enough?" Song Xingyue quickly explained, "It's not a matter of strength. I'm just curious, can I choose one from another tribe?" Ling Mu remained silent for a while before speaking. "It's always the males who come to steal the females. I've never heard of a female going to another tribe to steal a male." Hearing this, Song Xingyue's eyes immediately lit up. "Then let's be the first and give it a try." Ling Mu wasn't interested in the concept of first, but he was particularly drawn to the smile of the woman before him, a smile brighter than the night sky, as if illuminating the entire cave. He stared at her, lost in thought, and reached out to pull her into his arms. However, Song Xingyue had a premonition. She grabbed his hand and looked at him with a smile. "You can do that kind of thing, but you have to do it my way. Do you know what gentleness is?" The next morning, Song Xingyue truly felt Ling Mu's fighting power. This guy seemed to have unlimited stamina, and he kept going from dark to dawn. When she woke up, the sun was already high in the sky, probably close to noon. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was a pile of bananas next to her, almost like a small mountain. Clearly, this was Ling Mu's masterpiece. You're awake. Ling Mu emerged from behind the banana, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Are you hungry? Song Xingyue looked at him with surprise. Did you bring all these back? Ling Mu nodded seriously. You mentioned this kind of thing yesterday. It's called fruit. Yes, it's fruit. Song Xingyue smiled, picked up a banana, peeled it skillfully, and started eating, enjoying it immensely. As she ate, she explained, this is called a banana. It's good for replenishing potassium. Ling Mu was completely confused. Potassium. Just remember, it'll give you strength. Song Xingyue simply stopped explaining and shoved the banana into his hand for a try. Ling Mu took a bite and was surprised to find that this yellow fruit actually tasted quite good, much better than he had imagined. Chapter 6. Who gave you this privilege? Just as Song Xingyue was happily munching on a banana, a deafening tiger roar suddenly came from outside the cave. The sound was deafening, as if it were about to split the sky, carrying an oppressive feeling that penetrated to the bone. Ling Mu transformed into a white tiger almost instantly, baring his teeth and staring intently at the direction of the cave, his aura of alertness spreading rapidly. Enemy coming. His voice was low and hoarse, extremely vigilant. Song Xingyue was taken aback and quickly asked him what had happened. Ling Mu told her that males from other tribes had come, their purpose being to steal the females from their tribe. Hearing this, Song Xingyue's spirits lifted immediately. She was about to witness a bride-snatching battle firsthand. She looked towards the cave entrance, and, sure enough, a group of females had gathered on the platform, all of them concentrated in a safe area, with several males guarding the area. What are they doing? Song Xingyue couldn't help but ask curiously. Ling Mu turned around, lay down on the ground, and gestured for her to come up, saying that she had to go too, as it was a tribal rule that females had to be protected together. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyue quickly jumped onto his back, grabbed his fur tightly, and with a leap, she was taken to the safe area of the platform. As soon as she landed, she felt a barrage of scrutinizing gazes converge on her. The other female orcs looked at her with a mixture of hostility and curiosity. After all, her fair skin and slender figure were completely different from the rugged and muscular female orcs, making her stand out conspicuously. As Ling Mu prepared to turn and leave, she grabbed his face and asked earnestly, "Are you going to fight?" Ling Mu nodded, his eyes resolute, and said that as an orc, he had to protect his important mate. Hearing the word mate, Song Xingyue's heart fluttered for no reason. She looked into his eyes, forcefully demanding that he promise to return safely, or she wouldn't stay there obediently. Ling Mu finally nodded in agreement, instructing her to wait for him where she was, then turned and left, following the other males to meet the enemy without daring to look back. Song Xingyue watched his figure disappear into the distance, a sudden sense of loss mixed with a strange anticipation welling up inside her. Lost in thought, she was interrupted by a voice. "Are you from our tribe? I've never seen you before." A voluptuous female orc approached, her eyes filled with ill intent. As soon as she said this, the surrounding female orcs gathered around and began whispering about her identity. Knowing she was a newcomer, Song Xingyue composed herself and gave a polite smile, saying, "My name is Song Xingyue." "Song Xingyue? That's a really strange name." The female orc sneered, her face full of mockery. "She was brought back by Ling Mu, right? I heard that guy was unwanted. Could it be that he really snatched a female back? She looks too thin and weak. She definitely can't give birth to strong cubs." For a moment, there was a lot of discussion around, and some people even suggested driving her away, not wanting to stay with her. Song Xingyue was utterly speechless, never expecting them to associate white skin with illness. Just then, a female beastman suddenly said, "Why doesn't she have a tail and ears?" Hearing this, the others also crowded around, questioning her. "Which tribe are you from? Why do you look completely different from us?" Song Xingyue remained calm and spoke eloquently under everyone's gaze. "I am not an orc. I am from the human race." Everyone was stunned, clearly hearing this term for the first time. She smiled slightly and said in a tone that seemed surprised that they had never heard of her before, "Humans are a superior race, far more advanced than you." This sentence immediately stunned everyone. They exchanged glances and even began to confirm whether this human race actually existed. "Nini, you're the smartest. Have you ever heard of humans?" Someone asked the female orc who had started the trouble. Nini's face stiffened, her lips twitched slightly, and she forced a lie. Of course I've heard, but how could that good-for-nothing Xingyue possibly bring back a human female? When Xingyue heard the word good-for-nothing, her eyes immediately turned cold, and her fists clenched tightly at her sides. In her heart, Xingyue was a hero, and she wouldn't tolerate anyone humiliating him. If Xingyue is useless, then who defended you against the attacks who risked their life to protect you? Her voice suddenly turned sharp, and the scene fell silent. No one dared to speak. Nini's face lost its luster, but she still forced herself to say, "But he is an injured male, useless in the tribe. Keeping him is a waste." Xingyue walked directly up to her, sneering. "And what about you? What have you done? Since you're so proud, why didn't you rush in when the enemy attacked?" Nini's face flushed red, and she puffed out her chest, saying righteously, "I'm a female. I should be protected." Xingyue looked at her coldly, her voice low and deep. "Who says females can't go to the battlefield? Do you think you have special privileges just because you're few in number?" Chapter 7 Wolf Boy. Nini was rendered speechless by Xingyue's merciless rebuttal. Her face flushed red, her eyes reddened, and she was so aggrieved that she was almost in tears. She had always been the center of attention in the tribe, surrounded by the males. But today she had been publicly humiliated by a female of unknown origin, and she couldn't accept it for a moment. "Why are you saying that to me?" Her voice trembled, filled with grievance. "Because I'm a superior race." Xingyue was too lazy to reason with them, so she simply used their logic to retaliate with racial oppression. In this beastman world, reason might not matter, but status was the hard currency. She knew that here, as long as she said she came from a higher race, the other party would have no way to verify it or refute it. Even if she claimed to be a god, these female beastmen would probably believe her to some extent. After all, she looked different from them. Nini's face turned even redder, but she couldn't find any reason to talk back, so she could only stand there, stunned, unable to utter a complete sentence. She was unconvinced, but unable to win an argument, her emotions welling up in her eyes, her face looking embarrassed and ashamed. The surrounding female beastmen also fell silent. Those who had just been echoing and jeering immediately deflated like punctured balloons, all shutting their mouths. They began to feel a little wary of this outsider. After all, Xingyue not only dared to speak, but also showed no fear. No one knew what her true beastman form was, nor did they know just how capable she was. "From now on, you're not allowed to call Xingyue a piece of trash again," Xingyue said sternly, her smile fading. "He's my partner. If anyone talks nonsense again, I won't hesitate to transform and deal with you. Don't blame me for biting you." Hearing this warning, Nini, though inwardly terrified, could only suppress her fear for the sake of her pride, stubbornly glaring at her without uttering a sound. Several female beastmen even quietly tugged at Nini's arm, signaling her to stop arguing. This female was not only stunningly beautiful, but she also spoke with a fierce edge, radiating an aura of oppression that surpassed even that of many males. Xingyue, unwilling to waste any more time with them, turned and walked towards the outer edge of the plaza, intending to explore the tribe herself. Since she was here, she naturally wanted to get a better understanding of her surroundings. "Hey, where are you going?" A male guarding the area stepped forward, his voice a little timid, but he still dutifully asked. "Females can't leave the protection zone alone. If you cross the boundary, we can't guarantee your safety." Xingyue found it amusing, turned to look at the male, and retorted, "Then why didn't you say a word when I was arguing so fiercely with the other females?" Her words were laced with sarcasm, making the male look embarrassed, and he could only lower his head, not daring to retort. Xingyue shook her head inwardly. It seemed that these males had no sense of responsibility other than obeying orders. Xingyue was much more reliable. She strode out, waving her hand without looking back, and said, "Don't worry, I'm just taking a stroll. You guys continue guarding your treasures." She walked alone across the perimeter of the plaza to the edge of a jungle. The woods were lush and green, but the distant roar of a tiger made her heart tighten. The sound seemed to be getting closer. She knew that was the battle zone, and Xingyue was likely there. Thinking of Xingyue's current safety, she quickened her pace, a vague unease creeping into her heart. The females of this tribe didn't like him, and the other males probably wouldn't genuinely protect him either. Although orcs are mostly straightforward, she still worried that their prejudices might cause Xingyue to get hurt at a crucial moment. She planned to approach the edge of the battlefield without alerting anyone, wanting only to confirm that Lingmu was safe. Just as she was about to go around the bushes, she suddenly heard a faint rustling sound. Xingyue immediately became alert, bent down, picked up a stone, and hurled it towards the source of the sound. "Who's there? Stop playing tricks and come out," she shouted, her tone forceful. But the bushes continued to sway, and no one appeared, which only made her more nervous. This commotion couldn't have been caused by a small animal. She was almost certain it was a large creature. Unfortunately, she had no experience in wilderness survival, and at this moment, she could only stubbornly hold on without retreating. She remembered watching an animal documentary that said you should never turn and run when you encounter a wild animal, or you will die. So, she kept throwing stones as she moved forward, until she reached the bushes, where the grass suddenly became quiet. Just as she reached out to lift the bushes, a hand suddenly shot out and precisely grabbed her wrist. Before she could react, Xingyue was pulled into the bushes by the immense force. Her neck immediately choked, making it hard to breathe. Darkness enveloped her as a tall figure loomed over her. "Female," a deep, magnetic voice sounded in her ear. She struggled to open her eyes and saw a wolf boy looking down at her. He was handsome, with fair skin and sharp eyes. Compared to Lingmu, this man was even more beautiful, exuding a wild charm. "Mute?" the wolf boy asked, looking down at her with a hint of teasing laughter in his voice. Xingyue trembled with rage, her anger surging to her head. She wasn't mute. He had choked her until she couldn't speak. The wolf boy sensed her displeasure, his smile deepening, and he even teasingly moved closer to her, sniffing her neck. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he frowned, saying, "Your scent isn't from the White Tiger tribe. Are you an outsider too?" But he didn't let go. Instead, he gripped her even tighter, as if testing her limits. Xingyue began to feel short of breath, her vision blurred, and she desperately clung to his arm, trying to break free. Her legs kicked and thrashed wildly, but he seemed oblivious, his grip tightening even more. Finally, she collapsed from exhaustion, her body going limp like a deflated balloon. Seeing that she was no longer moving, the wolf boy finally let go of her, looking down at her with a hint of confusion. "She's already unconscious? She's too fragile." Just as he relaxed his guard, Xingyue suddenly opened her eyes, and the next second, she raised her knee and, with all her might, kicked the wolf boy in the groin with lightning speed. Chapter 8: The Enemy. Just when Xingyue thought her kick would succeed, the wolf boy reacted quickly, dodging the attack and easily grabbing her ankle, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Interesting. To him, a struggling female like her was more interesting than docile prey. After all, wolves are born bloodthirsty, and they prefer challenging prey. Xingyue's face instantly turned pale, and her heart leaped in her throat. Although she didn't know much about the habits of wolves, she knew from documentaries that these creatures were inherently cruel and vengeful, and once targeted, it was difficult to escape. The wolf boy, however, sneered the next second and said, "Ambush me will have consequences." The words had barely left his mouth when he suddenly leaned down and bit her ankle. Blood immediately flowed from the teeth marks, and a strong, metallic smell of blood quickly filled the air. Xingyue nearly fainted from the pain, her body drenched in cold sweat, but her mouth was firmly covered by his, preventing her from making a sound. "This tastes good." He licked his lips, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Just when Xingyue thought she was about to die, he suddenly released her, a satisfied look appearing on his face. After being marked, "You're my female." She felt a wave of dizziness, her head buzzing, and she couldn't hear a word he said. "You stinky tiger. You came at the worst possible time," the wolf boy grumbled under his breath, reaching out to touch her face as if saying goodbye. "I'll come back for you next time." He immediately transformed into wolf form, leaping nimbly a few times before disappearing into the forest in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Lingmu rushed over from the other side, instantly spotting Xingyue lying in a pool of blood. His eyes flashed with intense rage as he strode forward to examine her wounds, his voice low and almost clenched. "You were marked by him." Xingyue was completely bewildered. She didn't know what Lingmu meant by mark. She only knew that she was in excruciating pain. "Didn't I tell you to stay in the square? Why did you run out here alone?" She gritted her teeth and endured the pain, managing to say with difficulty, "I was worried about you. That's why I came out. I didn't expect to run into him. It's the Wolf Clan." Lingmu's eyes were as still as dead water. He hoisted her up and rushed towards the river. Song Xingyue felt like her internal organs were about to shift from her body as he jostled her. It wasn't until she was put down that she felt alive again. I don't speak. Clean the wounds first. Xingyue quickly rinsed the wound on her foot with the stream water until the smell of blood was diluted. Then he relaxed a little. In the beastman world, bleeding is a big taboo because the smell of blood will attract other races to hunt you. After saying this, he imitated Song Xingyue's previous actions, picked up some boat grass leaves from the side, crushed them with a stone, and smeared them on her wound. Was that wolf an intruder? No. Xingyue's expression was grave as he clumsily applied the medicine to her, clearly nervous. This was the first time he had ever applied medicine to a female beastman, let alone a female like Song Xingyue who looked so fragile. He took a deep breath and explained, he came to find his mother. Mother? Song Xingyue frowned, somewhat confused by the logic. He's a wolf, so logically his mother should be a wolf too, right? But there are no wolves around here. Xingyue looked up at her and answered seriously, you don't know, in the beastman world, children's race follows the male. No matter what the mother is, if the father is a wolf, then the child is a wolf. Song Xingyue was stunned upon hearing this, suddenly realizing that the concept of species isolation didn't exist in this world. Then what was his mother? A leopard, Xingyue said as he packed up the medicine and sat down beside her. Female beastmen in the beastman world can freely enter any tribe and must be accepted unconditionally. His mother should have been in our tribe back then. The more Song Xingyue listened, the more she felt this world had overturned her common sense, and her worldview almost crumbled. Xingyue paused for a moment, then asked, do you know the true meaning of the mark? Song Xingyue recalled the wolf boy's words, something like you are my female. Xingyue explained, being marked means he has decided you are his mate. Whether you agree or not, he will persist to the end. Isn't this an unfair contract? Song Xingyue smiled bitterly, her heart still chilled. What if I keep refusing? Will he continue? He might just kill you. Xingyue's tone was cold, sending a chill down her spine. Only then did she realize just how terrifying the wolf clan truly was. The wolf race is the most feared race in the entire orc world. Once they have their eye on you, they can find you by your scent, no matter where you are hiding. He sighed as he spoke, his tone no longer harsh. Next time you encounter an invasion by a foreign race, be sure to stay in the square and don't wander off. Song Xingyue was silent for a while, and finally said in a low voice, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. She then truly realized how foolish her adventure had been. If it had been an enemy who had no interest in playing with her, she might already be dead. But I really don't like being in the plaza. As a new female orc, I find it hard to fit in. Although she didn't explicitly say what had happened, the low spirits in her tone gave Xingyue a clue. He pondered for a moment and said, is it Nini? Song Xingyue was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised that he knew. Xingyue's tone was low. She holds a special position in the tribe, is the focus of attention for all the males, and is the most influential among the female beastmen. If she makes you feel uncomfortable, next time an enemy attacks, I will arrange for you to go to another safe area, or take you with me. Hearing, I'll take you with me. Song Xingyue's heart was suddenly touched. She could feel Xingyue's sincerity, that pure protectiveness, which was more moving than any sweet words. But that would make you more dangerous, she said softly, yet with a smile. But I'm willing to try. Perhaps it just takes a little time to adjust. Chapter 9. As You Need Me. The square was already packed with orcs, all waiting for their leader to give his address, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Standing in the center, Wei Wei saw Xingyue approaching with a mysterious high-ranking female, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Come on, let's welcome today's hero with applause, Wei Wei said, his voice carrying a special meaning. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the beastmen, instantly waking Song Xingyue from her sweet sleep. She rubbed her eyes and looked up, meeting the burning gazes of a group of males. It was an undeniable beauty that stunned the beastmen for a moment. Her beauty was unlike that of other females. It was an unreal, even unattainable kind of beauty. Xingyue looked down at her, his tone gentle. Did I disturb you? He didn't care what the leader was saying, only whether she had slept well. It was a little noisy, Song Xingyue replied softly, knowing they were in a public place. She gently patted Xingyue's shoulder, indicating that he could put her down. She was indeed tired from the long journey and had accidentally fallen asleep on the road. Xingyue frowned and asked her in a low voice, Is your leg all right? Song Xingyue nodded. I'm fine. She knew her condition and wouldn't push herself. After confirming that she was really all right, Ling Mu carefully put her down, but still held her hand tightly. That action spoke volumes. This woman was his. In the crowd, Nini stared intently at their clasped hands, her heart filled with resentment. What kind of hero is he? She suddenly exploded, her voice breaking the silence of the square. If he really is a hero, why didn't my brother come back? He killed my brother. Wei Wei's face darkened, and he stared sternly at Nini, his tone carrying a clear warning. Nini, this isn't the time to talk about this. You know perfectly well why we're gathered here. Song Xingyue noticed their interaction and sensed that things weren't so simple. She was also wondering why Ling Mu, despite being seriously injured, wasn't accepted by the tribe. But clearly, now was not the time to pursue these questions, and she made a mental note of it. Nini wanted to say something more, but Jasmine pulled her back, whispering, Are you crazy? Talking back to the chief now. Nini gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger. Although she was indignant, she knew this wasn't the time to lash out. Remembering the tribe's rules, she had no choice but to temporarily quell her anger and prepare to find another opportunity later. After dealing with Nini, Wei Wei looked at Ling Mu with a hint of apology on his face. Ling Mu, we really do owe you an apology all these years. The tribe never accepted you because of what happened back then. Now we realize we were wrong. Ling Mu just looked at him quietly. All these years, all he had been waiting for was justice. Now, this sudden justice made him wary. But we are ultimately a tribe, and we must grow strong together, Wei Wei said, his tone revealing a deeper meaning. Now that you have a superior female, shouldn't you let her contribute more to the tribe? For example, let her have multiple partners and integrate more bloodlines. The words had barely left his lips when the surrounding males' eyes shifted, as if they had spotted prey. Their greed was undisguised. A female of this caliber was a mate they could only dream of. Ling Mu suddenly let out a cold laugh, his eyes blazing with barely suppressed rage. Sharp claws flashed, and his voice was low and chilling. And if I don't want to? Wei Wei's expression changed slightly, his voice low but extremely intimidating. Ling Mu, don't be impulsive. Even if you're a great fighter, can you handle the entire tribe? If you insist on resisting, then we'll have no choice but to tear you to pieces and take her away. Ling Mu shielded Song Xingyue behind him, his gaze as cold as a knife. She is not someone who can be shared. As soon as the words were spoken, the male beastmen transformed, and the situation instantly became tense. Song Xingyue quickly grasped the situation. Ling Mu was indeed powerful, but against so many beastmen, his chances of winning were almost zero. She knew he would protect her with his life, but she didn't want to see him sacrifice himself. After calm reflection, she stepped forward and spoke in a calm, yet powerful tone. Are we really going to rely on forcibly taking a female orc to strengthen our tribe? What about next time? Will we resort to violence against other members of our race again? Her tone was light, but every word struck a chord in the hearts of all the orcs. Hearing her words, the orcs looked at each other, lost in hesitation and confusion. Could Ling Mu's fate be theirs tomorrow? The beastmen, who had been restless, surprisingly didn't immediately obey their leader, Wei Wei, for the first time. Song Xingyue didn't stop, enduring the pain in her ankle, and walked step by step to the center of the square. She stood before Wei Wei, her tone calm yet firm. You want a new bloodline, I can give it to you. But not in this way. Wouldn't it be better for me to lead you to strengthen the tiger tribe? Wei Wei was startled. Her tone and confidence carried a strong sense of pressure. But he forced himself to remain calm. What makes you think you're qualified for this position? Song Xingyue smiled slightly, her beautiful eyes full of meaning. Because I'm a high-ranking female beastman. And because you can't do without me right now. Chapter 10, forcing him to relinquish the leader's position. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly tense. Faced with Song Xingyue's public declaration of war, Wei Wei was seething with anger, and his expression grew increasingly grim. As the leader, he had never been challenged in public like this before. It was a direct insult to his dignity. We do need the bloodline of high-ranking female orcs, but it's not like we can't do without you, Wei Wei said, struggling to maintain his last shred of dignity. Song Xingyue smiled lightly and spoke lazily, making it seem as if she didn't care about the other party's threat at all. That's even simpler. If you don't want me to be the chief, I'll go to another tribe. There will always be a place willing to accept me and Ling Mu. Her tone was very soft, but every word hit the hearts of everyone present like a stone. Ling Mu was stunned, his heart feeling as if it had been struck by a sudden blow. She had just said we. Yes, she meant she was going to take him with her, not leave alone. Song Xingyue added with a half-smile, once my new tribe is strong, the first thing I'll do is attack you. Her tone was still gentle, as if she were discussing what to have for breakfast the next day. Don't come crying to me, begging to come back and be our leader. She turned around casually, her gaze meeting that of the wolf boy not far away. He hadn't left. He had secretly returned to the scene. A cryptic smile played on her lips, but she remained silent. Just then, Nini's voice pierced the silence. With just your mouth? Who knows what kind of beastman you are? You don't even have ears or a tail. Nini had always been dissatisfied with Song Xingyue, and now she seized the opportunity to vent her anger, her tone full of sarcasm. If you want to be the leader, you should at least be able to defeat the current leader, right? Her provocation resonated with many orcs, and some began to whisper among themselves. Song Xingyue remained calm, slowly glancing at Nini with a mocking smile. I'm a high-ranking female orc. My orc form can be concealed. Can you? Can you? These words left Nini speechless, her face turning ashen. I don't reveal my form to protect you, because if I switch, my beast form could destroy the entire tribe. Do you want to see it? She spoke with a faint smile, appearing both confident and intimidating. Nini, don't you want to see it? If everyone dies, can you bear the consequences? These words stunned the beastmen present. They were simple-minded, and naturally, hearing words like destroy the tribe filled them with fear. Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually stabilizing, Song Xingyue pressed her advantage and spoke again. If you let me be the leader, I will be better than Wei Wei. I will make sure everyone is well-fed, lives comfortably, and no longer fears the cold winter. If you don't trust me, why not give me a 1-year trial period? If I don't perform well, you can always switch me back. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd, some orcs' eyes already shifting. Wei Wei gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, but he couldn't refute them. Just then, a female orc with bronze skin and deep blue eyes stepped forward. She introduced herself confidently. My name is Senna. I heard you can make soft beds and delicious food. Song Xingyue nodded, her gaze falling on the unfamiliar yet frank woman. Senna asked directly, then can you guarantee we won't go hungry in winter? Song Xingyue looked at her earnestly. As long as you let me lead you, I guarantee we won't go hungry in winter. These words, like sparks falling on a haystack, quickly ignited among the beastmen. Food, supplies, survival, these are their most fundamental needs. Senna's words were the final word. We've been doing this for over 10 years, and we still go hungry in the winter. Now someone says they can feed us, why don't we try? Nini retorted angrily. Senna, are you crazy? You're actually taking her side. Whoever can keep me from starving, I'll follow. Senna's attitude was clear and unambiguous. Song Xingyue's eyes flashed with admiration after hearing this. This woman had great insight. A short while later, Andrew also stepped forward to express his opinion. I support Senna. It doesn't matter if someone else takes care of her. Being well-fed is the most important thing. Lung Feng, what do you think? Lung Feng sighed and nodded in agreement. I'm on their side. With these influential orcs successively expressing their support, the atmosphere in the square completely shifted. More and more orcs stood up, willing to support Song Xingyue in succeeding as leader. Ling Mu looked at that slender yet resolute figure, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. She stood in the center, radiant with light, effortlessly commanding the entire arena. She was a born leader. The cheers of the beastmen rose higher and higher, while Wei Wei's expression grew increasingly somber. Song Xingyue approached Wei Wei and whispered something only the two of them could hear. This is the will of the people. If you don't step down, you'll only appear petty. Although Wei Wei didn't understand the word strategic vision, he could sense the atmosphere. No one in the room supported him anymore. He had lost. I'll give you a year to try, and I'll see what you can do. Thank you. Song Xingyue smiled slightly and reached out her hand to Ling Mu behind her. Ling Mu's eyes softened as he walked towards her, his step steady and his gaze resolute. He walked up to her, and Song Xingyue embraced him without hesitation. She stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, I don't know how this tribe treated you, but I will personally take back everything you've lost. All the male orcs who witnessed this scene were filled with envy. Such favoritism from a female to a male was an extremely high honor in the orc world. Chapter 11 Ling Mu, You're shameless. As the kiss landed, Song Xingyue felt her cheeks burning, her fair face turning as red as a ripe apple. No matter how calm she was, she had zero experience in matters of the heart, and this kiss almost made her break down on the spot. She turned her head slightly, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards the wolf boy who had appeared before, but there was no one in that direction anymore. It was as if he had never existed, leaving only a faint sense of bewilderment. "Chief, can you now teach us how to make that soft bed?" Senna spoke first, her face full of anticipation. She was extremely curious about that thing. Sleeping on the ground was something no beast could tolerate. Song Xingyue smiled, having gradually adapted to her role as leader. The identity wasn't as burdensome as she had imagined. "Of course, I will teach you everything I know. Not only will you have a bed, but you will also learn how to identify herbs, cook, and make clothes." When she mentioned the word clothes, her tone suddenly became more forceful, and her gaze swept over the scantily clad female beastmen and the naked males around her. Yes, she had wanted to say this for a while. The female beastmen wander around every day, and the scene is a bit cringeworthy. The male beastmen, on the other hand, acted like a group of birds on a leash all day, which gradually made her, whose mind hadn't fully taken flight, accept this premise. Animal skin clothing is very important. It covers up what needs to be covered, creating a greater sense of mystery. She showed everyone the animal skin dress she was wearing. "This is how it looks. Do you want it?" Senna stared wide-eyed as she looked him up and down, nodding vigorously as if she had discovered a treasure. "It looks great. I want to wear it too." The other female orcs chimed in, all saying they wanted to own such a mysterious garment as well. Indeed, the love of beauty has never been limited by race. Just then, Wei Wei, who was about to leave quietly, was called back by Song Xingyue. "Wei Wei, I heard you're the most skilled male. Could you help me lead a team to hunt some animals? We need animal hides." Wei Wei was taken aback. He had thought that Song Xingyue would deal with him first after taking power. Unexpectedly, she entrusted such an important matter to him instead. "You want me to go? I'll feel at ease if you go." Song Xingyue spoke gently, her words sounding like a compliment, but also like a release of trust. One second they were kicking someone off their leader's seat, the next they were praising them. Wei Wei hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. "How much?" "The more the better, but don't push yourself too hard. We can take it slowly." Ultimately, Wei Wei chose Vigus and another orc to form a 3-person team and set off into the forest. As they gradually disappeared into the distance, Song Xingyue turned to Ling Mu and smiled. "I also need you to lead the team and help me find banana leaves. Only you know what that thing looks like." Ling Mu nodded almost without thinking, his eyes full of doting. "Okay. However, he still reminded me, your feet need a rest. I know I won't wander off." Song Xingyue is stubborn, but she is never one to show off. Especially in this environment of scarce resources, she understands even more how important health is. Ling Mu called out to the male beastmen, "Follow me. Let's go find banana leaves." However, many males did not move, clearly still harboring prejudices against the leadership of the Ling Mu. Andrew and Lung Feng stepped forward once again, following Ling Mu without hesitation. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow, and the group finally started moving. "So what should we do?" Senna stood to the side, already eager to try. "Let's learn some life skills." Song Xingyue casually picked up 2 stones and began to demonstrate her cutting-edge technology to everyone. A stone like this can be used as a stone knife by simply striking it hard like this. The female beastmen gathered around, their eyes filled with questions and curiosity. She picked up the broken stone and with a gentle stroke, cut off a strand of hair. "Look, this is a stone knife. It's very sharp." As the sun set, twilight slowly crept into the square. The males returned one after another, and Wei Wei did not disappoint, bringing back 3 large prey. Just then, Song Xingyue picked up a stone knife and demonstrated peeling in front of everyone. A moment later, she skillfully processed a whole wild boar hide, leaving the female beastmen dumbfounded. She didn't have time to ponder the philosophical question of why wild boars didn't evolve into human form. The focus right now was on the animal hides. This cannot be used yet. It needs to be washed with clean water and dried before it is suitable for making clothes. Senna's eyes lit up. She was completely in awe of Song Xingyue's skills. "That's amazing. That's incredible." Jasmine was also shocked and was about to join the crowd when she was frightened by Nini's gloomy expression. "Nini, The new leader isn't bad at all. Look, she's even teaching us these things. Shaw, who cares? Nini snorted coldly, a surge of anger welling up inside her. She was originally the most popular female in the tribe, but since Song Xingyue arrived, her popularity has been completely overshadowed. Given that her brother's death was related to Ling Mu, how could she not hate them? Just then, Ling Mu returned, bringing with him the males and a large pile of banana leaves and... Banana. Is this a banana? Song Xingyue's eyes lit up. Food, Ling Mu replied simply. She peeled one on the spot, took a bite, and found it to be sweet and fragrant, a familiar taste. Seeing how much she enjoyed the food, the other orcs also tried it, which caused a stir. It's so delicious. This stuff is so sweet. The orcs' eyes shone like black grapes, as if they had opened a new door to taste. Song Xingyue turned her head and asked Ling Mu softly, Have you eaten? You didn't just bring it back for us and haven't tried it yourself, did you? I'm not hungry. He sat down next to her, his gaze as intense as ever, fixed on her face. The scene was supposed to be harmonious, but Nini's voice suddenly interrupted everything. I'm telling you too, why don't you just start mating right here? Her tone was full of sarcasm, and her anger ignited the entire room. Ling Mu, you killed my brother, and now you still have a mind to talk about love? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Chapter 12, Why Don't You Go Die With Me? Ling Mu's expression instantly turned ugly, his eyes filled with barely suppressed anger. Even after Nini said that, he still didn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Song Xingyue took in all of this. I know there were hidden details about what happened back then. However, since I don't know the situation right now, I can't say much to help Ling Mu. And you, Senna, you're a spineless coward. Seeing that Ling Mu remained silent, Nini directly transferred her anger to Sina. If my brother hadn't died, you two should have held a matrimonial ceremony when you came back tonight. It was Ling Mu who caused you to lose your partner. So why don't you hate him? Why did you even accept him and support the new leader? Senna frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice. This is something that shouldn't be said directly here. And if you really want to say it, it shouldn't be done in front of everyone. Isn't that just ridiculous? You. But my brother grew up together. You were so close. And now, have you forgotten all that? It hasn't even been that long. This is what Nini is most unwilling to accept. Does that mean that now that my brother is gone, you can do whatever you want and start a new life? So what should I do? Go die with your brother? Senna didn't want to argue with Nini in front of so many orcs, but mainly because Nini's words were getting increasingly harsh. It's not like your brother is my only partner in this life. What? Do you only feel satisfied if I'm willing to die for your brother? You. Besides, your brother wasn't the only one among the clansmen who died that day, was he? Senna's one sentence was the decisive blow. Many of the orcs present had lost their relatives in that war. So why do you alone think this is something you can't get over? Song Xingyue listened quietly to their argument and could vaguely detect some important clues. They're gone, and I'm heartbroken. But life must go on, and the tribe must continue. We can't just live in the past forever, can we? You. Otherwise, if you miss your brother so much, you might as well just die. Senna's good temper has been completely worn away, and each of her words is more forceful than the last. Don't keep ruining our mood. We were in a pretty good mood today. Song Xingyue couldn't help but silently admire Sina in her heart, thinking she was a real man. I never imagined she could think so clearly, and her roasting of the beast was absolutely spot on. Seeing that no one was on her side, Nini turned and ran away with tears in her eyes. Senna ignored Nini and looked at the new leader instead. Leader, teach us how to weave a soft bed. Good. Song Xingyue had watched the show long enough. It was time to get everyone back on track. Actually, knitting machines are very simple, and I believe you will learn them very quickly. Beside the creek, Nini kept throwing pebbles at the river surface. She felt very uncomfortable. I don't understand why all the orcs can forget the past so quickly. Forget the death of their brother? My brother was the strongest orc among all the orcs, and at one point he was even qualified to enter the arena with the chief and become the next chief. But at such a crucial moment, my brother got into trouble. They didn't care at all whether their brother lived or died. Even Senna no longer cares about her brother. Hey little girl, there's a beast here. Aren't you afraid of being captured by a bad beast? Accompanied by teasing voices, the wolf boy wore a smug smile, looking at her with ill intent. With so many foreign tribes attacking your tribe recently, how dare you, a mere beast, run out like this? Nini looked at the wolf pack in front of her with great vigilance, her grip on the pebble in her hand tightening. Although she thought the wolf pack in front of her was quite handsome, I've heard that wolves eat female orcs, and they don't even spare the cubs. I'm terrified he'll eat me up. Why are you so nervous? If I wanted to hurt you, I would have bitten you to death when you weren't looking. The wolf boy walked up to Nini with a smile, bent down, and looked at her with a smile. Is something bothering you? Is it because you don't like the new leader? Nini instinctively wanted to run away, but I don't know why. Even though the wolves in front of him were smiling, they gave the beast an indescribable sense of oppression, making his whole body tremble uncontrollably and leaving him with no strength to even run away. Actually, it's quite simple if you want to replace the current leader. Just learn all her skills, and with your reputation in the tribe, wouldn't everyone support you? Why would you tell me these things? Nini looked at the wolf in front of her, puzzled. She didn't understand why he was helping her. Do you also hate the new leader? The wolf boy didn't answer Nini's question directly. Instead, his smile became even more unfathomable. I'm just telling you that everyone supports her because she has skills that other orcs don't. But if you also had those skills, wouldn't things be different? Nini had never thought of this before. Now, after listening to what he said, I actually think it makes some sense. Once the wolf boy had achieved his goal, he created a safe distance between himself and her. Instead of getting sentimental here, you should focus on improving your skills. Seeing that he seemed about to leave, Nini bravely stood up and asked urgently, "Why are you helping me? Do you want to see Lily? We all know you came here to find Lily." The wolf boy suddenly stopped, but still kept his back to Nini. "I do want to see Lily, but I have my own way of doing it, and you don't need to worry about it." Just as Nini was about to ask more questions, she discovered that the wolf boy had already switched into wolf form and run away. She had just turned around. He then noticed that Song Xingyue was watching him from short distance away. She didn't know if Song Xingyue had seen the wolf, and for a moment she felt a little guilty. "When did you appear? Why didn't I know? I'm just telling you that everyone else knows how to weave beds, except you. Do you want to go back? So what if we go back? It's no big deal." Nini clenched her fists tightly. Even though he still loathed the new leader, he listened to what the wolf boy had just said. Song Xingyue smiled meaningfully as Nini passed by. She then looked in the direction where the wolf boy had disappeared and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why would he help himself in this way? What exactly is his intention? Chapter 13 uncovers his scars. In the evening, Song Xingyue gathered all the orcs in the square. We started by teaching everyone how to start a fire. As the flames slowly rose, all the orcs present had expressions of astonishment in their eyes. This must have been the first time they had ever seen firelight. Some of the orcs even had tears welling up in their eyes. This is fire. After the fire started burning, Song Xingyue added a few more dry branches inside. Fire has many uses. In winter, it can be used for warmth, and in other times, it can be used to roast raw meat. More importantly, if attacked by invading tribes, fire can also serve as a defensive weapon. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for all the beastmen present to hear. Actually, the most important thing about starting a fire is patience. I hope you can also have some patience and practice your fire starting skills little by little until you are very proficient. I have seen fire. Senna couldn't help but murmur. I saw it in a bird tribe. She never expected that such a precious thing would appear in her own tribe, and now everyone has even learned how to make fire. I heard that they can only obtain fire when trees are struck by lightning during rainy days. So, it is an extremely precious thing. Song Xingyue never expected that such a scientific thing would happen in the beastman world. Wasn't that just the sparks that ignited the lightning struck with the instant it was struck, combined with the bird-like feathers that set it ablaze? It seems the bird race is quite intelligent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come up with such a brilliant idea. It's time to go back. Lingmu waited patiently by his side the whole time. His deep gaze remained fixed on her, never wavering. He watched as blood began to seep from her ankle, and his heart ached. Song Xingyue was also a little tired. She nodded to Lingmu. Lingmu then boldly and domineeringly carried her in a princess carry in his arms. Ignoring the stares of the crowd, he walked towards the cave. "Nini, did you understand how to start a fire?" Seeing that Nini was paying attention to the new leader, Senna simply grabbed her arm and pulled her away from her attention. "If you don't understand, I can teach you. I also teach you knitting, but that won't be available. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Do I need you to be a good old beast?" Nini flung Senna's hand away and gave her a cold shoulder. "Even with a new leader, you're already too busy to handle everything. Just looking at you makes me annoyed. You really don't know what's good for you, so I won't bother with you anymore." Senna has lost all patience with Nini. Whether you can do it or not is none of my business. After arriving at the cave, Lingmu gently put Song Xingyue down and carefully took out the bananas he had hidden for a long time from his bosom. The bananas were originally green, but because they've been kept warm in my arms, they've turned a slightly burnt yellow. Is it broken? When Xingyue first saw bananas of this color, he thought he had accidentally ruined them. This banana isn't spoiled. In fact, it tastes better this way. She took the banana from Xingyue's hand, peeled it, and put the first bite to his mouth. Open your mouth, ah. Xingyue obligingly took a bite, but it was only a small bite. He immediately understood why she meant that bananas tasted better this way. Because these bananas will be sweeter and won't have the astringency of the other type of bananas. But why did you hide a banana from me? Xingyue couldn't help but smile as she looked at him. Are you worried that I won't have enough to eat? Bananas are scarce, but orcs are plentiful. Xingyue sat down in front of her and pushed the banana back in front of her. A sweet feeling welled up inside Xingyue, and the banana in her hand tasted especially sweet. Their eyes met. Xingyue couldn't resist kissing his forehead. Then, she reached out and cupped his face in her hands. She looked at Xingyue in front of her with such love. It's really beautiful. It truly embodies the ideal of male beauty. Xingyue saw his own reflection in Xingyue's beautiful eyes. He also realized that she liked him. In my heart, an indescribable sense of guilt arose spontaneously and even spread. Why don't you ask me about Nini's brother? What do you want to say? Xingyue smiled gently, looking at him intently, her voice soft. If you want to tell me, I'll listen carefully. If you don't want to, that's okay too. Sooner or later, you'll be willing to tell me what's wrong, right? Xingyue grabbed her soft waist and pulled her into his arms. He held her close. He tossed the remaining banana peel aside and gently rubbed his thumb against her lips. Nini's brother did indeed die because of me. I can never deny that. Go back to that past event. He remains deeply mired in pain. This is like reopening your own bloody wound. But if it were her, it's my own choice. Coco and I are best friends who grew up together. Whenever we fight off invading tribes, we always rely on each other for support. And we cooperate perfectly. He was still heartbroken when he thought of Coco. Actually, I told Coco not to go to the battlefield that time. Xingyue's voice was low and filled with immense pain. Coco was having her partnership ceremony with Senna that very night. We don't always manage to come back safely. He voluntarily showed Xingyue his scars. Each scar represents a battle, etched deeply into his skin like metals. That night, disaster struck again. Coco and I were surrounded, and despite our best efforts, we couldn't hold them off. At the crucial moment, Coco stood in front of me, and I watched him die. Xingyue closed his eyes, and his hands gradually clenched into fists. Before he died, he asked me to tell Senna not to miss him and to live a good life. He also entrusted me to take good care of Senna. Upon hearing this, Xingyue suddenly realized that something was amiss. Weren't Nini and her brother very close siblings? Why did Coco tell Senna her dying words instead of Nini? Nini and her brother did not have a good relationship. When Xingyue opened his eyes again, he had already regained his composure. That's fair to say. For Coco, her biggest nightmare from childhood was probably Nini. Because Nini's parents doted on Nini, they weren't very kind to Coco. Xingyue suddenly couldn't understand Nini's actions. So, is she still deeply in love with her siblings? Who knows? Xingyue didn't understand either. Perhaps I don't understand female orcs. Chapter 14, The Lion Tribe Attacks. For several days in a row, Xingyue would gather all the beastmen in the small square every day. I taught them all the skills that I could currently teach them. After, she then tested the beastmen's knowledge of herbs. She discovered some orcs are able to distinguish between the two types of flowers and plants. Even the most subtle differences are noticeable. Then, she also specifically set up a small medical team. Although there are only 3 orcs, at least they can temporarily treat any injured males in the future. So, why is there still one male? Senna looked at Xingyue with a puzzled expression. Males are typically aggressive creatures. How could they possibly be part of our medical team? When Xingyue's name was called, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. For all the males in the tribe, the most heroic beings are those who can go to the battlefield to defend against harassment from other tribes. Staying here to work in a medical field is indeed something he finds hard to accept. I don't know why the leader sent me. Xingyue could only try his best to explain why he was there. Perhaps the leader made a mistake. We can ask the leader about it later. After hearing Xingyue's words, Sina's big eyes blinked. In fact, she had never noticed Xingyue's existence before. After all, there are many males in the tribe, and many of them show interest in me. Xingyue was clearly the kind of male that was inconspicuous, and he had never been seen in front of him before. Looking at it now, he seemed to have some handsome features, and although he looked somewhat frail and not as strong as the other males, he had a very good-looking appearance. Xingyue gradually began to blush under Sina's gaze. He silently turned his face away, clearly unsure of how to best face the female. Xingyue, who was not far away, happened to notice this scene. My keen sense of gossip led me to realize that there was something romantic going on between the two orcs. But it's clear that Xingyue is a bit too shy for a male. If he takes the initiative, he might be able to bring about a good marriage. She was about to take a step in that direction. Once again, they heard the fierce roar of a tiger. She instantly realized that a male from an outside tribe must have come to attack. Xingyue appeared beside her almost immediately and asked her in a low voice what she thought. Should we gather all the females in the square, like last time? Is that safe? Xingyue had experienced something similar before. When all the females gather together, it is actually very easy for conflicts to arise and for conflicts to be created. Therefore, she did not agree with this approach this time. Give the order. 3 females per cave. Each cave should have a male guarding it. This will be more efficient than in the plaza. Xingyue hesitated for only a second, then leaped away and disappeared. Then, Xingyue went back inside and organized a 3-person team. I've already told you which herbs to use for which types of wounds. Now that the males are about to go in a battle, you 3 medical team members must be on high alert at all times. Her eyes were very serious, not like she was joking, and her tone was somewhat urgent. We strive to provide treatment to them as soon as they are injured. You are truly important. Sina also put aside her prejudice against Xingyue and immediately perked up. Xingyue hesitated at this moment. Leader, do you really want me to join the medical team? I think I'd be better off on the battlefield. Wouldn't it be a waste for you to go to the battlefield if you're so weak? Xingyue's words reveal the truth. Staying with the medical team is a better fit for you. Xingyue suddenly felt as if he was being looked down upon. But then I thought about it. The main reason he hasn't been able to find a female for so long is that his physical condition is not as good as other males, which is indeed true. He immediately lowered his head. He looked somewhat dejected. Suddenly, Senna raised her hand and struck Xingyue hard on the back. Hey, didn't you hear what the leader said? Cheer up. How are you going to treat the injured males if you keep looking so dejected? Xingyue rubbed the spot where he had been hit, looking at Sina with a pitiful expression. She's so fierce, but I dare not provoke them. Xingyue increasingly felt that the relationship between the 2 beastmen might take a further step forward. However, the most pressing issue right now is defending against external threats. There's no time to worry about the romantic gossip here. A great war is about to break out. Xingyue lay on Xingyue's back, facing the males from the outside world for the first time. Xingyue initially didn't want to bring Xingyue along. However, Xingyue said that since she was the leader, she absolutely could not hide in the back at a time like this. But unexpectedly, this time, there are so many enemies. Judging from the sheer numbers alone, there are at least twice as many as those in their own tribe. Moreover, they're all fierce lions. That's the king of the forest. Since ancient times, no tiger has ever been able to defeat a lion. Clearly, this is a battle with a huge disparity in strength. Soon, the Lion King in the lead noticed Xingyue riding on the tiger's back. She had fair skin, unlike the females he usually saw, and she had no ears or tail. Is this what they call a superior female? The Lion King's deep eyes were fixed intently on this side. Its sharp teeth and claws were already itching to pounce. It looked like it could strike at any moment. Xingyue also noticed the Lion King over there. He stood at the very front of the group and appeared to be their leader. Moreover, his fur looks brighter and smoother than that of ordinary lions. His physique is also much stronger than other lions. You can tell at a glance that he is a very strong fighter. If you were to go one-on-one with the one in front, do you think you would have a chance of winning? I don't know. Xingyue never expected that the lion tribe would be the ones to come this time. The ones who came to harass us before were all from other races, not the lion tribe. Lion tribe. Xingyue understood the meaning behind his words. Is it difficult to deal with? They have never lost. When Xingyue said this, he was already prepared to fight anytime, anywhere. Every time they attacked a tribe, they were victorious. Chapter 15, I will tear your people apart. Dark clouds filled the sky, and the air seemed to freeze. The prelude to the Great War is slowly unfolding with unstoppable momentum. The powerful roars of the lions echoed throughout the pride. Each sound shook heaven and earth, proclaiming the majesty and inviolability of the king of the jungle. Tigers, too, are unwilling to submit to their fate. They responded with deafening roars, their eyes gleaming with determination and unyielding spirit. The tiger stomped its paw heavily on the ground, raising clouds of dust, a testament to its boundless desire for victory and its direct confrontation with challenges. Song Xingyue's heart leaped in her throat with a tense atmosphere, almost jumping out of her chest. She knew that what she was witnessing was not just a confrontation between two top predators, but a pinnacle battle of power and intelligence in nature. Lions, renowned for their unparalleled ferocity and teamwork, are hailed as the invincible kings of the jungle. Tigers roam the mountains and forests alone, possessing both strength and speed, and are the undisputed overlords of the deep forests. When the two meet, the outcome is unpredictable. Without a bloodbath, things will likely turn out badly. Xingyue felt the tension on his back from Xingyue. Even at this critical moment, he still offered words of comfort in a low voice. "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Song Xingyue felt a warmth in her heart, and after thinking for a moment, she whispered in his ear, "We are outnumbered, and if a fight breaks out, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, we need to think of a way to gain the upper hand." A fleeting glint of darkness flashed in Xingyue's deep eyes as he began to consider the current situation. Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she surveyed the opposing formation, finally fixing her gaze on the strongest lion with the best-looking fur. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Our only chance of success is to take down their leader directly, so that they lose their leader and become disorganized. That's impossible. Xingyue rejected her suggestion almost immediately. Lions excel at teamwork, and it's absolutely impossible for us to take down their leader. How will you know if you don't try? Song Xingyue smiled slightly, then lightly jumped off Xingyue's body. He walked step by step toward the very center, his gaze meeting the lion leaders without fear. "You're their leader, right?" "Yes." The lion chieftain's burning gaze fell heavily on the female orc in front of him. She looked different from the other female orcs. She had fair skin, a clear voice, and a beautiful smile. "Are you the high female orc they're talking about?" "It's me." After a brief moment of surprise, Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes lit up with a smile. "Since you know me, is it possible that your attack this time is to take me away? Not just you, but all the female orcs in your tribe as well." The lion leader's tone was extremely arrogant, even carrying a hint of disdain. "We will kill all the males in your tribe, raise your tribe to the ground, and steal your female orcs and cubs. We will take them to our lion tribe." Upon hearing this, the tigers began to stir with excitement. As a male, their mission from birth is to protect the female orcs and their offspring in the tribe. To protect their tribe. But now, he actually said he wanted to wipe out the tiger tribe. This made them very angry and furious. Even with such a disparity in strength, they can't help but want to fight them now. "That's true. You certainly have that kind of capability." Song Xingyue also had to admit this. Judging from the current situation, the tiger tribe has absolutely no advantage. But she suddenly looked at the lion chief with great curiosity and spoke with a smile. "Are you all individually weak in combat? Otherwise, why would you insist on using numbers to win the entire war?" The lion leader's eyes instantly flashed with danger. His barely concealed rage and murderous intent were self-evident. "Looking at you all, each one of you is so powerful, but it seems you don't dare to fight alone at all. You're not as courageous as us tigers. Don't talk nonsense." The lion next to the lion leader immediately spoke up, clearly dissatisfied. "We lions are also very strong in individual combat." "Bruce, shut up." The lion leader gave him a single glance, and the latter immediately shut his mouth, daring not to speak. It's obvious. They must be very afraid of this leader on a normal day. Song Xingyue's eyes gradually darkened, and she spoke provocatively once again. "Even if you cowardly males steal our female beastmen, we will never mate with you. You're cowards, physically strong, but mentally weak." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for the surrounding beastmen to hear. The sarcasm in their words was undisguised, and every word pierced their hearts. "Come on, let your numbers overwhelm us, you cowards." The lion chieftain remained silent, his gaze burning as he stared intently at the female orc before him. Although the orc world is dominated by female orcs, but no female orc has ever dared to speak to him like that, let alone say such things on the battlefield. She looked extremely frail and didn't seem like the type to give birth to strong cubs. But what she said was very powerful. Even knowing it was her scheme, I don't think I will lose. A one-on-one duel, is that right? He finally spoke, took a step forward, and stood in front of her. It's not impossible, but you need to agree to one condition. You say. At this moment, Xingyue was actually extremely flustered. The oppressive feeling in the face of absolute power is so strong that it's hard to breathe. He's just barely hanging on here by sheer willpower. If you lose, you belong to me. The rest of the female orcs belong to them. The tigers roared once more. Clearly, those words had touched a nerve. Good. Ignoring the wishes of the tigers behind her, Xingyue readily agreed. I promise you, if you win, I'll do whatever you say. Come on, let me see who dares to stand up and challenge me. The lion chieftain suddenly roared. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he looked at them. Under his threatening gaze, Xingyue walked out with steady steps. I will take on the challenge. He lowered his voice and spoke in a deep tone. But it seems we haven't discussed terms yet. Do you think you're qualified to negotiate with us? The lion leader's words were exceptionally domineering, making them difficult to refuse. Being allowed to fight you one-on-one is already the greatest mercy shown to your tribe. It was that female orc who fought for you. Xingyue, you will definitely win. Xingyue had already quietly gone to the bushes next to her and waved to Xingyue. I believe you won't let them take me away. You will definitely win. Chapter 16, The Victory or Defeat, is over. Accompanied by a lion's roar and a tiger's howl. The lion chieftain and the mountain shepherd instantly started fighting. When Xingyue, hiding in the bushes, saw that Xingyue had been scratched by a lion and had a bloody scar on his body. My whole heart ached. But soon, Xingyue quickly adjusted his state of mind. It even scratched a gaping wound on the lion's body. In the air was instantly filled with the stench of blood. It filled the noses of every orc, keeping all of them on edge. Xingyue dared not look at such a bloody scene again. They started making fire by rubbing sticks together, even faster. Use the bushes to hide yourself, and quietly start a fire where they can't see you. She only realized what was happening when she saw a small flame rising. She immediately pulled out the stone knife she always carried. He also picked up some dry leaves from the side, strung them on the stone knife, and aimed it at the small flame. Soon, the dry leaves were simply set on fire. She took a deep breath and composed herself. He swiftly and accurately threw the flaming stone knife at the fighting lion. She didn't believe that such a stone knife could cut through a lion's skin. But she knew. The lion's mane is so thick. Once it gets a spark, the flames will spread instantly, engulfing in flames and turning it into a small fireball. What's this? The lion suddenly felt a burning sensation on its skin, and it was the heat of the sun spreading all over its body. He immediately turned around fiercely. In an instant, he saw the female orc over there whose beautiful eyes were full of calm. You launched a sneak attack? You clearly said it was a one-on-one fight. He was furious. He never expected to be ambushed by a female orc. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to either. Xingyue immediately pointed to the riverbank, not far away. What's on your body is fire. If you don't want me burned alive, jump into the river and you'll be fine. Leader. Bruce ran towards that direction immediately. I meant to help him put out the flames, but I didn't expect to get them on me too. They burned and hurt terribly. Classmate, come quick, help. He instinctively called out to another lion. It seems they usually get along quite well. Banban emerged from the lion and spoke with concern. Hurry to the river. Put out the fire on your clothes first. The lion chief glared fiercely at Xingyue before reluctantly running towards the riverbank. Bruce and his henchmen followed closely behind. The three lions thus hastily fled. Xingyue, Andrew, you two go after the lion chief. Xingyue grabbed the remaining branches from the ground and threw them at the lion pride. The rest of the tigers, beat them hard. Capture one if you can. But remember, don't kill them. They must be alive. The tigers roared thunderously in an instant. They were all as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Amid the chaos, Xingyue slowly walked towards the riverbank. I guess by the time I get there, everything will be over. Riverside. The once majestic and powerful lion leader was now soaking wet and covered in burns, looking quite pitiful. Xingyue squatted on the shore, looking at him with a smile. I know you're angry right now, but if I don't cheat, you'll be razing our tribe to the ground. The lion leader stood in the river, staring at her with eyes full of fury. If looks could kill, Xingyue would probably be dead 1,000 times over right now. But don't worry, we won't kill your people, because killing solves nothing. We captured you only to stop you from attacking our tribe. Impossible. Even though the lion leader had been defeated, his words were still very domineering. As long as you spare me and don't kill me, one day I will still raise your tribe to the ground. Why bother? This is the kind of scene that Xingyue least wants to see. Although I knew lions were indeed difficult to tame, I never imagined it would get to this extent. As long as you promise me you won't come again, your people won't be implicated. Don't you care about their lives? None of us lions are afraid of death. The lion leader held his head high and maintained his kingly demeanor even in a disadvantageous position. Just kill them if you want, don't waste time. Stars and moon. Xingyue looked at her with deep concern. Otherwise, just kill him. It'll save you from all the trouble later. No need, just tie them up and take them to the underground cave. Xingyue looked at Xingyue with a smile in her beautiful eyes, already having her own plans in mind. If we just kill them, how is it any different from how they treat other orcs? But, moreover, once their leader is captured, the rest of the lions will not dare to act rashly. Xingyue made this decision mainly because she had a bigger plan in mind. Xingyue gave Andrew a look. The two beasts immediately went over and seized the lion leader, pinning him down. Xingyue silently followed behind them, her smile gradually fading away. Unexpected. The news about the high-ranking female orc that I made up on the spot spread so quickly. It even brought trouble to the tiger tribe. It seems we need to be more careful from now on. Who knows which tribe will come next? When their main force returned to the village, they were greeted with the loudest cheers. All the orcs knew that they had defeated the mighty lions and protected the horde. Especially when they saw that some of the tigers were injured, they felt an indescribable sense of admiration. Sina, it looks like you and Xingyue will be busy for a while. Xingyue smiled at Sina and muttered to herself. I reckon we won't get any sleep tonight. We'll treat our wounded first, then the lion tribe. Treatment for the lion tribe? For a moment, Sina thought she had misheard something and checked again. That's our enemy. Wouldn't it be better if it died? Why bother treating it? Female orcs stop dying all the time. How are you going to find a mate if you keep dying like that? Xingyue reached out and pinched Sina's cheek, then laughed. Just do as I say, and I'll explain it to you later. That. Nini suddenly stepped out from the herd and pointed to the lion leader at the front. Can I have this? I want to try and see if it can become my partner. Xingyue was surprised that Nini had such high standards, taking a liking to the lion chief at first glance. You think you're worthy? The lion leader suddenly spoke in a low voice. You don't even know who you are. Chapter 17, I want to be Banban's partner. Later, Xingyue held a celebration banquet in the square. She used almost all her food reserves to throw a barbecue party. I achieved my first barbecue freedom in the orc world. Everyone cheered and celebrated their victory over the lion tribe. The females were in high spirits and showed off their dance moves in the square. Amidst a harmonious atmosphere, the three-person medical team, led by Senna, was extremely busy. They kept moving among the beasts, bandaging the wounded males. Xingyue's gaze remained fixed on Senna. It has to be said, Senna is very responsible and has the ability to manage a small team. He directed Xingyue and Tang Dang perfectly, as expected of the person I chose. Star and Moon, I have something to say to you. Xingyue took Xingyue's hand in the crowd, and the two walked towards the outer perimeter. Were you serious about what you said on the battlefield today? You want to conquer the entire lion tribe? Yes. Xingyue gazed tenderly at Xingyue, her heart aching as she looked at his wounds. She reached out and stroked his face, patiently explaining. Haven't you noticed that many females in our tribe are still single? Her voice was soft, but loud enough for Xingyue to hear. Ultimately, the females in the tribe have lost interest in the males. If this continues, the females have the right to leave the tribe. They will leave. A dark light flashed in Xingyue's deep eyes. He had never considered this issue before. Now that Xingyue has mentioned it, I've noticed it too. Although the arrival of male lions from the lion tribe might put pressure on the males in our tribe. She changed the subject. She smiled sweetly. If the male lions of the tribe are willing to settle here, do you think the females of their tribe, without the protection of the males, will also come along? Xingyue's gaze suddenly held a hint of complex emotions. When I first met her, I could tell that she was different from other female orcs. I just didn't expect it. She is incredibly capable, and her thinking is so insightful and unique. Song Xingyue knew Lingmu was a clever beastman. He would understand after just a little explanation. This way, both tribes can thrive and multiply, and the war can be stopped, preventing further orc casualties. Isn't that a good thing? Lingmu reached out and affectionately patted her little head. You're right, I'll listen to you. He knew that although she appeared calm on the battlefield today, she was actually very scared inside and needed comfort. Song Xingyue felt the warmth emanating from his palm. A smile returned to her face. Under the moonlight, she tiptoed and placed a kiss on Lingmu's face. Her fair face was flushed with a hint of shyness. I knew you'd understand. So, for the next while, you'll need to communicate with the other males. This will prevent them from having any complaints about outside tribes coming in. But I have a question. Lingmu reached out and gently stroked Song Xingyue's back. His gaze was intensely burning. After they enter our tribe, how can we be sure they won't harm our other males? Didn't they capture their tribe's chief and deputy chief? This is the point that Song Xingyue is most confident about. If I were arrested, would you dare to make any rash moves? This time, Lingmu was completely relieved and had no further objections. His gaze towards Song Xingyue became increasingly direct, and then he couldn't help but kiss her. Under the moonlight, Song Xingyue was pulled into Lingmu's arms and passionately kissed him. She gradually succumbed to it. Even her body began to go limp. No, that won't work. Reason told her that she couldn't quite accept having sex in the wild here. Lingmu thought he had been rejected, and his eyes were filled with disappointment for a moment. Song Xingyue leaned against Lingmu's chest for a long time before speaking again. Back in the cave, let's continue. Lingmu's eyes instantly burned with intensity. He immediately picked Song Xingyue up in his arms and carried her towards the cave. A night of passionate lovemaking. Song Xingyue felt like her back was about to break. She didn't know if she was too happy because she had won the battle last night. So he had too much fun with Lingmu and almost fainted several times. As soon as we emerged from the cave, I ran into Senna right in front of me. You guys had a pretty intense day yesterday. She started teasing Song Xingyue as soon as she saw her. We all heard it in the square. You called out quite well. Song Xingyue's fair face immediately turned so red it looked like it could bleed. But out of pride, she forced herself to remain calm. It's all right. Don't you guys order anything? Us? We call too. Senna's lips began to curl into a smile. But our calls are rough, not like yours, which is as clear and melodious as a bird's. Song Xingyue genuinely didn't think such words were a compliment. But it's obvious. Senna was indeed praising herself at that moment. Then, she cleared her throat and got back to the main topic. Why did you come to see me so early in the morning? I want Banban as my partner. Banban? Song Xingyue couldn't recall having such a name in the tribe. Who is Banban? He's the deputy leader of the lion tribe. Sina's eyes lit up whenever Banban was mentioned. I slept with him last night. He's willing to be my partner, so I wanted to inform the leader. Song Xingyue realized that Sina was no ordinary person. She was someone capable of great things. But she hadn't expected her to act so quickly. If you want him as your partner, why did you come to me? Lingmu, now dressed in animal skins, emerged from the cave. He embraced Song Xingyue's soft waist with lingering desire and whispered in her ear. For orcs to become partners, they must first obtain the leader's consent. Only by leaving their marks on each other under the leader's witness can they be considered truly partners. Imprint? Song Xingyue suddenly remembered the first time she met Lingmu, when he bit her shoulder, and the scar is still there to this day. So, at that time, Lingmu was planning to become his partner. But they clearly didn't get the tribal chief's permission back then. Could it be that I and Lingmu are an illegitimate couple? Chief, will you agree or not? Ahem, of course I agreed. After Song Xingyue came to her senses, she looked at Sina with a smile. Our tribe doesn't prohibit intermarriage with other tribes, so why would we object? Lingmu quietly tugged at Song Xingyue's sleeve and pulled her aside. Have you forgotten something important? What? Wasn't Banban the one you gave to Nini last night? Why did it become Sinus? In short, it almost burned out Song Xingyue's cup size. Yes, I clearly gave it to Nini last night, so how did it end up with Senna now? Do you agree with what I'm saying? Senna thought for a moment and blurted out. If you agree, Nini will agree. Chapter 18 Caught in a Love Triangle. Later, Song Xingyue still personally held a wedding ceremony for Sina and Banban. After all, I did ask Banban's opinion before getting married. Banban is willing to be Sina's partner. He's willing to spend his life with her. Under such circumstances, there's truly no way to separate this newlywed couple. I just didn't expect it. I just finished things here. Nini came straight over. She stared at Senna with eyes full of resentment. If looks could kill, Senna would probably be dead 10,000 times over. What right do you have to steal my mail? They're mine now. Senna took Banban's hand, a gesture that conveyed a sense of asserting ownership. We've become partners under the witness of the leader. What? Nini looked at Song Xingyue in disbelief, her voice trembling uncontrollably. You gave me the class yesterday, but Senna snatched it away. Aren't you going to punish Senna? Song Xingyue was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Senna beat her to it. It was clearly Banban who chose me, wasn't it? We hit it off when Banban brought us back yesterday. Besides, you didn't keep an eye on Banban, so it's not fair to say we eloped, is it? Nini's face turned red with anger. She bared her sharp claws and fangs. It looked like a fight could break out at any moment. I challenge you to a duel in the arena. She was so angry that her whole body was trembling. You stole my masculinity. I absolutely cannot tolerate this. Senna was not to be outdone, and her eyes suddenly darkened. We're already partners. Why should I go to the arena with you? Nini looked at Banban unwillingly, asking for his opinion. Didn't you say yesterday that you could be my partner? I am sorry. Banban looked at Nini with a helpless expression. But the person I like is Senna, and I want to reproduce with Senna and have offspring. Being caught in the middle of several people, Song Xingyue was not having an easy time either. It's unbelievable that this kind of love triangle would happen to these two people. You should know, if Nini's brother hadn't died on the battlefield, he would be Senna's partner by now. They should have had a very good sisterly relationship. So how did things turn out like this? Nini, actually, more males will be coming into the lion tribe later. Song Xingyue grabbed Nini's hand and pulled her to the side. You'll be allowed to choose the male yourself then. How about that? The most important thing is, Sina and Banban are already married. It wouldn't be right to have the two of them divorce and then marry Nini, would it? Wouldn't that lead to chaos? What's the deal with you being the leader? Nini simply vented all her pent-up anger and resentment on Song Xingyue. You clearly gave Banban to me last night, so how can you still be siding with Sina now? Just as Xingyue was about to explain something to Song Xingyue. However, Song Xingyue directly kicked him out. Let the females handle their own affairs. The males shouldn't interfere. Go patrol the outskirts of the village and, while you're at it, teach those new recruits some fighting skills. After hearing Song Xingyue's words, Xingyue reached out and stroked her face. Both Nini and Senna are excellent tigers. You must never let them hurt you. Don't worry, I won't. Song Xingyue took a step forward and threw herself into Xingyue's arms. Go soon and come back soon. Good. Xingyue reached out and affectionately patted Song Xingyue's head. Then he transformed into his white tiger form and vanished from the spot. Look, seeing this, Nini's eyes reddened even more. You all have male partners. I'm the only one without one. Isn't this bullying? She's been in a bad mood ever since Song Xingyue came to this tribe. Seeing this scene now makes me even angrier. You might as well just drive me crazy. You can keep bullying me like this. Song Xingyue quickly gestured to Sina, indicating that she should take Banban and leave first. Before leaving, Senna didn't forget to stick her tongue out at Nini in a provocative way. Then she took Banban's hand, and the two of them walked away hand in hand. Nini originally wanted to chase after them, but Song Xingyue grabbed her wrist. Why did you chase after them? Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes suddenly darkened, and her tone carried a hint of pressure. Banban already belongs to Senna, so you can't really go to the Colosseum with Senna just because of Banban, can you? I hate you. Nini's tears finally couldn't be held back and fell down, but she stubbornly wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. You failed as a leader. It's all your fault. Look at this. Song Xingyue looked at her helplessly, feeling both annoyed and amused. Yes, it's all my fault. How about this? I'll take you to the lion tribe now to choose a male mate. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Nini immediately stopped crying. But then he looked at her warily. Are you trying to kill me? What if the two of us females get captured by the males? We're very vulnerable. Were you vulnerable? Song Xingyue crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at her with a smile. Weren't you just going to the arena with Senna? I didn't see anything vulnerable about you. But just tell me if you're going or not. Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes were full of provocation, and she even resorted to reverse psychology. This time, I'll take you alone. I'm sure you'll find one you like. What do you think? Nini hesitated for only a few seconds before immediately agreeing to go. Just agree. For safety reasons, Song Xingyue. Afterwards, he took Lingmu and another male from the tribe with him to the lion tribe. It was almost dark. They had just arrived at the lion tribe. The moment the lion tribe saw Lingmu, they all became alert. Are you going to destroy our village after you've captured our tribal chief? It's obvious. You must have been frightened by Lingmu on the battlefield last time. Riding on Lingmu's back, Song Xingyue cleared her throat and looked at them with a smile. We are not here to exterminate your tribe. We just want to inform you that your deputy chief, Banban, has already formed a mate with a female from our tribe. Upon hearing this, all the male lions present were stunned, seemingly unable to believe what they were hearing. Song Xingyue smiled faintly and looked them over one by one. We came here this time to choose a male for another beautiful female in our tribe. She reached out and pointed to Nini next to her. Could you please let all the males without partners come out? Let this female have a good chance to choose. Chapter 19, Can you take me with you? At first, the males of the lion tribe remained very wary. But once they saw Nini's appearance clearly, some of the males immediately mustered their courage and volunteered to step forward. One of them stepped forward. Then others will also step forward. But one of the males pointed to Song Xingyue. I think this female is prettier, and I want to be her partner. Upon hearing this, Lingmu immediately revealed his sharp claws and fangs. A powerful tiger roar stunned them all. Song Xingyue reached out and patted Lingmu's neck reassuringly, smiling as she looked at them. I brought the females from our tribe here to find mates. I don't have any intention of finding a mate yet. Seeing this, Nini was very unhappy. I'm here to find a partner, so why are you eyeing our leader? What? The other males present were stunned. Your tribe has a female leader? Why not a male? Yes, indeed. How could there be a tribe with a female leader? It's simply ridiculous. How can a female, who is so weak, be a leader? A leader must be physically strong. Can a tribe led by a female really last? Want to be attacked by other tribes one day? Hey, you guys look down on me, huh? Although Nini doesn't like Song Xingyue, she still values the unity of the tribe. Even though your lion tribe is so powerful, you still couldn't defeat our tiger tribe, right? We've captured your leader and deputy leader, and you're still spouting nonsense here? Song Xingyue originally wanted to bring Nini to find males, but unexpectedly, she offended all the males with a single sentence. Although what Nini said was completely correct and true. But if a male is stripped of his dignity like this, will any male still choose him? Wow, this female speaks so domineeringly. I love it. She looks like she'd give birth to strong cubs. Yeah, even when she yells at people, it sounds so good. I bet it'll sound good when she yells at me too. I like this female. She has quite a temper. Many more males from the lion tribe stepped forward. It was all because of Nini's fiery temper that she stood up. Song Xingyue's worldview has been challenged once again. So these lions prefer the kind of fierce, short-tempered female, beastmen? Nini stood up straight, looking at them with an arrogant air. I've come here only looking for one male mate. There are so many of you. I can't handle them all. Why don't you try your luck in the arena? I'll take whoever is the strongest. These words were spoken. The males immediately began to rub their hands together and entered the arena one by one. Song Xingyue roughly counted them. There are 10 in total. They stood at the 10 positions of the large circle. They were all eyeing their opponents intently, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike and deliver a fatal blow. Nini watched that side with great interest, muttering to Song Xingyue in a low voice. I only need to take the strongest one later. It'll definitely be better than Banban. Song Xingyue wondered if the male who was taken away would be better than Banban. But if only I had known that the female orc's words would cause 10 lions to fight each other. Why not just take the females to the battlefield? Wouldn't that be like fighting 100 enemies by yourself? Why do you need the males to go and fight? But before she could think any further, a fight has already broken out here. They all let out deafening roars. The 10 lions then engaged in a chaotic battle. The scene was chaotic and bloody. Several times, Song Xingyue felt like her ears were about to go deaf. She patted Lingmu on the back, gesturing for her to move to the left so that her ears would feel a little better. After all, Nini came to choose a male. She didn't choose him herself, and there was really no need to watch such a bloody duel. Lingmu naturally understood Song Xingyue's intentions, and carrying her on his back, he steadily walked to the side. Even after being in the orc world for so long, she still couldn't accept the way the males were tearing her apart. It felt like watching an animal documentary. It was very bloody and cruel. Suddenly, Ling Mu crouched down and assumed a fighting stance. Xingyue saw a very thin-looking female beastman emerge from the bushes ahead. At this moment, her eyes were filled with fear and vigilance as she looked at the man and the tiger. "Are you from the tiger tribe?" After Ling Mu realized that the person was female, he lowered his guard, but his eyes remained fixed on her. "Who are you?" Xingyue simply jumped off Ling Mu's back and slowly walked towards her. "You've come looking for me?" "My name is Anin," the female orc began, introducing herself. "I'm the weakest female orc in the lion tribe." Xingyue looked Anin up and down. It has to be said, she was indeed very thin. She was just as thin as I was. But I am human, and she is a lion. This physique is certainly not considered strong by the standards of the lion tribe. Since you've come to choose a male partner, could you also take me to your tribe and assign me a partner there? She clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with pleading. "The males of my tribe don't like me. They think I can't produce healthy offspring. Could you take me back with you? I'm willing to go to your tribe, as long as you can assign me a male." She was on the verge of tears as she spoke. Seeing her trembling, Xingyue thought for a moment, but ultimately couldn't bear it and stepped forward to embrace her. "We would certainly welcome you to our tribe if you wish. However, I'm afraid I cannot arrange a mate for you. You will need to find one you like yourself." Upon hearing this, Anin immediately began to sob softly. "If the males in your tribe don't like me either, then I really have nowhere to go. How will you know if you don't try?" Xingyue reached out and tenderly wiped away her tears. "Perhaps some males might like someone like you, who knows?" Anin thought for a moment, then nodded heavily. The timidity in his eyes gradually turned into determination. "I'm willing to try visiting your tribe. Maybe I'll actually meet a partner." Xingyue turned her head to look at Ling Mu. "It seems you'll need to bring an extra female on the way back." Ling Mu stared intently at Anin for a long while before slowly speaking. "I don't need to take her. Andrew can just take her back. Nini will be going back with her partner in a bit." "I almost forgot. Nini was brought by Andrew when she arrived. There will naturally be an empty seat when you go back. Then let Andrew take you." Xingyue smiled silently. "Andrew has a very good temper. Don't worry. He will bring you safely back to the tribe." Chapter 20. Finding a partner is like opening a blind box. Final. In the returning group, the lion tribe now has one male and one female. The males of the tiger tribe were not very welcoming when they saw the two of them. The female beastmen are the same. Everyone turned to look at Anin. Their eyes were filled with hostility. "It's getting late. Why don't you come with me to my cave for a nap, and we'll arrange your whereabouts tomorrow?" Anin thought for a moment, then nodded hesitantly. "Then I'll trouble you." Xingyue was surprised that Anin was quite polite and likable. "Leader," Andrew suddenly spoke. "Otherwise, let Anin rest in my cave." He was still in tiger form, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. "I can sleep in another male cave or platform for the night. After all, females cannot spend the night in other female caves." Xingyue was unaware of such a rule. "But then I thought about it again. That seems to make sense. Even among females with the best relationships, there is still competition between them. If two females stay together for too long, they might develop feelings for each other's partners, which could lead to a difficult situation. And you?" Xingyue's gaze lingered between Andrew and Anin. "I don't know if I'm overthinking it, but I always feel like there's something going on between them." "All right then, we'll do as you say. Take Anin to your cave." Anin's face turned red right now. He seemed surprised to receive such advances from female so quickly. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Andrew very gentlemanly laid down on the ground, waiting for Anin to come up. With a light leap, Anin jumped directly onto Andrew's back, gripping his fur tightly with both hands. Sina rode over on her bicycle and looked at Nini with a puzzled expression. "You're really something, managing to get a mate from the lion tribe." "That's not true." Nini stood tall and proudly rode her male. "Are you the only one who can have a lion partner?" "I can have one too." Bam Bam looked at the battered Bruce, and for a moment her eyes were filled with complex emotions. Didn't he run back to the lion tribe after being captured by Ryan? Did he run back just to become Nini's partner in the Colosseum? Have you decided to become this female's mate? He didn't quite understand why they would come back if they had already run away. "If you're going to come, why don't you just come from the beginning? I've made my decision. Since you and Ryan are both here, of course I'm coming too." As Bruce spoke, a fleeting emotion, unreadable to the beast, flashed across his eyes. "I won in the arena and deserve to stay by Nini's side." Bam Bam didn't know why Bruce did this. But since it's his own choice, we should respect it. "Let's go." Sina didn't want to waste any more time talking to Nini, so she patted Ban Ban and turned to leave. She's just jealous of me. Nini watched Senna's departing figure, a mocking smile playing on her lips, and let out a cold snort. She didn't expect my lion partner to be even stronger. Song Xingyue remained silent, knowing that speaking at this moment could easily make her the trigger for trouble. Please hold a ceremony for us tomorrow. Nini was already impatient. She was determined to make the suggestion to Song Xingyue. I want to become Bruce's partner, and I want to give birth to strong cubs before Senna does. Good. Song Xingyue readily agreed. After all, this little devil can be quite a headache when he gets into trouble. Then I saw the two of them walk away. Ling Mu just happened to bring Song Xingyue back to the cave at that moment. Upon reaching the cave, he immediately switched into human form. A pair of deep eyes stared intently at her. Back then at the Lion Tribe, was it true that you didn't want to find a partner for the time being? Of course. Without hesitation, Song Xingyue threw herself into Ling Mu's arms and comfortably leaned against his arm, gazing at the distant starry sky. Those male lions are not in my consideration. The most important thing is, they are all in lion form. We have no idea what they look like in human form. It's just like opening a blind box. What if they choose someone based solely on body shape? When I get home and see that this person looks terrible, how am I supposed to sleep? They don't seem like Wolf Boys or the Lion King. I have seen what it looks like in human form. Opening blind boxes is too risky. It's better not to open it. Ling Mu suddenly reached out and gently cupped Song Xingyue's face. His eyes were burning with passion and affection. He slowly lowered his head and kissed her lips. Song Xingyue reached out and hooked her arm around his neck, accepting his kiss with a smile on her lips. It has to be said, Ling Mu is truly a promising talent. Many kissing techniques can be taught with a little instruction. You'll learn it very quickly, and it makes your heart flutter, just as she was beginning to succumb to it. Suddenly, a wolf howled outside. Ling Mu's eyes instantly turned cold. There was even an unconcealable killing intent in them. To be disturbed at such a crucial moment. Anyone would want to kill him to silence him. Is he a wolf boy? Song Xingyue regained her composure at this moment. Her fair face flushed. The voice sounds like it's him. As her words fell to the ground, the wolf boy leaped and appeared directly at the cave entrance, his shrewd eyes looking at them with a meaningful gaze. I never imagined that your tribe would accept males from other tribes so quickly under your leadership. Ling Mu slowly stood up, his deep eyes meeting his gaze. Do you want to die? Come over here now. I'm not an intruder. The wolf boy lazily stretched, looking completely fearless. Did it interfere with your mating? His question was incredibly irritating. Why don't you continue? I can speak after you're all better. Song Xingyue doesn't have that kind of fetish for attracting attention. They immediately asked him, is there something you need? I want to stay in your tribe. The wolf boy quickly stated his request. Since male lions can live here, can I too? Ling Mu clearly does not welcome the wolf boy. You can tell from his reaction. Song Xingyue naturally knew what Ling Mu was thinking. So for a moment, he was caught in a dilemma, whether to speak or not. Just when the two of them were at an impasse. It was the wolf boy who broke the atmosphere first. While it's true that tigers are stronger than wolves in combat, wolves have a significant advantage when it comes to hunting prey, and I can bring the tribe a bountiful harvest of game. Song Xingyue suddenly looked at the wolf boy with great interest. I never expected that he would have this side to him, besides being reckless. What makes you think you have an advantage in finding prey? Don't you like eating fish? The wolf boy had a nonchalant smile on his face. I can catch more rare fish, but that's something tigers can't do. Song Xingyue didn't know why. I always felt that the wolf boy in front of me was roguishly handsome, quite like a typical beast-themed Huangzongzi. Ling Mu naturally noticed Song Xingyue's unusual gaze. My heart aches faintly. Take me in, you won't lose out. I can bring you even greater benefits. Chapter 21, Slapping Her in Public. Early morning. As the first rays of sunlight fell, Nini brought Bruce directly to find Song Xingyue. Song Xingyue, still in Ling Mu's arms, opened her sleepy eyes when she was woken up and was in a very unpleasant mood. You're the leader. Why are you still sleeping in? Nini put her hands on her hips and glared at her fiercely. Even if you two were up to something last night, you shouldn't be unable to get up, right? Aren't you being a bit too weak? Where there's trouble. Song Xingyue's already fair face turned a light pink after Nini's words. Don't talk nonsense. Am I talking nonsense? Nini seemed to have heard some earth-shattering joke. Last night, I bet the whole tribe heard your shouts, right? The sound was so faint, it hurt my ears. Although Song Xingyue knew that orcs were generally quite direct in their speech. But I didn't expect it to be so direct. How can you just say something like this so casually? At least give them some face, right? How could someone go out and face people like this? Ahem, Nini, this is, after all, the leader's private matter. Even if we heard it, we don't need to say anything. Bruce looked at Nini thoughtfully and suggested that she stop talking. Nini raised her hand and slapped Bruce across the face. She yelled back at him, "Who gave you permission to interrupt? How rude and ill-mannered." Xingyue was completely stunned by Nini's slap. If you dare to interrupt me while I'm talking to other orcs again, don't blame me for being rude." Bruce stared in shock at Nini in front of him. He never expected her to treat him like this. Just last night, she was snuggling in my arms, saying how much she liked me. The result is now. But why would he directly embarrass himself in public? Xingyue stared at the scene before her in disbelief. Bruce is a lion, after all. A strong male lion was beaten in public like that. Nini really didn't give him any face. "Bruce, are you sure you want to have a couple's ceremony?" Xingyue mainly wanted to give Bruce one last chance. After all, Nini had just treated him that way. "Ido." As Bruce spoke, his eyes suddenly darkened, making it impossible to tell what he was up to. "It is an honor to be able to follow Nini. I am willing to follow Nini forever." After hearing this, Xingyue was more confused than understanding. While it's true that females are scarce in the orc world, that's no reason to attack males. In real life, what I hate most are men who abuse women. Even now, in the beast world, I absolutely dislike female beastmen who abuse males. "Chief, what do you mean?" Nini's mind seemed to suddenly click, and she looked at Xingyue with full of vigilance. "I've already slept with him. If he doesn't become my partner, will any other orc want him?" She spoke with such self-assurance. Her upright posture and raised chin exuded arrogance. "The fact that I can still have him and not abandon him is already the greatest blessing I can give him." Xingyue had no idea what this so-called blessing was. At most, she's just satisfying her own ego. She doesn't respect the people around her at all. But this thing, the most important thing is that one party is willing to give and the other is willing to receive. Since Bruce was willing, she didn't say anything more. Xingyue, now dressed in animal skins, slowly emerged from the cave. His slightly rough hands wrapped around Xingyue's slender waist and left his mark on her face. Xingyue's mood, which had been somewhat gloomy, instantly improved because of Xingyue's actions. Nini gets annoyed whenever she sees Xingyue, especially seeing how well he's doing now, which makes her even angrier. She targets him at every turn. "Chief, don't you think your male is being very unruly? There are females over here. Why are they all so affectionate with you?" The smile in Xingyue's eyes vanished instantly. The series of events that had just occurred had made her very uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, Nini is now recklessly jumping around in her own minefield, repeatedly courting death. "He's not Bruce. Who gives you the right to comment? But at least I am female." Nini straightened her back and looked at Xingyue with disdain. "Even you have to bow your head in front of me, right?" A dark light flashed in Xingyue's deep eyes. An indescribable chill permeated the surroundings. "You dare glare at me?" Nini raised her hand and beckoned to Xingyue. "But I never expected this." Not only did she fail to hit anyone with her wrist, she even got slapped herself. "You." Xingyue easily grabbed Nini's wrist with one hand, and with the other hand, she slapped Nini's face, which she thought was pretty. "You want to hit my partner? Did you even ask for my permission?" Nini never expected that she would actually get beaten up, and he was beaten by the leader. You need to know, although females hold a high status in the orc world, but if the leader were to intervene, no one would consider themselves to be in the right. "Chief, have you gone mad?" Nini let out a sharp scream. "He's just a male. You'll have plenty of other males around you in the future. Why would you turn against me for one male? Aren't you afraid I'll leave your tribe?" "Oh." Xingyue gave a habitual sneer, then frowned and looked at her with an expression as if she were an idiot. 2 points. Her tone suddenly became much more forceful. He was nowhere near as kind and approachable as usual. "First, my partner does not allow any female to interfere, even in the orc world where females have a higher status than males." Xingyue's heart. I was instantly deeply moved by Xingyue's words. Make yourself understand just how important you are to her. That slap just now, although I didn't intend to retaliate directly, but I never expected to get beaten up. If it weren't for Xingyue's first act of protection, I might have crippled one of her arms. But unexpectedly, she defended herself, even at the cost of turning against the females. His heart, an indescribable emotion, a feeling spread through me. It was somewhat strange. Second point. Song Xingyue slightly raised her chin, her self-confidence inexplicably arrogance. She came to Nini's side and looked her up and down. You said you wanted to leave this tribe, and you asked me if I was scared? Nini felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, which made her unable to move and even a little scared. Even though she didn't say anything harsh, she felt an inexplicable chill from the bottom of her heart. Which tribe are you going to? This was what Song Xingyue was most curious about. The most powerful lion tribe has now come to our tiger tribe. Do you think there are any other tribes better than this? Nini swallowed unconsciously, and it took her a while to find her voice. But if you tolerate the males being rude to me, then you, as the leader, have failed in your duty. Stop calling everyone male. Don't we all have names? Song Xingyue suddenly looked at Bruce with a meaningful expression. Even if women have a higher status, it doesn't give you the right to act recklessly and beat up orcs. Moreover, her tone suddenly became more forceful. When foreign tribes attacked us, the Lingmu were the ones who charged ahead. If they hadn't fought so desperately at the front, would you have been able to snatch the lions after the defeat? Her words were like a knife stabbing Nini's heart, shattering her proud self-esteem. To be fair, if they hadn't been defeated, would you really be entitled to have a strong lion as a companion? Chapter 22 Soft girls are just so appealing. Final. Song Xingyue still held a ceremony for Nini and Bruce. Nini was so angry that she rode away on Bruce right after the ceremony, her eyes red and swollen. Anyone who didn't know better would think someone had bullied her. As I passed in, I also glared at her. She now deeply dislikes these lions. Just seeing them annoys her, including Bruce. Chief, I've roughly understood the situation here. I'd like to ask what I can do. Anan's tone was full of uncertainty and lack of confidence, and even a little cautious. Although I'm the thinnest female orc in the lion tribe, I can still do my part. Did you sleep well last night? Song Xingyue looked at Anan with a slight smile. It has to be said, although Anan is petite, she is absolutely delicate and very pleasing to the eye. She's the kind of person who isn't a beauty at first glance, but the longer you look at her, the more beautiful she becomes. Will I be able to adapt to a new and unfamiliar environment? Yes, that's fine. When Anan heard the leader ask this question, the tension in her heart dissipated a little. But I can't just eat and stay for free. If there's anything I can do, I will definitely do it. Song Xingyue finally understood why men like this kind of gentle girl. A soft-spoken girl has a gentle tone when she speaks, and what she says makes people feel comfortable. Starting today, you can learn some life skills from the other female orcs in the plaza. I'll contact you if there's anything I need you to do later. Whether by coincidence or not, Andrew happened to be walking in this direction as well. Andrew, why don't you show him around our area? That way, she can integrate into our group more quickly. The moment Anan saw Andrew, her little face involuntarily turned red. Song Xingyue couldn't help but smile. Although we don't know what Andrew is thinking, at least Anan seems to have feelings for him. Leader, Sina and Banban arrived just then. Seeing that Anan seemed to be talking to the leader, they waited patiently by her side. Are you tired? Do you want me to switch forms so you can rest on me for a while? Why am I tired? I didn't do any heavy work. But last night, Banban didn't continue speaking after that, but the ambiguous tension between them said it all. I was a little tired last night, but not to the point where I need to rest. I can manage. The words, seemingly harsh and suggestive, drifted lightly around them. Hearing this, Anan blushed even more. Then I'll take Anan for a walk first. When Anan felt embarrassed, Andrew offered to take her for a walk. Anan followed Andrew away in a flash. You two shouldn't be talking to the other orcs at all. It's embarrassing for Anan to hear you. Song Xingyue turned around and looked at Sina, smiling silently. What's there to be afraid of? In any case, Anan will experience this kind of joy in the future. Sina held Banban's hand openly and stated her request directly. Chief, now that Banban has joined us, could I discuss with you the possibility of having Banban join the vanguard? This would strengthen our tribe's fighting power. Song Xingyue was surprised that Sina had the same idea as her, and she had been thinking of talking to them about it anyway. Lions are already formidable fighters. If Banban could join, that would be even better. She first acknowledged Banban's abilities and then slowly spoke again. This time when we went to your lion tribe, we only brought back one male and one female. Although most of the important people in your lion tribe are now with us, there are still many other beastmen in the lion tribe. I'd like to trouble you to make a trip and pass on a message for me. In fact, she had already decided to surrender to the lions that very day. However, because there were no other lions around at the time, and he was worried that they would be dissatisfied with him. He waited until now to say it. Please tell them that if they want to come and live here with us, we will treat them well. If they don't want to, then we hope they won't become enemies in the future. After hearing this, Senna looked at Banban with great concern. Do you need me to come with you? If it's inconvenient for you, I can go with you. Banban looked at Senna with affection and shook his head. It's just to deliver a message. I can handle it as a beastman. Besides, I can get there and back quickly on my own. You can just wait for me here. I went with Banban. After a long silence, Ling Mu suddenly spoke and released Song Xingyue's hand. Since we're going to the lion tribe to deliver a message, my going along will also show our sincerity. Song Xingyue's gaze toward Ling Mu suddenly held a hint of something intriguing. Why didn't she think that Ling Mu's reason for volunteering was that? Good. Banban readily agreed, completely unconcerned about these matters. Let's go together. It'll be good to have someone to look after us on the way, and we can go and come back sooner. In the evening, all the orcs from all the tribes gathered in the square to warm themselves by the fire, sharing the food that the males had brought back that day and eating with great relish. Ever since everyone in the tribe learned to make fire, there has always been a feeling that there isn't enough food. They even need 2 large wild animals a day to maintain their basic food and water needs. So be it. The tribe has now been infused with fresh blood, and even hunting 2 large prey animals a day is no problem. Wolf Cub, come out. While everyone was enjoying their meal, Song Xingyue waved to someone not far away. You caught these fish today, so come and meet everyone. The wolf boy walked slowly toward them with his hands behind his back. He plopped down in the seat next to Song Xingyue, chin slightly raised, a nonchalant smile on his lips. Is that you? After Nini got a clear look at the wolf in front of her, she stared at him in utter astonishment. Didn't you dislike this place? Why did you come here? What are you saying? I don't understand. After sitting down, the wolf boy picked up a small wooden stick and began grilling fish with great enthusiasm, completely ignoring Nini's words. With so many beautiful female orcs here, how could I not like this place? But you clearly said before. Nini suddenly realized. Only then did I realize that everything the wolf boy had told me by the river was a lie. His goal was to make him obey Song Xingyue and submit to her management. Seeing that she seemed to have realized what was happening, the wolf boy's lips curled into a slight, mocking smile. Looks like you're pretty slow, only realizing it now. Chapter 23, I agreed to him as my second partner. Although Song Xingyue didn't know what had happened between the wolf boy and Nini. But seeing the wolf boy's arrogant tone leave Nini speechless, I actually felt quite relieved. Nini always thought she was the most beautiful female in the entire tribe, so she had a terrible temper. Surprisingly, even when faced with a rebellious beastman like the wolf boy, they had to admit defeat. Cough, cough. The former leader, Wei Wei, glanced back and forth between the two beasts. He also noticed that the wolf seemed to have a complicated relationship with Song Xingyue, so he deliberately spoke up. When were you allowed to join our tribe? Did you already know the new chief? But the new chief never told us about it. Song Xingyue picked up the grilled fish and began to eat it slowly, a slight smile playing on her lips. I never expected you to be waiting for me here. Don't you recognize me? The wolf boy effortlessly defused Wei Wei's difficult challenge and looked at him with a smile. I am Lilier's son, and I've been wandering around your tribe for years. As the former chief, don't you recognize me? Song Xingyue silently put down the grilled fish in her hand and patted the dust off her hands. I thought everyone knew him. Isn't he Lilier's son? Don't you all know? Her answer inadvertently complimented the wolf boy's response. It was clearly a rare opportunity for Wei Wei to start, but now he's become the most passive player. It's not that I don't know them. Wei Wei was put in this position and had no choice but to answer. Wolves are known for their cunning, and I only kept them out for the safety of the entire tribe. I never expected you to let them in so readily, without even consulting us. Does this mean you don't respect us at all? Did you object when the lion tribe joined us? As Song Xingyue spoke, her gaze swept over the other beastmen who were watching the show. If we can accept the beastmen of the lion tribe, why can't we accept the wolf tribe? Besides, Lilier is a female beastman of our tribe. Don't her children have the right to stay here? The orcs looked at each other, none of them liking the addition of the wolf clan. But for a moment, they couldn't find a suitable reason to object. Actually, I'm already your leader's orc. The wolf boy suddenly uttered these words in the silence. The last time we met, I'm Marker Leg. What else is there that you're not allowed to do? The orcs were utterly shocked. They never expected that their new leader's second mate would be a wolf. The cunning wolf pack. Hey, That mark is clearly yours. Song Xingyue was about to say that it was forcibly added, but the wolf spoke first quietly. In the orc world, males who mark females without permission will be bitten to death. With so many orcs in your tribe, do you want to watch me get bitten to death? Didn't you bring this upon yourself? Even though Song Xingyue thought this way in her heart, she ultimately kept her mouth shut and tacitly approved of it. Ultimately, I also had my own selfish reasons. It would be a real shame if such a roguish and handsome wolf boy were bitten to death. New leader, I knew your relationship was more than just friendship. Otherwise, you would never have brought this wolf in. Don't you care about our safety? Chief, you were indeed wrong in this matter. Wolves are cunning by nature. Who knows what he might do next? I should break off my partnership with this wolf. I don't want to live in danger every day. Song Xingyue considered that everyone was wary of the wolf clan, so she thought she would approach them gradually. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, this wolf boy self-destructed. He directly plunged himself into this vortex. Really, handsome men are unreliable. Don't you think that if the new leader can subdue the wolf tribe, he will be able to subdue more foreign tribes to our tribe in the future? Amidst the strong protests of the beastmen, Senna stood up and spoke up for Song Xingyue. First there were lions, and now there are wolves. This means that more outside tribes will join our tribe in the future. That will strengthen our tribe. Do you really have to be so stingy? Song Xingyue was surprised that Sina was so kind. Even in such a disadvantageous situation, she still dared to speak up for herself. She's really capable. I also think that a leader should have the heart to embrace all orcs. Even the usually timid Anin weakly raised her hand, her eyes red as she looked at everyone. Just as I'm truly grateful that our leader has accepted us lions, I think the other orcs would be grateful to us if our leader were to accept more orcs. There's no need to be afraid of wolves, is there? After watching for a while, Andrew suddenly spoke up as well. We tigers are brave and skilled warriors. Not to mention now that there are lions in the tribe. Surely, so many males wouldn't be afraid of a small wolf pack? When the wolf boy heard about the small wolf clan, he did feel a momentary displeasure. Although it's true that I'm speaking up for myself, it's definitely unpleasant to feel looked down upon. Even if we can't match their strength, what if we compare agility? The outcome is unpredictable, isn't it? I agree that the wolf should become Xingyue's second mate. Ling Mu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up at this moment. His words were more persuasive than those of any of the beastmen. I was Xingyue's first mate, and I have the right to decide who my second mate will be. Isn't that the rules set by the orc world? In an instant, all the dissenting voices vanished without a trace. His first partner has spoken out. There's not much to say about the other orcs, of course. Just then, Banban and I were preparing to set off for the lion tribe overnight. I was also very worried about Xingyue's safety, so I asked the wolf boy to stay here tonight to protect Xingyue's safety. After saying this, he didn't even glance at Song Xingyue and called out Banban as he left the public eye. Song Xingyue was about to get up and call Ling Mu, wanting to chase after him and explain. Unexpectedly, the wolf boy grabbed her arm and pulled her into a hot, burning embrace. Your first partner agreed, so I'm yours now? After saying this, the wolf boy immediately showed his boyfriend-like strength by carrying Song Xingyue on his shoulders, ignoring everyone's stares. It's too noisy here. Let's go back to the cave and have a proper chat. Chapter 24, Do You Want to Die? Inside the cave, the wolf cub quickly shed his animal skin, revealing his strong upper body and his beastman nature. He was naturally handsome in a way that was almost aggressive. At this moment, with her upper body exposed and her V-line faintly visible, she possesses an indescribable wild beauty. Song Xingyue has always been powerless against handsome guys with abs. Unexpected, wolf's abs are just as good as Ling Mu's. His tan skin even makes his muscle definition more pronounced, giving him a more muscular and attractive appearance. Do you prefer me to be gentler or rougher? Wolf crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes fixed on Song Xingyue, who was sitting on the soft bed with a mixture of righteousness and wickedness in them. To be honest, this is my first time too. If you have any requests, I will try my best to fulfill them. Would you be satisfied if I let you leave? Song Xingyue pointed to the entrance of the cave. Didn't you say you could satisfy any of my needs? Impossible. Suddenly, the wolf pounced on her. He easily grabbed her wrists, raised both her arms above her head, and smiled as he looked into her eyes. Their eyes met. Song Xingyue's heart skipped a beat. Honestly, she used to love reading novels. She longed for all sorts of domineering wall slams and other similar moves. I never imagined that it would actually happen to me one day. And he's such a handsome werewolf. You and I are recognized by all the orcs in the tribe. Do you intend to abandon me now? What is irresponsible? Males abandoned by females cannot survive in the orc world. As the wolf spoke, it pressed its face against hers and sniffed her scent. It smells delicious. It smells wonderful. It made him wag his tail. Wouldn't it be better to have another orc companion? The wolf cub's voice gradually became hoarse. His bobbing Adam's apple seemed to tell Xingyue just how unbearable it was for him at that moment. But he was also afraid of scaring her. So try to take it one step at a time. I'm no worse than Xingyue. He suddenly lowered his head and gently kissed her lips, then looked at her meaningfully. Xingyue suddenly realized that he was different from Xingyue. Xingyue is relatively direct in this regard. It's the kind of article that gets straight to the point. But the wolf cub seems to be quite good at flirting. It's a kind of torturous and agonizing experience. She wanted to ask him to take the next step, but was too shy to say it. You actually like me too, don't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken me in here. Wolf cub's lips curled up slightly, his smile filled with a wicked charm. Since it's just the two of us here, don't hide your feelings. No other orcs will know. Xingyue's heart fluttered, and her fair face flushed pink. At this moment, she was completely and utterly captivated. The wolf cub before me. Everything about it suited my taste, especially in terms of ambition. He was born with the ability to fight against the entire orc world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have retorted so ruthlessly when Nini said those things. Unlike other orcs, he did not fawn over or submit to females. This is his innate nature. It's also a place I really like. Thinking of this, she slowly reached out and hooked her arm around his neck. Perhaps you're right, I do have some feelings for you, but there are conditions for me to be truly with you. Wolf Cub never expected that she would say such a thing at such a critical moment. It was like a flame about to spread, only to be doused with a bucket of cold water. What are the conditions? First, you must obey my orders. Second, you're not allowed to do anything to harm Xingyue. It seems you really care about Xingyue. The wolf boy was filled with intense jealousy. Okay, I promise you. After giving this answer, he kissed her lips again. This time, he no longer restrained himself. I truly possessed her. On the way to the lion tribe, Xingyue remained silent throughout. The atmosphere around them was so tense that Banban dared not speak to him. Nini rode Brewster and deliberately chased after them, looking at Xingyue triumphantly. How does it feel to see your beloved female with someone else? Xingyue raised his head, his deep eyes filled with a chilling gloom. What are you doing here? I'm looking for you. Nini jumped off Bruce and looked Xingyue up and down. I was just thinking, you must be feeling really bad now that Xingyue is with the other beastmen, right? Xingyue was indeed very upset, but he understood one fact even more clearly. That is, I want my loved ones to be able to live well in the orc world. First, you need at least 3 males to take turns protecting you. This way, she won't be taken away by other tribes. And the wolf boy, it just so happens to be one of the more combat-ready models. Although I felt uncomfortable, safety was more important than Xingyue's safety. Xingyue, why don't you come with me? Nini started spouting nonsense, even saying things that were completely nonsensical. Since Xingyue won't have time for you tonight, come with me, and we'll do it without anyone noticing. Bruce's heart ached terribly. He and Nini had just become partners. Who would have thought she'd be looking for other males so soon? And he's the leader's male? Do you want to die? Xingyue stared intently at Nini, his voice gradually turning cold. In the orc world, adultery by a married orc is a capital offense. If you want to die, just say so. You don't need to drag me down with you. I don't want to die. I just want to find some excitement. As Nini spoke, she carefully examined Xingyue. I was just wondering why the leader likes you so much. Is there something special about you that I'd like to try? Banban was surprised that they talked to each other so openly, as if she were just a decoration. You think you're worthy? Xingyue stared fiercely at Nini with his deep eyes, issuing a direct warning to her. Although your brother did die protecting me, I owe him, not you. You have no right to talk to me like that. Nini's expression gradually darkened. She hadn't expected Xingyue to be so disrespectful. If you dare to sow discord between me and Xingyue again, I won't hesitate to kill you. Even if you have Bruce, it won't help. Xingyue's words were very domineering and didn't even seem like a joke. I'll kill both of you. You could try if you don't believe me. Chapter 25. She's actually pregnant. A few days later, Banban and Xingyue led a group of lions back to the tribe. Song Xingyue ran over to greet them almost immediately. Upon seeing Ling Mu, whom she had been longing for day and night, she could no longer control herself and rushed into his arms, hugging him tightly and whispering softly, "I miss you so much. I'm so afraid you won't come back and won't want me anymore." Ling Mu wrapped his arms around her soft waist, a feeling of indescribable bitterness spreading through his heart. "How could I possibly not want you? As long as you remember that I exist, that's enough." Song Xingyue felt even more sorry for Ling Mu. His concession made him feel very guilty, but now that they have come to the orc world and have a second life, they can make choices again. My own selfish desire was naturally to experience the joy of Wu Zetian. So even though I felt guilty, I still did it. Seeing this, the wolf cub crossed its arms in front of its chest and snorted coldly. "Have to. The main character is back, so I probably won't have many opportunities for a while." Suddenly, a strong odor spread between them. Song Xingyue also felt a warm sensation all over her body, a familiar feeling that left her momentarily at a loss for what to do. Have the flamingos arrived? Flamingo? Song Xingyue had no idea what red crane meant, but the next second, Ling Mu lifted her up in the air. Even the wolf cubs began to be on full alert. "Senna, you can handle the rest. Don't bother us these next few days." "Good." Senna immediately understood what it meant. "You should come with me. I'll arrange accommodations for you." The strong smell of blood filled the entire cave. This caused Song Xingyue some distress. This is the world of orcs. My period came so suddenly, and there are no sanitary pads here. What am I supposed to do? You're going to have a baby. Ling Mu gazed at her with deep, possessive eyes. The arrival of flamingos means they can mate and have offspring. You mean? Song Xingyue suddenly remembered. I used to own dogs. A female dog's period is indeed the best time to mate. But I'm a human being. People should pay attention to hygiene. How can you do that kind of thing when you're on your period? Is it possible that I am different from other female beastmen? Although she accepted that this was a beastman world and many of its rules, she still found it hard to accept the idea of mating during this time. Females come to the flamingos once a year, and those few days are the best time to conceive. Why are you different from other female beastmen? For a moment, Ling Mu thought this was Song Xingyue's explanation. Think. She didn't want to keep the first litter of cubs for herself, so she said that on purpose. Song Xingyue was still unable to recover from the shock, her heart still reeling. What? Female orcs only get their period once a year? My period only comes once a month. This is a disaster for me. So you don't want to have my first litter of cubs? Do you want to have them with a wolf cub? Ling Mu finally asked the question that was on his mind most. Is that how it is? That's not what I meant. Song Xingyue came to her senses and, realizing she had been misunderstood, quickly began to explain. But as I said, I'm a high-ranking female orc. High-ranking female orcs conceive in a different way than other female orcs. She tried her best to explain her differences in simple terms, afraid that the simple-minded orcs wouldn't understand. We can only mate after the flamingo has come. We cannot mate while the flamingo is in heat. Ling Mu couldn't understand what Song Xingyue was saying at all. Even though he had never done anything with other female beastmen, he had heard rumors, and they were completely different from what she said. Believe me. Song Xingyue cupped Ling Mu's face in her hands, looked at him earnestly, and made a promise. I'd love to have a litter of cubs with you, but we can't mate when the flamingos come. Understand? We can do it after that. Ling Mu gazed deeply at Song Xingyue, whom he deeply loved. Seeing that she didn't seem to be deceiving him, he spoke uncertainly. After this period of time has passed, can we have a baby beast? It should be fine. Although Song Xingyue dared not make any direct promises, it was still better than when she came to Honghe. If you're willing to wait patiently, I will definitely give birth to a litter of cubs for you. Ling Mu was tormented by the decision, but in the end, he nodded heavily in agreement. However, this matter must not be known to the other orcs. He was still quite wary. If other orcs find out that your fertile window is different from other female orcs, there might be gossip. Song Xingyue threw herself into Ling Mu's arms and hugged him tightly. It's unbelievable that even now he's still thinking about himself. Wolf cub, you're the same. After giving instructions to Song Xingyue, Ling Mu also gave instructions to the wolf guarding the cave entrance. You mustn't tell any of the orcs. Only we know about this. Don't worry. Although Wolf and Ling Mu disliked each other, they shared the same goal. Protect Song Xingyue. I will stay guard at the door the whole time. I won't let any orcs notice. Ling Mu tried his best to suppress the urge he felt after smelling the flamingo and frowned slightly. We might need your cooperation tonight. 14 days in total. Xingyue spends almost every night amid screams. Her voice echoed throughout the tribe. Of course, the first 7 days were just a charade. But in the last 7 days, I almost broke my back from being played by Ling Mu. This was the first time the orcs in the tribe had ever encountered an orc whose gestation period could last up to 14 days. I instantly felt a deep respect for Ling Mu. I think he should be the most powerful orc in the entire tribe. Even Wei Wei couldn't help but wonder. How can a male be so sexually powerful, so terrifyingly powerful? Autumn is indeed a good time for mating. Sina and Ban Ban chatted as they gathered herbs. I just didn't expect that the fertility period of high-level female orcs would be so long. Other female orcs only last 7 days at most. Ban Ban reached out and gently patted Sina's little head. We've already conceived, and we hope that when the time comes, we'll be able to have our own cubs. Let's talk about it after the baby is born safely. Nini, riding Bruce, looked at Senna with an arrogant air and snorted. Many female orcs die giving birth to their offspring. Don't let your offspring fail to be born and you die too. That's still better than you not coming to Hongha at all. Senna's eyes instantly sharpened, carrying a hint of murderous intent. You should know how terrible the fate of female orcs who don't come to the Red Crane is. Don't die before me. Chapter 26 took a full 14 days to complete. Day 15. Ling Mu finally emerged from the cave. Seeing that his once strong body had lost a lot of weight, you could tell how hard he had been working lately. He sent the wolf cub to guard the area while he went out hunting. He understood just how weak Xingyue was right now and how much she needed to be nourished. In the tribe square, everyone was eagerly awaiting the leader's arrival. These 15 days. Because during the time the leader was pregnant with a beast cub, nothing disturbed the leader. But now the tribe has many thorny problems that need to be addressed. When Xingyue appeared before everyone riding a wolf, they began to eagerly tell her about what had happened during that time. Chief, since you arrived in flamingos, many males from other tribes have come, repeatedly trying to attack our tribe. Ling Mu isn't here either, but thankfully Ban Ban is leading the defense. But what if it's your fertile period next time? Chief, many more females have arrived in the lion tribe. Since they had nowhere to stay, they've raided the caves of the other males. They've even ordered us to fetch them food. The females within the tribe are getting along very poorly. They fight frequently, and just the other day, Senna and Nini even went to the arena, resulting in both of them being badly injured. Our medical tribe clearly doesn't have enough people. Do you think we should add some more medics? Xingyue never expected that so much would have happened in just half a month. She was still starving, but she had to sort out this chaotic situation right now. She thought about it and decided to tackle the first issue first. Where's Ban Ban? Ban Ban, carrying Senna, appeared at the forefront of the orcs. Thanks to you, our tribe was spared from being seized by other tribes. You deserve immense credit. Therefore, from now on you will be the tribe's leader. Next time we encounter this kind of attack, all the males will be at your command. As she said this, the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. However, if Ling Mu is present, it would be best to discuss it with him first. After all, Ling Mu has been leading everyone all along. Good. Ban Ban agreed, immediately, without hesitation. Leader, Bruce is also very brave. Nini still had ointment on her arm, and her face was covered in bruises. Why is it that instead of Bruce leading everyone, Ben is leading everyone? Seeing Nini's disheveled appearance, Xingyue subconsciously looked toward Sina. Senna immediately straightened her back, as if showing off that she had won the arena match. She almost burst out laughing, but thankfully she managed to control herself well. Ban Ban was the deputy chief in the lion tribe before. Is it not enough to make him a squad leader? But Bruce can't lead the team. Xingyue abruptly interrupted her. Since he followed you, he has lost all his orcish blood. Can an orc like that still fight on the battlefield? Bruce felt a sharp pain in his heart. I used to be one of the top lions in the lion tribe in terms of fighting strength. But now, they have lost the fighting spirit they should have had. You useless piece of trash. You can't even get a squad leader position. Nini unleashed all her anger on Bruce, hurling insults at him relentlessly. You think you're worthy of being called a lion? You're not worthy at all. You should discipline your partner at home. Xingyue found Nini's voice very annoying. She was already trying her best to handle things here, and now she had to see a scene that made her so uncomfortable. Although Nini harbored resentment, She couldn't openly contradict Song Xingyue, so she had to suppress her anger for the time being. We're the females of the lion tribe. Song Xingyue looked over at the crowd and saw that about 4 female beastmen had stepped out of the group. She carefully examined the female orcs. They were completely different from Anin's gentle and weak appearance. Their skin was dark, and their physiques were strong. Needless to say, their posture was impeccable. Each one held their head high and chest out. It's clear that they lived quite well in the lion tribe before. But this is a tiger tribe. It wasn't their original tribe. Although you are females in the orc world, now that you've come to our tribe, you must abide by our tribe's rules. What are the rules in your tribe? Rose, with her stunning figure, looked at her fearlessly and spoke directly in front of everyone. Isn't it your tribe's rule that females have a higher status? We came here because we heard that females have a high status. The other female orcs of the lion tribes meant the same thing. We came here because we heard that Anin is living a good life here. Our tribe is indeed very friendly to females, but only if you follow our rules. Even when facing several strong female beastmen, Song Xingyue did not back down. Your arrival here without the tribe's permission is considered unauthorized trespassing. Oh no! Rose was displeased upon hearing this. Which tribe in the orc world doesn't welcome females? Do we need your permission? When Xingyue and Ban went to your lion tribe to recruit you, you didn't come, but then you came later. This is called trespassing. Song Xingyue's words were merciless, and her beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold. After all, we are not obligated to provide you with food, clothing, and shelter unconditionally. If you come to our tribe and do not contribute, we will not keep you here. These words were spoken. The indigenous people of the tiger tribe immediately felt a little better. God knows what chaos the entire tribe became after those female orcs arrived. They bully any male they see, acting all high and mighty, which is really annoying. All right then, Senna, all these female orcs will join the medical team. Starting tomorrow, we'll take them to gather herbs. Good. Sina had been quite annoyed by them lately, and now that she heard they were all going to be under her control, she felt a little better. She smiled at them, feeling a sense of satisfaction. You're all so strong. Gathering herbs shouldn't be a problem for you, right? What? We still have to work? Rose was immediately displeased upon hearing this. We didn't have to work when we were in the lion tribe. The gate is over there. Song Xingyue stretched out her hand and pointed to the location of the tribe's gate. If you want to stay here, you have to work. If you don't want to work, you can leave any time. The other female orcs of the lion tribe thought for a moment and tugged at Rose's arm. All right, the lion tribe has hardly any males left. If we get kicked out, we'll have nowhere to go. Rose isn't stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here. After thinking it over, she finally suppressed all her emotions and silently shut her mouth. Song Xingyue saw that this female beastman wasn't stupid. She did know what it meant to be flexible and adaptable. Then his gaze fell on everyone again. As for the issue of female orcs from other tribes having nowhere to stay after they arrived, she deliberately dragged out the last syllable. Then he curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Starting tomorrow, I will lead you in building houses. 1 orc from each household must come out. Do you understand? Chief, what about the females without males? Anin weakly raised her hand at this moment. Does that mean females are needed to participate in the construction? Yes. Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes softened involuntarily, and she smiled faintly. While females are not as strong as males in combat, their ability to build is a different story. Chapter 27. A man, a tiger, and a wolf found the sea. That evening, Song Xingyue then told Xingyue and Langer about her plan to build a house. Xingyue is currently grilling fish for her in front of the fire. Looking at his skillful movements, she does give off a sense of being a virtuous wife and loving mother. The wolf cub sat at the entrance of the cave, constantly on guard, sensing something amiss. However, both of them listened very attentively to what Song Xingyue was saying. When they encounter something they don't understand, they will directly ask for discussion. After the fish is grilled, Xingyue blew on it to check the temperature, making sure it wouldn't burn his mouth, before handing it to Song Xingyue. We can talk about building a house tomorrow. The most important thing right now is to fill our stomachs. Looking at the dark, grilled fish, Song Xingyue thought for a moment, then carefully peeled off the skin bit by bit with her hands and began to eat it in large bites. He kept muttering to himself while eating. If you hadn't kept withholding food from me and tormented me, why be starving like this? Xingyue immediately lowered his head, and it was clear that his cold and stern face was full of annoyance. But this is true for all females during conception. Wolf Cub was now rubbing his hands together, looking over here with great anticipation. Next time you're pregnant, could you give me a litter? I'm your second partner, so isn't it my turn to take turns? Upon hearing this, Xingyue immediately picked up a small stone from the ground and smashed it directly at the wolf's head. The wolf cub didn't even try to dodge. It simply reached out and easily caught the small stone that was rushing towards it. If you don't want to give way, then don't. Why resort to violence? Did you learn that from Nini? Xingyue never expected that Lang'er would resort to backstabbing. Even if Nini isn't around, she still has to betray Nini. However, on another note, Wolf suddenly dropped his playful grin and became quite serious. That female beastman named Rose was probably no better than Nini. Xingyue naturally agreed with Lang'er's words. To put it bluntly, Rose is a troublemaker, much like Nini. But Nini is a headless troublemaker who only knows how to talk back and won't give up until she's suffered a loss. But Rose is more intelligent than Nini. These orcs are even more intriguing. Are you really going to assign them living quarters with males? Wolf Cub then posed another crucial question. Once a female orc like Rose gets a mate, she'll probably cause us a lot of trouble in the future. Let's leave it to fate. Since it hasn't happened yet, Xingyue doesn't know how to prepare for it in advance. Let's take it one step at a time. We haven't reached that point yet, so there's no need to overthink it. She ate the fish in her hand that had almost no seasoning. Suddenly, I remembered something very important. There was a great line in the documentary series A Bite of China that I watched before. Food without salt is not good food. That's how it is right now. Since coming to the orc world, I haven't known what salty or bland tastes are for quite some time. At first, people might have been able to make do with this authentic flavor just to have enough to eat. But as time went on, I feel like my taste buds need to be soothed too. What's wrong with you? Lingmu noticed her absent-mindedness and looked at her with concern in his deep eyes. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Xingyue snapped out of her daze and forced a smile. When you're out wandering around, have you ever seen the sea? Ocean? Ocean? Lingmu and Lang'er asked the question almost simultaneously. Clearly, they didn't understand what sea meant. Xingyue simply picked up the long stick on the ground and started drawing on it. That's how it is. At high tide, there are waves like these. At low tide, it exposes areas full of sand. They're much bigger than our little river. Even after hearing Xingyue's explanation, Lingmu still had no idea whatsoever. On the contrary, Wolf Cub sat there thinking seriously. Are you talking about the river on the far left of the village? Upon hearing this, Xingyue looked at him with great joy. Is this what I'm talking about? How about I take you to see it? Wolf was unsure whether what he saw was exactly what Xingyue had described. He simply switched to beastman form and prepared to take her to see it. It's getting dark. It's not safe to go now. Lingmu stood directly in front of them. The tribe has been disturbed by other tribes recently. Going out now would be too dangerous. Why don't you just go with them? The wolf cub doesn't understand the concepts of danger or not. All he knows is that he needs to make his partner happy. If Xingyue is happy, perhaps the second litter of cubs will be born to her. By then, I'll have my own descendants. Xingyue looked at Lingmu with pleading eyes. Let's just go take a look. We have to build houses tomorrow. We don't have time to look around. Or, why don't you come with us? Lingmu was fearless. Even when he was disliked and driven away by the tribe, he was never afraid. But he just couldn't stand the way Xingyue looked at him in pleading. Seeing those eyes melts my heart, and then I feel a pang of heartache. Although he didn't say anything, he silently transformed into his beastman form. Soon, a man, a tiger, and a wolf arrived at the great river the wolf had described. The moment Xingyue saw the sea, I couldn't help but cheer and jump for joy. I ran barefoot towards the beach. Feel comfortable walking on the beach. It really is the ocean. Wolf and Lingmu rarely saw Xingyue so happy, and they were both stunned for a moment. Heaven hasn't forsaken me. There's seawater not far from our tribe. Now I can finally have salt to eat. She was so happy she danced with joy. They kept running after the waves. Her clear laughter echoed throughout the entire beach. Although the tiger and wolf on the other side didn't know what she was laughing about, they were inexplicably infected by her happiness, and their eyes softened as well. Lingmu, wolf cub, Xingyue suddenly turned around and gave them a bright smile. This is the ocean. It's different from a river. The fish in it are different too. She had barely finished speaking when she suddenly stepped on something hard. It hurt her sore soles. She lowered her head and touched it with her hand. To my surprise, it turned out to be a scallop. She held the scallop in her hand with delight and couldn't help but exclaim, "We're having a seafood feast tonight." Lingmu and Langer walked steadily toward this side. Seafood? A grand meal? A seafood feast. Song Xingyue held the scallops in their hands and asked them to identify the species. "You two, look for this along the edge of the beach. It's edible, and it tastes delicious." Chapter 28. Killing is the most unwise thing to do. It was well past midnight. The man, the tiger, and the wolf finally returned to the cave. Song Xingyue hastily set up a grill using wooden sticks and placed the scallops on it to grill, until the scallop's shell opens on its own. She couldn't wait to take it and start eating. The moment the delicious flavor enters your mouth, she suddenly felt that her life was complete. "I've never eaten such fresh seafood before. It's absolutely delicious." She then gave some more to Langer and Lingmu. Watching their pupils gradually dilate, they even turned black, just like kittens. I knew they must have tasted the delicious food. The tribe will have another food to eat. Lingmu looked at Song Xingyue with deep affection in his deep eyes. Unexpectedly, she has access to so many resources. This way, there will be more types to choose from in the future. Song Xingyue nodded repeatedly, completely agreeing with Lingmu's idea. If we can find a beachcombing team, the entire tribe can enjoy the freshest seafood from now on. Not to mention, there are more than just scallops in the ocean. There are also crabs, sea cucumbers, and all kinds of sea fish. However, these things require some tools to collect. And the salt that I want most. It needs to be extracted from seawater, provided that a container needs to be made. But there's no rush to make the containers. Eating more scallops can also replenish the salt your body needs. The most urgent task is to build houses. It's noticeable that the leaves in the surrounding dense forest have turned yellow during this period. It seems winter is coming soon. Although these caves are still habitable for the time being, they don't feel cold once a fire is lit at night. But in winter, it definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. The beastmen, on the other hand, have animal hides and fur that allow them to switch forms and gather together for warmth. What about me, a human? Wouldn't I just freeze to death? So, building the house is the most important thing. Everything else can wait. Tomorrow, Lingmu and Langer will split up and each lead a team. Song Xingyue picked up a small wooden stick and started drawing on the ground. For the mountain herdsman, you need to find some tree branches, the thicker the better. If you can find a wooden stake, that would be even better. Lingmu looked at the paintings Song Xingyue had drawn and slowly nodded. "Wolf, you must take people to find mud." Although Song Xingyue couldn't draw the mud, she still gave Langer a general explanation. Whether or not you can build a house depends mainly on the two of you. Once the house is built, the whole tribe will have a much better winter. Early the next morning, Lingmu then gathered all the orcs in the square. He and Wolf each chose two teams. One person went to find thick wooden stakes, and the other went to make mud. Certainly, Banban led the remaining orcs to guard the area around the village. This way, the females in the tribe can be well protected. Song Xingyue sat in the center of the square. After the fire was lit, the scallops were placed on top amidst everyone's expectant gazes. After the scallops opened, she distributed the delicacies to everyone present. After everyone tasted the fresh scallops, they all raved about the flavor. This is exactly the effect Song Xingyue wanted. Then he looked at Senna. "You take a small group of people to the vicinity of the sea I mentioned and bring back more scallops." Senna picked up the uncooked scallops and examined them carefully. Then she nodded heavily. She selected a few more women from among them and took them away. "Why should I go with them?" Rose reluctantly followed in the middle of the beachcombing group. "We've only been here a few days, and you expect us to join in the action? If you want to starve to death, you can just say so." Sina's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for Song Xingyue in the square to hear. Song Xingyue gradually curled the corners of her mouth into a knowing smile. It has to be said, he has a pretty good eye for orcs. Senna is truly a leader. It can help you relieve your worries and solve your problems. After everyone had left, she picked up 2 grilled scallops and headed towards the underground cave. The Lion King of the Lion Tribe is imprisoned in the underground cave. Now, most of the Lion Tribe's beastmen have come here. Only a few lions remain, their whereabouts unknown. To express their sincerity, they should always release their original leader. Upon entering the underground cave, one sees the Lion King, who has become noticeably thinner. Even so, his high spirits and the kingly aura between his brows could not be concealed. "You've finally arrived." The Lion King looked at her with a meaningful gaze. I thought you were too scared to come. I'm bringing you some food. Xingyue placed the grilled scallops directly in front of him. Given that his hands are bound by ropes made of plant fibers, eating may be inconvenient. She pried open the scallop with her hands and brought the edible part inside to his mouth. Are you trying to poison me? The Lion King had never seen this kind of food before, and for a moment he looked at her warily. If you want me dead, just say so. There's no need for all this. If that's the case, why don't you dare to open your mouth? Xingyue actually quite liked this kind of temperamental beastman. After all, if a male has no temper, is it still a male? People like Bruce, who never fight back or talk back, are really hard to respect. On the contrary, these temperamental orcs gave him a feeling of overwhelming desire to conquer. After a moment of contemplation, the Lion King opened his mouth, although he had never seen this kind of food before. But I don't know why. Deep down, however, he told himself that this female would not harm him. He chewed the food in his mouth. That kind of deliciousness was something he had never tried before. You always believed your lion tribe was the strongest, so you kept attacking other tribes. But ultimately, isn't strength simply about which tribe is wealthier? Xingyue sat on the ground, calmly watching the Lion King in front of her. War may bring you temporary vanity, but peace is sometimes a different kind of victory. This was the first time the Lion King had ever heard such words. But from her calm eyes, one could sense that she seemed to want to assimilate herself. I'm already captured by you. Even if you execute me directly, I can't struggle. Why bother telling me all this? Because I want you to live a good life in this tribe, instead of having your mind filled with killing all the time. Xingyue suddenly felt a sense of admiration for her own eloquence. They even suspected that they were brainwashing him, constantly trying to brainwash him. You. Xingyue didn't give the Lion King a chance to speak and stuffed another scallop into his mouth. Many people from your group have already chosen to live here. If I were to release you now, would you also choose to live here? Chapter 29, This Damn Understanding. Xingyue tapped her fair fingers rhythmically on the ground, silently counting in her mind. I want to see how many seconds it takes for the Lion King to agree with what he said. She remained calm and patiently gazed at the beautiful face that held a special place in her heart. If he weren't an orc, but a real person, he's definitely the best choice for the domineering CEO male lead role, because he possessed an innate nobility. On the battlefield, they possess an invincible and domineering aura. On IQ, they are also much more intelligent than other orcs. He is both brave and resourceful, a rare find in the orc world. If it weren't for the fact that I, a modern person, had come here, he might have actually been able to flatten the White Tiger tribe and then conquer the entire orc world. But sometimes luck is also a very important factor. To meet yourself, this is all fate. Your people are living a prosperous life in this tribe. They no longer have to worry about going hungry. Isn't that wonderful? Seeing that he was so calm, Xingyue began to persuade him in another way. Ultimately, isn't your goal to conquer the world so that your people can live a wealthy life and never go hungry again? The Lion King slightly raised his eyes to meet those smiling eyes. Now that they've all submitted to you, why don't you kill me? I don't want to kill you because I think it would be a shame if you died. Xingyue took a deep breath, then sighed heavily and spoke her mind. A king may die in battle, but he should never die such a pathetic and unjust death. Ryan has been fighting against tribes large and small for a long time, constantly battling on the battlefield, and has never retreated a single step. He believed that dying on the battlefield would be a great honor. Perhaps there are other things that I cannot agree with. However, I do agree that it is acceptable to die in battle. You want me to live so I can work for your tribe? What makes you think I'd agree to that? Don't you want to see what it's like after conquering the orc world? Xingyue knew his ambition, so she wanted to use this as a bargaining chip. You'll fight alongside me to conquer the world. After we've won, whether you stay or leave, I absolutely won't stop you. What do you think? The Lion King never expected that the female orc before him also wanted to conquer the entire orc world. They appeared delicate and frail, completely unable to take care of themselves, and require a lot of protection and care from males. Yet he has such great ambitions and dares to utter such arrogant words. Conquering the orc world? Her? Xingyue naturally noticed the scrutiny and disdain in his eyes. You can roughly guess what he's thinking. Compared to you, I am indeed powerless, utterly incapable of resisting. Yet, I have managed to imprison you here through wisdom. Do you understand wisdom? It's right here. Xingyue pointed to her head and smiled sweetly. Wisdom is the most powerful weapon, far more potent than your sharp claws. Wisdom? The Lion King had never heard of such a vocabulary before, but judging from her actions and gestures, he knew she was referring to the brain. He admitted it. The female orc in front of me was indeed quite clever. She was quick-witted, and I had even fallen into her trap. Conquer the orc world. I know it might take you some time to adjust. Why don't you reconsider? Xingyue knew that haste makes waste. Especially for a king like the Lion King, time and patience are essential. I will have them bring you food on time. Remember to eat on time and don't go hungry. When the Lion King saw that she was about to leave, he suddenly called out to her. I'm fine with you conquering the world with me, but I need a formal title. Status? A title that allows you to stay by my side. The Lion King looked deeply into her eyes and spoke, word by word. To possess the greatest power and be free from constraints, one must be the leader's partner. You just said you'd give me time to consider, and I'll give you time to consider these things as well. Xingyue had considered that the Lion King might make a request, even if it was to become the leader. But I never imagined that someone would become my third partner. Although, she also had a strong liking for him, and even a desire to conquer him. If I just have a wolf cub by my side now, wouldn't it be too promiscuous to immediately find a third one? Although I'm not a good person. I'm waiting for your reply here. The Lion King gazed at her intently, speaking slowly and deliberately. Once you've thought it through, you can come find me anytime, anywhere. Xingyue pursed her lips and remained silent for a long time. She suddenly realized that this Lion King was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. You've taken a liking to me? She's at least prettier than other female orcs. The Lion King made no attempt to conceal his thoughts and launched a direct attack. Furthermore, I'd also like to see what kind of creature the offspring of a high-ranking female orc and a lion would be. After leaving the underground cave, she returned to the square. Xingyue has already led his small force back. Each of them carried a thick log on their back. They were all dirty and covered in dust. The moment Xingyue saw Xingyue, he dropped the wood on the ground and asked her a question. Is this the kind of wood? Yes. Xingyue reached out and gently wiped the sweat from Xingyue's forehead. But this is far from enough. We need more. The wolf cub's pack just happened to return. After seeing her wiping Xingyue's sweat, she immediately ran over and pointed to her own face. I also need you to wipe my sweat. I'm quite tired after a busy day. Xingyue's deep eyes delivered a sharp glare to Langer. The wolf cub frowned slightly and raised its hands in surrender. Fine, you're the boss. I won't wipe the blanket if you don't let me. But he never loses out because of his sharp tongue. If you hadn't met Xingyue first, who knows who your first partner would have been? Xingyue watched the two dirty-looking people bickering and smiled silently. Hurry up and get to work. Later, when we have some free time, I'll take you to the river to bathe. Bath. Xingyue and Langer said those two words almost in unison. They then glanced at each other and then looked at each other with disdain. Xingyue couldn't help but sigh at their damn good chemistry. Her lips curled up slightly, a smile even harder to suppress than an AK. Cough. She then cleared her throat and spoke, forcing back a laugh. Then you'll know what taking a bath is like. Taking a bath can actually enhance the relationship between the two of you. Chapter 30 is Wolf Cub Your Name? Riverside at Night. Xingyue stepped barefoot into the river and waved to Xingyue and Langer. Her face was full of bright smiles. Bathed in moonlight, it appeared exceptionally gentle and dazzling. You guys come down too. I'll show you what a real bath is. Xingyue's deep eyes gradually began to burn with heat. He didn't know what it meant, but she still chose to believe her and went on. Seeing this, Wolf Cub followed, wanting to see what was going on. Who knew? They had just gone into the water. Xingyue scooped up the river water and splashed it directly at them. Xingyue's eyesight was momentarily impaired, but when he could see clearly again, he was captivated by the girl before him. Real. Nice. It's so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off it. The wolf cubs were in a similar situation. Although her eyes were squinting from being splashed, seeing the smile on Xingyue's lips made it all worthwhile. Now you can do what I did and rub yourself with river water. As she spoke, Xingyue scooped up some river water and began washing her arms. Upon seeing this, the wolf raised an eyebrow. Is it called taking a bath to irrigate your whole body with water and scrub yourself? Xingyue had thought that Langer was adaptable, but she hadn't expected it to be this strong. I couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. That's it. That's what taking a bath is all about. It washes away the smell of sweat, making you feel drier when you sleep. Wasn't it more convenient to take a bath in that stretch of ocean before? Wolf stretched lazily and had to admit, splashing himself with river water felt really good. Xingyue greatly admired Langer's ability to apply knowledge to new situations. However, she still needed to make a correction. The seaside is certainly larger than a river. However, seawater contains salt, which can corrode the skin, so it's not suitable for bathing. Only river water is suitable. What is salt? The wolf kept listening to these unfamiliar new words, and it was quite curious. Is it something that can hurt us? You'll find out later. Xingyue smiled gently, then looked at Ling Mu over there, feeling a sense of relief. Look at that. While you were asking questions, Ling Mu had already started taking a bath. Ling Mu's execution ability is definitely higher. Wolf glanced at Ling Mu. He even began to suspect that Ling Mu wasn't a tiger, but a puppy. Why are they so obedient? Do you just do whatever your partner tells you to do without even asking? Let me rub your back. Xingyue took the initiative to come up behind Ling Mu and gently rubbed his strong back with water. The girl's slender hand touched it, causing Ling Mu to stiffen and shudder. He didn't even dare to move. His deep eyes gradually deepened, even revealing a strong sense of desire. This taste, it was somewhat agonizing, yet also something to cherish. The places where little hands touched felt tingly and numb. The feeling was unlike anything I had ever experienced before. I need a back rub too. The wolf sat directly in the icy river water, looking like a drowned rat. His furry ears wobbled because they were wet. It unintentionally gives off a sense of trying to be cute. Will you come over and scrub my back? Xingyue was amused by the wolf cub's appearance after just one glance. This is what he looks like now. People would believe he was a Czech wolfhound. He's hardly a solitary wolf. Ling Mu grabbed Xingyue's hand. Although he didn't say anything, the tightly clasped fingers expressed his dissatisfaction. Helpless, Xingyue could only go to Ling Mu's side first, but he still chatted idly with the wolf cubs. Speaking of which, is your name Wolf Cub? She rubbed his back very gently. Even though she knew that orcs weren't afraid of being rubbed, she still kept her strength down. You're from the wolf clan, so is your real name Wolf Cub? Yes, that's my name. The wolf cub wagged its large tail, forcing itself to calm down. Even though the wolf's claws had already secretly hidden in the water and started playing with the stones. As far back as I can remember, that's what my people have called me. That must be my name. Xingyue's heart. Suddenly, I felt unwell. He was telling him what his people had told him since he could remember. It wasn't his parents who told him. In other words, he probably never lived with his parents, otherwise he would never have said that. Isn't my name good? Wolf. People who call me that once will basically remember it. He didn't care about such things at all. A name is just a label. Compared to others telling me to get lost, Wolf is much better now. Xingyue paused in her hand movements, then slowly curled the corners of her mouth into a smile. Actually, I think Wolf Cub sounds quite nice too. I doubt any other wolves share the same name as you. Some don't even have names. Wolf Cub spoke casually. Because we wolf cubs have never been accepted, and far more have been abandoned. Xingyue never expected that there would be such deep hostility towards the wolf clan in the beastman world. They're even willing to abandon their own children. This kind of thing happens not only in wolf packs, but also in other places. Ling Mu suddenly spoke in a low voice. Some are due to racial issues, and some are due to color issues. Color? Xingyue suddenly remembered how unwelcome Ling Mu was by the tiger tribe when they first met. Think about it carefully. It seems that most of them are brown, except for Ling Mu, which is white with black stripes. So, are you disliked because of your color? Ling Mu did not answer, but sometimes silence is another form of response. No way. Xingyue had heard this before. In the cat world, white cats are the least popular. On the contrary, tabby cats and calico cats are more popular, and are considered the Lu Yifei of the cat world. Tigers and cats both belong to the feline family. If that's the explanation, then it makes sense. It's highly likely that Ling Mu was ostracized simply because it was white. Oh my god, why are my two partners so pitiful? Why do they both make me feel so sorry for them? Isn't it my turn yet? The wolf cub had already secretly crushed countless stones and was gradually losing patience. How about I go first, and you guys go first? They've arrived. Xingyue had just finished massaging Ling Mu's hands and then switched to Langer's side. I must say, it's actually quite comfortable. The wolf cub squinted comfortably, its two fluffy ears twitching, looking quite adorable. Even his tail couldn't help but wag. This is enough to prove just how comfortable he was at that moment. Lingmu looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel that it was a bit too much for him. He silently went ashore, picked up his animal skin clothes, and slowly put them on, trying his best not to look over there. Star Moon, speaking of which, aren't you interested in that lion leader? Wolf suddenly asked the question casually, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Song Xingyue paused slightly in her movements, then slowly spoke. He's outstanding. Isn't it natural for me to be interested in him? Chapter 31, That's Not My Child. Since that day, Song Xingyue immediately set a rule for Ling Mu and Langer to take a bath every 3 days. However, Ling Mu and Langer did not like to take a bath together, so I thought about it a lot. This resulted in a 3-day shift system for showering. The construction project is also in full swing. Under the guidance of Ling Mu and Langer, progress was rapid and efficiency was high. She even thought that it was fortunate she had 2 partners, otherwise it would be a problem to decide who would be the captain to lead the orcs. Senna. In the square, Song Xingyue suddenly called out to Sina, who was about to get busy. She took Sina's hand and pulled her aside. Sina rarely saw Song Xingyue like this, and immediately became serious. What's wrong, Chief? Is something the matter? Seeing that there were no other beastmen around, Song Xingyue asked in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. I've been in the tribe for so long. Why haven't I seen Lilia? Lilia? Senna answered in a low voice, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Wasn't Lilia sick for several years? If it weren't for the former leader's reluctance to let a female die and his willingness to give her food, Lilia would probably have starved to death long ago. Get ill? So it's not that she didn't want to see the wolf cub, but that she couldn't because she was sick? You're looking for Lilia because of your second partner, right? I advise you not to go, because Lilia definitely doesn't want to see him. Song Xingyue sensed something amiss in Sina's words and asked a follow-up question. Why? Why wouldn't you want to see your own child? All I know is that Lilia utterly despises wolves, the kind of wolves that make her want to fight them to the death. Aren't wolves also wolves? If Lilia wanted to see them, wouldn't she come out even if she were seriously ill and crawling on her hands and knees? Song Xingyue's heart suddenly sank, because she felt that what Senna said made a lot of sense. If we want to meet, no distance is too far. I don't want to see him. Even if it were right next to me, I probably wouldn't want to take a second look. Where does she live? She still wanted to find out what was going on. Now that she has become Wolf's partner, she doesn't want to see him regret it. She? Senna pointed to the farthest and highest cave over there. She lives there, and basically no one visits her except for the former leader who occasionally goes to see her, bringing her food or something. What are you talking about? Rose just happened to be passing by in the group at that moment. Senna, are you tattling on us? I knew you had no good intentions towards us outsiders. Song Xingyue only heard this one sentence. I knew that their relationship with Senna must have been quite unpleasant during this period. Senna turned around and gave her a hard look. Well, have I ever had ill intentions towards you? Aren't we all working together? Judging from Sina's demeanor, Song Xingyue knew that she could handle this little matter well. So he turned around and headed straight for the highest cave. She really wanted to see Lilia and know what had happened to Wolfie. I'm also very curious. Why would a mother abandon her own child to the point of never seeing him again? She struggled to walk up the mountain. We finally arrived at the entrance of the cave. Before I even went inside, I heard a violent coughing sound coming from inside. That cough sounded like it was coughing up its liver. It was heartbreaking to hear. Who has arrived? A weak voice came from inside the cave, accompanied by persistent coughing. I am the new leader, Song Xingyue. Song Xingyue appeared confidently at the cave entrance, then looked at her with a smile. Are you Lilia? The new leader. Lilia barely managed to sit up, her body weak, and began to look her up and down. Heard of you, cough, cough. A superior female, huh? You really are different from us. Did Wei Wei tell you that? Song Xingyue never expected that Lilia would be so young. If Wolf hadn't said before that Lilia was his mother, he probably wouldn't have thought that the young female beastman in front of him was an elder. They're clearly around my age. She went inside, sat down on the relatively clean floor next to her, and looked at her with a smile. It seems you and Wei Wei have a good relationship. When Lily mentioned Wei Wei, her eyes darted away noticeably, as if it was something she was reluctant to talk about. Song Xingyue smiled slightly, and then spoke. I came here mainly to see you, and by the way, to tell you that your cub, Wolf, is now my second partner. That's not my cub. I've never had a cub for the Wolf clan. Even though Lily looked extremely weak and could barely sit up, she became very excited when she heard about this topic. The thing I hate most in my life is the wolf pack. How could I possibly have a cub with a wolf? New leader. You must have made a mistake. Song Xingyue didn't expect that everything would happen exactly as Sina had predicted. Lilier was indeed very averse to the existence of the wolf cub. Cough, 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 cough. She coughed violently again, and even vomited blood due to her emotional state. Song Xingyue's gaze fell on the pool of blood. Then she frowned and looked at her. Please don't get agitated. If you don't want to acknowledge the wolf cub, you can do so for now. But how did you get this illness? How long have you had it? I've forgotten. I don't remember. Although Lily didn't directly tell them to leave, her attitude was clearly not good, and she was unwilling to cooperate with any questions. Song Xingyue took a deep breath, then helplessly grasped Lilier's pulse and placed 3 fingers on it. What you are? Don't speak. Song Xingyue was glad that she had worked in a traditional Chinese medicine clinic for a year after graduating from university, so she had some basic knowledge of pulse diagnosis and herbal medicine identification. Her expression was very complicated. The atmosphere around her gradually became heavy. Am I about to die? Lily couldn't help but ask the question in the end. Otherwise, why would you have that expression? You shouldn't die. This isn't a fatal disease. After Song Xingyue let go of her hand, she slowly raised her head to look at her. Whether you recover depends mainly on your cooperation. If you cooperate, there shouldn't be any problems. Are you sure? Lilier had been in the cave for so long that she had long been prepared to die. I'm not afraid of death, but I don't like being deceived. I did not lie to you. Seeing that she didn't believe her, Song Xingyue gave her a reassuring reassurance. I was hoping you would reunite with the wolf cub after you recovered. So how could I possibly let you die? Chapter Harminsketu or Stolen Kishi Sharivort. After leaving the cave, Song Xingyue had been trying to figure out Lilier's condition. Based on her symptoms, it should be some kind of lung disease. Feeling her pulse, apart from some deficiency of qi and blood and weakness, there was nothing else wrong. If you keep coughing, it's almost certainly a lung disease. Only, since arriving in the beast world, I have encountered far too few herbs. Currently, only the leaves of the boatwort have anti-inflammatory properties. No herbal remedies for treating lung diseases have been discovered yet. It seems we should go up the mountain with Senna to search for other herbs and resources nearby to alleviate Lily's symptoms. What are you thinking? The wolf cub came back from outside looking dirty, and at first glance, it looked a bit like a husky that had just finished playing in the mud. So engrossed in thinking. Nothing. Song Xingyue still couldn't tell Langer about visiting Lilier. Because of the resistant look on Lilier's face when she mentioned the wolf cub, she was worried that it might hurt the wolf cub. What are you doing getting into the mud? Wolf sat down next to Song Xingyue and casually took out a small flower from his pocket. I picked them casually, and they smell pretty good. Song Xingyue noticed that the little yellow flower he handed her was a bit wilted, which meant it must have been in his arms for quite a while. I picked it up and smelled it. Suddenly, I smelled a very familiar scent. This taste. Honeysuckle? She looked at the little flower in her hand with great surprise. Her excitement was indescribable. This is like having a pillow delivered to you when you're sleepy. Just when I was worried about Lilier's illness, honeysuckle appeared. What incredible luck. Where did you find it? Wolf Cub saw the surprise and excitement in her eyes and raised an eyebrow at her. Is it something important? It is a medicinal herb. Unable to contain her excitement, Song Xingyue held Langer's hand, eager to get started. Although it looks like a small flower, it actually has medicinal properties. Its effects are similar to those of Hediotis diffusa leaves, but there are some differences. Since she came to the orc world, all the orcs now knew what herbs were and how important they were. Wolf Cub never expected that the little flower he casually picked was actually a medicinal herb. For a moment, his eyes were filled with a vacant look, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Where did you find it? Song Xingyue clasped her hands together and looked at him expectantly. Can you take me there? Good. After a long silence, the wolf cub readily agreed. Then, he leaned towards Song Xingyue and asked in a voice that only the two beasts could hear. Since this is a medicinal herb, does that mean I've done a great service for us? Yes. Shouldn't there be some kind of reward? Award. Song Xingyue hadn't finished speaking. The wolf cub kissed her directly on the lips, not caring whether the surrounding beastmen would see. Song Xingyue stood there stunned, seemingly not expecting the wolf cub to suddenly kiss her. It took her a while to come to her senses, her face slightly flushed. This is a reward. Wolf looked at Song Xingyue with satisfaction, then switched into beastman form. Come on, I'll take you to find this herb. Honeysuckle. Song Xingyue emphasized it again before climbing over to him. It is indeed a herb, but this herb is called honeysuckle. Wolf didn't care about honeysuckle at all and had no interest in herbs. But as long as Song Xingyue likes it, I'll take her to find it myself. As I passed by the door, they just happened to catch up with Ling Mu's team heading back. Their eyes met. Wolf spoke minen felito linkmu. I'm taking the chief to find a herb that only I know about. We'll be back before nightfall. Ling Mu ignored Langer and looked at Song Xingyue, sitting on his back. Do you need me to come with you? No. Before Song Xingyue could respond, Langer had already rejected her outright. I don't want other orcs to know about that place. I can only tell the chief. After saying that, he immediately increased his speed, disappearing from sight in a few leaps. Vigus, standing to the side, couldn't help but mutter to herself. Isn't this wolf a bit too arrogant? You were clearly the first partner, but now he seems to be the one acting like the first partner. That's definitely going too far. Lung Feng had never seen such an arrogant orc before, and he frowned slightly. Taking advantage of the leader's current novelty towards him, he doesn't even respect Ling Mu, which is really going too far. Ling Mu found their words utterly annoying. Looks like you guys aren't too tired today, otherwise you wouldn't have the energy to gossip here. We're doing this for your own good. Vigus was getting anxious when she saw that Ling Mu seemed completely unmoved. You finally managed to get such a wonderful high-ranking female orc as your leader, and now your second partner is already acting so arrogantly before even the first litter of offspring has been born. What are you going to do now? You don't need to interfere. I believe the leader will make his own judgment. Although Ling Mu felt uncomfortable, he believed even more that she was not a muddle-headed leader. Don't say things like that again, at least not in front of me. Lung Feng and Vigus exchanged a glance and silently shut their mouths. Let's unload all the wood inside. Ling Mu began to lead them inside. We still need a lot more wood. This is far from enough. He led a few others to the resource storage point. But as soon as they arrived, they heard arguing coming from not far away. These are my fruits. Why should I show them to you? Rose's sharp voice came from the side, accompanied by grievance. If you want to eat it, go find it yourself. Why are you trying to steal my fruit? I'm not trying to steal it, but I've never seen this kind of fruit before, and I need to show it to the leader. Since spending time with Song Xingyue, Sina has come to understand what unknown resources mean. The fruit in Rose's hand didn't look very appetizing, but it is something that has never been seen before, and the leader should definitely take a look at it first. Hearing the argument, Ling Mu put down the wood and walked over there. What's all the noise about? Does your tribe still steal other people's food? Rose was furious the moment she saw Ling Mu. Why should I hand over the fruit I brought myself? Doesn't your tribe always advocate freedom and all that? Is this what you call freedom? Ling Mu's deep eyes fell on Senna for just one glance, then looked at Rose. Is it a fruit we've never seen before? Rose's expression instantly turned sour. What do you mean? Are you like Senna? Those that haven't been seen before need to be shown to the leader. Ling Mu's words were almost exactly the same as Senna's. Don't worry, I'm just looking. I won't steal your fruit. Chapter 33, Only Mating Offspring Are Strong. After arriving at the location of the honeysuckle, Song Xingyue was completely stunned by the scenery. Unexpected. There are so many honeysuckle flowers here, it's such a huge field. At first glance, it looks like a sea of flowers. It's actually quite nice. This is the place where I collected that herb. It's honeysuckle. Song Xingyue emphasized this as she walked in that direction. She squatted down and touched the honeysuckle petals. The honeysuckle doesn't have as much moisture now as it did in spring. After all, it's already autumn, and the leaves will probably wither in a while. It seems we'll have to wait until next year to find them again. Let's take them all off. Song Xingyue made a decision on the spot. Just pick the leaves, don't pull it up by the roots, otherwise it will grow back next year. All of them? Wolf Cub looked at the vast expanse before him, his brows twitching slightly. Just the two of us? Yeah, just the two of us. Song Xingyue has already started collecting the materials. She carefully plucked the petal and placed it in her palm. Not long after, I couldn't put it down in my hand. Come here. She looked at the wolf cub. Take off your animal skin clothes and give them to me. Do you want to mate? The wolf cub hesitated for only a second before immediately taking off its animal skin clothes and even its skirt. I never imagined you'd be so adventurous, enjoying mating in these deep mountains. I like it. What are you thinking? Seeing that the wolf had misunderstood her meaning, Song Xingyue quickly explained. I mean, use your animal skin clothing to hold the leaves. It wouldn't be good for me to take my clothes off, would it? No way. I've already taken my clothes off. How can I put them back on? Wolf walked towards Song Xingyue step by step, a meaningful smile on his lips. He suddenly squatted down and looked her in the eye at close range. There were no other orcs around, so I might as well do it. What was there to be afraid of? Song Xingyue admitted it. For a moment, I was drawn to the wolf cub's aura. He couldn't help but swallow hard. But I might be pregnant with a baby animal right now, but where can I mate? Isn't this just reckless? What kind of international joke is this? Animals should only mate if they have offspring. Wolf grabbed her chin and looked at her with a smile. Don't you know that animal offspring only become stronger through mating? Song Xingyue was so shocked by his words that she almost felt like her cerebellum was about to atrophy. What? Do offspring from mating become stronger? Seeing that she seemed to be hesitating, the wolf cub simply pounced on her. But one hand still held her head and gently pressed it down. Don't you believe me? His deep, husky voice had an indescribable allure at this moment. Xingyue, you should know that I would never lie to you. Song Xingyue's heart. At this moment, I was completely captivated. She silently turned her head away, saying nothing, but tacitly approving of his actions. The wolf gave a wicked smile, lowered its head, and nibbled at her fair neck. He enjoyed this time. Enjoy. The only time I spend with the stars and moon. Later, Song Xingyue and the wolf returned to the tribe. I was originally going to announce the good news that we had found honeysuckle. But as soon as we arrived at the square, then I saw Rose standing there with her hands on her hips, cursing incessantly. Your tribe kept saying you would accept us orcs from other tribes, but what happened? Is this how you treat us? We have to fight for all our own resources, and now you want to steal our original resources? As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears of grievance. She was truly furious. If your tribe insists on targeting us outsiders in this way, we can leave. We don't necessarily want to stay here. Song Xingyue immediately jumped off the wolf cub and looked at Ling Mu standing to the side. What happened? Just as Ling Mu was about to speak, he noticed a mark on Song Xingyue's neck. Looking at the wolf cub staring at him with a defiant gaze, everything was already self-evident. Ling Mu? Seeing that Ling Mu hadn't spoken for a while, Song Xingyue called his name softly again. What happened? Ling Mu came to his senses, suppressed his displeasure, and told Song Xingyue the whole story. After listening, Song Xingyue quickly made a decision. She came up to Rose and looked at her with a smile. Is it because of that fruit you're holding that we've never seen before? Her voice was gentle and soothing, and at that moment it had a calming effect on the animal's heart. What kind of fruit is this? Could you show it to me? I've probably never seen one before. Rose hadn't expected that after all her fussing, the leader wouldn't be angry. Instead, he treated her with such an attitude. What happens after you've seen it? Will you try to take it away? I won't steal it. Seeing that she didn't seem to believe her, Song Xingyue stretched out her hand and made a promise in front of all the beastmen. Rest assured, everyone, now that we have chosen to accept you, we will treat you all equally. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was very powerful. What our tribe of orcs has, you will have too. We won't steal what you have, but since we're living together, I hope we can share resources a little. She worried that the orcs might not know what resource sharing meant, so she explained it again. In other words, anything we have that you haven't seen before, we can teach you about, and perhaps we can even use it together. And what about things you have that we haven't seen before? Could you also introduce them to us? We can make animal skin clothes, soft beds, start fires, and eat seafood. Haven't you enjoyed all of these things? After being bothered by Rose for so long, Senna finally got a chance to speak. Now you only have one fruit, and you're hiding it from us? Isn't that a bit stingy? Is it that our tribe is treating you badly, or are you deliberately unwilling to share with us? Mengyu also emerged from the group of orcs. Even though he looked a little nervous, he still spoke up. We just wanted to see if it was some kind of herbal medicine. If it is, then we can find a way to treat any orcs who get sick in the future. No intentions. Gradually, the bees started exchanging words. In short, every sentence revolves around the so-called resource sharing. Seeing this, Rose could no longer hide it and spread her fruit out in her hand. This is the fruit. It's a unique fruit from our lion tribe. Many of our lions eat one when they have nothing else to do. This is... Song Xingyue carefully examined the fruit in Rose's hand, and then her eyes gradually lit up. Loquat. Her breathing quickened, and she looked at Rose with surprise. You have done a great service to the tribe. Do you know how many orcs your fruit can save? Chapter 34. Her cubs were killed by wolves. For several days in a row, Song Xingyue was busy processing honeysuckle and loquat. She first found an open space and spread all the honeysuckle leaves on it. When the sun comes out, we put it there to dry. When the sun sets, all the honeysuckle flowers are taken back to the cave and covered up properly. I'm so afraid it will get damp or get wet with dew. I cherish it very much. During this period, Sina and Xingyue also continue to learn from Xingyue. After all, they were the tribe's doctors, and doctors need to know the uses of these herbs in order to treat illnesses better. Unexpectedly, this rose actually did a good job. Sina gets a headache every time the topic of roses comes up. She was already incredibly willful, and now that she has rendered meritorious service to the tribe, she'll probably be even harder to control. Rose, that orc, is actually quite easy to befriend. How could Xingyue not see through Rose's little scheme? Ever since she arrived here, she's been causing trouble. What's she doing all this time? Isn't it just trying to get the tribe to pay attention to her, and to get all the males to notice her? Sina hadn't thought about this issue before, but now that she heard the leader say it, it seemed to make sense. She's much easier to handle than Nini. Xingyue smiled as she looked at Sina and patiently taught her. Since she's restless in the group, why don't you arrange some other things for her? Like taking her out for a walk, looking for things we've never seen before. That'll be fine. She was talking as she processed the loquats. There were only the 3 of them in the cave at that moment. The rest of the orcs were in the square preparing for their evening barbecue. Sina remained silent for a long time, seemingly processing what the leader had said. You and Xingyue will be helping me manage the tribe from now on, building good relationships with other orcs, and establishing your own prestige. This is very important. Xingyue never expected that he was actually part of the leader's plan. She actually said she wanted to work with Sina to help her manage the entire tribe properly. His heart, an indescribable feeling, was spreading. Because he was too thin and weak, he was not accepted by the other orcs in the tribe. Their situation is no better than that of the Xingyue people. But now, the leader actually values him so much and trusts him so much. I don't know if I can do it well, but I'll try my best. Xingyue couldn't help but laugh when she saw Xingyue's expression. I have to say, Xingyue can be really funny at times. His fur is curly, it's naturally curly. Although it is indeed a tiger, sometimes when it is in human form, it looks more like a harmless sheep. Okay, do your best, that way I can have an easier time later. Xingyue gradually broke into a bright smile, and then asked about something that had been on her mind for a long time. Are you familiar with Lilio? She put down what she was doing and looked at the 2 of them very seriously. Do you know anything about Lily's past? Can you tell me about it? Lilio? Xingyue glanced at Sina across from him, hesitating for a moment whether he should speak. Actually, seeing how much the leader cared about Lilio's matter, Sina decided to tell her. I haven't told you this before, mainly because I was afraid that you would have a bad opinion of Lilio after I told you. Because of her past, she has always been ostracized by other orcs. Another case of exclusion? Xingyue discovered it. Even in the orc world, bullying exists. If being ostracized isn't bullying, then what is? Actually, Lily had a litter of cubs before, but she was captured by the wolf clan while pregnant. It said that the wolves killed all the cubs. They then forcibly took Lily and gave birth to the wolf cub she is now. Xingyue's hand trembled. The loquat fell to the ground with a clatter. You're saying the wolves killed all the cubs she gave them? She was shocked. She never expected such a thing to happen. Isn't the rule of the orc world that females and cubs cannot be harmed? How could the wolf clan do this? The wolf race is the most despicable being in the entire orc world. Xingyue never said anything else, but he was very resistant to the wolf clan. Because their wolf tribe is so small, they often go out to capture females from other tribes to breed with their offspring. Many of our tribe's females have also been captured and haven't returned yet. It took Xingyue a while to come to her senses. Just as she was about to continue asking questions, a series of footsteps sounded. Xingyue, it's time to go to the square for lunch. Ling Mu's sudden appearance interrupted their conversation. Seeing this, Xingyue decided not to ask any further questions. We'll go there once we've sorted things out here. Sina and Xingyue immediately started helping Xingyue with her tasks. In no time at all, everything is packed up. Ling Mu walked over and took Xingyue's hand, their fingers intertwined. I prepared your favorite grilled scallops for dinner tonight, along with some barbecue. You've been busy with the herbs lately, so you should nourish yourself properly. Xingyue didn't know why. When I heard the word supplement, I actually imagined something else entirely. She found that she seemed to have become tainted ever since she arrived in the beast world. I don't know if they were directly infected by the beastmen. In the square, the beastmen had already begun to feast. Several orcs were surrounding Rose. It's probably because she recently made great contributions to the tribe that she's being sought after by the other orcs. You've arrived. As soon as Langer saw Xingyue, He immediately ran over and handed her the grilled scallops. I just blew it. The temperature is just right. You should try it. Just as Song Xingyue was about to take it, Ling Mu took the scallop away. Let me check if the temperature is just right. Wolf Cub's eyes narrowed instantly, looking at him with utter disrespect. I'm giving this to Xingyue, not to you. I'm going to feed Xingyue too. After confirming the temperature, Ling Mu removed the scallop meat and personally fed it to Song Xingyue's mouth. Open your mouth. Song Xingyue was indeed hungry at this moment. When she smelled the scallops, she didn't think much and just opened her mouth to eat them. Tasty. Actually, your location is not here. Ling Mu didn't give Langer a chance to speak to Song Xingyue at all and pointed to the seat next to him. Only her first partner can sit next to her. As her second partner, you can only sit to the side. Wolf Cub clenched his fists tightly, his chest heaving violently. But ultimately, he didn't say anything and sat down a little further away with resentment. Song Xingyue rarely saw Langer being so obedient. Curious, she asked, is he really that obedient to you? The rules of the orc world. After Ling Mu led Song Xingyue to sit down, he spoke calmly. The first partner has absolute rights. Only the first partner can sit next to the first partner. Others must sit in the adjacent seats according to their order. Hierarchical system. Song Xingyue instantly understood. She couldn't help but marvel at how the person who invented this system was a genius. But this is for the best. That way, you won't have to sit next to both of them, putting you in a difficult position and preventing you from enjoying your meal properly. Boss, we found Bruce lying on the riverbank, covered in blood. Lung Feng suddenly ran over and lowered his voice. I wonder if he's dead. Should the leader go check on him? Chapter 35, I Am the Rule. Riverside. When Song Xingyue saw Bruce covered in blood, she was startled. She went over to check. They found that Bruce's body had no good spots at all. It was covered in scratches like claw marks. Sina and Mengyu arrived immediately to check on the scene. They were also shocked by what they saw. Bruce, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Bruce's eyes were fixed ahead and that he was still somewhat conscious, Song Xingyue asked him a question. Did an outside tribe hurt you? No. Bruce seemed to have no will to live at this moment, speaking bitterly. No outside tribes hurt me, yes. It's Nini, right? Seeing that Bruce wasn't going to speak, Sina simply spoke for him. During this time, the chief was busy organizing medicinal herbs and didn't notice anything else happening in the tribe. Actually, Nini beats Bruce every day, whether she's happy or not. She just didn't expect him to go so far this time. Did Nini hit you? Song Xingyue always stands on the side of the weak and on the side of women. But now, she suddenly felt like asking him a question. You're such a big male, why don't you fight back? If he had fought back, it would have been Nini lying in a pool of blood, not him. However, there were other orcs around. However, due to the rules of the orc world, she didn't say much. Take him back and give him a proper treatment. It'll also be a good opportunity for you to practice with Mengyu. Mengyu and Sina each grabbed Bruce from one side and dragged him towards the tribe. Song Xingyue was still shaken. Did Nini go too far? Ling Mu suddenly hugged Song Xingyue from behind, his hoarse voice ringing in her ear. As long as the female is willing, it doesn't matter if she kills a male. Are you crazy? Song Xingyue broke free from Kai Ling Mu's embrace and looked at him with a frown. Doesn't a male's life matter? Just because females have a higher status in the beastman world, does that give them the right to trample on a male's dignity, even their life? Ling Mu has never actually followed the rules of the orc world. The reason I said those words this time was because Xingyue was explaining the reasons behind them. If you disagree, do you think you can change the rules of the orc world? I may not be able to change the rules of the orc world, but I can definitely change the rules of our tribe. Because I am the chief. I am the rule. Ling Mu suddenly grabbed Song Xingyue's waist, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her. He was so infatuated with Song Xingyue. Obsessed with her, he has always been fighting against the unfair rules of the orc world. He was obsessed with her, dared to express his own ideas, and dared to change the status quo of the tribe. One kiss, and it was over. He reluctantly let go of her. The Tiger tribe will get better and better under your leadership. I believe that day will come soon. It was only then that Song Xingyue realized just how much Ling Mu loved this tribe. Even though he had previously said he was willing to leave this place for his own sake. But judging from his current behavior, he loves this place and wants it to get better and better. Oh, right. She suddenly remembered something very important. Have you ever seen bamboo? These days she's been thinking about containers to hold the water. Both honeysuckle and loquat leaves require a container of water to boil. but it's impossible to find an iron pot in the orc world. However, it is still possible to use bamboo to boil water. As long as the heat is controlled properly to prevent the bamboo tubes from cracking, they can be reused. Bamboo. Lingmu didn't understand what Song Xingyue was talking about. A low, deep opening. What does it look like? Section by section. As she spoke, Song Xingyue picked up a small wooden stick and began drawing on the ground. It's green, the same color as the leaves. Have you ever seen that? That evening, after finding the bamboo, Song Xingyue specially made a bamboo tube in the cave. After trying to boil water myself, I finally got to drink my first cup of hot water since arriving in the beast world. She almost burst into tears. I have to say, the hot water was scalding hot. She thought for a moment and looked at the dried honeysuckle stored next to her. I grabbed a handful and put them in the bamboo tube, where they simmered along with the hot water. Is Bruce with Senna right now? I'll send it to him as soon as it's cooked. Lingmu quietly stayed by Song Xingyue's side throughout. Although I didn't understand her strange behavior, I still supported her. The hot water started bubbling again. There was also an indescribable smell spreading in the air. It's faint. It smells wonderful. It's done. Song Xingyue thought for a moment and looked at Lingmu. The water is too hot for me to handle. You can wrap it in animal hide and carry it. Is it hot? Lingmu looked at her with doting eyes and directly reached out and grabbed the bamboo tube in his hand. Aren't you hot? It's not hot. Lingmu raised his other hand and patted her little head. Our orc hands are quite thick. This temperature is nothing to us. Even after hearing Lingmu say that, Song Xingyue still wanted to check if his hand was burned red. Only after confirming that there were no problems did I feel relieved. Let's go find Bruce. We can take advantage of his illness to see the medicinal effects of honeysuckle. Lingmu followed Song Xingyue, and the two of them arrived at Sina's residence. We've just arrived at the cave entrance. Then I heard arguing coming from inside. How can you be so spineless? I hate Senna the most, yet you still let her heal you. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Nini's harsh voice came from inside. It was filled with hysterical madness. Song Xingyue frowned slightly, walked straight in, and drank the honeysuckle water that Lingmu had brought without saying a word. Hey, what are you giving him to drink? Nini immediately became unhappy upon seeing this. That's my partner, my male. Why didn't you tell me what you were giving him to drink? You're being noisy. Can you please shut up? Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold as she looked intently at Nini beside her. If you don't want Bruce to die, make him drink it now. Do you think I want to get involved in your mess? Don't be ungrateful. This was the first time Senna had ever seen the leader get angry. Well, how should I put it? There was no loud argument or harsh reprimand, but there's an indescribable sense of oppression about it among the orcs. Bruce gulped down the medicine, along with the honeysuckle inside. Let's observe and see how things go. Seeing this, Song Xingyue gave instructions to Sina. If nothing unusual happens in the next couple of days, then we can prepare a prescription for Lilier as well. Chapter 36: The Truth of What Happened Back Then. A few days later, Bruce miraculously recovered. Song Xingyue was actually somewhat surprised by this, because Bruce's injury was clearly superficial. Honeysuckle has anti-inflammatory and antipyretic properties, but unexpectedly, it also worked on Bruce's external injuries. Song Xingyue immediately made loquat juice and instructed Sina to supervise Lilier drinking it 3 times a day. When Song Xingyue went to see Lilier again, we noticed that her cough symptoms had improved significantly. Although she was still coughing, it was much better. Wei Wei was supporting Lilier as she walked, but upon seeing Song Xingyue, he immediately let go of her hand, his expression somewhat subtle. Did I disturb you? Song Xingyue glanced at them casually and smiled. Otherwise, I'll come later. Lily glanced at Wei Wei, gesturing for him to go first. Without saying a word, Wei Wei left without looking back. After Wei Wei left, Song Xingyue looked at Lily with a meaningful expression. It seems like you and Wei Wei have a pretty good relationship. Yes, it's pretty good. Lily sat to the side and coughed softly twice. If I hadn't been taken away back then, Wei Wei might have been my second partner. Seeing that Lily was finally willing to talk about the past, Song Xingyue sat quietly to the side and listened attentively. I'm not actually from this tribe. I'm a female orc from the leopard tribe. After suffering from illness for so long, Lily almost forgot what her original identity was. Back then, I met my first mate in the tiger tribe. So for him, I came to the tiger tribe. And it was here that I successfully conceived my first litter of cubs. Her voice was filled with sobs and helplessness. It seemed to be telling of the unfairness of the situation or perhaps telling of something else entirely. I could have lived a good life. The tiger tribe treated me very well, especially Weiwei. Even now, when Weiwei is mentioned, Lily still finds it hard to resist the feeling she has for him. But she understood something else even better. They could never go back to the way things were. It was all just wishful thinking on their part. As the leader, he took great care of me. So gradually, I grew fond of Weiwei and even made a promise with him that once my first litter of cubs was born, I would become his mate. Her tears fell unexpectedly at that moment, and she slowly closed her eyes. Who knew? Later, the wolf pack attacked, and the tiger tribe failed to resist. My first mate was brutally killed by them. Weiwei was also seriously injured at the time, and I and the other females were taken away by them. Song Xingyue's heart. I gradually started to feel unwell. It's easy to imagine how desperate Lily must have felt at that time. It's no wonder she hated the wolf tribe so much. They were indeed hated by beasts. After they brought us back, they imprisoned us in a cave. We became the targets of their vengeance. They even killed my cubs in front of me after I gave birth to them, and then forced me to become pregnant with a wolf cub. This is a knot in her heart that she can never untie. She couldn't forgive herself for not dying immediately, for giving birth to the wolf cub in such a humiliating way. The male wolves lined up, mating with us one by one. We were helpless, terrified, and scared, but there was nothing we could do. Every day was filled with that bleak, hopeless existence. Song Xingyue's heart trembled uncontrollably. Listening to Lilier's past, her heart ached. 6 females were captured and taken there, but once they arrived, some died, some were maimed, and in the end, only I, an orc, escaped. And that was because, as she spoke, the beast was on the verge of collapse. She took a deep breath and continued her narration. It was because I was pregnant with the beast cubs at the time. Only after I successfully gave birth to them did they lower their guard slightly. In addition, my attitude of complete submission to them at that time gave me a chance to escape. So you ran away on your own back then, and didn't take the wolf cub with you, right? Yes. Lilier admitted it directly. I was barely able to take care of myself, let alone escape with a wolf cub. Besides, seeing the cub would remind me of all my past pain, and I couldn't face him. Song Xingyue finally understood. The wolf cub's existence represents Lily's dark past, so that she can always remember the pain and suffering she experienced back then. Let her remember clearly what happened to her. Only, the wolf cubs are innocent too, aren't they? He didn't choose to be born, but from the moment he was born, he became someone who was not accepted. After you returned, did the tiger tribe not attack the wolf tribe to retrieve the females who had been captured? I've tried several times, but I've always come back empty-handed. Lilier's hands were clenched tightly, and she was completely unaware that her fingertips were deeply embedded in her palms and bleeding. The wolf tribe was very strong in combat. The tiger tribe had tried to defeat them several times, and several males had died. So they haven't gone back since, and they don't know if the wolves are alive or dead. Lilier seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked up at her. But if it were you, you could definitely bring them back. You're different from Weiwei. Cough, cough. Could you save them? Song Xingyue did not agree immediately, because she had too many things to consider. The captured beastmen are indeed pitiful, but they haven't been rescued for so long, so 1 or 2 more days won't make a difference. I will consider it carefully, and I will attack the wolf clan when the time is right. When is the right time? But how do we know when the time is right? Lily spoke up eagerly. They've been held captive for far too long. If we're too late, I'm worried they'll lose their lives. If you're really worried about them, you shouldn't be telling me now. Song Xingyue took a deep breath, then looked intently at Lilier, even though she was the wolf cub's mother. You should have told me when I first saw you, instead of when you were almost fully recovered. Lilier's tears fell unexpectedly, a look of helplessness and powerlessness. Wipe away your tears. Song Xingyue turned her head away and walked towards the cave entrance. You are indeed unfortunate, but compared to them, you are far more fortunate. Chapter 37, I'm different from the wolf clan. 2 weeks later, Lilier reappeared in the sight of the beastmen. Led by Song Xingyue, they emerged step by step from the cave and arrived at the square. The orcs immediately cheered. Because Lilier was able to recover, it means that in the future, when the beastmen get sick, they won't just have to wait to die. Weiwei looked at her with a complicated expression. He was happy that Lilier had recovered. He also had to admit that the new chief was better able to manage the tribe than he was. Lilier's gaze fell on the wolf, not far away. There's a special scent that binds the baby and the mother together. Even if they are far apart, you can still find them by following the scent if you want to. The moment Wolf saw Lilier, he turned his head away. His handsome face was full of resentment, and even a bit stubborn. Xingyue, of course, also noticed this. Only, the beastmen on the platform were still cheering, so there wasn't much to say. Senna then ran over and excitedly hugged Lilier. That's great. I'm so happy to see you're all right. Xingyue came over to Wei Wei and spoke in a low voice. I need to talk to you for a bit. Wei Wei did not refuse, but followed her to a place where there were no other orcs nearby. Is there something you want to ask me, Chief? This time, he called for the leader, not the new leader. This shows that, deep down, he has already acknowledged her identity. I want to talk to you about the Wolf Clan. Xingyue sat down on the large rock next to her, looking at Wei Wei with a heavy heart. I'd like to know why your previous attacks on the wolf pack failed, and what the reasons were. This way, I can be prepared when I launch my attack. Wei Wei didn't expect that the chief would attack the Wolf Clan so soon. I thought, she only cared about things within the tribe, never considering the females who had wandered outside the tribe. The reason we failed before was because they were too agile and had an excessively high jumping ability. Wei Wei could only tell her about his previous failures in detail. Even though they were outnumbered, their tactics were so sophisticated that we couldn't find any weaknesses in their formation, and they also had traps. Trap? Xingyue was surprised that the Wolf Clan was so clever that they had even thought of traps. What kind of trap is it? It's the kind of place that looks like the ground, but if you walk on it, you'll fall right down, and there are lots of thorns underneath, causing us heavy losses. In the evening, Xingyue immediately organized a bonfire party to celebrate Lily's recovery from a serious illness. She specially set aside the prey that Langer and Lingmu had hunted to serve as food for the barbecue party. Watching the orcs sing and laugh, dancing and singing, it was incredibly lively. I'm planning to attack the wolf tribe in a while. Do you have any good suggestions for me? Xingyue leaned against Ling Mu's chest, a slight smile playing on her lips, and whispered softly in his ear. A fleeting dark light flashed in Ling Mu's deep eyes, and his tone became a bit more somber. Attacking the Wolf Clan is not an easy task. Wei Wei went several times before, but failed to take it down. I'm worried that you will suffer the same fate. Xingyue had a brief chat with Wei Wei today and learned the reasons for their failure. But everything is different now. The tribe now has not only tigers, but also lions. Not only do they have a numerical advantage, but they also possess their own superior intelligence. The outcome is no longer certain. Then tell me, why did the tiger tribe fail several times before? Xingyue suddenly became interested and looked at Ling Mu with a smile. You've been on the battlefield many times. Tell me about your experiences of failure. I've never been there. Ling Mu looked into Xingyue's eyes and spoke, word by word. They didn't acknowledge my existence, so there was no place for me on those occasions. Hearing this, Xingyue felt bad. She reached out and gently stroked Ling Mu's face. Thinking about what he went through in the past, I feel very sorry for him. I'm Fine. Ling Mu sensed what the person in his arms was thinking, took her small hand in his large hand, and looked at her with a smile. It's all in the past now. I know. Xingyue is not the kind of person who likes to be sentimental. She simply thought that the former leader, Wei Wei, was incredibly stupid. It's no wonder they lost if someone as powerful as Ling Mu isn't allowed to go to the battlefield. The wolf cub, who had been warming itself by the fire, found this scene extremely jarring. He also really wanted to sit next to Xingyue. But these damned beast world rules only allowed him to warm himself by the fire, and he could only watch helplessly. Let's take another look at Lilier not far away. Just then, a group of orcs surrounded her, chatting and laughing. Only, no matter how good her mood was, she didn't seem willing to look at him even once. TSK. He suddenly stood up and walked towards Xingyue. I'm a little tired and want to go back and rest first. Are you tired already? Aren't you supposed to have great stamina? Xingyue thought for a moment, then patted the seat next to her, gesturing for Langer to sit down. Wolf raised an eyebrow and looked at Ling Mu next to him. Seeing that he seemed to agree, he sat down. I'm planning to attack the wolf tribe in a while. What are your thoughts and opinions? Attack the wolf pack? Wolf suddenly frowned, then laughed at her question. Whether to attack or die, I think you should think about it carefully. What Xingyue liked most about Langer was that he always spoke his mind and never hid anything. Relatively speaking, Ling Mu is too composed. He often keeps his emotions to himself. But Wolf Cub's expression is so straightforward that it's easy to guess. How many times has your tiger tribe attacked before, and you still haven't succeeded? Why do you want to attack again? Just for those few old, weak, sick, and disabled members of the tiger tribe. His words were very direct and showed no mercy whatsoever. It's obvious. He did not think attacking the wolf pack was a wise choice. Does this mean that the female beastmen who were captured before are not doing well at all now? Not good. Wolf frowned slightly. What's so good about being locked in a cave all day in complete darkness? You're just waiting in line every day to be mated. And you? I don't have that. The wolf cub sneered, its face full of disdain. I am who I am, and the wolf pack is the wolf pack. I am different from them. I could never do such cruel things. Chapter 38. The wolf clan is the wolf clan. He is he. A few days later, the males in the tribe suddenly became restless. Xingyue didn't have their keen sense of smell, so naturally she didn't know what had happened. Instead, Xingyue whispered something in her ear. There are pregnant women in the tribe. The males are unable to work properly right now. Who? Who is it? Xingyue was somewhat surprised, because the female orcs in the orc world usually conceive around the beginning of autumn. It's like the whole group of flamingos coming during that one season. Although the number of days may vary, it's basically the same few days. But it's already late autumn, and yet orcs are still coming to Flamingo. No wonder the other males were restless. Those males who missed the previous fertile period are probably all hoping to gamble on this one pregnant female beastman. It's Lilier. Xingyue's deep eyes flashed with a dark light. Although I don't know why she came a red crane at this time, it is definitely Lilier. Xingyue looked at Xingyue with surprise and spoke uncertainly. Does this mean the wolf cub is going to be a big brother? Perhaps. Xingyue raised his hand and affectionately patted her little head. But it's unknown whether the wolf cub will harm the other cub, since wolves are known to kill the offspring of other species. It's in their nature. Xingyue frowned slightly, pulled Xingyue's hand away, and looked at him very seriously. Could you please stop being so hostile towards the wolf cub? During this period of time, she actually sensed Xingyue's wariness towards the wolf cub. However, the orc world has its own rules. The first partner has unlimited rights, so I have never seriously discussed this matter with Xingyue. But now, Xingyue's words made me realize that there were some things I might need to say in advance. Wolves are indeed a species that all beastmen loathe and even hate. But the wolf cub is different. Otherwise, why would you agree to let him be my second mate? Xingyue stared at his hand that had been removed. An indescribable sense of loss washed over me. When you said those things to me for his sake, did you ever consider that perhaps Wolfie also had reservations about me, or was even wary of me? If I had a wolf cub, I would definitely correct his thinking. Xingyue knew that it was impossible to treat everyone equally, so try to come to Xingyue's side as much as possible. But now that he's my second partner, we have to acknowledge his existence no matter what, right? Xingyue's heart was pierced with pain. Especially when Xingyue said these words for Langer, she felt an indescribable sense of loss and disappointment. You like him that much? Xingyue did not want to deceive Xingyue. But deep down, she couldn't hide her affection for the wolf cub. In real life, I definitely wouldn't do that. That would be considered the behavior of a two-timing woman. But this is the world of orcs. In the orc world, female orcs can have countless partners, and it's legal. Now that I'm all here, I should definitely enjoy myself. You can't exactly pursue some nonsense about being with one person for life, can you? I love the wolf cub, otherwise I wouldn't have had a relationship with him. If I didn't like you in the first place, I wouldn't have stayed in this tribe, because of you, right? She chose to confront her own feelings directly, even knowing that speaking like that might hurt Xingyue. You and Wolf are both special. You are different, but I hope you can accept each other. Xingyue's deep eyes suddenly dimmed, and he gave a self-deprecating laugh. I only said that he might bite the cubs to death, and you've told me all this. Wolf cubs will not kill animal offspring. Xingyue emphasized it again. I don't want you to have these thoughts, and I especially don't want you to be the one to voice them first. Ever since I learned about Lilier's situation, Xingyue finally understood just how much prejudice the entire orc world held against the wolf race. Certainly, it was the wolf clan that achieved that level of power, which is why all the beastmen hated them. But the wolf cub is different from the rest of the wolf pack. When he secretly infiltrated the tribe several times, he did not choose to harm any of the orcs. Even though Lilier is unwilling to acknowledge him now, he has not chosen to hurt her. Besides, according to the customs of their wolf tribe, if they can take turns mating, he could easily do the same. But he didn't. He came out to find Lily because he disapproved of the wolf clan's practices. Or perhaps, he didn't actually want to find Lilier. He just had nowhere to go after leaving the wolf clan. That's why finding Lilier is such an obsession. Please, I'm begging you. Don't put me in a difficult position. Xingyue took a deep breath, then feigned weakness and hugged Ling Mu, throwing herself into his arms. The wolf cub shouldn't have to bear the consequences of the wolf pack's mistakes. Many orcs in the tribe have a problem with the wolf cub, and I don't want you to have that problem too. Ling Mu held the soft Xingyue in his arms, his heart filled with complicated emotions. He had never seen her so vulnerable before, and she shouldn't be like this. She should be a high and mighty leader, not like this. Did I really say something that would affect your mood? In the end, he chose to grant his wish. What would you do if the wolf cub spoke ill of me in front of you? I would slap him twice and tell him that he is the boss and that no one could talk about him behind his back. Xingyue raised her little head and smiled ingratiatingly. Do you think this is okay? Actually, I'm quite strong when I fight beasts. Ling Mu knew, of course, that Xingyue was just trying to make him happy, which was why she said those things. She was different from other female orcs. She would never hit her partner. Even so, he still softened. Okay, that's what you said. I hope you remember what you said. The wolf cub outside the cave listened to their conversation, and its eyes darkened. He switched to his orc form and leaped several times to reach the riverbank. After arriving at the riverbank, he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the river. A wolf is a wolf, and he is himself. Can you please stop being so hostile towards her? Xingyue's words kept echoing in his mind. For myself, is it worth it? Is it necessary to go to this extent? I have always been someone who is abandoned and not chosen. It's really worth being so good to yourself, even if it might upset Ling Mu. Chapter 39, Wei Wei's Ambition. For several days in a row, Lily almost never dared to leave the cave. They rarely appear in public. The main reason is that she is very resistant to the idea of finding a partner. So, even when flamingos arrive, they hide alone in the cave and refuse to talk to any males. Lung Feng brought in the food and placed it at the door. Lilier, you haven't come out at all. Aren't you hungry? Lily looked at Lung Feng's young face and shook her head. I haven't been able to eat much lately either. I haven't had much of an appetite since I came to Hongha. Thank you. Lung Feng sat at the door, maintaining a safe distance from her, his lips pursed, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. Lilier, after all, was an experienced person. How could she not see through Lung Feng's expressions? What are you trying to say? I just wanted to say. Lung Feng took a deep breath, then mustered his courage to look at her. I want to ask you, aren't you planning to find a new partner? Lily was utterly terrified by Lung Feng's words. It's not because of anything else. The main reason is that Lung Feng is too young, and he looks like he has only recently come of age. Moreover, he participated in the recent battles within the tribe and displayed great bravery. How could such a young and powerful male possibly be suitable for me? Stop joking around. You're about the same age as a wolf cub. This kind of joke isn't funny. Who said I was joking? Lung Feng was still inexperienced, and he felt somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing the rejection, even acting impulsively. Do you think I'm joking with you? I'm seriously asking you if you'd like me to be your partner. So why do you think it's a joke? Lily thought her words would be enough to make Lung Feng back down. She never expected him to say something like that to prove he wasn't joking. You can leave now. Lily's refusal was quite obvious. I have no plans to find a partner at the moment, so you'd better not consider me. Just as Lung Feng was about to say something, Wei Wei arrived. Wei Wei was somewhat surprised to see Lung Feng there. What are you doing here? And why are you here? Even when facing Wei Wei, Lung Feng showed no fear whatsoever and even retorted with a question. Did you come here because you were thinking about Lilier since she came to Hongha? The same as you? Yes. Lung Feng did not hesitate to admit his true feelings. I want to be Lily's partner, so I specifically asked Lily if she would agree. Wei Wei frowned slightly, then looked at Lilier. Will you agree? I refused. Lily said this not to please Wei Wei, but to make Lung Feng back down. There's too much of an age gap between Lung Feng and me. We're really not suited to be together. Did you hear that? He looked at Lung Feng with a stern expression. Lily has already rejected you. You can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, you'll just be bothering us. Lung Feng felt a sharp pain in his heart. He didn't understand why Lilier would reject him, and he didn't understand why Lilier seemed to have a better relationship with Wei Wei. I will come again. Even so, he simply left after saying a few words. Wei Wei sat in front of the cave entrance and looked up at Lilier. I didn't expect you could still attract such young males. It seems you really haven't lost any of your youthful looks. To be honest, Lilier is very pretty with delicate features. In addition, Lilier usually speaks in a soft, gentle voice. Therefore, Such female orcs are very popular in tribes. Only, after the trauma and setbacks she suffered, Lily rarely appears in the public eye anymore. But now she, even without the torment of illness, her beautiful face still attracted other males. Stop making fun of me. You know I'm not interested in finding a partner anymore. Wei Wei certainly knew what had happened to Lilier. I know that too. It's understandable that finding a partner would be an extremely painful experience for Lilier. Don't be so nice to me anymore. Lily took the opportunity to distance herself from Wei Wei. Ever since I returned to the tribe, you've been taking care of me, and I'm very grateful to you. But I can't be a burden to you no matter what. You should find a partner. Don't wait for me anymore. Actually, they understood many things in their hearts. It's all an unspoken understanding. Wei Wei has never found a partner, probably because he is waiting for Lilier. You don't actually identify with the new leader at all, do you? As the orc most familiar to Wei Wei, Lilier naturally knew what he was thinking. You've always loved power and status, and enjoyed the feeling of being high above others. In that case, you should find other female orcs to have children with, produce the strongest offspring, and then reclaim your position as leader. That's what I was thinking, but I didn't consider other female orcs. Wei Wei's words were quite direct, and she didn't even try to hide her ambition. I've witnessed the wolf cub's abilities. That's your offspring. This shows you have the capacity to produce excellent cubs. If we're together, it will grow into a very strong cub. Wolf cub. Lily stopped mid-sentence. That's not because their bloodline is particularly good, but because wolves are inherently very powerful. That's why wolf cubs are brave and good at fighting. But the entire tribe is now aligned with that new leader. Only you, Lilier, are the only ones I can trust. And more importantly, you're a female beastman from the leopard tribe, so you can help me win over the beastmen of the leopard tribe. Wei Wei must have already planned everything out in his mind. She had already thought of all this when she was forced to step down by Song Xingyue. Once you're pregnant with my cub, we'll go and make good relations with the leopard tribe. He began to explain his plans. Once we've established good relations with the leopard tribe, we'll lead them directly to attack this place and force Song Xingyue to return her original leadership position to me. Are you crazy? Lilier knew that Wei Wei was an ambitious orc, but she never imagined that he would end up with the leopard tribe. Don't you know the leopard tribe's character? If things go wrong, they might wipe out the entire tribe, and you too. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As Wei Wei finished speaking, he grabbed Lilier's hand, his voice hoarse. I can only trust you in the entire tribe. Can you please not betray my trust? Can you please not let all these years of my waiting go to waste? A strange, indescribable feeling was spreading through Lily's heart. She loves Wei Wei. I've loved you since before, and I still love you even after everything we've been through. But her life was saved by the new leader. If it weren't for the new leader finding a way out for me, I might be dead by now. As orcs, we should know how to be grateful. How can we agree to Wei Wei's unreasonable request, which could lead to him harming the new leader? I'm begging you. Seeing that Lily hadn't spoken for a while, Wei Wei simply pulled her into his arms and whispered something in her ear. I'm begging you. Please help me. Even if you don't participate in anything, just give me a healthy cub. Chapter 40. Actually, I really hate you. Riverside at dusk. The wolf cub, in its beastman form, sat silently on a rock, gazing up at the bright moonlight. His shrewd eyes were filled with grief and sorrow. This was an expression he would never normally show. Perhaps only when he was alone with a beast would he reveal his vulnerability. Even its big tail drooped down. He was so engrossed in watching that he didn't even notice Ling Mu's arrival. Ling Mu kicked the wolf cub directly into the river without showing any mercy. The wolf cub instinctively climbed out of the river, bearing its sharp claws and fangs. But after realizing it was a Ling Mu, it silently withdrew its claws and turned its head to the side. Have a finger in the pie. Do you think I want to meddle in other people's business? Ling Mu sat on the large rock where Lang'er had been sitting, his deep eyes fixed intently on him. So what if Lily and Wei Wei are together? Why are you acting like this here? All the orcs saw it. Today, Lung Feng and Wei Wei went to Lilier's cave one after the other. Lung Feng came out shortly after, but Wei Wei still hasn't come out. The flamingo flavor has also faded considerably. This shows that Lily and Wei Wei are already together. Would I be upset because of her? The wolf cub remained stubborn, even though it was soaking wet and looked just like a husky that had fallen into the water. But she still retains her pride and arrogance. I just came out for some fresh air. You won't let me mate with Xingyue, so I have to find my own fun. Is your current state suitable for being with Xingyue? Ling Mu picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the river, clearly displeased. Do you think Xingyue can't see your long face every day? Your presence will only worsen Xingyue's mood and distract her from her own affairs. He doesn't like wolf cubs. It even reached the point of disgust. But, for the sake of Xingyue, he had no choice but to accept it, especially seeing his current predicament. There was a touch of sympathy in it. After all, from a very young age, like a wolf cub, I had no parents to protect me. Getting to where I am now has not been easy. They were once ostracized and even driven away. Now, when I see him, it's more like seeing my own reflection. That's why I'm even more annoyed with him. But Xingyue is about to attack the wolf clan. We can't afford to be distracted by you at such a crucial moment. The same goes for you. He paused for a moment before speaking again. You're the only one in the entire tribe who truly understands the wolf clan situation. Right now, you should be by Xingyue's side, discussing with her how to attack the wolf clan. Upon hearing this, the wolf cub's eyes gradually lit up. You mean, tonight, I can go with Xingyue? Yes. Although Ling Mu was very upset, he still agreed. But only for one night. From tomorrow onwards, you'll only be able to guard the cave entrance. Upon hearing this, the wolf cub stopped thinking about anything else and ran towards the tribe, wagging its fluffy tail. Halfway through, he suddenly turned back for some reason. It rubbed against Ling Mu and spoke. Although I hate you, you don't seem as hateful to me today. After saying that, he ran away quickly. Ling Mu frowned slightly as he looked at the wet spots on his body. You talk like everyone hates you. Seriously, you deserve a beating. The next morning, Lily and Wei Wei came to Song Xingyue hand in hand and asked her to allow them to become partners. Song Xingyue had heard the story of Wei Wei and Lily, the ill-fated couple, before. Of course, there was no resistance whatsoever. They agreed immediately. She looked at Lily with heartache. After going through so much, I have finally found my own happiness. It can be done simultaneously. She felt even more sorry for the wolf cub. Lily is no longer willing to acknowledge the wolf cub. Once Lily gives birth to cubs, there will be even less need for the wolf cub to be recognized. Chief, the houses here are all built. When Lung Feng came to report, he happened to see Lily and Wei Wei. His hand clenched into a fist unconsciously. Even though I tried my best to control my emotions, I still couldn't help but complain. What's so good about Wei Wei? You choose him. Aren't I better than Wei Wei? I'm young and strong. What about him? Whether he can even produce healthy offspring is questionable. What are you thinking? Song Xingyue's eyes instantly filled with surprise. I originally thought that since Lung Feng had already been rejected by Lily, he wouldn't say anything more. Unexpectedly, the rivals were extremely hostile to each other and ended up confronting each other head-on. Regardless of the circumstances, Lily chose me, not you. He looked at Lung Feng with a stern expression, his eyes seemingly filled with provocation. As long as I don't ask, you won't even become a second partner, and that's one thing I'm better at than you. Let's go take a look at the house. Taking advantage of the situation, Song Xingyue changed the subject, ending the chaotic scene. Seeing this, Lung Feng didn't say much and could only reluctantly lead the way, his heart aching terribly. Upon arrival, looking at the 4 neatly arranged rooms, Song Xingyue's gloomy mood finally brightened considerably. Although it can't compare to modern houses, it's already quite an achievement to be able to build such a adobe house in the orc world. Chief, could you please discuss the allocation of these houses? Rose has been eagerly anticipating moving into her new house for a long time. That's why I'm so concerned about the allocation of these 4 rooms. Although the house has been built, it is still empty inside. It's basically just a cave with an extra door, so it can hardly be called a house. Ling Mu happened to fetch a lot of bamboo and placed it in front of everyone. Song Xingyue bent down to pick up the bamboo, working with Ling Mu. They built a bamboo bed and table directly in one of the rooms. It has given the originally empty, unfinished house a warmer feel. The rest is making the soft mattress, which I've taught you before, so you shouldn't need to go over it a second time. After she finished doing all this, she turned around and looked at everyone. Currently, these 4 rooms belong to the first phase of the project. Next, we will build the second phase of the project, which should be completed before winter arrives. As she spoke, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and her voice became gentle and soft. In other words, everyone will have warm houses to live in before winter arrives. So, even if you weren't allocated one this time, don't be discouraged. If not this time, you'll get one next time. Rose was extremely anxious, watching her with great concern. Leader, can you stop with the nonsense? and just tell me the allocation? Seeing Rose's longing look, Xingyue knew that Rose definitely wanted it the most. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you think that if you're in a hurry, it will definitely be yours? Senna glanced at Rose with a helpless expression, wondering what Rose was so anxious about all the time. Actually, everyone really wants it. And then spoke weakly, her eyes flickering uncertainly, not daring to meet Rose's gaze. You're not the only one who wants this. Surely mine is one of them. Nini and Bruce reappeared in everyone's sight. Ban spotted Bruce's emaciated frame at a glance, and his eyes narrowed instantly. What's wrong with you? I'm Fina. Bruce was now struggling to speak, feeling very weak and breathless. This good-for-nothing is fine. Nini didn't care at all about what Bruce was doing next to her. She was only concerned with having fun. I heard they've allocated apartments, so I came specifically to see if I'm eligible. Xingyue's beautiful eyes fell lightly on Nini over there, and she suddenly smiled. Although Bruce next to him looked pitiful. But Zhou beat Huang guy. One was willing to hit, and the other was willing to be hit. I had reminded Bruce many times before, but since he was willing, I couldn't stop him. So they deserve this situation to be in. Okay, let's start allocating the houses now. Xingyue clapped her hands, bringing everyone back to their senses. The first house will be used directly as a hospital and will later become the office area for Sina and Mingyu. Chapter 41. My name is Ryan. The houses were ultimately left to each other. One hospital. This is where Sina and Mingyu treat other orcs. The second one. It was used as a restroom in a hospital. The third one. It served as a place for hospitalized orcs to stay. There are 3 rooms in total. They were mostly allocated to hospitals. Nini never expected that Xingyue wouldn't even give her a room, and she instantly flew into a rage. Isn't that favoritism? Because you're close to Senna, you're always thinking about Senna and the others. You're not giving us, the ones who did the hard work, any housing. Did you put in any effort? Xingyue retorted directly with one sentence. Every household needed to contribute one person to the construction, but your family didn't. You didn't come, and Bruce, whom you beat half to death, didn't come either. What right do you have to receive a house? What about the other orcs? Nini was not convinced and dragged the other beastmen into the mess. Didn't they work either? Why weren't they allocated houses? The hospital is the most important place in the entire tribe. Xingyue knew that this distribution method made everyone very uncomfortable, but she still hoped they would understand. Hospitals are used to treat people when they are sick. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was just enough for all the beastmen to hear clearly. In the past, when you were sick or injured, you basically had no choice but to wait to die. But now that our tribe has herbs, we can do our best to save you, can't we? The beastmen did not know the importance of herbs or hospitals. It wasn't until Lily, who was on the verge of death, recovered after taking the medicine that everyone realized how important the medicine was. Although our tribe appears strong now, we can't withstand repeated attacks from other tribes. Where there's war, there will be casualties. Isn't using these 3 houses as a hospital appropriate? Isn't this for your sake as well? The entire audience. Silence reigned. They couldn't even find a single word to refute it. We're not trying to take over the house and refuse to give it to you. Mingyu, who rarely speaks in front of others, finally spoke up. Senna and I return to our cave at night, and we'll only be here during the day when you need us. It's not about us taking it for ourselves. Xingyue seemed surprised that Mingyu would say something so insightful, and gave him a gratified look. No wonder he chose to become a doctor. This breadth of mind and this vision are truly exceptional. Otherwise, we'll cease to be a hospital, and you won't need to come to us for any illnesses or injuries in the future. Senna simply spoke harshly to everyone, showing no mercy whatsoever. From now on, if you get hurt anywhere, just lick it yourself. If you live, you live. If you die, you die. Do you think that's okay? Even Nini. At this moment, I really couldn't say a word in rebuttal, because she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't get hurt in the future. Since everyone agrees, let's allocate the funds this way. As she spoke, Xingyue began announcing the plans for the next episode. Next, we will build the second phase of the project. This time, it won't be 3 rooms, but 6. We'll try our best to ensure that everyone can have a place to live. She looked at Ling Mu as she spoke and announced it to everyone. You will lead everyone to continue the construction of the second phase of the project. It may require you to work hard, working from dawn till dusk, and strive to complete the project before winter arrives. Ling Mu slightly raised his deep eyes and looked at her intently. Aren't you going to participate in this construction project? I need to do something else. Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with a smile as she announced to everyone. I'm preparing to send troops to the wolf clan to rescue the female beastmen who were captured from our tribe. These words were spoken. This instantly sparked cheers from the entire herd. Over the years, they have fought against the wolf clan several times, but all of their attempts ended in failure. They also desperately wanted to rescue the female beastmen belonging to their tribe, but they have been unable to do so. The fact that the new leader is now leading them to attack the wolf clan is indeed very exciting. Ling Mu seemed to want to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He respects any choice Xingyue makes, but not being able to be by her side is a torment. Later that evening, Song Xingyue made a special trip to the underground cave. The king of the lion tribe has been kept in the cold for a while. The timing is perfect. You've arrived. Song Xingyue looked at him like an old friend, and then a smile bloomed on her face. We're going to attack the wolf tribe at dawn, but we don't have enough manpower. I hope you can help us and join us in winning this battle. Why should I help you? The lion leader looked coldly at Song Xingyue in front of him, his brows furrowing slightly. I have no reason to help you, do I? But this time, I'm bringing the males from your lion tribe to the battlefield. Except, of course, Bruce. Aren't you worried about them? Is Banban going too? Yes. Song Xingyue took a fruit out of her pocket and tossed it to him. We've never won against the wolves before, and this time the odds are against us again, so we need your help. The Lion King gazed intently at the female beastman before him. Although her voice was soft and her tone gentle, there was an indescribable sense of oppression about her. If you help me win this battle, I will set you free. Or, if you wish to stay with our tribe, that is also possible. The lion leader was indeed tempted upon hearing this. He would much rather go outside and breathe some fresh air than endure the darkness here. Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you and join the wolf pack in attacking you? No, you won't. Song Xingyue spoke with exceptional certainty, looking at him intently. You are a high and mighty lion. How could you possibly cooperate with the wolf pack? The lion leader suddenly fell silent. I have no idea what she's planning. Come to think of it, I haven't asked her name yet. What's your name? Ryan. The lion chief finally told her his name. Didn't Banban say that? I didn't ask Banban. Song Xingyue walked over and untied Ryan, smiling silently. I prefer to get to know you myself, rather than ask other orcs. Ryan suddenly grabbed Song Xingyue's wrist and looked at her with deep eyes. If you dare to play tricks on me and not let me go, I will definitely bite you to death without hesitation. Chapter 42, he actually didn't follow the script. It was in the early hours of the morning. The main force began its attack on the wolf pack. The moment Song Xingyue rode on Ryan's back, all the orcs were shocked. Unexpectedly, the chieftain actually tamed the lion tribe chieftain and could even ride on his back. The wolf cubs following beside them were equally shocked. But then I thought about it again. If it were the stars and moon, then accomplishing something like this wouldn't be anything special. Because she was indeed different from other female orcs. She wasn't stupid, and was even quite clever. Why do wolves steal females from outside? Don't you have any females of your own? Because wolves have a strong mating ability, many females simply cannot handle it, leading to a sharp decline in their numbers, which is why they prey on females outside the wolf pack. His words were very veiled and not very direct. But in reality, everyone understands what he meant. Some females die during mating. This is why there are so few females in their tribe. Song Xingyue suddenly fell silent and gradually felt a little uncomfortable. According to the wolf cub, the females in their tribe are supposed to be constantly engaged in various forms of mating from adulthood until death. Or, thinking in the dark, could it be that they started this mission before they even reached adulthood? Approximately, how many males are there in your tribe? Ryan truly lives up to his reputation as the battle-hardened king of the jungle. Every question was to the point, with not a single wasted word. Wolf thought about it carefully for a moment, then spoke. There are at least 5 females that were captured and are guarding the cave. He took a deep breath, then let out a heavy sigh. There are at least 20 guards on the perimeter. So, Song Xingyue couldn't help but look at the number of people in her team. Because the tribe also needs to participate in construction, not many males were brought this time. The original inhabitants of the wolf tribe outnumbered their own troops by more than 2 times. There aren't many battles in history where a smaller force defeats a larger one, but it seems like one is coming soon. Suddenly, the entire group fell silent. None of the orcs knew what they were about to face. Song Xingyue's gaze gradually turned serious as she quietly stared ahead. It seems we can only outsmart them, not rely on brute force. When outnumbered, the only option is to avoid direct confrontation and find other solutions. She kept thinking about the art of war she had read before. I was thinking about whether there was a plan that could just be used to deal with the wolf clan. Along the way, she remained silent. They were almost at the wolf tribe when they arrived. He suddenly spoke. First, set a trap. Song Xingyue jumped off Ryan's back. After observing the surrounding terrain, they decided to dig a large hunting pit in the ground. He commanded all the males to dig a hole as quickly as possible. They then collected many leaves and a few thin twigs to disguise the trap. After everything was ready, it was already dawn. Now, we only need to do two things to achieve a coordinated attack from within and without, and take down the wolf pack. Song Xingyue took a deep breath and then calmly explained her strategy. First, the wolf cub needs to cooperate with me. He needs to tie me up and take me as a prisoner to that cave inside the wolf tribe. Wolf's dark pupils widened in surprise as he stared at her, hardly believing what he had just heard. Are you sure? He frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice. That's not a place for someone as delicate as you. Did you think I went out to have fun? No, I went out to do something big. Song Xingyue didn't explain much, and then turned her attention to Ryan. Secondly, I need you to go to the gates of the wolf tribe and shout at them to lure them into this trap. Can you do that? Ryan didn't leave, but stared intently at Song Xingyue, wanting to know why she did this. They shouldn't have captured any female lions from the lion tribe, right? Yes. Ryan stood tall and proud, exuding an air of dominance. Our lion tribe has always been powerful, and no other tribe dares to come and attack us. Because there are no females among them. When you, an orc, appear, they would never imagine that you have a large army behind you. This is what Song Xingyue was considering. Once you lure them into this trap, our tribe's orcs will rush out from all directions and wipe them out, leaving no one alive. This will solve these major problems outside. After hearing her plan, Ryan's dark pupils swirled with uncertainty. I used to have strategies when I went to the battlefield, but clearly her strategies were more effective. So how can you guarantee that you can get out of there safely? He didn't know why he asked such a question, and he wasn't even aware of how much he cared about her. What will happen to the tiger tribe if you die inside? Even if I die, I'll still have Wei Wei. Song Xingyue was still in the mood to joke at this moment. The tribe can survive without me. She reached out and patted Ryan on the shoulder. I'll hold out until you deal with these things outside, and then you can come and help us. Of course, I won't just sit here and wait to die. I'll run to you as soon as you arrive. Ryan's heart. Her words struck a chord with me. She was indeed the female who could fight alongside him, not the female who needed protection and only knew how to throw tantrums. Now, let's begin. She smiled as she looked at the wolf cub and stretched out her hands. Tie me up and don't hold back. At the entrance of the wolf tribe, Wolf carried Song Xingyue on his shoulder and greeted the male guards. Brothers, look who I brought back. Most of the wolf pack members knew Wolf Cub, but they all rejected him. He was always a loner, which made the group dislike him. She's just a female, what's there to brag about? This is no ordinary female. When Wolf said this, his eyes were full of mischievous intent. This is the legendary high-ranking female orc, the leader of the tiger tribe. What? The wolves guarding the area immediately changed their expressions upon hearing this. They were still planning how to snatch it from her, but they never expected that this good-for-nothing wolf cub would actually do it. Make way. I'll take her to the cave first. Seeing this, Wolf gave Song Xingyue a hard slap on the bottom. Song Xingyue took a deep breath and then forcibly suppressed her temper. This wasn't in the script. The wolf cub is actually adding drama to his own story. Chapter 43, Only Through Battle Can One Attain Freedom. At the entrance of the wolf tribe, just as they were discussing who would mate with the high-ranking female orc first, suddenly, a magnificent lion appeared. A lion's roar. It instantly refreshed them. He immediately looked in that direction. Lion? They never expected that a lion would come to their door and bark. And there's only one? Are you here to die? The wolves began to laugh wildly. Our tribe does not accept other orcs. I heard that your wolf clan has captured a lot of females. I came here for the females, and while I'm at it, I'll kill you all. Ryan's dark pupils were fixed on the few wolves on the city wall. His words were exceptionally domineering and provocative. The wolf tribe is just changing shifts. Hearing provocative noises outside, everyone was ready for battle. The 4 wolves on the city wall jumped down and surrounded Ryan. You dare to come here and bark, even though you're just one dog? They mocked him. You want to kill us? Ha ha, you'll be the one dying. We'll tear you to pieces. We'll hang your animal skins on our city walls. Ryan snorted coldly, dismissing their harsh words with disdain. With your abilities? Yes, just based on us. The wolves exchanged a glance, and instantly, all four wolves launched a fierce attack on Ryan. Their claws were aimed straight for his vitals. Every bite seemed designed to kill him. Ryan always remembered what Xingyue had told him before she left. Do not linger in battle. Simply lure them into the trap. Damn it! He muttered a curse under his breath. These four wolves were indeed not to be trifled with. Dealing with them would be an incredibly easy task, but now they have to obey her and pretend they can't win. He barely managed to dodge the attack. When they saw the gates of the wolf tribe open and more than a dozen wolves run out, they knew the time was right. Ryan bit down on the neck of the wolf closest to him. His quick, precise, and ruthless manner completely revealed his true nature. But he didn't kill him outright. Instead, he left him with a breath. Then they changed direction and ran wildly towards the trap. When the wolves saw their companion being carried away, they quickly gave chase. A lion's running speed is no match for a wolf's. Soon, they're about to catch up. Ryan snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. A leap. They completely avoided the trap. But the wolves behind them couldn't break in time. Their feet slipped, and one after another they fell into the trap. But a few wolves still nimbly dodged it. They didn't have time to save their comrades. Realizing they had fallen into the enemy's trap, they instantly turned around and prepared to flee. Ban, along with the other beastmen, surrounded the wolf clan from all sides, closing in step by step. A major battle is imminent. Ryan flung the half-dead wolf out of his mouth and threw it into the trap. Who was it that just said they wanted to tear me apart and hang my animal skin on the city wall? His words were exceptionally domineering, and the atmosphere around him was incredibly oppressive. Step forward and let me see. Let me see if you have the guts to skin me alive. In the cave, where females were imprisoned, Wolf successfully brought Xingyue here. But the play is not over yet. Go in. He shoved Xingyue inside hard. Seeing her stagger and almost fall, my heart ached terribly. But I managed to restrain myself. From today onwards, you're no longer a female of the tiger tribe. You're now a female of our wolf tribe. After staggering, Xingyue clearly saw the emaciated female beastmen. They were all pale and thin, some even with empty eyes that were heartbreaking. It's as if they've lost all hope for life and become numb. Several female orcs still showed signs of fear. Especially when they saw the wolf cub, they instantly felt as if they had seen something terrifying. Their breathing quickened, they trembled, and fear spread through them. Xingyue was truly heartbroken by their plight. She glanced at it briefly. Besides the tiger tribe, there are also male and female members from other tribes. Their race can be easily identified from their appearance. I just didn't expect it. There are even bear tribes here? The bears are so strong. How could they be captured? There are also bird tribes. How could someone who could fly in the sky still be caught by wolves? Now that you've been captured, don't even think about escaping. I'll be guarding the entrance to the cave. If you dare to have any other ideas, I'll kill you. As the wolf cub spoke, his eyes were filled with an overwhelming sense of heartache. Xingyue glanced at the wolf next to Lang'er and immediately pretended to be scared. Like the other female orcs, she huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. Only after the footsteps faded into the distance did she dare to speak slowly. Do you want to go home? These words were spoken. All the female orcs looked at her. But then, as if he had suddenly thought of something, the glimmer that had just begun to burn gradually disappeared. Go home. The female orc of the Antelope clan choked with sobs. Do the female orcs who were captured here still have a home to return to? The other female orcs couldn't help but tear up as well. They must have been tortured here for so long that they no longer had the desire to escape. Xingyue could understand their feelings at that moment very well. They must have thought about escaping during their years of imprisonment. Instead, he was punished even more severely after his failed escape attempt. That's why they don't dare to even dream about it now. Xingyue was pressed for time and had a heavy workload. I'll keep it brief and get straight to the point. If you are willing to trust me, I will take you home. She first gave them hope and then told them about her plan. There are at least 10 wolves outside. We need to fight our way out to regain our freedom. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was firm. But it's clear that we don't have enough manpower right now. If you're willing to switch into orc form, come fight with us. Then the road home awaits you. The female beastmen looked at each other, their eyes filled with an indescribable bewilderment. Female orcs can fight, but we can't beat them at all. How will you know if you don't try? Song Xingyue smiled as she looked at them, her eyes crinkling. Only through fighting can you win your way home. Hiding here will only bring you torment. She grasped one of the female orcs, granting her strength and looking at her expectantly. If you're willing to fight alongside me now, switch to work form. Chapter 44, A Fire Burned Everything. Soon, the Lion King, waiting outside the tribe, received the signal from the howling wolves inside. He turned around and gave Bruce a look. You and Ban stay here and take care of these guys. I'll lead the other orcs to attack. This is the consistent practice of their lion tribe. After each attack on other tribes, Bruce and Ban would clean up a mess. Bruce hadn't felt this way in a long time. He felt that he had rediscovered his former self on the battlefield, instead of cowardly following Nini's side. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal his sharp claws. She vented all the anger she had suffered at Nini's hands on the wolf. Ban, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine when she saw this. He even felt that this Bruce was terrifyingly unlike the one he used to know. In the wolf tribe, Song Xingyue and Wolf led the female beastmen in a counterattack. They launched a surprise attack directly from inside the tribe, leaving them completely unprepared. These strong wolves could have launched a counterattack, but suddenly they were surrounded by Ryan's troops. In an instant, the males began to fight each other. Some were injured and some died, and the scene was extremely chaotic and cruel. The female beastmen also all adopted a desperate stance. Even when facing males several times stronger than themselves, they did not back down in the slightest, fighting for so-called freedom. It wasn't until the afternoon that the sky gradually darkened. This battle, where the odds were heavily against each other, has finally come to an end. Except for the alpha wolf, the other wolves were either captured or executed. Song Xingyue and her group were also very tired at this moment. However, he still reorganized his troops and led them toward the tribe. Since the alpha wolf had not been captured, and considering safety concerns, they had to leave the tribe as soon as possible. But before leaving, she made a point of looting the tribe. Surprisingly, the wolves were quite clever. They even managed to take some handy boar tusks. Once the wild boar tusks are sharpened, they can be used to make sharp daggers. A dagger is definitely much better than a stone knife. She also saw some relatively good quality animal hides in the alpha wolf's house. Some are gray, some are white, and some are alternating between black and white. It's not hard to imagine. These animal hides must have come from the dead female beastman. Unexpected. The alpha wolf even has such a peculiar hobby. He enjoys collecting beautiful animal hides. She took all the animal hides off. They were neatly arranged on the ground, although it is unknown who these animal hides once belonged to. But since they are no longer here, they will always return to their roots. Wolf Cub, start a fire. Although the evacuation was urgent, but there was still something she had to do. Although the wolf didn't understand what Xingyue was trying to do, it still obeyed and started a fire outside. Soon, flames erupted everywhere. It illuminated the entire wolf tribe. Song Xingyue went outside. In front of all the orcs, he picked up a half-burnt, red-hot fire poker and threw it directly into the house. The beastmen were all stunned by Song Xingyue's move. I never expected her to do this. Ryan also came to Song Xingyue's side at this moment. He didn't say a word, but silently picked up the rest of the fire pokers and threw them inside. The firelight shimmered. It's just like saying goodbye to the past. Too many female orcs died in this tribe. I couldn't bring them back to life, so this is the only way I can give them freedom and liberate their bound souls. Although, there are many things the beastmen might not understand, but you can vaguely sense her sincerity. I'm finally free. The tiger named Xingyue suddenly collapsed to the ground, covering its face and weeping bitterly. I thought I wouldn't be able to wait any longer, but I can't believe we can finally go home. Hearing her words, the other female orcs in prison here also started to cry. They seemed to want to vent all the grievances they had suffered here. Her crying was heartbreaking. Song Xingyue stood silently in place, her beautiful eyes fixed on the raging fire in front of her. The fire has spread throughout the entire house. Everything inside will soon turn to ashes. Ladies, she turned around, her back to the fire, and spoke firmly to them. Perhaps you did experience misfortune when you were captured, but you earned your current freedom through your own abilities, hard work, and struggle. The female beastmen looked at Song Xingyue with teary eyes. The fire raged behind her, making her look just like a hero rising from the ashes. Ryan turned his head to look at her profile. Her eyes held a longing for peace, a hatred for killing, and a yearning for the future. Such a female beastman. It was something I had never seen before. Her ambition may be no less than his. Now, all the males have switched to orc form, and each male is carrying a female orc. We're taking them home. The males immediately changed their forms. Bruce couldn't help but think of Nini. If Nini saw him with other female beastmen, it might cause trouble again, so he quietly stepped aside. Ban approached one of the female orcs and crawled on the ground. Come on up, we'll take you home. Although the female beastmen were still somewhat hesitant, upon hearing the word home, they all chose the male in front of them to take them back. I know that some of you female orcs are not from our tiger tribe, but we still need to take you to our tribe first, and then, provided you are healthy, escort you back to your original tribe. Song Xingyue's words were gentle and soft. After surviving such a catastrophe, they're especially capable of calming the hearts of beasts. The large group marched back the way they had come, under the cover of night. This time, their numbers are greater than when they came, and they bear a heavier responsibility. You're injured. I'll have Senna heal you once we get back to the tribe. These are the wounds from fighting beasts for you, and they are glory. With every step Ryan took, there was an indescribable air of dominance about him. He walked at the very front of the group, his eyes constantly fixed on the front, his ears listening to the sound around him. Sitting on his back, Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes flickered with complex emotions. But in the end, she pursed her lips and said nothing. You promised me that I could choose to leave after this battle was over. Ryan brought up the agreement he had made with Song Xingyue. If I said I didn't want to leave and wanted to stay in the tribe, to stay by your side, what would you think? Chapter 45, I'll misunderstand if you treat me like this. When the main force arrived at the tribe, Xingyue had already led the other orcs to light a bonfire in the square, and a fragrant aroma of roasted meat assaulted their taste buds. This made them, who were already starving, even hungrier. When they saw that the main force had returned, cheers erupted throughout the tribe. Because this proves it. Their tiger tribe has won this victory. This also means that their status within the orc tribe has risen even higher. Song Xingyue jumped down from behind Ryan almost immediately. Ignoring the stares of the other beastmen, he quickened his pace and ran towards Xingyue. Xingyue opened his arms and walked towards her. Just as the two were about to meet, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender waist and leaned down to kiss her. Damn it! Wolf Cub muttered a curse under his breath, expressing his dissatisfaction. Even though he did nothing in the tribe, he is now the one Xingyue misses the most. Ryan's dark pupils stared at the scene before him. He found it extremely dazzling, making him want to destroy everything here. I miss you so much. One kiss, and it was over. Song Xingyue finally spoke, panting. Have you missed me? I've thought about it. Xingyue reached out and gently stroked her soft hair, his deep eyes filled with affection. The orcs you sent back told me in advance where you were, so I prepared roasted meat so you could eat it as soon as you returned. This is for you. Anin is the thinnest female beastman in the lion tribe. She has long since become accustomed to life here. They knew that some of the orcs were visiting this unfamiliar tribe for the first time and might be hesitant to eat. They wrapped the roasted meat in leaves and served it to one of the female orcs. Seeing this, the other beastmen followed suit, bringing food to some of the female beastmen they had never met before. Some of the female beastmen were so moved that they shed tears. After eating the barbecue, he was sobbing uncontrollably. We haven't eaten meat in a long time, let alone such delicious meat. Thank you so much. If you like it, you can stay here from now on. Taking this opportunity, Song Xingyue extended a sincere invitation to all the female beastmen she had brought back this time. If any of you are willing to stay, you will be family from now on. Even if you are newcomers, we will treat you all equally and without discrimination. Through this incident, every female beastman who was brought back had long since submitted to Song Xingyue. In fact, subconsciously he already regarded her as his leader. Although they did not answer immediately, sometimes silence is another form of response. Wolf noticed that Ryan next to him was walking towards the underground cave. They did not speak up to stop them. Through this experience of fighting alongside him, he highly recognized Ryan's combat capabilities. But both are male. How could he not sense Ryan's possessive desire for Xingyue? Yeah. Lily ran out of the herd of beasts and hugged Yeah tightly. You're finally back. Do you know how worried I was about you? Yeah, seeing the current situation, raised her hand and slapped Lilier, shocking the other beastmen. Did you ever really worry about us? Do you know how much we've been tortured since you escaped like a cub? Song Xingyue immediately looked over, but did not intend to say anything, because she understood that some things were things Lilier had to handle herself, especially the matter of being forgiven. I'm sorry, but I really didn't have any other choice at the time. Lilier choked up as she spoke, her eyes filled with guilt and self-blame. I want to bring you out too, but I really can't. Lilier is telling the truth. Wei Wei stepped forward from the herd of beasts and spoke up for her. After she returned, she told us what had happened to you. We attacked the wolf clan several times, but all our attempts failed. This time, it was only because Lilier told the new leader that you were able to return. Upon hearing these words, Xingyue silently shed tears. She didn't actually hate Lilier, it was just, since she left, the torment has become increasingly severe, to the point that she doesn't know who to hate in order to have any hope of living. Lilier even fell seriously ill because she couldn't save you all, and almost died. It was the new leader who saved her, and everyone knows these things. Xingyue finally couldn't control her feelings and hugged Lilier tightly, bursting into tears. I didn't mean to hit you. Can you forgive me? It's good that you're back. Lily hugged Xingyue tightly and burst into tears. As long as you all come back safely, that's enough for me. Seeing that they had reconciled, Song Xingyue finally felt relieved. It has to be said, the orcs are indeed quite simple and brutal in handling things. It doesn't look like a human. There are many twists and turns, and some people are even cunning and scheming. Where's Ryan? She then noticed that she hadn't seen Ryan since she returned. Did any of you see it? The wolf cub frowned slightly, then closed its eyes and pointed with its tail toward the underground cave. Song Xingyue couldn't help but laugh at the wolf's performance. Then she looked at Ling Mu and slowly spoke. Ryan is injured. I need to go check on him. You're in charge here. Good. Ling Mu watched Xingyue's departing figure, a sense of worry gradually creeping into his heart. You disagree like that? The wolf cub opened its eyes and looked at him reproachfully. Don't you know that Xingyue is very interested in this Ryan? And you just agree like that? Why do you have to ask me where Star Moon Ryan went? Didn't you tell me? Ling Mu's deep eyes fell heavily on the wolf's face, full of warning. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, and don't say things you shouldn't say. Inside an underground cave, Ryan silently licked his wounds, all by himself. His expression was so lonely, so desolate. His dark eyes held a mystery, and no one knew what he was thinking. Healing himself, Song Xingyue walked down the steps with light steps and came to stand in front of him. Does it dislike crowds? That's why one of the beasts hid away. Ryan slowly raised his head, staring at her with an intimidating gaze. Both of your partners are in the square, so why did you decide to come find me? Song Xingyue vaguely sensed that he seemed to be jealous. She smiled silently and came to his side. You're injured. I'm here to treat you. She slowly raised her hand and applied the ointment she had brought to his wound. Her movements were as gentle as possible, as she frowned slightly as she stroked his rough skin. Ryan subtly dodged away, seemingly bothered by her touch. Song Xingyue looked at him with confused eyes, as if asking why he was avoiding her. They're too intimate. Ryan took the ointment from her hand and looked at her meaningfully. If you treat me like this, I'll misunderstand. Chapter 46, he actually used the tactic of feigning indifference to win me over. When leaving the underground cave, Song Xingyue's lips still held a smile, and her eyes were filled with keen interest. She hadn't expected the playing hard to get tactic. It's amazing that you can even see it in the orc world. She could clearly feel Ryan's burning possessiveness towards her. But when she got close, he deliberately distanced himself. This is a strategy of feigning indifference to lure the prey into a trap. It's made me really itchy to try it myself. But haste makes waste. This statement also applies to Ryan. He is the Lion King, possessing absolute power. He would not easily submit to anyone, much less easily accept other orcs. In other words, perhaps he can control his nature and submit to himself. But he absolutely cannot tolerate Ling Mu and Lang Er. So, it can't be rushed. We need to take it slowly. Since he likes to play hard to get, I'll just play along. How about it? Ling Mu walked over from a short distance away, carrying food wrapped in leaves in his hand. Did you enjoy your chat with Ryan? He's injured, so I'm here to apply medicine to him. She took the fragrant roasted meat from Ling Mu's hands. It was at the perfect temperature and ate it in one bite. Ling Mu's deep eyes flickered uncertainly in the moonlight. You care about him a lot, don't you? Ling Mu. Song Xingyue didn't want to deceive Ling Mu's heart, So she met his eyes and slowly spoke. I am indeed very interested in Ryan. If he can stay here, it will be a good thing for us because of his incredible combat strength. I said it wasn't a tribe. This was not the answer Lingmu wanted. My question is, will he be a third partner? What if I say yes? Song Xingyue preferred to tell him her true feelings directly rather than deceive him. Can you accept him? Lingmu's heart. Suddenly, as if touched by something, I felt a dull ache. He looked into Song Xingyue's eyes and suddenly didn't know how to answer. Because once you say you don't want to, that is, you are jealous. In the orc world, envy is a sin. Once you tell Xingyue that you can accept it, perhaps for some time to come, the stars and moon won't come here anymore? Lingmu, I respect your choice. Song Xingyue reached out and took his hand, their fingers intertwined. If you really can't accept Ryan, I will respect that. Her voice was gentle and full of sincerity. Because she understands. Lingmu has given up far too much for himself. If Ryan can't accept his two partners and can't make Lingmu not dislike him, then he certainly wasn't qualified to be a third partner. I am not qualified to find a third partner. I don't know anything about Ryan. After a long silence, Lingmu spoke in a low voice. I need time. Good. Song Xingyue looked at Lingmu gratefully and threw herself into his arms. She was grateful that he hadn't rejected her outright. She was grateful that he had always considered her feelings. The wolf cub, watching the two embrace from a distance, silently turned and left. His tail was always drooping. It's obvious. I'm in a terrible mood. I'm looking for a lowly orc to put in the arena. He discovered that whenever Xingyue saw Lingmu, she seemed to forget her own existence. In her eyes, no beastman was more important than Lingmu, including herself, although he was her second partner. But most of the time, Lingmu is still by his side. Wolves are definitely not liked. Vigus appeared out of nowhere, looking at Wolf Cub provocatively. I think the reason the leader chose you in the first place was mainly because having you would make it easier to attack the Wolf clan. Wolf Cub looked in the direction of the sound. It was discovered to be White Tiger Vegas. He had always been the right-hand man of the former leader, Wei Wei. Therefore, they were not very subservient to Xingyue, the new leader. You, a male who has no female orcs willing to accept, dare to come here and say such things? A cold smile played on his lips as he slowly and deliberately retorted. If I remember correctly, didn't you confess your love to Senna before? And were you rejected? Vigus's expression suddenly turned ugly. Her small eyes filled with anger as she glared at him, revealing her sharp claws. The whole tribe knows about his confession to Senna. The entire tribe knew about the rejection. That's why, to this day, not a single female orc is willing to accept him. And this scoundrel actually rubbed salt into his own wound? What? Want to fight? The wolf cub was not afraid at all and instantly revealed its sharp claws. But then, as if remembering something, he snorted coldly. If you want to fight, go to the arena. Otherwise, you might get killed here and cause trouble for Starmoon. It's still uncertain who will die. Vigus truly felt that her self-esteem had been hurt. How could we be threatened by this despicable wolf in front of us? But then, for some unknown reason, he suddenly retracted his claws. What scared? Wolf Cub frowned slightly when he saw that Vigus had lost all desire to fight. If you're scared, then don't block the way here. It's not that I'm afraid, but I've thought of a better way to deal with you. Vigus looked at him with a shrewd gaze. Because I've come up with a better way to deal with you. It's even more effective than going to the arena with you. Wolf didn't bother to figure out what Vigus had to do to get rid of himself. He was in a very bad mood and just wanted to leave as soon as possible to go to the riverbank to calm down. As he passed by Vigus, he gave her a cold warning. If you want to fight, I'm ready anytime. But remember to wash your neck clean, because entering the arena is your death sentence. Vigus completely disregarded the wolf cub's warning and snorted coldly as she watched his retreating figure. I like to see how long you can be so arrogant in this tribe. At night, the village was filled with those kinds of sounds. Perhaps it's because absence makes the heart grow fonder. Having just won a battle, they all want to find their partners and ask for a good reward. The dramatic, undulating sound, at first listen, resembles a beautiful symphony. Song Xingyue was influenced by this atmosphere. They voluntarily removed the animal skin from the Lingmu. Her soft little hand gently stroked his wheat-colored face as she looked at him with a smile. You. Lingmu's sexy atoms apple-bobbed, and his deep eyes were filled with restrained desire. Why? You managed the tribe very well while I was away. As she spoke, she moved closer to him. She couldn't help but kiss his collarbone. The wolf cub outside the cave heard their voices mingling. He silently covered his ears and closed his eyes. Chapter 47, Holding You for Warmth. Unbeknownst to them, winter had arrived in the orc world. Although it hasn't snowed yet, the frigid weather is already unbearable for many orcs. Chief, that bear clan member, Duo, looks very unwell. Is she all right? Senna, covered in thick animal hides, looked at her with deep concern. I don't know if she's sick or what, but she just looks listless, and now she's appearing less and less often. That means it's going into hibernation. It's all right. Xingyue used to watch Animal World frequently, so she had some common knowledge about this. Generally speaking, bears hibernate in winter. Hibernation means that they sleep during the winter to conserve their energy and will only wake up in the spring. Aren't you afraid of sleeping to death if you sleep for so long? This was the first time Senna had heard of such a thing, and she couldn't help but speak up. They'll either die of sleep or starve to death, right? No, they have a thick layer of fat, enough to keep them from starving during hibernation. But look at Duo now. It is obviously because the current orc world cannot provide them with a safe opportunity to hibernate. That's why she resists her body's mechanisms and stays awake every day, even though she's still very tired. Xingyue returned from outside and patted the snow off his clothes. The weather is getting colder, so I brought back a few more animal hides for you to keep warm. He threw all the animal hides he had brought back on the ground. It's clear that these animal hides have undergone special processing. Xingyue was surprised to find that there were fox furs inside. Fox fur is the best thing for keeping warm. Its effects are even comparable to those of mink fur. But, did you attack the fox tribe? Otherwise, how could you possibly get fox pelts? I found a dead fox while I was patrolling around. Xingyue then noticed that Sina was also in the room. After nodding to her, I began skillfully adding fire. Since he's already dead, there's no point in keeping the skin. I might as well bring it back for you to keep warm. Do we see foxes near our tribe? Xingyue's eyes darkened, and she became more wary and vigilant. It has been more than a month since the last attack on the wolf clan. The attack went very smoothly. However, many orcs in the tribe were also injured. This is a time for them to recuperate. If a fox were to attack now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it. Senna suddenly spoke up. Now that Xingyue is back, I'll be leaving now. I'm afraid Banban will worry if I get back too late. Xingyue nodded to Sina and smiled gently. Throughout the entire tribe, Senna and Banban had the most stable and best relationship. They are inseparable almost every day. Of course, except when the students go to build defensive fortifications, they will be separated for a short while. But at least the work is done. Banban immediately returned to Sina's side, and he was very patient even when helping her organize the medicinal herbs. After Senna left, Xingyue suddenly spoke in a low voice. Don't overthink it. It's winter. Even the dumbest fox wouldn't choose to attack us now. Xingyue nodded and tugged at the animal skin on her body again. Xingyue walked over and hugged her tightly, using his body heat to keep her warm. Speaking of which, the second batch of houses has already been built. Have you thought about how to allocate them? This batch will definitely be prioritized for female beastmen who are pregnant. This will make it easier for them to give birth and for the offspring to live in. Xingyue thought so too. The most important beings in the orc world are the orc cubs and female orcs. He nodded in agreement. Winter is the season for babies to be born, and if there's a house available at this time, the survival rate of the babies will be much higher. Xingyue looked at her slightly protruding belly and reached out to touch it. I discovered another hidden pattern in the orc world while chatting with Xingyue a few days ago. Female beastmen conceive in the fall and give birth in the winter. I wonder if, because I was reborn into the world of beastmen, I will also follow their reproductive patterns. The rest of the rooms. Give one to Ryan, because many orcs from the lion tribe are currently with us, and if we don't take good care of their former leader, they'll have complaints. Xingyue couldn't immediately tell whether she said that out of personal motives or something else. All I could do was remain silent. If there are any rooms left, we can give them to the female beastmen rescued from the wolf pack. What do you think? I'll listen to you. A dark light flashed in Xingyue's deep eyes. They concealed their deepest thoughts. You are the tribal chief, so everything is done according to your wishes. Xingyue nestled in Xingyue's warm embrace, and then the corners of her mouth slowly turned up. Thank you, Xingyue. That evening, Xingyue then gathered all the beastmen in the square. They were informed of the allocation of the second phase of housing. After hearing this, the beastmen all supported their leader's decision, especially those beastmen from the lion tribe. After hearing that Ryan would also be allocated a house, he felt more hopeful for the future. However, the tribe is currently facing a serious problem. There are many orcs, but few houses, even though it's already the second phase of the housing project. However, many orcs still live in caves. Believe me, when next winter comes, everyone will be living in warm houses. Her gentle voice brought strength to the beastmen. We will begin construction of Phase 3 after spring. Then everyone will have houses to live in. Leader, we believe in you. No matter what, Sina is always the first person to choose to support Song Xingyue. Although Anin is socially awkward, she still silently raised her hand. I believe I will definitely be allocated a house next year. I believe in the leader. Rose frowned slightly, displeased but thankfully didn't say anything more. She wasn't allocated a house, which means she'll have to live in a cave from now on. However, when she turned around and saw Nini's expression, her mood immediately improved. I didn't get a house because I'm single, but Nini, you're not single. You don't even have a house just because you're not pregnant? She has never gotten along with Nini and always seizes the opportunity to make sarcastic remarks about her. Is it you or Bruce who's incompetent? Why don't you ask Senna for advice? Nini's most hated female orc is Senna. Rose's words were completely teetering on the edge of her own minefield. Compared to having no offspring, aren't you a female beastman who has no male willing to want you? Even more pathetic? She snorted coldly, her posture haughty. That's true. No male would like an ugly female orc like you. Chapter 48 enraged the Lion King. When the tribe experienced its first heavy snowfall, Song Xingyue stood at the doorway, stretched out her hands, and caught the snowflakes. The snowflakes gradually melted in her palm. Some of them are icy cold. This made her involuntarily shrink her neck. She then felt slightly disappointed. If this were in the real world, the goose is definitely going to be slaughtered today. Snowflakes kill the goose. These are all traditional customs in northeast China. But now, he couldn't find a way back. All they can do is try to survive in this strange orc world. Wolf Cub returned from outside, covered in snow and wind. I spotted Xingyue standing at the doorway immediately. He ran over quickly, put his arm around her soft waist, and kissed her forehead. Song Xingyue walked over and gently nudged his shoulder, brushing the snow off his body with a tender smile. Where did you go off to have fun? I'm going to catch some fish for you. Wolf Cub pulled out a fresh fish from behind his back. His narrow eyes were full of smugness. The river was frozen over, but because you wanted to eat, I dug a hole in it. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyue's eyes instantly lit up with starlight. Isn't this the legendary ice fishing? Unexpectedly, even in the orc world at this time, orcs already know how to do it based on instinct. Actually, I want to take you to play on the ice, but it was too slippery, and I was afraid you wouldn't be able to stand steadily, so I brought you back instead. Slip? Song Xingyue suddenly thought of something really fun. Go find me some planks. I need to make something so we can go play on the ice together. Although Wolfie didn't know what Xingyue was going to do, he still went to the storeroom and took the wood that had been stored there. According to this, as Song Xingyue spoke, she drew a design on the ground, then told Langer where to cut it and how to assemble it. After all, the orc world doesn't have nails or hammers to hold things in place. Therefore, the only way to make a sled is to use the principle of tongue and groove to piece together the wood. It might not be very sturdy, but it's definitely playable. Even after seeing the finished product, Wolf still didn't understand what it was. So, is this something to play with? Come here. Song Xingyue tied the rope she had previously made to the front of the sled. Then she put it around the wolf's neck. You run, and the sled runs. That way you can take me anywhere. Wolf Cub immediately switched into beastman form and ran around the square outside, just as Xingyue had instructed. For the first time, Song Xingyue experienced the joy of arriving in the beastman world. She held onto the rope with one hand and stretched out the other, feeling the winter snowflakes falling. Many beastmen who saw this scene expressed that they really wanted to play on it and could sit on it and play like their leader. Song Xingyue simply gathered everyone together in the square. Then he took his sled apart to show everyone, and then reassembled it in front of everyone. Then everyone will know how to play. In no time at all, many sleds appeared in the square. Song Xingyue felt that wasn't fun enough, so she decided to organize a small competition. The prize for winning is the fish that the wolf brought back. She picked up a stick and poked it into a small snowdrift not far away. Tell them the rules of the game. Whoever gets the little stick first among the orcs sitting on the sled wins. With the arrival of 3, 2, 1, The entire square immediately became bustling with activity. There was shouting and yelling. It was quite a lively scene. Final. Banban and Sina won the sledding competition. They embraced excitedly. A passionate, deep kiss. The other beastmen watching also became envious. Seeing everyone playing happily on the ice, Nini slapped Bruce across the face. Everyone else knows how to do it. You're the only one who doesn't. Are you really that useless? Bruce's eyes were full of meaning. Unlike before, he didn't lower his head. Instead, he looked directly at her. You're still not convinced? Nini got even angrier when she saw this. You're completely useless, and yet you're looking at me like that? The more Bruce was beaten, the more ferocious his eyes became. You. Nini suddenly noticed something was wrong, and her attitude softened slightly, becoming less assertive than before. Are you trying to rebel against me? You know perfectly well that this is not allowed in the orc world. Seeing this, Bruce slowly spoke. You're clearly an adult, but you didn't come to Flamingo until winter came, did you? One sentence instantly touched Nini's heart. She had been anxious as she saw the good news constantly coming from the tribe. But she is also a very proud person. How could she possibly admit that she didn't come to Hongha? She blamed everything on Bruce. Only female beastmen who are well cared for by males will come to the Red Crane. If I don't come, it means you haven't taken good care of me. She stood up straight and looked at Bruce with an air of self-righteousness. Her words were full of disdain for Bruce. Look at what the leader eats every day, and then look at me. What do I eat every day? The more she talked about it, the more aggrieved she felt. It's because you've treated me badly that I'm not coming to Hongha. Bruce stared intently at Nini for a long while before gradually looking away. He turned and silently walked outside. In no time at all, he appeared in the square. Nini clenched her fists tightly, clearly displeased with Bruce's resistance today. She decided to find herself a second partner. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as Bruce is unhappy, then I'm happy. She immediately turned her gaze to Ryan. He is the bravest male in the entire tribe and has not yet found a mate. If he could become my second partner, I would definitely feel very proud. With that thought in mind, she immediately headed towards Ryan's house. Upon entering, he spoke with great compassion. I can take you as my second partner. You don't need to thank me too much. Ryan is currently making some pointed things out of bamboo. Hearing the noise around him, he finally spoke up, clearly annoyed. What did you just say? Seeing this, Nini straightened her chest once again. You're almost past the age of marriage, so I'm willing to take you as my second partner. You don't need to thank me too much. The Lion King shoved the sharp bamboo stick in his hand through Nini's ear. If his hand had been just a fraction off, it would have been Nini stuck in the wall, not the bamboo. Nini was so frightened that she trembled uncontrollably and screamed shrilly. Are you trying to hurt me? Males who harm females will be punished. Did I hurt you? The Lion King stared intently at him with a hint of disdain in his deep eyes. Don't you even know your own worth? How dare you come up to me and say such insolent things? He has never been a kind person, nor is he the type to constantly fawn over female orcs. In his heart, only Song Xingyue could conquer him. As for Nini, what was she? Nini felt deeply humiliated, so she kicked open the door and shouted towards the square. Leader, Ryan is trying to hurt me. Please save me. Chapter 49. Nini was abandoned by Bruce. The laughter and chatter were instantly interrupted by Nini's words. Song Xingyue slowly turned her head around. As the leader of the tribe, one cannot simply turn a blind eye to such a thing. But he had great faith in the Lion King's style. If it weren't for this, he would never have laid a hand on Nini for saying something that made her uncomfortable. But in the orc world, it is a grave sin for a male to harm a female. Even if I believe in the Lion King, this is something I still have to deal with. The Lion King slowly walked out of the house, his dark eyes looking at Nini with disdain. She came to my room for no reason and said some uncomfortable things to me. I didn't touch her. I don't know why she said those things. In one sentence, the entire sequence of events is clearly explained. Song Xingyue, of course, believed what the Lion King said. So he slowly looked at Nini. He is not your partner, so why did you go in his house? Even when asked this question, Nini remained confident and assertive. I want to take him as my second partner. Can't I just ask him? Upon hearing this, all the orcs present couldn't help but gasp. In fact, everyone knew perfectly well that this Lion King was definitely the leader's third mate. This is why, although the other females also admired the Lion King, they dared not say so directly. Unexpectedly, Nini defied the odds and attempted to obtain the leader's partner. What makes you think you can accept me as your partner? The Lion King's words were also quite disrespectful, and there was a hint of intense anger in them, which he suppressed. The reason for suppressing his anger was not because he was afraid of scaring Nini, but because he was afraid that if his attitude was too tough, it would put Xingyue in a difficult position. You're so cowardly, have such a bad temper, and often hit your males. Do you think we males are all fools? His words were extremely impolite. You're not nice to males. Bruce is clearly a brave and fierce lion, but you beat him to a pulp in front of you, didn't you? Everyone has seen what Nini has done. Everyone knows how humble Bruce was in his presence. No one wanted to get involved in this matter, and no one ever exposed the truth. But now the Lion King has made a direct statement. I believe no male would want to live like that. Do you think anyone would want to be your second mate? Ban Ban felt the same way when she heard this, because there aren't many male lions from the lion tribe here, just like the Lion King, Ben, and Bruce. Now, Bruce was being abused every day. Anyone would feel terrible in that situation. Bruce certainly shouldn't be treated like this. He was exceptionally brave on the battlefield, protecting all our people. Senna saw her partner start speaking up for Bruce. Fearing that Nini might make things difficult for him, he also spoke up. Nini, you can't take advantage of everyone protecting you to treat males like this. Nini never expected that Senna would also stand on the opposite side and lecture her. I was just asking if the Lion King could be my family member and companion. What are you all doing? She still doesn't think she did anything wrong. Are you all going to gang up on me now? Do you need to drive me out of the tribe? Xingyue looked intently at Nini, thought for a moment, and then slowly spoke. If you continue to act so recklessly, I don't mind kicking you out of the tribe. She has never been one to spoil children, and this Nini is a repeat offender. When you leave, Bruce, I'll find you a new partner. Bruce was shocked that the leader would say such a thing, and a bitter feeling welled up inside him. In the orc world, if a male is abandoned by his mate, he will never be able to find another mate for the rest of his life. Are you trying to help Bruce? You're clearly harming Bruce. Who else will want him besides me? If it's because the female orcs treat the males badly, why can't the males find another one? Xingyue never believed in this logic. Degrading her partner? Telling him no other beastman would want him? Wasn't that just pure intimacy? Bruce is one of the strongest males in our tribe. How could no one want a male like him? Otherwise, you can be with me. Xingyue stepped out from the herd of beasts. I happen to be single. Bruce, would you be my first partner? Nini was furious and yelled at Xingyue. You, a female orc who's been trampled on by the wolf clan countless times, dared to steal my male? These words were spoken. She had completely offended the entire tribe of beastmen, because a small portion of this tribe consists of females rescued from wolf packs. They've settled down here and are living a peaceful life, but they never expected to be betrayed like this. Lingling from the Antelope clan stepped forward and looked at Nini. Even our leader doesn't despise us. How dare you say such a thing? Do we choose to be captured? Aren't we victims too? Fong Fong from the Peacock group looked at Nini with red eyes. If I weren't lost and couldn't find my way home, do you think I'd be stuck here? Why don't you take me back? The people in our tribe certainly won't look down on me. In an instant. Previously, the female beastmen who had been rescued from the wolf clan stood up one after another to condemn Nini's behavior. Nini was outnumbered and could only watch them with resentment. After hesitating for a long time, she slowly spoke. If you drive me out this winter, I will surely die. Will your tribe be able to afford to drive away female orcs? You will die whenever you are driven away. Xingyue was not brainwashed by Nini's words. On the contrary, she remained very clear-headed. So Bruce, are you willing to leave Nini and be with Xingyue? Bruce looked up at Xingyue and saw sincerity in her eyes. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded in agreement. I am willing to be Xingyue's first partner, and I hope the leader can hold a ceremony for us. Nini slapped Bruce across the face. Are you insane? How dare you betray me? To everyone's surprise, Bruce easily grabbed her wrist and glared at her with such hatred. Do you still want to hit me? Do you think I'll let you have your way? The time I spent with Nini was torture every day. Now that I can finally leave her side, how could I be soft-hearted? I will never listen to your orders again, and even if you die, I won't pay you any attention. After saying this, he walked firmly toward Xingyue and knelt on one knee. Thank you for choosing me. I will make you live a happy life. Chapter 50. Xingyue gave birth to a baby. Nini watched helplessly as Bruce left her, her heart breaking. She felt extremely embarrassed, having become a laughingstock of the tribe. I hate Bruce to death. Please leave her tribe now. Song Xingyue's eyes were filled with coldness, and her voice was chillingly cold as she directly gave orders to Nini. Our tribe does not welcome female orcs like you. Nini clenched her fists tightly, looking at her with resentment. Even if you want to drive me away, you can't do it in winter. I'll really die in winter. Song Xingyue raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on her lips. If you absolutely refuse to leave the tribe, then please move back to your cave and leave the house to any orcs who need it. Nini never expected Song Xingyue to be so ruthless. But as things stand now, it seems there's no other way but to give up the house. Although she was unwilling, she had no choice but to silently accept it in order to avoid being driven out. Song Xingyue was very satisfied with this result. Then, a ceremony was held for Xingyue and Bruce in the square. Bruce felt like he was dreaming. He had thought that was how it would be. Unexpectedly, the leader gave him a chance to choose a new partner. Bruce, actually, when we had our first ceremony, I asked you if you wanted to leave Nini. Song Xingyue looked at him gently and smiled. This time, I also want to ask you if you were willing to be with Xingyue forever. Ido. Bruce didn't know what kind of person Xingyue was, but he was at least better than Nini. Besides, this is my only choice, and I have no other choice, right? Don't worry, I will treat you well. Xingyue made a promise to Bruce. Although I can have a bad temper sometimes, I would never hit you. At this heartwarming moment, suddenly, a male rushed in, looking flustered. Chief, something's happened. Lingmu is surrounded on the ice by the males of the Fox tribe. He could fall off at any moment. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyue was immediately enraged. She was just about to lead her elite troops to rescue them. But then my stomach started to hurt. Wolf Cub, you lead the troops to rescue the Ridge Shepherd. The Lion King stays behind to protect the tribe. Wolf Cub keenly sensed that Song Xingyue was about to give birth. He was in a very difficult position. Do you really not need me? I'm here. The Lion King slowly approached Song Xingyue and lifted her into his arms. Fighting on ice is not for me. I can't even stand properly. It's better to stay here and protect the leader. His mind was incredibly clear. Even in such a chaotic moment, he remained logical and reasoned. Wolf hesitated for only a moment before turning around and leading his elite troops to the rescue. The Lion King then called Senna and they went into the house together. Bruce, I won't let you get away with this today. Nini clenched her fists tightly, looking at him with resentment. I will definitely become the most fertile female in the tribe, and then you'll regret it. Inside the house, for the first time, Song Xingyue truly experienced the pain of childbirth. No wonder people online used to say it looked like all 10 ribs were completely broken. Although I don't know what it feels like to have broken ribs, this feeling is truly worse than death. Senna was naturally the captain of the medics, but it was her first time delivering a baby, and she was quite unsure of herself. She worked hard for a long time, but to no avail, and the beast began to get anxious. What should I do, Chief? What should I do? I'm so scared. Song Xingyue was in so much pain that her body was numb, but then she heard Sina say this. I'm the one who should be scared. What are you scared of? But I've never delivered a baby animal before. Senna's voice sounded like she was about to cry. Aren't you putting me in a difficult position? What if I give you the chance to live or die? Thank you so much. It's my blessing to have you. Song Xingyue was absolutely furious with Senna right now. Even if orcs are straightforward, they shouldn't be this direct, right? What if it's a matter of life and death? Shaw, you're such a jinx. At this crucial moment, Lily walked in. What are you doing here? A female orc I've never met before. Move aside, move aside. She calmly approached Song Xingyue. Female orcs usually have a harder time giving birth for the first time, so they should find some ropes. The Lion King immediately went to find a rope, but he didn't know how to use it. You and Senna each hold one end of the rope, tightening it, while the leader pulls on the middle of the rope. The Lion King and Celestine immediately complied. Right now, they can only place all their hopes on Lilier. Leader, stand up and pull. What? Song Xingyue never expected that Lilier would make her give birth standing up. If you want to live, hurry up. Lilier yelled at her directly. If you keep dawdling, I'm not going to bother with you anymore. Song Xingyue was in excruciating pain, and then she was scolded, causing her to immediately burst into tears of grievance. But she didn't dare waste any time, so she did as she was told and stood there to prepare to give birth to the cubs. The screams of Song Xingyue could be heard continuously coming from inside the room. The beastmen on the platform were also silently praying for Song Xingyue. This is the chief's first child, and they all hope that the child can be born safely. The beastmen all knelt on the ground, clasped their hands together, and prayed to the heavens. Although I didn't know if it would work, I did it anyway. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of the beast cub howling suddenly came from inside the house. The beastmen in the square immediately stood up, wanted to go and see the beast cubs. Unexpectedly, the leader's agonizing cries rang out once again. Everyone knelt down again. Is the leader that powerful? The first wave included 2 cubs. The orcs couldn't help but see hope for the tribe's growth. Historically, it has been rare for a litter to produce 2 offspring. Yes, even in our old tribes, there were at most 2 children, and they were quite powerful. A moment later, the voice of the second child came. Just as everyone stood up again, heart-wrenching screams echoed from inside the room once more. All the orcs were completely dumbfounded. Is this what a superior female is like? She can actually give birth to 3 in a row? The sound only rang out after the third cub landed safely. The beastmen on the platform did not stand up, because they couldn't help but wonder if there might be a 4th one. Chapter 51. The beast cub is too weak. It can be discarded. When Xingyue came to her senses and looked at her baby, I was completely stunned. He saw 3 furry little creatures stumbling and running around on the ground. At first glance, it looks just like a puppy, but upon closer inspection, they are indeed 3 tiger cubs. Only, why are the 3 of them different colors? They clearly have the same father and mother. As a result, 3 colors were produced. The 3 little ones clearly noticed that their mother had woken up. They immediately wagged their little tails and stumbled over to this side, then sat down one by one. Xingyue found it hard to believe that 3 tiger cubs would grow out of her belly. And newborn tiger cubs really do look like puppies. Who is the eldest, the second eldest, and the third eldest among you? Wow. The little white tiger immediately raised its head and puffed out its chest, as if to say that it was the boss. Upon seeing this, Xingyue's lips twitched involuntarily. Why does it look like a Samoyed? White and fluffy. So who is the second son? The gray and white tiger cub also stood up straight. Wow, this looks just like a husky when it was a puppy. So you are. Xingyue subconsciously swallowed. She looked at the one lying on the ground with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. The third son? Wow. Okay. This looks just like an Alaskan Malamute when it was young. Therefore, did I give birth to a Siberian husky? Something's not right. Xingyue suddenly realized a very serious problem. Lingmu is a white tiger, so why are the second and third tigers gray? As soon as Lily saw the familiar color, she knew what was going on. You must have mated with your second partner during the time you were trying to conceive, right? Xingyue's face involuntarily turned red, and she even felt an indescribable embarrassment. It's probably because they got some of his color on them that the little ones have other colors. Fine. The Lion King's gaze towards Xingyue now seemed a little off. He even thought that if such a fertile female were his mate, she could definitely help strengthen the lion tribe. He looked at Xingyue with ambition. I started weighing the pros and cons in my mind, although he couldn't accept her other partners. But if she's so fertile, maybe we should seriously consider it. Now that you've recovered, let's go to the platform. Lily acted like a parent throughout, guiding the still bewildered Xingyue. The chieftain's cub is to be seen by all the tribe's people. Everyone is still waiting. It just went out like that. Xingyue stared at Lily in disbelief, hardly able to believe what she had just heard. Does that mean that new mothers don't need to observe the postpartum period? It just went out like that? Otherwise, do you think there's a 4th one in your belly? Lily looked at her, puzzled. Xingyue got up slowly, but she was still very weak. Senna immediately went over and took her arm. Although you're feeling a little uncomfortable now, you will get used to it soon. Xingyue actually believed their lies. But if this is the rule of the orc world, then I can only abide by their rules. All the orcs in the square were eagerly waiting. When Xingyue appeared with her 3 beast cubs, the entire square erupted in cheers. Xingyue was infected by the atmosphere, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily began to turn up. Although it is true that they gave birth to the 3 sled dogs. But at least they are babies born from her womb. Looking at them evokes an overwhelming surge of maternal love. The little ones were also seeing so many orcs for the first time, and they were very excited. But Xingyue noticed that the third brother didn't seem to like crowds. From birth until now, he has always been listless, as if he can't muster any enthusiasm for anything. Right now, the main force that went out to rescue them has also returned. Song Xingyue spotted the injured Ling Mu at a glance, and her heart ached instantly. "You're injured." She ran quickly toward Ling Mu, not caring how weak she was at that moment. Ling Mu opened his injured arm and pulled her into his arms. "You." He smelled the strong stench of blood on Song Xingyue and frowned slightly. "You gave birth to a baby animal?" The three little ones then happily ran over as well. But the moment they saw their father, the three little ones hid behind their mother, clearly still a bit scared. 3. When Wolf Cub saw the three little ones again, he was completely stunned. "My goodness, how can you have so many children? How are you so amazing?" Song Xingyue's fair face flushed slightly as she looked at Ling Mu with a hint of nervousness. Ling Mu gazed intently at the three little ones for a while before turning his gaze away. "The third one isn't very strong. It can be discarded if necessary." "What?" Song Xingyue considered all the possibilities that Ling Mu might have when he saw the beast cub. You might feel happy, moved, excited, or simply unable to process it all at once. But I never imagined he would say something like abandoning the third child. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. How could he say such heartless things? "This is our baby. How can you just throw it away like that?" "Winter is coming." Ling Mu gazed intently at Song Xingyue in his arms and slowly explained. "The baby animals have no way to withstand the winter and need to spend the whole winter in their parents' arms." He explained very seriously. "The cubs that aren't strong enough might not survive the winter, and I'm afraid that if that happens, you won't be able to accept it." Even after hearing Ling Mu's explanation, Song Xingyue still felt very uncomfortable. She left Ling Mu's embrace, bent down, and hugged the third brother directly. "I will definitely raise my third son to adulthood, even if he is not strong enough yet." Her eyes were full of stubbornness. "I will not let any of our tribe's cubs freeze to death. I will lead them through the entire winter." Before Ling Mu could explain anything, she had already turned and walked away. Upon seeing this, the wolf cub immediately followed along, wagging its tail. "Now that your first litter of cubs is finished, can you let me have your next litter?" He looked at the three cubs and was incredibly envious. If it were our child, he would definitely be even cuter than those three. "Wow." As if understanding what the wolf cub was saying, the third wolf bit his arm. Hey, you actually bit me." "Hey." Song Xingyue slapped the third brother on the head and whispered, "How could you bite him? Biting him is wrong." Chapter 52, a three-idiot child was born. For several days in a row, Song Xingyue did not say a word to Ling Mu. This gave Wolf a chance to pester Song Xingyue. He was constantly trying to please her. He practically stayed by her side every step of the way. But even when Song Xingyue is breastfeeding, he will still be driven out, because Song Xingyue could never get over that hurdle in her heart. Outside the house, the wolf cub looked at the fresh prey that Ling Mu had brought back with curiosity. "You've been taking care of Xingyue all this time. Why don't you say a few nice words to her and ease the tension?" Ling Mu kept his brows furrowed the entire time. He pursed his lips and remained silent, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. "You should know that she's been very sad lately." Wolf also longed to have Song Xingyue all to himself. But more than that, he hopes his partner can be happy. Song Xingyue is clearly forcing a smile every day right now. Deep down, all I could think about was Ling Mu. Don't you care about her a lot too? Why don't you explain things to her properly? The wolf was so anxious that it didn't know how to persuade the boy. If you explain it properly, she will definitely understand. The Lion King, having caught a large prey, arrived at the doorway of the house. The moment Ling Mu looked at the Lion King, he slowly spoke. "I should thank you for your help during Xingyue's delivery. I didn't do it for you." After saying this, the Lion King walked straight into the house. Just then, Song Xingyue finished feeding the baby. Upon seeing the Lion King, a smile slowly spread across her face. "They've brought us food again, haven't they? Your male is injured, making hunting difficult." Such a large prey as the Lion King was placed in the middle of the wooden house. As soon as the little guys saw their live prey, they pounced on it eagerly. "I've told you before that you can't eat raw meat." Song Xingyue immediately grabbed the eldest and second eldest brothers by the back of their necks and pulled them back. She didn't know if this was animal instinct, but she just wanted to eat the prey she saw. "I've told them so many times that they can't eat raw meat, but they never seem to learn their lesson." Song Xingyue glanced at the third brother lying on the bed and felt a little emotional. The third child is the most well-behaved, but the third son was indeed not strong enough. The Lion King clearly understood what Song Xingyue was thinking. He spoke casually as he processed his prey. "Your partner is right. Weak cubs should indeed be discarded. He understood what his words meant, but he still had to say them. I don't know what kind of living environment your advanced tribes have. For our small tribes, every winter is a time of great migration. Migration? Xingyue had never heard of any of this before. She simply looked at the Lion King. Just like the fox tribe that attacked a few days ago. They didn't intend to attack us. They just encountered us during their migration. The Lion King neatly arranged the prepared raw meat piece by piece over there. Then they began cleaning the things off the animal hide. Winters are so harsh that many tribes of beastmen starve or freeze to death. He frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice. Given the already scarce food supply, weak or underdeveloped cubs are generally abandoned. To ensure the survival of the other orcs in the tribe, Xingyue's heart suddenly felt as if it had been struck heavily by something, causing her great pain. These words, Lingmu had never told him this before. In addition, during the migration process, they're easily attacked by other tribes. The Lion King rarely explains with such patience. The weaker cubs are more likely to be detected by enemies, putting the entire tribe in danger. He processed the animal hide and tossed it aside. So, Lingmu was right. He was thinking of you and the tribe. Xingyue finally realized that she had misunderstood Lingmu. It's not that he dislikes cubs. Rather, he may have considered things more comprehensively. This is the first time in my life I've ever seen a tribe that doesn't need to migrate. I can only say you're amazing. The Lion King slowly rose to his feet and looked at her domineeringly. Your actions may save the fate of countless cubs, and perhaps even the entire orc world. His ambition has never been disguised. They wanted to rule the entire orc world. The reason I'm explaining all this to Xingyue now is for his future plans. Also, your cubs haven't been named yet, right? Yes. Xingyue was clearly distracted at this moment, and her answers were rather perfunctory. During this time, she kept silently chanting Samoyed, Husky, Alaskan Malamute in her mind. Indeed, the cubs were not given names. You should discuss naming your child with your partner. After saying this, the Lion King opened the door and looked at Lingmu. The leader probably wants to talk to you, so I'll be going now. Lingmu gave the Lion King a grateful look before finally closing the door. Xingyue could no longer suppress the feelings in her heart and pounced on Lingmu. Are you stupid? Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Her voice was completely choked with sobs. If you had told me sooner, we wouldn't have been in a cold war for so long. Lingmu looked at Xingyue in his arms with heartache, and his heart ached as well. I thought you knew, but it's clear I was overthinking it. Xingyue raised her little head and stared at him expectantly. In my tribe, no parent would abandon their child. I don't want to either. When Lingmu looked at the third brother, his eyes were full of guilt. It was my fault. I will explain things to you clearly in the future. Xingyue and others shed tears that slowly slid down their cheeks. She almost lost her beloved partner because of a misunderstanding. Shouldn't we pick a name by now? Lingmu doesn't seem to be very good at naming things. After hesitating for a moment, I finally spoke with difficulty. Why don't you choose the name? I'll do whatever you say. Xingyue turned around and looked at her 3 cubs. The first 2 are female. The third is male. She thought for a moment, then spoke cautiously. Yay, how are things going between Chi-Chi and Xingyue? Lingmu found the name somewhat strange. However, with an attitude of not understanding but respect, I nodded in agreement. Xingyue looked at her 3 cubs. She still thought they were just the 3 silly sled dogs. There's snow outside, so let's train them to pull sleds. Chapter 53, I have a friend with short time. Since Xingyue gave birth to triplets, the beastmen of the entire tribe looked at her with even more admiration. This was the first time they had ever seen a female orc give birth to triplets. They seemed to see the hope for the future of the tribe. Sina handed the cooked honeysuckle to Xingyue. You must be feeling very hot and bothered after giving birth. Drink some of this to cool down. Xingyue took the honeysuckle water and drank it down in one gulp. Her eyes were gentle as she smiled at Senna. I've discovered you're really amazing. You've basically mastered everything I've taught you just once. Senna smiled silently after hearing this. I didn't understand these things before. Now that I've gotten involved, I've discovered I really enjoy working with these herbs. Xingyue felt that this seemed to be a talent. Senna's innate talent. It's not that I taught it particularly well. I have a friend. Upon hearing that familiar opening, Xingyue sensed a hint of gossip. Her eyes lit up. What happened to your friend? At once, Senna was blushing so badly she could barely stand it. After a long pause, she blurted out something. The mating time is very short. Is there any medication that can treat this? What? Are classes very short? How could that be? Isn't Banban a lion? Does the physical ability of a lion really need to be questioned? Senna was incredibly embarrassed at that moment. It was clear she cared a lot about it. You're so capable. You must have a solution, right? Xingyue didn't know how to answer for a moment. In the real world, there are plenty of hospitals that treat men's health issues. However, the conditions in the orc world are limited. At most, I'll take some traditional Chinese medicine to strengthen my body. I don't even know if it will be effective. But seeing Senna's cautious and expectant eyes, he really felt a little embarrassed to refuse. It might have to wait until spring. After hesitating for a moment, Xingyue slowly spoke. Then you can look for places with soft, black soil. Maybe you'll find ginseng, Xingyue mushrooms, or something similar. As she spoke, an important question suddenly came to mind. Are deer tribes far away from us? After all, only male deer have antlers. But after thinking about it, there was no way the deer tribe would be willing to give up their antlers. In the end, they just shook their heads and gave up. I believe that ginseng and Xingyue soaked in water will be effective, although soaking in alcohol is more effective. But there isn't even rice here, let alone winemaking. Senna listened completely stunned, especially when they heard the question about the deer tribe. They always felt that the leader was hiding something. But then I thought about how other medicinal herbs could also provide treatment in a shorter time, and I felt happy for a moment. Leader, could you draw me what Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng look like? Xingyue picked up a small stick and carefully drew on the ground, explaining as she did so. Ginseng grows in the soil. It might not be easy to pick it. The third child, Xingyue, quietly laid down at her mother's feet and looked at the scribbles on the ground. He yawned. Then I drifted off to sleep again. The entire winter, the tribe was very quiet, although it hasn't reached the point of hibernation. However, supplies gradually became scarce. When the weather was nice before, you could go to the beach to collect seafood. The trees are also laden with fruit. The prey basically roams all over the mountains and fields. But now, the seafood is gone. The fruit is gone, and the prey have all gone into hibernation. When the tribe had only 20 or so orcs, things were all right. The tribe now has over 40 orcs. This is not a good situation. Xingyue looked at her three little ones with a helpless expression. Otherwise, let's roast you and feed our aunties. Upon hearing this, Yi and Chi were so frightened that they ran behind the wolf cub and hid. Xingyue remained lying there, the only one still there. Even after his two older sisters had run away in fright, he merely lazily raised his eyes. Xingyue scooped the little guy up and held him in her arms. Why don't you run away? Aren't you afraid your mother will eat you? Xingyue gave her mother a look that seemed to say she was mentally challenged, then let out a soft whimper and fell asleep again. Xingyue suddenly discovered a terrifying truth. Why is this third brother's personality neither like mine nor like Lingmu's? This languid air also carries a hint of regal aura. King? Xingyue couldn't help but think of the Lion King. Since winter began, the task of hunting prey every day fell to Lingmu, the Lion King, and Bruce. After all, the three of them could definitely be considered the three most powerful males in the tribe. The wolf cubs and the other males stayed behind to protect the tribe. After all, they were still shaken by the last time the fox tribe came to ambush them. Xingyue looked up at the intact fox pelt hanging to the side. Those were spoils of war that Lingmu and his men brought back from their last battle. I still haven't figured out what to do with this skin. Cub, do you know how to poke a small hole in this little wild boar's tusk? Xingyue took out a small wild boar tusk and handed it to him. It's this end. You can definitely do it, right? Wolf thought for a moment. He shoved the wild boar's tusk into his mouth and pushed hard. An irregular circle is formed. Is this okay? Xingyue held it in her hand and examined it carefully. This is absolutely fantastic. You truly are my wonderful partner. Upon hearing the praise, the wolf cub wagged its tail proudly. Just when he was about to take credit, Ye and Chi pounced on his tail. They started playing happily. Hey, that's my tail. It's not something to play with. Wolf turned around and picked up the two little ones, one in each hand. If you keep being naughty, I'm going to tell your father. Suddenly, Ye smiled at the wolf cub. Then, she immediately launched a magical attack on him and started peeing. The wolf cub was instantly terrified. The whole room was filled with indescribable joy. Xingyue hadn't seen such a fun and heartwarming scene in a long time. He couldn't help but smile knowingly. although the cubs are not wolf cubs. But the wolf cubs also gave a lot to them. Hey, you stop right there. The two little ones ran outside as fast as they could. The wolf cub chased after it desperately. After laughing, Xingyue poked Xingyue in her arms with her finger. Your two older sisters have gone out to play. Don't you want to go with them? Xingyue opened her sleepy eyes, glanced at her mother, turned over, and went back to sleep. What? Xingyue couldn't help but feel a little worried. I said, why do you do nothing but sleep all the time, you little guy? Chapter 54, Put Away Your Schemes. A few days later, Xingyue finally stepped out of the house and gathered all the female beastmen on the platform. She first led the female beastmen to perform a simple processing on the animal hides they had collected over this period of time. After processing, they were given wild boar tusks in pairs. Actually, the boar tusk was taken during the last attack on the wolf tribe. In addition, we caught a lot more wild boars afterward, which added up to what we had. This is a needle. We can thread the twisted rope through it and use it as thread. She began to show them to everyone one by one. The two animal hides were sewn together directly with needle and thread. The female beastmen were stunned. After all, it was the first time they had ever seen such a scene. That way we can make clothes for ourselves or our partners. She held up the animal hide in her hand. Just measure their size, then use your sharp claws to cut them apart. She explained in great detail, as if afraid they might misunderstand any part of the story. Fortunately, these female beastmen are quite quick to accept new things. Especially Xingyue. She's a natural-born tailor. Follow along with the instructions, listening and doing at the same time. He quickly cut out a fur coat that fit him perfectly. Wow, that's impressive. Xingyue's eyes were full of admiration. You could totally open a tailor shop here. What's a tailor shop? Xingyue was curious when she heard the new words. Is that a compliment? A tailor shop is a place that sells clothes. What you make is clothing. Sell it? What would I get if I sold it? Xingyue asked the crucial question once again. Will any orcs come to buy it? Xingyue thought for a moment, then slowly spoke. If you sell it, then orcs who have no clothes will trade other resources for it with you. That's called selling. She smiled silently, the corners of her mouth twitching upwards. After all, not all orcs know how to make clothes. And not all orcs have mates. After listening attentively to the leader's words, a small flame gradually ignited in Xingyue's heart. If I sell it to other tribes, wouldn't I be able to have more? Her mind works very quickly. It has even reached the point where one can apply what one has learned to other situations. Xingyue almost wanted to applaud her. Once the trading area is built in the tribe, they will definitely reserve a stall for you. Building a trading zone is inevitable. Only in this way can we control the economic lifeline of the entire orc world. But before that, we need to teach everyone some skills. Only when there are many different types of products can it be called a trading area. A whole day has passed. The animal hides we had saved up were almost all used up. Clothes, you know. Anyway, it's definitely wearable. However, some female orcs' embroidery skills were indeed quite poor. The stitches were crooked and messy, making it rather ugly. But it did provide warmth. Everyone happily went to find their partners, eager to show off their achievements of the day. Nini stood there, looking at Xingyue with resentment. Why does she think she can do everything? Why should she have it all? What are you looking at? Rose slapped her across the back of the head with considerable force. Look at the leader like that. Do you intend to hurt her? Nini's head was spinning after being hit like that. She turned around and yelled at Rose. Are you sick in the head? Why did you hit me? Rose made a face at her and turned to leave. Hee. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Nini really felt like the entire tribe was targeting her. Don't take on any important tasks for yourself. The house isn't for him. Males are afraid that they won't want to be their mates. The female beastmen also ostracized him. They bullied him at the drop of a hat. She truly felt she couldn't stay in this tribe any longer. All beasts are bad to themselves. She turned around. Just then, I saw two cubs following behind the wolf cub. Her eyes gradually turned malicious. If you can't bully the big ones, surely you can't bully the small ones? Later, the males who had gone out hunting returned one after another. Xingyue couldn't wait to give one of the finished animal skin coats to Xingyue and one to Langer. Seeing their joyful expressions filled me with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Why do you still have one in your hand? Wolf noticed this after he put on his shirt. Seriously? You actually made two for Xingyue? Aren't you being a bit too biased? Xingyue also noticed that Xingyue had another item in her hand. But he didn't think it would be his. It belonged to someone else. This is for the Lion King. Song Xingyue's thick eyelashes trembled slightly as she calmly looked at the two of them. He had no partner to make clothes for him, so I gave him to him. After she finished speaking, she seemed a little guilty, gave a few simple instructions, and left. It took Langer quite a while after Song Xingyue left before he gradually came to his senses. The stars and moon aren't the Lion King's mates. Why make clothes for him? Lingmu walked over and hugged Xingyue, gently rubbing his little head. His voice was unusually calm. The entire tribe knows that the Lion King will be Star and Moon's third mate. Are you the only one who doesn't know? What? Upon hearing this, the wolf cub was completely distraught. That guy's got amazing stamina. If he really becomes number 3, even the two of us combined couldn't beat him. How could Ling Moon not know the vast difference between himself and the Lion King? He had thought about this problem before. I think so. Xingyue had not spoken to the Lion King because she was worried about this issue. Hey, you're his first partner. You absolutely can't let him in then. The wolf cub came excitedly to Ling Mu. He didn't even notice the two little guys playing with their tails behind him. If he gets here, we'll most likely be bitten to death. He began to constantly brainwash Ling Mu. The third partner can be anyone except the Lion King. It wasn't that he disliked him. He was just wary of his abilities. Did you hear what I said? I'm doing this for our own good. Xingyue raised her head and let out a soft woo. It was obvious that it felt the wolf cubs were too noisy, disturbing its rest. Ling Mu patted his precious son's head reassuringly. He fell asleep again in no time. Then he looked at the wolf cub. Why don't you say these things to Xingyue? Why do you make me tell her? That's because. Put away all your scheming. Ling Mu dismissed his words with a cold attitude. At the very least, we shouldn't use our scheming against Xingyue. Wolf cub looked at Ling Mu with utter helplessness, his heart filled with unspeakable bitterness. She can be with whomever she wants. You have no right to interfere. Chapter 55, Killing Nini. Inside the house, Song Xingyue handed the finished top to the Lion King. The Lion King felt a subtle sense of surprise, but he has never liked to wear his heart on his sleeve. So at first glance, he has a cold face. Dislike? Song Xingyue raised an eyebrow and looked at him with amusement. If I don't like it, I won't do it anymore. Like? The Lion King spoke in a low voice. But do you know what it means to give me clothes? Song Xingyue sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the pile of animal bones in the corner, and couldn't help but smile. I've always been willing to let you be my third partner. But her tone suddenly became more forceful. Like I said, you need to obey the ridge shepherds and not harm them. The word obedience was like a thorn, deeply piercing his heart. He never understood what obedience meant. If it's about obeying Song Xingyue, then he can. But a male who was weaker than himself, he was unwilling. How could Song Xingyue not know what he was thinking? It is precisely because we know this that we are even more cautious. I'll deliver the clothes. I'll head back now. The Lion King grabbed Song Xingyue from behind and domineeringly wouldn't let her leave. Do we really have to use the word obey? I feel very uncomfortable. His deep, husky voice rang in her ear. I can choose not to fight them, but I cannot obey them. Song Xingyue felt the hot breath spraying on her neck, making her feel a little itchy. Or perhaps I could live here forever. The Lion King once again provided a solution. Come to me when you need me. When you don't need me, I'll just stay here by myself. Okay? Song Xingyue hadn't thought about these things before, because the Or tribes did not yet have the concept of living separately. Maintaining the current state is the best approach. Song Xingyue turned around with difficulty and looked up to meet his dark eyes. You mean, you'll continue living here after you become a couple? Yes, that's what the Lion King means. You can consider it. Song Xingyue thought it was a good choice. However, she still needs some time to think. She can't give an answer right now. Right now. Suddenly, the Lion King seemed to sense something and looked outside warily. I smelled the scent of the cub, but the cub wasn't actually with Ling Mu or wolf cub. Song Xingyue believes in animals' sense of smell. Upon hearing this, he disregarded the heavy snow outside and ran straight out. The Lion King stayed close to Song Xingyue. They kept pointing her to the location. Song Xingyue could only run a few steps before she couldn't run anymore. The Lion King simply switched to his beastman form and chased after them with Song Xingyue in tow. On the ice, Nini held Kiki's tail in her hand and spun it around in her hand again and again. She channeled all her resentment towards the entire tribe and towards Song Xingyue into this beast cub's wand. It was as if they were trying to kill her. Chi-Chi started vomiting after being turned around. She was so energetic before. Now she looks even weaker than Xingyue. Nini even tossed her right into the air, then reach out and take it. After several rounds, Chi-Chi was practically half dead. She was terrified every time she fell to her death. That fear filled her entire being. Nini, what are you doing? When Song Xingyue saw her daughter suffering so much, her heart broke. Put down my baby, otherwise, I will never let you get away with this. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Chi-Chi immediately started wailing. Song Xingyue's heart ached. She whispered in the Lion King's ear, I'll distract her for a moment. You pounce on her and bite her to death. A dark glint flashed in the Lion King's eyes, especially when he heard the words, bite her to death. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. I knew she was the same kind of person as me. I was right. Nini, whatever you want to do, come at me directly. Just spare my cubs. She kept moving closer to Nini, sliding on the ice. She practically crawled and scrambled her way there. Seeing this, Nini couldn't help but burst into laughter. Song Xingyue, so you finally met your match? You actually dare to come begging to me? Song Xingyue kept comforting Chi-Chi. Don't be afraid, Chi-Chi. Mommy will definitely save you. Chi-Chi watched as her mother walked over, her palms even bleeding. It immediately began to struggle violently. Nini was getting impatient. She simply slapped her on the head. Be quiet, or I'll just smash you to death. Awoo. With a loud awoo from Kiki, she instantly transformed into human form. And just like that, she slipped out of Nini's grasp. In her human form, her tail is very short. This made it impossible for Nini to catch it. Hey, you. Nini was about to chase after them, but the Lion King suddenly pounced from nowhere and bit her neck. He didn't kill her outright. Instead, he gave her a chance to say her last words. Is there anything else you'd like to say? You wouldn't dare kill me. Even now, Nini remains completely calm. In the world of orcs, males cannot kill females. Oh, the Lion King responded to him. Then, with a powerful bite, he tore off her neck. Mom, I am scared. Chi-Chi was so scared that she hid in her mother's arms and cried incessantly. Every now and then, a word or two would slip out, even if it wasn't very fluent. Song Xingyue watched the scene with lingering fear, constantly comforting the cub in her arms. It's okay. It's all over now. The Lion King walked steadily toward this side. What should be done with her body? Bring it back to the village. Song Xingyue slowly stood up. Give the other orcs an explanation. She knew all too well that secrets can't be kept forever. Instead of waiting to be discovered, it's better to take the initiative. Your cub is very powerful. After hesitating for a moment, the Lion King looked at Kiki with burning eyes. Normally, animal cubs transform into human form around the age of 2, but she did it just 2 months old. Huh? Song Xingyue was somewhat bewildered after hearing this. She always felt that the kids were unwilling to switch to human form because they were too lazy. I never expected there to be such a rule. So are you a child prodigy? Song Xingyue looked at the soft, fluffy little baby in her arms. Oh my god, how did you manage to make it so cute? She was truly amazed by her beloved daughter's human form. Exquisitely crafted. She's exactly the kind of daughter I've always wanted. Chapter 56. 2 men, 1 lion, and 1 corpse. The moment the 2 of them, along with the lion and the carcass, returned to the tribe. All the orcs in the tribe were stunned. Lingmu and Langer also rushed out of the cave anxiously at this moment. When they saw Chi-Chi in Song Xingyue's arms, who was in human form, they were stunned. Song Xingyue handed Chi-Chi over to Sina, asking Sina to treat the wound. Then he went up to Lingmu and slapped him hard across the face. Just as Wolf was about to speak up for Lingmu, Song Xingyue raised her hand and slapped him again. Moment. The entire square fell silent. Both of them hung their tails in frustration. 2 males couldn't even keep an eye on 3 little ones. How could they let Nini steal the cubs? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for all the orcs to hear. If the Lion King and I hadn't arrived in time, she would have killed our cubs. Chi-Chi remembered her mother's words and burst into tears. They're going to kill me. They're going to kill me. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. The moment Senna saw the wounds on Kiki's body, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Such a serious wound. What was she thinking attacking such a vulnerable cub? Kiki's cries instantly drew the attention of the beastmen. When they saw the tiny little dumpling crying so hard, all the orcs felt a pang of heartache. Both those with children and those without wanted to go up and comfort them. But after seeing the wounds on the child's body, she was worried that she would hurt her and dared not go forward. Lingmu felt very sad to see his beloved daughter like this. His gaze fell on a corpse. If she hadn't died right now, I definitely would have bitten her to death myself. The wolf cub had roughly the same thought. Anyone who harms cubs deserves to die. Everyone. Song Xingyue slowly turned around, looking at everyone with a pained expression. I ordered the Lion King to kill Nini. Her words once again shocked all the orcs. I know, in the orc world, there's a rule that males cannot harm females. But she changed her style. The tone suddenly became more forceful. There's another rule in the orc world. No orc is allowed to harm a cub. Indeed, everyone agrees with these two rules. Both females and cubs are equally precious. She tried to kill the cubs first. That's why we intervened. I think. Her voice began to choke, and her eyes involuntarily reddened. No orc parent could bear to watch their cubs being tortured by evil beasts, right? Just a few words. The ins and outs of the matter were successfully and clearly explained in a simple way. He also laid out all the rules, giving her a reason to kill Nini. The leader did the right thing. Senna spoke with a sob in her voice at this moment. The growth of any tribe depends on its young. Orcs who harm their young deserve to die. With her leading the way, the other beastmen echoed his sentiments. In the end, everyone was convinced. Song Xingyue silently exchanged glances with the Lion King. Their eyes met. They can easily read the meaning in each other's eyes. Oh no! Senna suddenly spoke up in delight. Kiki is only 2 months old, and she's already in human form. She's practically a mythical beast. The orcs immediately surrounded them. After seeing Chi-Chi's face clearly, their eyes were filled with surprise. Her skin is fair. It's entirely due to the genes of superior females. It has a soft, squishy appearance. It's exactly what everyone wants to hear. Senna couldn't help but fall in love with it upon seeing it. Chief, how about Chi-Chi stays with me for a few days? I can also heal her wounds. I can watch over Chi-Chi for a few days. Ia was also extremely fond of this little guy. I may not have any cubs yet, but I'm sure I could take care of them. The other beastmen were also eager to try. In an instant, Kiki has become the tribe's darling. Song Xingyue silently looked at Sina and nodded in agreement with her suggestion. It's tiring taking care of 3 cubs every day. Having an animal help with the care is definitely a good thing. Song Xingyue didn't say anything more. She gave Ling Mu and Langer a look and then went inside. Ling Mu and Langer silently followed behind her and entered the house one after the other. What exactly happened? Song Xingyue was completely baffled. You two were at home. How could you let Nini steal the cubs? I was wrong. Ling Mu's attitude in admitting his mistake was very sincere. The cubs are now 2 months old. They're running around so much that I didn't notice them for a moment. Wolf Cub took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. Ye was making a huge fuss at the time. We were both so busy taking care of her that we didn't notice Chi-Chi running off to play. I raised an eyebrow. I just watched them. In other words, you two can't take good care of 3 cubs, is that right? Ling Mu pursed his lips and frowned slightly. Even given the current situation, they didn't utter a single word in their own defense. Stars and Moon. The wolf cub hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but then stopped. The main problem is that the cubs have just too much energy. Taking care of cubs is really difficult. Song Xingyue knew, of course, that the cubs were not easy to take care of. The 3 of them have basically been inseparable since birth. I was only away for a short while today, and this happened. That's why I'm angry now. Even the Lion King can smell the cubs. Are these 2 not good enough? Are the cubs getting further and further away because they can't smell them anymore? But looking at their frustrated expressions, it was clear they didn't want this to happen either. Did I hurt you just now? She spoke awkwardly. Because this time I had the Lion King kill Nini. It's hard to explain, so I beat you all in public. She finally dropped her pretense and looked at the 2 of them with lingering fear. But if I had arrived even a moment later, I'm afraid something really bad would have happened to Chi-Chi. Do you understand? I will take good care of the cubs from now on. He spoke as if he were talking to himself, but also as if he were talking to Song Xingyue. I will protect them every step of the way. Song Xingyue smiled faintly. She picked up a wooden stick from the side and used it to stir the fire. We need to find a way to prevent other orcs from coveting the cubs. After this experience, she deeply understood another principle. Perhaps it would be better to care for the cubs together. The cubs are naturally playful. They get along even better with other little ones of the same age. Kindergarten? She suddenly had a good idea. Wolf Cub, you actually prefer staying in the village to going outside, don't you? Wolf didn't know why, but he felt that Song Xingyue in front of him seemed to be studying something. Are you trying to harm me? Fart. Song Xingyue couldn't help but swear. I just think you'd be perfect as a kindergarten principal. Chapter 57, Kiki's Child Husband. For several days in a row, Kiki was well-fed, well-dressed, and had a good time thanks to the care of the beastman. Through the window, I found Chi-Chi riding on Banban's back and playing. The doting look in Banban's eyes spoke volumes. Kiki had a lot of fun. Orcs love their cubs dearly, regardless of whose cub they are. Especially rare are cubs like Kiki. Song Xingyue raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on her lips, and leaned into Lingmu's arms. If only there were more cubs in our tribe. That way, Kiki and the others would have playmates. There used to be many cubs. Lingmu lowered his eyes. However, because the tribe's fighting strength was too low, some of the cubs were killed by other tribes. Song Xingyue's heart skipped a beat. She's a mother herself now, and hearing those words makes her heart ache. Why? Aren't they only after the females? Why won't they even spare the young? Perhaps it's because of the nature of animals. Lingmu thought for a moment, then spoke cautiously. Females with offspring are generally unwilling to mate. When capturing a female, the only way to get rid of her is to kill her offspring. Song Xingyue suddenly remembered. Such things do happen when I used to watch Animal World. Animals are animals after all. Perhaps it's acceptable to accept offspring of the same kind. However, the cubs from other tribes could not accept this. All tribes are selfish. Lingmu reached out his hand and gently pulled her into his arms. They only desire the strength of their own tribe and do not allow other tribes to become powerful. Because of plunder, Song Xingyue understood this principle. Tribes fight each other for various reasons. Powerful tribes bully smaller tribes. To prevent other tribes from becoming too powerful, the only option was to resort to ruthless killing. Even though the cubs are cute, they are also innocent. But that won't do. At the very least, we must protect the cubs of our own tribe. She silently made a plan in her mind. Only when spring arrives can it be implemented. Chief, Lily has given birth to cubs. Yeye rushed over to announce the good news. They had a male tiger cub. It's quite an adorable little tiger. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyue immediately put on her animal skin coat and ran out. She couldn't wait to meet Wolf's younger brother. I want to know what the little one looks like. The other beastmen in the tribe followed. I was somewhat disappointed when I saw that it was male. After all, in the orc world, a tribe only becomes powerful when there are more females. Lilier was also in a very bad mood. Why is it male again? Why not female? Wei Wei sighed after seeing the cubs. It's okay. I'll try again next time. Song Xingyue arrived just in time to witness this scene. She held the neglected little one in her arms and looked at them with a smile. You guys don't like such a cute little tiger? If you don't like it, I can take it with me. Wei Wei immediately spoke up. It's not that I don't like it. It's just that I wish it were female. Why are you so biased towards females and so biased towards males? Song Xingyue placed the little one into Lilier's arms. The little guy kept nudging, seemingly looking for food. His eyes softened involuntarily. If there are no males in the tribe, who will protect us? I understand the logic, but that doesn't change their desire for a daughter. You're already lucky to have any cubs. Why are you asking for so much? Yea really couldn't stand it anymore. Look at me. I don't even have a cub to raise. You should be content. The more Song Xingyue looked at the little guy, the more she liked him. Although he and the wolf are not the same species. But the color of those dark blue eyes was exactly the same. Wow, little brother. Chi-Chi came running over, led by Banban. As soon as she saw the newborn tiger cubs, she ran over and gave them 2 big kisses, clearly swooning over them. All the orcs present were stunned. Could it be? Has Kiki chosen a good partner for herself? Yaya looked at Chi-Chi with a pleasant surprise and asked gently, Kiki, you like this little brother, don't you? Kiki nodded emphatically. Her big, watery eyes blinked rapidly. I like him, my little brother. You could tell she really likes it. She didn't even care this much for Xingyue. On the contrary, she adored this little guy. Seeing this, Song Xingyue slowly spoke. Chi-Chi is still young. She's not old enough to choose a partner yet. Things done at such a young age shouldn't count, right? Chief, are you going to break your promise? Lily suddenly looked at Song Xingyue warily. The other beastmen were looking at her with the same gaze. You need to know, the most important thing for orcs is trust. She was the leader. Furthermore, one must not break one's word. What did I say? Song Xingyue was completely bewildered. I also noticed the strange atmosphere at this moment. Kiki just licked my baby's face. That means she wants him to be her mate. They're just cubs. Does that even count? Song Xingyue's CPU almost overheated. Isn't it normal for children to be fond of other children? How did this become such a big deal? That's not what it means by stars and moon. At the crucial moment, Ling Mu appeared beside Song Xingyue and took her hand. Since this is Chi-Chi's own choice, we are of course happy about it. Song Xingyue looked at Ling Mu beside her in disbelief. I have a strong feeling that he must be crazy to do this. After hearing Ling Mu's words, everyone felt relieved. We knew the leader wouldn't go back on his word. That scared me to death. Yes, if the leader goes back on her word, how can we trust her in the future? Right now, Song Xingyue was dragged out by Ling Mu like that. I know that your tribe has different rules than ours. Ling Mu's deep eyes gazed intently at Song Xingyue before him. Despite her young age, Kiki's actions just now were driven by her Orsish instincts. She was attracted to this male. That's why you kissed him? Yes, that's what Ling Mu means. You are the leader. Your son needs to be especially careful. He can't go back on his word. What is all this nonsense? So this is how a marriage be arranged between children? What if Chi-Chi doesn't like him when she grows up? Ling Mu clearly sensed Song Xingyue's worries and offered silent comfort. Kiki will handle things herself from now on. Let's be reasonable. We only need to support her for another 3 years. What? Song Xingyue was surprised by Ling Mu's response and frowned. 3 years later, she will only be 3 years old. Are we just going to abandon her? Chapter 58, Are You Impotent? The whole night. Thanks to Ling Mu's explanation, I finally gained a new understanding of the worldview of the orc world. Because beastmen grow very quickly, their growth rate cannot be calculated according to that of humans. So, 3 years after the cubs transformed into human form, they were basically grown up and capable of living independently. As for when to find a partner, that completely depends on her mood. But her parents should no longer interfere in her affairs, even if she decides to leave the tribe. After hearing all this, Song Xingyue fell silent. The education I received as a child was different from the safety education I receive now. In the original world, especially in the Northeast, even in their 30s, they are still treated like children by their parents. Their parents wish they could take care of them for the rest of their lives. As a result, when they arrived in the orc world, the orc cubs were completely raised in a free-range manner. Isn't this clearly just leaving them to fend for themselves? The cubs all possess formidable fighting power when they grow up. Ling Mu held Song Xingyue in his arms. His deep voice sounded in her ear. If we don't let them grow up on their own sooner, they will lose their wildness. Song Xingyue actually understood this principle as well. But understanding is one thing. Accepting it may still take some time. Her gaze involuntarily drifted to Yi, who was not far away. It's been 3 months already. Why hasn't it turned into human form yet? Ling Mu followed the gaze and looked over. She didn't evolve as well as Kiki. Not all babies will become Kiki. Song Xingyue raised an eyebrow. Then I looked at Yi, who was playing with Jiajia. She lived a carefree life, as if nothing could affect her mood. Even though Jiajia stayed nestled in Langer's arms and didn't want to pay any attention to her. But she continued playing by herself, occasionally patting Jiajia on the head. Song Xingyue suddenly understood what it meant to be a fool who has good fortune. Because Ye can't transform into human form so quickly, she can stay by your side for a longer period of time. Ling Mu's kiss suddenly landed on her fair neck. Orcs have 1 chance to conceive per year. After that, there will be many offspring, so many that it will be overwhelming. Song Xingyue took a deep breath, then let out a heavy sigh. Giving birth to cubs is just too painful. If possible, I really don't want too many kids. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became ambiguous. Ling Mu also started to behave himself. The baby is still being fed over there. Ling Mu showered him with kisses. They'll do the same thing in the future. 2 weeks later, the heavy snow almost completely blocked the mountain. The males are finding fewer and fewer prey at night. It's visibly clear that some people in the tribe are starting to go hungry, but the little ones' meals are still quite good. The males will prioritize giving their prey to the smaller ones or female beastmen. On the contrary, the males who are the busiest every day are often hungry. As the leader of the tribe, Song Xingyue naturally couldn't stand by and watch such a thing happen. Because if things continue like this, there is a high possibility that someone in the tribe will starve to death. They were all brave and skilled warriors. How can we let the warriors starve to death? That would be such a humiliating death. She had the wolf cub hitch a wolf-drawn cart and told him to go to the seaside. The wolf cub didn't understand why they were going to the beach on such a cold day, but he obediently transformed into wolf form and took her with him. The sea is frozen over by now. As far as the eye can see, everything is a vast expanse of white. Xingyue brought over the meat that she had prepared in advance. This is the food she was given last night. She deliberately didn't eat it and brought it over. They also brought ropes, wild boar tusks, and tree branches. She looked around and finally found a relatively solid patch of ice. Come on, use all your strength to make a hole here for me. Huh? Wolf looked at the ice, then at Xingyue. He couldn't help but think she had gone mad. Do you want to fall down with me? To die together? Who wants to die with you? Xingyue slapped him directly on the head. Just do what I tell you to do. Why all the fuss? The wolf cub hung its head for a long time before finally using all its strength to smash the ice surface. His sharp claws scratched, pried, and hammered with all his might. However, there was only one small crack on the ice surface. Xingyue raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. Are you incapable? Upon hearing this, the wolf cub immediately became unhappy. He used all the strength he had in his life to smash the ice. But it's clearly still lacking something. Seeing this, Xingyue spoke to the wolf. Go and call Ryan over. Ryan. It's the name of the Lion King. I only learned his name a few days ago, because the other lion tribes used to call him their leader. This is why people rarely call him by his name. The wolf cub thought for a moment, then immediately ran towards the tribe. Xingyue sat on the sled. Silently, she began to use wild boar tusks to make fish hooks, tying raw meat to them. This is the smallest wild boar tusk in the house, although it is much larger than a regular fish hook. But I was thinking that this was sea fishing. For sea fishing, a thicker hook isn't necessarily a bad thing. Ryan arrived shortly afterward. He slammed the hole that the wolf had just dug. It smashed a huge crater into the ice. The wolf cub was startled by the force. Although I knew Ryan was very capable, I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Right under their noses, Xingyue threw the fish hook she had made into the water. They grabbed the other end of the bamboo. If I reel in a big fish later, wolf, you need to hook it with your claws immediately. Otherwise, my fishing rod will break. Although the wolf cub was completely confused, it still quietly stood guard by the side. Xingyue sat there calmly, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Although I've always fished in fish ponds before, this is my first time sea fishing, but I don't think it will be that difficult. Really? A moment later, she felt the hook move slightly. She slowly and gently pulled upwards, afraid that the big fish would struggle too much and break the rope. Your turn, wolf. When it comes to catching fish, no one can beat wolf. That's why such an important task was entrusted to him. The wolf cub did not disappoint. I watched like that for a while. With a swipe of his claw, he tossed a large fish onto the ice. Grouper? Xingyue looked at the fish she had caught with great joy. I never imagined it would be this big. When Ryan saw such a large fish, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He had never seen such a big fish before. He didn't know how she did it. Ryan started a fire. We planned to fill our stomachs first before taking it back. She cast her fishing rod again and waited patiently. She was somewhat looking forward to what would take the bait next. Would it be king crab or something similar? Chapter 59, I Only Want Stars. When Xingyue returned with a full load of goods, the entire tribe cheered. This means the leader has found food to eat in winter. This means the entire tribe will not go hungry during the winter. A campfire was lit. The entire tribe was filled with laughter and joy. Xingyue felt a surge of relief and was also touched by the feeling. She really enjoyed seeing these heartwarming scenes. I also enjoy watching scenes of singing and dancing. The orcs celebrated in a very simple and direct way. They would hop and jump around, making it look like they were dancing. It also occasionally let out low growls. It sounded like it was singing. In the very center, two males are having a tug-of-war. Since the last time Leo had a tug-of-war match with the other orcs, the orcs seem to have taken a liking to this game of strength duels. I play it when I have free time. The female beastmen were sewing and mending clothes from animal hides. Fool! Kiki stood with her hands on her hips, looking down at Lily's little cub. You idiot. The cub's name is Star. It was Lily who obtained it. It means that when you grow up, you will shine as brightly as a star. Xingyue frowned slightly as she looked at Chi-Chi's domineering demeanor. I don't know who she got her personality from. They practically make Xing cry several times a day. The stars too. He always followed Chi-Chi around happily, and even when he was bullied, he still loved to play with her. The other single adult males in the tribe were also eyeing Kiki covetously. Obviously, in the orc world, age is absolutely no barrier. After all, Orcs have long lifespans. Even a 10-year age difference wouldn't be unreasonable. Lily was carrying hot water and walking towards them. She sat down next to Xingyue, looking at her cub with eyes full of love. Xing and Chi get along really well. Xingyue's lips twitched involuntarily. The hand holding the water glass unconsciously tightened its grip. Where's the evidence that they get along well? Isn't this just one-sided bullying? But look at Lilier's appearance. She didn't seem to mind such things. Xing keeps crying. Is she all right? When you grow up, you won't cry anymore. Lily's lips couldn't help but curl upwards. Cubs cry a lot when they are young. They only gradually grow up as they grow older. Xingyue couldn't help but look at the wolf cub looking in their direction from not far away. She thought for a moment, then slowly began to speak. Did wolf cubs cry a lot when they were little? When Lily mentioned wolf, the smile on her lips vanished instantly. His eyes were filled with an indescribable disgust. It's as if he's thinking about something very unpleasant. He's been incredibly strong since he was little. He never cries. Even when he sees me being beaten, he doesn't seem to feel anything. Xingyue didn't expect Lilier to say these things. My heart couldn't help but tense up. The wolf pack has always treated its cubs well. They capture female orcs for the purpose of reproduction. Therefore, wolf cubs have always been treated well. Xingyue looked at Lilier cautiously, probing for an opening. But the wolf cub I knew was loyal and devoted. He wasn't a cold-hearted beastman. Could it be that he was too young back then and didn't understand these things? Lily took a deep breath, then let out a heavy sigh. She reached out and gripped her knee, as if she were enduring something. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Anyway, he's an adult now, so he doesn't need to think about these things anymore. Xingyue, however, knew. Lily thought it was nothing to worry about. It will always be a source of pain in the wolf's heart. It's like a thorn. It's always stuck there. If it can't be removed, it will keep hurting. I know you're good to your partner, and also good to the wolf cub. Lily suddenly spoke up in a muffled voice. I hate him because of the wolf clan, but he's still my cub, and I want him to have a good life. Xingyue couldn't figure out what Lily was thinking for a moment, so he simply decided not to discuss this topic. Just then, Wei Wei came to pick up Lilier and take her home. Lily reached out her hand to Wei Wei. The two of them walked away sweetly, but the stars were left behind. Stay and play with Chi. Ye has eaten and drunk her fill. She's lying on her back with her limbs out, her little belly exposed, and it seems she's ready to sleep. Seeing Yi fall asleep right after eating, Xingyue couldn't help but feel a little worried. Girls can easily gain weight if they do this. I'm not sure if I should remind Ye. Wolf Cub came to Xingyue's side and sighed heavily. What did you and Lily talk about? His handsome face looked somewhat awkward at this moment. They're not talking about me, are they? No. Xingyue looked at the burning fire, a gentle smile on her lips. We just chatted about Xing and Chi. The wolf cub silently gazed ahead, its thoughts unreadable. Xingyue reached out and took Wolf's hand. The next litter will be your babies. Wolf cub's dim eyes suddenly lit up. His hands slowly tightened. He took Xingyue's hand. From that day onwards, Xingyue organizes everyone to go ice fishing on the sea every day. 2 people per group. Each family sends 1 orc. The rest stay in the tribe to make animal skin clothing. Although the wind at the beach was cold, it was accompanied by snowflakes. But for the orcs, as long as they could fill their stomachs during the winter, it was all worth it. A bold idea suddenly popped into Xingyue's mind. If we could build a fish pond in the tribe, does that mean we'll have an endless supply of fish from now on? But marine fish have very high requirements for their living environment. River fish would be a good choice. Let's see if we can look into it next spring. If you can, the tribe will no longer go hungry. Hello. Suddenly, Chi put her hands on her hips and looked at the stars with a huff. Why didn't you catch any fish? You're so clumsy. Xing looked at Chi with a pitiful expression. Her big eyes darted around. The other males around couldn't resist teasing Chi. You look so silly, Star. How about you choose me as your partner? Kiki turned her head to look at the orc who had spoken. I only want the stars. I don't want you. Xingyue looked at her determined little eyes. There was a bit of herself in them, although I still worry that she might bully Xing. Hearing her say that now, I feel relieved. The other orcs couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. You'll definitely have more than just Xing by your side in the future. We'll patiently wait for you to grow up. Kiki made a face at them. Then she looked up at the stars again. You'd better catch some fish this time. Otherwise, there won't be any food for dinner. The stars immediately focused intently on the ice surface. Then, with a loud woo, this caused the surrounding beastmen to burst into laughter. Chapter 60, I like Ryan. Unconsciously, the tribe survived the harsh winter. Everything is coming back to life. The ice has melted. The prey on the mountain also became active. Even without ice fishing, we can still fill our stomachs. But there's an ironclad rule. When people are full, they always want to do something. Orcs were no exception, because more and more female orcs are coming to the Red Crane at this time. The males were constantly fighting each other. The square was filled with low growls. "It's so noisy." Song Xingyue opened her sleepy eyes and slowly woke up in Ling Mu's arms. "Do they really have to do this?" Ling Mu gazed at her with deep affection in his profound eyes. His large hand caressed her face. "No, that's not how. How can the females see their advantages?" "Advantages?" Song Xingyue came up with a better idea. So he immediately got up and walked outside. She shouted at the female beastmen in the square. "Sisters, watching these kinds of strength-based competitions all the time is really boring. How about we try something different? What should we change?" Senna immediately became interested. "Is there anything more beautiful than this?" Song Xingyue gave her a mysterious look, then walked towards them with a faint smile. "More important than strength is the male who contributes the most to the tribe, isn't he?" Her voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for the other males to hear. "It's springtime now. Our tribe also needs to build fortifications. How about we let them have a competition to see who brings back the most wood?" Her wishful thinking was so great that even the neighboring tribes could hear it. But orcs are, after all, simple and straightforward. Hearing this, I immediately became interested. The males looked at each other, then at each other, and began to rub their hands together in anticipation. "That's fine." Song Xingyue also assigned them jobs. Males with partners stayed behind to dig the pit. Single males went to the log-carrying competition. She took a deep breath and smiled. "I'll be here with the other female orcs, watching over you. So now, let's begin." The words had barely left his mouth. The males immediately changed their forms and rushed into the woods opposite. Suddenly, birds flew around in all directions, chirping and chattering. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was a landslide. The deafening roars of the males could be heard even when sitting in the square. Song Xingyue smiled sweetly at the female beastmen. "Let's go, sisters. Let's see who's stronger." A whole day, the female beastmen sat not far from where they were building fortifications. They were sewing pretty dresses from animal hides while watching the males. The males worked very efficiently under the watchful eyes of the female beastmen, as if they had inexhaustible strength. Song Xingyue finally understood what it meant for men and women to work together without getting tired. Such words would also be very effective in the orc world. In fact, she is now building defensive fortifications. This involves placing a ring of thick wooden stakes around the perimeter of the tribe. Finally, grind the top of the stake to make a spike, to prevent invasion by foreign tribes, because there are currently no better tools. For now, I can only do some simpler things. Having something is always better than not having it. This way, the number of animals that the males patrol each night can be reduced. There was certainly enough rest time. Leader, Duo, the female from the brown bear tribe, looked at Song Xingyue somewhat shyly. After hesitating for a long time, I finally managed to say something. "Ryan is single now. Can we have a pic too?" These words were spoken. The other female beastmen also looked at their leader with curiosity. Song Xingyue was a little surprised that Duo would ask such a question. Isn't the relationship between me and Ryan clear enough? Does the absence of a pairing ceremony mean that other female orcs have a chance? I think Ryan is a good leader. Duo blushed slightly as she said this. If Ryan has the choice, I'd like to take him away tonight. Song Xingyue noticed that everyone was looking at her. After taking a few deep breaths, I calmed myself down. Ryan is indeed very good, but I also made a promise with Ryan. He will be my third partner, although saying such things will hurt Duo's feelings. But if you don't say it, if Duo were to confess her feelings to Ryan directly, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. It might make you even more heartbroken. Dodo, the fact that you've taken a liking to Ryan shows you're a female orc with great taste. She reached out and patted her shoulder encouragingly. Why don't you take another look? There are quite a few strong males in our tribe. Even after hearing those words, Duo was not angry. But Ryan isn't your partner yet. I still want to give it a try. Song Xingyue was surprised that even after saying all that, Duo still insisted. It was somewhat unexpected. If Ryan is willing to be with me, I can have him as my only partner. Song Xingyue's heart. Suddenly, I began to waver. Indeed, Duo did this better than I did. If Ryan were to stay with me, I would have to accept being the third child. But Duo receives unique treatment. Thinking of this, she smiled again. Since that's the case, why don't you give it a try? Duo was overjoyed when she heard the leader's permission. But let's make it clear first. Xingyue still prefers to speak frankly up front. Even if Ryan ultimately rejects you, you cannot leave the tribe because you are heartbroken. I really like it here. Duo directly expressed her feelings. Even if Ryan doesn't end up with me, I won't leave here. Xingyue was relieved to hear her answer, although it's unknown what Ryan will choose. But at least, I hope Duo won't leave because of this. Night fell. Today's matches are now over. Dodo immediately handed Ryan a glass of water, then looked at him expectantly. Ryan, can you be my partner? I can have only you as a partner. Ryan just stared at the water glass in front of him. His cold face remained completely expressionless. I want to be with you. Dodo just smiled and looked at Ryan. Are you willing? Thank you for your kind offer, but I am not willing. After politely declining the offer, Ryan bypassed Duo and went directly to Xingyue's side. I'll start digging holes tomorrow too. Wooden competitions aren't for me. His words directly revealed his stance. In addition, his dark eyes stared at Xingyue with an air of dominance. When will you give me a formal title? To avoid misunderstandings. Xingyue smiled knowingly. Let's wait a little longer. We'll be together after I get pregnant with the second litter of pups. Chapter 61: The Fickleness of the Wolf Clan. Since that day, small projects to build defensive fortifications were immediately put on the agenda. Although Dodo was rejected by Ryan last time, she continues to pursue him relentlessly. Xingyue was quite surprised by Duo's persistence. Since arriving in this tribe, Duo has rarely appeared in crowds. Even when participating in group activities, it will shyly hide among the animals. But now they're facing Ryan. Her fierce and bold pursuit was somewhat surprising. Even though she refused several times, she still showed no intention of giving up. The more they refuse, the more excited they become. That indomitable spirit is quite admirable. The problem is that I'm afraid Duo won't be able to handle it and will leave the tribe. With that in mind, she decided to talk to Duo. Just then, Duo's animal skin skirt was finished, and she came to find Xingyue, wanted her to see if the style looked good. Xingyue first praised her for making the animal skin skirt very beautiful. Then, after thinking for a moment, he pulled her down to sit. Dodo, actually, I've never understood why you like Ryan so much. Duo sat up straight and properly. Mentioning Ryan, her little face flushed slightly. I fell in love with Ryan at first sight when we were in the wolf tribe. Her voice was very soft, completely like a shy young woman. He fought off about 10 wolves all by himself. He was truly brave. Her eyes were full of adoration. They were practically stars in her eyes. When they returned, he was at the very front of the group, displaying an indescribable leader's demeanor that I really liked. Xingyue admitted it. He was indeed very brave during that attack on the wolf tribe. Don't even mention that Duo idolizes him. Even I was completely captivated by his kingly demeanor. In the context of real society, Ryan has a domineering CEO vibe about him. This unique quality is very attractive. It is useful even in the orc world. Even though I know Ryan doesn't like me, I still want to give it a try. When Duo said this, he looked at Xingyue with a determined gaze. I know Ryan likes you. I also know you like each other. But I just want to give it a try, even if it doesn't end well. After hearing Duo's explanation, Xingyue ultimately said nothing, because she really didn't know what to say. Duo is very persistent, very rational. She knew exactly what she was doing. I also know what I want. With her personality, she doesn't need to say anything more. So do you like this tribe? Like. Duo answered without hesitation. This is the best tribe I've ever seen. Everyone in the tribe gets along very well. Even in winter, they don't go hungry. She looked at the defensive fortifications not far away as she spoke. Moreover, there were many things in the tribe that I had never encountered before. It was all very novel. Actually, just as Xingyue was about to say something, Wolf Cub suddenly came closer and spoke mysteriously. Guess what I'm holding? His shrewd eyes were full of anticipation. Xingyue's gaze fell on his arms. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and spoke. Is it a flower? Because Wolf loved to send her flowers whenever he had free time. So the first thing that comes to mind is spending money. It's a little rabbit. Wolf Cub pulled the little rabbit out of his bosom like a treasure. Look, isn't it cute? The moment Xingyue saw the little white rabbit, Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and delight. This little white rabbit is just too cute. They are perfectly suitable to be kept as pets. Let me see too. Duo also wanted to reach out and touch it. But as soon as he reached out, he was frightened by the wolf's eyes. A sudden cold glint appeared in his eyes. The surrounding atmosphere also became colder. This is a gift for my partner. What right do you have to touch it? In short, it was icy cold. He was completely different from the person he usually was in front of Xingyue. Duo was almost scared by that terrifying look, especially the warning in his eyes. They look almost exactly like the wolves in the wolf tribe. She trembled as she withdrew her hand, subconsciously swallowing hard. I am sorry. It was my fault. Upon hearing Duoduo's apology, Xingyue immediately realized something. He slapped the wolf cub directly on the head. He warned it in a low voice. You scared someone. Why won't people touch such a cute little bunny? The wolf cub touched the spot where it had been hit, looking aggrieved. When it looked at Xingyue again, it had returned to its original state. I just wanted to give it to you. You haven't had enough fun yet. How can anyone else touch it? Xingyue glared at him fiercely. Right in front of him, she shoved the rabbit into Duoduo's arms. Touch him. It's okay. If he looks at you like that again, I'll punch him. Duoduo's heart was in her throat. She had been captured by the wolf tribe for so long. She knew all too well that wolves would turn on their people without hesitation. Moreover, they hold grudges. Sometimes they don't seek revenge openly. Instead, they take it in secret, making it impossible for people not to be wary. I am sorry. The wolf cub's tail and ears drooped. It just stared at Duo with a furrowed brow. I didn't mean to be mean to you. Go play with the rabbit. After saying this, he took out a small flower from his pocket and put it on Xingyue's head. I'm going to work. He turned and ran away, beaming with satisfaction. The way it wagged its tail showed that it was in a good mood. After the wolf left, Duo immediately handed the rabbit back to Xingyue. Leader, the wolf pack still can't be trusted easily. The wolf pack is too cunning. Xingyue smiled gently, the corners of her mouth curving upwards. Every race has its good and bad aspects, doesn't it? She knew perfectly well what kind of beastman wolf was. Wolf cubs are kind-hearted at heart. Things will get better once you get to know each other better. Duo dared not get familiar with the wolf. Even though the wolf cub seems perfectly normal right now. She exchanged a few more pleasantries, then turned and ran off to find Ryan. After seeing Duo arrive, Ryan immediately looked towards Xingyue. Xingyue was also looking at him. Their eyes met. A rare hint of gentleness appeared in his deep eyes. Ryan, are you really not considering being my partner? Isn't it obvious? Ryan clearly had little patience. He just stared at her intently. Although I didn't participate in the chieftain's ceremony, I am her beast. Don't waste your time on me. But I just wanted to thank you. So Unnecessary. Ryan coldly interrupted her. I attacked the wolf clan not for you, but for Xingyue. Chapter 62. What are you doing taking my daughter? That evening, Xingyue took the little rabbit home. Xingyue, who had always preferred to sleep, immediately got up when she saw the little white rabbit, went over and petted it. Xingyue had never seen her precious son show any interest in anything before. Seeing it now still feels quite surprising. Lingmu looked at Xingyue in the same way. He really liked the rabbit. Xingyue gently rested her head on Lingmu's shoulder, looking at her son with tenderness in her eyes. To be honest, I've always felt that our Xingyue is a bit too lazy. She's not interested in anything. Actually, she was quite worried before. Because Xingyue has always been listless, I feel like it's not very healthy. It seems he wasn't unhealthy, he just wasn't interested in some things. Just like the way he's hugging the little rabbit right now. You can tell he really likes it. Then, this little rabbit can be given to Xingyue. Xingyue's heart softened. I rarely see what my son likes. Oh woo. Ye came running over with her little steps and immediately lay down between her mother and father. Xingyue was about to reach out and touch the soft little guy. Unexpectedly, Lingmu kicked him aside. Although the kick wasn't very powerful, it still made the little guy roll several times. Although Xingyue had witnessed this kind of thing more than once or twice. But every time I see him, I still feel a little sorry for the kid. But Lingmu means cubs shouldn't be overprotected from a young age. This is especially true for females who need to have a resilient character. But Xingyue thought so. The child is still young. Moreover, every child has a different personality. Therefore, the methods should also be different. So be it. Ye seems to have gotten used to it. Its fur stood on end. It bared its teeth. It glared at its father with dissatisfaction. You mustn't disturb my time with your mother. Ling Mu just looked at Yi calmly. If you're bored, you can go play with your younger siblings. Ye just grinned at her dad like that, even though I couldn't understand what she was saying. But it's clear that she's very dissatisfied right now. Ling Mu pulled Song Xingyue into his arms, as if to assert his dominance. Ye stared at her dad for a while. Then she turned around and went to play with her rabbit, pouting. To everyone's surprise, Xingyue, who is usually so easygoing, hid the rabbit in her arms. She wouldn't let Ye play with it at all. Ye was absolutely furious. He and Xingyue immediately started wrestling. Ling Mu spoke in a low voice. Don't bully your younger brother. He's very fragile. Song Xingyue couldn't help but twitch her lips. I really can't agree with the notion that the orcs are weak. The boy was gentle and weak. Girls are actually more assertive. What should I do if I'm a doting father to my daughter? Will people think I'm the kind of person who prefers daughters to sons? Stars and moon. We should go to sleep. Ling Mu's large hand caressed her face. His deep, affectionate eyes gazed at her. Song Xingyue was all too familiar with that look. Are you saying you won't even give me a break? Every day it's either a ram or a wolf. They really don't give people a chance to breathe. You'll have less and less time for me in the future. Ling Mu's deep, husky voice rang in her ears. Now, please indulge me this once. When the river has completely thawed, the defensive fortifications are basically complete. Song Xingyue was very satisfied with the project. I never imagined that I would actually achieve what I had envisioned. Chief, foreign invaders have arrived. The beastmen rushed over to report. It looks like a race we don't recognize. Don't know them? Song Xingyue was surprised to find that there were races they didn't recognize. The battle horn was immediately sounded, alerting everyone to prepare for battle. Ling Mu originally wanted to go to the battlefield, but Langer beat him to it. The wolf cub immediately transformed into its beastman form, baring its teeth, and charged forward. Song Xingyue also wanted to see what race the visitors were. It climbed directly on Orion's back. Ryan's expression was also very solemn. Facing an unfamiliar race, he seemed to be calculating his chances of winning. But after Song Xingyue clearly saw the characteristics of the beastmen in front of her, he immediately whispered, Are you rabbits? Although they are in human form, their long ears and short tails tell you they must be rabbits. You stole my daughter. The leading female orc held a bamboo stick in her hand and stared at Song Xingyue with eyes full of anger. Why did you take my daughter? Let my daughter go. Daughter? If Song Xingyue remembered correctly, there was only one rabbit in the tribe. It's the one that Wolf brought back a while ago, about half a month ago. Back then, they were still building defensive fortifications. The rabbit incident even frightened Duo. Oops. I should have guessed long ago that all the animals in the orc world must have tribes. Rabbit. Of course, there are tribes too. It also has a human form. Thank goodness it wasn't braised. Your daughter is being taken good care of. To avoid war, Song Xingyue immediately began to explain. Your daughter is currently staying with my son, and they get along very well. Your daughter hasn't been mistreated at all. She was afraid the female orc wouldn't believe her, so she told Ryan to bring Xingyue. After all, the little rabbit was always in Xingyue's arms. Bringing Xingyue is like bringing a little rabbit. Ryan didn't understand what was going on, but I still obeyed and brought Xingyue with me. We didn't catch her daughter. She just got lost, and we brought her back to take care of her. She tried her best to downplay the matter. It wouldn't be right to say that they were captured by wolves, would it? Too much nonsense. The wolf cub's patience seemed to have run out. It immediately revealed its sharp claws. If you're going to fight, then fight. Why all the nonsense? Cub, don't be impulsive. Song Xingyue immediately called out to the wolf. I was terrified he might do something drastic. Let's be reasonable. Rabbits definitely can't beat wolves. If we really take action, we might wipe out this race. Although Song Xingyue did indeed consider conquering other tribes. But it would be terrible if the entire clan were wiped out. Xingyue appeared in everyone's sight with a rabbit in her arms. My daughter! My daughter! The female orc immediately took 2 steps forward. Come quickly to mommy. Let mommy see if you're hurt. Upon seeing this, Xingyue immediately hugged the rabbit even tighter, seemingly worried that someone else would take it away. My precious son, give him back to him right now. He's not a pet. Xingyue wouldn't listen to anything she said. They showed absolutely no intention of letting go. Chapter 63, Top Tier, Romantic Brain. A battle is about to break out. Both sides were nervously watching the rabbit in his arms. Xingyue stared blankly at the orcs opposite her. There is absolutely no intention to let go. Honey, this is someone else's daughter. You can't keep holding her like this. Xingyue squatted down, cupped Judge's little face in her hands, looked at him earnestly, and reasoned with him. The little rabbit wants to go home. Now his family has come to pick him up, and you need to return the little rabbit to him. After hearing her mother's words, Judge's eyes immediately began to mist over. He has never shown any extra expression. He's always been a bit goofy and innocent. But now, a little face looked at her mother with a wronged expression, clearly unwilling to return the little rabbit. No, honey, if you don't give the little rabbit back to them, they'll start fighting. Xingyue was not worried that her tribe would be no match for the rabbit tribe. Because rabbits are at the bottom of the food chain, they are herbivores and cannot defeat carnivores. But since we've come to the orc world, we should follow the rules of the orc world. It's not right to forcibly seize or rob someone, is it? Although, at present, the tribe seems to have this strength. It's like if you were lost, your mother would definitely be anxious and want to find you. Xingyue wasn't sure if she understood what her mother was saying. Suddenly, they let out a few low growls. Huh? What do you mean? Xingyue couldn't understand animal language at all, especially the little dumplings. Ryan looked at Xingyue domineeringly, raised his hand, and gently tapped his little head. You're a cub of our tribe. How can you go to live in their tribe? What? My son is going to that tribe? Xingyue stared at her son with disbelief in her beautiful eyes. It's absolutely heartbreaking for this elderly mother. So, isn't our tribe good enough? How could you have such thoughts? Oh, woo. Ryan frowned slightly. He was clearly suppressing something. He said he wanted to stay with the little rabbit, never to be apart. Are you the ultimate love-obsessed person? Xingyue couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out a curse. Are you serious about leaving our tribe for this little rabbit? Xingyue stopped responding. But sometimes not answering is also a form of response. Seeing this, Xingyue ordered the beastmen below to open the gate. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, she walked step by step toward the enemy leader. He spoke with shame and embarrassment. Could you let your daughter stay in the tribe a little longer? My son seems to really like your daughter. Even she herself knew that she felt ashamed to make such a request. No mother would hand over her daughter, so it carries a sense of shame. The rabbit tribe leader looked at his smooth-furred daughter, then at the female beastman before him. She sensed the sincerity of the female orc before her, and her hostility lessened. You did not harm my daughter, but we still need to take her home. As they were talking, an orc from the enemy forces suddenly collapsed to the ground. He looked weak, and his forehead was covered in sweat. His lips were also pale, and he looked very unwell. Mealy, Robert has collapsed. Is he going to die? Mealy, the leader of the rabbit tribe, immediately turned around and looked over there. She looked very anxious, and it was clear that this wasn't the first time this had happened. Upon seeing this, Xingyue immediately went over and took Robert's pulse. He's hungry. He's so hungry that he's weak and has low blood sugar. None of the orcs knew what hypoglycemia was. Ryan was also hearing this word for the first time. Ryan, go and get the fruit we picked a few days ago. Bring it all. Ryan raised an eyebrow with an air of dominance. He's supposed to be the Lion King, yet he has to do such trivial things. But after thinking about it, given the current situation, he turned around and went to get it anyway. Wolf Cub simply switched to human form and came to Xingyue's side. Are you trying to trade the tribe's fruit for that little rabbit? Xingyue rolled her eyes at the wolf cub beside her. She spoke in a low voice. If you don't speak, no one will sell you off as if you were mute. What does it mean to trade fruit for rabbits? That's such an awful thing to say. This is called infiltration. They infiltrated the rabbit tribe little by little. Who can blame them when they have a son with an absolute obsession with romance? What if my son marries far away in the future? It's still necessary to build good relationships beforehand. Soon, the fruit has been brought. Xingyue held the fruit in her hand and squeezed it hard, causing the juice to drip directly into Robert's mouth. Soon, you could see Robert's eyelashes trembling slightly. With his mouth slightly open, it was clear he had never tasted this flavor before. Xingyue stuffed the crumpled fruit into Robert's mouth. Robert chewed the fruit unconsciously and finished it in no time. Millie had never seen such a fruit before. Seeing that Robert is in such a state, yet he can still eat, it must be delicious. Then look at your other tribesmen. They endured hunger and survived the winter. Even though it's spring now, we still can't fill our stomachs. Because the grass isn't green enough yet, there's nothing else to eat. She licked her lips, wanted to taste what the fruit really tasted like. She noticed that there were many different kinds of fruit next to the female orc in front of her, which must all be delicious. Robert slowly woke up and managed to sit up with difficulty. The fruit was delicious. Thank you for saving me. When Xingyue saw that Robert had woken up, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then she smiled at Mealy and extended a sincere invitation. I see you're all tired. Why don't you go to my tribe to rest for a while and leave tomorrow? Mealy looked at the tribespeople behind her with some difficulty. Indeed, the clansmen have been exhausted during this period. Taking a break should be fine, right? I've asked our people to prepare fresh fruit for you. Eat and rest first, then we'll talk. As Xingyue spoke, she took Lear's hand and walked into the tribe. Seeing this, the other tribesmen immediately followed. After all, being able to eat fresh fruit is the best thing for them. Wolf Cub watched this scene with astonishment, then looked at Ryan. They're not fighting anymore? I was all ready for battle. And now, they're not fighting? Ryan glanced at the wolf cub indifferently and spoke slowly. They conquered a tribe without shedding blood. What's the point of fighting? Only a fool would fight. After saying this, he walked steadily toward the tribe. It took the wolf cub a long time to come to its senses. Did Ryan insult me? Chapter 64 Dowry for the Sun. The tribe instantly became lively because of the arrival of the rabbit tribe. Everyone was very enthusiastic in preparing fresh fruit for them. Some of the females have even started to flirt with the males of the rabbit tribe. After all, for the rabbit tribe is a new species. People are very curious about species they don't recognize. They all thought that if they had a baby, the baby would be even cuter. Mealy looked at the large pile of fresh fruit in front of her. I was still hesitant at first, but as soon as his stomach started growling, he immediately picked up the fruit and started eating it. A sweet taste assaulted the buds. She couldn't resist picking up another fruit and eating in big bites. Xingyue was holding a little rabbit in her arms. She sat there looking adorable. He was never interested in anything except for the little rabbit in his arms. Seeing this, Xingyue was also helpless. Although I know that the orcs mature early, but I never expected it to have come to this point so early. The baby is only 3 or 4 months old and has already started choosing a mate. It's really unpredictable. Xingyue picked up a fruit and placed it in front of the little rabbit. The little rabbit ate slowly and deliberately. It was clearly used to eating fruit. Mealy also noticed her baby daughter's side. It seems that during the time her daughter was missing, she gained a lot of weight and her figure became much larger. It's clear that they've been living quite well here during this time. See here. She hesitated. Because their tribe was too poor, they couldn't provide their daughter with a good life. But this place is full of laughter and joy. It's a great place to grow up. Not to mention, the one next to my daughter is the leader's son. If the chief's child becomes his mate, then the daughter shouldn't suffer here. But the thought of possibly being separated from my daughter makes me feel terrible. A grain of rice. As a mother, Xingyue knew very well what Mealy was thinking at that moment. No one expected this to happen. Her eyes were incredibly sincere. But it seems the two children like each other now. As their mother, it wouldn't be right for us to separate them, would it? She tried her best to focus on the key points, because she knew that orcs preferred to be straightforward. If you're willing to let your daughter stay, our tribe is willing to send some fresh fruit to your tribe regularly. The only thing she can think of right now is to cater to his preferences. Moreover, in the orc tribe, nothing is more important than food. It was clear that their tribe was indeed lacking food. So if we regularly bring them food, maybe we can exchange it for the little rabbit that Xingyue likes. Rice Grains hesitated. She has only one daughter so far. Leaving my daughter here would inevitably make her feel lonely. Xingyue naturally noticed Leah's hesitation. Moreover, your tribe's fighting strength is not very strong. If you find a partner like my son, you can strengthen your tribe in the future. The species of offspring a female gives birth to depends on the type of male she chooses. So, their future offspring will be an adorable little tiger. The little tiger is very powerful. It is beneficial to their tribe. Rice Grains also understand this principle. But how can I be sure my daughter will be happy here? She finally voiced her concerns. I can't bear not seeing my daughter for long periods of time. Then let them both come back to visit you when they have time. Xingyue immediately came up with a solution. How about we let them go back together every time we deliver fruit? She smiled and handed her another fruit. In addition, I will teach you how to find these fruits and how to grow them. She offered very favorable terms. Once you know how to plant fruit trees, you will no longer go hungry. Because rabbits are a rather picky species when it comes to food. Because they are herbivores, they cannot eat most kinds of food. Unlike tigers, they can eat meat. Therefore, their living conditions are even more difficult than those of ordinary tribes. But things will get better once fruit trees can be planted. Mealy was indeed tempted when she heard this. But I still need to ask my daughter what she thinks. If she wants to stay here, I won't stop her. Upon hearing this, Xingyue knew that things might take a turn for the better. Because these days, the little rabbit and my son have a very good relationship, which is obvious to the naked eye. Mealy looked at her daughter and asked her about her suicide attempt. My dear daughter, would you like to stay here? Although the little rabbit didn't make any noise, he looked very comfortable nestled in Xingyue's arms. Xingyue also expressed her opinion around the same time. He kept growling as if he were saying something. Xingyue happened to be bringing over some seafood sashimi. He took the opportunity to explain it to his son. My son said he would never be separated from the little rabbit, and if the little rabbit left, he would leave too. Xingyue realized that her son was indeed a master of romance. She's practically willing to do anything for love. If Xingyue goes with you today, we won't stop her. Xingyue, as the father, directly expressed his opinion. It's the rule in the orc world that males follow females. We won't stop them. Xingyue was taken aback by Xingyue's response. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Haven't you considered that they might be better off living in this tribe? What she meant was that she couldn't bear to part with her son. However, it wasn't stated very clearly. It was somewhat ambiguous. If we agree on all the terms and then give away his son as a bonus, wouldn't that be a bit of a loss? Millie thought for a moment, then slowly opened her mouth. I know the children would be better off living in your tribe. Since arriving in this tribe, she has discovered that they are very wealthy. It's so much better than my own tribe. It would be better for my daughter to be here. She understands this principle. But the conditions you agreed on with me before still need to be honored. Don't worry. Xingyue finally felt relieved and no longer had to worry. When you're able to go back, I will have you take some back with you to express my sincerity. She immediately handed Mealy a fruit. If you wish, our two tribes can also form an alliance. She once again proposed friendly terms. If any outside tribe bullies your tribe, our tribe can come to your aid anytime, anywhere. Or, her tone suddenly became serious. I usually send 2 males over there to protect your safety. Chapter 65, You Don't Deserve to Stay by Her Side. Mealy never expected that she could form an alliance with the tiger tribe because of her daughter. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke her mind. Our tribe has always been bullied by other tribes. Thinking back on everything that had happened, her eyes were filled with hatred, especially the cunning foxes. They often come and steal our cubs, causing many females to lose their babies. Upon hearing this, Xingyue looked at Mealy with great surprise. I've heard about the abduction of female orcs. This is the first time I've ever heard of someone specifically stealing other people's cubs. It's truly unimaginable. At first, when my daughter went missing, I thought it was the fox tribe's doing. But after arriving here, I realized it was you all. Hearing this, Xingyue couldn't help but feel curious. Since you were able to find us by following the scent, why couldn't you just pursue them directly to the fox tribe? Mealy shook her head regretfully. We've tried it before, but they're cunning. They either fake the smell or you can't find it all. To mask the smell? Foxes truly are cunning animals. Never mind. I'll just focus on taking good care of my daughter. Mealy came to her daughter's side, looking at her with love. With Xingyue protecting you, I can finally relax. The little rabbit rubbed against its mother and then watched her leave. Xingyue quickly got up and followed her, introducing her to some of the unusual things in the tribe. Xingyue stared blankly at the little rabbit in her arms. They seemed to be hugging even tighter. Early the next morning, Mealy then led her people to prepare to return. Xingyue had prepared a lot of fruit for them in advance. Each orc carried a small, bulging bundle on its back. She even made a small package. These are the seeds I hastily made last night for the fruit. I'll just have to go back and plant them in the soil. She was afraid that Mealy might not understand, so she explained it in great detail. Seeds like these, once sown, can take root and sprout with just rainwater. Mealy listened attentively, just like a student, making sure she remembered every word she said. Xingyue looked at her in-laws with a gentle smile. I'll visit your tribe sometime soon, and you can ask me if you have any questions then. Mealy looked at her gratefully. Then she looked at her daughter with lingering reluctance. She hardened her heart, gritted her teeth, turned around, and led her people away. Xingyue silently watched the direction they left in, then looked down at the little rabbit in her arms. The little rabbit seemed unusually quiet, as if the departure of its clansmen had no impact on it. After seeing off the main force, Xingyue grabbed Ling Mu's wrist and led him to a secluded spot. When did I tell you that Xingyue could go to other tribes? She didn't have a chance to mention it last night because there were too many beastmen in the square. But now she feels it's necessary to say something. That's my son. Why should he go to another tribe? Did you ask me before making this decision? Ling Mu looked at her with a puzzled expression in his deep eyes. He seemed not to understand why she was so angry. Rules of the orc world. Screw those bullshit rules. Xingyue coldly interrupted him, even swearing. What rules are here? My words are the rules. She was really angry about Ling Mu's unauthorized decision yesterday. To keep our son from leaving, I've already offered many conditions. You almost denied everything I've done with just one sentence. Do you even know that? She actually understood what the rules of the beastman world were. But she felt even more that her son was still too young. It doesn't even have a human form yet. If we go like this, what if the other tribes are bullied? Especially in the orc world, males have absolutely no status. What if he gets there and suffers the same treatment as Bruce? Even if my son walks away in the future, we have to wait until he grows up before we talk about it. If he wants to leave the tribe after he comes of age, his mother will respect his decision. But he has no power to make decisions right now. As a parent, shouldn't he protect his offspring? Ling Mu rarely saw Xingyue lose her temper with him like this. In an instant, I gradually started to feel uneasy. He was a rather conventional orc. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been rejected by his tribe and wouldn't have left the tribe. He has always lived according to the rules of the orc world. But unexpectedly, this reason caused Xingyue to be so angry. I am sorry. It was my fault. Even though Ling Mu didn't quite understand, he apologized immediately. Maybe it's my fault. It won't happen again next time. Xingyue's chest heaved violently. Her raging anger softened the moment she saw his eyes. But it's hard to say comforting words. After thinking for a moment, she said nothing and turned to leave. Ling Mu watched Xingyue's departing figure intently, feeling extremely distressed. Because she was the leader and he was her first partner, he had always tried his best to be magnanimous. Even if the cubs are to be taken away. Even though I was very reluctant to part with it. But because it is the leader's cub, one must be magnanimous and not show any reluctance. But to his surprise, his action made Xingyue very uncomfortable. I was incredibly foolish back then. What she needs by her side is an orc who can look to the future with her. Ryan looked at Ling Mu with a heavy gaze, his words full of disdain. If you can't understand her, what right do you have to be by her side? Ling Mu suddenly revealed its sharp claws and stared at Ryan with an unfriendly gaze. Do you think you know him well enough? Oh. Ryan's smile was contemptuous, and his eyes were icy as he looked at him. I can kill a female for her, can you? A single question struck a chord with Ling Mu. He was bound by too many so-called rules, and was unable to do anything that violated them. He simply couldn't bring himself to kill a female. It wasn't that I was cowardly, but I was afraid that this kind of thing would involve her. That's the difference between you and me. Ryan spoke, word by word. You are overly cautious in your actions. But what she needs by her side are bold orcs, instead of being timid and hesitant. Chapter 66, Schemed by the Fox. For several days in a row, the relationship between Xingyue and Ling Mu did not improve. Ever since the fortifications were built, she has been determined to build traps next to them. She led the orcs in tireless work all day long. Everyone worked enthusiastically and set up the traps very quickly. Ling Mu tried several times to find an opportunity to explain to Xingyue, but he couldn't find a suitable opportunity. He was also very distressed about this. He didn't want the two of them to continue their Cold War over this matter. She was willing to give her life for it, but I absolutely cannot allow myself to lose her because of such a misunderstanding. Chief, our trap actually caught a male. Upon hearing this, Xingyue immediately followed the orc to the location of the trap. Sure enough, a fox was now trapped in the trap. Even though he kept struggling and trying to run upwards, it was all in vain. Because when the trap was made, the slopes on both sides were deliberately made to slip. Xingyue squatted on the edge of the trap, looking down at the fox below the hole. Are you here to steal the cubs? She raised her eyebrows, and her eyes curved beautifully. You dare to come to our Hongnan kingdom to steal beast cubs? You must have a death wish. Even though she had a smile on her face, the words she spoke were chilling. Chief, what should we do with this fox? The orc next to him asked. Should I call the other orcs over? Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you here. Xingyue stayed by the cave entrance, watching the fox struggling below. After struggling, the fox realized it couldn't climb up, so it simply stopped struggling. He raised his head and looked at the female orc in front of him, then suddenly smiled. You're what is called a superior female, right? Xingyue never expected that this fox could still laugh even under such a disadvantageous situation. So you're the ones who killed my brother? Younger brother? Xingyue had no recollection of the tribe killing a fox. However, the fox fur does indeed have some in its own room. But that's what Ling Mu found in winter. Now it seems that the fox in front of us must be the younger brother of the fox in front of us. If you don't say anything, does that mean you're admitting it? The fox asked again. So, did you really kill my brother? I don't know if I killed your brother, but I'm going to kill you soon. Xingyue's smile gradually brightened. She has never been a living saint. Even when facing the lion tribe and the rabbit tribe, they were in a state of seeking peace. However, foxes, or wolves, are neither domesticable nor suitable as allies. She understands this principle. Therefore, kill one if you see one, and kill two if you see two. Although the cubs and female orcs can be spared. However, all other males were to be killed without mercy. The fox clearly sensed the murderous intent in his eyes and suddenly calmed down. Do you think you can kill me? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a hint of provocation. You don't really think I can't get out of here, do you? Upon hearing this, Xingyue suddenly realized something. However, he also felt that although foxes were clever and cunning, they shouldn't have reached that level yet. I've already investigated your tribe. This time of day is when your tribe's defenses are at their weakest. The fox sat on the ground, tilting its head back and smiling as it looked at Xingyue in front of it. Your tribe is indeed very powerful and well-organized, but this is the time for the males to go hunting in the mountains, and there aren't many males in the tribe right now. Xingyue looked at the fox in front of her with great interest. She didn't expect his analysis to be so logical and accurate. A dozen or so foxes quietly emerged from different bushes behind me. They silently surrounded Xingyue, each one poised to strike. The fox that was first crawled out of the pit slowly. He came up to Xingyue, bent down, and gently lifted her chin with a finger. Although your trap was very well concealed, it still had loopholes. His voice was unhurried, with a hint of playfulness. Trapping other wild animals might work, but it's completely ineffective against us foxes. Xingyue tilted her head back and gazed deeply into his eyes. She didn't think her trap would fail to catch a fox. It's just that the traps haven't been perfected yet, which gives them an opportunity to exploit the loopholes. As she had planned, the bottom should have been filled with sharp spikes and the sides with thorns. However, before the trap was even properly designed, he had already walked right into it. So now, one move off guard. But it doesn't mean I'll admit defeat. In the orc world, it's a rule that males cannot kill females. At most, you can only capture me and take me back, but you cannot harm me. The fox seemed to have rarely seen such a female beastman, and its eyes couldn't help but show a hint of interest. You didn't cry or make a fuss, which surprised me. He started circling around Xingyue, looking her up and down. Speaking of which, what exactly is your true form? Why can't I see any physical characteristics on your body? Xingyue did not answer his question, but instead noticed something else. As we all know, foxes have a very strong odor. But even though I'm so close to this fox now, I can't smell any scent on it at all. It seems the rabbit tribe was right. The fox has learned to disguise itself and is adept at concealing its scent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many foxes to be lurking here without the males of their own tribe not noticing them at all. Why aren't you saying anything? Is your throat sore? Seeing that she remained silent for a long time, the fox leader laughed again. Xingyue's beautiful eyes gradually filled with a smile, and her voice was soft. What do you want to hear me say? Do you want me to tell you my true form? She looked around at her surroundings. It must be said that the fox's combat strategy was quite meticulous. He couldn't see any way to escape. Fine, I won't say anything then. You'll see your true form when we mate. After saying this, the fox bent down and hoisted Xingyue onto its back. I heard you're quite fertile. I'll know everything once you go back and have your baby. Xingyue silently reached into her bosom. Since the invention of bone knives and stone knives, she had already gotten into the habit of carrying these knives with her, just in case. After all, the orc world may appear calm on the surface, but undercurrents are actually surging. Now, this is the perfect time to use a stone knife. She immediately drew her stone knife. They wanted to see if they could kill the fox in one blow. But I never expected this. A black and white tiger suddenly rushed over, bit one of the foxes by the neck, and killed it. Xingyue had seen what the Lingmu were like on the battlefield, but this was the first time I had seen him kill other races. Blood splattered everywhere, even on her face. The fox leader's eyes suddenly darkened. He pushed Xingyue into the pit. They then joined the war. At this moment, Xingyue had no idea what was happening outside. She could only keep desperately climbing out, because he was very worried that Lingmu would get hurt. The roars of the lion were so deafening. They were breaking her heart. Finally, she poked her head out. We've seen the situation outside clearly. Two foxes each bit one of Lingmu's legs, restricting his movement. She could clearly see the pain on Lingmu's face. My heart clenched painfully. Chapter 67, Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The battle situation gradually became clearer. Lingmu was being bitten by the foxes, and he couldn't stand up on his hind legs at all. Xingyue desperately wanted to climb out of the trap, but all her efforts were in vain. She kept shouting at Lingmu, "Don't worry about me, just go. They said they wouldn't hurt me." Lingmu's deep eyes were fixed firmly on Xingyue, even though he was already covered in wounds at this moment. However, in order not to worry Xingyue, she still gave him a reassuring look. "Even if I die in battle, I will not run away." His tone was so firm. He had even made up his mind. "Xingyue, I told you I would protect you, even if it meant giving my life." Xingyue has never been an indecisive person. Even when she first arrived in this orc world, feeling lost and scared, she never shed a single tear. But at this moment, I see Lingmu fighting desperately for himself. Her eyes involuntarily reddened. "Are you stupid? Don't you know to run away first, and then find someone to come back and rescue me?" Lingmu understood that she didn't mean to scold him, but rather to give him a chance to survive. However, it is a very shameful thing for a male to fail to protect his mate. He desperately shook off the two foxes that were biting him from behind. Despite its limping legs, it remained incredibly powerful and killed another fox. I heard what the leader of the rabbit tribe said that day. The foxes had also scratched a long scar on his face. Blood covered his face, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. They can mask their scent, and once you're captured by them, you'll never have a chance to come back. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was terrified of losing Xingyue, even though the current situation is very unfavorable. But he still had to do everything in his power to prevent Xingyue from being taken away by them. Xingyue was extremely annoyed, wondering why she had been holding a grudge against him all this time. In truth, she understood better than anyone else. Lingmu's loyalty to himself is beyond question, but she just didn't like him being confined by these rules and regulations. So I thought that through this Cold War, I could make him understand this principle. But none of that matters now, because she suddenly realized something else. Why should someone who is willing to give their life for others worry about other things? "Lingmu, I'm begging you, please don't continue like this. Can we run away first?" Tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't bear to look at the new wounds on his body. If this continues, he really will die. What will I do if Lingmu dies? My children will be fatherless. When I first came to this world, I was very scared, and Lingmu was always there for me, protecting me. If something really happens to him, where should I go from here? What is the point of all this? Kill this wretched male. The fox in the lead gave a direct death order. Bit off his neck and take his head back to our tribe. His smile gradually turned somber. This is a good opportunity for the other tribesmen to see what a tiger's head looks like. Xingyue gritted her teeth as she glared at the fox leader. He immediately started hurling threats at him. "If you kill him, I will absolutely wipe out your race." Her voice was choked with sobs, yet unusually fierce. "I will make your entire tribe pay with their lives. I will make sure you don't get away with this." The fox turned around and looked at Xingyue in the pit with disdain. "You think you're a female, orc? Are you kidding me?" Xingyue stared intently at the fox in front of her, her hands gripping the soil tightly. "If you don't believe me, you could try it and see." A cold smile played on her lips. "I am a superior female. Killing you is as easy as turning my hand." Upon hearing this, the fox began to laugh wildly. This was the first time he had ever seen such a stubborn female orc, and he found it quite interesting. But his smile quickly faded. With a deafening roar, Ryan joined the battle. With an imposing stride, he swatted away the two foxes surrounding Lingmu with a single paw. The foxes fell heavily to the ground, making sizzling noises. Lingmu turned around and looked at Ryan. "Why are you meddling in other people's business? You're really annoying." Ryan glanced indifferently at the battered Lingmu. If it weren't for Xingyue, Do you think I would have come to save you? The words had barely left his mouth. Taking advantage of the fact that all the orcs were not paying attention, he leaped and pounced on the fox next to the pit. That's how he was pushed directly into the pit. Xingyue reacted extremely quickly. The moment the fox fell into the hole, jumped down and right on his back. She was gripping his neck tightly with both hands. She was pinching him with every ounce of her strength. Especially when he thought about Ling Mu's injuries. It was as if he had gained infinite power. Even now, the fox still looked at Xingyue with disdain. Do you really think you can hurt me with that little bit of strength? Xiang naturally understood this principle. Human power is far too insignificant in the face of the beastmen. So she got into the habit of kicking a sharp stone knife on the mountain. Maybe I can't strangle you, but I can kill you. With a swift movement, he plunged a knife directly into the fox's neck. Blood splattered everywhere, covering her fair face in bloodstains. She stuck out her tongue and licked the taste from the corner of her mouth. It smelled of blood, yet it seemed to awaken something within it. She was worried the fox wouldn't die. He stabbed again and again until the fox was completely silent. Then he stopped. Ryan, standing beside the pit, always watched everything inside with a cold gaze. Especially after seeing Xingyue kill a fox. There was an indescribable excitement in his eyes. Xingyue seemed to feel that this was not enough to vent her anger. He used a stone knife to cut off his head and held it in his hand. Then, she looked up at Ryan. Aren't you going to ask me to take it up? Ryan extended his paw and offered it to Xingyue. The moment her little hand grasped his claw, he pulled her up. After Xingyue came up, these foxes raised their heads high and looked at the other foxes who still wanted to fight. They began to retreat, seemingly preparing to flee. Even if you want to run, you'll have to see if you're lucky enough to run. She gripped the head tightly in her hand and spoke coldly. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Chapter 68, One Act of Insolence. By the time the other orcs arrived, the battle was already over. The ground was a mess, littered with corpses. The injured Ling Mu and the blood-soaked Xingyue. It was a horrifying sight for the beastmen. Fox fur is a good thing, and the colors are beautiful. Remember to peel off all the skin. She casually tossed the head to Ryan. I'll hang this head on the fortifications and see who else is so blind as to attack our tribe. Ryan stared intently at Xingyue. His domineering presence is truly captivating. Xingyue slowly looked at the injured Ling Mu. Can you still walk? Do you need my help? Ling Mu has now transformed into human form. His instinct was to force himself to stay upright and say that he could walk. But then, as if remembering something, he shook his head. I'm in a lot of pain and might need you to help me. Xingyue couldn't hide the surprise in her beautiful eyes. Because Ling Mu has always liked to hide his true feelings, this is the first time she has learned his true thoughts. She immediately walked towards him, took his arm, and the two walked side by side into the tribe. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Because he knew that things had already begun to change in Ling Mu. I was wrong before, I will change in the future. Ling Mu's hoarse violin voice rang in her ears. Nothing is as important as you as any of those damn rules. He finally understood this fact. Fortunately, it's not too late to find out now. Xingyue gave a faint but in reality, the upturned corners of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. The party started again in the square that night. The orcs were celebrating their victory in this battle. They all worshipped the leader, who was able to kill the fox and even cut off his head. Surrounded by the beastmen, Xingyue looked at Ling Mu beside her. Ling Mu's wounds had already been bandaged by Sina. Although he looked somewhat pitiful, he always had a smile on his face. Their eyes met. An unspoken feeling slowly spread between the two of them. They both understood each other's deepest thoughts. Through this battle, they all understood what was truly important. Ryan, quite annoyed, stood between the two. He looked at Xingyue with burning eyes. Don't you want to praise me? If it weren't for me today, Ling Mu might be dead. Xingyue then turned her attention to Ryan. I have to admit, Ryan was right. If Ryan hadn't suddenly appeared today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You arrived just in time today, otherwise I might have been arrested. Ryan just watched him quietly and smiled slowly. So, are you going to reward me? What reward do you want? With a slight smile in her eyes, Xingyue was caught in a tug-of-war with Ryan. As for being my third partner, as I mentioned before, I will be with you after I get pregnant with my second litter of babies. With just one sentence, she blocked all his escape routes. Besides this, what other rewards would you like? I want you. Ryan spoke very directly, and his eyes became even more intense. Even if you can't give me a title right now, I still want to have you. Song Xingyue's heart was unexpectedly stirred by those words. Ryan's innate kingly aura is very attractive. His words and actions are very much like those of a domineering CEO. It truly made my heart flutter. Do you know what it means to mate without giving someone a proper status? So what if it's making me unable to hold my head up in the orc world? Ryan said this with great disdain. I don't need you to take responsibility for me. I just need to get you. What do I care what other orcs think of me? Song Xingyue truly admired Ryan's perspective. He is probably the one whose ideas align with mine the most so far, even if Xingyue is willing to risk his life for him. However, he is definitely no match for Ryan in terms of awareness and ideology. Ryan then took Song Xingyue's hand in full view of everyone. I'll be waiting for you tonight, star and moon. A simple sentence completely ignited the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Song Xingyue's heart pounded wildly. That indescribable thrill made her feel both anticipation and excitement. After saying that, Ryan turned around and left. Song Xingyue gazed at his imposing figure, lost in thought. To be honest, Xingyue is injured. I should stay by Xingyue's side and be there for him. But she came up to Xingyue and looked at him very seriously. I'd like to sleep at Ryan's place tonight, just for one night. Is that okay? If I say no, will you go? Xingyue did not answer Song Xingyue's question directly, but instead asked a question in return. Song Xingyue did not answer Xingyue's question, but just quietly looked at him. Xingyue was ultimately defeated. Since you've already made your decision, you don't need my reply. Song Xingyue took the initiative to hug Xingyue and whispered in his ear. Ryan's sacrifices for us are evident to the naked eye. He has saved us time and time again, and that is an indisputable fact. Xingyue certainly understood this principle as well. The tribe may be able to live without itself, but it absolutely cannot live without Ryan. He understood. Ryan will definitely become a third partner. It's just a matter of time. So what's wrong with starting a little earlier? Just staying one night? Song Xingyue just smiled as she looked at Xingyue. This was the only night before he became my third partner. Xingyue turned his head away, no longer looking at Song Xingyue, which clearly meant he had tacitly approved of her actions. Song Xingyue couldn't wait to walk towards Ryan's house. The moment she opened the door, his wrist was immediately gripped by a force. Ryan held him tightly in his arms, looking down at him with an air of dominance. He lifted Song Xingyue's wrist with one hand and pinned it above her head, while using his other hand to close the door. A deluge of kisses followed. A heated atmosphere continued to spread between the two of them. Wait a moment. At the crucial moment, Song Xingyue suddenly called a halt. Don't tear my animal skin skirt. Ryan's burning gaze seemed to be on the verge of bursting forth. At a time like this, why would you care about such a small thing? He rubbed his nose against hers, and his breathing became rapid. It's just a skirt. I'll replace it if it gets damaged. No sooner had she finished speaking than the sound of her skirt being torn was heard. At this moment, Song Xingyue's heart also completely sank. Go ahead and be reckless. Indulge them. Just this once. Who cares about rules? Who cares about moral depravity? Enjoying this moment is the most important thing. Chapter 69, Do You Want to Exile Ryan? The next morning, Song Xingyue practically came out holding her back. Last night was absolutely thrilling. It has to be said that the Lion King's stamina was truly exceptional. No wonder he's the king of the forest. Thinking about this inevitably reminds me of Banban. They're both lions, so why can't they be? Chief, did you sleep in Ryan's room yesterday? Senna looked at Song Xingyue with a look of surprise. Did you two mate? Before the ceremony was completed. Yes. Song Xingyue readily admitted it. Although the ceremony hasn't been completed yet, it's only a matter of time. After hearing Song Xingyue's words, Senna immediately covered her mouth with both hands. She stared at Song Xingyue in disbelief. I could hardly believe what I was hearing. This kind of thing is absolutely forbidden in the orc world. So you're going to exile Ryan? She asked in surprise. Mating without holding a ceremony is a crime punishable by exile. Song Xingyue was immediately jolted awake from her drowsiness. She knew there were rules in the orc world, but she didn't know that she would be exiled. Why didn't Ryan tell himself this before? If he had, perhaps he wouldn't have acted so impulsively last night. Leader, everyone saw you going last night. Senna looked at Song Xingyue with a troubled expression and spoke cautiously. If you don't provide a solution to this problem, the tribe is going to fall into chaos. Song Xingyue understood the point Senna made. One-night stands are absolutely forbidden among orcs. Moreover, if such a thing happens, it could lead to widespread chaos. We're not saying we won't hold a ceremony. We'll just hold it later. She hasn't told Lingmu and Langer yet. At the very least, we need to notify them before we can hold the ceremony. That's called respect. By the way, weren't you going to collect herbs during the day today? Xingyue bent down and picked up a small wooden stick from the ground, drawing the shapes of Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng. This is the medicine I told you about before, the one that can treat your friend's premature ejaculation. Senna's face immediately flushed red, and she looked somewhat embarrassed. She was even paying attention to whether any beastmen were listening nearby. The whole person was restless. Xingyue, having been through it all, knew perfectly well that she was referring to none other than Banban. If you see them, just collect them. These two medicinal herbs are not only quick to treat, but they can also treat other ailments. They are very precious. Sina was relieved after hearing what Xingyue said next. It would be rather abrupt to use these two medicinal herbs only for myself. Xingyue gave Senna a look. Then she saw Senna smile with relief. Xingyue watched Sina's departing figure and smiled knowingly. Then, supporting her aching back, she walked towards her home. Push open the door. I happen to see the two of them dressing their 3 kids. It's good that you're all here. Xingyue deliberately spoke in the most relaxed tone. I want to tell you something. I agree to Ryan becoming your third partner. Lingmu slowly spoke as he dressed the cubs. Let's hold the ceremony tonight. Wolf and I have already discussed it. Xingyue's heart. Suddenly, it felt like I'd been hit by something, and I felt a bit uncomfortable. If they hadn't agreed so readily, they might have felt a little better. They might even be able to find some reasons and excuses to make it seem like they're the ones in the wrong, not themselves. But now I feel like that scumbag woman. She already has 2 partners at home, and now she wants a third. Most importantly, his first 2 partners both agreed. Seeing that Xingyue remained silent for a long time, Lingmu turned to look at him. We are all males, and we understand perfectly well what happens if there is no ceremony after mating. His voice was low and slow, carrying a hint of reason. The tribe cannot be without Lion. If Lion is exiled, our tribe may not be able to withstand the next attack. That's right. This time, Wolf Cub surprisingly agreed. Although I don't like Ryan, and I feel he's a threat to us, what else can we do since we've already slept together? Xingyue took a deep breath, and then a relieved smile appeared on her lips. The ceremony will be held tonight, but Ryan won't be living with us. He'll still be in his current house. Chi-Chi turned her head and looked at her mother with longing eyes. Is Uncle Ryan coming? She speaks very fluently now, and she can basically say everything that adults can say. Moreover, he grew very quickly, already taller than Xingyue's waist. I estimate it won't be long before I'm as tall as Xingyue. Seeing Chi-Chi's excited expression, Xingyue half squatted down and reached out to pat her little head. Why do you like Uncle Ryan so much? Chi-Chi straightened her back and looked at her mother with a slightly mischievous air. I like Uncle Ryan, and when I grow up, I want him to be my partner. Xingyue was surprised that her daughter would say that. The daughter has always been very popular in the tribe. Wherever he goes, he is always followed and protected by a group of males. Moreover, she knew that orc cubs matured early. So it's not surprising that she wants to choose a partner. I never expected that her ideal man would be Ryan. Uncle Ryan is great. Super awesome. Xingyue came to her senses and looked at her daughter with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. You're out of luck. Your Uncle Ryan will become my partner. He won't be yours. Chi-Chi's face immediately fell, and it was clear that she was truly disappointed. Xingyue looked at her daughter with a smile, her words carrying a deep meaning. Besides Uncle Ryan, aren't there stars too? Don't you like stars too? Chi-Chi thought for a moment. She tilted her head and looked at her mother. But I don't want to be just one star. She said something surprising. She ran outside with boundless joy. I want so many partners. More than my mother. Xingyue watched her daughter run away, her face filled with helplessness. When I came to my senses and looked at the 2 people over there, suddenly, I noticed the wolf cub's dejected expression. What's wrong with you? Why are you like this? The wolf cub raised its head, its eyes gradually dimming. It's such a pity I couldn't be your last partner. Before Xingyue could figure out how to answer, Lingmu slapped the wolf on the head. I didn't say anything like that. Why are you being so awkward? Chapter 70. The wolf cub was bullied. Of course at night. Ryan was not among the returning team. Xingyue had already prepared the ceremony. I was thinking of holding a ceremony as soon as Ryan came back. But Ryan was nowhere to be seen. Bruce, where's Ryan? Didn't you two go out together? Bruce thought for a moment, then spoke cautiously. He must have returned to the lion tribe. Didn't he tell you? Back to the lion tribe? He didn't even say it to himself, did he? Why would someone who was perfectly fine return to the lion tribe? He said there was some kind of agreement between us. He'll come back when you get pregnant with the second litter of babies. Song Xingyue's heart felt as if it had been pierced by something. I was somewhat moved, but it was a moving feeling tinged with pain. Then, a slow smile bloomed on her face. Okay, I understand. Since this is his choice, I will respect it. However, I can't help but worry about whether he's living a good life in the lion tribe. After all, there aren't many lions left in the lion tribe now. Even the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled have all moved to their own tribe. I wonder if he misses life here when he's all alone. Ling mo naturally notigit had disappointment. So I silently stayed by his side, without saying a word. At night, a man and a tiger came to the mountain to look at the moon. The pale moonlight carried a faint sadness. I wonder if Ryan is also gazing at the moon right now. Ryan and I, who's more important to you? Ling Mu suddenly asked this question, catching everyone off guard. Then he awkwardly turned his head away. I want to know the answer, yet I'm afraid to know the answer. Song Xingyue slowly reached out her hand, her fingertips touching the back of his hand. You're the reason I stayed here. He is the one who will accompany me through thick and thin in the future. She took a deep breath and spoke with a smile. If we absolutely have to rank them, then you are definitely more important. Without you, there wouldn't have been anyone else. Ling Mu turned his head and looked at Song Xingyue with deep affection. His large hand gently stroked her face. Under the moonlight, he slowly approached. Their eyes met. They can clearly hear each other's heartbeats. Breathing mingled. Song Xingyue closed her eyes. Her thick eyelashes trembled slightly. Ling Mu's kiss was deep and tender. They both succumbed to each other at that moment. On the rocks not far away, the wolf cub transformed into its wolf form, sat there, and howled softly. He watched Song Xingyue and the others mating. His eyes gradually began to fill with intense jealousy. After Ryan left, Song Xingyue focused all her attention on the current defensive fortifications, especially after the last attack by the fox tribe. A male is sent out every day to patrol the trap setup. This is, after all, the world of orcs fraught with danger. We must be careful at all times. What happened last time must not be allowed to happen again. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. During her inspection, Song Xingyue discovered that Ling Mu was also carrying a large wooden stake. She immediately called his name softly. Didn't I tell you to stay home and rest? Why are you out working again? Ling Mu's upper body was bare, and his bronze skin gleamed in the sunlight. Those captivating 8-pack abs and V-line made one's eyes burn and throat dry. Even if you're going to work, shouldn't you wear clothes while doing it? Ling Mu smiled indulgently and looked at Song Xingyue with deep affection. I didn't wear the clothes you made because I was afraid of getting them dirty. You can wash clothes if they get dirty. Are you stupid? Song Xingyue simply walked over, picked up the clothes from the ground, and threw them to him. Ling Mu stared intently at Song Xingyue for a long while before speaking in a low voice. You don't want me to let others see it, right? Of course. Song Xingyue looked at him defiantly, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly. You're mine. Of course I don't want other female orcs to see you. A barely perceptible smile played at the corners of Ling Mu's mouth. She seemed both satisfied and shy. The wolf cubs came over, each carrying a piece of wood on one shoulder. He gave Song Xingyue a cold look. Then he left without saying anything. Song Xingyue raised an eyebrow. Did Wolf Cub glare at me just now? Ling Mu silently watched the direction the wolf had left in. He then spoke meaningfully. Perhaps it was jealousy. Song Xingyue took a deep breath, then sighed heavily. She found that having two partners at home was really too much to handle. If one person can't take care of the other will get jealous. Then, put your clothes on. I'll go check on the wolf cub. Ling Mu nodded and obediently put on his clothes. Only then did Song Xingyue feel at ease enough to go find Langer. They chased after him in the direction he had just walked. He was heading in the direction of the newly built houses. She silently followed him. She stopped the moment she saw him. Why are you here again? This is so unlucky. Tiger Vigus glared at the wolf cub with annoyance. I've already said we don't need the wolf's help. Are you deaf or what? Wolfie glanced at Vigus with a faint look in his eyes. He threw down the piece of wood he was holding and ignored him. Vigus was ignored. She couldn't help but get angry. He walked over and grabbed Wolf's wrist. With an over-the-shoulder throw, he slammed Wolf to the ground. A foot stomped heavily on his arm. Looking down at him, "You're useless. If the chief hadn't taken you as his mate, would you even consider yourself worthy of living in our tribe?" The wolf cub's sharp claws were instantly revealed. But then, as if remembering something, it silently retracted its claws. His shrewd eyes gradually dimmed. "I advise you to get out of our tribe. We don't welcome werewolves." Vigas's words were more and more insulting than the last. "The thought of how your wolf clan treated our female orcs only fuels my resentment towards you." Xingyue watched helplessly as the wolf was bullied and felt a mix of emotions she couldn't quite describe. She was shocked because she had always thought that the people in the tribe got along very well. "I never imagined that something so violent could exist. The wolf clan's fighting strength is clearly not inferior. But the wolf cub just let others bully him without fighting back." Other beastmen also joined in. They began to bully the wolf cubs without restraint, even verbally abusing them. "What are you doing?" Xingyue clenched her fists tightly and walked towards that direction step by step. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. The sound, too, had no warmth. "Who gave you permission to bully my partner like this?" Her gaze fell on Vigas. "Is it you? Who gave you that right?" Chapter 71, You Don't Like Me. A complex emotion flashed across Wolf's eyes the moment he saw Xingyue arrive. He didn't want her to see him in such a disheveled state. He felt that this would make her dislike him. Even when facing the tribal chief, Vigas showed no intention of restraining herself. All the males in our tribe hated. Even when questioned, he remained aloof and superior. Wolves, like foxes, are cunning animals. Who knows when they might turn on you? After hearing what Wei Gusi said, Xingyue's heart sank. Just because something didn't happen, does that give you the right to trample on someone's self-esteem? Vigas snorted coldly and just stared at her. "I don't know about trampling or not, but males can fight each other at will, right?" Xingyue's hands clenched into fists involuntarily, her fingertips trembling. "Such rules do exist in the orc world. But this isn't the Colosseum. If you're so capable, go fight him in the Colosseum." She said that because the wolf cub was not weak in combat. Although Vigas is a tiger, her status in the tribe is not actually high. Because his combat strength wasn't that strong, he could only be at the very back when foreign tribes attacked the tribe. If the two of them were to enter the arena, the wolf cub would clearly have the upper hand. Vigas naturally knew her own limitations. How could she possibly go to the Colosseum? He thought for a moment, then spoke sarcastically. "We all know that your partners are all incredibly strong. But as the leader, you can't just bully us like this. Can you?" Xingyue almost thought she had misheard something. "I can understand each word on my own, but I can't understand them when they're put together. Are you saying I bullied you?" "Yes, that's right." Vigas looked at Xingyue with resentment and spoke with righteous indignation. "When males play and frolic, females usually don't participate, but you're using that to argue that we're bullying them." Xingyue had never heard of such a rule before. It was quite interesting. She ignored Vigas's group and instead noticed the orcs behind him. "Do you also think I'm bullying you?" Her eyes were curved, and even though she was smiling, she still gave off an indescribable chill. "Do you all share the same thoughts as Vigas?" The orcs behind them didn't dare to speak. It wasn't that they were afraid of Xingyue, but rather that they didn't want to get involved in this matter. Seeing this, Vigas muttered, "Useless. They were all with me fighting wolves back then, but now they don't even dare to admit it." Seeing their silence, Xingyue naturally understood what was going on. "I'm a very reasonable person." The smile on her lips gradually broadened. "Since you say I bullied you, then I'll show you what real bullying is." As she spoke, she gave Vigas the order directly. "Starting today, you will go and chop wood. If you don't chop at least 200 logs a day, you won't get dinner." Upon hearing this, Vigas was instantly furious. "You made me chop wood. You're deliberately getting back at me. Let me correct you." Xingyue believes that Vigas's expression is inaccurate. "I'm bullying you, don't you understand?" Vigas hadn't expected Xingyue to be so difficult to talk to. Even though he had already taken the issue too seriously, he still faced the challenge head-on. "I always keep my word. Starting tomorrow, you'd better work hard." After she finished speaking, she looked at the beastmen behind Vigas. "I think you guys are just too full and have nothing better to do. If I ever encounter something like this again, I'll make you chop wood too." The beastmen behind her all lowered their heads, none of them daring to meet Xingyue's gaze. They were afraid that a single glance would bring trouble upon themselves. Xingyue walked straight over, grabbed Langer's wrist, and pulled him outside. But after taking only 2 steps, his wrist was flung away. "What are you doing?" A fleeting look of surprise crossed Song Xingyue's eyes. "You're injured. I'll take you to get treatment." Wolf just looked at Song Xingyue calmly. "This little injury is nothing. I have to go to work, so I'm leaving now." Song Xingyue watched his departing figure, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. In the instant my hand was flung away, I clearly felt his distance from me. But that shouldn't be the case. We got along really well before, didn't we? However, how come someone who always seemed carefree and cheerful suddenly changed their personality? But there were other orcs watching them, so Song Xingyue had no choice but to pretend nothing had happened and continue walking. But she kept thinking about the wolf's transformation. The sudden change made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. That evening, Song Xingyue originally wanted to have a good talk with Langer. To his surprise, the wolf cub deliberately avoided him. "Yay, let me take you out to play for a while." He used Yi as a convenient excuse to leave. Song Xingyue spoke in a low voice. "Yay, it's time for you to go to sleep. You can't go out and play with Uncle Wolf anymore." Lingmu also sensed the subtle atmosphere here. Although he didn't know what had happened, he still took the 3 cubs away immediately, leaving the 2 of them here. After everyone else had left, Song Xingyue directly questioned them. "Why are you suddenly so cold to me? Did I do something wrong?" Wolf remained silent, his lips pressed together. Judging from his dazed ears and tail, he was clearly not in a good mood. "Or is it something about what happened between Ryan and me that made you uncomfortable?" Seeing that he didn't answer, Song Xingyue could only keep guessing. "If it's about Ryan, I can explain it to you properly." Neither. After a long silence, the wolf cub finally spoke slowly. "I just feel that you don't need me at all, and there's no point in me being by your side." Song Xingyue didn't quite understand where Wolf's words came from. Did I do something that made him misunderstand? Do I have that feeling? "You love Lingmu. You like Ryan. How do you feel about me?" He suddenly turned around and questioned him. "Song Xingyue, although I am your partner, I can't sense any affection from you for me." Song Xingyue was stumped by his question, because he never expected the wolf cub to ask such a question. "You stayed here for Lingmu. In the future, Ryan will fight alongside you. And what about me? Where do I stand?" Chapter 72, "You are more important than anyone else." Their eyes met. Song Xingyue clearly saw the pain in Langer's eyes. She never imagined that she would leave him with such deep trauma. What I never expected was that one day he would actually question me. "You heard the conversation between Lingmu and me that day, didn't you?" She finally understood where the problem lay. "If that's the reason, I can explain it to you." What she dislikes most is misunderstandings with her partner. "After Lingmu came into my life, I didn't plan to find any other partners." Her voice was slow and earnest. "But after you came into my life, I gradually changed my mind and even got Lingmu to accept you." She took a deep breath, then sighed heavily. If this isn't called liking or loving, then what is? The heart of a wolf cub. Because her answers gradually became somewhat out of control. He clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the surging emotions within him. "Are you telling the truth?" Even after hearing her answer, I still couldn't believe it. Song Xingyue walked over and hugged him from behind. She gently nestled her head against his back. "Of course I'm telling the truth. But there is still something on wolf cub's mind. I cannot match their bravery and skill in battle, nor can I contribute anything to this tribe. You have your strengths, don't you?" Song Xingyue slowly rolled up her sleeves, a smile appearing on her lips. "You take care of our food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and you take good care of the 3 cubs. Isn't that something they can't compare to?" Song Xingyue has never agreed with Ling Mu's way of caring for the cubs. Ling Mu is too rigid and too rule-bound. This often makes the cubs unhappy. But the wolf cubs are different. He would grant any request the cubs made. His way of raising children is to let their natural instincts run free. Even though it seems like he's being silly, he still ends up playing with the cubs. This is something I admire, and something that no other orc can match. How can I build the tribe with peace of mind if you don't take good care of the cubs? In my original world, I hated people who belittled the contributions of housewives. In reality, Wolf's current position is not much different from that of a housewife. He raised a cub from a cub when it was a cub. Isn't this hard work? Isn't this a merit? You're much more perceptive than the other 2. I feel very reassured with the cubs in your care." The wolf cub suddenly lowered its head, its shoulders trembling uncontrollably. He appeared to be crying, but it was the kind of silent crying. Song Xingyue held her quietly, keeping her company through this painful moment. At the same time, she also felt very sorry. Because of my own actions, I made the wolf feel uncomfortable. It wasn't until a long, long time had passed and he had calmed down that she finally asked him a question. Why don't you fight back when they hit you? I don't want them to have any opinions about you because of me. Wolf Cub finally revealed his true feelings. It's already useless. If it adds to your troubles, it really won't serve any purpose. You are wonderful. I can't live without you, and the cubs can't live without you either. Please don't belittle yourself like that anymore. She took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. If anyone bullies you again, just fight back. Beat? Okay. Hit. Song Xingyue smiled slightly, the corners of her mouth curling up. Male. Sometimes you have to settle things with your fists. At dawn, accompanied by the first rays of sunlight, Song Xingyue slowly woke up in the wolf's arms. She was just about to do a quick wash. I could faintly hear some kind of noise coming from the square. When she pushed open the door, she saw Vigus recounting her experiences in the square. He completely framed himself as a victim. This immediately established Song Xingyue's identity as a perpetrator. I was just playfully fighting with his partner a few times, and he started punishing me. Song Xingyue had just opened the door when she overheard these words. You must never mess with her partner in the future, or you'll end up like me. What? Song Xingyue tried hard to control her emotions, managing only to manage a faint smile. I always thought the beastmen were simple-minded, but I never expected there to be such people who distort the truth. Of course, she wasn't going to sit idly by and wait to die, so she walked over and clapped her hands at everyone. Since everyone listened to the story so early in the morning, let's all get to work now. If you want to hear another story, you can listen to it tomorrow. As soon as the beastmen saw Song Xingyue, they all left. Everyone went about their business, no one wanting to upset the leader. Song Xingyue's gaze fell thoughtfully on Vigus. Are you that free? Have you finished chopping the wood? Vigus's expression was not good at all. But in the end, faced with absolute power, he chickened out and began to do his work for the day. Wolf came out of the house and gently hugged her from behind. You don't need to feel uncomfortable because I've offended other orcs. Song Xingyue slowly turned around and cupped Langer's face in her hands. If I can't even protect you, what kind of leader am I? How can I protect everyone else? She smiled slightly, the corners of her mouth twitching upwards. Don't worry, I can handle this small situation. They were talking. Lily rushed over at that moment. The leader, Star, is sick, and even Senna can't cure him. Could you go take a look? Upon hearing this, Song Xingyue immediately followed Lilier and left. Wolf was somewhat worried, but he went along too. The little star was tiny, and its face was flushed red. Chi-Chi paced back and forth anxiously. It's clear that Chi-Chi really likes stars. Song Xingyue walked over and patted Xingxing's little head. He has a fever and needs physical cooling methods. Lily didn't understand a single word, nor did she understand what it meant. Little wolf, carry the stars to the riverbank. It'll be cooler there. The wolf cub disliked this star from the bottom of its heart, because he stole the mother's love that originally belonged to her. It still holds that position, but he didn't want to disappoint Song Xingyue. After thinking about it, it decided to just grab the star and run away. Will he hurt my child? Lily looked in the direction they disappeared, her heart filled with fear and worry. Song Xingyue looked at Lilier with some concern. Have you forgotten that wolf cubs were also your cubs? Chapter 73 found a more important existence. Riverside. Song Xingyue threw Xingxing directly into the river and then kept splashing water on him. There are many ways to cool down physically. Rubbing your palms and soles with alcohol can also achieve physical cooling. But this is the world of orcs, and there is no alcohol. So the only option is to be more straightforward and brutal. Throw it into the river and try to cool it down physically. Lily watched this side with great concern the whole time, especially when he saw the wolf cub. His eyes were full of wariness. Of course, Wolf also noticed Lily's expression. His hands were clenched into fists. I feel really bad inside. She was clearly his mother, yet she looked at him with such hatred in her eyes. Even if she hadn't done anything, even if she had come to this tribe for her sake. After several twists and turns, Xingxing's condition has finally improved. Song Xingyue brought the wet stars to the shore. The wolf cub immediately lit a fire nearby. Then he took Xingxing from Song Xingyue's arms and held her quietly. The firelight reflected the wolf's gloomy face, but the star in his arms slept unusually soundly. She seemed to know she was in her brother's arms, so she fell into a deep sleep. Kiki stayed by her side the whole time. It was circling around the stars, looking quite anxious. Don't worry, your partner won't die. Wolf just smiled as he looked at Chi-Chi. The cubs have very strong immune systems. He'll be fine in a few days. When Chi-Chi heard what Xingyue said, she finally felt relieved. Xingyue looked at Lilier beside her meaningfully. She didn't understand, even though they were both mothers. Why does she hate her cubs so much and refuse to reconcile? Senna rushed over as well, clearly wanting to learn about physical methods of cooling down. Once she understood the situation, she roughly realized what had just happened. The rest is up to you. Just give him a physical cooling treatment every now and then. Xingyue always believed that professional matters should be left to professionals. When Lily saw that Xingyue was about to leave, she immediately called out to her. Chief, could you wait until he wakes up before you leave? If you're worried, I'll have Wolfie stay here with you. Thinking about the past of the mother and son, he added another sentence. Currently, Wolf Cub is the orc with the best physical cooling in the entire tribe, if you need it. Lily was very worried about Xingxing's condition, although he didn't like the Wolf Cub. But after thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. However, he clearly did not expect to be left behind. For a moment, I didn't know how to face it. Before leaving, Xingyue gave Xingyue a meaningful look. He knew that Wolf had a lot to say to Lily, and this would be a good opportunity. She hadn't walked far when she hid in a bush and quietly looked this way. She was so curious that she had to see for herself. At first, things were rather quiet here. Lily held the star in her arms and looked away. Wolf was the same. He didn't seem to want to make eye contact with Lily at all, and instead kept playing with Chi-Chi. They are clearly mother and son, but they don't seem to know each other well. Seeing this, Xingyue became quite anxious. Just say what you have to say. What's the point of staying silent? It wasn't until Xingxing developed a high fever again that Lilier spoke. Could you help my son cool down his fever? Without saying a word, Wolf Cub took Star and went straight to the river. Following the same method, I wet again. When he brought the star back, he handed it directly to Lilier. Thank you. Lilier was relieved only after confirming that her precious son's fever had subsided. Wolf sat opposite Lily, looking at her meaningfully. I'm your son too. Why are you thanking me? Lilier clearly didn't want to communicate with Wolf. Even when questioned, there was no response. I am your son too. So why do you hate me so much? Wolf Cub finally couldn't help but ask the question he had always wanted to know. I'm not that bad, am I? Why won't you acknowledge me? Seeing his persistent questioning, Lily gradually became impatient. I don't want to acknowledge you because you are a wolf. Even as she said this, there was still pain in her eyes. Seeing you reminds me of everything that happened before. How can I accept you? Do you know you're my nightmare? Upon hearing these words, the wolf cub felt a genuine pang of pain in his heart. Just because I went to the wolf pack, am I supposed to be treated like this? You say I'm your nightmare, but have you ever thought about how I grew up? The light in the wolf cub's eyes dimmed little by little. Did I want to be your cub? Did I want to be born into the wolf pack? His repeated questions. The person who hurt you was my father, not me. Why are you blaming me for all the mistakes? Lily didn't dare to look into Lang's eyes. Every time I see his eyes, I feel instinctively afraid. Even though she knew better than anyone else that this was her son, she still remained wary. I came to find you because I wanted to ask you why you abandoned me. After taking a deep breath, Wolf Cub sighed heavily, a relieved smile appearing on his lips. But now it seems none of that matters anymore. It was as if he had made peace with himself. I don't want to ask these unanswerable questions anymore. If your son get a fever again soon, just use the same physical methods to cool him down as before. After giving his instructions, he walked directly towards the bushes. As she passed by Xingyue, she smiled. I'm still planning to stay here and listen until it's all over. How did you know I was here? Xingyue reluctantly got up and just looked at him. Don't you know that wolves have an amazing sense of smell? Wolf Cub reached out and jokingly patted her little head. Actually, you don't need to eavesdrop here. I'll tell you everything. Xingyue slowly emerged from the bushes, looking at him with some concern. What do you mean when you just say that none of it matters? The wolf cub's gaze suddenly became deep and affectionate, even carrying a hint of burning passion. Because I already have someone more important than him, and that is the reason I stayed in this tribe. Even if he didn't say explicitly who is the most important person, but Xingyue knew that he must be talking about her. Let's go, there's still many things to do in the tribe. As he spoke, he hugged Chi-Chi tightly. I feel like Chi-Chi is a bit heavy, but I don't know if it's just my imagination. Chapter 74 onwards is changed to country. For several days in a row, Vigus did all the work of chopping down tree stumps. He was so tired that his hands were blistered and bleeding. Generally speaking, Cutting down tree stumps is done by the males, one person per day, because excessive use of their claws will harm them. Finally, Vigus went on strike again. He directly expressed his dissatisfaction to Xingyue in the square that evening. All I did was hit your partner a few times. Haven't you tormented me enough lately? The beastmen all looked towards Xingyue. Everyone has witnessed this during this period. I saw Vigus being tortured and punished. So now I'm also curious about Xingyue's decision. Xingyue smiled casually, just looking at Vigus. She was holding a fox fur in her hand, touching it with obvious affection. Do you realize you were wrong? She asked softly. Have you reflected on why I asked you to do these things these days? Is it because I hit your partner? Even so, Vigus refused to admit she was wrong. They're very stubborn. Xingyue chuckled softly. Then her eyes turned serious. I'm punishing you not because you hit my partner, but because you actually laid a hand on a member of your own kind. She handed the fox pelt to the wolf cub. Then she stood up and looked at all the beastmen. Today you can lead a few males to hunt wolves. Over time, you can lead them to hunt other males. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was very powerful. If this continues, you'll end up forming a small group with these males. Who knows, one day the females might be the ones being bullied. Everything. It requires foresight. Bullying my partner is a small matter. But what if you were bullying other orcs? The beastmen in the square finally understood. They never considered what the leader had just said. Thinking about it now, it seems that's really true. Vigus looked indignant, feeling that Xingyue was deliberately targeting her. Moreover, since our tribe can accommodate orcs from other tribes, we certainly cannot treat them differently. She approached Vigus and looked at him meaningfully. We are now a large tribe composed of different races. Who gave you the audacity to think you were superior to them? For some reason, Vigus felt a chill run down her spine when she saw that look in those eyes. But he still stubbornly spoke up. This place was originally a tiger tribe. Of course, the tigers held the highest status. You don't understand yet. Xingyue realized that it was truly like casting pearls before swine. It was indeed a tiger tribe before, but it isn't anymore. She wasn't worried that saying these things would make people uncomfortable, because they wanted to truly unify the orc world. They wanted to start by unifying this small tribe. We've all gotten along very well lately, but has this comfortable life made you forget something? At first, you couldn't defeat the lion tribe. Her gaze swept over everyone present. If it weren't for Xingyue bringing me to this tribe at that time, you would probably have been wiped out by the lion tribe long ago. The beastmen began to feel uneasy. These words are like stabbing someone in the back. Banban and Bruce exchanged glances. Suddenly, I remembered the feeling of fighting alongside Ryan in the past. Although cruel and ruthless, it unleashes one's true nature. Later, the fox tribe came to attack us. If it weren't for Ryan, the strong lion, joining the fight, the tribe's cubs would probably have been captured. She calmly and patiently explained the reasoning to everyone. Xingyue and Ryan were both seriously injured in that battle. Have you forgotten? How could the orcs possibly forget? The fox's head is still hanging on the tribe's gate. This serves as a constant reminder to everyone. And then there are the female beastmen we rescued from the wolf clan. She deliberately saved the most important thing for last. Wei Wei led you guys to rescue them back then. But in the end, it all failed, didn't it? She wasn't targeting anyone in particular. She was simply stating a fact. If it weren't for the wolf cub leading us to them, and Ryan using himself to lure them, would we have been able to rescue them? Each and every single incident was clearly laid out before them. The words have been spoken so clearly. I don't believe they don't understand. What kind of life did the original tiger tribe live? They suffered from hunger and cold, and the cubs could not survive the winter. She took a deep breath, then sighed heavily. What kind of life are you living now? Every day is filled with laughter and joy, and the cubs are growing up strong and healthy. The beastmen gradually came to understand. They weren't doing well before. It was because of everyone else joining them later. Therefore, it was not the tiger tribe that took in other races. It was other races that helped the tiger tribe. Xingyue gazed at Xingyue not far away, with eyes full of love and adoration. The wolf cubs are the same. My heart is overflowing with emotion. That feeling is almost overflowing. I have only punished 2 orcs in total. Xingyue straightened her back and looked at Vigus in front of her with a smile. The first one was Nini. She frequently beat her partner, taking pleasure in tormenting them. She even harmed cubs. I killed her. Even when she was saying such terrible things, she still had a smile on her face. The second punishment is for you. You bullied the orcs from other tribes just because you're a native. She deliberately drew out the last syllable of her sentence, tilting her head as she looked at him. You wouldn't be so stupid as to let me kill you, would you? She truly mastered the art of using both soft and hard tactics. First they reason with me, then they threaten me. Vegas couldn't help but feel afraid at this moment, especially when she saw those breathtakingly beautiful eyes looking at her. But the more I did so, the more terrified I became. He could only nod slowly, even though he had lost his self-respect. Xingyue withdrew her gaze with great satisfaction. She once again returned to the position where the leader should be. Actually, I've been thinking about changing the name of our tribe recently. She has thought about this question very seriously. We've been talking about the tiger tribe for a long time. But now there are more than just tigers here, so things need to change. Just as Weiwei was about to say something, Lily grabbed his wrist and gently shook her head. It should be changed. Lily was on Song Xingyue's side. She also admired what Song Xingyue said. If you want this kind of comfortable life, you have to obey the leader. How about we stop calling it a tribe and just call it a nation? Country? All the orcs looked completely bewildered. Song Xingyue smiled faintly, raising the corners of her mouth. From now on, let's call it Hongnan Kingdom. Chapter 75, This is Sweet. The origins of the Hongnan Kingdom. Song Xingyue had actually considered it. She drew a map showing the locations of the several tribes she visited. They discovered that their tribe was located to the south. The meaning of the character, red, is quite simple. Flourishing, thriving, getting better and better. Anyway, I feel that Red South Country sounds better than Tiger Tribe. It feels really awkward to keep calling it the Tiger Tribe. The other orcs advocated for a stance that they didn't understand but approved of. They silently supported the leader's decision. Actually, Song Xingyue really wanted to be called a king. But after thinking about it, we have to take it one step at a time. We can't be too hasty. It needs to be done step by step. Starting tomorrow, I will organize 2 small teams to explore the surrounding map and see the locations of other tribes. She looked directly at the wolf cub. You lead Vigus to select 2 more acquaintances to form a team. Wolf raised an eyebrow, his eyes gradually becoming more intense. Although Vigus was unwilling, she couldn't very well contradict the leader again in front of so many people. Banban, you'll also lead a team. Explore in the opposite direction from wolf cubs. Banban seemed surprised that such an important task would be entrusted to her. She immediately and readily agreed. The position you 2 hold for this kind of exploration is called diplomat. She also gave everyone a brief explanation. Diplomats are the kind of people who deal with the beastmen outside. When people heard this new term, they couldn't help but feel envious. I couldn't understand it, but it sounded really impressive. Now that we've changed from a tribe to the Red South Kingdom, some names still need to be changed. She looked at Senna again as she spoke. Starting today, your job is a doctor. Healing the sick and saving lives is your duty. Senna absolutely loved her new nickname. The orcs under your command who are learning to gather herbs are called intern doctors. The beastmen who were gathering herbs were overjoyed, never expecting they would have a name. That's about all for now. Song Xingyue's mouth was also dry from talking. I'll think of something better later. A country can be established, a diplomat and a doctor. That's already incredibly impressive. We'll talk about the rest later. What she didn't notice was, at this moment, a small flame ignited in the eyes of all the beastmen. Her explanation completely won over the beastmen. I'm so tired. Let's go back. She opened her arms to Ling Mu and threw herself into his embrace. Ling Mu caught her steadily. He adjusted his position and carried her in a princess carry in his arms, heading towards the house. After they left, the wolf cub smugly approached Vigus and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, from now on we'll be fighting side by side. Vigus slapped the wolf's hand away in disgust. She remained very wary. Stop being disgusting. Who knows if you'll secretly try to harm me? I'm a diplomat. Wolf Cub was very fond of his identity as a diplomat. As a diplomat, it is my duty to protect you. Vigus looked at the wolf cub with a strange expression. He genuinely felt that the leader was deliberately targeting him. Otherwise, why would he put himself on the same team as the wolf cub? Lilier is walking this way now. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally spoke. That's good. As a diplomat, you should focus on contributing to the tribe. The wolf cub remained in shock for a long time. His shrewd eyes couldn't hide the surprise. Mother, is he praising himself? Since that day, the entire Hongnan Kingdom was bustling with activity. The diplomats spent their days leading small teams out searching for other tribes. After they returned, Song Xingyue used a small stick to draw a rough map on the ground. Only, drawing maps on the ground. They can easily be blown away for various reasons. I thought about it. She asked Lingmu to find a stone that would require 5 or 6 beastmen to lift. Then use the boar's tusk as a nail. Use another stone as a hammer. He tapped the map drawn on the ground onto the stone bit by bit. Of course, this kind of physically demanding work is naturally done by beastmen. She entrusted such an important matter directly to Rose. After all, roses don't like going out to gather things. They prefer doing light work. Girls are definitely more sensitive than boys. I feel relatively at ease leaving it to her. Leader, does my position also have a title? Rose stared longingly at Song Xingyue, wagging her tail. I also want a name. You? After thinking for a moment, Song Xingyue blurted out. Painter. Painter? Rose didn't understand, but she was still very happy. Song Xingyue then realized a problem. It seems that the beastmen are somewhat fixated on this form of address. They would come and ask me for a job at the drop of a hat. There's no need for me to tell them intentionally. Chief, look how well I've done. Rose stood tall, looking at her with a haughty expression. I've already drawn a small part of it. Take a look and see if it's good. Song Xingyue approached the map. Upon seeing the lion tribe, a pang of sadness welled up in her heart. She reached out and gently stroked the map belonging to the lion tribe. Touching it like this feels like touching Ryan. He left back then to avoid putting himself in a difficult position. I had promised him that. When the next litter of pups arrives, she will become his mate. I never expected that this fool would actually take it seriously. We have to wait until that time. It makes me miss it terribly. Leader? When Song Xingyue came to her senses, she found Rose looking at her expectantly. She cleared her throat and nodded. That's good. But it would be even better if each tribe could be depicted with their image below it. After hearing Song Xingyue's words, Rose fell into deep thought. I thought about it. She nodded slowly. Okay, I understand. Let me see how best to draw it. Song Xingyue just smiled as she looked at the rose. The thorny rose of the past has become much gentler now. She's someone I can trust now. I can even assign her tasks. Stars and moon. We're back. The wolf cub came running this way, panting as it brought back some things. Look, what is this? He held what he was holding high, as if showing it off. Honey. Song Xingyue recognized the item in Langer's hand at a glance. It's golden yellow and honeycomb-shaped. If it's not honey, then what is it? Have you found the right bear tribe? Yes. The wolf cub immediately handed her the honey. Then it wagged its tail eagerly, waiting for praise. They say this stuff is sweet. Do you want to try it? Chapter 76 Your Judge is a little silly. That night, all the beastmen finally understood what sweetness truly tasted like. Song Xingyue broke off a small piece of honey. Then it was put into a bamboo bucket. After the hot water cooled to lukewarm, the honey was added and stirred to make sugar water. This moment, sweetness has become tangible at this moment. The beastmen truly felt the sweetness. Song Xingyue waved to Duo and asked her with a smile. This is honey from your tribe, right? Duo nodded, but then spoke with a smile. We only know that this stuff tastes good, but we didn't know it was called honey. Song Xingyue was truly charmed by Duo's cuteness. I wonder if it's because of the bear clan. There's always a kind of endearing, goofy charm about them. It's very likable. Do you want to go back to the tribe? If you do, let the wolf take you. We can bring them some fruit in return. Duo's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. That's wonderful. I don't even remember the way home. Lily was also happy for Duo. Being able to return to one's own home is something to be happy about. Duo hesitated for a moment, then asked with concern. After I go back, can I come back again? Her face involuntarily flushed red. Actually, I quite like it here. I also like Ryan. Upon hearing Ryan's name, Song Xingyue couldn't help but feel a deep longing in her heart. You can come back any time you want. She smiled gently. If your companions are willing to come and live here, that's fine too. Upon hearing this, Duo immediately perked up and flashed a bright smile. Song Xingyue couldn't help but be infected by that smile. Seeing others happy is also a very happy thing. Early the next morning, Song Xingyue prepared plenty of fruit and fresh prey. She gave all of these to the wolf cub. After all, Wolf is now a diplomat, and it was he who found the bear tribe. She repeatedly told the wolf to take good care of Duo. After hearing this, the wolf cub suddenly spoke in a low voice. Aside from this, don't you want to tell me anything else? His eyes held a restrained expectation, but his wagging tail betrayed his inner thoughts. Song Xingyue understood and walked over, leaving her mark on his face. Come back soon once you get there. Be careful. The wolf cub was immediately overjoyed. He was just about to get ready to leave when Chi-Chi suddenly grabbed his leg. I want to go too. Kiki stared longingly at the wolf cub. I want to go with you. Wolf cub immediately raised an eyebrow and looked at the little guy seriously before speaking. You're too young to go right now. Let's go when you're older. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately became unhappy and started rolling around on the ground, throwing a tantrum. I want to go with you. I want to see what the other males look like. Song Xingyue suddenly found herself completely helpless with her daughter. Wasn't this a typical spoiled brat? Is liking handsome men hereditary? The reason this little guy wanted to go along was actually to see handsome guys. It seems that the handsome young men in the tribe no longer satisfy her aesthetic standards. When Wolf saw Chi-Chi throwing a tantrum, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. He tentatively looked at Song Xingyue and asked, How about I take Chi-Chi out for a trip? I promise I can take good care of her. Seeing that her daughter was almost as tall as her, Song Xingyue thought about it and agreed. The cubs in the orc world grow very quickly. Moreover, the rules of the orc world forbid harming females. Even if something dangerous happens along the way, at least Chi-Chi will be safe. When Chi-Chi heard that her mother had let her go, she was overjoyed and jumped up and down, landing right on Wolf. His skills were remarkably agile. As soon as Xingxing saw Chi-Chi about to leave, she immediately expressed her desire to follow. Song Xingyue grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. You little guy, you shouldn't go. You don't even have a human form yet. And you want to go out for a stroll? Wolf Cub couldn't bear to see Xingxing looking so pitiful and on the verge of tears. Even if this little guy makes me feel very uncomfortable. But seeing him about to cry made me feel even more uncomfortable. Or I can take him with me. I'm sure I can take good care of him. This isn't our cub. You think you can just take away like that? Song Xingyue spoke with a helpless expression. This is Lily's cub. It needs Lily's voice to speak. Wolf looked at the stars with regret whenever he thought of Lily. You should wait in the tribe. We'll be back soon. The star's tears fell unexpectedly. He longed to be by Chi-Chi's side. Wherever Chi-Chi went, he would go. Although the wolf was reluctant, it still turned around and led the group away. Song Xingyue casually picked up Xingxing and hugged him, patting his head like a puppy. When you grow up, you can come with us. It's not possible now. Seeing that Chi-Chi had already gone far away, Xingxing started crying loudly again. Do you like Chi-Chi that much? Can't you even be apart from her for a little while? Song Xingyue really doubted whether these little guys even understood what liking was. Besides, your mom definitely won't let you go, and whining to me won't help. As she spoke, she led him back to the tribe and found Lily. Chi-Chi went to the bear tribe. Xingxing wanted to go too, but I didn't let her. Lily immediately hugged her son and looked at him intently. You're not strong enough yet, so you can't go anywhere. We'll talk about it when you're stronger. Song Xingyue looked at Xingxing's anxious expression, as if she could almost speak. Lily looked at him with a stern face. Your brother is your brother, and he's all grown up now, so of course he can go, but you can't. Song Xingyue suddenly looked at Lily with great surprise. Her words just now implicitly acknowledged the existence of the wolf cub, and judging from her conversation with Xingxing, she probably calls him that like that all the time. It's a pity the wolf cub didn't hear that. If he had, he would have been very happy. You need to learn how to hunt from your dad? When will you have time to go out and play? Hunting? Song Xingyue seemed to have heard something interesting. He's even younger than Xingyue. Is he already learning to hunt so early? Seeing this, Lily smiled somewhat awkwardly. The cubs should start learning to hunt 3 months after birth. You're Xingyue. It's probably because it's your first litter of pups that you feel so sorry for them. How could Song Xingyue not understand the implied meaning behind those words? She tried her best to keep smiling and to speak in a friendly tone. I feel sorry for her, but I can't keep feeling sorry for her. Tomorrow I'll let Xingyue go hunting with me. Chapter 77, Ye actually likes stars. After finishing her workday, Song Xingyue immediately went to find Lingmu. Cubs start learning to hunt at 3 months old, but Xingyue is 5 months old and still doesn't know how. Lingmu is still preparing food for Xingyue. He has always prepared everything ready for Xingyue. He only needs to open his mouth slightly. Lingmu glanced back at her, then spoke casually. In the past, young cubs were sent out to hunt early because other tribes might attack. He answered while preparing the food. Since life in the tribe is so peaceful now, it's okay to go out a little later. He's a male, and all the other cubs have already gone out to hunt, but he's still at home. Xingyue ate her food while gazing longingly at the little rabbit. She doesn't care at all when her parents are discussing her own affairs. Xingyue crossed her arms in front of her chest, scrutinizing this top-tier, love-obsessed man with a critical gaze. I don't care. If Xingyue still hasn't learned how to hunt by tomorrow, I'll send the little rabbit back to the rabbit tribe. In short, this finally made Xingyue raise her head. He seemed to understand what his mother was saying. His fur stood on end. That's more like a little tiger. It should look like that. Xingyue was very satisfied with her masterpiece. It is true that boys are more delicate in the orc world. In my own world, boys should be strong, otherwise being effeminate and like a sissy is really not good. You'll be protecting the little rabbits from now on. If you can't even hunt, won't you and the little rabbits starve to death? Now that you know what's most important to your son, you should cater to his preferences. If a little rabbit wants to eat wild fruit, but you can't even climb a tree, what will you do? Although Xingyue usually seems lazy, he is a little guy who listens to advice. He seemed to be thinking about what his mother had said, and after thinking it over, his fluffy fur softened up again. Lingmu rarely saw Xingyue taking care of her son. I originally thought she didn't like her son very much, so she had always ignored him. However, it seems that this is not the case now. After dealing with her son, Xingyue pulled Lingmu aside and pinned him against the wall. Her beautiful eyes were full of alluring meaning, and her lips deliberately stopped a few centimeters away from his. One hand rested on his shoulder. Another finger lifted his chin. Be stricter with Xingyue from now on. Don't spoil him all the time. Otherwise, he'll get beaten to death by the other males in the arena. Lingmu smiled silently. His large hand firmly grasped her slender waist. Our son won't be that weak, don't worry. How could Xingyue not be worried? If you're not strong enough now, you'll naturally suffer later. However, starting tomorrow, I will teach him some techniques. Just make sure you don't feel bad about it then. Xingyue felt as if she had been underestimated. You can teach him all you want, but if I feel sorry for him, I'll admit defeat. Lingmu lowered his head and couldn't help but leave his mark on her lips. Okay, I've remembered what you said. Early the next morning, Lingmu took Xingyue out hunting. When Xingyue woke up, she found Yi staring at her expectantly. Her heart softened. He reached out and patted his daughter's head with a smile. What's wrong? Is my darling daughter hungry? Ye looked dejected and not in a very good mood. Unfortunately, Xingyue couldn't understand animal language. When Lingmu is around, he can translate. Now it's just the mother and daughter left, so they really can't understand it. Ye started to cry as she watched. Xingyue, however, couldn't figure it out. What's wrong with you? Yi immediately turned around and ran outside. Xingyue quickly chased after her. Ye led her mother all the way into the jungle. Finally, they stopped when they saw the stars. Star? Xingyue's brain suddenly went blank for a moment. It turns out that Xing was injured while hunting, and her little paws are bleeding now. It took small steps and walked over step by step. It stuck out its tongue and licked Xing's paw, as if to stop the bleeding. Wei Wei was taken aback, then hugged Xing to his chest and distanced himself from her. This is terrible. Xing is already with Chi-Chi, so you can't choose our Xing anymore. In the orc world, licking first signifies accepting it as a companion. It took Xingyue a while to find her voice. She went over and hugged her daughter. This is your sister's future partner. You can't be careless. She knows her own daughter's personality best. Kiki's personality is very similar to mine. Once she's chosen someone, that choice will never change. Even if the older sister wanted to take it away, she might get angry. Ye nestled her head against her mother's chest, looking very sad. Xingyue glanced awkwardly at Wei Wei, then took Ye to the hunting grounds where Lingmu and the others were hunting. There are so many males, it's not like there's only one star, so you absolutely mustn't argue with your sister over this. I don't know if Ye actually listened to me. In any case, she's still feeling very down. Xingyue felt a vague unease. She absolutely refused to let the two sisters become enemies over choosing partners. In the jungle, the males happened to be hunting in this area. Xingyue held her daughter and looked around, trying to distract her. Stars and moon. The moment Lingmu saw Xingyue, his eyes were filled with deep affection. What brings you here? Xingyue put her daughter on the ground. She then explained the situation to Lingmu. After listening, Lingmu's expression gradually became serious. Ye didn't have a chance. Chi-Chi transformed into human form before her. How could Xingyue not know this principle? It's precisely because I know this that I don't know what to do. Ling Mu noticed his wife's worry and put his hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Next time when Wolf goes out to be a diplomat, we can have him take Ye with him. Song Xingyue replied calmly, a slight smile playing on her lips. Does it mean letting Yi go out and see the world? That's what Ling Mu means. There are so few cubs in our Hongnan kingdom. So far, we only have Xingxing as a cub, so of course both of them will like her. Song Xingyue thought about it and realized that it did make sense. Perhaps if we go out and look at the cubs of other tribes, we'll find one we like. Wolfie should be back tomorrow. Next time we go out socializing, I'll have him take Ye with him. Good. Ling Mu bent down and imprinted his mark on her forehead. I'll do whatever you say. You can arrange it. Chapter 78. Chi-Chi brought home a companion. For several days in a row, the pack hadn't returned by the time the wolf cub arrived. This made the beastmen somewhat uneasy. The beastmen were all chirping crickets, saying they might be under attack by the bear tribe. Just thinking about this. They want to attack the bear clan. Rescue Kiki. Because Chi-Chi is the most outstanding female in the Red South Kingdom. She's a divine beast that transformed into human form in just 3 months. Song Xingyue also worries about her daughter, but she trusted that the wolf cub would take good care of her. Perhaps something has delayed their return. So, in order to appease the beastmen in the tribe, she could gather everyone in the square and prepare for a barbecue party. Just as the fragrant roasted meat was cooked, Wolf Cub's small force has actually returned. Not only have they returned, but behind each bear is a female orc. The male's eyes lit up when they saw it, because there are simply too few female orcs in their territory. Many males are still single. As soon as Xingxing saw Chi-Chi, she couldn't wait to pounce on her. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the orc next to him. Little bear Kong Kong is now in human form. She was just a head taller than Kiki, and her wheat-colored skin looked very healthy. This is my partner. Don't just pounce on me like that. Kong Kong stood tall and held Chi-Chi protectively in his arms, watching the stars warily. Tonight we will ask your leader to grant us a partnership. You should keep your distance from now on. These words were spoken. Everyone present was stunned. The wolf cub's explanation was full of helplessness. This is their leader's son. They wanted to improve relations between the two sides, so they made him Kiki's partner. A marriage alliance? Interethnic marriage? To show their sincerity, they even said they would send us honey every quarter from now on. As he spoke, Wolf handed the package to Song Xingyue. What's inside is supposedly royal jelly, which is said to be even better than honey. When Song Xingyue opened the package and saw the royal jelly, she truly felt the sincerity of the bear clan. But Kiki clearly made a promise with Xingxing. What's going on with this sudden appearance of Kong Kong? How am I supposed to explain this to Wei Wei and Lilier? How can we soothe the wounded little heart of the star? Mom, I like Kong Kong. Chi-Chi also expressed her thoughts in public. I want Kong Kong to be my first partner. This was the first time Song Xingyue had dealt with something like this, and she was speechless for a moment as she looked at the two little ones. Are you all still too young to reach that age? She suddenly remembered this crucial question. Even if you want to become partners, do you have to reach a certain age? Kong Kong was somewhat displeased upon hearing this. Although we can't mate yet, at least we can live together. Mating? Song Xingyue was horrified at the thought of her daughter mating with this brat. I had this urge to rip open his skull. It's definitely not possible if she's not old enough. My daughter is still too young. She could tolerate anything except this one thing. If you're willing to live in this tribe, I can arrange a place for you to stay. Her voice was filled with an undeniable authority. We can only discuss other things after my daughter has come of age. Although Kong Kong is also proud and arrogant, he is still a cub after all. A few words from him deflated his arrogance. Lily looked at the wolf with disappointment. Xingxing is your younger brother. How could you bring back another male for Chi-Chi? Wolf shrugged helplessly. They like each other. What can I do? Song Xingyue really didn't want to say anything at this moment and simply grabbed her daughter's hand and left. Kong Kong originally wanted to go with them, but Ling Mu stopped them, his tall and imposing figure. It stood directly in front of Kong Kong, blocking the sun from directly above his head. I'll arrange accommodation for you and find someone to show you around the area. For some reason, Kong Kong felt a sudden sense of fear when he looked at the male in front of him, but he still gritted his teeth and refused to admit defeat. Okay, I'll go spin around then. I'll go play with Chi-Chi after I'm done. Ling Mu turned around, suppressing his anger, and led Kong Kong to his room. Upon arriving at the house, he spoke deeply. Although you are still a cub, now that you have come here, you must learn to hunt for yourself and not expect anyone to help you hunt. Kong Kong felt that there was some kind of warning in those words. I started hunting for myself a long time ago, so don't worry, I'll find my own food. After that, Ling Mu sent an orc to help Kong Kong get familiar with the environment. Only then did he return home. Upon entering, then I saw Song Xingyue scolding Chi-Chi. You can have many partners, but you cannot be untrustworthy. She was trying to help her daughter understand this principle. Since you said that you would make the stars your first companion, then your first companion can only be the stars and cannot be anyone else. Chi-Chi looked at her mother indifferently, clearly not liking to hear her mother say these things. It was clearly the star you loved back then, the mark you left when he was just born. Are you going to go back on your word? She was trying to awaken her daughter's love for the stars. Don't be confused. Chi-Chi crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at her mother like that. But Xing is so stupid, he still doesn't have a human form. I don't like him anymore. These words were spoken. Ye got upset. She glared at Chi-Chi, her expression turning fierce, as if she wanted to start a fight. What are you doing? Do you think you can beat me? Even when facing her older sister, Chi-Chi showed no fear. I'm the best female orc, and what about you? Were you? You don't even have a human form now. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyue suddenly realized that something was wrong with her daughter. She grabbed Chi-Chi's wrist and questioned her coldly. Who gave you this sense of superiority that makes you say these things without regard for family ties? She never interfered in the interactions between the children, but this time she absolutely couldn't stand it. Even if your sister isn't as smart as you, she's still your sister. How can you talk to her like that? Kiki's wrist hurt when it was pulled. She tried to throw a tantrum again, but this time it didn't work. Song Xingyue pulled her into her arms and, without saying a word, slapped her on the bottom. Speak up. Who exactly gave you this sense of superiority? If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I'm definitely going to beat you to death. Chapter 79. Chi-Chi almost killed Song Xingyue. In an instant, the sound of Kiki crying filled the entire house. Song Xingyue hit her really hard. Her palms even started to hurt. But the daughter still hasn't admitted her mistake. The beastmen outside the door felt their hearts clench when they heard Chi-Chi crying. Kiki grew up right under their noses. They treated her like a precious treasure. Hearing Chi-Chi crying now, I wish I could go in and take the beating for her. Ling Mu tried to stop him several times, but in the end he stopped. He also felt that his daughter had gone too far this time. She definitely deserved to be taught a lesson. Song Xingyue questioned him while hitting him. You're so young and already like this. What will you be like when you grow up? I don't know if it was because Chi-Chi really got angry or what. Suddenly, she revealed her sharp claws. She reached straight for Song Xingyue's hand. Blood gushed out immediately. Song Xingyue cried out in pain. Before she could even react, Chi-Chi has switched to her beastman form. She tackled Song Xingyue to the ground. Sharp claws pressed against her fair neck. It even directly slashed her snow-white skin. Song Xingyue stared at her daughter in shock. She never expected this. The child you painstakingly carried and gave birth to will one day turn its sharp claws against you. Especially the murderous look in her eyes right now. This is absolutely not a joke. It's serious. He wanted to kill himself. The child I raised with my own hands wants to kill me. I am the best orc in the entire tribe. What right do you have to hit me? She roared at Song Xingyue. I'll kill you. Then I can become the leader. Oh, accompanied by a low, earth-shattering roar. Ling Mu immediately switched into beastman form and pounced on Chi-Chi. With a single swipe of its claw, it sent her flying. She slammed heavily against the wall, and she fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. You hurt my wife, didn't you? At this moment, he was not a father, but a husband. Do you want to die? Kiki instantly switched to human form. Her eyes were red, and she looked at him with a wronged expression. Who told her to hit me first? I won't accept this. Ling Mu completely ignored Chi-Chi. Instead, he switched to human form and held Song Xingyue in his arms. Ye crawled over too. Her little tongue kept licking the wound on her mother's hand, trying to stop the bleeding. But Kiki's claw attack was too vicious. You can even see the whitish bones inside. Will Xingyue be in a lot of pain? What should I do? Call Senna over. Song Xingyue held Ling Mu's arm with her other hand. Looking into his eyes, she spoke slowly and deliberately. Lock Chi-Chi up in the underground cave. No food or water allowed without my order. After she finished speaking, she started coughing violently. The wolf cubs outside also smelled the strong stench of blood. They rushed in immediately. The moment he saw Song Xingyue surrounded by blood, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Ling Mu placed Song Xingyue in the wolf's arms and gave her instructions. She's in pain. Don't hurt her. Wolf Cub carefully held Song Xingyue in his arms. He was extremely anxious. Ling Mu expressionlessly lifted Chi up by one hand. There was none of the fatherly love he used to have. He stepped outside and announced to everyone. Kiki attempted to kill the leader. She's now imprisoned in the underground cave. No one is allowed to bring her food. Upon hearing this, all the orcs present were shocked. To prevent the other beastman from having second thoughts, he personally abandoned Chi in the cave and left without looking back. Senna rushed over there as well. Upon seeing Song Xingyue's pale face, his hands began to tremble. What's the panic? I'm not dead yet. Even though Song Xingyue was in a lot of pain, she still had the energy to joke around, even if her heart was bleeding. But she didn't show it. She didn't understand why her daughter would attack her. I don't understand why the mother and daughter would become enemies. She suddenly realized another problem. Although they're his own cubs, he cannot deny the fact that they have orc blood in their veins. A beast cub is, after all, a beast cub, not a human. If they cannot control their wild nature, they can kill themselves anytime, anywhere. Sina quickly treated Song Xingyue's wound. God knows how shaky her hands were and how scared she was. The bleeding has stopped. However, Song Xingyue was burning hot all over at this moment. It was like a giant fireball. Even her face turned red. Should we use physical cooling methods? Wolf had treated Xingxing's fever before, so he had some experience. You should use physical methods to cool down the wound, but you must not touch it, otherwise it will become infected. Senna looked at the wolf with a troubled expression. The only option is to transport water. We'll cool it down little by little. At this moment, Song Xingyue felt a little dizzy and sleepy. She didn't have time to think about anything. I closed my eyes and fell asleep. After seeing that she was asleep, the wolf cub lowered his head and sniffed her. Not dead. Ling Mu slapped the wolf on the back of the head and spoke in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by die? The wolf cub took the blow head on. Then, he carefully placed Song Xingyue on the bed and told Ling Mu what Sina had said. I'll go get some water. You stay here and watch over the stars and moon. Wolf Cub nodded heavily. Don't worry. I will take good care of Xingyue. At the same time, at the entrance of the underground cave, Kong Kong wanted to go in and check on Chi-Chi's condition, but he was stopped at the door. Even after he revealed his identity, and even when he tried to use brute force, nothing worked. Vigus, who was hiding to the side, waved to him. Kong Kong walked over, puzzled, and looked at him with a haughty expression. Do I know you? You don't need to know me, but I can help you. Vigus lowered her voice, her eyes darting around. In our Red South Kingdom, being imprisoned in an underground cave ultimately means execution. Even though Kiki is the chief's daughter, she will still be executed. What? Kong Kong looked at the male in front of him in disbelief and frowned. Do you still execute your own people here? Of course. Vigus took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. In our tribe, there was a female named Nini. She was executed by the chief. Upon hearing this, Kong Kong immediately felt frightened. What should I do? How can I save Chi-Chi? It's actually quite simple. Vigus smiled meaningfully. Why don't you secretly run back to your tribe and have your parents lead an army to attack our Hongnan kingdom? What? Although Kong Kong is young, he understands some principles. The two tribes are allied through marriage. How can I attack them? They call it an attack. In reality, it's just a bluff. Vigus lowered her voice again. If you don't do this, Kiki will have to be executed. Then you'll have no partner. Chapter 80, I'll make you all pay with your lives. For a whole day and night, Song Xingyue's fever persisted. She was still burning hot, like a giant fireball. The area where she was injured had even started to swell up and become inflamed. He looked like he was about to collapse. Why doesn't it work? Link Mukoudli question Saina. Didn't you treat other orcs' wounds very well before? Senna was extremely anxious. She was completely at a loss. Could it be because she is a superior female? That's why these herbs have no effect on her? The room fell silent once again. They'd been staying here for a whole day and night, but there was no improvement whatsoever. The wolf cub paced back and forth in the room, increasingly restless. Senna's skills were all taught to her by the leader. If even she can't cure it, what else can be done? Senna looked at Song Xingyue with red eyes and a pained expression. Perhaps, if she could just regain a little clarity, there might be a way to save herself. Wide awake, All the orcs hoped that their leader would come to his senses. A powerful tribe cannot be without a leader. Otherwise, things will definitely descend into chaos. Just when everyone was at a loss, Bruce suddenly ran in. Is the chief still asleep? The bear clan has suddenly attacked our Hongnan kingdom. They're right at our doorstep. Should we fight? Xingyue was already seething with anger and had nowhere to vent it. He got up and walked outside. Before leaving, he took a deep look at the wolf cub. You stay here and protect Xingyue. I'll go take care of things outside. After saying that, the moment he stepped outside, he switched into his orc form. With a few leaps, he was on the city wall, looking down at the bear tribe's troops. Call your leader out. Kaka, the leader of the bear tribe, looked at Xingyue in this way. I have something to tell her. You're not qualified. Xingyue's words were extremely domineering. You were the ones who showed goodwill to our Hongnan kingdom. Now you're the ones attacking us. Kaka didn't intend to attack them. He just wanted to discuss terms. We can leave any time if you're willing to let my son's partner go. Leave? Where to? Xingyue gave a cold laugh and gave Bruce a look. Bruce understood immediately. He turned and went to deploy the combat troops. Seeing that things were not going well, Kaka spoke up again. We don't want to attack you. We just want you to release our people. Xingyue saw panic in his eyes. He couldn't help but find it ridiculous. You came here today, expecting us to release the people. But if you come back tomorrow, are we still going to compromise? The orc world was never a peaceful place to begin with. At least before Song Xingyue arrived, there was no such thing as peace. There was only endless slaughter. The law of the jungle prevails. Now, they just crossed their bottom line. Whom does our Hongnan kingdom want to deal with? Does it have to be your place to interfere? He heard the sound of the main force gathering. Suddenly, he leaped and landed in front of Kaka. I'll give you 3 numbers. If you don't get out, we're going to fight. He had a deep disdain for the bear clan's tendency to go back on their word. However, because Song Xingyue has always advocated for peace, she gave them a chance to choose. Kaka hesitated for a moment. He turned to look at Kong Kong, then at the large group following behind him. Xingyue let out a low roar. This abruptly ended their thought process. The door opened at that moment. The males of the Red South Kingdom rushed out instantly. They surrounded the bear clan members. The number is more than 3 times theirs. Seeing that things were not going well, Kaka spoke up again. We didn't want. Before he could even finish speaking, Xingyue pounced on him, pinning him to the ground with a single paw strike. Kaka is, after all, a black bear. Bears should not be underestimated in terms of fighting power. He quickly dodged and then engaged Xingyue in battle. The males of Hongnan Kingdom have already begun to join the battle. The scene was chaotic. Blood was flowing freely. Kong Kong stood not far away, and the entire beast was stunned. He watched his people fall to the ground one by one. It was more painful than being killed himself. This shouldn't be done. This is wrong. He started shouting helplessly. They clearly agreed it was just a scare tactic. So why did they actually start fighting? He didn't understand what went wrong and was very flustered. Stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me. I beg you, please stop hitting me, okay? But his voice was so weak that it could not be heard on the battlefield. He tried to run towards the battlefield, but was accidentally swatted away by a claw from the chaotic orcs. Gradually, all the beastmen of the bear tribe were subdued. Xingyue, covered in wounds, looked down at Kaka from his high vantage point. How do you want to die? Pick one. Kaka turned his head and looked at his tribesmen who were being controlled, feeling very uncomfortable. We did not intend to attack your tribe. It was the males of your tribe who told us to. He was, after all, the leader of the bear clan, and he was somewhat intelligent. At least they know that in critical moments, they must protect their own people. He said that only in this way would you release Chi-Chi, so that's why we came. Xingyue's eyes suddenly darkened. He believed Kaka's words, because this was a matter of life and death. What's his name? He desperately wanted to know who the traitor in the tribe was. I have no idea. Kaka genuinely didn't know. Maybe my son knows who it is. Xingyue saw the injured Kong Kong in the corner. He gave Bruce a look. He immediately went over and brought Kong Kong over. At this moment, Kong Kong had lost his previous arrogance, and even his voice was hoarse. He didn't tell me his name, but he wasn't involved in this battle. Xingyue knew the orcs in the tribe very well. The orcs who stayed in the tribe and did not participate in the war were also aware of this. Wei Wei, tell all the orcs to gather in the square. Now, immediately. Is this it? Accompanied by an overbearing voice. Ryan appeared before everyone with a dying Vigus in his mouth. I saw him sneaking around suspiciously on my way here. I figured it couldn't be anything good, so I brought him here. Kong Kong spoke up the moment he saw Vigus. It was him. He was the one who told me to bring our tribesmen over. Vigus was now breathing more air than gasping for air. It's clear that he was severely tortured by Ryan. Why are you back? Lingmu looked at Ryan. They've all left. Why are they coming back? Because you guys are so useless. You can't take good care of my partner. Ryan's dark eyes stared intently at Lingmu. If anything really happens to my partner, I will make all of you orcs pay with your lives. Chapter 81, I'm breaking the contract. All the males of the bear tribe were imprisoned in underground caves, because too many males were imprisoned at once. This resulted in the cave being completely packed full. Lingmu specially arranged for more than a dozen orcs to guard the cave together. Although the male bears were indeed injured, their fighting prowess should not be underestimated, and they should not be taken lightly. Bruce, as their squad leader, took on this daunting task. All the orcs gathered in the square. Ryan threw Vigus heavily to the ground, stepped on his head, and looked down at him. He deliberately provoked a war between the two races. What do you think we should do with him? The orcs present clearly did not believe Ryan's words. After all, in their eyes, Vigus was their companion, but Ryan was not. Why should we believe you, you rule-breaking male? Among the beasts, someone uttered this remark, and one after another, they began attacking Ryan. What right do you, a male who doesn't abide by the rules of the orc world, have to make us believe you? You and the chief didn't even have a ceremony before you slept together. A male like you is despicable. Who knows if you're the one who started the war between the two races? We trust Vigus more. Get out of here. Our tribal chief doesn't want you anymore. What face do you have to come back? The curses reached Ryan's ears one by one. He looked intently at the other orcs. A lion's roar completely silenced them. After all, in the face of absolute power, other powers are utterly useless. Lingmu had just finished dealing with other matters and came over. It was indeed Vigus who betrayed the tribe and started a war between the two races. His words proved Ryan's innocence. Vigus saw that the chieftain was ill. She deliberately provoked a war between the two tribes, all in order to become the new chieftain. The beastmen present then realized what was going on, because they were more willing to believe Lingmu than Vigus. But I can't change the fact that I hate Ryan. Wei Wei squinted and lowered his voice in the line. They disliked Ryan because he was too strong and didn't fit in. Lilier actually felt the same way. Ryan will only be loyal to the leader. He is indeed a threat to the other orcs. Ryan merely glanced arrogantly at the orcs present, then turned and walked directly towards the wooden house. He didn't care at all how the orcs viewed him. He only cared about Song Xingyue's safety at this moment. Upon arriving at the cabin and seeing Song Xingyue, his eyes suddenly darkened. He actually lingered near the tribe every day until he bumped into Vigus. I only found out about Song Xingyue's injury then. He didn't intend to hurt Vigus at the time, but seeing him acting suspiciously, he felt there was something wrong. Now it seems we should have stuck with him and killed him. Ryan? Wolf was quite surprised when he saw Ryan. He didn't expect Ryan to return early, disregarding their agreement. Ryan ignored everyone in the room and walked straight towards Song Xingyue. He knelt on the ground, reached out, and gently took Song Xingyue's small hand in his. At this moment, he no longer possessed that domineering aura. Instead, he felt somewhat helpless and heartbroken. I don't know if it's because of Ryan's arrival. Song Xingyue, who had been in a coma, slowly opened her eyes. She reached out her trembling hand and slowly stroked Ryan's face. Am I dreaming? How did you get back? A weak voice echoed in the room, instantly drawing gasps of surprise from the other beastmen. Senna immediately rushed over and asked, Your wound is now festering and you have a persistent high fever. Tell me, what should you do? At this moment, Song Xingyue still felt dizzy. But upon hearing this question, I gave an instinctive answer. Honey and herbs together can help drain pus. Once the pus is gone, the fever will naturally subside. After she finished speaking, she fainted again. Senna couldn't wait to fetch some honey, although I don't know which herb should be mixed with. But now she has no choice but to give it a try as a last resort. So be it. As evening approached, Song Xingyue's fever finally subsided. A group of orcs waited for a full day and night. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Based on their past experience, as long as the fever subsides, the patient will wake up soon. You all go and rest first. I'll stay here and keep watch. Ryan looked intently at Lingmu and Wolf. The tone was not one of negotiation, but rather of command. Lingmu didn't want to leave, so he met Ryan's eyes. I was her first partner. What right do you have to order me around? Your daughter almost killed her. Ryan retorted with a single sentence. So, do you still have the right to say that he was her first partner? Ling Mu clenched his fists tightly. He was very unwilling and worried about Song Xingyue. But it is an undeniable fact that his daughter did such a thing. Even if he didn't want to leave, he could only silently turn around and leave. Ryan barely slept a wink all night. His large hand remained firmly in Song Xingyue's small hand. She hoped to offer him warmth the moment he woke up. He carefully examined her pale face. I hadn't seen her for a while, and I never imagined she had endured so much. If I had known it would be like this, I would never have left the tribe in the first place. What a load of bullshit. It's not as important as her coming. It wasn't until dawn that Song Xingyue slowly opened her eyes. Ryan's eyes immediately lit up. Are you all right? Is anything bothering you? Ryan. It took Song Xingyue a while after waking up to confirm that she was not dreaming. You're back. Yes, I'm back. Ryan held Song Xingyue's hand and gently placed it on his face. I missed you, so I came back. This time I'm not leaving again. Song Xingyue gently tugged at the corners of her mouth and smiled like that. God knows how much I've missed Ryan all this time. I thought I was dreaming. After all, you said you would only come back when the second litter of cubs arrived. I regret it. I can no longer keep my promise. Ryan lowered his head and forcefully placed his own mark on Ryan's lips. From this day forward, I will protect you every step of the way. No one will be allowed to hurt you. Chapter 82, Killing Vigus. A few days later, Song Xingyue was finally able to come out of the house. Even so, Ryan was still persistent and insisted on holding her in his arms. They claimed that she was currently too weak. It was simply because I wanted to get closer to her. The entire Hongnan kingdom is now in complete chaos, because the new leader has been sick. Therefore, no one knows how to deal with what has happened during this period. Leader, Kiki's matter. Lilier eventually softened and asked first. You said you weren't allowed to feed or give her anything. She's been starving for days, and if you don't give her any more, she might starve to death. Song Xingyue curled the corners of her lips into a faint smile. She's a tiger cub. Even if she doesn't eat or drink, she won't starve to death in 7 days. Don't worry. After all, a person can go hungry for 7 days, let alone a tiger. Vigus, bring her out. She gently nudged Ryan, asking him to put her down. Although Ryan was unwilling, he did as he was told. Soon, Vigus was brought up. Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes instantly turned cold as she looked at Vigus with a meaningful gaze. Now that things have come to this, what else do you have to say? Vigus looked up at Song Xingyue with displeasure, still stubbornly refusing to admit it. The cubs hurt people because you, as parents, failed to properly educate your cubs. But don't you think it's cruel to imprison cubs? Song Xingyue was surprised to find that Vigus's skill level was quite high. Even now, when things have come to this point, they can still find decent reasons and excuses for themselves. He even unconsciously hoped that other orcs would empathize with him. Kiki is the best female orc in our tribe. I just can't stand it. You want to kill her. Although Song Xingyue did want to teach Chi-Chi a lesson, she never intended to actually kill her. This is her first mistake, and if she can correct it, she won't have to make it again, even if she tried to kill herself. But it's also because she wasn't given the right values from childhood. But now, Vigus has the audacity to say that she wants to kill her own daughter. It's utterly ridiculous and unbearable. She's the best female orc in the tribe, but she is also my cub. Although Song Xingyue's voice wasn't loud, it was loud enough for all the surrounding orcs to hear. If I can give birth to such an excellent offspring, it means that I can still give birth to offspring that are even smarter than him in the future. She explained the reasons to everyone step by step. Am I not more important than her? Even if I imprison her today, what difference would it make if I actually killed her? Song Xingyue has never liked using her power to suppress other orcs. But sometimes you just have to do it this way. Even if you have better reasons, you have still done things that harm the tribe. With just one sentence, she convicted him. Do you want to choose how you die, or should I just kill you? Vigus was terrified, not expecting that she was really coming. I did this for Chi-Chi's own good, so why are you going to kill me? Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes darkened slightly as she stared intently at him. Any orc who attempts to instigate a war between the two tribes must die. She wasn't saying this only to Vigus, but also to the other orcs. Killing cannot solve everything. Peace is the most precious thing. Those who want to destroy peace are bad people and should die. Ryan suddenly revealed his sharp claws, as if he might strike at any moment. Song Xingyue had her back to Ryan, but there was a barely perceptible smile on her lips. Even if she didn't turn around, she knew that Ryan would definitely protect her. That's why I dare to say these things to Vigus face to face. Because if Vigus tries to hurt him, Ryan will not hesitate to bite off his neck. Vigus suddenly knelt on the ground and began to beg for mercy. I know I was wrong. Chief, please forgive me. I will never do it again. Do you think I believe you? Xingyue is not so easily fooled. Moreover, she is a vengeful and protective person. The last time you led other males to bully the wolf cubs, you said you would never do it again. She raised an eyebrow, and the smile on her lips gradually turned cold. I will only give you one chance, not a second. She didn't even want to give him a chance to speak. Since you don't want to choose, Ryan, just do it. At his command, Ryan raised his claws and crushed Vigus to death with a single blow. His movements were swift, precise, and ruthless, giving Vigus no chance to be afraid. Seeing this, the other orcs present became even more afraid of Ryan. The fact that he could kill Vigus with his bare hands is enough to prove how terrifying his strength is. Xingyue turned around to face everyone. Everyone can joke around and have fun as they please on ordinary days, but they cannot violate the principles. She understood that these beastmen didn't know what principles were, and she didn't mind teaching them a lesson here. Those who disrupt tribal peace and initiate conflict are violating principles. She really felt it was necessary to remind everyone. Our tribe is indeed very powerful now, but we must never use our power to bully other tribes. She paused for a moment, then continued. Of course, if other tribes want to attack us, we will naturally retaliate and give them a heavy blow. The orcs present looked at each other. Everyone felt that the leader seemed different after waking up this time. She became even more stern. It was so stern that it instilled a sense of dread. As for the rest, I'll tell you when I think of them later. Now everyone can go home. The main reason is that she wants to see Chi-Chi now. She is, after all, his own daughter. He should always be given a chance to be a beast again. Ryan immediately followed Xingyue. That domineering and vigilant gaze constantly watched everything around him. Upon arriving at the underground cave, Lingmu and Lang'er happened to be here as well. During this period, Xingyue rarely saw Lingmu. Every day, she saw Ryan. She actually understood what was going on. She walked over and threw herself into Lingmu's arms, whispering in his ear, I know you've had a tough time lately, and I know you're feeling really bad. Lingmu's hand slowly wrapped around her slender waist. In one sentence, he completely relieved the torment he had been going through. I need to take care of Chi-Chi's matter first. We can talk properly later. Chapter 83, Breaking Chi-Chi's Leg. Inside the cave, when Chi-Chi saw her mother arrive, her eyes welled up with tears, but she remained stubborn, seemingly unwilling to apologize. Xingyue looked at her, who was chained up, and squatted down, smiling at her. Our most outstanding orc in the Red South Kingdom. It seems that even after being imprisoned for several days, he still hasn't come to his senses. Kiki's chest heaved violently. She still wanted to struggle, but she was trapped by the rope. Xingyue felt uncomfortable seeing her daughter like this, but she knew that now was not the time to be soft-hearted. Such an excellent orc. Why is he imprisoned here now? She asked the question on purpose. Since you're so outstanding, why don't you break free and make the entire tribe obey you? Chi-Chi felt her self-esteem being hurt time and time again. She had never suffered such injustice in her entire life. She's indeed finding it difficult to cope right now. In the end, you're not that great. You can't even beat me, yet you want to replace me? I will replace you one day. Kiki's tears streamed down her face. She growled in their direction. You better not let your guard down. Otherwise, I'll definitely bite you to death. Xingyue listened to her daughter's words and found it inexplicably funny. Even though her heart was breaking, she didn't show it. Kiki, I'm giving you one more chance to speak. Do you still want to kill me? I'm going to kill you. Kiki continued to yell at her. I will not let you get away with this. You treated me like this today. I will not let this go. Xingyue originally thought that being detained for so many days would at least make her more restrained. But to my surprise, instead of stopping, they became even more brazen. It seems that orc children really can't think like normal children. Wild animals are all wild. Where there is ambition, there will be killing. Since you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. Xingyue never intended to use so-called maternal love to reform a beast cub. What kind of stupid person would do that? I'd rather survive than be a cub. Ryan. She summoned Ryan directly. Please do me this favor. Tie her up and throw her far, far away, so far that it's impossible to get close to this tribe. Chi-Chi panicked immediately upon hearing this. You actually want to drive me out of the tribe? How could you be so cruel? Song Xingyue looked at her with cold eyes. You want to kill me? I'll just exile you. Do you think I'm made of mush? Chi-Chi roared back defiantly. But I am your child. Song Xingyue raised her hand and slapped Chi-Chi hard. If I had a choice, I would rather I had never given birth to you. Ryan rarely saw Song Xingyue get angry. This was the first time. Females are generally more protective of their offspring. To be able to harm one's own child truly shows extreme desperation. Ryan didn't give Kiki any more chances to speak. The chains snapped when they were thrown. They simply grabbed her and dragged her away. Song Xingyue never looked back, because she was worried she would regret it. But, more important in life, abandoning her is the wisest choice. After a long while, she emerged from the cave and slowly walked to the center of the plaza. From this day forward, Kiki is no longer an orc of our tribe. Anyone who dares to help her will be driven out of the tribe. Lily grabbed Xingxing's hand, signaling her son not to do anything impulsive. Kiki can find another partner if she loses one. But once you leave this tribe, you really can't come back. The beastman gradually breathed a sigh of relief after watching Song Xingyue return to her house. Her aura has been overwhelmingly powerful since she woke up. They were so powerful that they didn't know how to deal with them. She looked at her mother with pleading eyes, feeling incredibly sad. Child, you'll find another partner later. Forget about Kiki. Ryan ran like that for an unknown amount of time. They stopped walking. He looked at the distant sea. I knew he had already run a long way. He threw Chi-Chi on the ground and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Chi-Chi called out to me. Wouldn't it be nice to choose me as your partner? I'm younger than my mother. Sooner or later, I'll become the leader of the Red South Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Ryan turned around and looked at her with unfriendly eyes. He still looks like a child, but the things he says are disgusting. He didn't understand. Song Xingyue is a high-level beastman. Lingmu is, after all, a purebred white tiger. Why would such a cub be born? Orcs are generally simple-minded, but Kiki is clearly shrewd and calculating. This shouldn't be happening at her age. Why is this happening? Kiki noticed that Ryan hadn't spoken for a while and assumed he was thinking. Think about it. If you had stayed with my mother, the most you could have become was a third partner. But She straightened her back, her eyes filled with pride. I don't have a partner at all. If you're willing to be with me, then you'll be my only partner. Ryan frowned slightly, staring intently at Kiki in front of him. Any beastman who wants or attempts to harm Song Xingyue deserves to die. If this wasn't Song Xingyue's cub, it would definitely have bitten her to death. It is precisely because she is Song Xingyue's bloodline. That's why they tolerated her again and again. But now, there's no need to tolerate it anymore. Since she has already been exiled, it means she has been abandoned. Are you sure you want to become the leader in the end? Ryan asked her one last time. You absolutely have to argue with your mother, right? Of course, I can only be the best orc. Even now, Kiki may not realize the danger. Ryan's eyes suddenly changed, and he transformed into a lion, pouncing towards Kiki. However, when he saw Chi-Chi's eyes, which looked exactly like Song Xingyue's, he still held back. He broke Chi-Chi's leg with a single claw strike. Finally, he turned around and walked away without looking back. If it weren't for those eyes, I would have definitely bitten it to death today. Never mind. She lost one of her legs, so she won't be able to do anything anymore. He went straight back to the village. Although it's already past midnight, and dawn is almost breaking. But he still saw Song Xingyue waiting for him on the city wall. They've been sent away, right? Ryan nodded heavily. It was lost far away and won't be found for a while, but it shouldn't be in any danger to its life. He concealed the fact that he had broken Chi-Chi's leg, because at this critical juncture, there is indeed no need to say anything. He gazed up at Song Xingyue silently and saw sadness in her eyes. There will be more cubs later. Ryan's deep, hoarse voice slowly rose. But your partner is the most important. Chapter 84. The ceremony was held with Ryan. Since that day, Song Xingyue has been recuperating almost every day. She has scars on her arms and neck. The main reason is that the injury wasn't treated properly, which left a scar. Every time she sees the scars on her arm, she thinks of Chi-Chi. I feel very puzzled whenever I think of Chi-Chi. To be honest, my son and Lingmu's son shouldn't have this kind of personality. There must be something wrong somewhere, but I can't remember exactly where. Just as she was pondering this question, suddenly, I felt warmth beneath me. A familiar sensation washed over me. The wolf cub came running back from outside in an instant. He looked at her, panting heavily. You promised me a second litter of pups. You have to give them to me. He was still worried that someone else would snatch up the second litter of pups, so he spoke first. You can't go back on your word. Song Xingyue never expected that she would come to Honghe at this time. It caught her completely off guard. The wolf cub stared at her with its shrewd eyes. Are you going to go back on your word? Tell me, are you going to back out? Song Xingyue knew, of course, how long Langer had been looking forward to the second litter of cubs. She just didn't expect it to come so quickly. They haven't gotten over what happened with Chi-Chi yet. Another baby is coming. Just as she was hesitating, the wolf suddenly pounced on her. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. He eagerly pulled Song Xingyue into his arms, but his movements were extremely careful. Because he knew she had an injury on her wrist, it was best not to touch the wound. Outside the house, Ling Mu and Ryan both heard the sounds coming from inside the house. Ryan gave Ling Mu a meaningful look. I wanted to ask you a question for a while now. Since you're a tiger, where are your parents? A dark light suddenly flashed in Ling Mu's heartbroken eyes as she looked at him warily. Upon seeing that look, Ryan suddenly realized something and gave a disdainful smile. Song Xingyue is a superior female, so her offspring shouldn't have a personality like Chi-Chi's. He began to calculate according to his own ideas. So the problem must lie with you. Your origins are unclear, right? Ling Mu clenched his fists tightly, his deep eyes filled with intense rage. You don't need to look at me like that. Give Song Xingyue some time, and he'll figure it out. He suddenly sneered, his words full of provocation. She's not thinking about you right now, probably because of her love for you. Ling Mu has been suffering greatly ever since Chi-Chi attacked Song Xingyue. Others may not know the reason, but he himself knows it. It is indeed because of his impure bloodline that his offspring have some unusual personalities. In order to solidify her position as her first partner, she had no choice but to take the risk of having a child. After all, if a female never has a first mate and offspring, she is very likely to be replaced. It is indeed because of my own selfishness that I am in this situation now. Seeing Ling Mu remain silent, Ryan felt increasingly closer to the truth. However, now that the second litter of babies is coming, he may not have time to think about the first litter. He wanted to discuss a deal with him. I can choose not to tell Song Xingyue about this, or I can cover it up for you when it happens. Ling Mu looked at Ryan meaningfully, even warily. He didn't believe that an ambitious orc like Ryan would be so kind as to help him. But the condition is that you are not allowed to have any more children with Song Xingyue in the future. Ryan stated his desired terms for the trade directly. There can be many cubs, but there is only one Song Xingyue. His tone gradually became more serious. I don't know what you two are thinking, but without Song Xingyue, I would die. Ling Mu thought the same way. If he could, he would prefer that he was the one who got hurt, not her. But since it has already happened, there's no way to undo it, is there? Even if you don't say it, I will never have another child. He almost lost Song Xingyue before, and he really didn't want to go through that again. Whether you tell Song Xingyue the truth or not is irrelevant, because I never intended to deceive her. Ryan's gaze toward Ling Mu gradually softened, and he even began to show a hint of admiration. Although he sometimes looked down on Ling Mu, he had to acknowledge his kindness towards Song Xingyue most of the time. He looked up at the bright moonlight and spoke again. After my pregnancy is over, I will hold a ceremony with Song Xingyue. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. I hope you won't stop me when the time comes. For 7 consecutive days, Song Xingyue's voice echoed throughout the entire Hongnan kingdom. It continued until the evening of the 8th day. She helped herself to the square and held a ceremony with Ryan. He had waited far too long for this ceremony. Fortunately, it finally arrived. He gazed at Song Xingyue with deep affection and, amidst the disapproval of the other beastmen, kissed the back of her hand. He understood that the entire orc tribe hated him. But what does it matter? He never cared about these things. Duo rushed over from outside, completely exhausted. Upon seeing Song Xingyue, he immediately knelt on the ground and began to cry. Chief, I know my people have done something unforgivable, but could you please spare them? Looking at her exhausted appearance, you could tell that she must have suffered a lot along the way. They were already quite plump and healthy in this tribe, but now they've become incredibly thin. Song Xingyue, holding the man's hand, turned her head and slowly looked at Duo. If Duo hadn't reminded her today, she probably would have forgotten. There are also many bears imprisoned in the underground cave. This period of detention was also extremely torturous for them. We should take the time to deal with their affairs. Our people have always sought peace. Duo looked at Song Xingyue with teary eyes, begging for her forgiveness. They would never have done such a thing if they hadn't been instigated by your tribe. Song Xingyue gave Lingmu a look, signaling him to arrange Duoduo's accommodation first. Lingmu immediately walked over, lowered his voice, and slowly spoke. The leader is currently holding a ceremony. We could discuss other matters tomorrow. Duo slowly got up from the ground, but she kept thinking about this matter. Don't worry, the leader won't harm them. Lingmu knew Song Xingyue's personality all too well. If she wanted to harm the bear clan, she wouldn't have waited until now. Chapter 85: Negotiations with the Bear Clan. That night, Song Xingyue openly stayed overnight in Ryan's room. This time, Ryan finally had an identity. She also developed a bond with Song Xingyue. He left his mark on her leg. His domineering gaze was fixed on her eyes. How do you plan to handle the Bear Clan's situation? Even in this heartwarming moment, his mind was filled with grand plans. Now that the Bear Clan is the defeated party, how do you, as the victor, plan to deal with them? Song Xingyue hadn't dealt with the Bear Clan's affairs because she hadn't yet come up with a solution. Although I used to advocate for peace. But all peace exists only when both sides maintain friendly relations. Now that war has broken out, it's no longer a simple matter of maintaining peace. Moreover, their Bear Clan even launched a rebellion, only now it has failed. As the victor, we certainly can't let them off easily. Do you have a good idea? Song Xingyue raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyelashes fluttering like butterflies, as she looked at Ryan with great interest. Now that you've brought this up, does that mean you already have a solution? Ryan reached out and tidied the stray hairs behind her ear. He gave a cold laugh and spoke domineeringly. Of course, we should strip their tribal chiefs of their rights and let our people rule their tribe. Song Xingyue saw a strong ambition in Ryan's eyes. It seems that from the moment he saw him again, he never hid his ambition. He has a grand vision in mind. What he wanted was to conquer the entire orc world. You just can't help but love a man like that. Compared to those males who only fawn over female orcs. Ryan, a man with ambition and drive, is even more captivating. Explain in detail what methods of governance were employed. Let Ye rule their tribe. As Ryan spoke, he took her small hand, his large hand, and rubbed his fingertips together. Ambiguity is everlasting. It makes people feel itchy inside. If we send other orcs, who knows if they might betray us someday? Ryan had considered everything very carefully. Therefore, it would be more appropriate to send one's own child. Song Xingyue thought about how Yi didn't even have a beastman form yet. Some people started to back down, although the bears seemed very friendly at the moment. The last uprising also happened because we were deceived. However, the strength of the bear clan is undeniable. Compared to lions and tigers, bears are no less powerful. How could Ye, a mere cub, possibly lead the entire tribe? Ryan could see Song Xingyue's hesitation, so he added again. You could send a skilled orc to accompany Ye and temporarily manage the tribe in his place. This method is not bad. She ruled from behind a screen. The meaning of regent. But who would be more suitable? Song Xingyue believes this candidate is very important and needs to be carefully considered. After all, we need to choose someone who will never betray the tribe and is easy to control. Wolf Cub. Ryan stared intently at Song Xingyue and spoke, word by word. Now that you're pregnant with Wolf Cub's cub, it would be best to let him stay with Grandpa first. Song Xingyue never considered sending Langer. If he, a wolf, were to actually fight a bear, could he gain the upper hand? It seems you really don't understand your partner. Wolves have the fastest minds. If he wants to, they could absolutely crush those orcs from the bear clan. Song Xingyue suddenly recalled the scene of the first time she met Langer. Back then, he could easily shake off the tiger clan's pursuit. They could even find themselves in a heavily guarded cave. Thinking about it is indeed quite clever. After Ryan finished explaining his thoughts, he patiently waited for Song Xingyue's reply. After a long while, Song Xingyue slowly nodded, agreeing to his suggestion. Ryan embraced Song Xingyue again. He knew that the two of them were the same kind of people and understood each other. The next day, Song Xingyue made a special trip to the underground cave. The bears she was observing were all being treated well. They then guessed that it was Ling Mu's doing, because he knew he had no intention of harming the bear-like orcs. So even when they were imprisoned, they were still given food and drink and treated well. Kakarite? Song Xingyue spoke slowly with a gentle smile on her lips. We've imprisoned you for so long. Do you realize where you went wrong? This was the first time Kaka had ever seen such a beautiful female orc, and he was momentarily taken aback. She was so fair-skinned, seemingly even fairer than the snow in winter. The voice was also very pleasant, clear, and crisp. It was a voice I had never heard before. Kaka only snapped out of his daze when the orcs around him reminded him. We did something foolish because we were deceived, and we hope to receive your forgiveness. Song Xingyue had truly heard the funniest joke of the day, and she half squatted down to look at him face to face. Forgiveness is possible, but I have a few conditions. Condition? Kaka looked at her with a puzzled expression. Is it about honey? Seeing that Kaka didn't seem so stupid, Song Xingyue spoke up again. It's not just about the honey. I also want you to give up your position as chief to my daughter. Upon hearing this, the other bears became unhappy. Suddenly, the entire tribe changed its leader, which was something no one could accept. A restless atmosphere began to stir inside the cave. But then, a lion's roar came from outside the cave entrance, and everything fell silent again. Song Xingyue smiled again, looking at Kaka with a smile. If I don't let you go today, you will all die here, and your tribe will cease to exist. She has never liked to make harsh statements. However, special measures should be taken during special periods. The strongest males in your tribe are already in the cave. If I were to lead my troops to raise your tribe now, it would be an easy task. Kaka fell silent, because he understood that what the female orc in front of him said was true. The other beastmen were also startled. If possible, no one wants their fellow tribesmen to be harmed. Let my daughter become the chief of your tribe. It would be a benefit for you as well. Negotiation, you know. Of course, you still have to give them some incentives. I can guarantee you a life free from worries about food and clothing. She offered them terms they couldn't refuse. That's fine. It will keep you from going hungry in the cold winter. What do you think? Chapter 86. Promise me you'll teach her how to be a good leader. Food is of paramount importance to any tribe. The harsh winter is an even more severe test for all tribes. Because food is scarce in winter, tribes often suffer casualties. Song Xingyue offered them conditions they couldn't refuse. Most importantly, I hope my daughter won't be treated well over there. Although at present, the other bear-like beastmen do not seem to want this to happen. But they had no other choice. Either die or agree. I believe they understand such a simple principle. Aren't you afraid that your daughter will die in our tribe? Of course I'm not afraid, because I believe your bear clan is kind. Song Xingyue's voice is gentle and soothing, which has a calming effect. Even if the worst happens to my daughter, I can raise your entire bear tribe to the ground anytime, anywhere. Kaka stared at the female orc in front of him. After a long while, he finally submitted and slowly lowered his head. He knew he was no match for the female orc in front of him. I understand that this is not a choice I'm being given, but rather a notification. He turned around and looked at the other beastmen in his tribe. I agree to let his daughter be our leader, as long as we have food and drink. The other bear-like beastmen looked at each other, seemingly hesitant. Kaka spoke up again at this crucial moment. Whoever can lead us to have enough to eat and where can be our leader. As long as our tribe doesn't lose any more members, I think it's acceptable. Upon hearing this, the other males also expressed their agreement to the exchange. Song Xingyue looked at the result with satisfaction. At the same time, one has to admire Ryan's ideas. It worked. The effect is good. Song Xingyue personally unlocked Kaka's chains to express her sincerity. Tonight, I will be having a bonfire party in the square. She extended a warm invitation. This is also a good opportunity for you to see the current prosperity of our Hongnan kingdom. After Kaka unlocked the chains, he immediately went to unlock the chains for his other companions. One by one, everyone was freed from their chains and regained their freedom. From now on, whatever our Hongnan kingdom has, your bear clan will also have. This is my promise to you. Kaka sensed the sincerity from the female orc in front of him. Okay, we're willing to believe you. In the evening, a bonfire party was held in the square to celebrate Dacheng. Seafood sashimi, grilled fish, barbecue, and fresh fruit and honey water. Everything you could want. And the food is plentiful. It's definitely the kind of place where you can eat as much as you want. The bear-like beastmen truly experienced what it meant to eat until their stomachs were so full. Some orcs didn't even want to leave, feeling that this was paradise. Kaka seemed to see hope in the rising campfire. He had wanted his tribe to live such a life before, but he could never achieve it. Unexpectedly, I found the kind of life I wanted in this tribe. It also gave me renewed hope. If their tribe can live such a fulfilling life, then their own tribe can too. Wolf understood Song Xingyue's thoughts at this moment, and his face instantly darkened. Do you hate me? That's why you sent me to the bear tribe? Song Xingyue hadn't expected the wolf to think that way, so she immediately lowered her voice to comfort him. I asked you to protect Ye because I trusted you. She looked at him with incredibly serious eyes. Ye has been cared for by you since the day he was born. Compared to his father Xingyue, Ye likes you more, doesn't he? Even after hearing these words, the wolf cub still felt very uncomfortable. She's pregnant with her own cub now. How can she leave at such a crucial moment? Besides, I'm not asking you to stay there forever. Her voice was very gentle, trying to minimize misunderstandings. Until Ye transforms into human form, chooses a mate, and has cubs, then you can return. That will take several years. Wolf couldn't bear the thought of returning to Song Xingyue's side only after several years. By then, you'll have many more partners around you, and you'll definitely forget about me. Song Xingyue was suddenly amused by these words. I never expected that the wolf cub would have such a naive side. You are my second partner. How could I possibly forget you? She reached out and gently patted the wolf's little head. Besides, the bear clan isn't far from the Red South Kingdom. They can go back anytime they want. Wolf was still in a low mood and didn't look very energetic. I will visit you often. This wasn't meant to deceive him. The main reason is that I can't bear to leave my daughter, so it's only right that I visit her often. While the wolf cub was still hesitating about something, Song Xingyue had already taken the initiative to kiss the wolf on the face, leaving her mark. Ye is still so young. I don't trust anyone but you. You'll take good care of Ye, right? Wolf looked into Song Xingyue's eyes. My heart softened, and I finally agreed. But you must visit me often. This was his final bottom line. If you don't visit me for a long time, I'll definitely take the opportunity to come back. Good. Song Xingyue smiled with relief and slowly moved closer to the wolf's embrace. I will visit you often. You can also bring Ye back often. In truth, she was very reluctant to part with the wolf cub and Yi. But as Ryan said, to accomplish great things, one must make choices. You need to teach Ye how to rule a tribe. She completely entrusted this important task to the wolf cub. Don't let her turn into a female orc like Kiki. Wolf could clearly sense Song Xingyue's sadness at this moment. He understood. The trauma that Chi-Chi's incident caused Song Xingyue was immense. Don't worry, I won't let Ye become like that. His solemn promise. Since you trust me, I will definitely not let you down. The next morning, the main force of the bear clan set off one after another. Ye rode on the wolf cub's back, looking longingly at her mother, but eventually turned away and walked away. Your decision is correct. Ryan came to Song Xingyue's side and put his arm around her shoulder. One day, Ye will thank you for the decision you made today. Let's hope so. Song Xingyue didn't know whether this decision was right or wrong. I hope Ye can lead the bear clan well and carve out her own territory. Chapter 87 said Mling Moes Confession. 2 weeks later, the bears delivered their honey. He also told Song Xingyue that Yi had already transformed into human form. After hearing these words, Song Xingyue couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that Ye was delayed in transforming into human form because she was with her parents? How come it immediately transformed into human form as soon as it left its parents? After thinking for a moment, Song Xingyue packed some fresh fruit and handed it to the bear in front of her. Please take the fruit back with you. Ye should like it. Ling Mu returned from his patrol and came to Song Xingyue's side. Upon seeing the bear clan's envoy arrive, he inquired with concern. Did your father ask you to convey any message? The bear clan envoy then remembered this important matter and slapped his forehead. Our chief asked if we could let the stars come to our tribe too. She said she missed the stars very much. Just then, Lilier happened to be passing by with Xingxing. After hearing this, she lowered her head and asked her son what he thought. Do you want to find Ye? Do you want Ye to be your partner? Ever since Chi-Chi was exiled, Xingxing has been in low spirits. From the day he was born, everyone told him that his future partner would be Kiki. Now that his future partner is gone, he feels like he's been abandoned. Even now, hearing my mother ask me that question still makes me lose my spirits. I neither agreed nor refused. Song Xingyue came to Xingxing's side and slowly knelt on the ground. She reached out and gently grasped Xingxing's shoulder. Asked in a soft, gentle voice. Ye misses you very much and hopes you could be her first partner. Would you be willing? Star looked sadly at the leader in front of her. He didn't know what he was thinking, so he couldn't answer. Lily hesitated to speak at this moment. Ye is the leader of the bear clan. If you stay with him, he will definitely take good care of you in the future. As a modern person, Song Xingyue naturally did not have those outdated ideas. She understands that feelings cannot be forced. They need to be cultivated little by little. So she found a compromise. How about this? You go and have some fun with the Bear Clan's envoy for a few days. If you want to come back in a few days, how about he brings you back? Xingyue is still young, and her eyes immediately lit up when she heard about playing. I imagine Ye isn't having much fun over there, so you can go and keep her company. Lily couldn't help but admire Song Xingyue's intelligence. The leader truly lives up to his title. After taking a detour, I somehow managed to trick my son into leaving. Xingyue immediately nodded in agreement and followed the messenger. Song Xingyue looked at Lilier beside her with apologetic eyes and slowly spoke. I should apologize to you for what happened with Chi-Chi before. But Yi likes him, and I really hope he can become Yi's partner. Lily took a deep breath, then sighed heavily. Of course, I also hope that Xingyue can be with Ye. But whether Xingyue will agree with me, as her mother, is unclear. Song Xingyue was preoccupied with her thoughts as she gazed into the distance. Let nature take its course. Ta will give us the answer. Ling Mu clenched his fist tightly. He pursed his lips as if he wanted to say something. He seemed to be struggling internally. The depth in his eyes was heartbreaking to see. Song Xingyue snapped out of her daze and met his gaze. Is there something you want to say to me? Ling Mu nodded heavily and reached out to grasp her slender wrist. Come with me. I have something to tell you. Song Xingyue gave Lilier an apologetic look. And so they left the tribe with Ling Mu. A clear little riverbank. Ling Mu specially found a smooth stone for Song Xingyue to sit on. This is her favorite place to come. It was also the place where the two of them first confirmed their relationship. Song Xingyue smiled faintly, her gaze remaining fixed on Ling Mu's side. Although he didn't know what Ling Mu wanted to say to him. But, judging from his expression, it must be something very important. I'm sorry, Xingyue, I lied to you about something. Ling Mu knelt on the ground, holding her hand, looking at her with deep apology. In an instant, Song Xingyue's heart was completely thrown into chaos. Did you cheat on me? Did you fall for another female orc? This time, however, Ling Mu won't do it. That's not what I meant. His feelings for Song Xingyue are as clear as day. How could he possibly like other female beastmen? Song Xingyue took a deep breath, then sighed heavily. Why are you so serious? I thought you'd fallen for another female orc and developed feelings for someone else. Ling Mu immediately bent down slowly and placed a kiss on the back of her hand. To express one's feelings. My heart can't hold any other female orc except you. Song Xingyue's hand naturally stroked Ling Mu's handsome face. Then tell me, what exactly is it that you need to apologize to me for? Ling Mu was struggling internally, but in the end he clenched his fist and spoke. Regarding the matter of how my bloodline negatively affected the personalities of the beast cubs. Song Xingyue was momentarily unable to process what he was saying. Although he could understand each word individually, when they were put together, he suddenly couldn't understand them. My father was indeed a tiger, but my mother was not a tiger, and I don't know who she was. Song Xingyue remained unmoved, staring at him in utter shock. In other words, no one knows what your other half's bloodline is. Ling Mu slowly nodded, acknowledging it. I heard from the elders in the clan that my father brought me back, but he died unexpectedly in a battle. Song Xingyue finally understood where the cub's problem lay. Because Ling Mu doesn't know who his biological mother is, the baby's bloodline isn't pure. I'm sorry, but if you can't forgive me, I can leave on my own. Ling Mu's deep eyes were filled with sadness. The way he lowered his head, slightly, was heartbreaking to see. After regaining her senses, Song Xingyue slowly extended her hand. She gently cupped Ling Mu's face in her hands, looking at him tenderly and earnestly. Why should I blame you? You were a victim too, weren't you? She doesn't do the kind of thing that heroines in those melodramatic dramas do. Mingling Mu was also a victim. I couldn't possibly hurt him when he was at his lowest point. However, you could have told me sooner. That way, I could have paid more attention to the child's character development earlier. Ling Mu never expected that Song Xingyue would forgive him. My eyes involuntarily reddened. His voice was also extremely hoarse. Thank you. Thank you for forgiving me. Don't say thank you to me. Song Xingyue took the initiative to throw herself into Ling Mu's arms. I should thank you. You let me experience what it's like to be a mother. Chapter 88. The four of us will make our lives better. From that day on, wherever Song Xingyue went, Ryan and Ling Mu were always by her side, protecting her. Her belly started to show day by day. Every time she went on the defensive offensive, Ryan would hold her in his arms with a domineering air. When they came down, Ling Mu provided thoughtful protection and companionship. The other female orcs in the Red South Kingdom couldn't help but feel envious when they saw this. Although Song Xingyue only has 3 partners, they all take good care of her. On the contrary, some female orcs in the tribe have never had a partner. It's not that they aren't good enough. It's mainly because the number of orcs is now 3 times that of before. It's easy to miss. To this end, some female orcs went to Song Xingyue to cry and complain. She lamented that she still doesn't have a partner. As the leader of the Hongnan Kingdom, Song Xingyue naturally took this matter very seriously. For a country to become strong, it must have new life. Especially now that it's springtime, it's the fertility season for female beastmen. For female beastmen, this is an opportunity that only occurs once a year. Therefore, they themselves were unwilling to miss it. So, Song Xingyue convened a meeting of all the female beastmen in the tribe. After all the female orcs arrived one after another, she began to tell them about the differences in tonight's bonfire party. Tonight at the bonfire party, I hope you can all dance together. As she spoke, she led everyone in a dance to the Ace of Spades while showing off her pregnant belly. The movements are simple and not complicated, yet it also effectively showcases the strength of the female beastmen. She also taught this song to the female beastmen, even if there is no accompaniment or musical instruments. However, group singing always attracts other orcs. Chief, I have a question. Shouldn't it be the males dancing? Why are we females dancing? Angel from the lion tribe looked at the chief with her big, watery eyes full of innocence. Song Xingyue thought this was an excellent question. It just so happened that she didn't have to go through the procedures herself, because someone asked the question first. While it's generally true that males need to take the initiative when choosing a mate, we females can also take the initiative. Upon hearing this, the female beastmen present all had somewhat complicated expressions. In the orc world, female orcs generally wait for males to court them. This is the first time I've heard of needing to take the initiative. Song Xingyue knew they still had some hesitation, so she spoke encouragingly. Although I don't know about other tribes, the males in our tribe are all excellent, aren't they? She began to proceed step by step. With such outstanding males, do you really want to sit idly by and wait for others to pick them all before you pick the rest? She understood that the female beasts who were here today all wanted to find a good partner. So, since the relationship is so important, we still need to talk to them about it. The more outstanding a female orc is, the more proactive she should be and the more she should showcase her strengths. As she spoke, she waved to everyone. Let me see if any of you are brave enough to come up and learn this dance with me. Angel hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, stood up, and was the first to rush out. More important than saving face is finding a suitable partner. Seeing this, the other female beastmen also stood up and began to actively learn the dance from the beastmen. Song Xingyue's gaze lingered on each of the female beastmen. I have to say, they have really great figures, even they like them. Bonfire party tonight. Song Xingyue led the female beastmen. With his ace of spades, he dominated the attention of all the males. The males were all staring wide-eyed. They all started whistling. Some even stood up and took the initiative. Angel is a female beastman from the lion tribe. They are incredibly popular, because for orcs, the strong are always the best. Even their offspring are better than those of other female orcs. Angel never expected that just by dancing once, so many males would come to woo her. She looked to Song Xingyue for help, unsure of who she should choose. Song Xingyue glanced at the 3 beastmen surrounding her. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. If you're strong enough, why not take all 3 of them? After all, there's still few females in the orc world. Even in places like their own Red South Kingdom, where there are a lot of orcs, the ratio of females to males is also 1 to 10. This is such a niche number, and yet such a terrifying number. If monogamy were practiced here, many orcs would probably have to live out their lives alone. Angel blushed, then smiled shyly and nodded in agreement to the 3 men's proposals. From now on, the 4 of us will make the most of our lives. Song Xingyue never expected that she would be paired up with 3 people so quickly. Then he checked on the other female beastmen. She noticed that some of the males remained calmly seated, cheering them on. Spring is here. What are you still holding on for? Don't you want to be fathers? Males, look at each other. Only then did he begin his hesitant and stammering actions. Chief, when are you going to find your 4th partner? I don't know which male suddenly said that. It instantly attracted the attention of the other males. It has to be said that, even more so than strong, high-level female beastmen, they're the most sought after. Moreover, Song Xingyue is the leader, and becoming the leader's partner is of paramount importance. Do you want to die? Ryan swept his domineering gaze over the males. If that's the case, do you really think you can beat me? The males were instantly intimidated by the Lion King's aura. Even though they still cared about their leader, their lives were more important than his. Xingyue came over a moment later and thoughtfully draped an animal skin coat over Song Xingyue's shoulders. His deep eyes were filled with affection. It's windy at night. Don't catch a cold. Song Xingyue glanced at Ryan and then at Xingyue and suddenly felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. I don't plan to find a fourth partner for at least the next 3 years, so I hope everyone won't wait for me. Upon hearing this, even more males got up and started moving. After all, the male flowers have a very short flowering period, so it's best to seize the opportunity. The happiest thing for Song Xingyue all night was watching them together as a couple. It seems we'll need to start preparing for the kindergarten in the fall. She had already made up her mind, because the cubs will be born in the fall. Chapter 89, a broader perspective, is needed. That very night, at least 7 female orcs found partners. They all held the ceremony in pairs. Song Xingyue roughly calculated that even if it were autumn and each person gave birth to 1 cub, there would be at least 8 cubs. After all, she was pregnant with another baby. If each family had 2 children, wouldn't that make the whole country bigger? Thinking about this, Song Xingyue felt that kindergarten was a necessary existence. After all, the most important thing is for the children to grow up healthy and strong. And so, the next morning, she started drawing the blueprint for the kindergarten on the ground. However, she hesitated for a moment when choosing a location, because many houses were built inside Hongnan Kingdom. In addition, there is no other space left in the central activity square to build a kindergarten. She went down to the fortifications and looked around at the surroundings. It would be worthwhile to expand the territory outwards. The problem is that once the territory is expanded, the previous fortifications will be rendered useless. This defensive fortification took several busy quarters to build, and it would be a real shame to demolish it like this. Ryan had just returned from hunting. Carrying a full load of prey, they walked this way. Song Xingyue immediately went over to greet him. She looked at him gently. They wiped his sweat and showed concern for his well-being. They seemed to have a really good relationship. Ryan suddenly grabbed her wrist and looked at her intently. You can just say what's on your mind. There's no need for this. After thinking for a moment, Song Xingyue told Ryan what she was thinking. I'd like to hear Ryan's thoughts on building the kindergarten. Ryan remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Does that mean all the cubs are gathered together in one place? He quickly realized what Song Xingyue really wanted, and then guarded by 1 or 2 orcs. Song Xingyue knew that Ryan would understand, so she looked at him expectantly. However, if a kindergarten were to be built, an additional area would be needed outside, rendering the current defensive fortifications unusable. After a long silence, Ryan slowly spoke. In that case, why not expand the venue all at once? His words were exceptionally domineering. His deep eyes were filled with ambition. Why don't we take a look at how far other tribes are from our Hongnan Kingdom? Song Xingyue was reminded by his words. Suddenly, I realized that my perspective was too narrow, while Ryan's perspective was much broader. As long as we maintain a certain distance from other tribes, we can claim anything within that distance as our own. Song Xingyue saw undisguised ambition in Ryan's eyes. He's always been like this. He has his own blueprint and his own ideas. Although we have changed our name to Hongnan Kingdom, we are still the same tribe, aren't we? Ryan slowly released Song Xingyue's hand and looked at her meaningfully. Since we don't want to become like other tribes, we must make some big changes. Song Xingyue suddenly felt as if her perspective had been broadened. Throughout history, territory has always been a strategically vital area for military strategists. I never imagined that I would need Ryan to remind me of such a simple truth. Then take me to visit the nearby tribes. Song Xingyue suddenly became interested and wanted to see Ryan's worldview as well. I need to take a rough measurement to see how much expansion I need. Ryan set his prey aside, switched to lion form, and lay on the ground quietly waiting for Song Xingyue to come up. We definitely need both the ocean and the river. Song Xingyue sat steadily on Ryan's back and spoke with a smile. The rest, we'll talk about that later. Xingyue, who was not far from the fortifications, just happened to see them walking away. He watched their intimate gestures, their hands slowly clasping together. Wei Wei suddenly reached out and patted his shoulder meaningfully. Anyone who didn't know better would think Ryan was the leader's first partner. He monopolizes the leader every day, which is quite annoying. Xingyue slowly turned around, his eyes returning to their usual calm. The leader's affairs are not something we can discuss. Please don't say things like that again. Wei Wei didn't mean any harm when she said that. After all, he and Ling Mu had always been quite familiar with each other, even though their relationship had always been bad. I'm just worried that one day you'll be abandoned. He kindly reminded him again. After all, the leader can't be like Lilier, who only has me as her partner. Ling Mu sensed that Wei Wei's words had a hidden meaning. There was also an inexplicable sense of irritation in my heart. But what he understood even more was that he needed to protect Song Xingyue, not cause her trouble. Therefore, even if they sense the other party's good intentions, they still cannot understand them. It's a good thing that you can be the only partner, but not all orcs are like you. Seeing that Ling Mu didn't appreciate it at all, Wei Wei simply stopped talking. But that's just his opinion. If this continues, it won't be long before Ling Mu becomes a useless entity. Wei Wei. Lily walked towards them, drenched in sweat. Do you want to go to the Bear Clan to check on the stars? She hadn't seen her son for a while and missed him terribly. He said he would be back in a few days, but he hasn't come back yet. Wei Wei put his arm around Lilier's shoulder and looked at her with a smile. Your next fertile period is coming soon, and we should be thinking about the next litter of pups now. Lily slapped Wei Wei's hand away, clearly displeased. But the stars are still small and cannot leave us. Wei Wei ignored what Lily said, grabbed her hand, and walked towards his home. Eat more good food during this time to replenish your energy, and when you reach your fertile window, we'll try to have more babies. He had always wanted to give birth to the strongest offspring in the tribe. Therefore, they pinned their hopes on Lilier's litter. Lily suddenly realized something after hearing Wei Wei's words. So you're upset that the stars have never taken human form? Wei Wei frowned slightly and spoke slowly. He does indeed grow slower than the other cubs. Although he didn't say explicitly, his meaning was quite clear. Lilia never expected Wei Wei to say that about Xingxing. I couldn't help but feel a little sad. Wei Wei, although Xingxing is a bit slower than the other cubs, she is still her child. Wei Wei disagreed. He still held her wrist, wanting to mate. We will have many more children in the future, so let's not fixate on just one star. Chapter 90, Can You Hear My Heartbeat? That night, Song Xingyue and Ryan didn't return until very late. As soon as she got home, Song Xingyue couldn't wait to tell Ling Mu about her plans. After listening, Ling Mu remained silent, neither offering any opinion nor saying anything against it. Song Xingyue looked at him expectantly for a long time, but when he didn't answer, she was somewhat disappointed. Are you hungry? I'll prepare something for you to eat. He got up, lit a fire, and started preparing for the barbecue. She, on the other hand, seemed like a virtuous wife and loving husband. However, they seemed somewhat indifferent to Song Xingyue's blueprint. Song Xingyue watched the fire slowly rise, lost in thought. Although I know that Ling Mu's personality is like that, somewhat rigid, but I still hope he can participate in what he wants to do. Ling Mu, this is a huge project. It might not be completed even by the time winter arrives. She extended an olive branch to him once again. I hope that you can lead the troops to build new defensive fortifications. Ling Mu fell silent once again, focusing intently on warming himself by the fire. Seeing this, Ryan silently walked out. He understood that Ling Mu was silent, perhaps because he was there. After Ryan left, Song Xingyue finally couldn't help but ask him a question. I've said so much to you. Why are you ignoring me? Ling Mu suddenly stopped warming himself by the fire and slowly looked at Song Xingyue. What do you want me to say? Are you discussing this with me? Or are you informing me? Song Xingyue never expected that Ling Mu would ask her a question in return. For a fleeting moment, I even thought he made a valid point. Indeed, I wasn't discussing it with him, but rather informing him. But I notified him because I care about him. Expanding the blueprint is such an important thing. If it weren't for Ling Mu leading the team, there would be no way to trust the other orcs. But now, he's angry with himself. There is a lingering sense of discontent within it. I didn't mean to not discuss it with you. I just happened to go out and check out the territory today. She tried her best to explain to him. I didn't take you with me because you had important things to do. Ling Mu's deep eyes held a hint of disappointment, even though he had tried his best to control his emotions. But the way he gripped the stick betrayed his true feelings. So Ryan doesn't need to be busy? Only I need to be busy. Song Xingyue's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She hadn't expected him to ask that. You have your job, and he has his job. It just so happened that he had some free time, so we went. Ling Mu took a deep breath, trying his best to control his emotions. Is that really the case? You don't show favoritism towards him, do you? He interrupted Song Xingyue abruptly before she could finish speaking. Do you dare look me in the eye and tell me that I am more important than him? This was the first time Song Xingyue had ever heard Ling Mu speak to her so forcefully, and she was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. Does it really have to be this way? She didn't understand what Ling Mu was trying to do. I've already answered this question before. Do I need to answer it again? She wasn't unaware that Ling Mu was feeling uncomfortable. I told him before that he was the most important person. It's not good if I have to explain and answer every time he asks, right? Thinking of this, she frowned slightly, and her attitude hardened. Ling Mu, why compare yourself to Ryan? You are you, and he is he. Why must you compare who is better? Ling Mu's heart was pierced with pain. But you used to be willing to answer this question for me, but you're not anymore, are you? Fish. The matter was settled amidst their mutual questioning. It's dark and looks like it would taste awful. Suddenly, Song Xingyue reached out and grasped Ling Mu's hand. He placed his hand on his heart. A strong heartbeat touched Ling Mu's palm. With each strong throb, Ling Mu's eyes gradually dimmed. Can you hear my heartbeat? Song Xingyue's voice was very soft, as if she was trying to soothe his emotions. My heart races every time I see you. Doesn't that prove how much I love you? Even though she felt like a master when she said such things. After all, she has 3 partners in her family. If they cannot handle their relationship carefully, this will only cause trouble later. If one day I no longer like you, my heartbeat will definitely not be like this. Ling Mu's gloomy mood was easily swept away by his words, because he sensed Song Xingyue's feelings and sincerity towards him. I hope that you will not doubt my sincerity in the future, and even more so, you will not doubt my trust in you. Her thick eyelashes trembled slightly as she gazed intently at Ling Mu's handsome face. I am the chief of the tribe. I cannot be concerned only with our personal love affairs. I also need to take good care of the other beastmen in the tribe. A slow smile crept onto her lips. I'm close to Ryan because we're discussing how to make our Red South Kingdom great and prosperous. She tried her best to help Ling Mu understand. There was no romance involved, only the blueprint to conquer the orc world. Ling Mu believed Song Xingyue's words. He lowered his eyes slightly, looking pitiful. It was my fault. I shouldn't have asked you that. He was very annoyed that he had questioned her sincerity. I deeply regret treating her that way. Song Xingyue reached out her hands, cupped his face earnestly, and slowly kissed him. Ling Mu's pupils dilated instantly. He then gradually succumbed to Song Xingyue's gentle embrace. His large hand involuntarily wrapped around her slender waist. It's very soft. It makes you reluctant to let go. The next morning, Song Xingyue, full of energy, gathered all the beastmen in the square. I gave them a brief explanation of the upcoming development trends in Hongnan Kingdom. The beastmen listened with great excitement in their eyes, although most of them still couldn't understand it. But they realized one thing. That means we need to expand our territory. Territory is of paramount importance to any tribe, especially considering how much it was expanded at once. This is undoubtedly an exciting thing. Song Xingyue even went so far as to bring up the civil service position. Teachers who promised to watch over the cubs. You'll enjoy excellent treatment then. Ryan stood not far away, watching the radiant Song Xingyue. His eyes were full of admiration. He knew he had made the right bet, because Song Xingyue is the one who can conquer the orc world with him. Chapter 91 Menopause. Ever since that day, when Song Xingyue held a meeting with the beastmen, the entire Hongnan Kingdom was bustling with activity, because this time the territory to be expanded is quite large, so all the males joined in the construction. The females then took on the task of hunting. However, the female beastmen who were about to give birth were left in the tribe. After all, being pregnant is a very difficult thing. Orcs with offspring still need to be well taken care of. As the leader and also pregnant with beast cubs, Song Xingyue naturally took on the task of caring for them. They gathered together every day, chatting and laughing. When the weather is nice, I'll take them to the beach to collect seafood. Angel followed behind Song Xingyue with a blissful expression, constantly expressing her happiness. Having 3 companions is so wonderful. There's one who hunts, one who soothes me, and one who needs me to soothe him. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyue smiled silently. So, do you like the one who needs to be coaxed the most? Angel's face flushed slightly, and she nodded shyly. I don't know why. I just like the ones who need me to coax them. Song Xingyue understood. What you can't have always seems more alluring. Even orcs are no exception. And you, Chief? Angel looked at her with her big, watery eyes full of curiosity. You also have 3 partners. Who is your favorite? Xingyue was surprised that Angel would ask her that question, but she found it amusing. Wouldn't the other partners get angry if I answered this question? Male partners should not be jealous. Angel spoke with absolute certainty. The rules of the orc world. Partners cannot fight or quarrel out of jealousy. This was the first time Xingyue had ever heard of such a rule. From this perspective, those 3 in my family are all unruly. Otherwise, why would I often ask myself who I like more? Thank goodness I'm a modern person, not a female orc from the orc world. Otherwise, I'm afraid we really wouldn't be able to withstand it. So, who does the leader prefer? Xingyue did not answer her question, but the images of the 3 of them floated into my mind. Lingmu's deep affection and thoughtfulness. The wolf cub's shrewdness and unruliness. Ryan's domineering ambition. I like each and every one of them so much. If I had to choose a favorite, I honestly couldn't decide. Angel waited for a long time, but didn't get an answer. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But in the end, she smiled broadly. The leader must like Ryan the most, because Ryan is the strongest male in the Red South Kingdom. Xingyue admitted that Ryan was the strongest orc. I also acknowledge that he is the most suitable partner to fight alongside. But if we're talking about the best companion, it has to be Arami. Because he doesn't consider anything else. His heart is entirely focused on himself. Although this kind of love can sometimes be a burden, but the sweet burden is still bearable. This little guy can actually run. Angel bent down and picked up a small crab. Why are you walking around like that? Are you looking down on me? This was the first time Xingyue had ever seen a crab in the beastman world. Although they're not very big, they're still worth a try. This is a crab. Taking the opportunity, Xingyue explained to the female beastmen what crabs were. After hearing this, the female beastmen became even more eager to find the crab. Xingyue noticed how interested they were. Suddenly, I felt that it would be better to weave a cage for them. Although knitting is not my strong suit. But I've also bought hand-woven bags from Pinduoduo before. I guess I have a little bit of experience. She immediately told the female beastmen, "Go and pull those long leaves." They didn't know what was going to happen, but I did it anyway. In no time at all, the long leaves were almost pulled off and left bald. Xingyue sat comfortably on the beach, enjoying the romantic sea breeze. We'll start by teaching everyone how to make a cage. The female orcs learned it quite well. In just half a day, each female orc had acquired a small cage in her hand. They put the crabs they caught into the cage. The entire beach was filled with their laughter and joy. Seeing this, Xingyue couldn't help but be infected by their smiles. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly. My heart was filled with countless emotions. When I first arrived in the orc world, I was completely lost. I can't find my way back to the world I came from. I don't know what the future holds. But now, over a year has passed. I've adapted to everything. The initial confusion is gone. I'm really enjoying everything here right now. Angel even imitated how crabs walk while catching them. It made everyone burst into laughter. The tranquility of life suddenly became tangible at this moment. Xingyue felt an immense warmth in her heart. It was as if time had stopped at that moment. Unconsciously, the female beastman's fertility period has passed. Weiwei's restless heart is utterly dead. Because Lily didn't come to Hongha this year. What exactly happened? Why didn't he come to Hongha? Lily didn't know why she hadn't come this year. She felt very uncomfortable. If it didn't come, they didn't come. We'll talk about it next year. Weiwei walked over and took Lily's hand on the shoulder. We'll definitely have a baby next year, right? Lily saw the expectation in Weiwei's eyes. After thinking for a moment, she slowly nodded. She didn't want to disappoint him. Weiwei saw that Lily nodded in agreement. Only then did I feel relieved. But he noticed that many of the female beastmen on the platform had pregnant bellies. I really hope Lily can have a cub too. Then, shall we go and find the stars again? What she misses most is still the stars. Go see how he is doing now. What can happen? It'll definitely be great. Weiwei disagreed. If he really does catch Ye's eye, then he's lucky. What are we going to do? Just as Lily was about to say something, he suddenly transformed into his beast form and leaped away. Lily seemed to be deep in thought. She was worried that if there were no cubs next year, Weiwei might dislike her. Thinking about this, she began to feel uneasy. After pacing back and forth, she decided to go and ask Xingyue if there were any other solutions. The most important reason why females are given preferential treatment is because of their reproductive capacity. If I don't come to Hongha anymore, what will I do in the future? Wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the entire tribe? After listening to Lilier's symptoms, Song Xingyue immediately guessed what was going on. This is menopause. Chief, you must help me. Lily really didn't know what to say. You're so powerful. You're sure you can cure me, right? Song Xingyue only knew that if a man's function was impaired, he needed to take some kidney tonifying medicine. As for what women should eat, that's a difficult question for them to answer. Chief, please take care of me for the sake of the wolf cub. Song Xingyue took the opportunity to look at her. In that case, I'll go see my son at the bear tribe in 3 days. Chapter 92 will be driven out of the tribe. In the evening, Song Xingyue nestled in Ling Mu's arms, her mind constantly preoccupied with Lilier's affairs. There are many rules in the orc world that even they don't understand. Therefore, it's important to speak up. Ling Mu, what would happen if the female orcs could no longer come to Red Crane? Ling Mu gently stroked her face with his large hand. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. It seems that this problem is less important to him than what he needs to do next. Hello. Song Xingyue gently reached out and pushed him away. I'm asking you a very serious question. I hope you can answer me. Ling Mu's deep eyes flickered uncertainly. It took him a long time to regain his composure. Female orcs who cannot come to the flamingo will be driven out of their tribe, as they will no longer serve any purpose. Song Xingyue's heart skipped a beat. I never imagined that the consequences of menopause would be so severe. Is it serious enough to warrant being evicted? Why did you suddenly ask that? Ling Mu looked at her, puzzled. Our tribe doesn't have any very old people. Why are we considering this issue? Song Xingyue frowned slightly. She pursed her lips, concealing anything about Lilier. Seeing that she didn't answer, Ling Mu's expression gradually became serious. Are you high-ranking orcs only allowed to have 2 pregnancies? Is it her problem? Song Xingyue originally wanted to say no, but as the words were about to come out, I became curious about some other things. So he slowly nodded, deliberately looking troubled. This might be my last litter of cubs. There may never be a fertile window again. Will you abandon me? Ling Mu's first reaction after hearing Song Xingyue's words was to feel sorry for her. He reached out and pulled Song Xingyue into his arms, gently stroking her soft hair in a comforting manner. A deep, husky voice gently sounded in her ear. I love you. It has nothing to do with whether you are in your fertile window or not. His voice was slow yet firm. If one day they try to drive you out of the tribe, I will do everything in my power to protect you. Song Xingyue's heart was unexpectedly and deeply moved by Ling Mu's words. She listened to his strong heartbeat. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. You fool. I was just kidding. She took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. I was just teasing you. After hearing Song Xingyue's words, Ling Mu just stared at her blankly. After a long while, he finally regained his voice. Is it fun to lie to me? I was wrong. Song Xingyue's attitude in admitting her mistake was very sincere. She took the initiative to throw herself into Ling Mu's arms, tilting her head back to look at him. Please don't be angry. I really know I was wrong. She stared at him longingly, her thick eyelashes trembling slightly. I won't tease you anymore, okay? Ling Mu looked at Song Xingyue, who was acting coquettishly in front of him, and his heart melted. But he still deliberately kept a straight face. He asked again. Real? Yes. Really? Song Xingyue immediately looked at Ling Mu in front of her with utmost sincerity and made a solemn promise. I'm telling the truth. You have to believe me. Please believe me. When Ling Mu heard her ask that word, in the end, I couldn't hold back anymore. Her small face was very close. How can anyone resist kissing her? He slowly lowered his head, finally admitting defeat. He pressed his forehead against hers. I forgive you. Don't tease me like that again. 3 days later, Song Xingyue rode Ryan and led Lilier toward the Bear Clan tribe. Ling Mu needs to maintain order within Hongnan. The orcs have become accustomed to obeying his commands. Therefore, he had no choice but to stay in the tribe. Along the way, Ryan took very good care of her. He showed no concern for Lilier, even after Song Xingyue reminded him. He remained resolute in refusing to care for her. Song Xingyue was filled with helplessness. If you put it in your own world, he got together with Lilier's son. Then she's my mother-in-law. Daughters-in-law should treat their mothers-in-law well. Although the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is extremely hostile, but it's still better to take care of them when they're away from home. Why didn't Wei Wei come with you? Lilier looked disappointed when she mentioned Wei Wei. My partner doesn't want to bring the stars back. She told Song Xingyue the truth. Because the star is not considered strong among the male cubs, he doesn't like her very much. Song Xingyue never expected to hear something so incomprehensible. But then I thought about it again. When she gave birth to 3 cubs, Ling Mu said that the weakest one could be discarded. Although the orcs in the orc world are simple-minded, they are often quite cruel. It's something like family relationships that people just can't understand. After all, they still lack human emotions. Ryan stuffed the fruit he had picked from nearby into Song Xingyue's hands. Song Xingyue divided the fruit in half and gave half to Lilier. After all, it's already spring, and summer is just around the corner. The weather is still quite hot right now, so eating fruit can help cool you down and quench your thirst. If the offspring you have in the future are not strong, will you abandon them? Before Song Xingyue could answer, Ryan had already blurted out his own answer. Of course not. His words were extremely domineering. If my cub is weak, I can train it into a strong orc. Song Xingyue raised an eyebrow. Although she felt that these words were domineering, she couldn't help but be moved at that moment. Orcs like Ryan, who have grand ideals in their hearts. Logically speaking, we should value the cub's late-stage abilities more. Unexpected. He has such a soft side. My future cub was born with great difficulty by Xingyue. Why should I throw it away? Lily couldn't help but start to envy Song Xingyue. Her partners are all very loyal. They treat her very well. It's enviable. If she never comes to the flamingo again and can't have any more cubs, would you still want her? Ryan's dark pupils stared intently at Lily. Why ask such a stupid question? Lily was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected him to ask that question. Now she doesn't have my cub either. Does that mean I left her? Song Xingyue reached out and quietly tugged at Ryan's large hand. Could you please soften your tone a little? She was, after all, the mother of the wolf cub. You always have to give them some face. Why should I soften my stance? That's what he said. But when he looked at Song Xingyue, his eyes would involuntarily soften. Song Xingyue could only smile apologetically at Lilier. Lions sometimes don't really consider people's feelings. Please don't take offense. Lily took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. He only needs to be loyal to his partner. He certainly doesn't need to take care of my feelings. Chapter 93, I Said You're Mine. Upon arriving at the Bear Tribe, it was already dark. As soon as Ye saw her mother, she ran over happily and jumped right in her arms. Song Xingyue hugged her daughter tightly. However, the enormous impact caused her to involuntarily take a small step back before she could barely regain her footing. But touching his daughter's soft, round face, he still couldn't help but feel tenderness. My heart softened. The wolf cub is slowly walking towards us now. The restraint in his eyes was full of love for her. Song Xingyue stared at the wolf in this way. Their eyes met. Their eyes were both slightly red. It's been so long. The longing in my heart is almost overwhelming. Mom, you've finally come to see me. Ye's voice was somewhat muffled and even carried a hint of grievance. I thought you didn't want me anymore. How could that be? Song Xingyue quickly lowered her head and patted her daughter's head reassuringly. You are now the leader of the bear clan. You cannot say such things. Yi sniffed hard, trying to hold back her tears. Although she is still young. But he gradually came to understand the responsibilities of being a tribal chief. Kaka walked over here at that moment, smiling as he spoke. We're taking good care of your daughter. We all love her very much. Thanks. Song Xingyue nodded gratefully to Kaka. Then she gently patted her daughter's shoulder. That's enough with the pampering. Mommy needs to talk to Wolf Cub now. Yay. Has maternal love disappeared? Song Xingyue let go of her daughter. They couldn't wait to run towards the wolf cub. She rushed into the arms of the one she had been longing for day and night. The wolf cub pulled her into a strong embrace and lowered his head to kiss her deeply. He didn't care how the orcs around him viewed him. He just wanted to express his longing in this way. His kiss was both urgent and lingering, crazy yet restrained. Even the strength in his arms was constantly being adjusted. It was as if she was afraid of hurting the person in her arms. One kiss, and it was over. Their breathing quickened. You, Wolf spoke in a hoarse, low voice. How are you and the babies in your belly? Song Xingyue held Langner's hand and placed it on her slightly protruding belly. Very good. They are fine, and I am fine too. The wolf cubs sensed the strength of their offspring, and a joyful smile instantly appeared on their lips. He's about to become a father. This tastes wonderful. However, the cub might need the father's blessing to become stronger. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes, followed by a meaningful glance at him. So, where's your cave? Would you like me to go back? The wolf cub no longer wanted to suppress its emotions. He bent down and hoisted Song Xingyue onto his shoulder, carrying her back into the cave in full view of everyone. Ryan stood there, gazing intently in the direction they had left. He felt very uncomfortable, because, from the very beginning, the only one he could accept was Xingyue. Not this piece of trash. Let me take you to a place to rest. Although Kaka looked at Ryan with some trepidation, he was still very enthusiastic. Tomorrow I will take you on a tour around the tribe, so you can learn more about it. Ryan didn't say anything. He just gave Kaka a look. He immediately shut his mouth. Ryan felt extremely irritable at that moment. I'm so frustrated, I just want to vent. Why didn't your tribe build any defensive fortifications? Huh? Kaka was suddenly stumped by this question. Are you unable to chop down the wood? I'll go chop it down for you. A night of tenderness. Xingyue slowly woke up in the wolf's gentle harbor. Wolf Cub gently stroked her face with his large hand, gazing at her earnestly and affectionately. Xingyue looked at him with a gentle smile in her beautiful eyes. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Have you gained weight? Wolf Cub's lips curled into a carefree, nonchalant smile. Have you been eating a lot lately? Is it why you've gained weight? Xingyue never expected this. In the world of orcs, weight can actually be a problem. However, I must say that I have been eating quite well lately. Xingyue makes herself different kinds of food every day, and she definitely feels like she's gained weight. But that's no reason to be disliked. He would be very unhappy if he said that. It seems our little beast must be very strong, because you eat a lot. Xingyue was about to explode, but after hearing these words, she suddenly couldn't stay angry. It turns out that when he said he had gained weight, it wasn't out of dislike, but rather to imply that the little beast was doing well. Wolf's hand then reached her slightly protruding belly, feeling the strong cub through its belly. This feeling is truly amazing. When I first came to your tribe, I was looking for my mother. He couldn't help but express his feelings. Then I met you, and you gave me a sense of belonging. Xingyue's thick eyelashes trembled slightly as she gazed at her lover. It's rare to hear him say something like that. For a moment, an indescribable feeling spread through my heart. When you're about to give birth to your cubs, please let me go back, okay? He suddenly raised his head and looked at him expectantly. At least let me see our baby born with my own eyes before I come back. Xingyue reached out and gently stroked his face, a tender smile on her lips. Of course, our baby needs your company as the father. Wolf was overjoyed when he heard Xingyue's answer. He sat up abruptly and pulled Xingyue up as well. I can't wait to go back with you. He had a nonchalant smile on his lips, but his eyes were serious. But I will wait patiently until the next time you call me back. Just as Xingyue was about to say something, a familiar lion's roar came from not far away. She took a deep breath, looking at the wolf with a helpless expression. Then she got up and looked outside. The bear tribe still uses cave dwellings. So looking down from here, you can see everything clearly. In front of Ryan were neat rows of thick wooden stakes. It completely surpasses the height of 3 adult orcs. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Langer hugged Xingyue from behind, his nose constantly inhaling the scent of her fair neck. Don't let him distract you, okay? Right now, you're mine. Xingyue's neck was a little itchy from the wolf's teasing. She reached out and gently pushed him away. Unexpectedly, her wrist was grabbed and twisted behind her back. I've said it before. You're mine now. His eyes suddenly turned serious, even carrying a hint of deeper meaning. But the hand holding her wrist loosened, as if afraid of hurting her. If even this little bit of time is taken away from me, I think I'll really be angry. Chapter 94: Anger with Nowhere to Vent. 3 whole days. Xingyue stayed with the wolf in the cave for 3 days. Ryan helped the bear tribe cut wood for 3 days. He was not well liked by the beastmen when he was in Hongnan Kingdom, but in the bear clan, they, however, really liked Ryan. Even the way she looked at Ryan was one of adoration. For a tribe to become strong, it needs continuous progress. He stood in the middle of the square and addressed the bear-like beastmen. You've been to Hongnan Kingdom before. Don't you know how fast it's developed? He stood tall and proud, looking at them with an air of dominance. What Hongnan Kingdom could do, you can do too. If you can't, it only means you're lazy. The bear-like beastmen were encouraged by these words. They have always wanted to make changes, but they just didn't know how. Just like, they clearly saw that the villagers had houses, but when they returned to their own tribe, they didn't know how to build those houses. Ryan picked up a thick wooden stick, slung it over his shoulder, found an open space, and began drawing the building plans for the house. I'll demonstrate it to you once. If you still can't learn it after one demonstration, It only proves that you will gradually be swallowed up by other tribes. Even carrying such a thick log was effortless for him. He easily lifted it with one arm. Kaka is in charge. Ye stood beside him, looking at him carefully. Although she has just transformed into human form, she is still in the appearance of a child. However, she is serious about learning skills. She put her hands behind her back, her big, watery eyes looking at him carefully. When Ryan finished drawing up the design and explained to them how to build it, Ye even picked up a thinner stick and drew the exact same design on another open space. Ryan noticed her intelligence. They also noticed her eyes, which were extremely similar to Song Xingyue's. He had never really thought highly of Song Xingyue and Ling Mu's 3 cubs, especially when Chi-Chi did something to hurt Song Xingyue. There was even an urge to bite all 3 of them to death. But now I see how smart Ye is. In some ways, he seems quite similar to Song Xingyue. It makes one wonder what race Ling Mu's mother was, because the 3 cubs have completely different personalities. But he only glanced at Yi. He immediately began teaching the bear tribe how to build houses. Although Ye is not very tall, she participated very actively. This continued until Song Xingyue and Lang'er finished their intimate encounter. The outline of the house has been completed. This is mainly thanks to Ryan's tree cutting over the past 3 days. Mother. As soon as Ye saw her mother, she immediately showed an innocent and carefree smile and rushed towards her. Then he stretched out his chubby little finger and pointed to the blueprint he had drawn. He stared longingly at his mother, clearly waiting for praise. Song Xingyue was surprised to find that her daughter had a talent for drawing blueprints and couldn't help but sigh. My baby is so amazing. He can even draw blueprints. When the wolf cub heard his father being praised, he also felt a sense of genuine pride. You're only here for a short time. Otherwise, you would have seen even more of your daughter's skills. Kaka has left now and is coming over to give his report. Although your daughter is still young, her hunting skills are absolutely the best in our tribe. The most powerful one? Song Xingyue couldn't help but wonder if she had misheard something. How could such a tiny little guy be the most powerful? When Yi heard her mother call her Little Radish, she was somewhat unhappy. With her little face drooping, it was obvious that she was angry. Song Xingyue immediately squatted down and reached out to pat her little head reassuringly. I just didn't expect you to be even stronger than the males. It really surprised your mother. Xingxing happily ran over as well, although it is still in beastman form. However, it's clear that he and Ye get along very well. Ye is like a kitten or puppy, able to touch the head of the stars. Xingxing seemed to enjoy this gesture quite a bit. Song Xingyue was surprised that Xingxing and Chi-Chi had no fate together, but Xingxing and Ye had a strong connection. Lily was also very gratified, but she still had other concerns. After all, Kiki used to love stars just as much. But in the end, she still abandoned them. Ryan is working incredibly hard here. This contrasts sharply with the warmth and coziness here. Wolf Cub even stood directly between the two of them. Even if Ryan wanted to exchange glances with Song Xingyue, he couldn't. Ryan silently revealed his sharp claws. There was a strong urge to kill the wolf cub. The wolf cub was not to be outdone. Where Song Xingyue couldn't see, she silently made a mocking gesture. Star, will you come home with me? Lily squatted down to ask her son what he thought. Do you want to come back with us this time? Xingxing clearly didn't want to go back and hid behind Ye. When the stars transform into human form, we will hold a ceremony. Ye stood in front of Xingxing and spoke to Lilier. Although he hasn't transformed into human form yet, I'm willing to wait for him. Lilier subconsciously looked at Song Xingyue. It's obvious they're worried about the past happening again. Song Xingyue understood what Lily was worried about, so she asked her daughter again. You're the chief of the tribe now, so you have to keep your word. You know that? Of course I know. You have to keep your word. Ye's babyish voice is very cute. However, he spoke with great seriousness. It was as if we're making a promise. Seeing this, Kaka also made a promise. Our bear clan will definitely take good care of them, so please don't worry. Lilier then looked helplessly at Song Xingyue. It seems I have no choice but to respect my son's decision. Song Xingyue was also helpless and immediately forced to smile. It seems that they like each other. Ryan threw down the thick wooden stake he was holding and strode over here with an air of dominance. Shouldn't we go back today? He shoved the wolf aside with his powerful arm, and the wolf took his place. We've been here for 3 days already. If we don't go back soon, Hongnan Kingdom might be thrown into chaos. Song Xingyue's eyes were filled with love and reluctance, reluctant to part with her daughter like this. He reached out and gently patted her little head reassuringly. Listen carefully to the wolf cub's words and treat the stars well. I will. A sweet, childlike voice as a guarantee. I will be good. Chapter 95 Attacked by a Fox. On the way back, the bear tribe was very hospitable and packed a lot of local specialties for us. They even brought back 2 female bears. After all, the 2 races are currently on friendly terms. Therefore, it is normal for them to establish connections through marriage. Ryan looked somber, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. He remained silent throughout, ignoring Song Xingyue's attempts to speak to him. Seeing this, Lilier couldn't help but feel a little scared. She didn't know why she was so afraid of Ryan. Wei Wei often told him about what Ryan was like in the tribe. In short, it boils down to one sentence. He has a terrible temper, so try your best not to provoke him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Song Xingyue finally couldn't help but grab the hair on his neck with both hands and ask him a question close to his ear. Why do you ignore me when I talk to you? What are you thinking? Ryan frowned slightly, and his deep voice slowly rang out. I was just thinking that I would never bring you to the bear tribe again. He had already made up his mind. Since you have a grand vision and want to build your own kingdom, you can't just confine yourself to this small tribe. For some reason, Song Xingyue felt that Ryan didn't mean it that way. A woman's intuition told her that Ryan seemed to be jealous. Perhaps it's because I haven't seen him much in the past 3 days. That's why his attitude is so unusual now. He was the only one among the 3 partners who was unwilling to compromise or tolerate. You could even say that he wears his ambition and emotions on his sleeve. He's extremely unhappy right now, and it's very likely that nothing you can coax him into doing. But whether we can appease them or not, we'll have to try and see, won't we? I don't come to the Bear Clan very often. This time, I mainly came to see my daughter. She tried to avoid direct confrontation and downplay the issues. Seeing that my daughter is managing the tribe very well, I feel relieved. I probably won't be coming here as often in the future. Even after Ryan heard Song Xingyue say that, his expression remained very displeased. He utterly despised the scoundrel's behavior. They always find ways to trip themselves up, both openly and secretly. Yet, it makes it difficult for people to seize the opportunity. Cunning and treacherous. I will definitely. Just as Song Xingyue was about to explain something, Ryan suddenly leaped to the side. They almost managed to leave Song Xingyue behind. At the same time, the 2 foxes landed exactly where Ryan had been. Their eyes were filled with hatred and anger. It means they absolutely want to kill them. Hold on to me. Ryan suddenly unleashed his full power, revealing his sharp claws. The other females all hid behind Ryan at this moment. Since this trip was just to visit relatives, I didn't bring many males, only Ryan. Now Ryan has to deal with the foxes all by himself. They also need to protect the 4 female orcs. It must be said that this was a very difficult challenge. You killed my brother, didn't you? The fox in the lead stared at Song Xingyue and spoke, word by word. And you even hung his head on your city walls, didn't you? Song Xingyue finally understood why the 2 foxes in front of her had come. It's all for revenge against those foxes from before. The timing was perfect. It was so good that even I felt it was too much of a coincidence. Do you 2 dare to block the road? Ryan's fur stood on end, and he slammed his claws heavily on the ground, exuding a menacing aura. Do you think the 2 of you can stop me? They might not be able to stop you, but they can still capture a few females. The fox immediately revealed a greedy smile, its eyes fixed on Song Xingyue. Especially that female on your back. We're definitely taking her with us today. Dream. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, he leaped forward and pounced on the lead fox. The fox nimbly dodged it, but with a quick leap, he bit right into Song Xingyue's wrist. A wave of excruciating pain struck me. Song Xingyue instinctively reached out and grabbed the fox by the scruff of its neck. The fox's eyes immediately became glazed over for a moment. It felt like fate had grabbed me by the throat. Song Xingyue used to watch a lot of videos about raising foxes on Douyin. Anyway, the fox in the video doesn't look much different from the puppy. They all like to have their heads patted by their owners, and when they're naughty, they get grabbed by the scruff of their necks and lifted up. That's why she instinctively grabbed the fox by the scruff of its neck. But when I saw the fox's expression in that instant, I realized I must have done the right thing. Duo immediately switched to bear form. With a single swipe of its paw, it sent the dazed fox flying a great distance. She was enormous. It's even about the same size as a lion. Most importantly, she can stand upright, just like a person. This is also her advantage in being able to knock the fox away. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you, but you hurt Xingyue. Duo kept running towards the fox while apologizing. God knows how scared she was at that moment. But compared to being captured by other tribes before, this time it's because of importation. She said she couldn't do anything, which is why she was captured by the outside tribe. The other fox joined in the attack, working together with the first fox. Even though their combat strength was vastly different, their target was always the superior female behind Ryan. Xingyue quietly grabbed Ryan's fur to keep herself from falling. After a few rounds, the foxes also felt exhausted. Ryan and Dodo are, after all, large wild beasts. He didn't even catch his breath. The two foxes glanced at each other and then ran away down the bushes. Wow, I was so scared. After Duo switched to human form, she started crying loudly. I thought I was going to be arrested again and have to live those dark and hopeless days again. Even though Xingyue's arm was bleeding, she couldn't help but laugh when she saw Duo like this. She was incredibly brave on the battlefield just now. Perhaps it was his ability that drove away the two foxes. Such a strong and brave female orc is now crying so miserably. Don't cry. It's just a little incident. Xingyue jumped down from behind Ryan and hugged Duo tightly. You were really amazing just now. If it weren't for you, we might have been arrested. The outside tribes were absolutely terrifying. Xingyue, I was so scared just now. Xingyue's smile was harder to control than an AK. Okay, it's all over now, don't cry. Chapter 96, Ryan got into a fight. After the brief incident, Ryan quickened his pace. He wanted to take Xingyue back to Hongnan Kingdom for treatment as soon as possible. She's injured. Her arm is still bleeding. Ryan, don't you think there's something fishy about the arrival of these two foxes? Xingyue will choose to lie down and whisper in Ryan's ear in a voice that only the two of them can hear. They intercepted us right on our only way, and they didn't seem to want to linger. Their objective was very clear. Ryan will run towards the tribe as fast as he can. The other three female orcs behind them also switched forms and started running. Do you think they belong to our Hongnan Kingdom or the Bear Clan? Ryan's words also revealed his stance and thoughts. He also believed that the fox's attack was quite coincidental. It was such a coincidence that it seemed as if someone had tipped them off and deliberately made them wait here. I don't know which tribe it is, but there are definitely people who don't want us to be happy. Xingyue gazed ahead with deep, unsettling eyes. A vague sense of unease crept in her heart. But no matter who it is, if they try to stop us, we'll kill them all. We won't let a single one go. The reason I didn't linger in battle was because I was concerned for the safety of the other female orcs. Moreover, foxes are smaller and more agile. The lion form is too powerful. Although it has the advantage in strength, it is not as agile as the lion. After several rounds of entanglement, it's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. This is also a major reason why I didn't chase after them just now. After hearing Xingyue's words, Ryan's burning eyes were full of admiration. I appreciate your attitude and ideas, but only if you make sure you don't get hurt. He then spoke with a meaningful tone. Why have I never seen you before? When you switch to orc form, what exactly does your form look like? What does the orc form look like? Xingyue looked ahead helplessly. Her hand, which was holding his fur, tightened even more. What do I have any beastman form? I'm a human being. I don't have this form at all. But when you're out in the world, you give yourself your own identity. It's just a form, so I'll just say it casually. My orc form must be kept secret for now. Once I switch to this form, nothing will grow within 100 miles. Her voice was extremely slow, and her tone was very serious. I don't change my form because I'm afraid it might hurt you. I'm doing this to protect you. Ryan actually believed it. Judging from his silence, he must have believed it. Besides, you're right here with me. What need do I have to switch forms? You'll protect me, won't you? Ryan found Xingyue's words very agreeable. He quickened his pace even further. Give me some time, and I will find out who leaked the information. Upon arriving in Hongnan Kingdom, Xingyue immediately went to Sina's place to treat her wounds. When Sina saw the scars on her arm, she couldn't help but frown. How did you get injured again? Why have you been getting injured so often lately? Xingyue looked at her wrist, which had already been treated for bleeding, and shrugged helplessly. Do you think I wanted to get hurt? Who knew two people would show up to block my way? Sina carefully arranged everything around her, putting it back in its place. Then he turned around and looked at Xingyue. It's mainly because you, as a superior female, are more attractive to them. Senna's eyes were full of laughter. Just like the merfolk, there's something to aspire to. Fishmen? This was the first time Song Xingyue had heard of this race, and she couldn't help but feel curious. Are you referring to the races that live in the water? Yes, I'm talking about them, but I've only heard about them and have never actually seen them. Senna's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of longing. Finding a merman partner would be a good thing, because mermaids don't cheat, right? Song Xingyue couldn't help but think of this lame joke. This is like a toy train that will never derail. If Banban knew you had these thoughts, she would definitely be sad. Song Xingyue lowered her voice and teased with a smile. You and Banban have such a good relationship. Why would you even think about finding a partner again? I found a partner so that Banban could have an easier time, didn't I? Senna looked at Song Xingyue as if it were the most natural thing in the world. If you only have one partner at home, that partner will be very tired. If you have another person, they can share a lot of the burden. How could Song Xingyue not see that she was making excuses for herself? Fishmen cannot live without water, so what can he do for Banban? Senna paused slightly. Then her fair face suddenly turned pink. She stammered for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word. In the end, she simply stopped talking about it. He spread his hands out and laid them out in a disheveled state. Seeing this, Song Xingyue smiled silently. Fortunately, this is an orc world. You can have multiple partners, and it's perfectly legitimate. She was just about to get up and walk outside. Then he was suddenly hugged by the figure that rushed in. How are you feeling? Does it still hurt? Ling Mu lowered his head and looked at her with heartache. I never imagined Ryan couldn't protect you and got you hurt. Song Xingyue felt a sense of peace as she smelled his familiar scent. Then she slowly curled the corners of her lips into a smile as she looked at him. If you had come a little later, the wound would have healed. Don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing that Song Xingyue could still joke around, Ling Mu knew that the problem shouldn't be serious. But he still carefully looked him up and down. Finally, my gaze fell on his injured wrist, and I still felt sorry for him. You really had a hard time while I was away. She reached out and gently touched his handsome face in a comforting gesture. She looked at him with eyes full of love. I probably won't be leaving Hongnan Kingdom for the next while. Let's face any problems together. You should take good care of your health first. Without a word, Ling Mu bent down and swept her into his arms. You cannot go anywhere until your wound has completely healed. His words were exceptionally domineering, and he walked towards his house. I will make time to take care of you, and I will never let you get hurt again. Song Xingyue nestled comfortably in his arms. It has to be said that Ling Mu really gives people a sense of security. Just like a wanderer who wants to go home, there is still a warm harbor. He is such a magical being. Leader, something terrible has happened. They've started fighting. Them? Ryan and Victor. Victor? Song Xingyue reacted immediately. Isn't Victor from the Antelope clan? How come they're fighting? Chapter 97 Victor is executed. Ling Mu carried Song Xingyue and rushed to the scene of the fight as quickly as possible. The scene was horrific. The ground was a complete mess. Victor was completely and utterly thrashed. It's a pipe dream for an antelope to defeat a lion. In the animal kingdom, antelopes are naturally considered prey for lions. Not to mention fighting, it would be tantamount to suicide. Song Xingyue jumped down from Ling Mu's arms. Walk in that direction. Ryan, let go of Victor. Ryan is currently in lion form. He stomped Victor hard under his feet. He was slightly taken aback when he heard Song Xingyue's voice. Reluctantly, it released its grip. Victor, covered in wounds, got up from the ground and switched back to human form. Even so, the look in his eyes when he looked at Ryan was still filled with hatred. What's wrong? Song Xingyue came to Ryan's side and asked in a low voice. Why did you two start fighting? Because Victor smells like a fox. Ryan's dark eyes fixed intently on Victor. Foxes have never come to our Hongnan Kingdom before. The fact that he can smell foxes means he has met foxes before. These words were spoken. Ling Mu also went over and smelled it. It does indeed have a faint fox scent. It wasn't Ryan's slander. How could I possibly be with the Fox clan? Victor was originally handsome, but now he was covered in wounds, making him look rather pitiful. Although I haven't been in the tribe for long, I have made significant contributions here. He tried his best to defend himself. It was clear that he was very nervous and hesitant. If you don't want me to stay in the tribe, you can just tell me. Why slander me like this? I didn't do anything like that. Song Xingyue was undecided for a moment and silently looked at Ling Mu. After all, the key question is whether Victor actually smells like a fox. Ling Mu slowly nodded to Song Xingyue, confirming that he did indeed have that scent. They imprison him in an underground cave. Ryan spoke with an air of dominance. He's a suspect. We absolutely cannot let him go like this. Although Xingyue felt sorry for Victor, since he was connected to the fox, it would be better to lock him up for now. Lingmu arrived at Victor's side immediately, speaking in a low voice. I'll take you to the underground cave, and I'll release you after I've investigated everything. Victor's eyes dimmed little by little. He even felt extremely disappointed. I'm disappointed that this tribe would slander me like this. If it really were me, would you execute me? Even as he was about to be taken away, Victor still asked questions with resentment. Because the Fox clan harmed you, will you execute me? If it were you, I would. Xingyue took a deep breath, then sighed heavily. We've joined forces with the Fox clan. Anyone who tries to harm us deserves to die. Victor didn't say anything at this moment, and so he let Lingmu lead him. Ryan looked at Victor, who was being taken away, with a meaningful gaze. She pursed her lips and remained silent, as if deep in thought. Is it really Victor? Xingyue actually found it hard to believe that Victor would do such a thing. Victor has been in the tribe for some time now, and he's a very nice person. They don't seem like the kind of people who would do something like this. Tell them to inform Victor that he's been arrested because he conspired with the Fox clan to harm us. Xingyue looked at Ryan beside her with a meaningful gaze. I had a vague feeling that something was amiss. Ryan is a ruthless orc. Once he's made up his mind about something, he will never easily change it. If he really believed Victor did it, he would have bitten him to death on the spot. How could they possibly spare Victor's life and imprison him in an underground cave? Unless Victor didn't do it. Moreover, Ryan wanted to lure the snake out of its hole. A slow, gentle smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. If that's really what Ryan thinks, then things get interesting. In the afternoon, Xingyue specifically asked Senna to go to the underground cave to treat Victor's injuries. That evening, all the orcs were gathered in the square, and Victor's crimes were pronounced. From then on, everyone knew that the only consequence of harming the tribe was death. But why do I feel that Victor doesn't seem like an orc capable of doing something like this? Yeah, with her pregnant belly, looked at Xingyue like this. My house was leaking before, and Victor fixed it for me. How could he be a bad person? I also don't think it's Victor. Lilier felt the same way. Previously, when Xingxing was playing outside, she fell into the river, and it was Victor who pulled her out. He's a good beast. The orcs began praising Victor, one after another. Without exception, they all disbelieved that Victor would do such a thing. I've investigated thoroughly. Victor smells of fox. Xingyue's words instantly silenced the entire square. They didn't believe Victor would do such a thing. However, the orcs seem more like Xingyue as their leader, and I believe she wouldn't be mistaken. Xingyue exchanged glances with Ryan and Lingmu, then silently left the square. In a secluded spot, Ryan spoke with a meaningful tone. Lingmu, go and watch the riverbank to see if any animals are bathing. Lingmu's dark eyes flickered uncertainly. It was indeed uncomfortable to be ordered around by Ryan in such a commanding tone, whether it's for Hongnan Kingdom's contributions or for their partners. He has no right to order himself around like that. Seeing that Lingmu remained unmoved, Ryan spoke emphatically. At this critical juncture, who cares about rules and regulations? He understood what Lingmu was really thinking. Don't worry, the position of your first partner will always be yours. He spoke with an air of dominance, a cold smile playing on his lips. I have absolutely no interest in you couples vying for my affections. What he wanted was to stay by Xingyue's side and conquer the entire orc world. Instead of getting bogged down in romantic relationships and likes and dislikes every day. Lingmu clenched his fists tightly, his deep eyes looking at Ryan with profound meaning. His words made him sound like a narrow-minded beast, especially since these words were said in front of Xingyue. Lingmu, we can't tell anyone about this. We can only trust you, okay? Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly awkward, Xingyue immediately spoke gently. The mastermind behind this will definitely take action tonight. If he appears by the river, you must not show mercy. Whoever he is. Chapter 98, Why Be Hung Up on Just One Flower? Ryan and Xingyue arrived at the entrance of the underground cave. It's hot now, and there are lots of mosquitoes around. Xingyue's fair skin was soon covered in mosquito bites, one on each side. Ryan grabbed her slender wrist and whispered a reminder. Don't move. The beastmen have very sensitive hearing. If you move around like that, he'll know you're here. Xingyue raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at Ryan in front of her with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. His handsome face was full of profound meaning. Even when saying these things to oneself, one should not mix in any personal feelings. It was as if she wasn't his partner. He was just someone I knew. She suddenly realized an important problem, whether it's a man or a male. None of them have a perfect personality. Ryan's heart can hold the entire orc world. However, it lacks the gentleness and sensitivity of Xingyue and the romance of Lang'er. If Xingyue saw that his body was covered in mosquito bites, he would definitely try to get rid of them. But they worried that it would affect their plans. It really is. It's hard to judge. It can only be said that everything has its good and bad aspects. The fox's pungent smell wouldn't dissipate anytime soon. Ryan, who seemed to know everything, stared at the ear not far away, and it moved along with the ear from time to time. Although Victor smelled of a fox, it was a faint scent. He calmed himself down and analyzed the situation rationally. This indicates that he contracted the virus from other orcs, not from fox. Xingyue silently reached out and gently scratched the bag on her arm. She had actually guessed this long ago. However, there was no breakthrough, giving Ryan a chance to perform. It's not easy for an orc to have such intelligence. You can't just pour a bucket of water on it and extinguish it. Soon, sparse sounds came from the bushes not far away. Duo quietly appeared in front of the cave. After looking around, he lowered his head and crawled inside. Xingyue, Ryan. They glanced at each other, both with an indescribable look of surprise on their faces. It's obvious that Duo did that. It's definitely not because she has any connection with the Fox clan. Most likely, they came to check on Victor because they were worried about him. But this discovery completely disrupted all her plans. When a mastermind actually arrives and discovers there are beasts in the cave, he will absolutely not go in. Should we continue waiting here? Xingyue handed over the decision-making power to Ryan. In the short term, that orc is unlikely to come. Should we continue to wait here? Ryan never expected things to turn out this way. The sudden change made him ponder for a long time. Suddenly, he grabbed Xingyue's wrist and swaggered inside. Xingyue's mind was racing. Could it be that he was trying to lure the murderer out by taking advantage of his guilty conscience? After all, he must know who Victor has been in contact with. Perhaps the real culprit is worried that Victor will expose him. Xingyue's gaze towards Ryan gradually began to reveal a deeper meaning. All right, if this weren't a world of orcs, one would suspect that he had read Sun Tzu's Art of War. After entering the cave, but I never expected this. I just happened to see Dodo and Victor embracing each other affectionately. They even kissed so passionately they couldn't bear to part. Duoduo's face was covered in tears. Victor's face also held an indescribable resolve, a sense of facing death. Xingyue grabbed Ryan's wrist and changed her strategy. If we disturb them now, we'll be struck by lightning. What's more, watching such erotic scenes can also give you a sty. This family is about to take an important step. If this disturbs them, wouldn't that be a terrible thing? Ryan's throat bobbed. I feel an inexplicable heat rising in my body. He took Xingyue's hand and led her outside. I was just about to say something, but then they saw a figure moving in the distance. He immediately switched into his beastman form and pounced towards that direction, but it only lasts for a fleeting moment. He awkwardly let go again. They kept their distance, as if they were avoiding some raging flood or ferocious beast. What's wrong? Xingyue immediately walked in that direction. Then they saw Rose, covered in mud, struggling to climb out of the mud pit. Are you sick? You must have some kind of mental illness, right? She angrily launched into a tirade against Ryan. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? You're scaring me half to death. Xingyue looked at Rose, who had dressed up so carefully. He opened his mouth slowly. Why did you come here? Are you looking for Victor? Rose puffed out her chest and looked at Xingyue with a righteous indignation. Yes, I'm here to see Victor. What do you want? Ryan had already awkwardly walked to the side. Xingyue lowered her voice and kindly reminded her. I originally came to find Victor, but I discovered there were other female orcs in the cave, so I didn't go in. Upon hearing this, Rose was immediately alarmed. Who's inside? She never expected that she would arrive a step too late. Is that Yeye? I noticed a long time ago that Yeye's eyes were different when she looked at Victor. Monthly? Yeye also likes Victor? Xingyue was utterly shocked. They seem to get along very well on a daily basis, but I never expected that they were actually secretly flirting. And it happened right under my nose, without me even noticing. No, I have to go in and try my best. Rose bypassed Xingyue and strode aggressively inside. Song Xingyue was unable to stop her, and so I watched her go into the underground cave. A moment later, a sharp scream came from inside the cave. Although Song Xingyue didn't go inside, she already had a guess at what was going on inside. I want to go to the arena with you. I want to duel with you. Rose's voice came from the cave. There is absolutely no way I will give Victor to you. Victor is mine. After hearing these words, Song Xingyue realized that she had no choice but to go. After all, if two female orcs go to the arena, one of them is bound to get injured. Once inside, they found Rose and Dodo, two orcs, tearing at each other's hair, neither willing to let go. Victor was restrained, and although he wanted to help, he could only anxiously wait. Chief, please help Duo, or she'll be beaten to death. Will Duo be beaten to death? This might be the funniest joke Song Xingyue has heard all year. Victor had no idea just how fierce Dodo was on the battlefield. Although the aftereffects were strong, I was very scared and cried a lot. Can you two please stop fighting? Song Xingyue spoke with a helpless expression. Three-legged toads are hard to find, but four-legged orcs are easy to find too. Why be hung up on just one? Chapter 99, Entrusting Life and Death. Duo and Rose looked at each other, neither willing to let go first. Song Xingyue walked over and took their arms. How about I count to 3, and you two let go of each other at the same time? Both Duo and Rose agreed. Song Xingyue opened the number 123. But they found that the two of them were holding hands even tighter, and neither of them showed any intention of letting go. What do you mean? You're not even listening to me anymore? Song Xingyue looked at them with genuine helplessness, her eyes gradually turning cold. Do you really want me to switch to orc form and kill both of you before you'll let go? For a long time, no orc knew what the orc form of a high female was. They had actually discussed this issue privately. Everyone thought he must be a very powerful being. So at this moment, both Duo and Rose couldn't help but feel scared. Duo was the first to let go, and Rose followed closely behind. Looking at the mess on the ground, Song Xingyue sighed heavily. What's the point of you two fighting? Shouldn't the most important question be who Victor wants to be with? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for them all to hear. Victor was surprised by the leader's words and looked at her with astonishment. I'm about to be executed. Do I still have a choice? His voice was calm, but also very bitter. Didn't you already announce that you were going to execute me? He looked at Song Xingyue in front of him with deep disappointment. In that case, does it really matter who I choose? I'm not going to become anyone's partner anyway. Song couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, looking at Victor with amusement. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Why would I wait until now? Duo understood the meaning behind the words and immediately looked at Song Xingyue with delight. Does that mean you were just trying to scare him by saying you'd execute him? Since Song Xingyue's matter had reached this point, she could no longer hide it. Victor, did you see anyone before we got back? She simply asked directly. Has anyone deliberately approached you, but they have a strange smell about them? After hearing this, Victor finally understood what had happened. Before you came back, I had only met Wei and Bruce. What? Song Xingyue listened to Victor's answer in disbelief. Bruce is from the Lion tribe. With Ryan here, would he dare to cause trouble? Wei's words. That's the former leader. Would he do anything bad to this place? Now one of them is Ye's partner, and the other is Lilier's partner. How could someone possibly do such a thing? Moreover, Ye is now pregnant with a beast cub, which means that both of their children are in the tribe. How could they possibly do something so foolish? And there's no reason for it, is there? Why don't you reconsider? It can't just be the two of them, right? Victor was at a loss for words. I really can't remember any other orcs. After hearing Victor's answer, Dodo angrily slapped Victor on the head. How could it be Wei and Bruce? Think again. Are there any other orcs? Upon seeing this, Rose immediately became unhappy. Why did you hit Victor? He's not your partner. Why did you hit him? Duo was not to be outdone. Victor and I have already marked each other, so how can we not be partners? Upon hearing this, Rose's eyes immediately welled up with tears. However, he has always been proud and stubborn, and he wouldn't let the tears fall. The sound came from outside the cave once again. Ryan entered carrying an orc. Once Victor saw who it was, he immediately remembered. Yes, I met him too. Tiger Bomb came over specifically to help me with the work, and he was one of them. Tiger Bomb immediately denied it upon hearing this. Victor, don't talk nonsense. When did I help you with your work? Victor was absolutely certain that it was the Tiger Bomb standing before him. That day, I mentioned the strange smell on you, and you said it was from falling into a mud puddle. Tiger Bomb wanted nothing more than to slap Victor and stop him from saying another word. But by then it was too late. Everyone has heard what they needed to hear. Song Xingyue might have arrived. They exchanged a glance and smiled faintly. I'll leave this matter to you. After all, you're the one who made the difference in catching the culprit this time. Ryan nodded heavily. He kicked the tiger emblem in. Does that mean we can let Victor go? Duo looked at Song Xingyue with anticipation. I can't wait to unravel it. Rose beat her to it and ran over to untie Victor. Victor, don't go with Dodo. Come with me instead, okay? Upon seeing this, Duo immediately went over and pushed Rose away. A domineering declaration. I already told you. We've marked each other. Why can't you understand? You. Just as Rose was about to retaliate, Victor stopped her. Her eyes were full of disappointment as she looked at Victor in disbelief. You clearly said before that you didn't want to find a partner, so why are you going back on your word now? Victor looked at her apologetically. I thought I was going to be executed, so I made a promise with Duo. Duo puffed out her chest and spoke with a hint of pride. That's because I told Victor that, whether he lives or dies, I would make him my first partner. Song Xingyue finally understood. No wonder Victor suddenly agreed to Dodo's request. This sincerity is more precious than not wanting to find a partner. If I were on the verge of death and someone offered me a helping hand, I might accept it. Since Victor has already expressed his feelings, Rose, you shouldn't be so persistent. Song Xingyue came to Rose's side and took Rose's hand. Gently persuade them. Aren't there plenty of good males? There will be even better ones in the future. Even with tears welling up in her eyes, Rose stubbornly gazed at Victor. I just think Victor is going to be executed. It's pitiful that I don't like him. Yes. Song Xingyue almost believed her. By the way, Victor locked you up here as a temporary measure. He didn't really suspect you, so please don't mind. Victor looked at Song Xingyue with gratitude. Although I was initially disappointed, I now understand your good intentions. Oh, right, go to the river and find Lingmu. Tell him it's all over. Duo quickly took Victor's arm, her smile radiant. I'll go with you, and then we'll go home together. Chapter 100 Tiger Bomb was executed. Tiger Bomb was executed the night before. Song Xingyue had actually been to the underground cave. She specifically sought out Tiger Bomb because she really wanted to know why he did that. She brought barbecue and honey water. This was a way of sending him off on his final journey. Tiger Bomb understood everything when he saw these things. So you really want to execute me? Song Xingyue slowly sat down on the ground, smiling as she looked at him. You want to kill me? Do you think I'll let you go? Are you some kind of ancestor? The smile on her lips gradually began to brighten. But there's one thing I don't understand. Why do you want me to die? She genuinely didn't know, which is why she asked him. I've been working for the entire tribe all along, so why do you look down on me so much? Tiger picked up the roasted meat in front of him and began to eat it in large mouthfuls. Perhaps because the grilled meat was a bit dry, he picked up the honey water and gulped it down. He didn't speak until he was somewhat full. Because the Hongnan kingdom of today is no longer the tribe we once knew, nor is it the familiar environment we are in. Isn't this a good thing? Isn't it good to see everyone no longer going hungry and able to live a better life? Song Xingyue didn't understand. Don't you think the life you lived before was very hard? Although life was tough in the past, it was a way of life for us, wasn't it? When Tiger Bomb said this, his hands were clenched into fists, showing great resentment. Since you arrived, everyone has actually been able to distinguish between different ranks. He found the whole thing utterly ridiculous. In the past, when we went hunting, we never cared who got more or less, but now the person who gets less is considered wrong. Song Xingyue listened quietly, then slowly picked up a piece of roasted meat and put it in her mouth. Now we'll live a communal life. If we go hunting, the person who catches less will naturally be criticized. But I didn't used to. Tiger Bomb's emotions gradually became agitated. The way things are now makes us, the vulnerable groups, feel utterly worthless. Song Xingyue frowned slightly. It seems they've finally figured out what's going on. Because you can no longer be lazy like before, you are unwilling. She believed it. There's absolutely no way Tiger Mark, an orc, could have done something like this. There must be other orcs with him. Because you've determined who's better at hunting with strength. Those beastmen who were lazy back then are now unhappy. Tiger Claw clenched his fists tightly, trying to find a rebuttal, but found he couldn't find one at all. Song Xingyue took in his expression. Orcs are very simple-minded. It's easy to tell what they're thinking just by looking at their faces. She saw that Tiger Bomb didn't speak, but she wasn't in a hurry. Because the night is long. There's no need to rush. Tiger Balm finally couldn't sit still any longer. If I tell you the truth, if I really know I was wrong, will you forgive me? Will you not kill me? Won't. Song Xingyue's answer was very firm. If you don't die today, there will be many more orcs like you in the future. She has never been a soft-hearted person. She understood all too well what it meant to let a tiger return to the mountain. Moreover, she didn't have enough patience to persuade an orc who wanted to rebel against her. I could have easily not come here today, but I was thinking of seeing if you had any last words. Her voice was light and airy, as if she were saying that the weather was nice today. I'm a person who values humanitarianism. Song Xingyue's lips curved into a smile, her face radiant. Before executing an orc, he would be fed and drunk his fill before setting off. Seeing that there was no way to turn things around, Tiger Balm simply started making harsh statements. Even if I fail, other orcs will do the same thing in the future. Song Xingyue, of course, believed such words. Ultimately, he was nothing more than a leader who had been parachuted into this tribe. It's normal for the orcs to feel resentful. Often, it's not that people will like you just because you've made enough contributions. She understood this principle. But I'm a little curious, why did you frame Victor? She thought it was a good question. Do you have some deep-seated grudge against Victor? Because he attracted the attention of all the female orcs. Tiger Balm's eyes were still filled with hatred when he brought up the matter. He was just a male from an outside tribe, yet he stole the attention of the female orcs from our original tribe. How can I not hate him? Indeed, because Song Xingyue has never focused on romantic love. Therefore, they did not realize just how popular Victor was in the tribe. If this hadn't happened, we might not have known. If we had gone any later, Duo and Rose might have been fighting to the death. Female orcs are already scarce, and you still allow foreign tribes to come in and compete with us. This is the one thing Tiger Balm cannot tolerate the most. For that reason alone, you should die. After hearing the whole story, Song Xingyue slowly got up and walked outside. She came here simply to seek an answer. Now that we know the answer, it's no longer important. Tiger Balm continued to shout from behind. If you do this, there will be orcs who want to take revenge on you in the future. Don't worry. Am I afraid? Song Xingyue's voice was very soft, as if she were talking to herself. From the moment I arrived in this orc world, I had no room to retreat. Tiger Balm was executed the following day. However, Song Xingyue did not hang his head on the city wall. Instead, they chose to bury it. The other beastmen also felt sorry for them. After all, they're also their people. Song Xingyue picked a bunch of wildflowers and placed them on Hu Biao's grave. She turned around and slowly looked at everyone. Tiger Mark, in alliance with the Fox tribe, wanted to harm us, so they were executed. She gave everyone an explanation. From now on, I hope that such a thing will never happen to the tribe again. Her beautiful eyes suddenly turned icy cold. Otherwise, the outcome will be the same as Tiger Balm's. Orcs, look at each other. In the end, they all fell silent. In addition, I would like to announce something to everyone. She curled the corners of her lips into a faint smile. Starting today, we must accelerate the pace of kindergarten construction, because it won't be long before our tribe's orcs are born. Her eyes gradually softened, and her voice followed suit. We are accelerating construction to provide a better living environment for the animal cubs. Chapter 101, Kindergarten Construction Completed. Unconsciously, autumn has arrived in Hongnan. Song Xingyue sat on a chair by the door, gazing into the distance with her beautiful eyes. Unconsciously, this is already my second autumn in the orc world. Ling Mu brought over a fur coat and put it on her thin shoulders. Song Xingyue felt a warmth on her shoulder, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up. You haven't been sleeping well at night lately. Is it because you're about to give birth? Yes, it should be. Song Xingyue wasn't a first-time mother, so she knew a thing or two about it. In fact, in our tribe, female orcs have an even harder time when they're pregnant. She couldn't help but think of her older sister. She was really scared when she gave birth. This led to her later becoming a staunch advocate of remaining single. I just didn't expect it. Upon arriving in the orc world, they found themselves having litters of offspring. In our region, female orcs need 10 months of pregnancy before they can give birth. That is to say, she tried hard to search her mind for the vocabulary that Ling Mu could understand. That means you'll see 2 autumns, which is about the same length. After hearing Song Xingyue's words, Ling Mu's deep eyes were filled with confusion. If the birthing period is that long, wouldn't the female orc be unable to do anything? Yes. Song Xingyue's eyes gradually softened. She silently placed her small hand over his large one. Pregnancy is very difficult for women. It's just a pity. Even orcs can understand the hardships involved. On the contrary, some men think it's only natural. They believe that all women need to go through that hurdle. And you, will you ever get pregnant for that long? Xingyue squatted on the ground, his eyes filled with clear worry. Because you're different from us. Xingyue was also puzzled by this matter. I'm telling you, I'm a human being, not an orc. Both the month of pregnancy and the optimal period for conception should be different from those of the beastman. But it wasn't until my second visit to Xingyue that I realized this. Then a terrible truth was discovered. That means the flamingo is not her aunt. It seems that after arriving in the orc world, his genes were altered. If we calculate based on the ant's age, that means I have to come for at least 7 days every month. What's scary is, it's been 2 years. Flamingos have only visited twice. In other words, some of my current physical features are no different from those of a female orc. Perhaps the only difference is, he does not have an orc form. What are you thinking about? Seeing that Xingyue was in a daze, Xingyue stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. Are you worried about production? Xingyue snapped out of her daze and forced a smile. I just thought of some things that I found very special. Xingyue had no idea what was so special about Xingyue, but he understood one thing. That is, I need to be by her side at all times. She and the cub were both safe and sound. Leader, the kindergarten is finished. Rose came running over, panting, specifically to tell Xingyue the good news. Xingyue immediately got up and walked towards the kindergarten with her pregnant belly. After so many months of hard work, it's finally finished. Although I already knew what it would look like after it was finished, I still couldn't wait to see it. Xingyue provided thoughtful companionship by her side. His deep eyes were filled with vigilance as he watched all the movements around him. Because he wasn't there for my first child. Therefore, he was extra careful during this pregnancy. A large number of orcs gathered at the entrance of the kindergarten. The orc's face was beaming with smiles, and his eyes were filled with amazement. It seems that no one expected the legendary kindergarten to actually be built. When Xingyue and Xingyue arrived, the beastmen made way for them. She looked at the kindergarten that had already been built. My eyes involuntarily reddened, although it can't compare to a real-life kindergarten. But even this rudimentary kindergarten had everything it needed. It's not just the little houses where they take a nap and rest at noon. They even built a special place for them to have classes. In addition, it has all kinds of amusement facilities. Things like seesaws and slides are already finished. They are all made of wood. It might not be the smoothest ride, but it's still a form of entertainment. There are also some balance beams and trees as thick as an arm. Considering that babies are of different races and have different needs, we try our best to have everything. Xingyue grabbed Rose's hand and walked towards a seesaw. Then he gestured for Rose to sit over there, and she sat on the other side. With a slight lift of her legs, the seesaw descended towards the Rose. Rose gripped the handle tightly in fright, but quickly regained her composure. She tentatively tried to imitate Xingyue, gently lifting her foot. The two of them started playing like that, taking turns. Seeing this, the other orcs also wanted to go and have some fun. After all, this kind of thing is really rare. I've never seen anything like it before. Xingyue stood in front of everyone, his deep eyes filled with intimidation. This is for baby animals. It can't support your weight. The orcs understood perfectly, but they genuinely wanted to play too. Especially when Xingyue and Rose came to the slide and slid down. This made the other beastmen extremely envious. After explaining the safety factor, Xingyue turned to the other beastmen. The kindergarten is now built, and we're just waiting for our baby animals to be born. She looked at everyone with joy. Starting today, I will select 3 teachers to be responsible for teaching the little beasts in the kindergarten. She thought for a moment, then slowly began to speak. First, I need a physical education teacher. I need an orc who is good at climbing trees and other sports. Her gaze swept over each of the people present. The main purpose is to teach the cubs how to hunt and some self-defense skills. After she finished speaking, she slowly curled the corners of her mouth into a smile. In addition, they need a life skills teacher to teach them how to start a fire and grill meat, as well as basic life skills. Her gaze suddenly fell on Senna. The third teacher is a medical teacher, so let's just have Senna teach us. She's the most authoritative person in the entire Red South Kingdom. Senna never imagined she would become a teacher at this kindergarten. I was overjoyed. Finally, the little beasts get 2 meals a day at the kindergarten. Xingyue's voice was gentle yet powerful, giving them strength without them even realizing it. We hope everyone will actively sign up for the future of our Hongnan kingdom. The orcs raised their hands, all of them encouraged. For the future of our Red South kingdom. The orcs' roar was deafening. Every face beamed with anticipation for the future. Chapter 102, Ryan wants to kill wolf cub. That very night, 2 female orcs began to give birth. Senna had experience giving birth to orcs, so she was extremely busy that night. Lily also assisted in the process. She felt an indescribable sense of pride every time a new cub was born. Even though she wasn't pregnant at all this year, she still really liked the other cubs. Song Xingyue sat on a chair by the door, listening to the screams of the female beastmen during childbirth. She reached out and gently stroked her belly. "Baby, I hope you won't cause mommy any trouble when you're born. Xingyue and the little rabbit are running around and playing in the square right now." Song Xingyue's gaze was involuntarily drawn to them, especially when they see their precious son's short legs. They can't help but wonder who he takes after. However, one thing is certain. This love-obsessed guy must have inherited it from his dad, because his father is a complete romantic. When I first met myself, I thought about leaving this tribe with myself. He then risked his life several times without hesitation. Now he's by my side every day, patiently helping me improve myself little by little. Xingyue is just like his father in this respect, although he wasn't very close to his mother and was somewhat disappointed. But seeing him happily interacting with the little rabbit, I felt that this might be the best choice. Because in the orc world, once the cubs reach adulthood, they need to live separately. They can also choose to stay in their original tribe or go out and explore. Lingmu. Song Xingyue looked at Lingmu, who was grilling meat, and asked him a question. "Is our son weaker than the other cubs?" Lingmu's handsome face became even more defined in front of the fire. The flames crackled and popped. His sorrowful face was reflected in the mirror. Although I hate to admit it, that's really the case. He spoke in a low voice. Other beast cubs at his age would have already begun to transform into human form, but he showed no signs of it at all. Song Xingyue looked at her son with some distress. Actually, apart from the fact that it changes form a little slowly, everything else seems fine. That little rabbit also has a problem. Ling Mu succinctly pointed out the crux of the problem. I have never heard that little rabbit speak orc language, let alone change form. Orc language. It must be the kind of language they use to communicate with their cubs. Song Xingyue looked at them helplessly once again. Oh well, sometimes fools have all the luck. Maybe that's true for them. She suddenly felt a slight movement in her stomach. The familiar pain spread throughout her body, making her realize that something was wrong. Because he had just seen Senna go into the house across the street not long ago. There's definitely no way we'll be able to get here now. Apart from Senna, who has the best medical skills, the only other person left in the entire tribe is the frail Mengyu. I used to think that Sina would make Mengyu her partner. After all, spending so much time together will definitely make the relationship stronger. But unexpectedly, Sina ultimately chose bonbon. Now, she has turned her attention to the legendary mermaids. Mengyu is still single, but her medical skills are actually on par with Senna's. After all, I taught them both together back then. Lingmu, I think I'm about to give birth. Upon hearing this, Lingmu immediately rushed to her side, kneeling down. What can I do? Should I go and call Senna? Song Xingyue grabbed Lingmu's arm and held on tightly. Sina definitely can't come right now. How about you call Mengyu over? Upon hearing Mengyu's name, Lingmu's face instantly darkened. He frowned slightly, and his tone suddenly became serious. He's male. You can't expect a male to deliver your baby. Even though he has changed a lot, he is still unwilling to back down on such matters of principle. If he sees such a private place, you might want him to become your partner. Song Xingyue was in so much pain right now. Her fair face turned deathly pale from the pain. His forehead was covered in large beads of sweat. At a time like this, do you still care that it's male? She really wanted to pry open Ling Mu's blockhead and take a look. In a doctor's eyes, what difference is there between men and women? What kind of male deliverman wants the doctor to become his partner? This is simply a fantasy. I'm going to find Senna. Ling Mu remained steadfast in his convictions. If you absolutely must have Mengyu come, I guarantee I'll deliver your baby 1 minute and bite him to death the next. He's never been one to say harsh things, but this time he's serious. Song Xingyue took a deep breath and tried her best to regulate her breathing. She understood that she couldn't force Ling Mu on this matter. Therefore, we have no choice but to change our strategy. Could you ask Mengyu to prepare some honey water for me? She knew very well that giving birth to cubs was an extremely physically demanding task. She needs to replenish her energy. The best thing in Hongnan is honey water, because honey has anti-inflammatory properties. So, the honey delivered by the bear tribe was all given to the hospital. Xingyue hesitated for a moment, then turned around, switched into his beastman form, and ran towards the hospital. Xingyue clenched her fists tightly. The rules of this damn orc world. One day, I'll change them all. For a whole day and night. Xingyue was in excruciating pain, but there is still no sign of production. The wolf cub rushed in. He knelt down directly in front of Xingyue and held her hand tenderly. Well, it hurt a lot. It's all my fault. Xingyue clearly saw the self-reproach in Langer's eyes. But more often than not, it was unexpected. Why did you come back? The Xingyue sent orcs to find me. Wolf cub was so heartbroken he was almost crying. He reached out and placed his hand on Xingyue's protruding belly. If you keep tormenting your mother like this, I don't mind biting you all to death. His tone wasn't joking. He was serious. If you know what's good for you, get out here right now, or I'll definitely beat you up after you're born. Xingyue looked on pitifully from the side, although he is not usually very close to his mother. But at this moment, he seemed to sense something, and his face was full of worry. Ryan and Xingyue stood not far away. Actually, they really wanted to get closer. However, the father of this litter of cubs is a wolf, not them. I wish I could give birth in her place. Ryan forcibly suppressed the urge to kill wolf cub, but his eyes betrayed a murderous intent. If she's in so much pain, this wolf cub probably wants to die. Chapter 103 Our daughter is disabled. Darkness fell once again. The wolf cub paced back and forth restlessly. At this moment, Xingyue no longer had the strength to scream. This birth was extremely difficult. Xingyue couldn't help but have some doubts. Isn't it said that a woman's first pregnancy is difficult, but the second and third pregnancies are easier? Why won't this little one in my belly come out no matter what? Does he really want to wear himself out? Sina rushed over with Xingyue at that moment. Xingyue and Ryan immediately blocked Xingyue at the door, although they usually look down on each other. However, there is still a consensus on this matter. That means other males are not allowed to enter this room. I have a lot of medicine on me. Xingyue had lost count of how many times he had explained this. In this critical moment, my medicine might save the leader's life. Even after hearing his explanation, Xingyue and Ryan still showed no intention of backing down. Even the eyes of everyone revealed an impulse to kill. It was as if they were about to make a move at any moment. Xingyue is the weakest male in the entire Hongnan kingdom. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let him become a doctor in the first place. Upon seeing this, he immediately laid out all the things he had brought on the ground. Senath knows how to use it. I'm going out now. After saying this, he couldn't wait to run outside. I was terrified that if I ran too late, these two guys would tear me to pieces. Senna then took a thick rope and placed both ends into Xingyue's and Ryan's hands. You two stand on either side of the bed, making sure the rope is taut and you don't let go. She is now very experienced. Wolf, hug Xingyue from behind on the bed, put your hands on his stomach and press down hard. Xingyue was already so weak that she didn't even have the strength to speak. Like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. She felt immense pressure coming from her stomach. This made her feel even more pain. Just shout out loud. Are you even a good doctor? He's in so much pain. Can't you see that? The wolf cub finally couldn't take it anymore. Do you deliver babies for other female orcs in the same way? This isn't my first time dealing with childbirth. Sina. From yesterday to today, it's been a full 2 days. There were at least 7 offspring born from his hands. Although Xingyue's pregnancy looks like it will be difficult to give birth, but it's definitely not that they can't give birth. She went to the front and squatted down to check the situation. She suddenly reached out and touched the edge, until I touched a tiny animal paw. Without saying a word, she quickly and ruthlessly pulled him out. Xingyue let out another blood-curdling scream. Then came another wave of intense pain. There are still more. Senna delivered babies over 2 days. It was the first time she'd ever seen twins. Chief, your fertility is incredible. 3 in the first litter and 2 in the second. Xingyue felt like cursing right now. Are we concerned about 1, 2, or 3 issues now? Shouldn't we be getting the cubs born as soon as possible? Why does this little bee seem to have stopped breathing? The wolf noticed the newborn cubs. They seem not to be breathing. I immediately tensed up. Is he dead? Why isn't he breathing? Doctor, would you like to take a look? Senna didn't have time to look at the cub right now. The world is vast, but the leader is the greatest. The worst thing would be if the leader fell into trouble while in your hands. Pick up the cub upside down, grab its two legs, and spank its bottom until it cries. I learned this technique by accident while chatting with Xingyue. The wolf cub truly couldn't bring itself to kill the skinny, tiny animal cub. Ryan couldn't stand it anymore. He walked over and grabbed the cub's two legs. Upside down. A slap landed. The slap was crisp and loud. The beast cub was hit so hard that it spat out a large mouthful of stuff. Then he screamed, "Hey, are you trying to kill my child? Am I not saving him?" Ryan stared intently at the wolf cub. Compared to when he couldn't breathe, isn't it better for him to cry like this now? Just when they were in a critical moment. The second cub has finally been born safely. This time, Xingyue no longer experienced that excruciating abdominal pain. Experience told her that she had probably given birth. Both of them are female orcs. Senna began checking the sex and health of the two babies. Great, Chief. If everyone knew, they would be happy for the entire Red South Kingdom. Xingyue strained her eyes to look at the two newborn cubs. It was pitch black. It has the exact same fur color as a wolf cub. She couldn't help but marvel at the power of genetics. But what followed was a period of deep sleep. Xingyue approached the wolf cub and spoke in a low voice. "Since you're the father of the beast cubs, why don't you take them to the square and show them to the other beastmen?" After he finished speaking, he sat down next to Xingyue and took her small hand in his. "I'll stay here with Xingyue. You two can go out." Senna noticed how good their relationship was. "I'm also very happy for Xingyue. But are higher females too weak? Other female beasts can come out and walk around after giving birth to their babies." Instead, she fell into a deep sleep. Ryan's dark eyes gleamed as he looked over. He completely blocked Senna's view. He looked at her with an intimidating gaze. He spoke in a low voice. "Don't think about things you shouldn't be thinking about." When Senna looked up, she was met with such a terrifying gaze. She immediately put on a smile and apologized. "Then let the leader get some rest. I'll come back after he's rested." Ryan watched Senna walk away silently. Then he looked at the wolf cub. "Do you need me to hold one for you?" Unnecessary. The wolf cubs held each of the two cubs in one arm. "My kids don't need you to take care of them." Xingyue didn't know how long she had been unconscious. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw that the wolf cub seemed about to cry. I couldn't help but frown. "I'm not dead yet. Why are you mourning me so early?" When the wolf saw that Xingyue had woken up, it felt even more grieved. "Our eldest daughter has a disability in one leg." He choked up as he spoke. "How am I supposed to find a partner in the future?" "Disability?" Xingyue immediately stood up and looked at the beast cub. "Really? Even though she walks slowly on the ground, she is still limping. Could it be because Senna forcibly pulled her like that? How could a perfectly healthy cub be born with a disability? It's like, if she can't find a partner in the future, who will take care of her?" The wolf cub is already starting to worry. "If I don't have a partner to watch it with, how miserable my future will be." Chapter 104 was forced to give birth by Ryan. Xingyue carefully observed her daughter's legs. She discovered that her daughter's leg was not congenitally disabled, but rather caused by pulling. "It's probably because when I was having a difficult childbirth, Senna pulled me so hard that I dislocated my shoulder or broke my bone. But that's normal. In my own world, when such an emergency occurs, the only option is to handle it urgently. Compared to disabilities, being born is the best thing. Should we abandon this cub?" Wolf's dark eyes were full of seriousness. "If you dislike this cub and want to get rid of it, I agree with your idea. After all, this is the world of orcs. If a weak, skinny baby is born, it is not the female's fault but the male's. There have been many similar incidents before. The male was divorced because he gave birth to a weak offspring. The same is true now. To avoid anything worse from happening, he had no choice but to state his position in advance. Here we go again." Xingyue felt utterly speechless. Because when Xingyue gave birth to his first cub, he said something similar. "That's the child I gave birth to with great difficulty. Why should I abandon him?" She struggled to her feet and reached out her hands to the cubs. "Come to your mother. Don't be afraid." The cub hesitated for a moment before slowly walking towards its mother. Xingyue hugged her precious daughter tightly, and a soft touch instantly triggered her maternal instincts. "It's okay. Your calf will get better eventually. Although I didn't learn bone setting when I studied medicine, this is a skill I'm not familiar with. But even if you haven't eaten pork, haven't you seen a pig run? It's just a matter of 2 pieces of plywood, isn't it? It's not impossible." Seeing this, the wolf cub cautiously looked at the mother and daughter in front of him. He didn't actually intend to abandon his daughter. It was because he wanted to retain his position as Song Xingyue's partner that he said those things. This is his first litter of pups. We cherish them so much. How could we possibly throw them away? Now we see that it was left behind. An indescribable feeling of emotion welled up inside me. Should we start naming our baby? Song Xingyue felt that she was terrible at naming things. Last time, the names were all based on the 3 silly sled dogs. But when I saw the wolf cubs' expectant eyes, after thinking about it, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and go get it. She reached out and gently patted her daughter's head reassuringly. He opened his mouth slowly. Since my older sister is a bit frail, let's just call her Xingyue, meaning building the nation. Founding a nation? Wolf had never heard of such a strange name before. But since it was Song Xingyue who gave the name, he couldn't very well refuse. What should the other cub be named? Let's name the other one National Day. Song Xingyue is full of patriotism. One is called Xingyue, and the other is called Guoqing. That's good. Even so, wolf cubs still found the 2 names very strange. On the contrary, the 2 cubs were overjoyed when they heard their names. Xingyue, don't worry, Mom will never abandon you. Song Xingyue's words seemed to be spoken to herself and also to her. Your mother will definitely raise you well. On the 7th day, Wolf Cub still followed the small group and left the entire Red South Kingdom. After all, he came here on maternity leave. Now that my maternity leave is over, there's really no need for me to stay here any longer. Song Xingyue led 2 beast cubs to see them off. When the 2 cubs saw their father was about to leave, they immediately showed expressions of reluctance. But at this moment, the wolf cub could only see Song Xingyue and not the 2 other cubs. I will come back in a while. Wait for me in Hongnan Kingdom. Despite feeling reluctant to part, Song Xingyue still had a smile on her lips. Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Upon hearing Song Xingyue's assurance, Wolf turned and resolutely left. Song Xingyue silently watched the wolf's figure for a long time before turning her gaze away. She turned around and looked at the 2 little ones. Starting tomorrow, you 2 will be going to kindergarten. Remember to listen to your teachers. Although there are only 2 teachers in the kindergarten right now. One is Senna, and the other is Wei Wei. They are a physical education teacher and a medical teacher, respectively. But that's enough for the cubs to go to school there. The 2 little ones showed great resistance when they heard about going to school. But Song Xingyue wasn't a beastman from the beastman world, so she naturally knew what going to kindergarten meant for children. You 2 need to behave well in kindergarten before I pick you up. She slowly lowered her head and reached out to pat the 2 little ones' heads. If you 2 don't behave, I won't come to pick you up. The 2 cubs stared longingly at their mother, letting out soft whimpering sounds. Your father has already passed away. Ryan stared domineeringly at the 2 cubs, his gaze radiating intimidation. If you 2 don't behave, I might eat you up. The 2 cubs immediately became obedient. Neither of them dared to get angry. Song Xingyue never expected that scaring children would be so effective in the beastman world. It seems that disciplining children requires someone they fear. Go back, everyone. Ryan's words immediately made the 2 cubs obediently go home. Song Xingyue smiled as she looked at Ryan in front of her. She spoke slowly. It seems you're better suited to take care of these 2 cubs than I am. Don't flatter me to death. Although Ryan deeply loved Song Xingyue, he always maintained his rationality. These 2 cubs are wolf cubs. You need to supervise them carefully in terms of discipline. Song Xingyue certainly didn't want to repeat the same mistake. After all, what happened to Chi-Chi last time? In addition, the wolf cub is not in the Red South Kingdom. There was no way to stay with the 2 cubs. Only I, as the mother, can properly discipline them. Okay, I understand. Song Xingyue solemnly agreed. I think this is indeed an issue that deserves attention. Next spring, will it be my turn? The ambition in Ryan's eyes should not be underestimated. He reached out and lifted Song Xingyue's chin, gazing intently at her. They both have children. I want a whole litter too. Song Xingyue suddenly felt like she was a pig. Otherwise, how could they keep having litters of babies? Don't you want to? Ryan's eyes suddenly darkened. His tone was no longer as relaxed as before. Do you think I'm less important than a wolf cub? You'd have cubs for him, but you won't have any for me? Song Xingyue suddenly felt a bitterness in her heart, but she couldn't express it. Is it simply a matter of willingness or unwillingness? She just gave birth to her 2nd litter, and she's already expecting her 3rd? Can you give me some time to process this? Song Xingyue really felt that she couldn't take it anymore. Even good people need rest, let alone a good female orc. Chapter 105. This is what fairness is all about. The day I took my 2 cubs to kindergarten. It was truly earth-shattering and awe-inspiring. The Red South Kingdom has young beastmen. They basically send their kids here. Senna and Wei Wei were incredibly busy. Just as I finished comforting one cub, another started crying. As a result, one of them cried, and everyone cried together. The scene was absolutely spectacular. Xingyue lowered her head and looked speechlessly at the 2 beast cubs in her hands. You 2 shouldn't cry when you go to kindergarten, right? Actually, she was also worried, wondering if the 2 cubs would cry. You 2 are female orcs, and female orcs don't cry. The 2, Xingyue and Guiqing, looked at each other. Then he looked at his mother with a very serious expression. I believe my 2 daughters won't cry. Xingyue didn't care about the consequences and just flattered her. You 2 are the leader's sons, so you're bound to be stronger than the other sons. As she spoke, she slowly squatted down and patted the 2 little ones' heads. As long as you 2 don't cry when you enter kindergarten, I'll be the first one to pick you up. Just as he was about to say something, Ryan suddenly spoke coldly. If you dare to cry, I will eat you up. One sentence was all it took to get the 2 little ones to obediently go into the kindergarten on their own. The 2 of them remained silent, without even shedding a tear. Their obedience was astonishing. Xingyue's breath hitched, and she stared at Ryan in disbelief. It seems your intimidation is more effective than my kind of education. Where's the intimidation? I'm serious. Ryan said this with exceptional arrogance. You can't treat wolf cubs too kindly. If things don't go well, just bite them to death. Xingyue suddenly wanted to take back what she had said before. Ryan wasn't helping himself. He genuinely wanted to kill them. The cubs have already gone to school. Don't you want to check on the progress of the fortifications? Ryan extended an invitation to her directly. I made some changes to your original work. Would you like to take a look? Should it be changed? Why not apply what you've learned to other situations? Xingyue was intrigued by Ryan's words. In that case, let's go take a look. New defensive tools on the city walls. Xingyue was so shocked by Ryan's changes that she was speechless. Our defenses were already strong enough before. However, Ryan added even more lethality to these bases. It's like the pieces of wood in the trap have turned into sharp points. And the trap is surrounded by thorns. If you fall in, you'll definitely be pricked like a hedgehog. Ryan pulled Xingyue into his arms and looked at her with deep eyes. So what do you think? Doesn't it catch your eye? Xingyue nodded slowly, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Indeed, it seems that Hongning Kingdom is very safe with you around. Ryan's ambition was obvious. Once our defenses are fully completed, other tribes will have to submit to us. Although Xingyue knew that Ryan was ambitious, she did not expect his ambition to be so great. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to live in peace? Are you kidding me? Ryan's eyes suddenly changed, and he stared intently at the person in his arms. How can we live in peace if we can't distinguish between different classes? Xingyue never expected that one day Ryan would use the words she had used on herself. He was able to connect words he had only mentioned once. That's an absolute ceiling of comprehension ability. Even he himself couldn't help but marvel at how well his intelligence had been developed. How can there be peace without bloodshed? Ryan's eyes were completely unadorned. Where did the peace between the bear tribe and us come from? It only came after we fought a battle. Xingyue thought Ryan's words made sense. But she was even more convinced of something else. If you can persuade people with reason, there is no need to resort to force. Throughout history, wars between nations have always brought immense suffering to the people. If it can be avoided, it's best to avoid it as much as possible. Victor noticed this as well. He waved to Xingyue and then immediately ran over. Is the leader here to inspect our work? How is it? Have we done a good job? Xingyue smiled as she looked at Victor in front of her and slowly nodded. That's right, it will all be built in time. Victor didn't seem afraid of Ryan beside him, and then spoke. Are there any rewards for those of us who build defensive fortifications? Xingyue had never considered the reward. She was simply curious about everything. What reward do you want? Victor immediately seized the opportunity and expressed his thoughts. I'd like to take this opportunity to visit the Bear Clan with Duo Duo. What do you think? Visiting relatives. I thought it was some other kind of reward. If you want to visit relatives, you can do so anytime, anywhere. You don't need to specifically ask me to tell you. How can I visit my relatives if I don't finish my work? Ryan and Xingyue had opposing opinions. If our fortifications aren't built properly, our tribe will be in danger. How can you possibly be thinking about going out in a time like this? The smile on Victor's lips gradually disappeared, and his expression turned serious. Ryan persisted, speaking in a low voice. We can visit relatives anytime we want, but if our defenses aren't built well, we're in danger at any moment. Victor realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately changed his tune. I underestimated things. I'll go back to work now. Watching Victor's departing figure, Xingyue couldn't help but speak. Duo was originally from the Bear Clan, so isn't it normal for the two of them to return to the Bear Clan? Ryan looked at Xingyue domineeringly, showing no sign of backing down. He has a mate, so he can go to the Bear Clan. What do the other males who don't have mates think? Everyone's workload is the same, so why does he get special treatment? Xingyue was suddenly rendered speechless by Ryan's retort. Don't you think there's a problem with your current management style? Ryan disregarded the feelings between the two and pointed it out directly. Problems will arise over time, and I think you should think things through carefully before any problems occur. Although Xingyue named her Hongnan Kingdom. However, they never considered managing it in the same way they govern a country. So, do you have any good ideas? Ryan gazed intently at Xingyue, gently brushing a stray strand of hair from her ear with his large hand. Those who work harder receive more resources. Those who work less go hungry. That's what fairness is. Chapter 106. Senna suffers incessantly. When the sun sets. Xingyue went to the kindergarten to pick up Xingyue and Guiqing. Sina felt miserable whenever she saw Xingyue. Heaven knows how tiring it is to take care of so many cubs at once. Xingyue's beautiful eyes were full of helplessness. She reached out and patted her shoulder reassuringly, then smiled and spoke. In a few days, you'll find a way to get along with the cubs, and then you won't be tired anymore. Senna was exhausted after a long day. I honestly can't take it anymore. Leader, how about we change the teacher and let Mengyu take over? What do you think? She stared at Xingyue expectantly, her eyes filled with undisguised anticipation. Xingyue remained silent for a short while. Unexpectedly, Senna grabbed my hand. Rockabye, rockabye. Please, Chief. I really can't take care of these cubs. I feel like my head is going to explode. It's not that she dislikes cubs. The main problem is that these cubs are just too lively, each one more mischievous than the last, making them impossible to handle. Mengyu has a better personality than me. He'd definitely be a good teacher, trust me. Xingyue was indeed somewhat softened by the persuasion. Didn't you tell me before that you wanted to build a hospital? If all else fails, I'm willing to go and build a hospital with you. Xingyue has been thinking about defensive fortifications and city walls for some time now. It's time to put the construction of a hospital on the agenda. After careful consideration, she finally agreed. Then go talk to Mengyu and tell him to come and be the teacher tomorrow. Senna was overjoyed when she heard this. Finally, I can get rid of these little brats. Banban has just returned from the city wall construction site. He looked at Senna with deep affection in his eyes, then walked over and took her hand. Are you tired after a long day at work? Let me help you relax when we get home. Xingyue's brows twitched slightly. Relax, relax? Is it the kind of relaxation I'm looking for? What kind of indecent and lewd words are these? Seeing this, Senna's expression showed a hint of reluctance. Although she didn't say it explicitly, physical contact had gradually made her resistant. Xingyue noticed this. Suddenly, I remembered what Senna had said before. It seems that Banban isn't very good at that. So, is this also what Senna is resisting? But Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng both need to be grown deep in the mountains. Senna is usually very busy. She doesn't have time to go. I have even less time to go myself. This back and forth caused some delays. No wonder Senna didn't have any reaction during her last conception period. It seems that Banban is really not up to the task. What's wrong, Nana? Banban isn't stupid. Of course, she can sense the changes in her partner. Is it because work is too tiring or something else? He asked so cautiously, even observing Senna's expression at all times. Senna felt a surge of irritation. After thinking for a moment, she grabbed Banban, turned around, and left. It wasn't until I got home and closed the door that I stayed there. Senna finally snapped. Banban, we've been together for quite a while now. Don't you know what your problem is? Banban immediately became flustered. His flustered and embarrassed appearance was heartbreaking. Nana, you should know I didn't want this either. So what? Senna's eyes involuntarily reddened at this moment. Even his voice was choked with sobs. If we don't even discuss whether or not we should have offspring, and we start talking about mating, then you're really not up to par. She had been suppressing her emotions, thinking that since it was male, she should give it some face. But lately, for some reason, he always wants to try it. It's worth a try, but it's a real headache. Every time I just start to feel something, it ends on your end. Have you thought about what I should do? For beastmen, mating is a major event. It represents not only conception, but also the joy of the next generation. Life will only be good if the two orcs feel joy. If you can't feel joy and there's no harmony at all, how can you live your life? I used to think that you were enough as a partner, but now you're telling me what I should do? Senna grabbed Bam Bam by the collar, her voice trembling with emotion, and demanded an explanation. If I find a second partner, you will be sad, but if I don't, I will be sad. What should I do? Seeing her partner so upset because of her, Bam Bam felt terrible. I am sorry, Nana. I'm not a good partner. He had always felt very tired. I've tried so hard for so long, but I still fail every time. If you want to find a second partner, I definitely won't stop you. I promise I won't be jealous, as long as you don't kick me out. When Sina heard Bam Bam say that, she felt even worse. Without realizing it, it was as if he were a heartless orc. It makes one feel very sad. How about you make me your second partner? After much deliberation, Bam Bam offered this suggestion. Although he's not a strong male, he understands your personality, so you should get along well. Sina was slightly taken aback when she heard Mengyu's name. Actually, she has always had feelings for Mengyu. He has a great aptitude for medicine. He helped me handle some tricky problems time and time again. If you agree, I'll talk to Mengyu. Bam Bam has already made the biggest concession. That way, next autumn, you could be a mother too. After listening to Bam Bam's words, Senna gradually calmed down. She saw the sadness in Bam Bam's eyes. I feel really bad. I heard from the chief that there is a herb that might be helpful to you, but we haven't been able to find it yet. She still wanted to give it one last try. I'm planning to go into the mountains these next few days to look for the medicine you mentioned. The worry in Bam Bam's eyes was self-evident. Are you going into the mountains by yourself? Or would you like me to come with you? You don't even recognize those herbs, so what's the point of you coming with me? Senna paused for a moment. Then she spoke slowly. I'll go by myself. You stay here and build the city walls properly. Protect the young of the Red South Kingdom. Just as Bam Bam was about to say something else, but he was intimidated by Senna's gaze. You rest well at home. I'm going to see Xingyue to talk about the kindergarten. Can't you talk about anything else besides kindergarten? I won't say anything else until I find that medicine. Senna stopped in her tracks, her back to Bam Bam. At least the first litter of pups must be yours, otherwise I won't look for a second partner. Chapter 107. Do your tears have pearls? The next morning, Sina explained the situation to Xingyue and then went straight into the mountains. Mengyu replaced Sina as the new teacher at the kindergarten. When Xingyue was taking her two children to kindergarten, they discovered that Mengyu was holding a large bunch of wildflowers in his hand. It's light blue. It's very pretty. There's also a subtle, indescribable sweetness. This is for both of you. He smiled very kindly. He took out two small flowers and gave one to Xingyue and one to Guqing. The two little ones' eyes lit up instantly when they saw the little flower. Although Xingyue couldn't understand what they were saying, she could tell that they were both very happy. She has completely changed her opinion of Mengyu. I never expected this kid to be so capable. He actually has such a clever way of doing things. They're quite capable, at least in soothing cubs. The cubs are so coaxed that they're almost completely disoriented. Xingyue and Guqing obediently followed them inside. Before long, it was playing with the other cubs. Xingyue was just about to leave. Unexpectedly, Mengyu called out to him. Leader, isn't Xingyue coming to kindergarten? Xingyue stopped and turned to look at Mengyu. But Xingyue is already a year-old cub. Is it appropriate for him to come here? Mengyu couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. However, the rule set by the leader was that all cubs who had not yet transformed into human form had to go to kindergarten. After listening, Xingyue also felt that it made a lot of sense. I'll go home and find him. I'll bring it over later. Mengyu smiled as he watched Xingyue's retreating figure. The love in his eyes was almost impossible to hide. Being able to take care of the leader's cubs is truly a blessing. Although I'm not capable enough to become the leader's partner. Xingyue suddenly ran over, tilting his little head and looking at teacher Mengyu with an adorable expression. Mengyu immediately squatted down and patted the little guy's head reassuringly. I have no feelings for your mother. You don't need to look at me like that. Even after hearing teacher Mengyu's answer, Xingyue still maintained a disbelieving look in his eyes. Mengyu also noticed the splint on Xingyue's hind leg at this moment. Is this a splint your mom made for you? I didn't know it could treat bones like this. That's amazing. Later, Xingyue still brought Xingyue and the little rabbit over together. After all, the little rabbit doesn't have a human form yet. It's just the right amount. Let's learn skills together. Although Xingyue was very unwilling, but Mengyu still forcibly carried her away. Watching her son and daughter go to kindergarten, Xingyue felt a sense of relief wash over her. Life without having to take care of kids is just too wonderful. Wouldn't it be a waste to not find something to do during such a wonderful time? Thinking about this, she immediately went to the square and gathered the other female beastmen. Sisters, shall we go beachcombing today? It's been so long since we've done it. Upon hearing this, the other female beastmen instantly perked up. After all, no female orc can resist the allure of the sea. That's all. The female beastmen formed a large and impressive team. They walked towards the seaside, chatting and laughing. Chief, are there merfolk in the sea? Duo asked with some curiosity. I've heard that mermaids are extremely rare, and you can't usually see them. Is that true? Xingyue didn't actually know if the beastman world really had merfolk. Even in one's own world, mermaids are nothing but a legend. Although there are many movies or TV series about mermaids. But in the end, they had never truly witnessed it. But then she noticed that the other women were also looking at her with the same curious eyes. After thinking for a moment, he slowly nodded. The water fish mermaid race. She began to explain the mermaid to everyone based on what she knew before. They have beautiful singing voices and beautiful tails, and although they can't walk on the shore like we can, they swim very fast in the sea. Hearing this, the female beastmen felt even more longing. But after the initial longing, what remains is mostly doubt. Why can't they live on land like us? Why can birds fly? Xingyue did not answer the question directly. Instead, she smiled and asked in return. Every race has its own unique characteristics, and as for why, it can only be said that they are different habits. So what should be done during mating? After Duo asked this question, she immediately blushed with embarrassment. The other female beastmen couldn't help but laugh along. Actually, everyone is curious about how to mate with merfolk. Xingyue was stumped by this question because she didn't know how merfolk mates actually mated. Honestly, she discovered that Duo had a truly wild imagination. If this were my own world, I could totally write novels and become an author. Why don't you try it yourself when you have the chance, and then tell everyone how to mate? Duo's face turned even redder. She covered her face with her hands and quickened her pace. The other female beastmen also burst into laughter. Their cheerful laughter could be heard throughout the entire beach. Each of the orcs had a small cage on its arm. Some of the small cages are even decorated with wildflowers. Xingyue suddenly realized a problem. Even after sending their cubs to the kindergarten, the female beastmen remained as innocent and carefree as ever. It seems like there are times when you don't need to look after the children. Only then can they truly be themselves. I finally understand. Why is being a housewife so devastating for women? Isn't the orc world the same? Anyone who takes care of a child is driven to the brink of collapse. Just as Xingyue was bending over and enthusiastically picking up seafood. Suddenly, they heard some noise not far away. She looked in the direction of the sound. They discovered that an orc seemed to be hiding near the rocks not far away. She glanced at the large group of people behind her. They don't seem to have noticed this side. Xingyue hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked towards that direction. Only, at the very moment when they were about to get close, they stopped walking. A safe distance was maintained. Hello, are you okay? The orc heard the sound and immediately hid behind the rocks. Only a large, colorful tail was left hanging outside. Tail? Mermaids? A mermaid? Xingyue's beautiful eyes widened instantly. She stared in disbelief at the scene. Are you a mermaid? You know our race. A gentle yet timid voice came from behind the reef. Will you hurt me? I won't hurt you, but there's something I want to verify. Xingyue mustered her courage and walked over. It struck the mermaid's head hard. You hit me? The mermaid instantly revealed his stunningly handsome face. He looked so wronged he was about to cry. Didn't you say you wouldn't hurt me? Go ahead and cry. Xingyue looked at him with great anticipation. If I cry, will pearls fall from my eyes? Chapter 108, you can read minds. Their eyes met. Xingyue then noticed the mermaid's stunningly handsome face. How should I describe it? It's breathtakingly beautiful. Just a glance from him would make one willing to give their life for him. Especially his innocent eyes and pearl-white skin. which make people want to tease him. Glug. Song Xingyue swallowed hard, unable to resist. I've eaten so many kinds of fish. I wonder what mermaids taste like. Want to make the neighbor's kids drool with envy? That's hard to say. You want to eat me? You can read minds. Song Xingyue immediately looked at him as if she had discovered a new continent. You actually know what I'm thinking. You can hear other people's thoughts, right? The merman once again showed a look of fear in his eyes. He kept moving towards the sea, step by step. Do you have mind-reading abilities? Song Xingyue pressed on relentlessly, showing no intention of letting him go. You can read my mind, right? Is this a special ability of your mermaid race? The merman instantly tensed up. Looking at Song Xingyue was as if she had seen some kind of monstrous flood. A giant wave crashed over the mermaid, and just like that, the young man disappeared with the wave. Song Xingyue bent down and picked up the fish scales he had dropped on the ground, holding them in her hand. It's colorful and beautiful. She couldn't help but hold it up and look at it in the direction of the sun. I found a small, transparent white powder on the scales. It was so fine that you couldn't see it unless you looked closely. It looked like crushed pearls. So they do have pearls, right? Thinking of this, Song Xingyue couldn't help but smile. After carefully collecting the scales, she walked towards the main group. Chief, how did you get back from over there? Was there something good there? I've wandered far away without realizing it. Song Xingyue did not tell them about seeing the mermaid. Otherwise, the beach probably won't be quiet anymore. But when I turned around, I found that the mermaid boy was hiding behind the rocks again. They seemed quite curious as they looked this way. Song Xingyue deliberately picked up a scallop, opened a shell, and ate it raw. The merman instantly looked nervous. Born, eat it raw. How could she be so terrifying? Later that evening, a seafood feast was held in the square. The female beastmen had a very fruitful trip to the beach. Not only did we find many beautiful seashells, but we also had a very plentiful meal. Xingyue slowly climbed onto his mother's lap, rubbing his little head against his mother's arm and acting cute. Song Xingyue's heart was completely melted. She picked up the little one and couldn't help but give her a quick kiss on the cheek. Xingyue's eyes visibly enlarged. Dark pupils instantly filled his eyes. She happily stuck out her little tongue and licked her face as well. The licking made Song Xingyue feel ticklish, and she couldn't help but laugh. Guiqing, who was standing nearby, saw this and also wanted his mother to hug him. She wagged her little tail and kept circling around her mother. I found a gap and squeezed right in. Song Xingyue held the two little ones in each arm. It has to be said that they both really like themselves. She seems very different from Chi-Chi and the others. They seem even cuter than when they were little. Xingyue, do you want to come too? Song Xingyue noticed Xingyue standing to the side. Do you want Mom to hold you too? Xingyue hesitated for a moment, then immediately turned her little head to the side. Very aloof. Yeah, boys wear windproof jackets, not padded coats. Song Xingyue spoke in a low voice, trying to calm herself. Don't worry too much. These two little guys are enough. Xingyue is carrying the grilled food towards us. The food has just been placed down. The two little ones couldn't wait to start eating. A glint appeared in Xingyue's deep eyes. The food is for your mother, not for you. Let the child eat it. There's plenty of food anyway. Song Xingyue held Xingyue's hand and looked tenderly at her two daughters. They're at a stage of rapid growth right now. Of course, they need to eat more. What about you? Xingyue looked at Song Xingyue with deep affection. Seeing how much thinner she had become, I couldn't hide my heartache. Shouldn't you take some time to recover? You just gave birth not long ago. Song Xingyue reached out and slowly touched Xingyue's handsome face. I felt his love. I was deeply moved. I know you care about me, but could you please extend that love to my child too? Actually, from the time I first gave birth to my baby, she discovered the problem. They won't like other people's kids. Even if it's your own child, it's not allowed. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Who would want to be a stepfather? This is all understandable. Please treat them a little better, considering how hard I work to bring them into this world. Xingyue never refuses Song Xingyue's requests. This time is no different, although he doesn't even really like his own child. However, due to Song Xingyue's request, he agreed anyway. Xingyue snuggled up to the little rabbit. She overheard her parents talking. He glanced lazily at his sisters who were eating not far away. Then he lay down again. Why get back later? Xingyue and Guiqing are already asleep. Song Xingyue gently carried them into her arms. This soft, fluffy texture is just wonderful, just like a marshmallow. She also has a milky, sweet scent. Lingmu had never seen Song Xingyue show such an expression before. It never happened, not even with the first litter of pups. He was somewhat curious. Why do I like them even more than I liked the first litter of kittens? Upon hearing this, Song Xingyue smiled and looked at Lingmu. Because they like me a lot, so I like them a lot too. Love is mutual. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach. Even maternal love is the same. In the past, when I wanted to hug Kiki and the others, they would refuse. Thinking about the past, she still felt a little sad. But these two little ones are different. They love to hug and cuddle with me. It makes me feel like a mother. Lingmu's deep eyes were filled with complex emotions. He pursed his lips and remained silent. After a long while, he reached out his hand. Let me carry them back. They're actually quite heavy. Song Xingyue thought for a moment. Then she handed the two little ones over to Lingmu. When Lingmu took the two little ones, he suddenly frowned. Why is it so soft? Incredibly soft. You can actually pat their little heads. Song Xingyue highly recommends it. It feels amazing. Chapter 109 Xingyue actually wants to rely on her parents. The next morning, Song Xingyue had just woken up when she found that the two little ones were already dressed in animal skin clothes. Lingmu is preparing breakfast for them. The two little ones sat there obediently and waited, without being naughty at all. Once the food was ready, the two little ones couldn't wait to start eating. Your female orcs, eat slowly, be mindful of your image. Lingmu looked at them with gentle eyes. His gaze was so focused on the two little ones that he didn't even notice that Song Xingyue was actually awake. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Song Xingyue suddenly felt a sense of peace and tranquility. Lingmu is really good. He's so good to you that you feel like he's the perfect partner. Xingyue ate relatively quickly. After finishing his meal, he stared longingly at the food in Guoqing's bowl. It's obvious they haven't eaten enough. I ate a little slower during the National Day holiday. When I looked up, I saw my older sister looking at me. After thinking for a moment, he pushed the food in his bowl toward the other side. They actually shared it. Song Xingyue was surprised that Guoqing would share this. They're animal cubs. The cubs are very particular about their food. Seeing that her sister wasn't full, she gave her own food to her sister as well. What kind of angel is this? How can someone be so kind? Xingyue, standing to the side, glanced at it lazily. Then she looked at the food in her bowl. The little rabbit noticed this too. After thinking for a moment, he pushed the fodder in the bowl to Xingyue. Xingyue glanced at it and then pushed it back. He eats meat. He would never eat grass. And there's more. Lingmu then placed a few more pieces of meat into the bowls of the two little ones. Xingyue immediately wagged his little tail happily. Even his fluffy ears twitched along with it. Song Xingyue couldn't lie still any longer. So he cleared his throat and looked this way. Your meal is ready. Lingmu wrapped the fragrant roasted meat in leaves and presented it to Song Xingyue. Song Xingyue truly felt very happy. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was this heartwarming scene. It feels like home. The door was pushed open at that moment. Ryan suddenly walked in, his dark eyes fixed intently on Xingyue. His gaze was chilling. Song Xingyue sensed that Ryan seemed to have come with anger. She couldn't help but look at Xingyue as well. Lingmu almost immediately stepped in front of Xingyue, revealing his sharp claws. What do you mean? Why are you looking at Xingyue like that? Oh, Ryan looked intently at Xingyue and spoke coldly. Is it you who should say it? Or me? Xingyue looked up lazily at Ryan. I have no intention of paying him any attention. I'll just keep eating. Ryan, what's wrong? Song Xingyue understands Ryan's personality. He wasn't an orc who would get angry for no reason, although he can be quite domineering at times. But it will never be done indiscriminately. But looking at Xingyue, she didn't seem to be in any trouble. Xingyue had already transformed into human form. He had been living in beastman form because he wanted to be lazy. What? Impossible. Song Xingyue and Lingmu spoke at almost the same time. One was surprised. The other was shocked. Don't you believe me? Ryan snorted coldly. He grabbed the little rabbit next to him by the ear. If you don't transform into human form soon, I'll just eat your partner. Xingyue's eyes instantly darkened. They transformed into human form at almost the same time. He looks exactly like a 15 or 16-year-old boy, especially those deep eyes. It looks exactly like Lingmu. Even when he gets angry right now, he's just like his father. Song Xingyue stared at the scene before her in disbelief. I really didn't expect that my son actually already had a human form, but he deliberately used the beastman form, living off one's parents. Is this a matter of character? Otherwise, why would this happen? Lingmu was equally shocked. I never imagined my own son would do something like this. In the orc world, it is a shameful thing to have a human form but not participate in the work of the tribe. He's a leader's cub. What would other orcs say if they found out about this? Explain yourself. Ling Mu punched Xingyue in the face, sending him staggering backward. Xingyue stood silently in place without stopping her. Although it hurts to see my son get beaten. But this time he definitely did something wrong. He definitely deserved to be punished. Guoqing and Xingyue, the two little rascals, immediately stood in front of Xingyue. He stared at Ling Mu expectantly, as if pleading for mercy. Explain yourself. Ling Mu spoke again, his voice heavy with emotion. After doing such a shameful thing, shouldn't you offer a single explanation? Xingyue's eyes darkened. He reached out and reluctantly wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth. I don't think there's anything shameful about what I did. His voice is full of youthful energy, but it's a cool and aloof kind of youthful energy. My partner hasn't transformed into human form yet. I want to wait for her and stay with her. What's wrong with transforming into human form? Xingyue was deeply disappointed in her son's actions. This was not the behavior of a man. On the contrary, it was shameful. The little rabbit didn't transform into human form. Are you worried we won't be able to take care of it? But you don't like little rabbits, do you? Xingyue looked up and stared at her mother. If I hadn't been taking care of her, I'm afraid none of you would have bothered with her. Xingyue truly felt heartbroken by her son's words. Where is it that they don't care about the little rabbit? It's clear that ever since the little rabbit arrived at the tribe, Xingyue has been treating it like a precious treasure, not giving us any chance to be pampered. Besides, when was the little rabbit ever hungry? When preparing meals for the cubs every day, is she being neglected in terms of food? The little rabbit in Ryan's hands began to struggle violently, kicking its legs incessantly. Xingyue wanted to go forward. However, Ling Mu stopped him directly. You say we're not treating the little rabbit well. If that's the case, then you take it out to live with us yourself. Even their own cubs. We must not tarnish Xingyue's reputation. After males transform into human form, they are required to participate in the construction of the tribe. His words were very absolute. If you don't participate in the construction, I wouldn't mind kicking you out of Hongnan Kingdom directly. Xingyue listened to her father's words and looked deeply at the little rabbit, just as he was about to say something. Ryan spoke again. Being driven out of the tribe means being forced to live deep in the mountains. If any tribe dares to take them in, we will raze the entire tribe to the ground. Xingyue clenched her fists tightly. He growled in a low voice. Is it wrong for me to want to be with my partner? Why are you forcing me like this? Xingyue took a deep breath, tried her best to calm herself down. She went up to her son and slapped him hard across the face. He keeps saying he's your partner, but you can't even take care of him. Who said I didn't have it? Xingyue's eyes were bloodshot. That proves it to us. Xingyue looked at him calmly. From today onwards, you'll be with Ryan. I'll personally take care of the little bunny. Chapter 110 Senna is on the verge of death. At the kindergarten gate, Xingyue held the little rabbit in her arms with reluctance until she put it inside. When Teacher Xingyue saw Xingyue in human form, he was not surprised at all. Instead, it was as if they already knew everything. Xingyue and Guoqing also obediently went to kindergarten. The two of them are obedient, they don't cry or make a fuss, and they're very easy to take care of. Mom will come and pick you up soon. Xingyue bent down and looked tenderly at her two precious daughters. You must listen to your teachers at kindergarten. Mommy is leaving now. Xingyue and Guoqing were already playing together with the other kids. I have to say, they're just like little kids. They never care about anything when they're playing. Xingyue straightened up and looked at Ryan meaningfully. Come with me. I have something to ask you. Ryan followed Xingyue to the side. Ling Mu and Xingyue were left behind. Tell me, how did you know Xingyue had a human form? Teacher Xingyue told me. Ryan's dark eyes were filled with displeasure. They even felt ashamed to bring it up. Human-shaped cubs differ from ordinary cubs in some abilities. Teacher Xingyue is quite observant, so he noticed it the day he went to kindergarten. Xingyue was quite surprised after hearing this explanation. Since it was Teacher Xingyue who discovered it, why didn't he tell us, but instead told you? Ryan looked intently at Xingyue, his arms crossed over his chest. You should ask Professor Xingyue about this, not me. At the same time, at the kindergarten gate, Ling Mu and Xingyue, one big and one small, stood still. They remained silent and didn't speak to each other. Clearly, the relationship between the father and son was not very harmonious. Lingmu believed it was shameful to have such a lazy and good-for-nothing son. Xingyue believes that her father is not a good father and would not treat the little rabbit well. The stalemate wasn't broken until Xingyue and Ryan walked over. She walked over and reached out to touch Xingyue's face, which she had slapped earlier. Does it still hurt? Xingyue turned her head away and avoided it. Clearly, he didn't like his mother's touch. Xingyue looked at her hand, which was frozen in midair, feeling quite helpless. Even though she is their mother, the first litter of cubs doesn't seem to like her. Seeing this, Lingmu slapped his son on the back. Be nice to your mother, and don't forget that the little rabbit is still in our hands. Xingyue immediately frowned and gritted her teeth to endure the pain. It has to be said that Lingmu's slap was extremely painful, but he still gritted his teeth and endured it. Come with me, you lazy, good-for-nothing brat. Ryan's every word was filled with disdain for Xingyue. Although Xingyue was unwilling, she still went with Ryan. Xingyue silently watched the direction they left in. I couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. I wonder if Ryan can help Xingyue develop her personality. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for my bad bloodline, these children wouldn't be like this. Lingmu held Xingyue's hand and sincerely apologized. We will stop having cubs from now on, so this will never happen again. That's our son. I believe that if we give him some time, he will definitely understand. Xingyue was still willing to give her son a chance. After all, he didn't do anything heinous, although he can't escape the accusation of being gluttonous and lazy. In addition, males are not treated well in the orc world. So give him a chance, maybe something can change. Lingmu was truly heartbroken. I never imagined things would turn out this way. Don't overthink it. Xingyue grasped Lingmu's hand in return, their fingers intertwined. The children have all grown up. Let them walk their own path from now on. That evening, the male on patrol brought back a dying Senna. There wasn't a single good spot on Senna's body. He was completely tortured, covered in wounds, and utterly bloodless. When Bamban saw Senna like that, he almost went crazy. If saving Senna wasn't the priority right now, he can't take it anymore. Xingyue arrived almost immediately with his medical kit. After seeing so many shocking wounds, he concluded, those are fox paw prints. I can't mistake them. Xingyue and Ryan exchanged a deep look, both having the same thought in their hearts. The Fox clan has launched attacks on the entire Red South Kingdom more than once. But this time they really went too far and almost killed someone. Xingyue treated Senna's wounds in an orderly manner. First, they asked for clean water and washed the stains off his body. Then, anti-inflammatory and analgesic herbs were applied over it. However, the problem was discovered during the examination of the thigh. He looked troubled, but instead of speaking directly, he looked at Xingyue. A murderous intent flashed in Xingyue's eyes. She shook her head slightly, signaling Xingyue not to say anything. Xingyue understood immediately. Without saying anything, he continued to treat Senna's wounds. Xingyue silently turned away, unable to bear to look at Senna's miserable state. Her heart, it sank little by little. She found that Ryan was right. No bloodshed, no peace. Senna was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. These 3 days and 3 nights were unbearable for all the orcs in the Red South Kingdom. It wasn't until the morning of the 4th day that Senna finally woke up. She slowly opened her eyes. After looking around, the gaze finally settled on Xingyue. I found the herb you mentioned, but the fox stole it. Her voice sounded heartbreaking. It was a hoarse, raspy voice, like someone tearing at someone's soul. I wonder what he had been through. Xingyue held Senna's hand and made a promise to her. Don't worry, I'll help you get it back from the fox tribe. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. Those who bullied you deserve to die. Senna had never seen the leader look so terrifying. After choking back tears, she slowly began to speak. They are cunning, leader. You must be careful. Don't worry, I'm a superior female. They can't hurt me. Xingyue reached out and patted her little head reassuringly. Looking at her pale face, I felt very sorry for her. During this time, let me take good care of you. After you recover, please take good care of Xingyue for me. Her words sounded like a request. When I'm not around, you'll be the deputy leader. Chapter 111 War is imminent. After leaving Senna's house, Xingyue gathered all the orcs in the square. Her beautiful eyes were as cold as ice. She exuded a powerful aura. The Fox clan has repeatedly attacked and harassed our tribe, disrupting our peace. So here I want to tell everyone that I will lead a large force to crush the Fox tribe. The orcs looked at each other after hearing the news. My blood was boiling. They were originally orcs. Fighting is in their nature. After so much peace, everyone was overjoyed to finally be able to fight. They especially hated them for harming the females in the tribe. Let's settle both old and new scores together. They were all eager to go to the battlefield. Xingyue considered that foxes were rather cunning and could easily take advantage of any weakness. So he specifically looked at Xingyue. Xingyue understood immediately. After all, this wasn't the first time he'd been left in the tribe, so he understood what it meant. During the time I was away from Hongnan Kingdom, as the deputy leaders of the tribe, Xingyue and Sina obeyed their commands. Xingyue slowly walked out and looked at the beastmen. While going to the battlefield is an honor, staying in Hongnan Kingdom to protect the females and the cubs is another kind of honor. He has a high level of awareness. They also have a strong comprehension ability. Only if we protect Hongnan Kingdom will they fight without restraint on the front lines. Xingyue silently grasped Xingyue's hand, looking at him with gratitude. Xingyue's deep eyes were filled with affection. Even in front of everyone, he made no attempt to hide his love for her. Since that's the case, Bruce, Wivy, and Victor stayed in the tribe. Xingyue had already prepared this list long ago. Bruce and Wei Wei are from the Lion clan. Lions have always been known for their formidable fighting prowess. If it comes down to a head-on collision, no one can beat the Lion clan. Victor is a member of the Antelope tribe. Although his combat ability is lacking, no one can match his meticulousness. In addition, Xingyue himself has excellent leadership skills. They also had a lot of experience on the battlefield. His staying behind to take command will ensure everything goes smoothly. As for the other female beasts in the tribe, they are all very strong. Many of them were brought back from the wolf pack. It was also a battle I had fought against myself. Therefore, each of these women soldiers is also very capable. When a real fight breaks out, they will fight tooth and nail for their child. Even the cunning fox might not be able to gain the upper hand then. Moreover, there are newly built fortifications and traps. Yes, it should be possible. The rest of the males, except for Dr. Xingyue, who needs to stay in Hongnan Kingdom, will all come with me to the expedition early tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, the orcs immediately erupted in excitement. God knows how long they've wanted to fight. Now we finally have a chance to go out and fight. After explaining everything, Xingyue led Ryan and Xingyue to Rose. Rose is a map maker. All the tribes we've explored are already on the map. This is the Fox tribe. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, Xingyue pointed to the location of the Fox tribe. If we want to attack the Fox tribe, we must first pass through the Bear tribe and the Antelope tribe. Her slender fingers moved slowly with each word she spoke. Xingyue and Ryan followed closely with their eyes. If that's the case, why not let Dodo go with Victor? Leon directly raised questions. With those two in those two tribes, they will definitely make way for us or help us. Xingyue greatly admired Ryan's combat abilities and ideas. A slight smile played on her lips as she slowly opened her mouth. The Bear clan, needless to say, my daughter is their leader. She was in a pretty good mood because she thought she could take the opportunity to see her daughter this time. As for the Antelope tribe, they are inherently timid and belong to the very bottom of the food chain in the orc world. If possible, let's not disturb them and just quietly walk around them. Ryan strongly disagreed with this. Although the Antelope tribe is timid, our troops also need to rest, so it would be perfect to settle down in their tribe, wouldn't it? Xingyue originally planned to set up camp outside. After all, suddenly entering someone else's tribe is indeed a bit presumptuous. Even though Victor lives in the Red South Kingdom, he doesn't represent the stance of the other antelopes. I think Ryan is right. Xingyue has surprisingly sided with Ryan this time as well. It's better to stay within the tribe than to set up camp outside. Xingyue noticed that the two of them shared remarkably similar ideas. After thinking it over, I finally compromised. All right then, take Victor with you. We'll let Victor return to their tribe now and inform them in advance. It's better to go earlier now. Ryan's dark eyes were filled with a glimmer of light. If there are any problems, Victor can take care of them. After much deliberation, Xingyue finally agreed. Ryan immediately went to find Victor. He is indeed decisive and efficient in doing things. Chief, may I come with you to the Antelope tribe? Rose, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. There aren't any males I like in our Hongnan Kingdom. I want to go and see the Antelope tribe. Upon hearing this, Xingyue immediately assumed it was just Rose speaking out of spite and didn't take it to heart. But this time we're going to fight, not to choose a partner. I'm a lioness. Rose was just short of transforming into a lion right then and there to show Song Xingyue. Even if we really go to the battlefield, I'm not without fighting ability. Take me with you. But you're the only illustrator in the Red South Kingdom. Song Xingyue's main concern was attending classes. If something really happens to you, there won't be anyone to draw a map for us. Rose never imagined she would be so important. I felt a little smug inside. He walked over and took Rose's hand. When we get back this time, we'll find an opportunity to take you to visit the Antelope tribe, and then you can choose your mates, okay? Rose nodded immediately in agreement. Since I'm so important, it's better to be careful. Song Xingyue still prefers Rose's personality. Easy to guess. Their emotions were written all over their faces. Then I won't bother you any longer. I'll head out now. She immediately understood and ran out, leaving Ling Mu and Song Xingyue alone. Song Xingyue was surprised that Rose was quite clever. Be careful on the battlefield. Ling Mu pulled her into his arms. He couldn't bear to kiss her forehead. If something happens to you, I won't survive either. Please take care of yourself. Chapter 1:12 Exciting Scenes. The day we set off, Song Xingyue sat majestically on Ryan's back, straightening her back as she bid farewell to the other beastmen of the Red South Kingdom. She and Ling Mu could only gaze at each other from afar, because everything that needed to be said has already been said. All that's left is to return in triumph as soon as possible. Both Xingyue and Guiqing were crying uncontrollably. This was the first time the two little ones had been away from their mother. Their whimpering was so heartbreaking. Ling Mu picked them up and carried them in his arms, one in each arm. She'll be fine after crying for a while. She has to go to kindergarten later. Song Xingyue took a deep breath and looked at the three people over there with reluctance. With a final, ruthless decision, he turned and led the main force away. Xingyue followed a little behind Ryan. Seeing that Mom was leading the charge, I felt a little uneasy. Female orcs need to be protected, don't they? Where can we go to war? Moreover, they were facing a fox clan. Foxes are extremely cunning. Could she possibly outwit a fox? Song Xingyue looked at her son with her beautiful eyes and spoke slowly. The pain of longing is truly unbearable. Some orcs are probably missing their little rabbits. Xingyue frowned unhappily and just looked at her mother. If the little rabbit isn't well taken care of when I get back, I'll definitely go to the arena with my dad for a duel. Song Xingyue never expected that this guy would actually challenge Ling Mu to a duel. They truly disregard family ties. They have no sense of proportion. Ryan gave Xingyue a cold look and spoke with disdain. If you don't take good care of your mother, your father will fight you in the arena. Song Xingyue felt a warmth in her heart. I never expected Ryan to say something so heartwarming. But as soon as I see my son, my heart starts to feel heavy. She grew up surrounded by her parents' love. How come her personality and emotional development are so severely lacking? But she still didn't say anything. After all, this is a time for marching and fighting. Asking such questions would be petty and could affect morale. You'd better take care of yourself first. Otherwise, how will you survive to go to the arena with your father? I'm very strong. Xingyue spoke sullenly, her eyes filled with displeasure. You just don't know it. You don't even know how to carry a log? And you actually say you're very strong? Ryan reacted as if he'd heard a ridiculous joke. He launched into a blatant taunt. A man's strength isn't just on the battlefield, but also in everyday life. What kind of strength is it if you can't even build defensive fortifications? Xingyue's heart was pierced with pain. He really disliked the feeling of being looked down upon. A male who can't protect his family is a piece of trash. Now, in my eyes, you're a piece of trash too. Ryan's words were extremely harsh, giving no one a chance to refute them and disregarding their feelings. Although Song Xingyue felt a little sorry for her son when she saw him looking unhappy, but she felt that Ryan was right. Xingyue needs a strict teacher like this by her side. The main force quickly crossed the river and headed towards the Bear Clan. Song Xingyue looked at the distant sky. The sky was clear and blue, perfect for a trip. She glanced again at the gifts the soldiers behind her were carrying. I was thinking that when Ye sees it, he will definitely like it. Of the 3 cubs, only Ye is the most reassuring. Kiki is completely spoiled. Xingyue is too competitive. Only Ye's personality seems to be relatively better. The main group is moving slowly. They won't reach the Bear tribe until at least the middle of the night. Ryan spoke in a low voice. Since that's the case, why don't we take a break at noon and regroup? Song Xingyue strongly agreed with Ryan's idea. She patted him on the neck to show her approval. Xingyue strongly disagreed with her mother's approach. We could have arrived much faster. There was no need to stop, but he still didn't say anything. After all, they were somewhat afraid of Ryan. Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes kept wandering back and forth between Xingyue and Ryan. If he said Xingyue was Ryan's child, perhaps some people would believe it. The troops rested by a clear stream. It was midday, and the sun was blazing. Song Xingyue sought refuge from the heat under a towering tree. Ryan used a larger leaf to collect some water. The two of them sat side by side, watching the main group. Guess what? Will the bears be waiting for us in the dead of night? Song Xingyue's voice was very soft, but it carried a hint of laughter. After all, they should all be asleep by now, since it's late at night. Definitely. Ryan couldn't hide the burning intensity in his eyes. His words were also extremely domineering. If their tribe doesn't want to be attacked again, they will wait for us. What Song Xingyue originally wanted to say was that with Xingyue and her daughter there, they would definitely wait for her. Unexpectedly, Ryan was talking about something else entirely. Really, women are generally more emotional. Men are generally more rational. Song Xingyue slightly curled the corners of her lips and smiled helplessly. Why would the bear tribe want to fight again? They were already few in number. Were they going to be wiped out? If Ye inherits your physique, then the restoration of the bear clan's former glory will be just around the corner. Ryan seemed to see a promising future for the bear clan. But her first mate was Xingxing. That means the tiger bloodline will likely rule the bear clan. Song Xingyue had considered this question before, but it's her own choice whether her daughter will eventually have several partners and give birth to a tiger cub or a bear cub. What she hoped for was, as long as my daughter can grow up happily and live a carefree life, that's all that matters. Leader, Bai Chao from the tiger clan arrived here. Can we go for a swim in the river to cool off? Are you taking a shower now? Song Xingyue glanced at the group of men, who were all male. Just imagining them taking a shower together made my mouth water. What a spectacular sight that must be. It's definitely better than a pool party. They were all tall, strong, and muscular guys with 8-pack abs. This is practically a utopia on Earth. Certainly, the word good hadn't even been uttered yet. Ryan coldly interrupted him. You're out here to march and fight, or are you out here to eat, drink, and have fun? Bai Chao was truly taken aback by the shout. He immediately turned and walked away. I think. Song Xingyue tried to speak again, but was interrupted once more. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You said before that you wouldn't find a new partner for 3 years. What does this have to do with finding a partner? Song Xingyue was somewhat angry, because I didn't see those exciting scenes. I am the leader. You must obey my orders. Ryan stared intently at Song Xingyue and slowly began to speak. On the battlefield, I'll listen to you. But with males, I'll listen to you. Chapter 113 conceals a mystery. Late at night, the main force of the Hongnan kingdom arrived at the Xiong tribe. Ye and Xingyue have been eagerly waiting for this moment. Kaka led the other tribesmen behind them. Mother, Stars and Moon. They both pounced at almost the same time. Song Xingyue hugged her precious daughter almost without hesitation. The wolf pounced on empty air. Ryan seized the opportunity and stuck out his leg. The wolf cub was thrown to the ground and choked on its own. The wolf cub immediately revealed a dangerous glint in its eyes. But after Song Xingyue looked over, she became pitiful again. It's okay. I fell down on my own. It has nothing to do with Ryan. Song Xingyue just witnessed Ryan doing it with her own eyes. But there are so many orcs around right now. It's not a good time to say anything to him. All they could do was reach out and pull the wolf cub up from the ground. Who knew that the wolf cub would stand firm the moment it gained its footing? With a forceful pull, he drew her into his arms. They kissed each other several times. Even Yi, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. The maternal love she had just received was snatched away by Uncle Wolf. How infuriating must this be? Xingyue looked at the chaotic scene before her with utter disdain. She has so many partners. One here, one there. I have no respect for him. Are you the older brother? Ye quickly, c'est-à sites on Xingyue. She looked at him with great surprise. Wow, you're so handsome. Just as handsome as your dad. This was also the first time Xingyue had ever seen Ye in human form. I never imagined my little sister would grow so tall. Didn't you recognize me? Seeing that her brother hadn't reacted for a while, Yi enthusiastically grabbed his hand. I am Yi. Don't you recognize me? Xingyue flung Ye's hand away. She seemed to really hate being touched like that. Kaka and the other bears immediately looked grim upon seeing this. To treat their own tribe's leader like this, it's a slap in the face to the bear clan. You two siblings have been fighting since you were little. How come you're still not mature enough? Song Xingyue's words directly resolved the crisis between the two races. Things like what just happened were described as minor squabbles between siblings. Then she looked at Xingyue and spoke heavily. Your sister is now the leader of the bear clan. You've come to their territory. Can't you be a little more hospitable? Upon hearing this, Yi immediately took her mother's arm, looking aggrieved, and began to complain. Exactly. My brother is too cold to me. He's not a good brother. Should we go in first and then discuss it? Kaka smiled again and invited everyone inside. Song Xingyue nodded. Holding her daughter's hand, she walked inside. The square of the bear tribe was already filled with the aroma of roasted meat. There's also a lot of honey water left over there. The preparations were quite extensive. Xingxing sat not far away, looking over here with a cute and innocent expression. Song Xingyue noticed that this star looked like a 7- or 8-year-old child. Surprisingly, at first glance, it looks somewhat like a wolf cub. It looks just like a chibi version of a wolf cub. It's incredibly cute, and it must feel really nice to hold. Stars and moon. Wolf hugged her from behind in a cheeky manner, coaxing and cajoling her. Will you stay with me tonight? His voice was full of cunning and irritating. His warm breath was deliberately sprayed near her ear. Song Xingyue felt a surge of heat from this familiar teasing. It must be said that, among the 3 companions, Wolf Cub has the most tricks up his sleeve and is the most skilled at flirting. They have always been unforgettable bed partners. Ryan silently turned around. He found Kaka. Compared to things like love and affection, he was more concerned about the attack on the Fox tribe. After resting here for 3 days, we will head down. Would your tribe like to send some males to come along? Kaka sat calmly in place, a glass of honey water in her hand. We bears have never liked fighting, and I'm afraid we'll have to disappoint you this time. Ryan had already guessed that Kaka would say that. After all, Kaka is a very intelligent deputy leader. From the moment he was willing to relinquish his position as leader, it was clear that he was no ordinary orc. The Fox tribe has been harassing various tribes for so long, so they must have a lot of resources. Ryan sat down opposite Kaka, looking at him with unwavering conviction. Aren't you curious about what resources the Fox tribe has? He began to proceed gradually. If your bear clan goes, at least you'll get a share of the spoils. If you don't go, you won't get anything. Kaka fell silent once again, leaving everyone wondering what his attitude was. Ryan's patience seemed to be wearing thin. I am informing you to choose males to join us, not asking for your opinion. His words were extremely domineering, leaving him no room for maneuver. Ultimately, your bear clan is a subordinate tribe of our Hongnan kingdom. If we're going to fight, how can you possibly stay? Kaka's face grew paler and paler, as if he had realized the seriousness of the situation. Or to put it another way, since we haven't fought the Fox tribe, will they come and attack you? I see. After weighing the pros and cons, Kaka finally agreed. We will send 5 strong males to accompany your team. Ryan greatly appreciated Kaka's choice. If I speak directly to your leader, he will agree. But I'm telling you this because we respect you. Kaka's expression softened slightly. It's at least better than before. Also, I need you to take me to inspect your tribe's various defensive points over the next 3 days. Ryan made his request once again. Your leader will soon be fully of age. I hope you will ensure his safety then. Kaka nodded solemnly and agreed. After all, it's an orc world. Every day after gaining human form flies by. Ye seems different from the other orcs. Its growth rate is more than twice that of other orcs. He should have been 2 more years before he turned 18. However, based on the current situation, it will likely last at most 6 months. He should be turning 18 soon. When the leader transforms into human form, we plan to arrange a second partner for her. Could you discuss this with your leader? Kaka still has his own plans. That star is growing too slowly. We can't keep the leader waiting for 2 years. Ryan looked intently at Kaka and spoke in a low voice. This kind of thing can be decided internally by your tribe. He didn't want to get involved in any of this. But his tone suddenly became more forceful. It must be with your leader's consent. You cannot force them. Chapter 114 The Emeralds. That evening, Song Xingyue stayed in Langer's house. They began a shameless and intense activity. Xingyue had trouble sleeping. It was my first time visiting someone else's tribe. I felt a little uncomfortable. He looked up at the bright moonlight. He missed the little rabbit in the Red South Kingdom dearly. Ye came over with 2 cups of honey water in her hands. Here, have a cup. Her smile was sweet. Her voice was clear and melodious, and her eyes were full of joy as she looked at Xingyue. Xingyue never expected that her younger sister, whom she had just rejected, would come to her again. Do you hate me that much? Yi saw that Xingyue was ignoring her, and her little face puffed up with anger. We're from the same family. After all, why would you hate me? As Xingyue listened to her incessant complaining, she subconsciously frowned. He has always preferred a quiet environment and a quiet life. Sometimes you can spend the whole day in one corner with the little rabbit. There's no need to say anything. Just stay there quietly. But now, Ye seems tireless, talking nonstop. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. Aren't you tired of talking? Take a break. Yi was stunned for a moment. Then she immediately realized what was going on. She looked at Xingyue with a puzzled expression. I'm the leader of the bear clan. How dare you speak to me so arrogantly when you come to my territory? Do you think I came here willingly? Xingyue just frowned and looked at her like that. Do you think I would have come if it weren't for the coordinated action? Yi was even more puzzled after hearing this. As an adult orc, why don't you like participating in group activities? She looked at Xingyue with a puzzled expression. Do you enjoy being idle and lazy? Hearing these words, Xingyue gradually felt uncomfortable. I just like peace and quiet. I'm not lazy or gluttonous. But you used to be able to lie down all day and wait for your parents to cook for you, right? Xingyue clenched her fists involuntarily. She was deeply stung by her words. Even I, a female orc, know this. If you want food, you can't just get it without working for it. You have to hunt for it yourself. What right do you, a male, have to stay at home? Ye was also pampered and raised by these beastmen of the bear tribe. Therefore, they speak without restraint. Didn't your mother say that to you? She keenly noticed Xingyue's expression and couldn't help but marvel. No way, no way. You're so happy living with your parents that you could be lazy and indulge in eating? She couldn't help but feel a little envious. I should have had my parents send you here in the first place. She actually really enjoys living with her parents, even though mom and dad are very busy. Sometimes they're not home all day. But since arriving in the bear clan, I've seen them less often. I'll see mom a few more times. But I haven't seen dad yet. Xingyue couldn't understand why Ye wanted to live with her parents so much. Doesn't she think that living around them might not be a good thing? But speaking of which, it seems you don't have a very good relationship with your mother. She looked at him as if she had discovered a new continent. Why? Why don't you like your mom? She has too many partners. I don't know if it was to shut Yi up sooner or for some other reason. Xingyue finally told the truth. I hate her behavior. She's unfaithful to her partners. She actually has 3 partners. Yi almost burst out laughing when she heard Xingyue's words. Isn't it a rule in the orc world that female orcs can have multiple partners? What are regulations? Xingyue couldn't help but get emotional. Can't we only have one partner? Who made this rule? Seeing him like this, Yi suddenly realized something. Do you really think any man would want you if you were a jealous guy like that? Xingyue clenched her fists. It looked like she was about to punch someone at any moment. Ye wasn't afraid at all. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at him defiantly. Even if you don't want to follow these rules, you still have to admit that this is how the orc world works. Xingyue immediately stood in front of Ye, even though she's not as tall as Xingyue. But his aura was no less imposing than his. If you dare lay a hand on Ye, our entire bear clan will not let you get away with it. Xingyue grabbed Xingyue by the collar and pulled him up. You won't let me go? Do you bear tribe dare to touch the orcs of our Red South Kingdom? Xingyue's words were particularly profound. The entire Hongnan Kingdom knows that the bear clan is our subordinate tribe. Oh, are you trying to sow discord between the 2 tribes? Yi's eyes were full of shrewdness. She wasn't angry at those few words. If mom knew you were saying such divisive things, would she execute you on the spot, like those orcs she executed before? Xingyue reluctantly let go of Xingyue's collar. She turned to leave. Ye held Xingyue's hand and asked loudly on purpose, will you allow me to have other partners in the future? Whatever makes you happy. Xingyue looked at Ye with eyes full of affection and admiration. You're the tribal chief. I won't be jealous of how many mates you want. Waste. Xingyue looked down on Xingyue's answer. The pace quickened. He really wanted to break the rules of the entire orc world. This damn rule. It really should be broken. He was very irritable. I really want to find a place to vent. Early morning, with the first rays of sunlight, Xingyue woke up in the wolf's arms. Wolf Cub's upper body was exposed. He propped his head up with one hand, turning to the side and looking at her with a smile. Were you satisfied with the service last night? Xingyue hadn't expected to be discussing such an exciting topic so early in the morning. She smiled faintly. Not bad. Barely satisfactory. Is it just barely passable? Wolf Cub's hands began to wander again, gradually becoming bolder. Hello. Song Xingyue grabbed Langer's hand and whispered to stop him. I'm not here in the Bear Clan for a vacation. I can't stay out of the public eye forever. The wolf cub was engrossed in his activity. How could he be easily stopped? I won't fuss over this for too long. He suddenly bit her ear. Give me some time. Let me serve you properly. Just as Song Xingyue was about to say something, her lips were silenced by Langer's kiss. That damned wolf cub. It's always irresistible. I just hope. Okay, can it be faster? Don't waste too much time. Chapter 115 almost gets slapped on the beach. In the square, the Bear Clan once again prepared a very sumptuous breakfast. There are many varieties. They're also very exquisite. It's clear they put a lot of effort into preparing this. Mother. As soon as Ye saw her mother, she ran over excitedly and hugged her tightly. I miss you so much after not seeing you for just one night. Song Xingyue hugged her daughter tightly and gently stroked her little head. Although Ye is now up to my shoulder. But at the end of the day, he's still just a child. Wolf was about to sit next to Song Xingyue. Ryan suddenly shoved him aside. He sat down next to Song Xingyue, asserting his dominance. He whispered in her ear, oblivious to everyone else. The bear seemed to have found something new. Do you want to go check it out? In short, it instantly caught Song Xingyue's attention. She has always been passionate about exploring new things she encounters in the orc world. Because many things have value. It's just that the orcs have never seen it before, so they don't know how to use it. Her eyes were filled with barely suppressed excitement. It gives you the feeling that you could skip a meal. Ryan's dark pupils softened slightly. He didn't know what was wrong with him. I can't resist the look in her eyes every time I see it. Mom, eat meat. Yi, being very obedient and sensible, handed the meat to Song Xingyue. She has a pair of big, watery eyes that blink and are very cute. Seeing her daughter's adorable appearance, Song Xingyue was completely melted. She really wished that Lingmu could be here right now and see what his daughter looked like. After breakfast, Song Xingyue followed Ryan to the place where he had mentioned the new thing. After we got there, she was completely dumbfounded. This is arms. All I could see was a long stick. It was tied with a very large wild boar tusk. After being polished, the wild boar's tusks become very sharp. It's the same spear as the one used in their own tribe. However, the spearheads were made of stone knives, while they were using wild boar tusks directly. Boar tusks are much more durable than stone knives. Although stone knives are very sharp, they are too fragile. Basically, once you've used it, it's unusable. It required repeated production, so it was rarely used on the battlefield. But it's different when it's a wild boar's tusk. It can be described as a qualitative leap. Why didn't I think of that before? There's something else interesting. As Ryan spoke, he clapped his hands, and two female orcs emerged from behind a tree. The female beastmen were dressed in blue animal skins, and it's the kind of skirt that looks really nice. Instantly, Song Xingyue's eyes were drawn to the two female orcs. Their figures were exceptionally good, which elevated the animal skin dress to a whole new level. How did they do that? Who came up with the idea? Song Xingyue was surprised to find that someone was more familiar with these things than she was. They even used it quite well. It was our leader who came up with it. The female orc from the bear tribe spun around in place, fully displaying her clothes. Our leader crushed a blue fruit into a paste and then soaked animal hides in it, which turned it into this color. Song Xingyue couldn't resist touching the young lady all over, although she was indeed admiring the clothes. But she also really admires the young lady's figure. She suddenly brought her nose close and took a serious sniff. It tastes like blueberries and can indeed be used as a dye. Song Xingyue was overjoyed. I never expected that this trip to the Bear Clan would be so fruitful. I should have come sooner. Our leader also made many different styles of clothing. The female orc was full of praise for her leader. Even his eyes were filled with admiration. We also have clothes in other colors, red, yellow, white, all sorts of colors. An indescribable feeling spread through Song Xingyue's heart. She never expected her daughter to be so smart, even more so than herself. Thinking about it this way, I realized that I, as a mother, couldn't fall behind. Otherwise, I'll be outdone by my daughter sooner or later, and that wouldn't be good. Although it is said that the new generation surpasses the old, this is an ironclad rule. But I'm still young and don't want to be left behind by my daughter. She carefully examined the styles and colors of the two female orcs' clothes. She asked with a smile, "What other fun things are there in your tribe? How about showing me around?" A whole day, Song Xingyue basically became friends with the two female orcs. She saw many upgraded versions of things. Ultimately, these things were originally in the tribe, but there was no upgraded version of them. After going around in a big circle, it was already dark. Kaka once again prepared a grand dinner. Ye couldn't wait to show off to her mother. Am I not smart? He is somewhat clever, but not enough. Song Xingyue sat down next to her daughter, looked at her intently, and spoke gently. Things can be continuously upgraded. Since you've already reached this level, why not delve deeper into it? When Yi heard her mother say that, she looked at her with some curiosity. It can still be upgraded, but I think we've already done a great job. Song Xingyue picked up a small stick from the ground and put in Ye's hand. How is it? Is it smooth? Ye nodded. It's quite smooth. Song Xingyue broke the wooden stick from Ye's hand and gave her the uneven side. And now, is it still smooth? Yi instantly understood what her mother seemed to be saying. His little head was full of ideas right now. Also, the clothes you made are all solid colors. Song Xingyue looked at her precious daughter with a smile and patiently taught her. You could actually make the clothes in 2 or 3 colors. Or you could research what tie-dye is. Tie-dye? Ye suddenly encountered so many new things. She was eager to try them all out. What is tie-dye? Mom, please tell me. Song Xingyue deliberately kept everyone in suspense. It wasn't said directly. I'll tell you next time I come. It's not good to teach you too much at once. When Yi wanted to ask more questions, Kaka has brought 5 strong males with him. The leader of the Red South Kingdom. He's the male we sent to support you this time. What do you think? Song Xingyue had just looked up. What comes into view are 5 handsome young men with 8-pack abs, bronze skin, and good looks. She swallowed unconsciously. A slight smile. Pretty handsome. No, really good. I'm very satisfied. Chapter 116, just hugging, nothing else. Not far away. Xingyue saw her mother give Min that look again. He subconsciously frowned. He immediately got up and walked out of the tribe. Unexpectedly, he smelled an indescribably sweet aroma that was very appealing to him. He followed the scent and discovered a female orc in the bushes. The female orc looks injured. When he saw Xingyue, his face was filled with terror. You're not a male in our tribe. So who are you? Xingyue immediately went over to check her wound. It was discovered that the female orc had a broken bone, which is why she couldn't walk. He used whatever was available, breaking off some sticks and vines from the side. Xingyue's legs have been bad since birth, and that's how his mother made it, having learned from the previous experience. He was also very skilled at applying splints. Seeing that he didn't seem to have any intention of harming her, the female orc gradually lowered her guard. Are you a male from the Red South Kingdom? The female orc asked tentatively. I heard you were coming to our tribe. So what is your relationship with the chief? That's my sister. Although Xingyue was very reluctant to acknowledge this relationship, he was too lazy to explain too much. Upon hearing this, the female orc's eyes lit up. Could you take me to visit your Hongnian kingdom? I really want to go, but I've never had the chance. Xingyue didn't understand what was so good about Hongnian kingdom that made him so attached to it. I heard you are very wealthy, and we learned all the other skills of our tribe from you. At this point, Xingyue didn't deny it. Mom, indeed, they know many things that orcs don't. You're injured. Let me carry you back. Xingyue came to her, slowly squatted down, and let her climb onto her back. My name is Xingyue. The female orc began to introduce herself. She is Kaka's sister. Xingyue listened to her half-heartedly, but she always felt that the scent emanating from her was somewhat alluring. Do you have a partner now? Knowing that you should bravely ask questions. It must be said that she was very interested in and quite fond of this male she was meeting for the first time. My partner hasn't grown up yet. I'll hold a ceremony with her when she does. Xingyue was thinking about the little rabbit and wanted to finish the battle quickly so she could go home and find her. After hearing Xingyue's answer, Xingyue suddenly laughed. That means there isn't one, just like the stars are still waiting for their leader. Xingyue didn't know how to answer her question for a moment, so she simply remained silent. My home is not in the tribe, but on the outskirts of the tribe. Xi also pointed to another, darker direction. There's a small house over there that belongs to me. Could you take me back? Xingyue looked at the place she was pointing to, thought for a moment, and then walked in that direction. Xingyue couldn't help but smile, and continued to chatter in his ear. You're actually our leader's older brother. So you're also born of a high-ranking female. Are you quite powerful too? Xingyue felt very uncomfortable hearing this form of address. He desperately wanted to sever his blood ties with his mother. I always feel that there's a kind of magic surrounding my mother, which makes me very uncomfortable. I had thought I would get to meet the leader of the Red South Kingdom this time, but I ended up missing it. Xingyue spoke with a somewhat downcast tone. I was thinking of going to the mountains to find some herbs so that when your leader comes, I can show her what they are. She sniffed hard, forcibly suppressing her disappointment. I've always wanted to be a doctor in our tribe, just as skilled as the doctors in your Hongnan kingdom, but I still need to learn. Xingyue didn't know if it was because of her words that she felt some sympathy. Gradually, they also lowered their guard against her. If I have the chance, could I come visit you? And could you take me to meet your leader? Xingyue frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then slowly nodded. If you go then, I will introduce you to the leader. That's wonderful, thank you. Xi was so happy that she hugged his neck and kissed him twice on the face. Xingyue was startled by this sudden action. Although he was always with the little rabbit didn't have human form yet, so they never had such intimate interactions. Now that I've been kissed on the cheek, I don't even know if I've been marked. I've already told you what you're doing. I have a partner, so why are you still doing this? But your partner hasn't grown up yet, has he? Ji-Huan smiled so brightly, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck. I'm currently in my conception period and have always wanted to have a baby in the year of the tiger. Could you please grant me this wish? Although Xingyue usually seems aloof and unsociable, he is ultimately a male who has just come of age. It was indeed difficult to resist a pregnant and mature female orc. He immediately quickened his pace and headed in the direction she had indicated. Get there quickly when you want to, then leave her there. Sure enough, after walking for a short while, they saw a small wooden house. This is a log cabin, and it looks very dilapidated. There seemed to be a faint smell spreading. He didn't have time to think much and went straight into the cabin, intending to drop her off and leave. To my surprise, as soon as I turned around, she grabbed my hand. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, bumping right into her arms. That sweet aroma assaulted him once again. This made his throat feel a little dry. You haven't told us your name yet. Ji-Huan wrapped her arms around his neck and looked at him with a smile. If you're taking me home, you should at least tell me your name. Just as Xingyue was about to say something, she was kissed on the lips. His pupils dilated in shock as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him, unsure of how to react. Ji-Huan's eyes are slightly upturned, and her eyes are curved, which is very beautiful. Why is your face so red? Why is it so hot? She deliberately said things that made people blush and their hearts race. Are you shy? Why? Is it because I smell nice? Xingyue swallowed hard, unable to answer a single word. Even though he knew he should leave this place as soon as possible, he couldn't move an inch. Since you like me, how about you give me a hug? Ji-Huan had a pair of beautiful eyes, and she looked at him expectantly. Just a hug, nothing else. Chapter 117. Mother and son turn against each other. The following morning, Xingyue searched the entire tribe for her son's whereabouts, but they could not find him. She was very puzzled. Where could her son have run off to? After all, he was unfamiliar with the bear tribe and didn't have any friends, so how could he possibly run far away? She asked many orcs who knew her, but still couldn't find her son. Just as she was about to mobilize a large force to search for her son, she discovered that her son had actually returned. Behind him was a female orc with a splint on her leg. Looking from afar, Xingyue noticed an unusual shyness on the female beastman's face. Although I've never actually seen that female orc, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Ji-Huan, my sister? Kaka looked over there with a slight surprise. Didn't she say she was going up the mountain to collect medicinal herbs? I'll show you then. How come your son carried this back? Xingyue was also very curious to know what exactly was going on, but she remained calm and did not confront them directly. After all, she always felt that it was difficult for her to bring up such things. Kaka immediately went over to ask what had happened. After learning the whole story, he immediately announced to all the beastmen in the tribe that Xingyue was a hero. Xingyue thus became a hero of the bear clan. But for some reason, Xingyue always felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. As a woman myself, I know all too well the expression on this female orc's face right now. Isn't that the expression of someone who has clearly enjoyed themselves? Could it be that he has some kind of relationship with his son? But that shouldn't be the case, shouldn't it? Isn't her own son with the little rabbit? Although the little rabbit doesn't have a human form yet, the two of them have been childhood sweethearts together since they were little. Could there be any other problems? Thinking about this made her even more uneasy, because Chi-Chi had her eye on Xingxing before. In the end, he was still abandoned by Chi-Chi and became Ye's person instead. I really don't want this to happen to my son again. So many treaties were made with the rabbit tribe in order to keep the little rabbit. If in the end the son really doesn't end up with the little rabbit, then wouldn't the Red South Kingdom be invalid? Xingyue thus became the object of worship for all the orcs. Then, carrying Jihuan on his back, he went into the house. When Kaka returned, the way he looked at Song Xingyue was different. Perhaps there will be another marriage alliance between our two tribes. He seemed to be in a very good mood. Even when he was talking to Song Xingyue about these things, he always had a smile on his face. But Song Xingyue couldn't laugh at all, because he knows his own son very well, not to mention that his son has a childhood sweetheart. Let's talk about marriage alliances later. Our primary task right now is to attack the Fox tribe. Kaka is a very generous person, and he made a promise to her with a wave of his hand. We had previously agreed to send 5 males, but now we're preparing to send 10. His actions clearly demonstrated his determination to establish a marriage alliance between the two tribes. Song Xingyue could only smile helplessly, unable to say anything else. She really wanted to have a good talk with her son to find out what was going on, but I could never find an opportunity. This continued until the large tribe continued its journey towards the antelope tribe. Song Xingyue finally found an opportunity to talk to her son alone. It just so happened that the large tribe was taking a break to rest and recuperate. Song Xingyue eagerly grabbed her son's hand and led him to the riverbank, asking him in a low voice, "What's going on between you and Kaka's sister? Why do I feel like there's something unusual between you two?" Xingyue was extremely annoyed by her mother's questioning. With a pair of deep eyes, she looked intently at her mother and slowly spoke. "Do I have to explain this to you? Why? Because you're the tribal chief?" Song Xingyue really wanted to slap this unfilial son to death. But after thinking about it, I couldn't bring myself to speak again. Weren't you so desperate to be with the little rabbit? Didn't you promise to be its companion? But what are you doing now? Although she didn't understand her son, she understood the expression on the female orc's face very well. Having been through it all myself, how could I not see through such a little trick? That was clearly an expression of enjoyment, indicating that something must have happened between the two of them. "Son, tell me the truth. Is there really anything between you two? Does it matter? I don't need to tell you." Judge's attitude was extremely cold, and she didn't even give Song Xingyue a chance to speak. "I am your son, not one of the beastmen of the Red South Kingdom. I don't need to take your orders, do I?" Upon hearing this, Song Xingyue was furious. It was clearly just concern for his son, but in his words it sounded like he was trying to control him. "I just want to tell you that there are rules in the orc world. A male cannot have 2 female orcs. Do you understand? Why should I? Don't you have many partners?" Xingyue made her stance clear in one sentence. "If you can do it, why can't I? Tell me why I can't." Song Xingyue was almost rendered speechless by her son's questioning. After a long time, she regained her voice. "In the orc world, females are extremely rare. On the contrary, there are far too many males, creating an imbalance. That's why females can have many males. Don't you understand? So what if it's rare?" Xingyue still only believes in her own reasoning and refuses to accept any other reasoning. "If you can do it, why can't I? Unless you give me a better answer." In her original world, Song Xingyue was a lifelong single. She has never been in a relationship, never had children, and has no experience in raising children. In that instant, she even wondered if she had made a mistake. Otherwise, why are the 3 children even more troublesome than the last? Why do all these people treat me like an enemy? Some wanted to kill themselves, and some were even disobedient. Only Yi was obedient, and was even sent to be the leader of another tribe. If I'd known it would be like this, I should have let Xingyue go, not Ye. "What you can do, I can do too, unless you change it first." Xingyue's deep eyes were fixed intently on her mother. "You're not a good mother, so you have no right to talk to me." Chapter 118, I respect you as a man. Song Xingyue was sullen all day. She even began to reflect on whether she had been too domineering. Indeed, he couldn't answer the questions his son asked. For example, why can she have many partners, but her son cannot? Ultimately, this is a male in the orc world, much like a housewife in the past. One by one, they had no human rights, and their sacrifices were ignored by men. Aren't males in the orc world the same? It's unfair that the females can have many partners when they are the ones who are supporting the family. What's on your mind? Ryan noticed that Song Xingyue on his back seemed to be distracted. He spoke slowly and in a low voice. "We'll be entering the antelope tribe in 2 days. If you're so distracted, how will you get to their tribe?" Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes darkened slightly. She was truly feeling uneasy. "I was just thinking about the issue of equality between male and female orcs." She took a deep breath, then sighed heavily, her hands gripping Ryan's fur tightly. Why can female orcs have many partners, but males cannot? When Ryan heard this, he suddenly fell silent, and after a long while, he slowly spoke. Because female orcs are very rare in each tribe, males cannot have many partners, but female orcs can. He is a lion, the king of the forest, and proud and arrogant, never deigning to share his mate with other males. Although he has now accepted this fact, he is still resentful in many ways. But seeing how conflicted Xingyue was about this matter, he still went against his conscience. Which male said that to you? Why don't we come out and have a one-on-one fight and see if you can beat me? Do you even have a right to say something like that? Suddenly, Xingyue had an epiphany at that moment. Previously, he had been troubled by his son's words, but after hearing Ryan's words, he suddenly felt relieved. Yes, although Xingyue is my son, he is not considered a strong beastman. We are currently engaged in military campaigns and have no time to think about these issues. You shouldn't be bothered by these trivial matters. You should have bigger plans in mind. Although Ryan didn't know what had happened, he had a vague feeling about it. Your children will grow up eventually, and you don't need to be responsible for anything because of their behavior. Suddenly, Xingyue leaned down and hugged Ryan's neck. Thank you. Thank you for telling me all this. Otherwise, I might have thought about other things. You don't actually need to think that much. Ryan sensed Xingyue's unusual behavior and, unusually, patiently comforted her. You're the leader of the Red South Kingdom. You should be thinking about how to rule the entire orc world, not these trivial matters. He didn't give Xingyue a chance to speak at all, and spoke domineeringly. Are all these orcs just playing along with you? These orcs are going to the battlefield. They're going to shed blood and fight. If you're already confused before the battle even starts, who are we fighting for? After playing along with you and saying those words, Xingyue's mood gradually calmed down. Indeed, now is not the time to think about so much. We must not lose our composure because of our son's situation. This is a crucial time for military operations. How can we think too much? She raised her eyes and silently looked in the direction where her son was. All along, he was the kind of child who preferred quiet. So, I thought that every child is different, so I never thought about putting any pressure on him, even with Ling Mu. I've always been saying that I should give my son a quiet space. It wasn't until he had his little rabbit that this happened. I was thinking that if he liked being with the little rabbit, then I shouldn't bother him. But unexpectedly, the effort to create a good environment for him backfired, and he started to have his eye on it. He even thinks he's not a good mother, as if she's never cared for him. Thinking of this, Xingyue felt even more distressed. I never imagined that all I did was think of my son, but I ended up being the person my son looked down on the most. She gave birth to these 3 children at great personal risk. But now everything has turned out like this. Does this mean I'm a failed mother? Otherwise, why can't she even stand her son? Ryan didn't say anything more, because he understood very well that she needed to think things through herself, although I cannot understand her actions. However, if she acted according to her own feelings, she would probably resolve the issue quickly. In the evening, the main force began to rest by the river. Xingyue sat on the riverbank, dazed, just staring at the calm surface of the river. My mind is still in turmoil. I keep thinking about my son. Xingyue suddenly walked over and sat down next to Xingyue. I didn't want to come, but Ryan said that if I didn't come, he would fight with me. Xingyue is the kind of person who is fearless, but she is terrified of Ryan. Perhaps it was because he had always followed Ryan back in the Red South Kingdom. So sometimes Ryan's words are more effective than his parents. If you felt uncomfortable about what I said to you this morning, I can apologize. He lowered his head, a rare occurrence for him, but the words he uttered were anything but sincere. But as for the rest, I don't want to say anything. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it directly into the river. You never really cared about me, have you? Why are you bringing it up now? Is it for the sake of peace between the 2 tribes? Xingyue had actually been thinking about this question all day, but now she finally understood it. This is not just for the peace between the 2 tribes. I also hope that you can become an upright orc in the future. She took a deep breath, then sighed heavily and spoke her mind. You can have as many partners as you want, just like you said. If I can, so can you. She looked at her son with a complicated expression and slowly patted his shoulder. I don't want to get involved in your affairs. But if you can honestly tell the little rabbit what happened to you in the bear tribe, then I respect you as a real man. Chapter 119, Heterochromia. The entire large tribe was about to reach the antelope tribe. A strange disease suddenly appeared in the team. Everyone was vomiting and having diarrhea, coughing constantly, and some even had a persistent high fever. But that's not the scariest thing. However, this disease is also contagious. This was the first time Xingyue had encountered such a situation. Their symptoms seem more like gastroenteritis or a common cold. However, the speed at which this virus spreads is something that cannot be ignored. It feels like dysentery. If it's dysentery, it's not easy to treat right now, because there are currently no suitable medicinal herbs available to treat this condition. Moreover, this place is quite far from Hongnan Kingdom. The round trip will take up a lot of time. It's not far from the Antelope tribe. The round trip takes only 1 day. Sending a fast orc will definitely be fine. Only, it's uncertain whether the Antelope clan has any herbs to treat this. If not, it will probably be a waste of effort. Damn it. It would be great if there were any Huaxiang Zhengqi water or similar remedies available here. That stuff, drinking a whole bottle will definitely work. What a pity. I don't have it. In the novels I read before, everyone seemed to have some kind of supernatural ability or special space. The result was on my side. There's absolutely nothing to it. What should we do now? Ryan was somewhat at a loss for what to do in this sudden situation. However, he can go to the battlefield and fight. However, he's really not up to the task of treating such a situation. If we could find honeysuckle, it might be of some use. This is the only thing Xingyue can think of right now. But this herb was completely unknown to the other orcs. It might be better if Senna were here. You wait here. I'll go up the mountain to take a look. Ryan's dark eyes were filled with worry. You go? Just 2 words. It was filled with deep dissatisfaction. What if you encounter danger while hiking alone? Xingyue didn't actually want to go into danger alone. But the facts are right in front of us. Do you see any other orcs who can go there? One by one, the orcs were infected. Even Ryan was actually just putting on a brave face right now. You could tell from the beads of sweat on his forehead. But Xingyue was puzzled by something else. The orcs are all in very good physical condition. In the year and a half I've been in the orc world, I've never seen any of them catch a cold or have a fever. How could such a disease suddenly occur? Let me go up the mountain with you. Ryan had only taken 2 steps when he couldn't help but run to the side and vomit. Xingyue immediately reached out and patted Ryan on the back, hoping that this would make him more comfortable. Now is not the time to be stubborn. She gave the order in a commanding tone. I am the leader of the Red South Kingdom. I order you to stay here and wait for me, and take good care of everyone. This was the first time Ryan had ever seen Xingyue so domineering. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a sense of pressure, and even her tone was so authoritative. He stared at her blankly for a long time before gradually looking away. I understand. I'll stay here and wait for you to come back. Only then did Xingyue feel relieved and turn to walk into the deep mountains. Honestly, she was quite afraid of going up the mountain. If it weren't for a last resort, they definitely wouldn't be willing to come. I was once scared by a snake when I was hiking with my friends. Since then, I have basically stopped going up the mountain. My main fear is snakes. She was holding a long, small wooden stick in her hand. When passing through taller bushes, keep swinging a small stick back and forth. She was very careful with every step she took. But at the same time, I couldn't help but quicken my pace, thinking that I should at least get down the mountain before dark. I've heard older people say this before. If the sun doesn't set before sunset, you might not be able to get home all night. She didn't know where she should go, but she knew that the herb she was looking for must grow in high places. I have no idea how long I've been walking. All she remembers is looking up, and there it was, a pure white flower blooming on the edge of the cliff. She recognized it at a glance as the legendary Tian Shan Snow Lotus, although I have never seen it before. But growing on the edge of a cliff, and with that fluorescent white color, it must be a snow lotus. Even if it's not snow lotus, it must be some kind of precious herb. Taking it back is definitely the right thing to do. She immediately rushed towards the edge of the cliff without hesitation. Then he started to lie on the ground and used the small wooden stick in his hand to slowly hook the precious herb. But the roots of the white flowers seemed to be firmly embedded in the stone. The small stick wasn't strong enough to knock it down. After several attempts, it remained in the same spot, without moving an inch. She gradually realized that something was amiss. After hesitating, he could only lean half his body out, desperately trying to grab the white flower with his hands. Her fingertips tried very hard to touch the edge, but each time it was just a little bit short. This made her face turn deathly pale. Sweat began to drip from his forehead. So close, just a tiny bit more. She had no choice but to take the risk. One hand gripped a sturdy-looking bush nearby. Extend your whole body out as far as you can. Really? Despite taking such a risk, it still worked. She yanked the white flower out from over there. I finally got her. Very good. Just as she was about to rush back, her grip loosened. She slid off the cliff with the white flowers all over her. That feeling of weightlessness made her instinctively clutch the white flower in her hand tightly. Just when she thought she was going to die here. Suddenly, a cool sensation wrapped around my waist. The icy sensation brought her back to her senses instantly. Then she saw a super long and thick black snake tail wrapped around her waist. A snake's tail? She watched in utter shock as she slowly rose, propelled by the snake's tail. Finally, it landed steadily on the edge of the cliff, and only then did the snake's tail gradually recede. Then, a humanoid orc slowly emerged from the tall bushes. He was bare-chested, with his lower body consisting of a tail. It walks by scraping its way along the ground. It doesn't have legs. Xingyue was so frightened that she stood rooted to the spot and dared not move. But it wasn't until we could see what it looked like clearly. My breath hitched. Her reddish-brown hair was as dazzling as the bright sun. Her alluring eyes were a striking mix of blue and red, giving her an air of both good and evil, etc. Blue and red? Are you heterochromatic? Xingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealed surprise. You even have heterochromia. You actually have heterochromia. Chapter 120, is your name Changqing okay? The giant snake in front of them heard the words heterochromatic eyes. His eyes suddenly darkened. I should have let you fall to your death there instead of saving you. It wasn't until she heard that cold voice that Xingyue gradually came to her senses and realized that she had been too rash just now. I'm sorry, I was just too surprised. It was the first time I'd ever seen heterochromia, and I never imagined it could be so beautiful. The giant snake paused in breathing. Its tail then circled around it. His peach blossom eyes swept over the female beastman in front of him with a questioning gaze. When they discovered she had no ears or tail, they were unsure what to say. Are you also from another race? Foreign race? Xingyue couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. I am not a foreign race. I am a superior female. When you tell too many lies, sometimes you almost start to believe them yourself. She's a bit different from other female orcs, but she's still a female orc. The giant snake raised its eyebrows and looked at her with great curiosity. Her voice is very beautiful. She seems different from other female orcs. It sounds very pleasant. At least it doesn't sound noisy. Oh, and thank you for saving me just now. Xingyue only remembered to thank him at this moment. If it weren't for you, I might have fallen to my death. The giant snake remained silent, instead looking at the small, white flower in her hand. By the way, what's your name? Xingyue thought that she would come to thank him if she had the chance in the future. Do you live here? I have no name. When the giant serpent said this, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. No one has ever given me a name, so I don't know what my name is. But the other orcs call me a monster, a foreigner. Xingyue's heart. I couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted, although it was the first time he had encountered the giant snake in front of him. But I can always understand his experience of being ostracized by his own people. Don't look at me like that. The snake's lips curled up slightly, a hint of frivolity in its expression. I don't need those pitying looks. Xingyue snapped out of her daze, thought for a moment, and then slowly spoke. How about I give you a name? She didn't know if she had been bewitched by the other person's beauty. Suddenly, I even wanted to give him a name. How about Changqing? Do you like this name? Long-lasting affection? The giant snake was hearing such a name for the first time, and couldn't help but read it aloud as well. Xingyue noticed that it seemed like it was getting dark. Speak up immediately. If I have the chance next time, I will come to see you again. It's getting dark. I have to go down the mountain now. She was just about to leave. Unexpectedly, I got entangled in the snake's tail again. She looked at Changqing with surprise, hesitant to speak. What are you trying to do? I'll take you down the mountain. Changqing lifted her slightly into the air, heading down the mountain path. There are many wild animals on the mountain right now. You don't look strong enough, so I need to take you down the mountain. Xingyue was actually very unwilling to be entangled by the tail. She felt very uncomfortable because of an indescribable sense of constraint. In addition, she was also afraid of snakes. So, it made me even more uncomfortable. Fortunately, Changqing was born with an appearance that would infuriate both gods and men. That's how I made myself less afraid. However, this icy cold sensation still makes people feel very uncomfortable. But, since they're taking me down the mountain, there's no need to be so particular. Thanks. His affectionate, peach blossom eyes suddenly flashed with a dark light. Why do you want that little white flower, even at the cost of your life? This flower. Xingyue looked at the crumpled little white flower in her hand and sighed softly. Our people are sick and need these little white flowers. Oh. Upon hearing this, Changqing couldn't help but snort coldly. I have plenty of those little white flowers. He spoke as he walked in another direction. Xingyue's eyes lit up when she heard this. He actually has so many of these flowers that grow on the edge of cliffs. Really? In a cave. Xingyue saw these little white flowers again. Turn out to be. They don't only grow on cliff edges, they also grow in some caves. However, the cave inside didn't look as big as the one at the edge of the cliff. It's likely because photosynthesis occurs at the edge of the cliff, making the cave darker and more damp. Take them all if you like. She is very generous in matters of long-term affection. There are plenty of them anyway. Upon hearing this, Xingyue couldn't wait to run into the cave. They quickly picked the little flowers off it. She only let go reluctantly when she truly couldn't hold on any longer. Is this your cave? No. Changqing answered very quickly. The snake's tail once again coiled around Xingyue and headed down the mountain path. You still haven't told me your name. Suddenly, Xingyue felt like being mischievous. After thinking for a moment, she smiled and spoke. My name is Jubin. May our love last forever. To support each other through thick and thin. She deliberately wanted to tease him. So they just told him the name. Next time you see me, you could just call me Jubin, meaning longtime companion. Good. Changqing didn't say anything more until they reached the foot of the mountain, and he smelled a scent similar to that of his longtime companion before putting her down. Your people should be up ahead. You can go there yourself. His peach blossom eyes were full of profound meaning. I will come find you later, no matter where you are. Xingyue smiled brightly upon hearing this. She was very grateful for today's encounter, but she also knew that they would definitely not meet again in the future. How could a giant snake that has always lived deep in the mountains possibly find the Red South Kingdom? Besides, even if they found Hongnan Kingdom, they wouldn't know their own name, would they? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel very sorry. She's so good-looking. If she could be brought back to the Red South Kingdom, countless female orcs would go crazy for her. Stars and moon? Ryan suddenly walked over from a short distance away, clutching his stomach. Are there any other orcs with you? His dark pupils looked over here with wary eyes. Why do I smell other orcs? Seeing that Ryan seemed to have an even more sensitive nose than a dog, Xingyue knew better than to lie. I encountered a snake clan who escorted me down the mountain. Snake clan? This was the first time Ryan had ever heard of this race. Seeing that Xingyue was all right, he was finally relieved. What are you holding in your hand? This one? Xingyue's lips curled up in an uncontrollable smile once again. He shoved all the little white flowers into Ryan's hands. This is something that could save everyone's lives. Quickly, boil some water. Chapter 121, A Man's Gas Station. In ancient times, Shenong tasted hundreds of herbs. Now, beastmen are being used as guinea pigs. Although Xingyue initially thought this thing was very similar to the legendary Tianshan snow lotus. But after looking at it carefully, it feels different from what I've heard. But, seeing the expectant looks on the beastmen's faces, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and stuff all the little white flowers into the hot water to boil. She was thinking to herself silently. Give it a try. We'll try anything, even if it seems hopeless. Since things are already like this, can things get any worse? Her gaze remained fixed on the boiling water. My heart, too, began to rise with the temperature of the hot water. Until it looked almost right, there was a white color on the surface of the water. She thought for a moment, then picked up a cup and gave it to Ryan to test for poison. No way. At worst, I'll just be Pangelian for once. Dalong, take your medicine. Dalong? Ryan felt that this title was very special. What does this mean? It means you are very powerful. Xingyue's smile at this moment carried a hint of flattery. She held the makeshift bamboo water cup in both hands, looking at him expectantly. You are my partner, so I'll give you this medicine first. Ryan keenly noticed that Xingyue's state seemed somewhat different at this moment. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what was different, and for a moment his eyes darkened. You didn't poison me, did you? His deep voice was full of doubt. Your smile is quite unusual. Why are you being so hesitant? Are you going to drink it or not? Seeing this, Xingyue had no choice but to try a different approach. I'll let you drink first because you're my partner. Do you expect me to kill you? Although, there is indeed an element of murdering one's husband involved. But, Things that can grow on cliffs must be good things. That must be it. Ryan was just teasing Song Xingyue. Don't tell me there's no poison in this. Even if she really poisoned herself, she would do it willingly. He held her slightly cold little hand and drank the contents of the cup in one gulp. After drinking it, he felt a warm sensation in his stomach and throughout his body. It doesn't seem to be as uncomfortable as before. How about it? Song Xingyue looked at him cautiously. Is the temperature all right? Not bad. Ryan spoke in a low voice. But we don't know how effective the medicine is yet, so we may have to wait and see. Song Xingyue meant the same thing. Whether it's traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, it takes time for them to work. It's not some kind of magic pill. Does it mean you can just eat it and it will be fine? The other beastmen were also looking in this direction with eager eyes. Basically, they were all watching while lying down. Because of their illness, they were all very listless and could only lie there looking this way. Song Xingyue tried her best not to show too much nervousness. Otherwise, morale would definitely be thrown into chaos. The sky. It gradually got dark at this moment. All around was quiet, with only the occasional chirping of birds. The fire was still burning, crackling, and sputtering. I feel more comfortable than before. Ryan felt as if all his strength had returned. Moreover, that feeling of fatigue seemed to have disappeared, and instead, I felt full of energy. It seems your medicine is working. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyue was overjoyed. She immediately began distributing all the medicine. Seeing that the orcs had all drunk it, he gradually felt relieved. After she had been busy for a while, she turned around and saw Ryan staring intently at her. She walked over and smiled sweetly. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Were you unsure just now? Ryan's voice was very soft, as if someone else had overheard it. You were clearly nervous when you made me take the medicine. This isn't the kind of medicine you were looking for, is it? Seeing that her trick had been exposed, Song Xingyue had no choice but to admit it. She met his deep eyes and spoke, word by word. I didn't find the herb I needed, and I really don't know what the herbs I brought back this time are good for. She paused, looking at him apologetically. It was my fault for using you as a test subject. I was wrong. You did nothing wrong. Ryan took her small hand, his large hand, and gently clenched it in his palm. Under the moonlight, his dark pupils held an indescribable gentleness. His tone gradually softened. You did the right thing. I'm your partner, and even if something really happens, it won't matter. Song Xingyue's heart. At this moment, a subtle feeling spread. She didn't even understand what this feeling was like. If other orcs were to test the medicine first and something went wrong, you would likely be the one to be attacked. Song Xingyue took a deep breath, and a smile gradually bloomed on her lips. I just think that having medicine is better than not having medicine. She spoke her mind. This is the first time we've experienced such a disease, and there's nothing else we can do but try. This medicine seems to give people strength. Strength? Song Xingyue didn't quite understand what he meant by the power he was talking about. She wanted to ask something else. They noticed that a strange blush was gradually forming on Ryan's face. Strength. Flush. Could it be? Her eyes immediately widened in shock. She stared incredulously at Ryan in front of her. Do you have a feeling of wanting to mate? A little bit. Ryan had actually been feeling thirsty for a while, but he had been trying to control himself. It wasn't very strong, but there was a little bit. This is fucking. Song Xingyue finally understood what the side effects of this herb gathering were. This is a man's energy booster. This is even better than oysters. She was very glad that she hadn't boiled all the white flowers, but instead kept some in her pocket. If I take this back to Senna, Sina's happiness has finally arrived. I'll take you away from here. Ryan keenly sensed that something seemed amiss. The smell emanating from males, in particular, is quite repulsive. It's not safe here. Before Song Xingyue could say anything, Ryan had already hoisted her onto his shoulder. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the males staring at her menacingly. Good heavens! Even if I'm someone who accepts anyone, but if all of them are together, wouldn't they be played to death? Ryan's breathing became heavier and heavier. Compared to what I said before, I can still exercise some restraint. He seems to have lost control of himself now. He found a tall thicket and led Song Xingyue inside. You, be quiet. Ryan's voice was hoarse. It might be uncomfortable here, but there's no better option. Chapter 1:22, I don't like you. The next morning, Song Xingyue came out completely supporting her back. She barely slept that night. Ryan truly deserves to be called the strongest Lion King. When they're tormenting people, They don't show the slightest bit of tenderness or consideration. That domineering aura. Interesting. And look at these males by the river. Just like a wilted eggplant. They all looked listless. Like, cough cough, the feeling of being completely drained. She couldn't imagine what had happened here last night. I could only pretend nothing had happened and walk over there. Let's leave at noon today. Looking at how weak they all are, I think it would be better to make some adjustments. She silently walked over and started a fire. Then, they skewered the raw meat they had brought one by one onto wooden sticks. Ryan woke up at this moment. They walked towards this side with high spirits. You had the chief prepare food for you, right? He said one sentence. It directly woke up the other beastmen. After all, in the world of orcs, it is only natural for males to take care of females. It's really unreasonable to expect females to prepare food for a large group of males. They sat listlessly around the fire twice. Then they quietly started taking small sticks and queuing up to have their meat grilled. Xingyue looked at Ryan with a helpless expression. He did release himself several times last night. Why don't you care about other people's lives? She was the only female orc in the entire marching column. They do want to be released. I don't even have a boyfriend. Ryan sat down next to Xingyue and immediately began analyzing the situation. If we set off at noon, we won't reach the antelope tribe until at least late at night. In that case, we might as well set off tomorrow. Xingyue had actually considered this issue as well. The antelope tribe is not like the bear tribe. The leader of the bear clan is their own daughter. Besides, the wolf cub is over there too. They would be willing to welcome the large group even if it was late at night. But the antelope tribe, this is my first time here. Even if Victor came back first and communicated with them. However, given the antelope clan's nature, they might not accept the beastmen of the Red South Kingdom. Antelopes are timid by nature and sensitive. Go in the middle of the night. They were afraid they would misunderstand and think they were going to kidnap the female beastmen. That would be a losing proposition. Thinking about this, she picked up a small stick and poked at the fire. After grilling the meat, he handed it to Ryan first. Ryan took it and ate it in 2 bites. They didn't even bother to blow on it. Although Xingyue has been in the orc world for quite some time, but I still can't quite accept it every time I see them eating. Can't you eat a little slower? At this rate, how long would it take me to bake enough for you? I can eat raw meat too. Ryan isn't picky about food at all. I chose to eat cooked food because you don't like the taste of raw meat. Then I really thank you. Xingyue raised an eyebrow and just looked at him quietly. So you were thinking of me by eating cooked food after all? Ryan sensed a hidden meaning in her words. After thinking for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. I'm willing to accept all the rules you set. Isn't that better? Xingyue didn't know whether this sentence counted as a confession. But at least to me, it sounds very appealing. Never mind. Why bother arguing with an orc? They don't have the same kind of human emotions. It's never good to expect too much. Her gaze drifted to the mountain beside her. From her angle, she could just see the other side of the cliff. Look over there. This inevitably brings to mind the concept of enduring affection. Snake clan. Heterochromia. It is indeed a rather rare species. Only, this time we're going to fight a war, not to go on vacation. Otherwise, I really want to take him back to Hongning Kingdom. What's on your mind? Ryan keenly sensed that Xingyue seemed to have something on her mind. I followed her gaze. All I could see was a cliff. Are you thinking about the orc who sent you back? Xingyue was startled by the letter. Just as she was about to explain something, she turned around and her lips touched Ryan's. An ambiguous atmosphere lingered between the two. Their eyes met. Xingyue's face gradually turned red. Why are you standing so close to me? It's always been this distance. Ryan reached out and gently stroked her face. You said before that you didn't plan to find another partner within 3 years. I hope you keep your word. Xingyue suddenly realized that Ryan didn't seem to be a straight man. He used to seem to be allergic to romance. She has a straightforward personality. Unexpected. He even realized that he was thinking about other males. Of course I will keep my promise. Her thick eyelashes trembled slightly as she smiled at Ryan in front of her. Although I'm not that devoted in relationships, I'm not a promiscuous person either, so don't worry. Ryan said nothing. He simply gave her a deep look, then got up and walked towards the orc still lying on the ground at the very back of the opposite side. Xingyue watched as he stuffed the freshly roasted meat into the orc's hand. The orc immediately looked at him with grateful eyes. Ryan frowned slightly. If things don't improve by tonight, you should go back to Hongnan Kingdom and find Senna first thing tomorrow morning. The orc nodded, his face still contorted in agony. Song Xingyue's eyes were filled with helplessness. It seems so. Even the most miraculous medicines still depend on one's constitution. At the same time, Hongnan Kingdom. Senna can now walk. Occasionally, you can also take a stroll in the square. Mengyu stayed by her side the whole time. Before I knew it, a lot of gossip started circulating around me. Senna was already used to it. These words have been repeated ever since he returned from his injury. She looked at Mengyu with some concern. Will you feel upset because of these words? Mengyu looked at Sina calmly and shook his head. As long as you're not affected, that's fine. Senna felt an indescribable gratitude and emotion. Mengyu has been by my side the whole time these past few days. That kind of warmth was something I had never experienced before. Thinking about this, she spoke up boldly. Will you be my second partner? She took the initiative to extend an invitation to him. If you'd like, I'll explain to Banban. Mengyu seemed surprised by Sina's words, and after a moment of astonishment, he immediately gave his answer. Sorry, Senna, I'm not looking for a partner right now. Senna looked at him in astonishment after hearing this. You've always been by my side and treated me so well. Don't you want to be my partner? The leader sent me to accompany you. Mengyu's voice was indifferent, revealing no other emotions whatsoever. I don't like you, although I did have feelings for you at the beginning. Chapter 123 Gentle as the Sea. Banban, who was not far away, happened to see Sina and Mengyu together. His hand gradually clenched into a fist. It hurts me to see this, but I forced myself to endure it. He was very familiar with the rules of the orc world. I'm already lucky to be Sina's first partner. I can't ask for anything more. What are you doing? Lingmu was taking a walk with his two kids, Xingyue and Guqing, when he noticed Banban standing there all by himself. Uncle, Uncle. Xingyue and Guqing immediately greeted each other politely. It has to be said that both of them have really good family upbringing. Banban squatted down and gently patted the two little ones' heads. Uncle Lingmu took you out for a walk again? Uh-huh. Zhang adorable little face is simply melting people's hearts. The same goes for National Day. Those chubby little faces look so soft and juicy. If the leader knew that these two little beast cubs had already taken on human form so soon after she left, she would be very happy. Lingmu noticed that Banban seemed to have something on her mind, so he spoke up again. You don't look well. Did something happen? Banban looked at him with a wry smile. Would it be wrong? I was just thinking of going back later. Lingmu immediately understood why. So he slowly opened his mouth. You won't feel this bad anymore. He's been through it all, after all. The first time is the most difficult. After that, it gets better. After hearing Lingmu's words, Banban had no choice but to follow suit. It only shows that we are incompetent and cannot make our partners only have us. Is that possible? Lingmu once had such fantasies. But in the end, he gave up. What we want to achieve is a powerful Hongnan kingdom. If we only have one partner, when will we be able to develop? Banban stared at Lingmu for a while before finally bursting into laughter. It seems you've changed a lot since Ryan came. Lingmu didn't understand why Banban would say that, and his deep eyes were full of confusion. He used to be completely focused on the leader and never got involved in these things. But now, you're uttering such grand ideas. Lingmu understood this time, but after understanding it, I felt mostly helpless. Because my partner is the leader, I cannot remain unchanged. I also need to make changes. Banban's mood wasn't so bad anymore. We're all the same. I'm nothing special. Uncle Lingmu, I want to go play. Zhangwo stretched out his little hand and pointed in the direction of the river. Come on, come on. Guqing followed and grabbed Lingmu's other hand. Rockabye, rockabye. Although no words were spoken, the meaning was already quite clear. Lingmu's heart was completely melted by these two little guys. So he glanced at Banban, took the two little ones' hands, and walked towards the river. Banban stood silently in place, looking at the two cubs in Lingmu's hands, feeling envious. When can I become a father myself? Will it be? I'll never have that chance in this lifetime. Early morning, Song Xingyue's large group finally set off towards the antelope tribe. The previously weakened orc has now recovered and is able to travel with the large tribe. This was Song Xingyue's first time here, so they would look around and gaze at the surroundings on the only road they could take. After all, the items on each map are different. Who knows if there are any herbs I recognize on this map, or some unexpected surprises. Really, she spotted a lush green thing by the river. It looks very familiar. She immediately jumped off Ryan's back and ran over there. Let's take a closer look. It's aloe vera. Wild aloe vera. She was overjoyed. I reached out and carefully touched her leaves. I looked up again. I discovered that the riverbank is covered in aloe vera. So much of it. It's like disturbing an aloe vera patch. She looked around. I could just see that the big trees not far away were covered in vines. So I pulled one off. It was tied to the small tree closest to the main road. Ryan looked at her with complete insight. Found something good again? In a good mood, Song Xingyue jumped on Ryan's back, her smile even more uncontrollable than an AK. I'll make a note of this. We could just have them come again later. Ryan suddenly chuckled softly. Why go through all this trouble when you can simply leave your own scent by marking it? Song Xingyue could suddenly picture that scene. But you can't just lift your leg and mark it directly, right? Shouldn't you at least show some restraint? The smell will fade as it rains, making me feel safer this way. Ryan thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. So he didn't say anything more and continued walking forward. Around afternoon, they finally saw Victor waiting for them not far away. Leader. The moment Victor saw them, he immediately ran over enthusiastically. The tribe has prepared a sumptuous feast for you. We're just waiting for you to arrive. When Song Xingyue heard about the sumptuous feast, her eyes lit up. This is just like traveling. You can enjoy the local delicacies as soon as you arrive at a place. What a happy thing this is. Since that's the case, let's hurry inside. The beastmen of Hongnan Kingdom immediately switched into human form. After tidying up their clothes, they followed Song Xingyue into the tribe. As soon as I went inside, then you can see that the entire tribe is full of blooming flowers. Flowers of every color are in full bloom, giving the entire tribe an indescribable romantic feel. She suddenly noticed a special kind of flower. Isn't this the legendary twin lotus? Do you like it? Suddenly a gentle voice came from behind, accompanied by a warm laugh. If you like it, I'll let you take it back to your Hongnan Kingdom later. Upon hearing the sound, Song Xingyue immediately turned her head to look at the source of the sound. Who knew? The moment I turned around, I was met with a pair of eyes as gentle as the sea. Just that one glance. She fell for it. Fine. She still retained some rationality. She smiled faintly, the corners of her mouth curving upwards. Hello, is this your pet? The unfamiliar male in front of me smiled and introduced himself. My name is Yiluo. I am the leader of the Antelope clan. Welcome to our tribe from the Red South Kingdom. Song Xingyue smiled and reached out to hold Yiluo's hand. My name is Song Xingyue. Nice to meet you. Yiluo was somewhat lost in thought the moment her hand grasped his. This hand, how can it be so soft? Chapter 124, it's all just food. Just as the subtle atmosphere was gradually heating up, Victor rushed over excitedly. Chief Star Imun, isn't our tribe beautiful? Song Xingyue slowly turned around and looked around her surroundings. Yes, it's very beautiful. Even more beautiful than our Hongnan Kingdom. The entire tribe was surrounded by flowers. Bright flowers are everywhere. A faint, sweet scent seemed to permeate the air. It's no exaggeration to call this a paradise on earth. This is all thanks to our leader. Victor's eyes were full of admiration when he spoke of the leader. Our leader really likes these flowers and plants. He planted them all. It looks great. Song Xingyue genuinely likes this place. I was thinking of taking some flower seeds back with me when I go back. Since their tribe has so many flowers, they must have seeds. Then the fragrance will fill the entire Hongnan Kingdom. Let the cubs broaden their horizons from a young age. My partner really loves flowers, so I planted a lot of flowers for her. Do you have a partner? Song Xingyue couldn't help but feel a little regretful. This gentle young man turns out to be a married man. Otherwise, it would be really worthwhile to get to know each other better. Your partner must also be a very gentle orc, right? Yes. Yiluo's eyes were full of tenderness when she mentioned her partner. She was very gentle and kind. Song Xingyue looked at Yiluo with tenderness and affection in her eyes. I have to say, this is a great partner, but she needs your help. Yiluo changed the subject, looking at her with a pleading expression. I heard from Victor that you're the most skilled female orc healer in your Red South Kingdom. You are good at healing, right? I'm not that great. Song Xingyue has never liked to make absolute statements. I just happen to recognize a few medicinal herbs. I'm not particularly skilled in medicine. Please, could you help me take a look at my partner? Even after hearing Song Xingyue say that, Yiluo still looked at her with pleading eyes. I don't know who else to turn to besides you. If you are willing to help me, our tribe is willing to serve your Hongnan Kingdom. Although Song Xingyue did not know what illness Yiluo's partner had. But I've heard about people willing to serve the Red South Kingdom. It's quite tempting. A tribe can be subdued without losing a single soldier. That couldn't be better. All I can say is to see how things go. She dared not draw any conclusions without being absolutely certain. Take me there to see. That way I'll know if I can help. Yi Luo immediately stepped forward to lead the way for Song Xingyue. Ryan happened to arrive at that moment, and seeing that Song Xingyue was about to leave, he grabbed her hand. I'll stay with you. Song Xingyue thought for a moment and then slowly nodded. That's fine. With Ryan around, it will be safer. They followed the falling leaves to a very secluded path. Both ends of the path are adorned with beautiful twin lotus flowers. Furthermore, the roads in the middle are all paved with small stones. At the end of the road was a well-lit cave. There were also many small rabbits at the entrance of cave, kept in cages and eating grass. Are they baby rabbits? They were actually captured and kept as pets. Yi Luo clearly understood what Song Xingyue was thinking. He was somewhat embarrassed. Because my partner really loves rabbits, stole 2 baby rabbits from a rabbit colony to raise. Steal? Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Who would have thought that a leader would steal the cubs of other races? I have always taken good care of them. Yi Luo offered a somewhat embarrassed explanation. I will return them to them once they grow up. I will never harm them. Seeing Yi Luo's explanation, Song Xingyue thought about it and ultimately said nothing. If this weren't the world of orcs. If Yi Luo does this, keeping 2 little rabbits as pets will definitely be no problem. But this is the world of orcs. If you steal someone else's child, they'll come after you sooner or later. This could easily trigger a war between the 2 tribes. Ryan's thoughts were similar to Song Xingyue's, although it is worthy of praise for love. But things weren't so interesting when the rabbit tribe attacked. Yi Luo, did you bring any other orcs with you? A woman's weak voice came from deep within the cave. Song Xingyue followed Yi Luo into the cave. She saw the haggard-looking female orc lying on a fur rug. She was also covered with an animal skin. Judging from the patterns on the hide, it should be the fur of a large wild animal. You're orcs from the Red South Kingdom, right? The female orc managed a weak smile when she saw them. Song Xingyue nodded politely to her. We are indeed from Hongnan Kingdom. We apologize for disturbing you. It's okay. The female orc waved to them and spoke with a smile. My name is Yimo. I am the companion of falling leaves. Hello, my name is Song Xingyue. Song Xingyue came to Yimo's side and looked her up and down to assess her condition. There were no external injuries. However, she did look very unwell. It doesn't seem like he's faking illness. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? As Song Xingyue spoke, she subtly felt Yimo's pulse. They discovered her pulse was extremely weak. It was the kind of weakness that comes from a physical deficiency. Yimo silently withdrew her wrist and forced a pale smile. I'm fine, I'm doing great. You've come all this way. Don't waste your time on my behalf. As a woman, Song Xingyue was very sensitive to the subtle emotions of other women. Even female orcs are the same. Although Yimo was smiling the whole time, her slight evasiveness seemed to indicate that she was afraid of something. It seemed like he was afraid to say much because he didn't dare to. How is my partner? Not very good. Song Xingyue's answer was also quite subtle. However, a specific examination is needed. But it's best for the males to avoid this examination. It's inconvenient if you're present. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo frowned slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Ryan grabbed Yi Luo by the shoulder and forcibly dragged him out. Our leader told you to get out, didn't you understand? He was as domineering as ever, showing no mercy even to the leader of the antelope tribe. Because for him, he only needs to listen to Song Xingyue. As for the other so-called leaders, however, they're all food. Chapter 125, Hitting the Bullseye. Inside the cave, only Song Xingyue and Yimo remained. Yimo's expression relaxed slightly after Yi Luo left, but he still looked very sad, as if he was worried about something. What race are you? The reason Song Xingyue asked that question. The main reason was that they realized the female orc in front of them was not from the antelope tribe. She has fluffy ears and a tail. This looks like an animal similar to a lion or tiger. It couldn't be the antelope clan. I am a member of the tiger clan. Yimo spoke softly, but it still seemed as if they were wary of something. Seeing this, Song Xingyue took her icy cold little hand in hers. Don't be afraid. My partner has already taken your tribe's chief away. Just tell me what's on your mind, and I'll help you. Upon hearing this, Yimo's eyes involuntarily reddened. She never expected that an orc would say such a thing to her. Everyone thought Yi Luo was very kind to me, but they didn't know that I was captured and that I didn't actually want to stay here. Even when she broke down crying, she only shed tears silently, not daring to make the slightest sound. She was terrified that Yiluo would find out if she cried, and Yiluo would definitely be even angrier then. Do you see those two little rabbits by the door? Once they take human form, they'll be like me. At that time, I'll become the animal skin I'm covered in now. Xingyue was startled. I never imagined that the so-called warm and happy scene I saw would hide such a secret and cruel truth. They were clearly a gentle and tender couple, but it turned out to be a demon. Will you really help me? Emo looked at her with pleading eyes. Can I go back to the tiger tribe? Why not? Although Xingyue didn't know which tiger tribe Emo belonged to, she knew that no matter which one, she wouldn't be ostracized when she returned. Our Hongnan kingdom originated from the tiger tribe. Perhaps you're from our side. I can no longer remember the way home. Emo burst into tears. I was brought here when I was very young and kept locked in a cage all the time until I transformed into human form. Xingyue could imagine how terrifying this must have been for Emo at that time. They should have been growing up carefree, but they ended up being imprisoned here. They were forced into it again after they grew up. This kind of bestial life is practically devoid of light. He always seemed kind to me on the surface, showering me with attention and concern in front of the other orcs. But in reality, he would beat me every time we returned to the cave, simply because I couldn't bear him any offspring. Xingyue, feeling soft-hearted, reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. He offered gentle words of comfort. Don't be afraid. Now that I've encountered this situation, I will definitely not abandon you. Just as she was about to say something, Victor walked in. Leader of Star and Moon, what exactly is wrong with our leader's partner? It means that the body is relatively weak. Xingyue slowly looked at Victor with her beautiful eyes, seemingly lost in thought. When you came back this time, did Duo say she wanted to come with you? Duo originally wanted to come, but I didn't let her. Victor thought of Dodo's bright smile and simply sat down and started chatting. Duo just gave birth, and she'll definitely get tired if she walks this far with me right now. I was thinking of bringing her next time. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Upon hearing Victor's answer, Xingyue realized that he was not lying. Although it's true that Yiluo, as the leader, has problems. However, the other members of the antelope tribe seem to be quite normal. Oh right. Victor seemed to have thought of something and quickly spoke up. Our leader has prepared a sumptuous feast for you in the square. Now go out and enjoy the local delicacies. Xingyue glanced at Victor, then at Emo. He then reached out his hand to her. Let's go eat together. You must be hungry by now, right? Emo rarely left the cave. Upon hearing the invitation, I was overjoyed. Being able to leave this cave means that the day when we can escape is not far off. You can't go. Yiluo returned using some unknown method. Emo's body is still too weak. It would be better for her to rest in the cave. Staying in caves all the time will make your health worse. Xingyue frowned slightly, then slowly spoke. The cave was dark and damp, not suitable for raising animal cubs. When Yiluo heard the word beast cub, she hesitated for a moment. Xingyue could tell from his subtle expression. He must care a lot about having children. Go out for a walk to clear your head. That will help you recover faster. Emo looked at Yiluo hesitantly, her eyes full of pleading. Yiluo stared at Emo for a while before gradually revealing a gentle smile. All right, since Chief Starmoon has already said so, let's go together. Emo was overjoyed and immediately tried to struggle to get up. But just as it moved, then I felt a piercing pain in my legs. It hurt so much. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She only knew that her legs hurt a lot. Xingyue subconsciously lifted the animal skin and her skirt and discovered that her knees were almost exposed, revealing the bone. Is this an infection? She never expected that Emo had such scars on her body. But when she came in, Emo didn't seem to be infected. If both legs are infected to this extent, then it's absolutely impossible for them to move. But just now, why bother? Yiluo gazed at Xingyue with a melancholy expression, her eyes no longer as gentle as before. Why are you ruining my plans? I just wanted you to see a doctor for my partner. You can see her. Why do you want to take her away? Upon hearing this, Xingyue was absolutely certain that something must have happened to Ryan. That's why Yiluo overheard the entire conversation. Victor couldn't help but yawn, and the orc looked quite listless. Needless to say, Emo's side is even worse. I felt short of breath, as if I couldn't catch my breath. Xingyue instantly understood what was going on. It must all originate from those flowers. Did you guess it? Yi Luo approached Song Xingyue step by step, his eyes gradually darkening. High female orcs are intelligent, unlike other female orcs. The moment he got close, Song Xingyue suddenly kicked him hard in the groin. Bullseye! A smug smile played on her lips as she looked down at him. You think that kind of drug will work on me? Oh, I'm the kind of person who can stay asleep for 20 seconds, even during a colonoscopy. Chapter 126 Yi Luo was crippled. Actually, Song Xingyue used to have studied Taekwondo in her own world. Although my skills are not yet proficient, the technology isn't very good either. However, they still have some strength. The skills they possess are still present. If Yi Luo were in beastman form, perhaps she really wouldn't be able to do it. But they're all in human form. So who's afraid of whom? Besides, isn't the groin area the most vulnerable spot for a man? One kick, if he can still struggle to get up. I respect him as a true man. Yi Luo knelt on the ground, clutching her wounds with both hands, her forehead covered in cold sweat. Song Xingyue stretched out her foot and kicked Victor next to her. Seeing that the orc looked like he had fainted, I realized that the powder from this flower should be more useful to orcs. But I'm not a person of this world. People who have undergone general anesthesia. Such petty tricks have absolutely no effect on them. Why aren't you responding? Even now, Yi Luo doesn't understand which part went wrong. I am a high-ranking female orc. Song Xingyue looked at Yi Luo, who was unable to get up, with disdain in her beautiful eyes. You have no idea how terrifying the high-ranking female orcs are. If I switch to orc form, your entire tribe might be wiped out. Yi Luo was startled upon hearing this. He had never seen a high female orc before, only heard Victor mention her. This high-ranking female orc seems to know quite a lot, but no orc has ever told him about orc form. Song Xingyue came to Yi Luo's side and stepped directly on his back. Is it because you're naturally timid that you do such dark things? Besides this reason, she simply couldn't think of anything else. Your antelope clan has always been timid, rarely participating in battles. Why would you do something like this? Yi Luo felt an indescribable sense of shame spreading through her. This shouldn't be happening. Clearly, she should have been unconscious and then turned into the second Yimo. But now the situation has actually turned around. I, on the other hand, became the defeated one who was trampled underfoot. You're not going to tell me? Song Xingyue has never been a patient person. That was true then, and it is true now. Seeing that Yi Luo didn't speak, she simply stomped even harder. Since you won't talk, then let your other tribesmen see your pathetic state. Yi Luo's pupils suddenly contracted when she heard these words. He instinctively wanted to resist. But just the moment he got up, a lion's roar startled him so much that he froze, his whole body stiff. Ryan appeared in their sight with the air of a king. The large claws pressed directly onto Yi Luo's legs, crushing them completely. Painful cries echoed throughout the cave. Even the other members of the antelope tribe were somewhat frightened when they saw this. Did you all see it clearly? Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes fell gently on the other antelopes, and a radiant smile slowly bloomed on her face. This is the leader you all revere. I never imagined he would do such a thing behind the scenes. Do you still want to support him? Antelopes have always preferred peace and disliked fighting. Although they live in a group, each of them is quite timid. Faced with such a scene, no one knew how to respond. What you need is a leader who can protect you and lead you to a peaceful and prosperous life, not a leader who will bring trouble to your tribe. She earnestly tried to persuade the other beastmen, hoping they would understand. His actions will eventually bring you utter destruction, and none of you will survive. Victor also woke up in a daze. After seeing what was happening in front of him, he was instantly stunned. But very soon, he realized what was happening. Standing beside Song Xingyue. Star Moon Leader, is there something wrong with our leader? He was, after all, an orc living in the Red South Kingdom. He deeply understood that the Star Moon Leader was a beast, which is why he chose to believe her immediately, even if it's the leader they've lived with for many years. Song Xingyue didn't want to explain anything else at the moment. Since none of you are making a decision, I'll make it for you. I'll lock Yi Luo up for now. If you have anything to say, you could go find Victor or Ryan later. Just find Victor. Ryan spoke with an air of dominance. I'm not interested in your tribe's affairs. He was speaking. It slapped Yi Luo's other leg with one claw on each side once more. They completely crippled both of his legs. Yi Luo's screams echoed throughout the cave once again. Only, this time, no orc will feel sorry for him. Everyone believes that he brought it upon himself. After Song Xingyue finished handling everything here, upon arriving at the cave, they opened the cage and released the little rabbits. The two little rabbits hesitated to come out of their cage. It was as if they were afraid of something. They curled up into a ball like that. "It's okay. I'll take you home later." Song Xingyue squatted down, her voice softening involuntarily. "I will not hurt you. Please believe me." I don't know if it's because she's also a mother. After hesitating for a moment, the little rabbits still came out. Song Xingyue held one in each arm. They were soft and had a pleasant feel to them. "We also have a little rabbit in our Red South Kingdom. We'll send it to you there first, and then take you home." Victor finally came to his senses, now that we know the whole story. No, Victor couldn't understand what was going on no matter how hard he tried. "Leaders of Star Moon, how did you know that Yi Luo was the problem?" "Because of that illness." Song Xingyue turned around, a slight smile playing on her lips. "When we were almost at your antelope tribe, our main force contracted a contagious disease. That's when I became wary." She gave Ryan a meaningful look as she said this. "You must have realized it by now, right? Otherwise, why would you have pretended to be confused just now?" Ryan kicked Yi Luo aside. It transformed into human form and came to Song Xingyue's side. "That day, I smelled not only the orcs who escorted you down the mountain, but also the scent of a fox and another one." A fox? This was something Song Xingyue had never expected. Now that Ryan has said that, that makes sense now. No wonder you have this personality. What good things could someone who allies with the Fox clan possibly have? EMO slowly woke up, feeling a sharp pain in her leg. My legs feel like they're going to break. Am I going to die?" Chapter 127, You're a fucking genius. Song Xingyue first gave EMO a simple treatment of her wounds. He lowered his voice when he saw the shocking wound. "I can't guarantee your leg will definitely get better, but it will at least be better than it is now." Yimo was already drenched in sweat from the pain. "I had no idea my legs had become like this." She still feels lingering fear to this day. "He only lets me lie down all day and doesn't allow me to move around at all. I had no idea my legs had become like this. It's an anesthetic." Although Song Xingyue felt it was very abnormal for anesthetics to exist in the beastman world. But all sorts of reasons seem to be telling me this. That unusual thing has already happened. From the infectious diseases of that time to the drug used by the antelope tribe. Now, they can cripple someone's legs without anyone noticing. It has been proven. This guy named Yi Luo is no ordinary person. It's astonishing that an orc could achieve this. He is indeed one of the best among the orcs. Although I become like this, at least I'm still alive. I haven't turned into animal skin. Yimo held the animal skin in front of her, heartbroken. "This is my sister's animal skin. I saw with my own eyes how cruelly Yi Luo peeled off my sister's animal skin." Song Xingyue frowned deeply, her heart pounding with fear as she listened. But she had a bold guess in her heart. "Did your sister not resist at all, as if she didn't feel any pain?" EMO hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. "I was crying so hard, but my sister didn't seem to notice. She was even smiling at me at the end." "Really? Just as I expected." Song Xingyue couldn't help but feel terrified. "It seems we really can't underestimate any orc from now on. Do you know something?" Yimo wept bitterly, her face streaked with tears. Thinking of her sister was like a knife to her heart. "Is it that fallen leaf? You should focus on recovering from your injury." Song Xingyue came to her senses and gently comforted EMO, holding her hand. "You shouldn't get too emotional right now. Just rest and recover. I'll take you back to our Hongnan kingdom later." "Really?" Upon hearing this, EMO gradually felt uncertain. "But I would only be a burden to your Red South kingdom. I can no longer find a mate, nor can I have offspring. How could it be a burden?" Song Xingyue moved the animal hide aside, so that she wouldn't have to look at it with longing for her lover later. Then she smiled gently at Yimo. Finding a partner requires a strong, emotional connection. While your leg injury is indeed a problem, what if you happen to meet your true love? How could Yimo dare to hope for so much now? It was already a stroke of luck that I wasn't killed by Yi Luo. I dared not ask for anything more. As for your claim that you can no longer have offspring, who told you that? Song Xingyue smiled and couldn't help but find it amusing. Do you think you can't have children because you didn't give birth to any offspring for Yi Luo? After hearing Song Xingyue say that, EMO looked at her with an uncertain expression. Does that mean it's not my problem? It's clear that Yi Luo is incapable of having offspring. Song Xingyue looked at EMO helplessly and gently comforted her. Don't worry, the problem will definitely not happen to you. Upon hearing this answer, Yimo and the entire beast burst into tears of joy. She had always believed she was infertile, but now someone was telling her, can. Song Xingyue slowly looked at Victor over there with her beautiful eyes. You must protect Yimo. Don't let any orcs get close to her. Victor nodded solemnly and immediately went to Yimo's side. However, he still maintained a safe distance from Yimo. After all, he already has Duo. It's better to keep some distance, so that Duo won't get angry later. Song Xingyue saw that there seemed to be no problem here. Only then did they follow Ryan to the cave where the prisoners were held. The moment Song Xingyue saw Yi Luo speak, she immediately adopted Li Yunlong's tone. You're a real genius. She raised an eyebrow, watching with interest the dying leaf fall. How did you discover that those flowers had a sedative effect? And how is the anesthetic drug made? Yi Luo couldn't understand these terms at all. At this moment, he was like a dog clinging to life. Lying on the ground, I am completely unable to move. His legs had long been ruined, and there was blood everywhere. His face gradually turned pale. It seems to be due to excessive blood loss. Song Xingyue saw that Yi Luo remained silent, so she went up to him and grabbed the scar on his leg. She gripped it tightly. The screams instantly echoed throughout the entire cave. Such misery, such despair. Don't you have a kind of medicine that makes other orcs feel no pain? Which one is it? Tell me if you don't want to be tortured anymore. I'll get it for you. Yi Luo was in so much pain that she was sweating profusely. The excruciating pain made him want to commit suicide. Aren't you going to say anything? Song Xingyue never expected that Yi Luo would be such a tough nut to crack. She increased the pressure in her hand once again. His fingertips had even dug into the bloody flesh. Yi Luo didn't even have the strength to cry out in pain at this moment. The beast simply fainted. Why is it so fragile? Song Xingyue was quite interested. Unexpectedly, Yi Luo's side was the first to fail. Ryan, go get some water. We can't let him pass out so comfortably. Ryan didn't say a word. He turned and left. Not long after, he had water in his hands and splashed it directly onto Yi Luo's face. Yi Luo was startled awake by the cold water. The immense pain overwhelmed him once again. It's that kind of purple flower. The kind of purple flower near the cave. He finally couldn't take it anymore, because he felt that Song Xingyue in front of him was an absolute devil. Those purple flowers can make orcs feel no pain. If they're crushed and eaten directly, they feel absolutely nothing. Song Xingyue withdrew her hand with great satisfaction, but when he saw his fingers covered in blood, he couldn't help but frown. The smell of blood was too strong. It makes people feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ryan, you stay here and watch him. I'm going to check on that purple flower. Ryan nodded cautiously and agreed. Be careful. Rest assured. Song Xingyue slightly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a radiant smile. Without a leader, who would dare to harm me? Chapter 128, Mental Torture. After the purple flowers were picked, Song Xingyue couldn't wait to conduct the experiment. She used 2 stones to grind the purple flowers into powder. The powder was forced into Yi Luo's mouth, and then they waited quietly. Ryan had never seen anything like it before. He found it quite interesting. Gradually, the falling leaves no longer seemed to be in as much pain as before. He even showed a relaxed smile. Song Xingyue once again picked at his wound with her fingers. This time he offered no resistance, simply letting himself be pinched as if he didn't feel anything. It really was an anesthetic. She smiled smugly, as if she had discovered a new continent. This fallen leaf is quite clever. He's a genius. However, this genius did not put his abilities to good use. On the contrary, placing it in such an inhumane place is a mistake. Now, which flower is used as a drug? Song Xingyue pressed her advantage and asked again. What color flower is it? Tell me. Yi Luo seemed to be lost in thought at this moment, her eyes still gazing tenderly at Song Xingyue. Just kill me. I can't feel pain anymore, so I'm not afraid of you killing me. Song Xingyue hadn't expected this young man to try and outsmart her. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. Do you think that death is the most terrifying thing? Her voice was very soft. The tone was as if he were saying that the weather was nice today. Have you never seen anything more terrifying than death? Yi Luo looked at her without fear. What does it matter? I can't feel any pain now anyway. So what can you do to me? Song Xingyue liked this kind of tough guy. The tougher the challenge, the more interesting it becomes. If you can just scare them into giving in, that's not very interesting. She thought about it. Slowly reach out and move your hand toward his eyeballs. If I gouge out your eyes and make you blind, would you be afraid? Upon hearing this, Yi Luo's expression changed. You dare? What is there to be afraid of? Song Xingyue simply stuck her finger in, even though Yi Luo didn't let out a cry of pain. But he was also trembling all over from fear. You really can't feel any physical pain. But emotional pain is a different story. Even Ryan, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore. He's good at killing orcs. However, when it comes to torturing orcs, indeed, they don't have Song Xingyue's skills. Blood. And so it crumbled on Song Xingyue's stunningly beautiful face. At first glance, they resemble bright red spider lilies. It added a touch of allure to her without her even realizing it. And she had a smile on her face. It was as if this kind of thing was no big deal to her. Seeing that Yi Luo was trembling, she continued to ask questions. How are you? Are you used to seeing things with only one eye? She was in a very good mood. The pent-up emotions of so long were finally released at this moment. Honestly, since arriving in the orc world, although things are going relatively smoothly in terms of relationships, but it was still a bit boring, especially getting angry over the children's issues time and time again. There's nowhere I can vent my frustrations. And now, I just found it. Then naturally, I won't hold back. If you don't obediently tell me which is the drug and which is the infectious disease flower, then you won't need your other eyeball. Her tone was incredibly serious. It didn't sound like she was joking. Yi Luo could no longer feel the pain, but the fear that came from the bottom of his heart made him unable to stop being afraid. I said, I've already said everything. Isn't that enough? He finally couldn't hold on any longer and completely withdrew. The infectious disease was given to us by the Fox clan, but I don't know the specifics. But the sleeping potion was made from a blue flower. I don't know its name. It was near the foot of the back mountain. Song Xingyue finally received a satisfactory answer. She turned to Ryan and gave him her orders. Kill him. He's no longer of any use. Ryan hesitated for a moment when he heard this. Don't you need to check the drug's effectiveness first? What if he's lying to you? He dared not. Song Xingyue was absolutely certain that Yi Luo wouldn't dare lie to her. At least what he's saying now is sincere. Upon hearing that he was to be killed, Yi Luo immediately spoke up. I've already told you, so why do you still want to kill me? He really couldn't understand why this female orc was treating him this way. Shouldn't you let me go after I've said all this? When did I ever say I would let you go? Song Xingyue crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked down at him. I don't think I ever said I would let you go, so why would you think I would? Yi Luo was so thoroughly roasted that she couldn't utter a single word. But it was a matter of life and death. He still wanted to survive. I also know many other flowers that have medicinal properties. You can't kill me. He could only offer his own abilities as a bargaining chip. I know a lot of other things. As long as you don't kill me, I can do it. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyue began to ponder. His legs are now useless. He only had one eye left and became a one-eyed dragon. They no longer have the ability to escape. All that's left is to barely survive. If it could bring other benefits, keeping one's life might not be a bad idea. Ryan's dark pupils gleamed with a dim light. How should I put it? Should we still kill them? Let's keep it for now. Song Xingyue quickly changed her mind. First, what he said might be useful to me. After weighing the pros and cons, she ultimately chose to let him go for the time being. He can't escape anyway. We'll deal with it when we get back to Hongning Kingdom. Ryan glanced deeply at Yi Luo over there, then turned and followed Song Xingyue away. They exited the cave. I just happened to see Xingyue with a gloomy face. How could you be so cruel? Xingyue clearly already knew what had just happened. You can kill him, but isn't torturing him like this an insult to him? Song Xingyue looked at her son calmly and smiled as she spoke. Do you know what he has done? How do you draw conclusions when you don't understand something? Why don't you go and see Yimo? Song Xingyue took this opportunity to teach this brat a good lesson. I will not comment without knowing the full picture. Chapter 129, Eliminate the Weeds at the Root. A whole day, Song Xingyue was studying the flowers and plants in the antelope tribe. It has to be said, many flowers and plants have other uses. Some of them are for clearing heat and detoxifying. Some are for removing dampness. Some even cough up blood, which supposedly boosts immunity. Song Xingyue preserved the seeds of these flowers. The rest was simply ground into powder. Each package was labeled and carefully packed. Then she ordered Victor to burn the flowers she couldn't take with her. Although Victor didn't understand what was going on, he did as instructed. Ryan approached Song Xingyue and spoke in a low voice. Why burn it? Wouldn't it be better to keep it and use it later? I don't know if any other orcs know the purpose of these flowers. Song Xingyue has always disliked leaving herself any future troubles. She prefers to eliminate everything. What if other orcs take these flowers away as soon as we leave? Especially the fox tribe. It seems quite remarkable that they can produce drugs that can cause infectious diseases. They must know the secret of the antelope tribe. Therefore, they must all be removed, even if these flowers grow again next year. After hearing Song Xingyue's words, Ryan ultimately said nothing. He understood that Song Xingyue was different from other female beastmen in many ways. Even if I don't understand some of her actions, I still respect them. What are you going to do with the antelope tribe? They've lost their leader. Aren't you going to just take over? Occupation is definitely necessary. Song Xingyue had already come up with a plan. Just make Victor the new leader. This is what she considers the best option. It just so happens that Duo and her baby are still in our Hongnan kingdom. If we could just have Duo come over, we could take good care of their baby, right? Upon hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but smile. That's what he actually thought too. Unexpectedly, the two of them came up with the same idea again. I think Duo will agree, right? She smiled sweetly and looked at Ryan. After all, being the leader's partner is the best thing ever. Ryan didn't answer, but you could tell from his eyes that he thought so too. As for Yimo and Yellow, they must be brought back to our Hongnan kingdom. Her eyes suddenly turned serious, no longer as relaxed as before. Yimo's injuries are too severe. It will definitely take at least a year or two to fully recover. We need to take good care of her. Although Ryan didn't know why Song Xingyue was taking care of someone named Yimo. But since it was her decision, he supported it. As for the fallen leaves, when she mentioned Yi Luo, her eyes were filled with a dark light. I need to extract every last bit of value from him before killing him. Killing him now would be too much of a loss. You're right about everything. Ryan reached out and grasped Song Xingyue's small hand in his palm. But if that's the case, does that mean the attack on the Fox clan will have to be postponed? Who said it was going to be postponed? Song Xingyue didn't think these things needed to take up too much time. Tomorrow we will still attack the Fox clan first. She smiled faintly, curling the corners of her lips. After we conquer the Fox clan, we can deal with the Antelope clan. After all, her tone suddenly became more forceful. I promise Senna, the foxes stole something from her. I'm going to take it back. She hadn't forgotten how badly Senna was injured. But we haven't forgotten who was responsible for all of this. When the battle begins, Xingyue must be the striker. He can't be left to hide in the back. She explained it to Ryan. After all, Ryan was the one in charge of the strategic deployment. Fight. He's good at it. It's not my area of expertise. That kid is too naive. He's never seen real bloodshed or real cruelty. This time, let him see it for himself. After hearing this, Ryan's eyes gradually became burning. I never imagined you'd be so strict with your own son. He has to be strict. Song Xingyue doesn't treat all the children this way, only Xingyue. Ever since Xingyue transformed into human form, I just felt that this brat was really too arrogant. Everything goes against me. They often act unilaterally. He definitely deserves to be taught a lesson. If you can't do it yourself, can't you let outsiders do it? Just like my own world. If parents can't control their children, sooner or later society will have to educate them. Just as Ryan was about to say something, Victor hurriedly ran over from not far away. Leader of the Star Moon clan, Yimo suddenly vomited, and she seems to be in quite bad shape. Should you go check on her? Do you have a fever? Song Xingyue's worst fears came true. She immediately set off for the cave, not daring to waste any more time. Actually, she was quite nervous inside. After all, this isn't Hongnan Kingdom, so there aren't as many medicinal herbs here. After arriving, they discovered that things were more serious than they had imagined. At this moment, Yimo started convulsing due to a persistent high fever. Song Xingyue immediately put her hand into her mouth to prevent her from biting herself. Even when the pain was intense, he still managed to grit his teeth and persevere. Find me a wooden stick. The strong smell of blood permeated the entire cave. When Ryan saw Song Xingyue was injured, his eyes involuntarily reddened. It looked like they were about to kill someone. Victor was also startled by the sight before him, but he immediately found a wooden stick and handed it to Song Xingyue. Song Xingyue stuffed the wooden stick into Yimo's mouth. Only then did she manage to pull her hand out with great difficulty. Ignoring her bleeding wounds, she ordered them to fetch water to cool Yimo down physically. Ryan remained motionless. Even though Victor had already gone, he showed no intention of helping. You're injured. I know. Song Xingyue's hand was also in excruciating pain at that moment. But more important than that is Yimo's situation. In our tribe, anyone who sees an unconscious orc would, like me, rush to help. She tried to make him understand. If every orc stands by and does nothing to save someone in distress, wouldn't the entire orc world be wiped out? What kind of world would it be if everyone lacked compassion? Moreover, the education we received in the past was always about educating ourselves. Be a kind and loving person. Although I have lost my kindness. But love, we should keep a little bit of it. More or less, right? Chapter 130, The Power of Nature. Victor returned shortly afterward with water. After undergoing physical cooling, Yimo's condition finally improved. But her wound was already severely rotting. If not treated promptly, it could be life-threatening. Where do you defecate in your tribe? Upon hearing this, Victor immediately felt embarrassed. Leader Starmoon, why did you suddenly ask about this? Just tell me. Song Xingyue really didn't have time to explain right now. Are there any places that people frequent where there are always worms inside? White, wriggling worms. There is one. Victor seemed quite averse to that side of the road. Previously, the smell was too strong, so no other orcs go there anymore. That's good. Song Xingyue finally saw a glimmer of hope. Take a small stick and pick up a few of those worms. I need them. Victor stood there, stunned. His handsome face was now filled with shock. For a moment, I couldn't even believe what my ears were hearing. Go for it. Seeing that he hadn't moved for a long time, Song Xingyue was getting anxious. Those are medicinal herbs. Do you understand? That's the only way to save Yimo. Victor moved his feet with difficulty. It was as if he was going through some kind of internal struggle. Only in the end did I turn around and leave. Which insect can treat festering wounds? This was the first time Ryan had ever heard of such a thing. Yes, that's possible. This was actually the first time Song Xingyue had used this method. In the past, I had only heard that this kind of insect could, so now we can only give it a try. In the orc world, medicinal herbs are scarce, and many more have yet to be discovered. Even if it's just something I've heard about, I can only give it a try. Ryan's burning gaze remained fixed on the wound on Song Xingyue's hand. He reached out and gently lifted her hand. He stuck out his tongue and licked it again and again. He moved gently, as if afraid of hurting her, even though the tongue is the softest thing in the world. However, he was still afraid of hurting his loved one. Song Xingyue's eyelashes trembled slightly, like butterflies resting on their petals. He stared intently at Ryan in front of him. His expression was focused and serious. I could still faintly feel heartache. I'm Fina. She gently comforted him. It was just a minor injury. Ryan looked up and stared at her seriously. In the orc world, having wounds is the biggest taboo. If they aren't treated promptly, it can lead to death. Song Xingyue naturally understood this principle. Before I arrived, perhaps they don't even understand what a wound infection is. Many orcs can only lick their wounds themselves. It would be good if I could get better. If I can't get better, I'll end up dying. Therefore, for beastmen, getting injured is a terrible thing. But what I'm afraid of is cross-infection. Using your own saliva is definitely fine. Isn't using other orcs' saliva risking cross-infection? Can. What's done is done. I couldn't bear to let Ryan down. Their eyes met. A strange spark seemed to be spreading between the two of them. Ryan gradually began to approach. That intense, yet ambiguous atmosphere seemed impossible to conceal. Song Xingyue looked at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Yimo is still lying there. Isn't this a bad thing? What's on your mind? Ryan suddenly raised his hand and touched her hair. There's something stuck to your skin. Let me remove it for you. Song Xingyue raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. That's it. I thought it was just a cough, and I wondered what it was about to do. It's still daytime. Ryan extended his finger and gently flicked her forehead. Even if I had such an idea, I would have to wait until it got dark. Thank you for being so thoughtful and considerate of me. Song Xingyue never expected him to be so good at twisting the truth. He was the one who approached first. As a result, I ended up being the one with the ideas. Not long after, Victor is back. His face was very pale. Even as it walked this way, it kept making gagging motions. I think so. This kind of insect must be quite difficult to pick up. Song Xingyue took the small stick from Victor's hand. He carefully placed the small insect on Yimo's wound. Her beautiful eyes were intently observing the wriggling insect, watching them slowly gnaw on the rotting flesh. I knew this time I'd made the right bet. The power of nature is great. Just like now, an inconspicuous little insect might save a life. You can just watch from here from now on. Song Xingyue once again entrusted the task of watching over EMO to Victor. I need to plan my route for 2 days from now. Feel free to contact me anytime if anything comes up. Victor nodded in agreement, but it was clear that he was in great distress. Song Xingyue walked to the cave entrance. After thinking for a moment, she turned around and looked at Victor seriously. Because this isn't Hongnian Kingdom, I can only trust you. Can I entrust Yimo to your care? Victor looked right into Song Xingyue's eyes. A surge of indescribable sense of justice and a feeling of being trusted welled up within him. He nodded emphatically and agreed. Song Xingyue's lips curled up slightly. Then she took Ryan's hand and walked away. They exited the cave. She finally couldn't help but speak up. It really did smell rather awful. I almost couldn't resist. In the evening, Yimo woke up again, even though the pain is still excruciating. But at least it doesn't seem so bad anymore. It was the leader of the Star Moon who sent me here to take care of you. Victor was worried that Yimo might misunderstand something, so he quickly explained. The Star Moon leader has more important things to do, but she saved you. Upon hearing this, EMO felt an indescribable surge of emotion. Song Xingyue has saved herself more than once. I owe her so much, I really don't know how I can ever repay her. Your leader is truly kind and good. Yes, and very smart. When Victor mentioned Song Xingyue, his eyes were filled with admiration. If you can't sleep, I can tell you some things that happen in our Hongnian Kingdom. He always sat in a place that was relatively far away from Yimo. Avoid arousing suspicion. Maybe if you listen to it for a while, it won't hurt so much anymore. Despite the pain, Yimo forced a smile. Okay, then please tell me about Xingyue. I really want to know more about her. Chapter 131. Are you really an orc? The night before the large tribe was to leave, Song Xingyue finally put down her work to come and see Yimo, seeing that Yimo's condition was much better than before. Only then did he smile with relief. You promised you'd come back for me, right? You'll come back, won't you? Song Xingyue gently held Yimo's small hand. Seeing the uncertainty in her eyes, I couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Don't worry. Since I promised you, I will definitely take you with me. But that's on the condition that I take over the Fox tribe first. EMO looked at Song Xingyue with teary eyes, filled with reluctance. If it weren't for my disability in both legs, I really would like to go with you. Regarding her legs, Song Xingyue couldn't guarantee anything. If it were in my own world, perhaps surgery would be better. But here, whether the bone could be set depends mainly on her body's recovery ability. This is something beyond one's control. As EMO cried, she threw herself into Song Xingyue's arms and held her tightly. You must come back to pick me up soon. I'm afraid I won't be able to live if I don't see you. Song Xingyue has always been powerless against girls, especially when a girl cries. I felt that I must have been in the wrong. Otherwise, how could I have made the girl cry? She reached out and patted Yimo's back reassuringly. I will come back. I promise you. EMO was reluctant to let go. It was as if once I let go, I would never see them again. I will always be here waiting for you. She choked up and couldn't control herself. If you don't come back to pick me up, I'll wait for you in this cave forever. Song Xingyue was helpless. This was the first time she had encountered such a persistent girl since arriving in this orc world. But I have to admit, I really like her and don't dislike her. Okay, I understand. You can go to sleep peacefully now. Upon hearing this, EMO grabbed Song Xingyue's hand and looked at her expectantly. You're leaving tomorrow. Will you sleep with me tonight? I'm so scared being a lone animal. Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Didn't she used to sleep alone too? Is it okay? EMO grabbed Song Xingyue's hand and shook it back and forth in a coquettish manner. Stay with me. I'm really scared. Victor and Ryan at the cave entrance were both watching the two female orcs over there. Listening to their conversation, I found it all quite unbelievable. Ryan's burning gaze could no longer conceal his desire to kill Yimo. It's one thing for male partners to compete back and forth. Now, a female orc has even appeared. Ryan, I'll sleep here tonight. You can go back now. Song Xingyue ultimately couldn't resist the girl's coquettishness. They compromised. Ryan's hands were clenched into fists. If it weren't for Victor being there, perhaps they will lose control of themselves. I'm not going back. His face had darkened at this moment. You can sleep here, but I'll stay at the cave entrance and watch over you. Yimo sniffed hard. He held Song Xingyue tightly, unwilling to let go. The next day, when the main force set off, Yimo sat on the back of a male beastman and came out to see them off. Song Xingyue sat on Ryan's back, silently gazing at Emo. She is truly heartbreaking. She's like a younger sister to me. I can't help but worry about her. She had originally intended to give some more instructions. Unexpectedly, Ryan suddenly walked very fast. She gripped Ryan tightly by the back of the neck, her expression full of helplessness. I was just saying goodbye to Yimo. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Ryan asked the question knowingly and spoke in a low voice. You've never been this good to Senna. No, I'm very good to Senna too, okay? Xingyue really didn't understand. What do girls' friendships really mean in a man's eyes? Why do boys get jealous? But it's obviously not a good time to say much right now. I have a feeling that Ryan seems to be quite bothered by this. You shouldn't get too close to Yimo in the future. Ryan always felt that Yimo's gaze towards Xingyue was not innocent. It's like a male looking at a female, which is quite bothersome. Xingyue did not respond. After all, it's not good to promise something you can't do. Is it that difficult? Ryan asked, concerned. Why do you care so much about Yimo? If I can heal Yimo, I can heal more injured orcs in the future. Xingyue finally revealed her overall perspective. This saves Ryan from having to think too much. Because this was the first time I had ever seen someone with this condition, I was naturally very concerned about it. Is that all? Ryan confirmed it once again. Does it mean nothing else? No. Xingyue could answer this question quite frankly. She has already had enough hardship, and I hope you will not harbor any hostility towards her. Xingyue, who was standing nearby, listened to the conversation between the two. Her brows furrowed. I spent this time with my mother. I always felt that she wasn't the person I knew. She's outside. He was ruthless and decisive in his killings, and his methods were extremely cruel. Doing everything with a purpose makes the beast very uncomfortable. Before the sun sets, we find a riverbank to stop and rest. Xingyue hadn't forgotten what happened when she got infected by the river. Therefore, we must be extremely cautious this time as well. We must not repeat the same mistake. This time, we need to be much more careful when choosing a location. Even if we're cautious, we might still end up stepping directly into the Fox clan's territory. Ryan had already smelled the scent of other orcs in the air. Can't you smell the presence of other orcs? Xingyue was suddenly stumped by Ryan's question. She didn't even know how to answer it. Are you really an orc? Ryan asked the question in a very low voice, so low that only the two of them could hear it. Why are you different from us? You don't have ears, tails, or even a keen sense of smell. Xingyue's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Even his breathing was rapid. But she was more concerned about something else. If I weren't an orc, what would you do with me? Would you kill me? You are my partner. Ryan always firmly believed this. No matter who you are, no matter what race you are, as long as you're my partner, I will stand by your side. After he finished speaking, his tone suddenly became more forceful. But I need you to tell me the truth. He frowned slightly. I want to know everything about you. The very truth. Chapter 132, The Confession. Night. The silence was eerily quiet. Xingyue and Ryan strayed from the main group. We came to a small river and sat down on two rocks. Ryan looked at Xingyue with indifferent eyes. He was waiting for Xingyue's reply. Xingyue quietly gazed at the calm river surface. After thinking for a moment, she slowly spoke. I am definitely not an orc. Her first words were an admission. I am a human, a race superior to orcs. This sentence. She was right. In the long river of history, they evolved step by step from cavemen to the present day, which is indeed something that orcs can't compare to. Just like how a beast cub evolves into a beastman form, I evolved directly from a beastman form into a human. So I'm different from you. Ryan fell silent after hearing Xingyue's answer. He had noticed something was wrong with her a long time ago. It's just that it's never been mentioned before. I never expected that. So that's how it is. If you're a higher being, do you have an orc form? No. Xingyue's answer was also very frank. In the process of evolution, we discarded our former habits and characteristics, and thus evolved into the way we are today. Ryan suddenly looked at Xingyue very seriously and asked a question. If that's the case, aren't your new forms quite weak? His questions were also very tricky. In my beast form, I could easily bite you to death. Indeed. Xingyue, of course, had to acknowledge this fact. Otherwise, why are the lions in the zoo kept in cages? Why is it necessary to put a warning sign in front? But, although your orc form is formidable, I, as a being superior to you, possess the ability to tame you. This is something you cannot match. Tame us? Ryan was very bothered by her answer. Does that mean you were born to lead us? Are you going to switch to beastman form and bite me? Song Xingyue calmly met his unfathomable eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips. Since you can't bite me, that means you've been tamed by me. Ryan was very sensitive too, and even resistant to the word taming. Because in his eyes, things shouldn't be like this. I won't bite you because I love you. But you submit to me. Song Xingyue's single sentence was the decisive blow. You can't conquer the entire orc world. You have to rely on my abilities, don't you? Ryan resisted the idea of taming. However, we have to admit this fact. He did indeed need Song Xingyue to conquer the entire orc world. Besides, you lost the first time you fought me. Song Xingyue delivered another decisive blow. If I hadn't let you off the hook, you probably wouldn't have any right to talk to me right now. Her tone remained calm throughout. It's like telling a story, very gentle. Although we lost our orc form during our advanced evolution and are no longer as lethal as you, we possess wisdom, and wisdom can conquer all. Ryan didn't understand what wisdom was, but it sounds very high class. It's like I have many skills that you don't. Song Xingyue reached out and slowly grasped Ryan's large hand. This is what is called wisdom, something you may never catch up to even after countless evolutions. Ryan finally understood what kind of person his partner really was. In an instant, a complex emotion was spreading through my heart. They didn't even know what kind of existence this was. Now you know everything about me. Song Xingyue smiled with relief and just looked at him. What are you going to do? Tell the other beastmen? How could that be? Ryan frowned slightly and spoke slowly. I've said it before. You are you, and I will not let any orcs harm you. Song Xingyue was very grateful for Ryan's understanding of her. She took a deep breath and then slowly moved closer to Ryan's embrace. So where did you used to live? In the orc world? It's not in here. Song Xingyue thought of the real world, and her eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. The place I live is very, very far away from here, so far that I can't go back at all. In fact, she had already come to terms with this fact long ago. I've been in the orc world for 2 years now. There is no way to go back to the world we used to live in, even if my beloved family members are there. There are many unfinished things, but there's no going back. It's good here now. I have people I love and people who love me. She said this as if she were speaking to Ryan. It's as if he's talking to himself. Now I have things I want to do and people I want to see. At the same time, Hongnan Kingdom. Xingyue is treating the wounds of the injured cub. Then I saw Banban arrive. He gently blew on the cub's wound and gave it a smile. Don't be so naughty in the future. Don't get yourself all bruised and battered. Zhangwo and Guqing were waiting for the little guy to play together. The little guy immediately ran off happily. Xingyue watched until the little ones had run far away before slowly packing up his things. Why didn't you grant Senna's request? His first words were about feeling sorry for his partner. Sina clearly said she wanted to take you as her second partner, so why didn't you agree? Why would I be willing? Xingyue didn't even glance at Banban and continued packing his things on his own. Would you be willing to let me be your second partner? You and Senna clearly have a great relationship, don't you? Banban, of course, did not want Senna to find another partner. But compared to this, what he didn't want to see even more was Senna being heartbroken. Senna's been in a bad mood these past few days. Don't you feel guilty? You shouldn't have come to me if she's in a bad mood. Although Xingyue's voice was gentle, his attitude was very firm. That's your partner. Whether you're happy or not is your problem. Why are you coming to me? But I'm a doctor, but I don't care about your little emotions. Xingyue has always understood where he truly is and has never forgotten it. I don't want you to delay my plans. He finally finished packing his things and looked Banban in the eye. And you, he offered a kind reminder. Don't pretend to be magnanimous. Doing so will only make your partner misunderstand you. Chapter 133, Liehua, will not let you go. Early the next morning, Song Xingyue led the large group towards the Fox tribe. After a night of adjustments, the orcs in the main force were all in high spirits, clearly having had a good rest. Ryan suddenly slowed his pace, his eyes warily scanning his surroundings. Song Xingyue immediately sensed that something seemed amiss. Then, she asked in a low voice, "Is something wrong? It smells like a fox." Song Xingyue immediately became alert and began to observe her surroundings. Perhaps she was indeed inferior to these beastmen in terms of her sense of smell. However, the situation is quite different when it comes to observation. Really, she noticed a slight tremor in the bushes not far away, because this would prevent any breeze from blowing outside. But there was a faint movement over there. The most important point, everything around me is green. but there was an unusual color faintly visible over that bush. She leaned down and whispered in Ryan's ear. To the left, bushes. Ryan did so with almost no hesitation. He leaped up and pounced. Perhaps it was because the movements were too fast. The creature in the bushes couldn't dodge in time. It was pinned down by their claws. Really? Red ears, big tail. It's obviously from the Fox clan. Xingyue sat on Ryan's back, looking down at him. We're not familiar with the route to your tribe. Could you show us the way? Liehua, will not lead the way for you. He opened his mouth. It seems to directly reveal his goofy nature. What kind of orc would directly state their name? Would you call this self-destruction? Xingyue looked at the raging fire under her claws with amusement in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, I started to doubt the intelligence of the fox leader. Sending a fox like this to ambush? Doesn't he think it's extremely unreliable? Are you going to kill me, Liehua? Liehua watched them with resentment. Kill me if you want. Liehua, will definitely not beg for mercy. He does have some backbone, but not much. Looking at that youthful face, Xingyue knew that he must have just come of age. It looks like she's about the same age as Xingyue. Do your parents know you came out on your own? Suddenly feeling that he was being underestimated, Liehua immediately began to struggle. Liehua, am now an independent orc. Don't underestimate me, Liehua. Ryan tightened his claws slightly, almost suffocating the raging fire. Xingyue immediately patted Ryan on the back. Don't kill me, I still have questions to ask. Ryan then loosened his grip slightly, but blood had already started flowing from the corner of Liehua's mouth. I don't know if I stepped on something inside my internal organs or what. Where are your companions? Why aren't they coming to your rescue? Do I, Fiery Blaze, still need companions? His eyes were filled with stubborn tears. It's obvious. It must have hurt quite a bit just now. The child was in so much pain that he was almost crying. Xingyue frowned slightly and looked at him meaningfully. It means, you're the only orc who came here without any companions? Suddenly, Liehua fell silent, turning her head away and silently shedding tears. Looking at that aggrieved expression, anyone who didn't know better would think that Xingyue and the others were bullying him. Xingyue suddenly became speechless. What are you doing here alone, an orc? Are you just here to die? My flames are meant to kill you. He looked at Xingyue and the others with eyes full of hatred. You killed our comrades. We will never let you get away with this. I, Liehua, am the first to disagree. Xingyue's brows twitched slightly. I actually find it interesting. You mean we killed your companions first? Yes. Even though Liehua was very inexperienced, his eyes were filled with hatred when he looked at them. You killed our comrades. They were hung on the city walls. We all know. Xingyue's patience. With each roar of the raging fire, their patience gradually waned. So, where was your companion killed by us? Of course it's your tribe. Yes. Xingyue's beautiful eyes suddenly darkened, and she looked at him very seriously. Didn't you invade our territory first, which is why we killed you? Didn't you want to kill us first? Liehua was suddenly stumped by this question. He only knew that his companion had been brutally murdered. I've never considered this aspect. Now, hearing their counter-question, I'm at a loss for words. If you hadn't hurt our companions first, we wouldn't have killed yours. Liehua still refused to believe Xingyue's explanation. Even if, he also sensed that something was amiss. Tie them up. Xingyue was too lazy to waste any more words with him. Xingyue, you've been watching this raging fire all the way here. Xingyue's eyes flickered slightly. Why me? Instead of obeying orders immediately, he questioned them. Why can't other orcs do it? Disobeying orders, is that it? Xingyue's gaze towards Xingyue gradually became more unfriendly. Do you know what the consequences will be if you disobey the leader's orders? Xingyue frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, he reluctantly went to get the rope. Xingyue really wanted to beat Xingyue to death. What else could this be but a rebellious son? Perhaps God sent this to punish me on purpose. Leader, why not just kill him? Gradually, voices of protest began to emerge among the orcs. Why not just kill him? Why keep him alive? Xingyue looked at the other beastmen one by one with her beautiful eyes and spoke slowly and deliberately. This orc has clearly just come of age and knows nothing. If we kill even innocent children, wouldn't we be incredibly heartless? Elder, child, she wouldn't kill either of them, unless it has truly reached the point of being universally condemned. Our war is for peace, not simply for slaughter. If we kill every orc we see, Wouldn't we wipe out the entire orc world? The orcs looked at each other and seemed to think that what their leader said made some sense. They're all lying to the beasts. The flame still raged on here. You're deliberately trying to mislead me. Liehua. Liehua will not fall for it. Noisy. Song Xingyue has never liked noisy orcs. Even children who have just come of age are not allowed. Judge, find something to gag him. If he keeps making a racket, just cut off his tongue. Chapter 134, She Won't Talk to Me. The main force continued its attack on the fox tribe. Liehua was bound and followed at the very back of the procession. Judge is in charge of guarding it. So they ended up at the very back. Song Xingyue straightened her back and sat on Ryan's back. But you can never let your guard down. Look at the raging fire. It doesn't seem like a scam. At least there were no traps or defenses in that place. But since he was able to travel all the way from the fox tribe so far away to get here, it was definitely not an accident. This indicates that there was an ambush ahead. It's just that this raging fire sneaked over while they weren't paying attention. Actually, I've been smelling the scent of unfamiliar orcs all along. Ryan suddenly spoke in a low voice. That scent has been following me ever since you came back from the mountain. It's not very close, but I can still smell it. Is it a long-lasting relationship? The first thing that came to Song Xingyue's mind was long-lasting affection. He personally escorted me down the mountain. Ryan had smelled him before. He was absolutely certain. But she couldn't help but take a look around at her surroundings. To the left are high mountains, and to the right is a stream. On both sides are tall bushes. If we say that Chongqing has always followed this large group, this indicates that he must have taken a mountain path. The mountain road is quite far from here. That's why the flavor is subtle and elusive. It's not very strong. Did you provoke other orcs on a mountain? Ryan's eyes were full of meaning as he said this. They agreed to go to the mountains to collect medicinal herbs, but ended up attracting a formidable opponent. This is incredible. My impression of it is that it's very unusual. Ryan has always been a very arrogant orc. I've never heard him say anything like that before. Their abilities may be no less than mine. Song Xingyue had seen people who were loyal and affectionate, but we don't know what his orc form looks like. He better not be after you. Ryan snorted coldly. Otherwise, I would definitely cut him open. Song Xingyue simply couldn't imagine such a scene. After all, it's either Ryan or Chongqing. That's a paradise for those who love good looks. It would be a terrible waste to disembowel either of them. Thinking of this, she quickly tried to comfort her. Don't overthink it. He's not as complicated as you think. Ryan started speaking to the orc before anything had even happened. I knew things weren't simple, but he also believed in something else. That is, she can distinguish between what is important and what is urgent, at least at this crucial moment in the attack on the fox tribe. Once we've defeated the fox tribe, we can simply bypass this area. If that guy is still so clueless by then you can't blame yourself for taking action. At the same time, Hongnan Kingdom. Under Lingmu's care, the two little guys, Xingyue and Guoqing, were playing and splashing in the stream. The two of them splashed each other with water, their joyful laughter filling the air. Deputy Leader, your little rabbit has transformed into human form. Mengyu rushed over to tell him the good news. If Jejin knew this news, she would be very happy. The two sisters, Xingyue and Guoqing, exchanged a glance and immediately understood what each other was thinking. They're twins after all. They're so in sync. They hit it off immediately. They hurriedly ran towards the kindergarten. I want to see what the little rabbit looks like in human form. Lingmu's deep eyes were filled with worry. They immediately chased after the two little babies. Mengyu ran after him, laughing as he spoke. Why are you in such a hurry? That little rabbit isn't going to run away. Lingmu didn't care about whether or not the rabbits were small or not. What he cared about was Jianguo's leg. Although her leg seems to have almost fully recovered now. But many times I still fall uncontrollably. My legs are already covered in bruises. Xingyue is currently out leading troops in battle. She would be disappointed if she couldn't even take good care of her two children. Found the nation. You can go see the little rabbits, but you can't run that fast. Upon hearing Uncle Lingmu's voice, Xingyue immediately stopped obediently, switched to brisk walking. But at least they didn't run away. When Guoqing saw her sister stop, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. You'd better hurry up, sister. Xingyue also wanted to move forward quickly. But Uncle Lingmu is quite scary when he gets angry. It's National Day. Don't rush your sister. If she falls again, your mother will be angry when she gets back. Upon hearing this, Guoqing's chubby little face immediately drooped. Then she thought of her mother, and her eyes welled up with tears again. When is Mom coming back? She turned around and looked at Uncle Lingmu with a wronged expression. Mama's been gone for so many days. Why hasn't she come back yet? Lingmu is fearless. I'm afraid these two little ones will cry. He immediately went over, bent down, and picked up the two little ones, one in each arm, and held them in his arms. Generally speaking, if one cries, the other will cry too. He'll basically get used to it. Your mother will be back soon. But until she returns, you two must behave. When Mingyu caught up with Lingmu and saw him with the child, he couldn't help but tease him. With such a good temper, you should actually be a kindergarten teacher. I'm just a child who likes stars and the moon. Lingmu's answer was quite thought-provoking. I don't know if I'll be able to like other cubs. Mingyu was somewhat surprised after hearing Lingmu's words. I thought you had such a good temper that you were nice to everyone. I have a good temper? Lingmu looked intently at Mingyu and spoke in a low voice. It's an act. Actually, I don't have a good temper. Mingyu suddenly felt that this conversation was going to end. Why does every sentence seem to be filled with setbacks? Ahem, let me take you to find the little rabbit. He could only change the subject and walk at the front. It just so happens that kindergarten let out early today. Right now, only the little rabbit is still there. Does he not have a name? Seeing Mingyu calling him Little Rabbit repeatedly, Lingmu asked him about it. Didn't you ask her name? She didn't say a word. Mingyu spread his hands helplessly and stretched lazily. So I don't know her name either. It's better if you ask her later. Upon hearing this, Lingmu quickened his pace. Not speaking or not being able to speak. This is very important. After arriving at the kindergarten, he spotted the fair-skinned little child in the corner at a glance. Are you a little rabbit? The little rabbit slowly looked at Lingmu. His eyes were full of fear. Chapter 135, How About I Call You Wanwan? The square in Hongmen Kingdom at night. It's always the most bustling place. Orcs mostly gather here. They were chatting and laughing, creating a very warm atmosphere. The little rabbit sat quietly in the corner. But Guiqing pulled her to sit between herself and her sister. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Guiqing's big, watery eyes blinked as she looked at the little rabbit next to her. Aren't you our sister-in-law? Then why aren't you talking to us? The little rabbit's red-rimmed eyes were heartbreaking, even without saying a single word. But it also makes people feel that she must have suffered some injustice. Are you perhaps a little mute? Xingyue spoke in a crisp voice. So you're not going to say anything, right? The little rabbit seemed very nervous at this moment. It was clutching the food in its hand tightly, as if it wanted to crush it. So, are you going to be disliked? Because I can't speak. Are you really a little mute? The way Xingyue looked at her immediately changed. That's great. I'm the little cripple, and you're the little mute. From now on, I'll take you around and play with you. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll get my sister to beat them up. Guiqing was stunned on the spot. I didn't say anything, so how come I'm the one protecting the two of them? The little rabbit was overjoyed when it heard this, even though there was still fear in her eyes. But at least he's starting to smile. Lingmu, has this child never been given a name? Lily always felt that it wasn't appropriate to call the child Little Rabbit, Little Rabbit. She is, after all, a female orc and will stay in our Red South Kingdom in the future. Can't we at least give her a name? That's right. Roses have the same meaning. We can't just keep calling them little rabbits from now on, can we? How will we distinguish them when the rabbit clan comes? Lingmu, of course, knew that it wasn't good to keep calling her Little Rabbit. But Xingyue hasn't returned yet. This isn't my own cub, and I really can't name it myself. How about we name her Wanwan? Xingyue suddenly spoke up with great joy. Wanwan is a very nice name, and it's perfect for a little mute. The little rabbit seems to really like its new name. She nodded immediately, indicating her agreement. The adult beastmen surrounding them couldn't help but look at this scene with amusement. The innocence of little ones can sometimes be quite enviable. Kids these days really have better living conditions. Even Lilier was marveling at this fact. We never had such innocent smiles when we were just babies. She was inspired by seeing the kids having a great time over there. Back then, we were constantly worried about being attacked by other tribes. We also had to worry about going hungry in the winter. So we learned hunting skills from a young age, just to make sure we wouldn't starve. Although Lingmu was not a beastman like Lilier was back then, but they also spent their early years as cubs. That would make my life very difficult. He didn't know who his mother was and spent all his time with his father. Until after my father passed away. Then you can't rely on anyone but yourself. But today's kids are different. They didn't need to worry about going hungry or being attacked. Food. They would all be prepared by adult orcs. Attack. Other adult orcs will also fight to the death. All they need to do now is grow up healthy and strong. There really aren't many requirements. But is it really appropriate for Huan Huan to continue living with you? Lilia raised a very pointed question. Let's be reasonable. Ever since the beast cubs have taken human form, they need to live separately. Your family has already made an exception. But can't Huan Huan be an exception again? Rose quietly tugged at Lily's hand and lowered her voice. Aren't you afraid that the leader will scold you when he comes back? Isn't this the rule of the orc world? Lily has always been very compliant with the rules of the orc world. Now that the cub has human form, it definitely needs to live separately. Is there a problem? No problem. Lingmu also thought there was no problem. According to the rules, this was indeed how it should be done. But his eyes suddenly turned serious. The leader's 2 cubs are chosen once. They mature faster than the other cubs. Although they have human forms, they are still children, aren't they? His words served as a direct reminder to the other beastmen. Having good aptitude isn't a problem. But how can they, at such a young age, possibly take care of themselves? Are we really going to waste such a precious bloodline? None of the beastmen present said anything. However, I agree with what Lingmu said. Back then, Chi-Chi alone made all the beastmen spoil her rotten. Not to mention the twins. That's true, but this little rabbit is getting on in years. Lily looked at the little rabbit and realized that it was much taller than the founding of the nation and the national day. She is perfectly capable of taking care of herself. Moreover, she looked at Lingmu with a helpless expression. She's a female orc. It's not appropriate for her to live with you. Yes, the other beastmen shared the same sentiment. Although the leader's sons are tolerable. But this kid doesn't have that much tolerance. Huan Huan was terrified when she heard those words. She always stayed by Zhejia's side and never went out to find food on her own. If I were to move out right now, I'm really worried I might go hungry. But when she tried to open her mouth to say something, she couldn't make a sound. Even if you're anxious inside, you can't express it. Under immense pressure, Lingmu could only slowly look at Huan Huan. Even though Huan Huan does look quite pitiful right now. But according to the rules, it's not really suitable for me either. Since that's the case, let's just assign her a house tonight. He eventually gave in. Let her live on her own from now on, until she find a partner. Upon hearing this, Huan Huan immediately burst into tears. She didn't want to leave them, and she didn't want to live alone. Wow, you can live alone like a beast. Jianghuo's eyes were filled with admiration. I'm so envious of you. Huan Huan looked at Jianghuo with teary eyes. After hearing her say that, I didn't seem so sad anymore. I'll be living with a beast someday, and we'll be neighbors. Will you take good care of me? Huan Huan immediately stopped crying and started laughing. She nodded slowly. It seems that living alone isn't so scary after all. Chapter 136, maybe it's Chi-Chi. At the same time, the main force is on this side. Song Xingyue led the main force to set up camp on an open space beside the stream. Everyone started taking their tools and fishing, barbecuing, and cooking. Although we brought a lot of military rations with us when we came. However, considering that there might still be a mountain road to travel later, it's best to leave the grain reserves there for later use. Now that we have resources, we should naturally make use of them. Liahua looked at the bonfire and the fragrant food, his mouth watering. Song Xingyue picked up the grilled fish, blew on it, and then handed it to Liahua. Do you want some? She considered that he was still a child and must be hungry at the moment. So I asked him. There was still something blocking its mouth. He couldn't speak at all. However, he simply turned his head to the side, making his stance clear. It's still a tough nut to crack. Song Xingyue deliberately sat in front of him and began to eat the fish with relish. I asked you, and it was your own fault for not eating. You can't blame me for going hungry. Although Liahua's attitude remained quite tough. But his uncooperative stomach betrayed him, making a rumbling sound. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Her face turned red. Song Xingyue yanked the thing out of his mouth and asked again, Are you really not going to eat? If you want to eat, I can grill you a fish. I don't want the raging fire. Liahua's attitude was very firm. Even though he was starving, he still showed no interest in eating. Liahua, will not be captured by your meager offerings. Our tribe has plenty to eat. Some mean. Taking the opportunity, Song Xingyue asked the question discreetly. Will you grill fish like us? We not only grill fish, but also seafood. When Liahua talked about his tribe, his eyes were full of pride. Our tribe knows a lot of things. We can even build houses, which most tribes don't. Song Xingyue suddenly realized something was amiss. It tightened involuntarily, but she still pretended not to care and continued to speak. I don't believe you guys are so capable that you can even build houses. Real. Seeing that Song Xingyue didn't believe him, Liehua became a little anxious. Our tribe's chief's partner is amazing. When Liehua talked about this, his eyes were full of admiration. It was absolutely about to burst out of control. Have you ever heard of a high female orc? He was very boastful when he said that. We have a high-ranking female orc in our tribe. She's incredibly skilled. She can do everything. She's our chief's partner. Song Xingyue's heart. Instantly, Liehua's words plunged him into despair. High female orc? These are clearly the words he used to fool those beastmen in the Red South Kingdom. Where did this high-ranking female orc come from in this orc world? They even invented this word themselves. But now someone is actually claiming to be a high female orc? She can even build houses. She seems to know all the skills from Hongnan Kingdom. All signs pointed to Chi-Chi. Except for her. I really can't think of another high-ranking female orc. What is the name of your tribe's chief's partner? Call. Just as Liehua was about to speak. Then, after thinking for a moment, he immediately shut his mouth. She still has that arrogant look on her face. Aren't you going to tell me? Song Xingyue once again brought the grilled fish to its mouth. If you ask, I'll give you this fish. Liehua was so hungry his mouth was practically watering, but he was still holding back. Song Xingyue patiently waited for the flames to blaze for 3 seconds. Seeing that he really had no intention of saying anything, they gagged him again. Ryan's expression was very unpleasant when he saw Song Xingyue walking over. So when she sat down, he hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? The Fox tribe's leader's mate is very likely to be Kiki. Song Xingyue expressed her concerns. If it were Chi-Chi, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how to act. Chi-Chi? The moment Ryan heard Kiki's name, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He never expected that she hadn't died and had even gone to the Fox tribe. No wonder. No wonder the Fox tribe has attacked Hongnan Kingdom time and time again. They can even cleverly avoid the fortifications on this side. It turns out there was a mole inside. Song Xingyue took a deep breath, feeling a tightness in her chest. It's one thing for a son to cause trouble for himself. Now the enemy they have to attack is their own daughter. How ridiculous is that? Could it be that I gave birth to a whole litter of ill-fated relationships back then? Don't worry too much. Ryan grabbed Song Xingyue's hand to calm her down. I'll head to the Fox tribe tomorrow to check things out. I'll see if it's Kiki. What if that's the case? Song Xingyue frowned slightly, her mind torn between the two choices. If she really is my daughter, would I really have to kill her? Of course we should kill them. Ryan was already on the verge of losing control. When we first put Chi-Chi in the mountains, worried that she would run back, they even broke one of her legs. If Chi-Chi isn't killed beforehand, Song Xingyue will definitely find out about the broken leg. Although it was indeed she who drove Chi-Chi out. But if she knew how badly she had hurt her precious daughter, she might not forgive herself. Just in case. I can only go and take a look tomorrow. If it really is Kiki, we must kill her before Song Xingyue arrives. Why aren't you saying anything? Song Xingyue had no confidence to begin with. Seeing Ryan remain silent only increased his anxiety. What's on your mind? Don't overthink it. Even though Ryan was in turmoil inside, he still tried to calm her down. Maybe it's not Chi-Chi. He spoke in a low voice. Even if it really is Kiki, she's already trying to kill you. So what are you still worried about? Song Xingyue looked at the hideous scars on her arm and fell into deep thought. At first, his daughter almost killed him. If the bear tribe hadn't just happened to bring honey, he might have really died. Worrying about things that haven't happened isn't in your nature. Ryan gently pulled Song Xingyue into his arms. Where she couldn't see, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Let's talk about tomorrow's problems tomorrow. His large hand held her small hand in his palm. Now we need to consider how to safely reach the Fox tribe and avoid the traps we don't know about. After hearing Ryan's words, Song Xingyue sighed heavily. You're right. Now is not the time to think about these things. At the very least, we must not let morale be thrown into disarray. Chapter 137 One Lion Battles a Pack of Foxes. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Ryan immediately switched into his orc form and ran towards the Fox tribe at top speed. In the green jungle, you can see a male lion constantly galloping, extremely fast. It seems only a cheetah could keep up with it. He ran wildly all the way. Even at noon, when the sun is still very strong and scorching, he didn't stop either, until he smelled something unusual and suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes instantly turned cold. His ears were also twitching, as if he were listening for any sound around him. Come out. What are you hiding for? His voice was exceptionally domineering. Even when fighting alone, they showed no fear whatsoever. In the bushes, a fox unit suddenly appeared. Ryan sized them up. This should be the vanguard. I counted them. There are exactly 10. No wonder he's the Lion King. Andrew wagged his tail and looked the lion up and down. His physique is probably the strongest I've ever seen. Ryan's dark eyes swept coldly over Andrew. It's you, my defeated opponent. He recognized who the orc in front of him was. It's one of the 2 foxes that ran away from the village gate last time. Didn't you tell your tribesmen when you returned that your desertion led to your comrades' heads being hung on the city walls? Don't talk nonsense. Andrew's expression changed drastically. It's clear that he still minds those words. Last time I clearly came back injured. If I hadn't run back then, there probably would have been more than one head hanging there. But how come I remember you weren't injured at all last time? You just ran away? Ryan has always had a good memory. The fox in front of me is definitely lying. Impossible. A fox nearby immediately spoke up for Andrew. Andrew returned covered in wounds. How could he possibly have deserted? Don't talk nonsense. Ryan basically knew what was going on after hearing this. Andrew was clearly not injured that day, but they returned battered and bruised. It's likely that those scars were his own handiwork. The purpose was to establish authority within the tribe. Andrew's patience had completely worn off, and he started giving orders to his other companions. Capture them alive, if possible. If that's not possible, kill them on the spot. The words had barely left his mouth. The other foxes all rushed forward together. That formation was extremely fierce. Ryan seized the opportunity and leaped forward. They easily dodged their attack. 2 foxes collided with each other because they couldn't break in time. He turned around quickly, and with a leap, he pounced on one of the foxes. Without saying a word, he bit off his neck, causing blood to flow freely. I don't know if it was because of the stimulation from the blood. The remaining fox's eyes instantly turned red. The attack became even more intense than before. Andrew stood quietly in place, waiting for his chance. He had absolutely no intention of making a move. Instead, they seemed completely indifferent, observing the situation without taking any action. He watched the lions and foxes fight with his own eyes. Even as his comrades were wounded one after another, he remained standing there. After several rounds, the foxes were all injured, although Ryan still has the upper hand at the moment. Each attack also took a toll on his stamina. Andrew, what should we do? The foxes, too, were gradually starting to falter. We are at a complete disadvantage, and if we continue fighting, we might die. Are you afraid of dying? Andrew just stared at the fox with a quiet, wistful look. If we cannot stop this lion here today, then it will be our people who die. The other foxes seemed instantly inspired upon hearing this. Even though they had previously considered quitting, they were now prepared to fight to the death. You guys are really idiots. Ryan was doing everything he could to buy himself time. We can just kill all of these foxes then. Even if I can't kill him, crippling him would be fine. This way, at least when Xingyue and the others arrive, a battle can be avoided. You are all wounded and battered, so why is Andrew still safe? He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Andrew never expected that the lion in front of him would be so good at sowing discord. It's really a headache that they can see right through my little tricks. But in order not to arouse suspicion from his companions, he spoke again. I'm not going because I'm waiting for the right opportunity. Don't try to stir up trouble over there. We're very united. Ryan sneered at Andrew's words. Everyone in the orc world knows that foxes are the most cunning race. This is Andrew in front of us. If the foxes have the upper hand, he will definitely go for it. If he is at a disadvantage, he will definitely turn around and run away immediately. He used these foxes in the battle as shields for him. What are you all standing there for? This lion won't last much longer. Let's attack together. The foxes, exhausted, once again pounced on Ryan. Ryan saw that they were all stubbornly clinging to their beliefs. In an instant, it revealed its sharp claws. The first fox that charged at them was gutted. He was like a war god who had stepped out of a battlefield. It gives off a feeling of being able to kill gods and Buddhas alike. But soon, he was still attacked by other foxes. It bit directly into his left leg. Ryan used all his strength to shake off the fox. Then, I used all my strength. Eliminate all the foxes you can see, one by one, even though he was already covered in wounds. You're the only one left. Ryan was still bleeding, but his eyes showed great interest. The hero they talk about. Let me see what else you've got up your sleeve. Andrew was intimidated by Ryan's aura and began to back away. Why would Ryan give him a chance to escape? He blocked his path. A claw pinned him down. A cold voice questioned. What is your leader's partner's name? Tell me, and I might spare your life. Andrew was so scared he almost wet his pants. He spoke haltingly. Her name is Chi-Chi, and she is the daughter of the leader of your Hongnan kingdom. Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you sure? A few simple words, yet they carry a powerful sense of pressure. Andrew dared not lie. Her name really is Chi-Chi. One of her legs is lame. When Ryan heard the last word, it simply raised its paw and dealt with Andrew, the fox. He silently turned around, his eyes dark and gloomy. It really was her. That's interesting. Chapter 138, Chi-Chi's partner. At the same time, in the fox tribe, Chi-Chi paced back and forth anxiously. Her delicate face was full of worry. What are you doing? Hongfei walked in and grabbed her hand. Why do you look so anxious? I was just wondering if something had happened to Andrew and the others. Chi-Chi held Hongfei's hand, her eyes filled with anxiety. We had clearly agreed that I would come back every day at sunset, but now there's been no sign of it at all. After hearing this, Hongfei gazed at her tenderly. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. No. Chi-Chi shook off Hongfei's hand, still feeling uneasy. You don't know my mother, that orc. She's cunning and treacherous. Perhaps Andrew and the others have already been killed. She thought of Ryan. That wretched lion. I clearly told him before that I would treat him well as long as he became my partner. Unexpectedly, not only did he refuse, but he also broke one of his own legs. I heard Ryan is also in the main force. Once their troops arrive here, the Fox tribe will have no chance of winning. After all, harassment warfare is different from a proper head-on conflict. Fei, how about we retreat first? Kiki's unease grew stronger. How about we come back after we win the battle? She looked at her husband pleadingly, hoping he would agree with her idea. I really can't just sit here and wait to die. I'm afraid they'll kill me. Chi-Chi. Hongfei's eyes remained gentle as always, but his tone suddenly became more serious. I am the chief of the tribe. How can I retreat at this critical moment of life and death? He just looked at Chi-Chi like that, hoping she could understand this principle. Although the Red South Kingdom is indeed very powerful, our Fox tribe has everything we need and lacks nothing. Seeing that Hongfei was still stubborn, Chi-Chi simply stopped talking. Just then, other orcs came looking for Hongfei. Hongfei had to deal with other matters first and put this aside for the time being. After Hongfei left, Chi-Chi immediately waved to Xiaoqi outside. Xiaoqi, come in, I have something to tell you. Xiaoqi's young face was full of hesitation. But after hesitating, she went inside anyway. Kiki, is there something you need? Chi-Chi grabbed Xiaoqi's hand and looked at him pleadingly. Xiaoqi, can you take me away from here? Let's run away and find a place where no orcs know us to start over, okay? Xiaoqi is, after all, just a little kid who has just come of age. Hearing this, he was terrified and flung Chi-Chi's hand away. Kiki, you are the chief's consort. How could you say such a thing to me? Although in the orc world, a female orc can have many males. However, the Fox tribe has an unwritten rule. A leader can only have one partner. In other words, if Chi-Chi stays in the Fox tribe, she will only have Hongfei as her partner. It cannot have other males. But Hongfei, the scars on his face are really scary, I'm afraid. Xiaoqi became even more displeased upon hearing this and answered timidly. The scars on the chief's face are from battle. He was injured while fighting for our entire tribe. Seeing that she couldn't reason with Xiaoqi, Chi-Chi had no choice but to turn her attention to the others. Xiaoqi looked at Chi-Chi in front of her. Suddenly, I realized that her kindness in the past seemed to have all been an act. He left silently and ran off to find the leader. Late at night, the outskirts of the tribe, Ryan wandered around in circles, making the foxes in the tribe tense up one by one. But he showed no intention of going in. It was circling around them, as if trying to intimidate them. That's all. This deterrent continued until dawn. Ryan had just left. We found a relatively safe place to rest for a bit. He kept licking his wounds. They were calculating the route the tribe would take to advance. I believe the main force will return to the place where the battle took place by noon tomorrow. You'll see a complete mess when the time comes. I wonder what Xingyue will think and how she will handle this. Thinking of Xingyue, his hardened heart finally softened slightly. He even thought, in his grand ambitions and empire, Xingyue was the most unique one. He is also the one who can conquer himself. He gazed at the bright moonlight. His longing for her intensified. He couldn't help but growl. It's as if she's venting her longing. It was as if it was intimidating the foxes in the tribe. The following day at noon, Song Xingyue's main force finally arrived at the place where the fierce battle had taken place. When Liehua saw that all his companions had become cold corpses, tears suddenly streamed down his face. Song Xingyue jumped off the tiger. I checked the situation in front of me. Although at present, the foxes must have suffered heavy losses and lost their lives here. But she still sensed something unusual, because there was blood inside their claws, and you could vaguely see bits of meat. They would never attack their own comrades. In other words, Ryan was also injured. Thinking about this, her eyes gradually turned cold. She took out her bone knife and looked at the other beastmen. Fox pelts are very precious animal hides. We'll skin all these foxes and take them back to Hongnan Kingdom to make beautiful dresses for the female beastmen. Upon hearing this, the beastmen immediately began to take action. Once brought back, this will be spoils of war. Bringing back spoils of war is the highest honor. Xingyue didn't care about such things at all. Instead, he looked at the raging fire beside him. How would you feel if you saw your companion being treated like this? Liehua hadn't eaten for 2 days and 2 nights. Especially now that something is stuffed in his mouth. He can't say a single word. He could do nothing but cry helplessly. After Song Xingyue finished dealing with the fox pelt in front of her, she looked at Liehua meaningfully. War is cruel. It's not something a young punk like you can just charge in on any day. Her words. It was said to Liehua. It was also meant for Xingyue to hear. Those who act willfully and disobey orders on the battlefield will end up like this. Liehua completely broke down emotionally. It kept emitting loud, low growls. It's noisy. Song Xingyue looked over coldly. I said it. If you keep arguing, I'll cut out your tongue. I mean what I say. Chapter 139, Deeply Settled Longing. The whole way, Song Xingyue almost always had a sullen face. The thought that Ryan might be seriously injured was horrifying. I felt extremely anxious. I wish I could find him right now. However, the main force was still advancing too slowly. There are too many reserves here. So we can't leave quickly even if we want to. So even though I'm eager to go home, they can only move forward slowly. Even if my heart is burning, I can only force myself to calm down. On the other side, the beast was on the verge of shattering. He watched as his companion's corpse was skinned alive. I wish I could just rush over and kill them. Xingyue also had many feelings along the way. He talks even less now than before. Night fell. The main force needs to stop and rest. Song Xingyue could only arrange for the main force to set up camp next to the stream. She quietly started a fire for everyone, but he couldn't eat a single bite of the grilled fish. Xingyue. She suddenly called out Xingyue's name. Switch to your orc form now and go find Ryan to check on his injuries. Xingyue looked up and stared at her mother. After a long while, I don't know what she's thinking. It switched to beastman form and ran away. Song Xingyue watched her son's figure. My worries have only intensified. But considering that Ryan had already gone ahead of her. In other words, it will at least clear obstacles for the entire main force. If Xingyue goes, it not only provides valuable experience, but also significantly reduces the danger. Are you still not going to eat anything today? Song Xingyue approached Liehua once again and pulled the object out of his mouth. If you don't eat soon, you might starve to death. You will die a far more gruesome death than your companions. You vicious orc. Liehua's voice trembled at this moment, filled with hatred. If it weren't for you, how could our comrades have died? Is it really because of me? Seeing the stubbornness on the boy's face, Song Xingyue stuffed the grilled fish directly into his mouth. Shouldn't all of this be blamed on your leader? She has always been very clear-headed. Even now, after all this, they never engage in internal strife. Previously, the tribes could coexist peacefully. It was your leader who ordered you to attack our Hongnan Kingdom. Now that you've been attacked, you're blaming us? Liehua is still young and doesn't understand these profound principles. Even after hearing Song Xingyue's explanation, she was still thinking about her fellow clansmen who had died tragically. Song Xingyue saw that this kid was still so stubborn and unyielding. So he spoke again. If you want your comrades to never bleed again, you need a leader who is reasonable and desires peace. All I know is that you are killing our comrades and invading our territory. Even now, Liehua is still emphasizing his principles. I saw it with my own eyes. You should eat fish. Song Xingyue's patience was almost worn out. If it weren't for the fact that Liehua was about the same age as his own son, he would have been killed long ago. With your IQ, you'll never even get to eat 4 dishes in your entire life. The entire beast was suddenly dumbfounded. What does 4 dishes mean? What is intelligence quotient, IQ? Song Xingyue ignored him and returned to her original seat. She looked up at the bright, clear moon. I wonder if Ryan is looking at the moon right now. At the same time, in the Hongnan kingdom, the orcs gathered in the square, warming themselves by the fire in a lively atmosphere. The messenger orc of the main force returned. Tell everyone that Song Xingyue's main force has defeated the first wave of the Fox clan. He also handed over the spoils to Ling Mu. Everyone cheered with joy upon hearing this good news. As Ling Mu touched the trophy, he felt an overwhelming longing for Song Xingyue. How is the leader? He suppressed the emotions welling up inside him and spoke in a low voice. Has the leader taken good care of himself? The surrounding beastmen couldn't help but laugh when they heard this question. Everyone knows the truth. Ling Mu is missing his leader. I was just too embarrassed to ask since everyone was there. Yes, how is the leader? Rose couldn't help but tease. Has the leader said he misses everyone in our unit? The messenger smiled somewhat embarrassedly. The chief did indeed send me to deliver a message to Ling Mu. He said he misses Ling Mu and the children very much. But don't worry about her. She'll be back soon. Ling Mu's deep eyes flickered between light and shadow. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists. I felt happy to know that she was doing well. At the same time, he was also tormented by his longing for her. When you go back, please give me a few words of encouragement. Ling Mu has never been a beast that likes to reveal its heart in front of others. Tell her that everything is fine in the tribe. I'm doing well with the children. We're waiting for her to come back. That's perhaps what he can say. The most frequent. Sweet nothings. Oh dear, wouldn't it be better to just tell the leader that you miss her? Even Rose couldn't bear to watch anymore. Since you're her first partner, what's wrong with saying it? That's right. Lily chimed in. Just say it directly. None of us will laugh at you. Ling Mu's handsome face was flushed red at this moment. You can tell he's shy. Why not just tell the leader directly? He must blush just thinking about the leader, Ling Mu. Senna doesn't seem as down as she did a few days ago. In that case, the leader should understand what's going on. And there are babies too. Xingyue spoke in a childish, babyish voice. Tell Mommy that you miss her. You want Mommy to come back and see you soon. Me too. I'm not going to miss out on National Day either. I miss my mom so much, and I want her to come back to see me soon. Everyone was completely charmed by the two little ones' adorable voices. It looks good no matter how you look at it. They all have a pleasant way of speaking. Ling Mu reached out and patted the two little ones' heads reassuringly. The two little ones hugged Ling Mu's legs, one on each side. She stared at him longingly. Mom will be back soon. He offered gentle comfort. You two need to make your mother feel at ease while she fights on the front lines. Seeing such a heartwarming scene, Mengyu's heart softened as well. By the way, is the leader short of any medicine? If so, I can go and get some right now. Sina watched Mengyu's enthusiastic expression, as if she had thought of something. However, she wasn't entirely sure about her answer, because it seems impossible no matter how you look at it. How could that be? She decided to ask Mengyu a good question. Otherwise, it will always feel like something is going on in my mind. Chapter 140, I'll get jealous. Later, after everyone has left, Sina specifically sought out Mengyu. She doesn't like to hide things. She speaks her mind directly. Do you like the leader, which is why you rejected me? Mengyu raised his eyes and looked at Sina calmly, his brows slightly furrowed. Does my refusal make you so uncomfortable that you keep asking again and again? Sina's eyes involuntarily reddened. My chest was heaving violently. Answer my question. Is it what I'm thinking? Mengyu looked into Sina's eyes and slowly spoke. I don't have anyone I like. He could only give this answer against his conscience. Because he understands. I have no right to like the leader. If others find out about his feelings for the leader might never be friends with him again. You're lying. Sina's hands were clenched into fists, exposing Mengyu's lie. We've been working together since the beginning, when you were learning to identify herbs from the leader. I still know what you look like when you lie. You clearly like the leader. I don't. Mengyu denied it once again. If the chieftain knew she was fighting for you, but you within the tribe cared about such things, do you think the chieftain would be disappointed? Sena's heart. Suddenly, I felt unwell. She understands perfectly. If she hadn't been injured, Song Xingyue definitely wouldn't have been so decisive in attacking the Fox army. She did all this for herself. It's really not good for me to be suspicious right now. But the lingering resentment towards Mengyu in my heart is something I can't let go of. Even if you're rejected, I also want to know the real reason. If it happens without any reason, it's really hard to accept. You just like Song Xingyue. Sena spoke with difficulty. That's why you rejected me. I said no. Mengyu couldn't help but raise his voice. Don't cause trouble for the leader here. And don't ask me questions like that again. But, just as Senna was about to say something, but then Banban arrived. He grabbed Sina's hand, giving Xingyue a chance to leave. Senna was very unwilling and turned around to growl at Banban. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly come here? Nana. Banban looked at her very seriously and spoke slowly and deliberately. Is Xingyue really that great? Is that why you've been unable to forget him all this time? This was the first time Sina had heard Banban say something like that, and she was quite surprised. You never cared about these things before, so why are you suddenly like this? I mind. Banban finally spoke her mind, just looking at Sina. I don't like the way your eyes always follow you. I wish you could turn your attention to me. Sina's heart. There was a moment when it hurt and was uncomfortable. Especially when I see Banban in front of me, I keep questioning myself. Why would you make Banban look so pained? I know I'm not good enough, and I may not be able to meet your expectations in many ways. But I've been trying my best. Banban held Sina's hand and looked at her with deep affection. Once the leader returns, we can retrieve the medicine you mentioned. We can try, and if it still doesn't work in the end, I'm willing to leave you. Is that all right? Sina suddenly nestled into Banban's arms, feeling quite uncomfortable. That's not what I meant. I was just thinking that Xingyue might be a great second partner. Banban patted her back reassuringly, his tone full of helplessness. But Xingyue has already clearly stated that he doesn't want to be your partner, so why are you still so persistent? In short, Serena was completely stumped by the question. She didn't actually know where that obsession in her heart came from. Perhaps it was because everyone joked from the beginning that Xingyue must like her that she stayed at the hospital. Over time, these jokes gradually seeped into my heart. In addition, this injury has now occurred. Xingyue took care of him the whole time. Gradually, I developed different feelings for him, because she always believed that Xingyue liked her. That's why she found it hard to accept when Xingyue rejected her. Does it have to be Xingyue? Banban once again asked the question she most wanted to ask. Xingyue was a male that the entire tribe didn't want at first, so why is he now indispensable? Senna hesitated for a long time before finally letting out a heavy sigh. Let's go home. It's cold at night. I'm not going to say anything more. Banban was deeply hurt by Sina's evasive attitude. But what can you do if you can only pamper your partner yourself? Just as the two of them were preparing to go back. Suddenly, I heard a rustling sound outside. Senna and Banban exchanged a glance and immediately switched to battle mode. A lion and a tiger. They immediately leaped towards the source of the sound. Because it's too fast, this caused the fox on the other side to not react at all. He was caught immediately. Our leader is about to attack your stronghold, and you still dare to launch a surprise attack? Senna's expression suddenly changed. They were completely different from their previous hesitant demeanor. This is her now. His eyes were full of coldness and profound meaning. How could you move so quickly? Because I promised our leader that I would take good care of the entire Red South Kingdom. Sina always remembered the things Song Xingyue had told her. I can't go back on my word, can I? So how do you want to die? I didn't come here to launch a surprise attack. The fox was so frightened that it immediately begged for mercy. I heard that your Red South Kingdom previously accepted the wolf clan that had harmed you, so I wanted to know if you could take me in as well. I don't want to fight. I also want to live in the Red South Kingdom. Even after hearing the little fox say that, Sina still didn't take it to heart. All right, since you don't want to die, then lock you up for now, and we'll talk about it again when the leader returns. She gave Banban a look. Banban immediately pushed the fox and headed towards the underground cave. Banban, be careful. Foxes are the most cunning. Senna, for some unknown reason, suddenly began to give instructions. Don't believe a single word they say. Remember that? Banban understood that Sina was thinking about what had happened before. He nodded solemnly. That's because Kiki ordered them to attack you. We didn't want to hurt the female orcs. Chi-Chi? When Senna heard the name, she immediately went over to ask. Which Chi-Chi? It's your leader's daughter, Kiki, a high-ranking female orc. She's the one who ordered us to harm the female orcs of your Red South Kingdom. He had barely finished speaking. Senna snapped his neck with a single claw strike. Remember to skin it. Xingyue seems to really like fox fur. Chapter 141, Kindness Will Hurt You. This was the first time Banban had ever seen Senna kill an orc. Unexpectedly, her movements were so clean and efficient, without any hesitation. But he didn't say much more. Immediately peel the skin as she requested. After everything is over, Senna and the others simply carried away the fox's carcass and dumped it on the outskirts of the Red South Kingdom. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Why did you just kill him? Because he said things he shouldn't have said. Senna spoke slowly. He said that Kiki sent them. Do you know how much trouble that would cause the leader if the other beastmen heard that? Banban's opinion on this matter is very different from Sinus. Kiki was driven out of the Red South Kingdom back then, so if it really was Kiki, it wouldn't have affected the leader. Seeing that Banban was so clueless, Senna spoke up again. That's her daughter, after all. If her daughter does something wrong, won't the mother be implicated? Not necessarily. Why not? Sina has always been very cautious about this matter. There can be no existence that could threaten Song Xingyue. Her attitude was very firm. If it weren't for Xingyue, I wouldn't be who I am today. No matter what happens, I will stay by Xingyue's side. I hope that you, as my partner, will share the same resolve. Banban had never seen Senna like this before. After thinking for a moment, he nodded solemnly. Sina breathed a sigh of relief after Banban agreed. It can be done simultaneously. They couldn't help but become wary. Unexpectedly, while our main force was heading towards the Fox tribe, they were also heading our way. Banban held Senna's hand and spoke slowly. This is perfectly normal. If their leader's partner is indeed Kiki, then they are very familiar with our Red South Kingdom, so it's not surprising that they would come. But how could it be Chi-Chi? Senna couldn't understand this. Even if she was expelled by Xingyue, she shouldn't have such deep hatred for Hongning Kingdom. Who knows? Banban couldn't figure it out either, so she simply stopped thinking about it. As long as we remain vigilant during this period, everything else will be fine. Early morning, with the first rays of sunlight. After running for a day and a night, Xingyue finally found Ryan, who was resting. What brings you here? Xingyue then transformed into human form and sat on the rock opposite Ryan. I didn't want to come either. The leader mainly sent me to check on your injuries. The moment Ryan heard that it was Song Xingyue who sent him, I was incredibly happy. But he has never been a beast who likes to show his emotions. So even if your heart is churning with emotions, your expression still looks cold. Now that you're all right, I'll head back. Xingyue didn't want to be alone with Ryan at all. God knows how much he hated Ryan in front of him. Since you're here, don't leave. Ryan spoke directly in a low voice. Didn't you notice that there were 2 foxes following you the whole time you came? Upon hearing this, Xingyue instantly switched into her beastman form. Even though he had no combat experience, he knew what to do. Ryan watched Xingyue meaningfully from behind. He opened his mouth slowly. It seems you're the only one who can protect me this time. I'm injured and can't move. Xingyue immediately tensed up upon hearing this. At this moment, 2 foxes slowly emerged from bushes. Although he wasn't very big, he had a very shrewd look in his eyes, as if he was scheming something. Ryan quietly moved to a more comfortable position. He lay on the ground, watching the scene with great interest. Note, do not expose your back to the enemy. Xingyue immediately started circling around the foxes. Although the principle was I don't move unless the enemy moves, I took good care of my own back. Ryan was surprised by Xingyue's quick learning ability and couldn't help but feel gratified. Orc world. The most important thing is to have combat ability. It's obvious. Xingyue has this ability. It was only because he had always disliked war that his special talents were not displayed. The 2 foxes looked at each other. Seeing that the lion over there seemed to be unable to move, it began to launch a fierce attack on Xingyue. Xingyue nimbly dodged the fatal attack, but the beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed his tense mood at that moment. Don't always avoid it. You have to take the initiative. Ryan spoke softly. You are the tiger. You have the advantage in strength. But if you keep being worn down by the enemy, your advantage will disappear. Are you going to kill them? Xingyue finally spoke, but there was a slight tremor in his voice. Must we kill them? If you don't kill them, they will kill your people. Ryan lured him into the trap step by step. Whether to kill or not is up to you. He wouldn't mind pushing him a little harder. If we kill them, we'll both be safe. If we don't kill them, we'll both die. Xingyue actually knew in her heart that this would happen. They were just trying to find a way to ease tensions because they didn't want to start a massacre. The foxes launched another fierce attack. Xingyue finally stopped hesitating. Even in its first battle, it showed no mercy to other adult males. Ryan looked at Xingyue in front of him. He couldn't help but think of Song Xingyue, because Song Xingyue had told her before that she did not have a beastman form. But now I see her son. It made me a little curious. I wonder if she had a beastman form. Would she be a tigress like Xingyue? Suddenly, Xingyue swatted a fox away with one paw. Then he pressed his paw down hard on the fox's shoulder and swept another fox away with his tail. Ryan wasn't in a hurry. Everything that needed to be said has been said. To kill or not to kill. That depends on what Xingyue thinks. Xingyue seemed to be struggling with something internally. Seeing the fox's pleading eyes, it finally let go. You can leave now. I don't want to kill you. He silently turned around. I don't know how to make eye contact with Ryan. But it was at this moment that the foxes, who were just at a disadvantage, launched another counterattack. They bit Xingyue's back so hard it was broken. And it's the kind that bites hard and won't let go. Xingyue felt a sharp, excruciating pain in her back. The pain was so intense that he almost couldn't bear it anymore. Being soft-hearted is a disease that needs to be cured. As he spoke, he killed a fox with a single swipe of his paw. Kindness will only hurt you. He then stepped on another one. Learn this lesson. I won't be there to clean up your messes anymore. Chapter 142, Only She Can Do It. The battle is over. The place was a complete mess. Xingyue is injured. The other two foxes lay dead in pools of blood, their eyes wide open in death. Xingyue seemed to be in a daze, perhaps because she was frightened. Ryan silently approached Xingyue from behind and smacked him on the head. Xingyue finally came to her senses. She touched the spot where she had been hit, her eyes filled with confusion. Are you scared? Ryan looked at him domineeringly and spoke sternly. First time killing a beast, right? How did it feel? Not good. Xingyue's face was sullen, and her brows were slightly furrowed. I don't like killing. Your mother doesn't like killing either. Ryan sat down on the ground and pulled Xingyue down to sit with him. I used to think that conquering the entire orc world was simply a matter of constant killing and making all the orcs submit to me. But after meeting your mother, I changed my mind. Xingyue listened quietly, her thoughts unreadable. Your mother told me that killing solves nothing. What's needed to conquer the entire orc world is peace. Upon hearing this, Xingyue voiced her objection. If she doesn't want bloodshed, why did she attack the fox tribe this time? Couldn't they have negotiated a peace agreement? Ryan couldn't help but find this laughable. Why don't you go talk to me now and see? If you have the ability, your mother will be very pleased. Xingyue suddenly felt looked down upon. She felt very uncomfortable. Tribes like the antelope tribe or the rabbit tribe, which naturally yearn for peace, are naturally open to negotiation. Ryan rarely had the patience to lecture Xingyue, but he did this not for Xingyue, but for Song Xingyue, because he knew it very well. Just how much distress Song Xingyue is because of his son. No matter what, we must not let Xingyue become a stumbling block on Song Xingyue's path forward. But for tribes like the Bear Clan, where fighting is an option, or not, we can try negotiating first. If that doesn't work, we can fight again. Xingyue also remembers what happened back then, although it didn't have a human form back then. But it's because Chi-Chi hurt her mother. She was locked up. Kaka, the leader of the bear tribe, led his tribe here, only to be thoroughly humiliated by the beastmen of the Red South Kingdom. At last, because I've never played it before, so Ye became the leader in the past. Even now, the two tribes were relatively at peace. However, we cannot tolerate tribes like the Fox tribe that want to attack us. When Ryan mentioned the Fox tribe, his eyes darkened. The best way to stop the killing is to stop the war with war. Because in the orc world, only the victors have a voice. Xingyue seemed to gradually understand something. Even those who know are still confused. Your mother didn't like killing. She was only using this killing to stop their violence and achieve peace. Ryan looked intently at Xingyue as he said this. He noticed the subtle changes in his expression. I don't know why you hate your mother so much, but she's a very powerful orc. Perhaps someone you can never compare to in your entire life. Through this trip, Xingyue actually saw a side of her mother that she rarely sees. Looking at her iron-fisted methods, looking at her decisive and ruthless actions. For a moment, she couldn't tell which one was the real her. So, why do you hate her? Because she was unfaithful to her partner. Is that really all there is to it? Ryan looked at him with complete insight. You probably have more to say than just that. There must be other reasons, right? He has never been a good-tempered orc. But he understood that Xingyue was a very thoughtful child. If you don't have enough patience, you won't get anything out of this kind of child. Xingyue hesitated for a long time before. Finally, the truth came out. Because out of the three, I was the one who was ignored. Both Chi-Chi and Ye received her love, but I was the only one who didn't. Even when he said those words, he remained expressionless, even though it was something that bothered him a lot. But he said it in a very casual way. Just because I don't cry, make a fuss, or cause trouble, does that mean I should be ignored? Ryan had never had a cub, but he understood the big principles. The neglect you mentioned is because you've always preferred quiet solitude since childhood. He watched these cubs grow up. How could I not know these things? The wolf cub brought back a little rabbit from outside, And because you like it, you won't let go. Your mother even sacrificed a lot of resources from the Red South Kingdom to get you this little rabbit. Didn't you know? Xingyue fell silent. Because that is indeed the truth. You're now standing at the gates of the Fox tribe. After the battle, just now, you should understand what it takes to negotiate with a tribe, right? He couldn't believe that a child this age wouldn't understand such a simple principle. It's either fight or give up the resources. Your mother sacrificed so much and endured immense pressure to get you a little rabbit. Isn't that love? Xingyue suddenly couldn't speak. The inner depths of his body were also filled with intense torment. Let's not talk about love or not love. Talking about that is just ridiculous. Ryan changed his approach and continued to reason with Xingyue. Let's talk about where you'll live in the future. Do you prefer a place filled with killing or a peaceful place where everyone has enough to eat and wear? The latter is definitely the better choice. Xingyue made this choice without hesitation. If given the choice, who would enjoy killing? The latter, only your mother can do. Ryan raised his hand and patted Xingyue's shoulder meaningfully. If you want to look forward to that day, you'd better reconcile with your mother. She has to take care of not only you, but the entire orc world. Late at night, the main force stopped once again. Just then, the messenger who had returned to Hongnan Kingdom came back. He told Song Xingyue everything Ling Mu had said and his reaction. After hearing this, Song Xingyue's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. She could even picture that scene. One can imagine what kind of expression Ling Mu had when he said those words. You worked hard too. Take a good rest first. Yes, Chief. The messenger immediately went to rest nearby. It was a long and tiring journey. Amidst her weariness, Song Xingyue finally found some solace. Thinking of Ling Mu warmed her heart. Speaking of which, I really miss him after not seeing him for so long. Leader, it seems that Liehua has fainted. Song Xingyue immediately looked at the unconscious Liehua. How could someone so young have such poor health? Chapter 143, Slapping Someone While Standing on the City Wall. Song Xingyue quickly checked the situation of the raging fire. Ultimately, it's due to exhaustion and malnutrition that leads to low blood sugar or low blood pressure. That's why he fell into a coma. As for whether it's low blood pressure or low blood sugar, Song Xingyue cannot deduce it at the moment. But she still had the other orcs bring him fruit from the food reserves, and after biting it, she squeezed the juice into his mouth. Not long after, the fiery creature's mouth moved slightly. Subconsciously, I started to drink water. Seeing this, Song Xingyue ordered the other beastmen to bring some water. The water had just been placed to his lips when he unconsciously drank it down. So this child is dehydrated, right? That makes sense when you think about it. It's been several days now. Apart from eating a grilled fish, I didn't eat anything else, nor did I drink a drop of water. Even the youngest orc would probably not be able to withstand this. You all go and rest. I'm watching him. Song Xingyue instructed the other beastmen to rest. It's already quite late. We have to set off again tomorrow. As for the raging fire before us. Anyway, they're all tied up. A little fox can't turn the world upside down. The orcs gradually began to look for suitable places to rest. Song Xingyue sat next to the raging fire, poking his chubby cheeks with a small stick. Still pretending? You were awake when you were eating the fruit. There are no other orcs around now, so stop pretending. Really? The words had barely left his mouth. Liehua sat up in annoyance. How do you know my fiery temper is an act? He was completely baffled. When I used to fake fainting, even my parents couldn't tell. Your parents were just teasing you. Song Xingyue could imagine it. They don't have the heart to call you out, but your tricks are really quite boring. Liehua's mood suddenly darkened. He seemed lost in thought. Song Xingyue looked at him calmly, and a vague guess formed in her mind. If you run away, won't your parents be worried? They died. Liehua reluctantly gave this answer. He died during an enemy attack on our tribe. Enemy? They are birds. Bird tribe? This wasn't the first time Song Xingyue had heard of this ethnic group. I vaguely remember that when I first came to the orc world, Ling Mu even went out his way to find a bird's nest for himself. He returned injured at the time, because they could fly and we couldn't. That's why my parents died back then. Song Xingyue never expected that this child was an orphan. For a moment, I didn't know if it was my maternal love overflowing or my sympathy overflowing, but I felt a little sorry for him. So how did you live after that? I live alone. Liehua spoke with absolute confidence. I, Liehua, am not incapable of taking care of myself. Of course, I, Liehua, should live alone. Song Xingyue couldn't help but think of the wolf cub. Wolf Cub's childhood experiences were similar to those of a raging fire. His father was killed by his mother, who then abandoned him. But the only difference is, Wolf Cub can at least still see Lilier, but Blazing Fire can no longer see his parents. Don't pity me, my fiery self. I don't need anyone's pity. The raging fire opened its mouth in a muffled voice. Liwa, came out this time to prove to the other tribesmen that I am powerful, not the kind they say I am. Song Xingyue didn't know which one they were referring to. However, all indications suggest that. It seems that Liehua was ostracized by them. Otherwise, they would never be so eager to prove their worth and ability. Why don't you kill my fiery blaze? Suddenly, Liehua spoke, looking at Song Xingyue with confusion. You're not trying to use me to threaten my people, are you? They will never be threatened by you. I wanted to capture you and bring you back to our Hongnan kingdom for my daughter to play with. Song Xingyue deliberately scared him. My daughter loves playing with little boys like you. Sometimes she accidentally gets played to death by them. Liehua turned pale after hearing this. He had never shown such an expression, not even when he was arrested before. But I was genuinely scared after hearing that. How could you be so vicious? Not only did you kill my people, but you also try to capture me alive? Yes, we are that vicious. Song Xingyue stuffed the fruit into his mouth again, lowering her voice to warn him. So you'd better come with us obediently. Otherwise, you'll be in even worse shape. Liehua immediately shut his mouth obediently. He dare not speak again. Song Xingyue was very satisfied. If only you had listened to me earlier. Why suffer so much? Early morning, Ryan led Xingyue on a constant wandering around the outskirts of the fox tribe. They released all their body odor. Animals have the most sensitive sense of smell. Ryan has been doing this repeatedly for the past 2 days. The purpose was to wage a psychological war against them. Tell the foxes inside that there's a big guy outside. Although Xingyue was also confused, she still did as Ryan instructed. They kept marking and drawing up their territory. It's fair to say their behavior was exceptionally arrogant. This is similar to the battles between two armies in ancient times. It's like running directly to the foot of someone's city wall to provoke them. It's like slapping someone's face repeatedly with a shoe insole. Some foxes simply can't resist. It will rush out directly. It burst forth. They would then attack from both sides, one on the left and one on the right. There's basically no chance of going back. Several rounds back and forth. The fox tribe has completely closed its doors to visitors. Ryan and Xingyue were only just warming up. As a result, they stopped playing with the two of them, which was rather boring. How about we go for something big? Ryan's eyes were full of ambition. How about the two of us just charge in and start a group fight? Are they the kind of people who die inside? Xingyue found it quite interesting to fight with Ryan back and forth like this. It also aroused his orc instincts. But it's obviously a death sentence. He said he would never do it. Just as Ryan was about to say something, Song Xingyue's voice suddenly appeared. Ryan, what are you thinking about over there? The moment Ryan saw the person he had been longing for, he was instantly revitalized. Weren't you supposed to arrive tomorrow morning? Why did you arrive earlier? Song Xingyue jumped directly off the tiger's back. She couldn't wait to run towards Ryan and throw herself into his arms. Because I was worried about you, I increased my speed. Ryan's iron heart. Because of that sentence, I was completely melted. I'm Yufina. Really? Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Let's tidy up by the stream first, and let me see your wounds. Chapter 144, Do You Want to Die? Beside the stream. Looking at Ryan's wounds, Song Xingyue felt a pang of heartache. These wounds have all scabbed over. This shows that I was still late. She lowered her eyes slightly, unable to hide the heartache in her heart. Ryan keenly sensed Song Xingyue's emotions. He turned around and looked at her intently. I'm not in pain anymore. It's really okay. Song Xingyue was already heartbroken, but hearing these words made her even more heartbroken. She couldn't help but punch his shoulder. Full of blame. Do you think you're made of steel? You don't even feel pain when you're hurt? Ryan grabbed Song Xingyue's hand. He gazed at her with tenderness and affection. It hurt a lot at first, but now it doesn't hurt when I see you. His voice was slow yet firm. Knowing that your main force would come, you thought you could eliminate the threat, so you didn't feel the pain. Are you an idiot? Song Xingyue really wanted to slap Ryan to death. We are a large force. Surely a large force can't defeat these few foxes? But I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Ryan finally spoke his mind. The thought that you might get hurt makes me decide to leave no survivors. It was supposed to be a very heartwarming conversation. But to Liehua, it sounded extremely terrifying, because they were talking about their own people. They felt honored to kill their own people. But those were all my family members whom I had known since childhood. Seeing those tribesmen lying on the ground like that, their bodies grew cold. It's really terrifying. Promise me you won't do something so reckless next time. Song Xingyue gazed intently at Ryan with her beautiful eyes, hoping he would give her an answer. If you keep taking risks for me like this, I might really leave you. How could Ryan not tell that Song Xingyue said those words because she was worried about him? His large hand held her small hand tightly in his palm, rubbing her fingertips. Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes were already slightly red. But because she is the leader of the Red South Kingdom, she cannot show this feeling at this moment. She could only pretend that she was fine. Otherwise, morale would be thrown into chaos. Did you find out anything? Song Xingyue always wondered if Chi-Chi was in the Fox tribe. Does he have a daughter? Ryan stared intently into Song Xingyue's eyes and ultimately lied. I don't know if Chi-Chi was involved. The battle was too intense at the time, so I didn't ask. Song Xingyue frowned slightly. I felt really bad. I hope it wasn't Kiki. I can bring myself to hurt any orc, but I just can't bring myself to hurt Kiki. How could Ryan not understand Song Xingyue's feelings at this moment? Because I understand. That's why I feel even more heartbroken. That's why I don't want her to know the truth. Because once you find out that you broke Chi-Chi's leg, given Song Xingyue's personality, she definitely wouldn't forgive herself. At that time, let alone a third partner. They might never see me again. I don't know if Chi-Chi is in the Fox tribe yet, but there's no doubt that this battle is inevitable. Song Xingyue actually understood this principle. She just wanted to confirm. Did he have a daughter before the fight started? Mom. This was the first time Xingyue had formally called Song Xingyue mom. I was injured too. He has never asked for maternal love since he was born. But this time, he still chose to take the initiative. Would you like to take a look at me too? Are you injured? As expected, all of Song Xingyue's attention was drawn to Xingyue. She immediately checked Xingyue's wound, seeing that her son's wounds were indeed very serious. So he took out his medical kit and began to treat him. This was the first time Xingyue had ever experienced maternal love in her life. For a moment, I didn't know how to respond. If another orc were injured, would you be just as worried? You are my son. Song Xingyue remained focused on treating her wounds, without even lifting her head. Can you treat it the same way as other orcs? Of course not. After Xingyue heard her mother's answer, an indescribable feeling welled up inside me. How confident are you in attacking the Fox tribe this time? He eventually changed the subject. Song Xingyue thought for a moment, then blurted out. It's a 50-50th chance. Either I win or they win. After hearing this answer, Xingyue was still somewhat confused. Why? He couldn't help but ask a question. If you weren't absolutely certain, why would you attack the Fox tribe? Because they are harming my people. Song Xingyue had just finished treating the wound and was blowing air on it. It seems that doing this can make the wound less painful. If both sides can coexist peacefully, I certainly don't want to fight. But, as she said this, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. As you've seen, even if we don't attack the Fox tribe, they'll eventually attack us, won't they? Xingyue felt very uncomfortable. So, is war the only way to stop war? Upon hearing this word, Song Xingyue burst into laughter, because she didn't believe her son would say such a thing. Ryan must have said something to him. Thinking of Ryan, I felt increasingly sorry for him. He was injured early this morning. Unexpectedly, it even helped him educate his son. Xingyue. Suddenly, Song Xingyue called out her son's name very seriously. You will actually be a great tribal chief in the future. But right now you are unaware of the suffering of the people. She had noticed this problem with her son a long time ago. But I never said it. I just happened to find this perfect opportunity. Because your father and I have always protected the three of you too well. That's why you take our kindness for granted and have such tempers. Are you good to me? Am I not good to you? Song Xingyue reached out and cupped her son's face in her hands, gazing at him like that. When the three of you were born, that was the first time I became a mother. She took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. I know I don't do everything perfectly, but she changed the subject, her eyes involuntarily reddening slightly. I'm not such a bad mother, am I? Do you really hate me that much? Like you want me dead? Chapter 145, What's the point of conquering the orc world without you? In fact, Song Xingyue is someone who spoils children a lot. If it weren't for what happened with Chi-Chi before, perhaps they wouldn't ask such a question directly right now. Xingyue felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. But this time, he wasn't going to hide his feelings anymore. I thought that of the three of us, you hated me the most. What are you saying? Song Xingyue never expected that one day she would hear her beloved son say such things. It would be a lie to say I'm not heartbroken. Your personalities were predetermined from birth. Song Xingyue's voice was very soft. The voices were spoken in a way that only the two of them could hear. Kiki likes to be pampered. Ye likes everything to be arranged by his elders. And you prefer quiet. Am I supposed to treat all three of you with such different personalities the same way? Xingyue frowned slightly. I felt really bad. But you've never really cared about me, have you? Isn't it that you don't need it? Upon hearing this, Song Xingyue also felt compelled to express her own thoughts. I always thought you preferred peace and quiet and didn't like being disturbed. But since you asked that question today, it means it must be my fault. Xingyue's heart. Suddenly, it felt as if I had been deeply touched by something. A feeling that was hard to describe was spreading. I thought you didn't like me. Why would I have given birth to you if I didn't like you? Song Xingyue had never known that her son was such a sensitive person. She reached out and cupped his face in her hands, looking at him intently. Although I am indeed the leader of the Red South Kingdom, I am more of your mother, the mother of you, Chi-Chi, and Ye. Her eyes involuntarily reddened, but she kept holding back her tears. If I, as your mother, didn't love you, why did I go through all that trouble to give birth to you? Xingyue was momentarily at a loss for words. The beast simply stood there, stunned. Song Xingyue took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. I just wanted to try to find a way of getting along that you all found comfortable. Is that wrong? Xingyue finally understood what her mother was thinking. I finally understand. Perhaps everything before was just my own one-sided thinking. I dislike killing, so I have always pursued peace. Song Xingyue hopes her son will understand this principle as well. But I haven't skimped on any of my contributions to the three of you. After Xingyue listened to what her mother said, in the end, I couldn't resist. I got up and walked to the side, just as Song Xingyue was about to say something, but Ryan grabbed him. Give him some time. That's at least what he thinks. If you tell him too much at once, he might not understand, right? Song Xingyue understood. A forced relationship will not be sweet. If a mother showers her son with too much love, the resulting fights will only backfire. Why don't you take a look at me? Ryan, who had always acted like the Lion King, finally broke down in front of Song Xingyue. Could you please show me some concern? Actually, my wound hurts quite a bit too. I can barely bear it anymore. At night, Ryan deliberately led Song Xingyue to an open space where there were no other beasts. Here we go. His tenderness. After the tender moments, Song Xingyue lay, panting in his arms, smiling as she spoke. Didn't you say your wound hurt a lot? What? Doesn't it hurt anymore? A dark light flickered in Ryan's dark eyes. Those unspoken words. At this moment, it seems there is no need to say more. My wound seems to stop hurting after I saw you. He was being unusually affectionate. Of course, the premise that it won't hurt is that your gaze is always on me and not on the other beastmen. Does that include my son? Song Xingyue looked at Ryan beside her with amusement in her beautiful eyes. Are you still jealous of Xingyue? Well, I don't have that, but you don't. Ryan stated his opinion directly. I just think that you spoil your kids too much, which is why they all have such bad personalities now. After listening to Ryan's words, Song Xingyue, there was a moment of silence. After a while, she spoke slowly. Is it true that doting mothers spoil their children? Should I be a little stricter with Xingyue? Will Xingyue become the tribe's leader in the future? Ryan went straight to the point and asked a pointed question. If you don't intend for Xingyue to be the leader, then you can simply assume I'm talking nonsense. Song Xingyue immediately reached out her other small hand and gently placed it on his lips. That way, he won't say anything even more outrageous later. Don't make promises lightly, because making promises lightly may come at a greater price. Although she has always claimed to be an atheist, but she believed more. What does it mean to say that good things don't work but bad things do? Ryan was making a solemn vow to himself. But more importantly, she hoped Ryan could calm down. Has a decision been made regarding how to deal with the Fox tribe? She skillfully changed the subject. The topic even shifted to the idea that the weather was nice today. Ryan's deep eyes kept flashing with a dark light. What do you think? What do you think I've been doing these days? Song Xingyue couldn't answer for a moment. She could only stare longingly at Ryan, hoping he would explain something to her. Ryan ultimately couldn't resist Song Xingyue's gaze. He sighed heavily and looked at her intently. Why don't you come with me tomorrow morning? Then you'll know my solution. Song Xingyue looked at him very seriously. Does that mean you're not going to tell me now? Ryan did not answer. But sometimes silence is another kind of answer. Song Xingyue leaned helplessly against his chest, unable to hold back her complaints. Honestly, sometimes I really wish you weren't so smart. Otherwise, I feel like my mind can't keep up with you. I will always follow in your footsteps. Wherever you say to hit, I'll hit. Ryan's words were exceptionally domineering, as if he were asserting his sovereignty. You should know this. My feelings for you have never wavered. What I want is to conquer the entire orc world with you. Song Xingyue's thick eyelashes trembled slightly like butterflies. An indescribable feeling was spreading through my heart. I know you'd fight tooth and nail for me, but at the same time, I can't bear to lose you. Song Xingyue hoped that Ryan could understand his principle. If you're gone, what's the point of my conquering the orc world? Chapter 146, You Coward. The next morning, Ryan led Song Xingyue and the main group to begin circling around the perimeter of the fox tribe. Song Xingyue sat comfortably on Ryan's back. Seeing their actions, I understood instantly. You are intimidating them. She never expected Ryan to have such an IQ. You haven't launched an attack these past few days. Are you trying to see if you can intimidate them? Is this psychological warfare? Song Xingyue was utterly shocked. I don't know if this is Ryan's racial instinct or something else. They were incredibly agile and skillful on the battlefield. No wonder lions have been the kings of the jungle since ancient times. That's the plan. If I am not human, I'm afraid none of them can beat him. A few couldn't hold out and came out to challenge us one-on-one. Ryan's words were exceptionally domineering. Perhaps they knew you liked their animal hides, so they came specifically to deliver them to you. Song Xingyue really couldn't laugh at this moment. Thankfully, Ryan wasn't his enemy. Otherwise, it will really be a very troublesome situation. She glanced silently at Xingyue, who was not far away. Although Xingyue was injured, but he still insisted on staying with the team. And his eyes seemed to have changed. In the past, Xingyue's eyes conveyed a sense of detachment from worldly affairs and a lack of desire. Every time I look at people, I feel they're very empty. But now he is. His gaze hardened. It seems she's figured out what she wants or what she should do. His change, it could be described as enormous. But this huge change is thanks to Ryan. What exactly are you trying to do? A cold voice suddenly rang out from the city wall. Song Xingyue looked up. I just happened to catch a glimpse of a fairly decent-looking face. Hongfei's eyes were filled with surprise when he saw Song Xingyue. Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi? When Song Xingyue heard this name, her heart sank to the bottom. Of the 3 children, only Chi-Chi looks most like him. The orc in front of them could call out Kiki's name directly. This proves that Chi-Chi is indeed from this tribe. No, you are not Chi-Chi. Hongfei quickly realized that the female beastman in front of him was not Chi-Chi. Although they look very similar, it's definitely not Kiki. Song Xingyue keenly sensed that something seemed amiss. She frowned slightly and spoke softly. Is my daughter in your tribe? She left. She left with other males. Hongfei could hardly hide his sadness when he talked about this. She just left yesterday, and I don't know where she went. She probably doesn't want me anymore. Ryan knew the moment he realized that Kiki was not in the fox tribe. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. He looked at Hongfei meaningfully and spoke slowly. Was it Kiki's idea to attack us? Yes. Hongfei readily admitted it. Because Chi-Chi said that if we could conquer Hongnan Kingdom, we would gain a lot of resources. So we attacked. After all, for the beastmen, resources are also very important. So now, are you still going to fight? Song Xingyue gave them a choice. If you can name the person who hurt Senna, I'll let you go. Senna. Hongfei clearly didn't know who Sina was. But I've also heard that they apparently encountered a female orc. You should ask Hu Shaoshan for details, but Hu Shaoshan was killed by the lion in front of you. Ryan never imagined that Hu Shaoshan was behind it all. That guy deserved to die. Damn it. Song Xingyue frowned slightly. When I wanted to ask more questions, Hongfei spoke first. Actually, we're not afraid of trouble. I wasn't provoked by Chi-Chi. Resources are very important to us. We're surrounded by mountains and have no resources. We want to acquire some to survive. Song Xingyue didn't think there was anything wrong with wanting to live. Nature is inherently a system of survival of the fittest. I want to live. That's right. But he harmed other innocent orcs in order to survive. That's wrong. Since we're going to fight, we won't hold back. Song Xingyue reached out and patted Ryan's neck. To catch the thieves, first catch their leader. If we take down their leader, we'll win. That's exactly what I was thinking too. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, the beast leaped and pounced towards the city wall, although the city walls were also very high. However, lions are also quite good at jumping. It landed steadily on the city wall, staring intently at the fox in front of it. They seemed very hungry. Xingyue immediately led the other beastmen to start ramming their tribe's gate. Ultimately, it's a wooden door after all. It's not very sturdy. The beastmen are quite large and strong. It was smashed open in no time. Brothers, don't kill the female orcs and their offspring. Xingyue gave the order with an air of authority. As for the other males, any who resist will be killed without mercy. If they wish to join us, we would be more than happy to do so. Her voice was very loud, enough for all the orcs in the tribe to hear. She gave all the beastmen of the fox tribe a chance to choose. However, whether they can seize the opportunity depends on themselves. Kill me. Hongfei was genuinely afraid. Slowly close your eyes. It seems like they're actually looking forward to being killed. Xingyue felt that something was off about his demeanor. Is this dying for love? To die for love? I don't want to live without Chi-Chi. A single tear slowly slid down Hongfei's cheek. If I could, I would rather have never met her. Xingyue lightly jumped off Ryan's body. She came to Hongfei. She raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. His voice carried a hint of anger. Someone like you is actually a tribal chief? Do you even deserve it? Hongfei was completely stunned by the slap, staring in disbelief at the female orc in front of him. You were willing to attack our Hongnan kingdom for Chi-Chi's sake, but now you're not even offering any resistance for Chi-Chi's sake. Don't you value your people at all? Although Xingyue's voice wasn't loud, it was full of domineering power. As the leader of the tribe, you could easily disregard your own life and death. But you can't let down the orcs who trust you, can you? She really wanted to wake him up. That way, I won't be such a spineless coward. You can die if you want, but you could die on the battlefield, anywhere, not in such a pathetic way. Chapter 147, Anyone who hurt Senna deserves to die. Hongfei, I wonder if that slap woke me up. He initially only wanted to die, but eventually other emotions began to emerge. He quickly shouted to the beastmen below. We will give up resistance and try our best to avoid casualties. Xingyue knew that. I didn't see it wrong. Although Hongfei is indeed a bit love-struck. But she didn't believe that such an intelligent animal as a fox would choose a fool as its leader. Or perhaps they possess some extraordinary qualities. When the foxes heard their leader say this, they all laid down their weapons and claws. Tribe. And so, the large force brought by Xingyue successfully occupied the area, without losing a single soldier, without firing a single shot. And that's how they captured it. Let's talk. Xingyue extended an invitation to Hongfei. I have a lot to say to you. Let's find a place where there are no beasts and talk alone. Hongfei was already a defeated opponent at this point, so he had no other choice. He led Xingyue and began walking down the city wall. Ryan took 2 steps. Xingyue stopped them. It's all right. As long as you keep an eye on his people outside, he won't hurt me. Because he no longer has any love left. All that's left is this tribe and its people. Now that he has figured these things out, now I won't do anything foolish. Ryan stood still, silently watching the direction Xingyue had gone. I thought about it. I still kept a great distance and followed silently. Even if her analysis makes a lot of sense. But orcs are inherently unstable. What if they lose their temper? Inside the house, Xingyue and Hongfei sat facing each other. However, there's a large safe distance between them. This is also Xingyue's consistent style. No matter the situation, always leave yourself some leeway. What do you want to ask me? Hongfei spoke first. Or is there anything I can still use you for? How did you and Chi-Chi meet? Xingyue directly asked the question that concerned her the most. Why is my daughter here with you? And why did she run away? Hongfei wanted Chi-Chi and smiled bitterly. I found Chi-Chi on a hilltop not far away. She was on the verge of death and even had a broken leg. I brought her back with me. Leg broken? Xingyue frowned and continued to ask. Did Chi-Chi say how her leg broke? Hongfei shook his head. Previously, I had only heard that it was attacked by some kind of large wild beast, but Kiki hadn't told me the specifics. At this moment, Xingyue was filled with mixed feelings. She was very worried about Chi-Chi's current situation. She also felt heartbroken that her daughter had lost a leg in the attack. Then why did she leave? Xingyue frowned slightly. Is it because you treated her badly that she left? Because she was scared. Hongfei could only tell Xingyue everything in detail. From the moment your main force began its attack on us, Chi-Chi kept telling me to run away with her. But I didn't agree. At this moment, his entire beast looked like it was about to shatter. It's hard to blame them. If I weren't the leader, I would have followed her without hesitation. But I am the leader. Hong Fei felt that the female beastman in front of him would definitely understand this. If it were you, would you abandon your companions and run for your own life? Song Xingyue was indeed incapable of doing such a thing. Those who abandon their companions and flee for their lives are despicable. But Kiki betrayed me like that. While I wasn't paying attention, she ran away with another orc from the tribe. Song Xingyue really wanted to ask where they had run off to. But looking at Hong Fei's cowardly attitude, it's clear that he doesn't know where Chi-Chi is either. Otherwise, with such a top-tier romance, one would be willing to die for Chi-Chi. Once we know where Kiki is, I will definitely go and look for it without hesitation. Will we just sit here and wait to die? Then, why are you investigating the matter of the Antelope clan? It was that guy named Yi Luo who contacted me. Hong Fei's eyes didn't seem to be lying. He knew my partner had a bad leg and was in a lot of pain, so he brought me some powder. It really helped relieve Kiki's pain, so we've been getting medicine from him ever since. Song Xingyue had no idea what she was thinking, so I asked the last question. It wasn't just that orc you mentioned who hurt Senna back then. Andrew was also involved. Hong Fei had considered this issue before, but the main reason is that he doesn't know what's going on. It's unclear who else was involved. I don't know who they are. Song Xingyue raised an eyebrow and slowly spoke. Since you don't know, then I'll trouble you all to come with me to the Red South Kingdom so that Senna can identify who hurt her. Hong Fei could hardly believe what his ears were hearing. So many orcs traveling together? Song Xingyue's tone wasn't joking. She was looking at him very seriously. Senna is in poor health and cannot travel long distances. Now that you have surrendered, show me some sincerity. Hong Fei pursed his lips. Thinking it over, he pressed down on Song Xingyue with concern. What if I identify him? What would you like me to do? Kill them. Song Xingyue said this without the slightest hesitation. All orcs who have harmed Senna must die. Also, return the stolen herbs to me. I promised Senna I would help her reclaim what is rightfully hers. Hong Fei fell silent. These conditions were all agonizing for me. Are you suggesting I bring my brothers and offer myself up to them? How could Song Xingyue not see what Hong Fei was thinking? They're foxes, after all. Foxes are the most cunning. Then, she decided to add fuel to the fire. If you disagree, I'll raise your entire tribe to the ground. You decide which loss is more devastating. Hong Fei's hand involuntarily clenched into a fist. It looked like it was making a violent struggle. Are you asking me to personally escort my companion to your Hongnan kingdom for trial, only to be killed there in the end? No, you're wrong. Song Xingyue believes that this statement needs to be changed. Because you males broke the rules of the orc world, several males bullied a female orc. Damn it, I was just seeking justice for Xingyue. But isn't it all over now that Andrew is dead? This is what Hong Fei cares about most. He hurt you, and he's dead. Isn't that enough? What does it matter if one person dies? Song Xingyue looked at Hong Fei in front of her with her beautiful eyes, her gaze full of meaning. Anyone who has hurt Senna deserves to die. Chapter 148 no merci. This chat, it ended on a sour note. Hong Fei did not immediately agree to Song Xingyue's conditions. Song Xingyue's patience seemed to have run out as well. I'm prepared to handle this matter in my own way. We went out the gate. She glanced at Ryan. Lock Hong Fei up. We'll talk about it after I've finished dealing with this. Ryan went inside immediately. In no time at all, they simply grabbed Hong Fei and left him no chance to resist. When the beastmen of the Fox tribe saw this, their eyes were filled with anger. Song Xingyue stood on the city wall, her fair hands braced against the wall, looking down at them. Let me formally introduce myself to you. Her voice was gentle yet powerful as she smiled meaningfully. I am Song Xingyue, the leader of the Red South Kingdom. I will be your leader in the future. Her voice remained consistently calm. However, the words he uttered were extremely arrogant. I didn't want to meet you this way. I wanted to choose a more amicable approach. But unfortunately, your leader is truly unyielding. She raised an eyebrow. The corners of her mouth gradually turned up. You all probably know that your tribe harmed a female orc in a mountain some time ago, right? As she said this, his gaze lingered on the faces of the beastmen below. She wasn't willing to miss any of their subtle facial expressions. I just want to see who exactly was involved. You. Song Xingyue suddenly raised her hand and pointed at an orc. Step forward. The orc whose name was called immediately stepped forward. There was an unconcealable panic in his eyes. Tell me, besides Andrew, who else was involved in this? I don't know. That orc clearly wasn't trying to tell the truth. Song Xingyue took a deep breath and waved to the beastmen of Hongnan Kingdom not far away. They immediately understood and went over to him, pinning him to the ground. They revealed their sharp claws. In the Red South country, Sina's status is only slightly lower than Song Xingyue's, because she is a doctor from Hongnan Kingdom. Every injured orc needs to go to her for help. She is also very kind to animals. It always soothes a volatile heart very easily. Therefore, the incident involving Senna. This has always been a matter of great concern to the orcs of the Red South Kingdom. Although he didn't die, however, the damage caused is irreversible. They all came with a grudge. I'm asking you one last time. Song Xingyue always liked to give them a choice. If you don't tell the truth this time, I will kill you. She was saying the word kill. His eyes suddenly darkened, filled with coldness and murderous intent. The orc couldn't help but tremble all over, because too many orcs had died in the Red South Kingdom. Many died this time as well. Therefore, they were actually afraid of the Red Southern Kingdom. Aren't you going to tell me? Song Xingyue looked at the orc with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Since you won't say, then I will. I said. The orc closed his eyes as if he were going all out. That day there were actually 6 orcs of us together, and we took turns. When Song Xingyue heard these words, her blood ran cold. She knew that Senna must have been hurt that day. I just didn't expect there to be so many. But these were all Andrew's suggestions. The beast then said, this was not our intention. Who are the other 4 orcs? Song Xingyue said this through gritted teeth. If you don't tell me, I certainly have my own ways of finding out. It's them. The orc pointed to the 4 orcs behind him. We usually get along well with Andrew. We're on the same team. We went out together that day. The beastmen whose names were mentioned immediately became unhappy, and they all denied it outright. Song Xingyue had actually noticed them earlier. Each of their expressions is intriguing. Kill. Song Xingyue simply uttered those 2 words. Then they saw the males of Hongnan Kingdom swarm forward. They even wanted to kill them. Seeing this, the other foxes quickly moved aside. Some female orcs even held their cubs tightly in their arms. It felt like the end of the world. Song Xingyue just found it funny. They're clearly the perpetrators, but they act like innocent victims. Until the ground was stained red with blood. Song Xingyue's heart gradually began to breathe again. Actually, from the time Sina's accident happened until now, she was very tense. It's like having a string constantly taut, keeping your nerves on edge. Now, finally, I don't need it anymore. Song Xingyue slightly raised her beautiful eyes and looked at them. You probably know why they died. In the orc world, anyone who bullies a female orc deserves to die. Her words carried a particularly strong sense of pressure. If your leader can't bear to deal with them, I will. She took a deep breath, and then a bright smile bloomed on her lips. I hope we'll get along well in the future. That's all. After saying those words, she turned and walked away gracefully. But in the instant she turned around, his eyes darkened again. She hated it most when people used this method to oppress the beastmen. But sometimes we have no choice but to do it. Next, all we need to do is retrieve Senna's medicinal herbs. Then you can prepare to go back. When we came down from the city wall, she made a point of going to see the raging fire. Xingyue was still bound. She instructed the beastmen of Hongnan Kingdom that they could release him. The moment Xingyue was untied, he looked at her with red eyes. Is it worth killing so many males for a female orc? Worth. Song Xingyue looked at the raging fire calmly. Suddenly he laughed. The orc world has its own rules. No one can break those rules. Xingyue clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with hatred. As for you, Song Xingyue had planned this from the beginning. If you don't want your people to be harmed because of you, you'd better come back to Red South Kingdom with me. Xingyue has lived in the Fox tribe since he was a child. He was somewhat resistant to the sudden offer to take him back to Hongnan Kingdom. Why does it have to be me, Xingyue? Why should I be Xingyue? I told you, I'd take you back for my daughter to play with. Song Xingyue's lips were always turned up as she said this. I never go back on my word. I advise you to pack your bags and come with me now. Otherwise, you'll end up smelling terrible and having nowhere to change your clothes. Chapter 149, Almost Forgotten All My Knowledge. When resting at night, Song Xingyue and Ryan were inside the house. The beastmen of Hongnan Kingdom stood guard outside. Actually, this is unnecessary. She smiled helplessly. The situation is now settled, and they won't cause any more trouble. Your safety must be guaranteed. Ryan was very insistent. After all, this isn't the Red South Kingdom, so it's best to be cautious. Song Xingyue was filled with helplessness. Thankfully, we're leaving tomorrow. Otherwise, You wouldn't be able to get proper rest. Have you chosen your beast as the leader here? Ryan turned around and stared intently at her. You left in such a hurry. Can you make proper arrangements? I don't need to make any arrangements here. Song Xingyue never had any interest in the fox tribe. Let Hongfei continue to serve as the leader. She had her own considerations. Now that we've already defeated them once, they probably won't dare to cause trouble again anytime soon. They need to conserve their energy and strength. Ryan was very dissatisfied with Song Xingyue's decision. I always felt that her decision inappropriate. If we don't arrange for our beasts to be here, wouldn't our trip have been for nothing? Was it a wasted trip? Song Xingyue smiled silently. How could I possibly come here empty-handed? Of course, I'm going to take something back with me. Ryan had no idea what Song Xingyue wanted to take back. But now that I've heard her say that, I feel relieved. You can decide everything yourself. I will support you. Song Xingyue was indeed exhausted during this period, so I drifted off to sleep. That night, I slept very soundly. Perhaps it was because of the long journey. She got up very late. When she woke up, Ryan has already prepared lunch. She looked at the sumptuous lunch and couldn't help but glance at Ryan. You have this skill too? She picked up the grilled meat and took a bite. Suddenly, I realized that the taste of this barbecue was a bit unusual. It even has a slightly salty taste. You need to know, since arriving in the orc world, basically, everything we eat is cooked to its original flavor. It's been so long since I've tasted this flavor. Did you make this? It's me. Ryan didn't know why Song Xingyue was so surprised. What's wrong? This meat has a flavor. Song Xingyue didn't know how to best explain her feelings. Did you blanch the meat before cooking it? Didn't you say that raw meat should be washed before eating? Ryan frowned slightly, still not understanding where the problem lay. So, what kind of water did you use? Just outside. Ryan simply brought in the water from outside and handed it to Song Xingyue. Song Xingyue picked up the water and took a small sip. It turned out to be seawater. She finally realized. The corners of his mouth are harder to suppress than an AK. How could I be so stupid? I clearly studied this when I was in school. Sea salt can be extracted from seawater. Then use sea salt to extract edible salt. How could you have forgotten something so important after being in the orc world for 2 years? Luckily, I was reborn and transmigrated. Otherwise, the teacher who taught him would be furious with his own stupidity. Ryan noticed that Song Xingyue remained silent for a long time. He spoke again. What exactly happened? I've discovered a seasoning. Song Xingyue could hardly contain her excitement and joy. This seasoning, when used to cook meat, makes the meat taste better. It also makes the beastmen stronger. Ryan was completely confused, but I still managed to understand some of it. Although I don't know how to do it. But I was still happy with Song Xingyue. I knew I wouldn't come here for nothing. They not only obtained sleeping pills, anesthetics, but also various herbs. They even came up with a way to extract edible salt. This is such a great deal, compared to those so-called resources and materials. This kind of technology is truly rare and valuable. She quickly finished the grilled meat in her hand, in a good mood. She didn't forget to give Ryan some instructions. Never wash meat with seawater again. It's bad for your health. After she finished eating, she went for a walk in the square outside. Discover. A number of female orcs have gathered in the square. Leader of Hongnan Kingdom. Yin timidly opened her mouth. We've heard that the males in your Hong and Kingdom treat females very well. Is that true? Song Xingyue nodded subconsciously, though she didn't understand why she would ask that question. Can we go with you? Yin thought for a moment, then spoke again. We want to go back to Hongnan Kingdom with you. Is that all right? Song Xingyue did not immediately answer or make any promises. She always felt that things going too smoothly wasn't always a good thing, especially in the fox tribe. You definitely can't afford not to be careful. Come here. Song Xingyue had noticed this young person since yesterday. Xiaoqi pointed her nose and walked blankly to Song Xingyue. Chief, did you call me? Did I kill all their partners? Song Xingyue couldn't help but have a bold idea in her mind. Or is it that none of them have a partner? Xiaoqi seemed stumped by the question and fell silent for a moment, unsure how to answer. Yin's face suddenly turned quite pale. Chief, are you doubting us? Song Xingyue readily and openly admitted it. They made no attempt to conceal anything. Because the way you're looking at me is weird, like you want to eat me alive. Yin was furious when she saw that her plan had failed. You killed our partner. You deserve to die. Ryan immediately pulled Song Xingyue into his arms, his eyes filled with oppressive intent as he looked at them. Do you want to die too? He never seemed to follow any rules when dealing with other female orcs. They showed absolutely no mercy or pity for women. If you dare to harm her today, I will make your entire tribe pay with its life. Upon hearing this, Yin's eyes reddened. What about us? Aren't we innocent? Our partners were killed by you. What will become of us? Xingyue saw deep sadness in their eyes. But in reality, she didn't understand such things. Your partners abused other female orcs outside, and they deserve to die. Do you still feel sorry for them? The other female orcs tugged at Yin's arm and whispered among themselves. We can't beat this male, so let's just give up. Yin flung her companion's hand away, and tears unexpectedly streamed down her face. Our partner definitely did something wrong. So, how are we supposed to survive from now on? Chapter 150, an existence more important than resources. Foxes are large in size. Indeed, they are inferior to other races of beasts. Basically, they have no way of hunting large prey, unless there are tigers or lions around. Perhaps we can share a portion of the soup with them after they finish eating. So, a partner is very important to them. Even if their partner isn't a good beast, at least they can provide them with a basic living. If you're just worried about going hungry later, you can come with me. Xingyue has never liked to make things difficult for female beastmen, because female beastmen are physically inferior to males in all aspects. Therefore, most of the time, it's best to avoid it if possible. The main theme is cherishing the wings of female orcs. In our Red South Kingdom, no female orc goes hungry. Upon hearing this, the other female orcs all expressed their desire to visit the Red South Kingdom. Xingyue was naturally more than happy to oblige. But Yin simply turned around and walked away silently. Looking at her back, she seemed very aggrieved and somewhat desolate. Upon seeing this, Xingyue immediately followed. Ryan also compiled a list of the female beastmen who wanted to go to the Red South Kingdom. Riverside, Yin kept throwing small stones into the river, as if to vent her anger. Xingyue sat down next to her and slowly began to speak. Losing a partner is indeed a painful thing. But your partner also did hurt other female orcs. Shouldn't they die? Yin was feeling very complicated and upset at the moment. In particular, the image of my partner lying in a pool of blood is constantly in my mind. It made her tremble uncontrollably. Today he might bring a bunch of males to bully a female orc. Tomorrow he'll just take you to his mate and play with other female orcs, won't he? But Hu Shaoshan was also very good to me. What Yin could never let go of was how good Hu Shaoshan had been to her. Maybe he's not a good beast in your eyes, but he's really good to me. Upon hearing this, Xingyue frowned slightly. But he's already dead. Don't you want to live either? How could Yin not want to live? She simply couldn't accept that Xingyue had killed her partner. If they hadn't bullied the female orcs of our Red South Kingdom, none of this would have happened. Xingyue admitted it. If it weren't for the arrival of the main force from the Red South Kingdom, perhaps life will be better for the Fox clan. But why are we here? Xingyue felt it would be better to just throw the question at her directly. I think she'll figure out someday. I won't force you to go back with us. But if you want to come with us, you have to let go of all your grudges and hatred. That's the condition. Yin sensed no hostility from the female beastman beside her. But the way she stood on the city wall shouting to kill her partner was also terrifying. Our main force will set off at nightfall. Xingyue decided to give her some time to think about it. I hope you can come with us. Our Red South Kingdom always welcomes any orc. Seeing that she left after saying those words, Yin couldn't help but stand up. She placed her hands on her chest, clenching them tightly, her expression tense. If we go there, will you help us find new partners? Xingyue slowly turned around, smiling gently. I can introduce you to some information if you need it. Yin hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. I'm willing to go to your Red South country. I'll leave tonight. Late at night, Xingyue led the main force to prepare for departure. This time, they took away a lot of supplies, but they were given the food and drink. The Fox tribe is located near the mountains. Therefore, many medicinal herbs found in the mountains are not found in Hongnan Kingdom. In addition, there are seeds. Seeds that can be planted. You need to know, there is no such thing as lettuce on the mountains of Hongnan. There are no sweet potatoes or yams to eat. So all you need to do is take the seeds back. By next year, Hongnan will also be able to enjoy delicious sweet potatoes and lettuce, even if these seeds are worthless in Ryan's eyes. But for Xingyue, seeds are the most precious thing in the orc world. Hongfei stood on the city wall, silently watching all of this. He finally understood why Kiki had thought about running away. Because the female orc in front of me is really terrifying, although she always smiled when talking to others. However, the intimidating power in his eyes should not be underestimated. Even I, a male, feel afraid. Chief, are we just going to let them go like this? Xiaoqi looked at the leader with great frustration. They took away many of our tribe's female orcs, and also took away Blazing Fire. Are we just going to let them all go like this? Can we beat them? Hongfei has already deeply realized this after this incident. The difference between them and the Red South Kingdom. But we didn't fight, did we? Xiaoqi is still too young to understand the intricacies of the situation. They couldn't understand that their fox tribe had already been completely defeated. Hongfei reached out and patted Xiaoqi's shoulder meaningfully. If we had fought, our tribe might not exist today. Xiaoqi disagreed. Why make such a conclusion without even trying it? Because Ryan defeated his enemy in one move. Hongfei's shoulder is still aching slightly. Ryan's claw strike was so powerful that he didn't even have a chance to fight back. If Ryan had killed me back then, without a leader, could you have even started fighting? And how would you have fought? Xiaoqi suddenly fell silent. Then she spoke again. What about Chi-Chi? Are you still looking for her? I'm not looking anymore. Hongfei was completely heartbroken this time, and he also came to understand some things. Kiki is an ambitious female beastman. I'm not good enough for her. What she needs is a powerful and cunning male like Ryan. Instead of myself, a male who lacks ambition. Xiaoqi really felt sorry for the leader. The leader is clearly so good. In the end, it was the leader who suffered. That's really unfair. Xiaoqi, you'll understand when you grow up. Hongfei didn't want Xiaoqi to harbor too much hatred or anything else in her heart. If the Red South Kingdom can truly bring peace to the orc world, then I am willing to submit to it. Surrender. Xiaoqi was very bothered by this word and found it extremely jarring. The way he looked at the leader gradually began to change. He was young. A seed is slowly sprouting in my heart. Chapter 151, Don't Make Things Difficult for Me. The following day at noon, the main force of the Hongnan Kingdom returned to the Antelope tribe once again. She kept her promise. They went to the cave to find Yimo. The moment Emo saw Song Xingyue, she was incredibly excited. Her tears fell unexpectedly, even if you have difficulty moving around. But the moment Song Xingyue got close, he threw himself into her arms. He held Song Xingyue's soft waist tightly with both hands. You're really back. I thought you didn't want me anymore. How could that be? Song Xingyue gently patted Yimo's little head. It has to be said, Yimo really is like a younger sister. She can cry, make a fuss, and act spoiled. It would leave me completely helpless against her. She was glad that Ryan had gone to talk to Victor about making him the leader. Otherwise, given Ryan's personality, he would definitely be jealous. That's how it was last time. Let me look at your legs. Song Xingyue lifted the animal skin cover and checked the injury on her leg. Because last time they left, they used maggots to wriggle on her wounds. So at this point, at least the rotten flesh is gone. You can also clearly see her bones. It's all because Yi Luo was too ruthless before. How painful must it be? I'm much better now. Emo looked at Song Xingyue with teary eyes, forcing a smile. Before, the pain kept me awake every night, but now it doesn't hurt as much. At least I can bear it. After hearing this, Song Xingyue felt even more sorry for Yimo. You won't be in so much pain when you get back to Hongnan Kingdom. She made a promise to her. I will do everything in my power to heal you. Senna will too. Who is Senna? As soon as Emo heard the name, she guessed that it was a female beastman. Is she your sister? She's not my sister, but she's a very good friend. Song Xingyue felt an indescribable excitement at the thought of seeing Sina soon. If it weren't for the Fox clan bullying Senna, I wouldn't have led our Red South Kingdom's troops to attack them, and I wouldn't have met you. After hearing Song Xingyue's words, Emo tried her best to force a smile. She felt somewhat uncomfortable. Unexpected. She's already such an important person. Then, once I arrive in Hongnan Kingdom, I must make sure to get along well with Senna. She thought for a moment, then slowly began to speak. That way we can be together in the future. Good. Song Xingyue reached out and gently stroked Yemo's face. When you arrive in the Red South Kingdom and meet Senna, you'll definitely like her very much. That's all. That evening, after the matter was settled, the main force finally began to head towards Hongnan Kingdom. When passing by the bear tribe, she did not choose to stay. Because this incident happened a very, very long time ago. Everyone was tired. It's time to go home and see your family and loved ones. Then, They shortened their journey home. The originally planned longer time was shortened to 3 days. When they arrived in Hongnan Kingdom, the gates of the Red South Kingdom were already surrounded by orcs. As soon as Guqing and Xingyue saw their mother, they immediately ran over to her. One on each side, they grabbed their mother's hands and wouldn't let go. "Mom, I miss you so much." "Me too." Xingyue was surprised that her 2 daughters had grown up so fast. They were already past her waist. She slowly squatted down and hugged her daughters, one in each arm. That long-lost feeling has returned once again. "Heart, I feel much more at ease now. At least I don't have to live in fear anymore." Xingyue stood in the middle of the beastmen, his deep eyes gazing at her with deep affection. The corners of his mouth were turned up. He was looking at her with focused eyes. Xingyue raised her head and silently met his gaze. "Some things to say. There's no need to say it. They both understand." Senna pushed her way out from among the orcs. He ran straight up to Xingyue. "You're finally back. Do you know how worried I was about you?" Xingyue immediately released her 2 daughters, a smug smile on her face. She took out some precious medicinal herbs from her bosom and handed them to Senna. "I promised you I would get back everything they took from you. And I also brought back quite a bit of this medicinal herb." When Senna saw the medicinal herbs, she couldn't hold back her tears, and they finally fell. She reached out and gently tapped Xingyue's arm. "The medicinal herbs aren't important. What matters is that you come back safely. Not only did I return safely, but I also brought back many friends." Xingyue immediately came to the side and introduced the new companions who had arrived this time. "Tonight, we're having a big bonfire party. Come welcome our new friends." The orcs immediately cheered and jumped for joy, because every time you have a new partner, it means that soon there will be pairs of friends again. The female beastmen who returned with them were filled with surprise when they saw the males from the Red South Kingdom. They silently observed them. They hadn't expected their quality to be so high, even better than that of the Fox tribe. "Where is Victor, our leader?" Duo looked around for a long time, but couldn't see her partner, so she started to get a little anxious. Could it be that Victor was killed in battle? After she said that, the beast just fainted. Xingyue reacted quickly, grabbing her arm and speaking immediately. "Victor is perfectly fine. He didn't come back because he's now the leader of the Antelope clan." Dodo thought Victor was dead, so she almost fainted. Hearing that Victor had become the leader, he fainted. Senna was absolutely laughing so hard at Dodo. His arm naturally draped over Xingyue's shoulder. Xingyue smiled indulgently. "I have absolutely no resistance to such a cute girl." Duo woke up again soon. A pair of big eyes blinked as she looked at Xingyue. "Leader, has Victor really become the leader?" Xingyue told her with absolute certainty. "Tomorrow I will escort you directly to the Antelope clan, and then you will be able to reunite with Victor." "Really?" Duo was overjoyed, but she quickly realized something. "Am I going alone?" Xingyue's beautiful eyes were full of tenderness as she put her arm around her shoulder. "I'll tell you the rest later." Duo suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. "So I wanted to ask. I said I'd talk about it later." Xingyue's tone became more forceful. Duo. She looked at her meaningfully. "Don't put me in a difficult position." Chapter 152. Huan proposed breaking up. Bonfire party in the evening. It was quite a lively scene. Xingyue and her group brought back a large amount of supplies. The supplies were distributed to the public one by Xingyue. Basically, all the orcs who remained in the Red South Kingdom obtained the spoils they desired. Mengyu led the little ones around the fire, explaining life skills to them and playing with them. Senna studied the herbs that Xingyue had brought back with great interest. Although they didn't understand the medicinal properties of these herbs, their expectant eyes and eager to learn appearance were evident. I knew then that this gift was the right one for her. Duo. Xingyue brought Duo to the side. "I'll take good care of your child. What are you worried about with him by your side?" Duo looked at Xingyue with teary eyes. "It's not that I don't trust you. That's my first child. I just can't bear to part with him. But if it were your second child, you would also feel reluctant to part with him." Xingyue's words were very direct. "I've secured the position of leader of the Antelope tribe for your partner. Logically and emotionally, shouldn't you offer some kind of gesture to reassure me?" Duo isn't stupid, because she wasn't there when the Bear Clan attacked. Even after the Bear Clan was captured, she was still able to remain unscathed. They even pleaded for them. Although he usually looks honest, kind, and cute, but when it really comes down to it, their combat power is astonishing. So, Song Xingyue believes that Duo will think things through and understand the seriousness of the relationship. Duo, I don't think we need to say much to each other. Don't you think so? Duo's hand gradually clenched into a fist. She was also feeling very unwell. It seemed like she was going through some kind of intense struggle. Song Xingyue stood quietly in place, watching her, giving her time to think. Does it really have to be this way? Duo persisted, asking again. Does it really have to be this way? Yes. Song Xingyue knew her answer was cruel, but she still had to say it. Only in this way can I feel at ease. We each get what we need, don't we? Finally, Duo slowly nodded. After all, if you want to become the leader, this is the only way. When Song Xingyue saw that Duo had agreed, she happily hugged her. I knew you'd figure it out. You and Victor are both intelligent orcs. Duo took a deep breath and tried her best to force a smile. It is naturally good to have a leader's partner, but it's also hard to part with my child. But she knew that Song Xingyue would definitely take good care of her child. Since that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. In a corner not far away, Xingyue looked at Huan, who had transformed into human form, and her eyes were filled with undisguised joy. Huan hugged Xingyue tightly, holding her close. You're finally back. I miss you so much. I miss you as well. Xingyue missed her little rabbit the most while she was away fighting. I finally met him. Huan tilted her little head, looking at Xingyue expectantly. When I turn 18 next year, we can become partners. When Xingyue heard the word become partners, she was momentarily dazed. But when he saw Huan's expectant look, he couldn't bear to say anything else that would hurt her. You don't want to? Huan sensed that Xingyue seemed to have changed and was not the same as before. Or did you fall for another female orc during your trip? She is usually quiet, but it's a little rabbit. In terms of intelligence and agility, they are unmatched by most other races. Xingyue, if what I said is really true, then please tell me the truth, okay? As Huan spoke, her eyes involuntarily reddened, and she looked like she was about to cry. I hope you won't lie to me. Otherwise, if something happens later, I won't be able to hold back. Xingyue pursed her lips, looking at Huan with a full sense of apology. I did do something wrong, but I hope you can give me another chance. Okay. Huan understood everything the moment she heard those words. He realized that Xingyue had fallen for another female beastman and no longer liked him. Hand. They slowly removed it from his waist. With immense heartache, we retreated step by step. I appreciate your honesty. In that case, I wish you all the best. After saying that, she turned and ran. Xingyue rushed forward and hugged Huan tightly in her arms. It's not what you think. I fell into a trap. That's why I couldn't control myself. He actually considered it later on. Why couldn't I control myself back then? He eventually figured it out. There must be something Huan is wearing, otherwise this wouldn't be possible. I only saw her once. We left that tribe the next day. We'll never see each other again, believe me. Huan's heart was breaking. Listening to him talk about these things, I couldn't breathe at all. Xingyue, I will meet someone even better in the future. Huan's mind is still quite clear. If you could betray me once, you could do it a second time. I don't want to forgive you. I'm sorry. She resolutely removed Xingyue's hand. She didn't even turn her head. She kept her back to him the whole time. I really like Hongnan, so even if we break up, I won't leave. But I hope you can be honest and straightforward too. From now on, don't bother me anymore. Xingyue looked at her empty hands and frowned slightly. He didn't want to break up with Huan. She even regretted not being able to control herself back then. He really wanted to try and win her back. But, deep down, I know I no longer have a chance. Thinking about this, he lowered his eyes slightly. Then he turned around and walked towards the campfire. Actually, he and Jihuan didn't have any feelings for each other. It was just a fleeting moment of pleasure. But this pleasure caused him to lose his most beloved partner. This feeling is really unpleasant. You were rejected, weren't you? Seeing her son's expression, Song Xingyue knew he must have been rejected. Actually, it was right for her to reject you. Xingyue felt terrible seeing her mother like this. Why can you balance your relationships with your partners, but I can't? Song Xingyue smiled silently. Female orcs can have multiple partners. That's a rule established in the orc world, and everyone has accepted it. She doesn't think she has any inherent advantage in having 3 great partners. Rather, it was the rules of the orc world that helped them. However, a male cannot have 2 female orcs. Song Xingyue gazed quietly at her son with her beautiful eyes. Males who are not faithful in relationships will also be punished. Chapter 153, entering the next era. The next morning, under Song Xingyue's arrangement, Duo went to the antelope tribe. She held the little dog in her arms. Afterwards, watching her figure gradually disappear into the distance. Only then did they hand over the puppy egg to Xingyue, their teacher. Can you bring another baby along? Xingyue looked at Xingyue with a smile. You already have enough kids. Can you take care of another one? Xingyue was actually somewhat troubled by this matter, because that was what I had decided back then. Only baby animals can go to kindergarten. Animal cubs that have taken human form are not allowed to attend kindergarten. So now my 2 daughters are running around like crazy every day. Sometimes it can be quite mentally taxing. How about I take care of little Egg? Xingyue volunteered. I have a very good relationship with my 2 little dogs, and it's relatively easy for me to take care of them. After hearing this, Xingyue looked at Xingyue meaningfully. You haven't even found a partner yet, and you've already started taking care of cubs. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to find a partner later? I have never intended to find a partner. Xingyue didn't mind telling Xingyue the truth directly. I used to be the weakest male in the tribe. I always hoped to meet a good mate, but no one ever paid attention to me. Aside from the fact that Xingyue later got herself into the medical team. Only then did I gradually find my true self. It also played to its strengths and shone brightly. So now I don't want to look anymore. He smiled helplessly. Because I didn't choose a partner in the first place, I won't have one in the future. Your idea. Xingyue took a deep breath, then raised her hand and patted his shoulder. You are actually very talented. Without you, Hongnan Kingdom would definitely be in chaos. Don't underestimate yourself. Xingyue was moved once again. He only felt valuable in front of Xingyue. Leave the puppy egg to me. He scooped the puppy egg into his arms, his eyes softening. I will take good care of little Egg. Please believe me. Xingyue said no more. Because every beast has its own choices. And Xingyue just happened to make a choice as well. After Xingyue handed the baby over to Xingyue. He returned to the square and announced the good news to all the orcs. Starting today, we will enter the next stage of our Hongnan Kingdom, the manufacturing era. The age of manufacturing? All the orcs were completely dumbfounded. I don't understand what the construction era means. Xingyue smiled mysteriously. In short, it's something very good for you. If it's successfully made, it might even accelerate the progress of the orc world. Although the group didn't understand. But he understood one principle. That means you get to eat meat if you follow the leader. Just follow the leader's lead. So the first thing we need to do now is to make sea salt. Xingyue couldn't wait any longer. Later, I will select 10 orcs to come with me to the seaside to refine sea salt. Seaside. Xingyue led 10 orcs to begin refining sea salt. Making sea salt is actually very simple. Once the seawater is distilled, the remaining white crystals are sea salt. In other words, although conditions are limited. However, once the salt water is boiled, crystals will gradually form. And so, they are paired up. One of them was just right to fetch water while the other watched the fire. Xingyue taught everyone how to extract sea salt step by step. She wandered back and forth on the shore. Let's see if we can find any rare supplies. We can't go back empty-handed. Her gaze. It involuntarily landed on the nearby reef. The last time I met the mermaid was there. I don't know if I'll run into him again this time. So be it. The sea salt production went very smoothly. Although there are no pots or pans like that at present. The only way to extract the water is to boil it little by little using a small bamboo bucket. But because there are many beasts, the action was quite swift. When everyone saw the small white crystal, every orc's eyes were filled with astonishment. Chief, what is this? This was the first time Wei Wei had ever seen this thing. Is it edible? Why does it look like snowflakes? This is something we can't eat right now. Xingyue picked up the sea salt and rubbed it between her fingers. This is sea salt. If orcs eat sea salt, it will be bad for their health, and in severe cases, it can even kill them. It needs to be refined again afterward. Wei Wei was completely confused and asked in bewilderment. Does this mean this is poison? Xingyue was surprised that Wei Wei's comprehension ability was so extraordinary. In short, it's not safe to eat now. You'll have to wait until later if you want to. After she finished giving her instructions, she went to check the soil quality on the nearby hill. They brought back quite a few flower seeds from the antelope. To successfully grow these flower varieties, the most basic requirements are choosing the right potting soil and location. The Red Southern Kingdom has just expanded its territory. There is a place to plant, but the most important thing is to find 2 gardeners. A gardener must be someone who is extremely meticulous. Flowers are delicate, and flower seeds are also delicate. If you don't take good care of it, there will be many troubles later on. She couldn't help but turn her gaze to the few little ones playing not far away. What are you doing on National Day and the founding of the nation? Song Xingyue immediately walked in that direction. Then I realized that Huan Huan was there too. When Huan Huan saw Song Xingyue, her eyes showed a hint of avoidance. I wonder if it's because of Xingyue. That's why she didn't dare to look at Song Xingyue. Seeing this, Song Xingyue gently patted Huan Huan's little head. Xingyue is the one who did something wrong, not you. You don't need to act like this. Huan Huan looked at Song Xingyue pitifully with red eyes. I wanted to say something, but the word got stuck in my throat, and I couldn't say them. Actually, I came to you to ask if you were interested in becoming a gardener. Gardener? Huan Huan didn't understand what a gardener was. She instinctively looked at the twin sisters. Xingyue and Guoqing were also hearing about it for the first time. They both looked at their mother blankly. Gardener is. Song Xingyue pointed to the flowers not far away. Do you see those flowers covering the hillsides? They're the result of nurturing flower seeds, allowing them to grow fully and eventually become those beautiful flowers. That's what gardeners do. Looking at the beautiful flowers, Huan Huan's heart softened. Can I? But I don't know how. Of course you can. Song Xingyue directly acknowledged her abilities with a single sentence. As long as you are willing to learn from me, you could be a good gardener. Chapter 154, Encountering the Snake Clan. For half a month in a row, Song Xingyue directly launched several projects and promoted them simultaneously. This is because even after the cubs transform into human form, they are still mentally children. So she has already planned a primary school just 500 meters away from the kindergarten. If we're expecting it, it should be completed by next spring. Opposite the elementary school is a flower shed. Although the orc world doesn't currently have materials like plastic sheeting, but plan the location first so that it will look beautiful when the flowers bloom. Then came the construction of the hospital. The little house that Sina and Mengyu used to live in was really too small. It doesn't look like what a proper hospital should be like. But since the hospital is expanding, the number of doctors and nurses should also be increased. The task of expanding enrollment was directly handed over to Sina. The construction work was entrusted to Mengyu. The last major project remaining. It's about refining salt, because salt is an essential component of daily life. It is an even scarcer resource in the orc world. Once the salt has been extracted, salt could be used to trade with other tribes for the resources they wanted. In an instant, the entire Hongnan kingdom was bustling with activity. Every orc is working. There wasn't a single one who could stay idle at home. Song Xingyue is as busy as a spinning top every day. Busy. Ling Mu began to have objections. During his lunch break, he cornered Song Xingyue. Grasping her slender wrist, he pulled her into the unfinished, half-built hospital. Ling Mu didn't give Song Xingyue a chance to speak at all. A deluge of kisses rained down upon them. Song Xingyue instinctively reached out and hugged his neck, even knowing that doing this right now is inappropriate. But I still couldn't help but go along with it, and I couldn't help but feel my heart flutter. After a long while, Ling Mu, panting heavily, rubbed his nose against hers and spoke in a hoarse voice. Haven't you spent time with me in a long time? Song Xingyue's eyelashes trembled slightly, like butterflies resting on their petals. Her chest heaved violently. I really want to spend time with you, but I'm so tired when I get home every day. Ling Mu gave Song Xingyue no chance to defend herself. He simply lifted her into the air and carried her away. This caused her to instinctively wrap her legs around his waist, and her arms to dangle tightly around him as well. Her fair face had already turned pink. Even the tone of his voice changed involuntarily. The tone made her feel a little embarrassed. Don't let other beasts see you. Won't. Ling Mu gently nibbled on her earlobe, whispering intimately. Everyone's resting now. No beast will come. Song Xingyue wanted to say more. Result. Cough cough. It seems that it's all too late. When the man and the tiger came out from inside, I just happened to run into Wei Wei. Wei Wei looked nervous, unsure of where they were going. Ling Mu and Song Xingyue immediately hid to the side. After Wei Wei left, the two exchanged a glance and silently followed. Let's be reasonable. Wei Wei is never in such a hurry. He is very arrogant. He's so arrogant about everything. He wouldn't be in such a hurry. But that's how it is now. It inevitably makes people's imaginations run wild. Really, not long after, they then discovered the orc who had made contact with him. Snake Clan? Song Xingyue immediately recognized that the person who was talking to Wei Wei was from the Snake Clan, because the snake in front of us looks very similar to Chongqing. Although in terms of looks, he's worlds apart from Chongqing. But the way they walk is unmistakably that of the snake race, especially those bewitching eyes. I wonder if it's a characteristic of the snake race. Xingyue had never seen this kind of race before. Unexpectedly, Xingyue recognized her at a glance. Wei Wei took a small package out of his pocket and handed it to him. The snake clan member was very generous and gave Wei Wei a fruit. Will eating this fruit guarantee pregnancy next spring? After receiving the fruit, Wei Wei confirmed with the other party once again. You said before that what you do is really amazing. Is that true? We snakes all give birth in litters. The snake clan spoke coldly. If you don't believe it, you don't have to. I want it. Wei Wei held the fruit in his arms as if it were a precious treasure. I've given you everything you wanted, so of course you have to give me what you want too. Xingyue and Xingyue both looked at the small package with great curiosity. Everyone was speculating about what was inside the package. The snake-like creature opened the package, glanced at it briefly, and then turned and left with it. Even after the snake clan left, Wei Wei continued to look at the fruit in his hand. It's just a tiny little thing. Is it true that eating this will make you fertile? Wei Wei. Seeing this, Xingyue finally stopped hiding it. She appeared directly behind him and called out to him. What are you offering in exchange? Wei Wei was so startled by the sudden sound that he almost dropped the fruit in his hand. Chief, let me explain. All Xingyue wanted was an explanation, because she really wanted to know what Wei Wei had used in the exchange. I just took some honey. Honey? Xingyue frowned slightly. The honey was brought to us by the bear tribe. Each household only had a little bit, and you just took it to exchange for resources? Wei Wei also had unspeakable grievances in her heart. Seeing that Xingyue kept pressing him for answers, he had no choice but to tell the truth. It seems like Lilier can't have babies anymore. His expression was very serious when he said this, and he even seemed to feel a sense of defeat. She didn't conceive during her last period. I asked other female orcs, and none of them had experienced this, although he didn't say it directly. However, the meaning has been expressed quite clearly. So, Xingyue couldn't help but make a bold guess. If Lily still doesn't conceive next time, you'll leave her, right? Wei Wei fell silent. But sometimes silence is another kind of answer. Xingyue frowned slightly, looking at him with a helpless expression. Just because of the cub, are you going to abandon your partner? I have no idea. Wei Wei didn't know what she was thinking either. But at least I want to try now. Xingyue knew. There's no certainty when it comes to matters of the heart. It's certainly not something you can interfere in other people's love lives. But why would the snake clan want honey? She seemed to have spotted a trade route. Besides honey, do the snake tribe want anything else? Next time, why don't you let me go with you on a trade? Wei Wei was surprised that the leader didn't blame him and even suggested going to trade together. Are you serious? Xingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with a smile. I've never been to a snake tribe before, so I wanted to see what resources they have. Chapter 155 Love Can Move Mountains and Seas. 1 week later, the nurses for Senna have all been selected. One hadn't expected this. This time, Guiqing was even on Sina's roster. Xingyue was very puzzled by this. Nana, does my daughter have talent for this? Yes, I have. Sina's eyes lit up when she mentioned National Day. I can explain many things only once, and they'll be understood. This kind of comprehension is probably only found in women of high-ranking orc blood. Xingyue always thought her 2 daughters were adorable, but I really didn't know about their talents. I'd never heard of them. So is it National Day? Didn't it come for the founding of the People's Republic of China? She was still very curious. After all, these are twins. Whatever one does, the other will almost certainly do too. Zhang Wo should be overseeing the project with Mingyu right now. Sina looked delighted when she mentioned the founding of the nation. I never imagined someone so young would have such an interest in engineering. I really like it. What? Xingyue was shocked twice today, and both times it was related to his own child. She really felt she needed to take a break. Otherwise, some people find it hard to accept that both of their daughters are geniuses and so talented. Leave Sen aside. Xingyue went to the training ground specifically to find Ryan, because the Red Southern Kingdom has now expanded its territory. There have also been many instances of disturbances caused by invading tribes. So Ryan took on the arduous task of training the males. I just didn't expect it. We arrived at the training ground. What I saw was not Ryan, but Xingyue. Xingyue stood with her hands behind her back, her eyes fixed intently on the other males. He used all the techniques that Ryan had taught him on other males. Are you satisfied? Ryan suddenly appeared beside Xingyue and hugged her from behind. Your son is now capable of standing on his own. I saw it. Looking at her son, Song Xingyue felt an indescribable sense of pride. Perhaps it's because Huan doesn't want him anymore. This brat has poured all his energy into this. Song Xingyue also discovered this. Sometimes, heartbreak isn't a bad thing, but rather a positive one. Although Xingyue lost Huan, she also grew from this experience. You should treat me to something. Ryan's burning gaze fell on her fair neck. Big Hand gradually began to get restless. I've taught Xingyue so well. Don't you want to reward me? Song Xingyue felt that wherever his large hand passed, it stirred up a prairie fire. But she tried her best to restrain herself. After all, this is a training ground, not some unfinished school. How about later? You can come to my place. Ryan extended an invitation to Song Xingyue. Since you came back, you've been staying by Lingmu's side. Have you forgotten that I exist? Helpless, Song Xingyue turned around and looked at him with her little head tilted up. We've been through thick and thin together. How could I possibly forget you? She thought it was nonsense. You know about my secret. It's my Achilles heel. How could I forget? Ryan was very satisfied with her answer. His dark pupils gradually became burning hot. His voice had a slightly irritating quality. Will you come tonight? Under his domineering gaze, Song Xingyue finally nodded. I'll come. Just wait for me. Just then, Xingyue turned around and saw the two of them. He hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Are you here to see Ryan or to see me? The moment Song Xingyue saw her son, her eyes immediately regained their composure. She quickly adjusted her state so that the child wouldn't notice. They were just on their way to inspect the work and happened to drop by to see you. Xingyue has already experienced that kind of thing. They're no longer just innocent young people. The intricacies between them are still apparent. I also know that I probably shouldn't be here, and it's inappropriate. But Huan is a gardener now, right? He still can't let go of Huan. During this period of time, he had several times been unable to resist the urge to go to him. In the end, they all held back. But I was still feeling uneasy. Will being a gardener be very hardworking? Will Huan have any helpers? If you're so worried about Huan, why don't you go and ask her yourself? Song Xingyue's voice was as gentle as ever, with a hint of instruction. Although you did do something you shouldn't have, remember that sincerity is the key to victory. As she said this, she raised her hand and patted her son's shoulder meaningfully. Also, you can still be friends even if you can't be partners. After all, you had feelings for each other. If you're really worried, go see her. After hearing her mother's words, Xingyue lowered her eyes. He clenched his fist tightly. It looked like it was struggling with something. Ryan took the opportunity to grab Song Xingyue's hand and leave. Xingyue was left here alone to think. Song Xingyue took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. I don't understand why Xingyue couldn't control herself back then. She clearly loved Huan so deeply. Because the scent released by female orcs during conception is deadly to males. Ryan explained calmly. It smells like flowers, very sweet. Most males can't resist it. Song Xingyue lacked a keen sense of smell. But she couldn't understand the sweet taste Ryan was describing. Shouldn't it smell like blood? Do I have it too? She looked at Ryan with some curiosity. Did I taste sweet to you back then? Yes. Ryan looked at Song Xingyue very seriously. It's not just sweet, but the taste is also quite different from others. Song Xingyue didn't know what was different about her taste. All I can say is that there are still too many rules in the orc world that I don't yet understand. Xingyue, a newly adult male, naturally couldn't control himself. I can understand that. Song Xingyue said she couldn't understand. Love can move mountains and seas. If love is strong enough, this kind of thing will never happen. Speaking of which, Xingyue is practically an adult now, isn't she? Ryan could give her the answer with great accuracy. Once he touches a female orc, he'll grow up completely. What about Ye? Song Xingyue was a little curious. When will Ye be able to find a partner and be considered grown up? That depends on how fast she grows. Ryan was not sure how to judge Ye. You'd be better off asking Wolfie about this. After all, it's Wolfie who's by Ye's side. I thought of the wolf cub. Song Xingyue was filled with helplessness. Wolf cub? I'll have to ask him next time we meet. Chapter 156. Chi-Chi meets Chongqing. Inside a dark and damp cave on the mountaintop, Chi-Chi sat there with a limp, looking at the large snake not far away with amazement in her eyes. You are a snake. She could tell at a glance what race the orc in front of her was. After all, the fox tribe and the snake tribe had a lot of dealings in the past. We are friendly. I come from the fox tribe. Her captivating and alluring eyes lifted slightly. His gaze fell on the female orc in front of him, although she looks very similar to her longtime companion. But those furry ears and tail, and the greedy look in their eyes when they look at people is completely different. His gaze, which had been with her for so long, was very gentle and pure. It's the kind of place where you can see your own reflection at a glance. But the female orc in front of him gave the beast a very ominous feeling. Why aren't you saying anything? Kiki was completely captivated by the giant snake in front of her. She wasn't unfamiliar with snake races. It was just that this was the first time she had seen snakes this beautiful. Where's my companion? Have you seen him? I ate it. Chongqing finally spoke, his tone cold and distant. He even licked his lips while saying that. The taste was pretty good. At least it suited my taste. Kiki's face turned pale instantly, but she still couldn't believe that the giant snake in front of her would do such a thing. Your snake tribe and our fox tribe have a friendly relationship. How could you possibly eat our people? Although I am a snake, I'm not a member of the snake clan. Chongqing's eyes remained cold throughout his conversation with Chi-Chi, and even his words were devoid of warmth. I was driven out and will not abide by the rules of the orc world. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi felt utterly terrified. He saw murderous intent in the eyes of the orc in front of him. Do you not have a partner? Actually, I could be your partner. This is her only trump card. Have you ever heard of high-ranking female orcs? I have the blood of high-ranking female orcs flowing through my veins. My offspring will be the most powerful of all. Chongqing stood motionless in place, his arms crossed over his chest, sizing her up. He doesn't believe there could be two female orcs exactly alike in the orc world. Or perhaps they are sisters. Or perhaps she's a longtime companion. The chances of it being a cub are relatively high. But when she said she was from the fox tribe, it puzzled the beast. If I remember correctly, when she first met Jubin, her tribe was about to attack the fox tribe. I can make you my only partner. When Chi-Chi saw that the snake didn't speak, she thought that the snake had agreed. So she persevered. If you help me conquer the Red South Kingdom, I'm willing to bear your cubs. Where's Hongnan Kingdom? Chongqing finally became interested in the topic she was talking about. Why attack that side? Because the Red South Kingdom killed many of our orcs. Chi-Chi felt a burning hatred for the beastmen of Hongnan Kingdom, including one's own mother. That heartless orc who drove himself out of the Red South Kingdom. Only by attacking them can I avenge my comrades. By your own hand. The two simple words, long-lasting affection, directly express their stance. Do you think you can do it? Kiki placed all her hopes on the giant snake in front of her. If you're willing to help me and follow me to the Snake Clan tribe, we can incite them to attack the Red South Kingdom. Although Chongqing didn't know where Hongnan Kingdom was. But for the vast majority, it's probably home, a place they've spent a long time with. Where's Hongnan Kingdom located? Chi-Chi immediately stretched out her hand and pointed to the approximate location. If you keep going in that direction, you'll find the Red South Kingdom. Chongqing seemed lost in thought. Her eyes lowered. Are you willing to help me attack the Red South Kingdom? Kiki looked at him expectantly. If you'd like, I can. Who said I was willing? Chongqing coldly interrupted her, giving her a stern look. When did I agree to that? Kiki looked at him in astonishment and couldn't help but speak. If you don't want to, why do you ask so many questions about Hongnan Kingdom? I want to find a female orc. He looked at her with deep affection. A female orc who looks very similar to you. Chi-Chi guessed almost immediately who the giant snake in front of her was referring to. Are you looking for my mother? Xingyue? No. Chongqing immediately denied it. The female orc I'm looking for is named Jubin, not Xingyue. Kiki became increasingly puzzled. But my sister's name isn't Jubin either. Could it be that my mother has given birth to another child? Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel competitive. The reason she has been able to thrive for so long is... The most important thing is that they use the title of high-ranking female orcs. If there are more and more high-level female orcs in the future, I will have even less of an advantage. Chongqing, for some unknown reason, turned and left. Hey, aren't you going to take care of me? Chi-Chi shouted at him anxiously. Where are you going? Why don't you take me with you? Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Chongqing now has only one belief. She found her life partner. Unconsciously, winter has begun in the orc world. This is Xingyue's second winter in the beastman world. She looked at the heavy snowfall, which was as big as goose feathers, and couldn't help but sigh. Time flies. 2 winters have already passed. Xingyue and Guoqing also lazily walked out of the house at this moment. They shivered as soon as they came into contact with the cold wind. They look very cute. Actually, are you two planning to move out and live separately? Xingyue has been thinking about this issue recently. Look at you. All the other beast cubs your age have moved out to live on their own. Do you two still want to stay here? Upon hearing this, Xingyue and Guqing immediately looked at their mother with expectant eyes. We want to live with you. Xingyue held his mother's hand and shook it affectionately. Don't you like us anymore? Don't you want us anymore? When Guqing saw his sister like that, he immediately followed her. We'll be very obedient. We'll eat less from now on. You two are such drama queens. Are you trying to act with me? Xingyue smiled helplessly and shook off her two daughters' hands. Don't think I don't know you're secretly happy. You've all wanted to live alone for a long time. When Guqing and Xingyue saw this, they realized their little scheme had been exposed and smiled sheepishly. Go see your Uncle Lingmu later. Although Xingyue was somewhat reluctant to let her daughters move out and live on their own. But after all, children have to grow up and can't live under their parents' wings forever. Promise me you'll take good care of yourselves. If you really can't, sneak back to me. Chapter 157, The Dying Mermaid. In the evening, Xingyue and Guqing successfully moved into their little house. This means they will be independent young people from now on. Huh, there's nothing here. Xingyue found the house empty. My soft little bed is gone too. Xingyue crossed her arms in front of her chest, watching them with great interest. Living alone means you'll need to take care of things yourself. Do you think it's like before? We provide all your food and drinks? After listening to his mother's words, Xingyue found that they made a lot of sense. Guqing smiled along with him. Then I'll go back to my room first. Third sister, let's decorate the house again tomorrow. Just as Xingyue was about to say something, Rose suddenly rushed in, looking flustered. Chief, we've encountered a dying merman. Mermaids? The first thing that came to Xingyue's mind was the mermaid she had met by the reef last time. But dying. Where is it? Take me there. She immediately had Rose switch to beastman form and rode off on her. Really? Upon arriving at the beach, they found it already surrounded by orcs from the Red South Kingdom. They all looked over there in great surprise. However, when they saw Xingyue, they still made way for her. It wasn't him. When Xingyue saw the fisherman in front of her clearly, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I thought it was that crybaby mermaid. It doesn't seem to be him now. This guy is so handsome. This was the first time Xingyue had ever seen such a handsome male, especially one from the merfolk race. But is he about to die? Xingyue took a quick look at the mermaid in front of her. He has a broken tail. The beautiful big tail is gone. Mermaids are most proud of their colorful tails. They typically use their tails to attract mates. But the mermaid in front of me didn't have a tail. Moreover, because of the severe cold, the wound on his tail was frostbitten. To put it bluntly, now you can eat fresh mermaid sashimi directly with a bone knife. This is absolutely fresh and delicious. Chief, why are you drooling? Rose looked at her with eyes that seemed to be thirsting for knowledge. Can saliva cure diseases? Xingyue immediately reached out and wiped her mouth, giving an awkward smile. Perhaps because the weather was so cold, my mouth was watering. She immediately began to examine it carefully. This mermaid, it seems like it's not completely dead. So, everyone started a fire next to him, since he was frozen on the ice and needed to be thawed first. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately ran off to start a fire. But it's not easy to start a fire. It is winter now, after all. Firefly and similar items are all located in the Red South Kingdom. They're not easy to find in the wilderness. Xingyue thought for a moment. She took off her animal skin coat and covered the mermaid with it. Upon seeing this, Xingyue immediately switched to his beastman form and wrapped the mermaid in his arms. Xingyue was surprised by how smart her daughter was and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. When Guqing saw her sister like this, she immediately switched to her beastman form and went with her to warm up the little mermaid. Xingyue felt truly gratified looking at her two daughters, although they have wolf blood flowing through their veins. But this kindness and compassion seemed to have nothing to do with race. Sina and Mingyu also rushed over at this moment. Her eyes sparkled when she saw the injured mermaid in front of her. This is a new challenge. Sina was very excited about this new injury. She's a mermaid. Yes. It was also the first time Mingyu had ever seen a mermaid, especially an injured one, which he found very strange. Aren't they only able to live in the water? I don't know either. Xingyue currently has no idea how the mermaids in the Beastman world live. If we're talking about the real world, Mermaids must only be able to live in water. But who knows, like in a fairy tale, they might actually have legs. And then falling in love with someone turns into nothingness? Senna reached out and poked the mermaid's face. It's still warm, so it shouldn't die anytime soon. Other orcs gradually found tools to start a fire as well. Light a fire next to the mermaid. Xingyue also took a look at the thickness of the ice layer. Visible to the naked eye, it was sealed very thickly. It would be difficult to break it open and release it back into the wild. After all, this is different from ice fishing. Ice fishing only requires a small hole. This mermaid is rather large. It would require a very big hole. Such a large hole requires tools. It still seems a bit difficult at the moment. As the fire blazed up, the ice around the mermaid gradually began to melt a little. Upon seeing this, Xingyue immediately joined Senna in pulling the mermaid down from the ice. He bled quite a bit when he was pulled down, but there's nothing we can do about it. Take it back first. After Xingyue gave her instructions, Mengyu immediately switched to beastman form and, with Senna's help, took the mermaid boy away. Xingyue and Guiqing immediately followed behind them. It's obvious. A mermaid has captured the hearts of the entire Red South Kingdom. In the rudimentary hospital, Senna first used water specially stored in the Red South Kingdom to clean the mermaid's body. Then they started cleaning his wounds with herbs. Throughout the entire process, Xingyue stared longingly at the mermaid in front of him. She was very anxious. I hope this little merman will wake up soon. Xingyue was also waiting here. She was actually quite curious whether the mermaid was still alive. If we could survive, that would be the best outcome. If not, then let's just eat sashimi. You're drooling again, Senna kindly reminded her. I didn't even have the heart to say anything to you just now. But do you want to eat someone? After all, they've been together for a long time. We know each other's true character. Xingyue smiled silently. Look at you always speaking such blunt truths. Upon hearing this, Xingyue immediately looked at his mother with displeasure. Are you really going to eat him? When Xingyue saw that her daughter was so interested in the mermaid, she immediately understood. You've fallen in love with her at first sight? Are you already having a relationship at such a young age? Xingyue was still young after all. His face turned bright red from the teasing. Senna couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. I've heard that mermaids are amazing creatures. They can fall in love with the first stranger they meet. Upon hearing this, Xingyue became excited. Then I'll stay here and keep watch. Xingyue fell silent upon hearing this. The law of falling in love at first sight? The image of the weeping mermaid came to mind. Speaking of which, more important than whether you love someone or not, she was curious whether all merfolk could read minds. Chapter 158. The merfolk are too pampered. For a whole day and night, Sina and Xingyue would splash water on the mermaid every now and then apply the medicine. It continued until dawn. The mermaid finally opened her eyes. The first thing I saw, it just so happens to be the founding day of the nation. When Xingyue saw the mermaid wake up, the entire beast was extremely excited. You're finally awake. If you hadn't woken up, I would have fallen asleep next to you. The merman's eyes were filled with terror. He had never seen an orc like this before, and he was terrified. Xingyue stayed up all night, and his eyes were red. After much anticipation, the mermaid finally woke up, but it turned out she was quite frightened. It was our Red South Kingdom that saved you. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. Your tail is injured. She tried her best to soothe the mermaid's emotions, explaining slowly and deliberately. Although we don't know why you were injured, we did save you. Upon hearing this, the merman's expression finally softened slightly. Perhaps because he did not sense the malice of the orc in front of him, he spoke weakly. Why did you save me? Of course it's because you're good-looking. Xingyue speaks very directly, without beating around the bush at all. I wanted you to be my future partner, so I brought you back with me. This was probably the first time the merman had ever seen such a direct female beastman. They were completely stunned. Senna smiled silently upon seeing this. Founding the nation. This mermaid has only just woken up. No matter how much you say now, he won't understand. Xingyue thought Sina's words made a lot of sense, and that's why he wasn't in such a hurry anymore. You wait here while I go and call the leader over. She left after giving one last instruction. Xingyue and the mermaid were left looking at each other like that. Hey, have you found a partner yet? Xingyue lay on the edge of the bed, his hands supporting his chin, looking at him expectantly. If we don't have a partner yet, how about we get together in the future? The merman frowned slightly, as if he were thinking or deep in thought. Say something. Do you have a partner or not? No. He spoke hesitantly. We mermaids are not allowed to have partners except for the mermaid princess. Huh? Xingyue looked as if he had discovered a new continent, his eyes wide and round. Is that true? So, are there very few male merfolk? What happens to the rest? Just as the mermaid was about to say something, Song Xingyue and Sina came in. The mermaid's eyes flashed with amazement when he saw Song Xingyue. He had never seen a female beastman more beautiful than the little mermaid. Her skin is even whiter than pearls. Her eyes are brighter than stars. They're so beautiful. Song Xingyue also felt somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze of the mermaid in front of her. But she didn't say much. Instead, she told her daughter to go and rest. Xingyue originally didn't want to go. However, her mother's gaze was so intimidating that she had no choice but to go. The first person the mermaid saw was himself. And there's no need to worry about him liking other female orcs later. After her daughter passed away, Song Xingyue, he kept thinking about how to eat the mermaid in front of him. But no matter what I think, the merman barely reacted. It seems like he can't read minds. That's strange. They're all mermaids. Why did the previous one know what I was thinking? But why can't this one in front of us? Could it be? Are there distinctions in ability and status among mermaids? So, does that thing next to the reef that day have some special ability? What's wrong with your tail? After seeing that he didn't have mind-reading abilities, Song Xingyue simply asked him directly. It doesn't look like an accidental injury. Fight! The merman didn't hesitate. He was injured while fighting for the mermaid princess. He seemed to be recalling something very painful. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists. It's my fault for not being capable enough. I thought I was going to die, but I never expected to be saved by you guys. The little mermaid? When Song Xingyue heard those words, a glint of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Isn't it beautiful? Can tears turn to pearls? The merman looked at Song Xingyue with an expression that suggested she was mentally challenged. Aren't pearls made from inside oysters? How could they be tears? Song Xingyue was speechless for a moment. Fairy tales are all lies. You want pearls? The merman brother keenly sensed something. If you want some, I'll bring some up for you when I get back. Really? Song Xingyue instantly became interested in pearls. And what about you? What do you want? You brought me pearls, so you must want something, right? I want a partner. The mermaid brother directly stated his conditions. I want a partner who is even more beautiful than the little mermaid. That's the trade. Song Xingyue's eyes darkened instantly, and she frowned slightly. I cannot agree to your terms under such conditions. Why? The mermaid was getting a little anxious. Why can't we just be partners? I've never met your mermaid princess, so it's not appropriate for me to find you a partner. Song Xingyue's words were also the truth. Since she is so beautiful, she must be more than a match for the average female orc. You can. Seeing that Song Xingyue seemed to be overthinking things, the mermaid brother spoke up directly. You are much prettier than the little mermaid. I can't. Song Xingyue immediately rejected the mermaid's request. I have too many partners. I can't take care of another one like you. Upon hearing this, the merman's expression instantly turned disappointed. He knew it. Those beautiful partners won't be yours. But knowing is one thing. Feeling uncomfortable is another matter entirely. My daughter is quite pretty. Song Xingyue still wanted to fight for her daughter to some extent. If you're willing to let my daughter interact with her, she'll definitely fall in love with her. She's the kind-hearted female orc you see the first thing when you open your eyes. She used almost every beautiful word she could think of to describe her daughter. Don't even consider my offer. I won't be interested in your merfolk. Aren't we mermaids good enough? The mermaid was still somewhat unwilling to accept it. We can go to the deep sea where you can't, and we can also live briefly on land. You yourself said it's only temporary. Song Xingyue immediately grasped the key point in the words. But I don't need a short-term partner. She thought about it, and felt that this way of expressing it was not accurate enough. Mermaids are too delicate. They're not suitable for me. Chapter 159, Settling for Second Best. For several days in a row, the female beastmen of Hongnan Kingdom practically wore down the hospital's doorstep. Roses were the first to be affected. She's the only one among them who doesn't even have a partner yet. Now that a mermaid has come to the Red South Kingdom, they naturally won't let it go. Senna watched silently from the side. He remained unmoved as they tried to take it by force. After all, since taking the medicine brought back by the leader, Banban has been able to mate normally. Ability, very strong. To make myself temporarily not want to find another partner. I heard your name is Yunshi. Is that right? Rose had already found out everything about the mermaid. I also heard you're looking for a partner even more beautiful than the Little Mermaid. Is that right? Xingyue looked at these female beastmen and found them only noisy. In his eyes, these female beastmen are nothing like the mermaid princess. Aside from the leader of the Red South Kingdom, only that female orc named Xingyue is actually quite pretty. But I haven't seen Xingyue these past 2 days. I don't know why she didn't come. How about I be your partner? Rose volunteered and looked at him with great anticipation. If you're willing, I can go with you to your mermaid tribe. Everyone has heard about this recently. Mermaid possède un secret technique. We can blow a big bubble and let the orcs go in and take it into the deep sea. Moreover, there are actually places where you can breathe deep underwater. So even if the orcs go there, they can live a good life there. Otherwise, these female beastmen wouldn't be rushing forward one after another like this. Everyone is very curious about what the mermaids look like. I'm also curious about what the deep sea is like. Our mare folk do not allow outside tribes to enter. Yunqi's single sentence completely ruined their plans. You are not suitable to be my partners. The smile on Rose's lips gradually disappeared. Even that fervent enthusiasm vanished. Senna was laughing so hard she could barely stand up straight. Fearing she would be beaten up there, she immediately went outside. Senna, what are you laughing at? Xingyue happened to be passing by and saw Sina laughing over there. What's so funny? As soon as Sina saw Xingyue, she went over to him and whispered these things in his ear in a mysterious tone. After hearing this, Xingyue remained unmoved. It was as if they didn't care about this matter at all. Senna was somewhat curious about this reaction. Didn't you used to really like Yunqi? Why are you so indifferent to things related to Yunqi now? I liked it at first. Xingyue has always been open about his feelings. But my mother always said that forced relationships are never sweet. He doesn't like me, so why should I force it? Sina was surprised that Xingyue had such insightful ideas at such a young age. It was truly astonishing. Instead of wasting time competing with them for males, I'd rather go and learn more from Mengyu. Sina couldn't help but give Xingyue a thumbs up. You're right. We don't need to compete with other female orcs for a male. I never imagined that someone as old as me could be as insightful as you. Xingyue seemed to have other things to attend to. He waved goodbye and prepared to leave. You're insane. Rose came out from inside, cursing and swearing. What kind of mermaid nonsense is this? I think it's all just SOSO. Xingyue and Sina exchanged a glance and smiled silently. It seems so. Another person who got hurt by the mermaid guy. 2 weeks later, Xingyue went to see Yunqi again, seeing that his injuries had almost fully recovered. It's time to deal with his affairs. I came to see you today because I wanted to talk to you about letting you go back. She got straight to the point. When we brought you back, you were seriously injured, and we couldn't just leave you to die. But her tone suddenly became more forceful. Because of your arrival, our Hongnan kingdom is now in complete chaos. We can't keep you here any longer. Yunqi never expected to see this female beastman who is even more beautiful than the mermaid princess again. What I got in return were such heartless words. He couldn't accept it right away. Does not accepting those female orcs mean I have no right to stay here? No, not exactly. Xingyue sat down in the chair opposite Yunqi, crossed her arms, and looked at him meaningfully. The main problem is that you can't contribute anything at all in our Hongnan kingdom. She directly pointed out the importance of the relationship. The orcs of our Red South Kingdom are all brave and skilled warriors, capable of contributing to the tribe in various ways, such as construction. What can you do? Yunqi's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He was a mermaid. The skills required for living on land are really limited. They're no match for those beastmen. This is a fact. It is also our Achilles heel. But I can go to places you can't go, the deep sea. This is the only area where he can have an advantage. Don't you want the supplies from the deep sea? We have things over there that you don't have. Resources from the deep sea are rare. Xingyue had to admit this as well. Just like pearls can whiten skin. Or perhaps, who knows, there might be other rare and precious treasures in the deep sea. But even if what you say is true, it won't be a matter of just 1 or 2 days for you to get these supplies. It will take a long time. She's not stupid. How could she easily believe a simple promise? I only want the present, not the future. I trust promises about the future the least. Yunqi became anxious when he saw that she wouldn't listen to anything he said. But I have the female orc I want now. You can't drive me away. Who do you want? Your daughter, Xingyue. Yunqi finally faced his own heart honestly and slowly spoke. I've been waiting for Xingyue to come so I could talk to him about this properly. But I haven't seen him. Even when Xingyue heard such words, she didn't find it strange at all. You're saying this so you can stay here, right? She didn't think you would like his daughter that much. Ultimately, it's because they don't want to go back to the deep sea that they said that. You said at the beginning that you wanted me. Now you're saying you want my daughter? She cares a lot about this matter and needs to think it over carefully. How can I believe you said those things without ulterior motives? How can I trust you? Who knows if you said that as a second best option? She gazed at him intently like that. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I will definitely kick you out. Chapter 160 gives you 3 choices. Everything else is negotiable. But since it concerns his daughter, he has to treat it with caution, especially the founding of the nation. She was pulled out of the womb by Senna during her childbirth due to complications. So there's a slight problem with my leg. Even with a splint applied later, the recovery was almost complete. However, this child has had to endure more than other children since childhood. Now, my daughter is finally starting to become independent. She is about to begin her beastly life. If such an unpleasant thing happens with your first partner, this might affect her ability to find a partner in the future. Thinking about this, a murderous intent gradually began to linger in her beautiful eyes. She looked at Xingyue in front of her with a meaningful gaze. He had already begun to silently reach for the bone knife he carried with him. She developed this habit after she came here, because the orc world is full of dangers. Bone knives are also used for self-defense. But killing a mermaid shouldn't be too difficult. They are too inept at surviving on land. Just make it in a mermaid sashimi and eat it directly. Xingyue also noticed the murderous intent in her eyes. He knew that her coming to see him today was not just talk, but serious. If I can't give her a satisfactory answer, there's a good chance I'll die here. If you kill me, the merfolk will not let you go. Yeah? Xingyue was not affected by Xingyue's words at all. On the contrary, she felt inexplicably excited. So, you mermaids can all go ashore? If you were able to get ashore, why did you flee to this side? Xingyue had long guessed what kind of situation Xingyue was. I just hadn't had a chance to tell him before. The presence of merfolk orcs in the Red South Kingdom is an exciting development for other orcs. But, since this orc is so unruly, then he can't blame me for exposing him. I don't know why you were injured or why you came here through the thick ice, but I'm certain that the merfolk don't want you anymore. Xingyue's voice was slow, but it was extremely imposing. Her slender hands were already firmly gripping the bone knife. He could be killed with a single blow anytime, anywhere. Otherwise, they should have come looking for you since you've been ashore for so long. Xingyue's face turned pale instantly. He hadn't expected that the female orc in front of him knew everything. You're not good enough for my daughter. Xingyue could tell that Xingyue was no good. I'll give you 3 paths to choose from. Her lips slowly curved upwards, revealing a radiant smile. 1. I'll throw you back onto the ice and let you go back on your own. She smiled. 2. Aside from my daughter, you may freely choose any other female orc as your partner, so that you may remain in Red South Kingdom. Xingyue seemed to want to say something, but he had absolutely no say in the matter. 3. I will kill you. Xingyue's beautiful eyes suddenly darkened. He brandished the bone knife in his hand. What will you choose? You better give me an answer now. Xingyue frowned deeply, looking as if he were facing a formidable enemy. He knew that the female orc in front of him really wanted to kill him. So right now, even if you don't want to, you can only make a choice against your own heart. I choose the second one. He closed his eyes and finally uttered the only answer. I choose the female orc named Rose. He chose the one he initially looked down on, but who was considered quite good among the female orcs. We hope the leader will allow us to become partners. Having heard a satisfactory answer, Xingyue slowly put away her bone knife. She knew it. Mermaids are all intelligent. The mermaid in front of us is the same. Now that you've made your choice, stay away from my daughter from now on. But I don't understand why you did this. Xingyue was still somewhat unwilling to accept it. Why do I have to choose a female beastman? Xingyue was originally going to leave. Hearing his question, she smiled slightly. If I were to tell my daughter personally that you two aren't a good match, she might harbor resentment towards me. But since you made the choice yourself, what does it have to do with me? After saying that, she turned and left. We got outside. She happened to see the Roses, who seemed to be adrift. Rose, that mermaid, said she wanted to see you. It seems she has something to say. That evening, in the bustling square, Rose and Xingyue became a couple with everyone's blessings. What? I thought mermaids would be that pretty. Liehua sat down next to Xingyue and muttered his complaints. It seems this guy is weak. He's not even as strong as my blazing fire. Since that battle, Liehua was then taken back to Hongnan Kingdom, although I was somewhat resistant at first. However, after this period of time, I have gradually adapted to the environment here. I've come to understand to some extent that they are all good beasts. There was still some sadness in Xingyue's eyes. She took such good care of Yunqi back then, but in the end, Yunqi didn't choose her. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Are you mute? Liehua stretched out his arm and nudged Xingyue next to him. There are plenty of good males out there. Don't tell me, Liehua, that you have such poor taste that you would like such a weak one. Xingyue found the raging fire in his ears extremely noisy. I couldn't resist reaching out and slapping him on the head. Liehua covered the spot where he had been hit, looking at her with a mixture of fierceness and cowardice. All you know is how to fight me with my fiery temper? If you're feeling unwell, why don't you take it out on that mermaid? He's already the partner of roses. Although the founding of a nation was still somewhat painful, at least people were willing to accept the facts. Why should I take my anger out on someone else? Why do I have to take my anger out on someone else's partner? Then you should have your partner go to the arena with him. As he spoke, Liehua raised his arm, first showing off his muscles. Let me Liehua go. I'll definitely beat this mermaid into a dead mermaid. Xingyue frowned slightly, looking at Liehua with the eyes of someone looking at a fool. How can there be such a stubborn orc? Just like someone without a brain. Should I send my fiery rage to the arena? Liehua stared longingly at Xingyue, even with a hint of arrogance. Liehua, can barely make it to the arena for you once. Don't be too touched. I thank you, but I don't need it. Xingyue got up and walked towards home. That idiot. Do you even know what you're saying? Chapter 161 Goodbye is goodbye. The next one will be even better. At night by the stream, Xingyue sat there silently, like a beast. Xingyue knew her daughter would come here, so he casually picked a dead tree branch from the side and threw it over. Xingyue reacted very quickly and dodged it. As soon as she saw that it was her mother, she immediately became pitiful again. Oh, my precious daughter. Xingyue immediately went over, hugged her aggrieved daughter, and tenderly stroked her little head. But actually, she was secretly laughing to herself. Only, to match her daughter's mood, she didn't dare to laugh. She could only silently pinch her thigh with her other hand, wondering if she could cry. Why does this mermaid have such bad taste? Why did she choose the rose instead of you? Xingyue was still feeling sad. But after hearing her mother say that, she couldn't help but frown and look at her with a puzzled expression. Does this concern you? Xingyue was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected her daughter to ask that. They even started to reflect on themselves. Did you not shed any tears just now, so your acting was too fake and your daughter noticed? When Xingyue saw that his mother didn't speak, he immediately realized what he was thinking. She sighed helplessly. I never even considered being with Yunqi, although I liked him at first. But how could you think your daughter is so foolish? Xingyue clearly didn't say a word, but he was directly sentenced? How did you figure that out? She was unwilling to accept it. I want to know exactly where I made a mistake. You met Yunqi in the morning, and by evening the two of them were a couple. Do you think I'm stupid? Xingyue looked at his mother with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. I'm your daughter. Am I really that stupid? Seeing that her disguise seemed to have been seen through, Xingyue had no choice but to reveal the truth. Okay then, I did say something in the middle, but ultimately it was that kid who was a coward. I scared him a little, and he just chose the rose. Actually, I'm quite disappointed about this. If only Yunqi had dared to risk his life to tell himself that he liked Xingyue. Perhaps I will soften my heart. I'm not eating mermaid sashimi anymore. I'll just grill it. Your mouth is watering again. Xingyue looked at his mother with great puzzlement. Is mermaid meat really that delicious, that it makes you unable to control yourself? You've never eaten salt. Xingyue then took the opportunity to talk to her daughter about other topics. Salt on grilled meat makes it incredibly fragrant, not to mention on mermaid meat. Although Xingyue still didn't know what salt tasted like. But after hearing my mother say that, I felt a bit longing for it. I'll treat you to mermaid meat sometime. Xingyue looked at her daughter with unwavering confidence, a smile involuntarily spreading across her face. If we find one mermaid today, there will be many more in the future. No need to worry about going hungry. Xingyue was suddenly at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Have you ever worried that you might not be able to eat mermaid flesh in the future? What normal beast would want to eat mermaid flesh? But then again, why didn't you plan to be with Yunqi? Song Xingyue was quite curious about this question. You were immediately captivated by Yun Qi when you first saw him. Why did you suddenly stop liking him later? Because the person he likes isn't me. Xingyue was well aware of this matter. There was no liking in his eyes when he saw me, but his eyes changed after he saw you. Speaking of this matter, Xingyue was somewhat concerned about it. Honestly, being your daughter is really tough. If you weren't so beautiful, if you weren't so capable, I probably wouldn't feel so much pressure. Song Xingyue had never heard her daughter mention these things before. Hearing it now makes me feel uneasy. How could you have such a thought? She felt she needed to change her daughter's mind quickly. It's not that I'm better than you or anything like that. It's just that Yun Qi, this orc, doesn't even see you. She began to give examples to her daughter very patiently. If I'm as good as you say, then why is Ban Ban with Senna instead of me? Why does Wei Wei love Lilier instead of me? I never thought about these things before the founding of the People's Republic of China. Now, after hearing what his mother had said, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. So, if you meet an orc who likes you, then you'll be the only one in his eyes. In his eyes, you're the best one, not me. So, by now, Xingyue had come to understand things to some extent. She was in a period of confusion, but now she is finally beginning to understand what love is all about. Why don't you ask Liehua? Ask Liehua which female orc in the whole tribe is the best, and he will definitely say, without hesitation, that it's yours. Song Xingyue's words enlightened him. I actually think Liehua will grow into a very excellent male. Although he seems quite immature now, he still has time to grow, doesn't he? After hearing this, Xingyue was unsure how to respond. She didn't dislike the fire, but she didn't like it either. Liehua is actually a rather pitiful child. Song Xingyue took a deep breath, then sighed heavily. But this child was incredibly brave. He dared to storm our camp as a beastman, wanting to fight us to the death. Such fearless courage is something most male orcs don't possess. She actually really liked the child named Liehua. I think that when Liehua grows up, he'll definitely be a capable male and a great mate. Don't you really want to consider it? Xingyue looked up at his mother and spoke, word by word. So, do you think he's a better match for me? I won't make the choice for you. I want you to choose for yourself. I just think that blazing fire is much better than cloud rising. Song Xingyue reached out and took her daughter's small hand in hers. Actually, she never expected to become a mother as soon as she arrived in the orc world. I never imagined my daughter would grow up so fast. If you don't dislike fire, you can definitely give it a try. Song Xingyue offered her most sincere advice. Of course, if you really don't feel that way about passion, then listen to your own heart. My heart. Xingyue took a deep breath and then nestled into his mother's arms. Actually, I'm quite sad. I'm not as strong as I seem on the surface. I know. How could Song Xingyue not know? But goodbye is goodbye. The next one will be better. The corners of her mouth gradually turned up. There are plenty of males. Chapter 162, that orc came looking for you. A few days later, Yunqi finally began to participate in the construction work. Turned out to be, mermaids can transform into having 2 legs. However, it can only last for a very short time. Most of the time, it still needs to be soaked in water. Since Rose found her merman partner, she walks through the Red South Kingdom with the grace of a whirlwind. Because she has a special kind of partner. This is indeed something to be proud of in the orc world. Xingyue just happened to come to Minyu to learn from him. I never expected to see Yunqi here. Yunqi's eyes immediately changed when he saw Xingyue, but he seemed to be wary of something. He never dared to go up and speak to Xingyue. A new person has joined. Xingyue spoke calmly. I thought merfolk didn't have legs. Mengyu reached out and patted her little head reassuringly. After all, in his eyes, they were all still children. And these are children I raised myself. Every race has its own skills for survival on land. No race should be underestimated. I'm not underestimating it. I'm just expressing my admiration. When Xingyue wanted to say something more, Liehua also ran over. For you. He handed the roasted meat wrapped in leaves to Xingyue, panting. So you won't skip meals. You can eat when you get hungry later. When Xingyue took the roast meat from him, he found it was still warm. It must have just come out of the oven. After giving the fire, he turned and ran. They seemed to be in a hurry. Mengyu said he didn't have a partner. But at least I'm this old now, and I see things very clearly. The fire was working over at the defensive fortifications. That's quite a distance to travel back and forth. Teacher, please stop making fun of me. The founding of a nation was filled with helplessness. I have no idea what this silly boy is trying to do. Unconsciously, spring has arrived in Hongnan. As the ice and snow melt, all things come back to life. Song Xingyue has now entered her 3rd year in the beastman world. You should wear more layers these days. Xingyue held a fur coat in his hand and draped it over her thin shoulders. He then casually placed his mark on her face. Xingyue had long been used to Xingyue's good morning kiss every morning. Each time, she would turn around and hug Xingyue. Only after resting quietly in his arms for a while can I start my whole day's work. We stockpiled a lot of sea salt before, and after a while, when the weather gets warmer, we can start making refined salt. In her mind, the most important thing was making refined salt, because the orc world doesn't have those modern machines. We can only use the most primitive method of salt production, so we have to wait until the weather warms up. Xingyue has always maintained a mindset of supporting her even if she doesn't understand. He reached out and gently patted her little head reassuringly. Anything is fine, but you must never act alone. I recently smelled something unusual on the outskirts of Hongnan Kingdom. Xingyue raised her beautiful eyes slightly, looking at him with some curiosity. What kind of unusual taste is it? The taste of other orcs. As Xingyue spoke, his deep eyes suddenly darkened, and there was a hint of murderous intent in them. It's a scent I've never smelled before. In other words, it's a new race. A new race? Xingyue has always been interested in the new race. It's like opening a blind box. I don't know which tribe of orcs they are, although I've been here for 3 years now. However, in these 3 years, very few people knew about the orc tribes. I don't know how many races exist in the orc world. We need to dig them out one by one and discover them one by one. Now that there's a new race, I'm really curious to see which one it is. It gave me a very ominous feeling. Xingyue gently pulled Xingyue into his arms and whispered in her ear, "Don't leave the sight of other orcs, and don't act alone, understand?" "Good." Xingyue smiled and agreed, but she had other plans in her heart. "I'll go get busy now." She tiptoed and gently kissed him on the cheek. Just then, Ryan came to pick up Xingyue, and so the man and the lion departed. On the road, Xingyue asked, somewhat concerned, "Have you recently sensed the presence of other races on the outskirts of Hongnan Kingdom?" "You're talking about the snake race." Ryan walked with steady steps, holding Xingyue's small hand in his large one. "I've seen him. He's a serpent who doesn't know his own mortality." "Have you seen it?" "If I remember correctly, it was the snake you encountered in the mountain last time." Ryan didn't want to say it, but he cannot deceive his partner. "You must have made some promise to them, which is why they went to great lengths to find you." "Are you talking about enduring affection?" Even when Xingyue heard that it was the Snake Clan, she didn't consider Chongqing's side. After all, the last time I met Chongqing was when, he said it himself, he was driven out by the Snake Clan. He's considered wild, so they never associated him with the Snake Clan at all. He's only hovering on the edge right now. He hasn't even set foot on our territory yet. Ryan's words were exceptionally domineering, even carrying a deep sense of threat. "If he dares to set foot on our territory, I will tear him to pieces without hesitation." Xingyue's heart skipped a beat. She immediately stopped and looked at Ryan intently. "If you truly love him, you shouldn't hurt him. You're defending him." Ryan's temper suddenly flared up, and his voice rose considerably. "Is it because you're so hung up on a male you've only met once?" He couldn't help but begin to feel a sense of crisis. "You said before that you wouldn't find a partner for 3 years, but only a year has passed, and you can't wait any longer." "He saved my life." Seeing that Ryan seemed to have misunderstood, Xingyue immediately began to explain. "I didn't tell you last time because I was afraid you'd worry. I fell off a cliff while gathering herbs, and Chongqing saved me." Ryan didn't answer immediately. His dark pupils stared intently at Xingyue, as if trying to determine whether she was lying. Xingyue simply grabbed Ryan's hand and pressed it against her heart. "I'm telling the truth. You almost didn't get to see me again." Ryan stared intently at Xingyue and finally gave in. "I can spare him this time, as a way of repaying a debt of gratitude. But if we meet again in the future, I will kill him without hesitation." Xingyue's only current goal is to calm Ryan down. As for the others, we'll talk about it later. If you see him again, could you please let me know? I actually have some things I want to say to him. Thank you. Chapter 163, Long-Lasting Affection Reappears. Night falls, just as Ryan was about to change shifts. Suddenly, I smelled its scent again. He ordered the other orcs to keep a close watch on the area while he went to check what was going on. Then, he followed the scent to a thicket of bushes near the mountain. Although it was already spring, the bushes were still white, and the orcs could be seen inside at a glance. "Get out here!" Ryan suddenly let out a lion's roar, so loud that the bushes almost fell over. Get out? How do I get out? Her long, narrow eyes looked at him defiantly. Why don't you roll one out for me, so I can see and learn from you? Ryan has always held a high position in the Red South Kingdom, and he was a chief in his own tribe. Being provoked by this giant snake is truly making me feel uncomfortable. Why did you come to our Hongnan kingdom? He held his breath and stared at him intently. Is there some ulterior motive? I want to find a female orc. The arrogance in Changqing's eyes was clearly visible. Even when asking others, they still maintain a haughty attitude. Do you know him? His name is Jubin. We may not recognize each other after a long time together, but we do recognize each other through shared experiences. He hadn't forgotten the little tiger he brought back from the antelope tribe. We don't have any female orcs called longtime companions in our Red South Kingdom. You've come to the wrong place. You should leave. Changqing stood still, motionless. Even when threatened, they showed no intention of leaving. I can smell it. She's in your Hongnan kingdom. Ryan hadn't expected this kid to be so persistent. We don't have any female orcs named Jubin in our Hongnan kingdom. You could try asking around. Actually, he knew perfectly well that the male in front of him was looking for Song Xingyue. But he kept talking about being with her for a long time, not about Song Xingyue. Perhaps, when they first met, Song Xingyue didn't tell the truth and concealed her identity. Otherwise, how could they possibly have made a mistake? Changqing remained motionless, her peach blossom eyes coldly fixed on Ryan. Let me in to find Jubin. Once you find him, I'll leave. I won't let you in. Ryan immediately stepped in front of him and blocked his path. It blocked all its paths. If you go any further, you'll encounter the beastmen of our Red South Kingdom. Aren't you afraid of dying? Without her, I feel like I'm dying. Changqing's voice was very flat, and there was no trace of emotional change in it. Doesn't your Red South Kingdom accept any race? In that case, I want to join your Red South Kingdom. Ryan hadn't expected the male in front of him to be so quick-witted. Since Song Xingyue took over the Hongnan Kingdom, such a rule has indeed been in place. Any orc who wants to join the Red South Kingdom will be accepted. He, a wild snake living deep in the mountains, had even found out the rules of the Red South Kingdom. This male is terrifying. It is extremely threatening. What? You don't even listen to your leader. As Changqing spoke, he took a provocative step forward. Ryan immediately revealed his sharp claws, seemingly ready for battle. Our Red South Kingdom does not indeed hinder orcs who wish to come here. However, he looked at Changqing meaningfully and snorted coldly. Our Hongnan Kingdom has not yet established friendly relations with the Snake Clan. You cannot enter. I have already left the Snake Clan, so I no longer belong to the Snake Clan tribe. Changqing frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice. I'm a wild orc. I have nowhere to go, and I hope the Red South Kingdom can take me in. Ryan. Ling Mu suddenly walked over here. He stood silently beside Ryan. Even without saying a single superfluous word, their stance was already very clear. Changqing's gaze swept back and forth between the two orcs in front of him. Going alone. I'm absolutely confident of winning. But if it's 1-against-2? Both of these orcs are very powerful. I might not stand chance. I abide by the rules of your Hongnan Kingdom. So please inform your leader and see if I can be allowed to enter. If you want to enter, you need to wait until our Hongnan Kingdom establishes good relations with the Snake Clan. Ryan's words completely blocked all his escape routes. Currently, our Hongnan Kingdom isn't very accepting of the Snake Clan. We haven't cultivated good relations with them either. It seems we'll have to wait. Changqing has been waiting for a long time. It won't make a difference if we wait a while. If the Serpent Clan establishes good relations with the Red South Kingdom, will I be able to enter? Yes. Ryan stared at him with those dark eyes, his gaze carrying a profound meaning. If you're in a hurry, you can become the leader of the Snake Clan. This is a good approach. Changqing just thought the same way. He turned around and quickly disappeared into the dark night. Ling Mu only spoke slowly after Changqing left. This giant snake is very strong. I can feel the pressure emanating from it. Ryan's expression wasn't very relaxed either. Even seasoned veterans were on edge during the standoff. You should ask your partner. His words were loaded with meaning. Why provoke such a huge snake? Ling Mu had never heard of this giant snake before. Hearing Ryan mention it now, my heart clenched. Are you looking for a new partner again? Has her current partner lost her heart? He is very strong. Ryan at least acknowledged the great serpent's abilities. But whether you can become Song Xingyue's fourth partner in the end depends on you. Do I have the right to say anything? Ling Mu's deep eyes were filled with helplessness. I have never stopped her as long as she is happy. Is it really a good idea to just go along with her like this? Ryan disagreed with Lingmu's approach. Unconditional tolerance will only make her more unscrupulous. Isn't it good to be unrestrained? Lingmu couldn't help but chuckle softly. I'm different from you. I don't want to conquer the entire orc world. I just want to stay by her side. He never had any grand ideas. I just wanted to stay by her side, quietly. No matter how many partners he has, I will always be the first. I will be the one who occupies the most of his time. Ryan was very upset about the matter. You were indeed the one who stayed with her the longest. But the only one who could stand by her through thick and thin was me. Uncertain, Lingmu looked at Ryan with a smile, but there was no warmth in his smile. There will be others stronger than you. But my first partner can only be me. Chapter 164 Beaten to Death. 2 weeks later, Wei Wei finally made time. At Song Xingyue's repeated requests, they prepared to exchange supplies with the Snake Clan once again. This time, he took honey again. However, upon arriving at the trading location, they discovered that none of the snake people had come. They didn't come even when the sun was almost setting. No, I've always been punctual. Wei Wei couldn't help but start to wonder. Could something have happened to their snake clan? Otherwise, why wouldn't they send such a precious resource as honey? After hearing this, Song Xingyue fell into deep thought. Actually, today's transaction was mainly to see if they had anything good to exchange. By the way, make contact with the snake race. But now, it seems they've broken their promise. It's something that's bothering me. Are the snake tribes far from here? Everything should be done before dark. Wei Wei made a rough estimate. They should have gone back around dinner time. Song Xingyue looked at Wei Wei thoughtfully, then slowly spoke. Then switched to orc form and take me there to take a look. Are we just going to go like this? Wei Wei was somewhat frightened by Song Xingyue's words. We're going straight to their tribe without even telling the snake clan. What if a fight breaks out? I'm not Ryan. I know you're not Ryan. In terms of combat power, no one but Ryan is effective. But she had her own considerations. Since the Serpent Clan is willing to exchange supplies with our Hongnan Kingdom, they won't attack us. What are you afraid of? Just as Wei Wei was about to say something. However, he was directly intimidated by Song Xingyue's gentle yet intimidating gaze. Okay, if things get really bad, we can just bring the leader back. In terms of speed, the snakes on both sides are definitely no match for the tiger. He immediately switched into beastman form and led Song Xingyue toward the snake clan. He left marks along the way. I thought I'd just be prepared for the worst. Finally, they arrived at the snake tribe before nightfall. Only, as soon as I reached the door, I smelled a strong stench of blood. Song Xingyue almost couldn't hold back her vomiting. My stomach was churning violently. My face gradually turned pale. It catches the eye. The scene was one of utter devastation, with corpses strewn across the land. The corpses of the 5 snakes lay neatly arranged on the ground. One by one, they were disemboweled. The scene was extremely gruesome. Even Wei Wei, upon witnessing this scene, instantly felt the urge to turn back. Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes darkened. He quickly jumped off Wei Wei's back and headed into the tribe. Leader. Wei Wei's expression instantly turned serious, and he followed beside her. If you absolutely must go in, please walk behind me. Although he usually doesn't like to rush to the front when encountering danger. But protect the leader. It is the most important thing for the entire Hongnan Kingdom. We must not let the leader be in danger, no matter what. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Although Song Xingyue didn't understand what was going on inside, but she understood another principle. The beastmen have a very keen sense of smell. The beasts inside probably already sense my presence. If you want to hurt yourself, they arrived a long time ago. Why did it take until now? Thinking about this, she continued walking towards Lian. But wherever they went, they were extremely cruel. It could even be described as a scene of weeping. Many female orcs and their offspring were sobbing quietly over there. Even in the face of immense sorrow, one dares not utter a loud sound. When they saw Song Xingyue, the fear in their eyes only increased. Although Song Xingyue didn't understand why, but they still headed towards the place where the screams were the loudest. Inside a dark-looking cave, screams continued to echo. Song Xingyue could clearly smell a strong stench of blood. Despite the physical discomfort I walked inside, the screams gradually subsided. It seems the one who was being tortured is about to die. Song Xingyue held her breath and quickly walked inside. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. A lasting affection? She called out his name in disbelief. Chongqing slowly turned around, a cruel smile playing on her lips. Long-term companionship. When he saw the orcs he had been longing for, his cold gaze seemed to soften considerably. Only, His left hand was now stuck in the heart of a large snake. Bloodstains were splattered on her face, like blooming spider lilies. Your arm. Song Xingyue noticed that Changqing's right arm seemed empty. Changqing once again revealed a cruel smile. Then the entire beast simply fell straight down, crashing heavily to the ground. Long-lasting affection. Song Xingyue's mind went completely blank. She rushed to his side immediately and held him in her arms as he lay on the ground. Hello, can you hear me? Her heart ached involuntarily. Her eyes also turned red. When Changqing opened her eyes again, they discovered they were no longer in the cave they had been in before. He moved his arm slightly. It hurt a little. Don't move it. Due to limited resources, we can only stop the bleeding temporarily. Song Xingyue immediately spoke up to stop her. If I had arrived any later, you would probably have been bled dry. Am I dreaming? He gazed tenderly at the woman he had been longing for, and couldn't help but reach out his left hand to touch her face. Song Xingyue subtly dodged him, then took his hand. If you don't want to lose this arm too, you'd better behave yourself. His long, narrow eyes instantly revealed a look of disappointment. But I could feel the warmth of her hand coming from my palm. For a fleeting moment, I was lost in thought again. What exactly happened? Song Xingyue put his hand back and asked with concern, why would you slaughter an entire tribe? Her voice trembled slightly as she said those words. What deep-seated hatred could possibly drive someone to this point? Changqing silently turned her head to the side, looking at the empty wall. They deserve to die. He took a deep breath, then sighed heavily. All I wanted was to see the leader, and they just chopped off my arm. Am I supposed to just put up with this? You snake people have always been so cruel. Or are you only cruel to me? Song Xingyue was not swayed by his words. Instead, she continued to press him for answers. What exactly happened between you? Why did you go out and turn into a beast? My mother once accidentally injured the chief's partner and was beaten to death. My father was also beaten to death for avenging my mother. Chapter 165, I Can Disappear. In the end, Song Xingyue brought Changqing back to Hongning Kingdom. When the beastmen of the Red South Kingdom saw their leader bring back a snake clan, they all looked puzzled. Song Xingyue ignored all that and took Changqing directly to the hospital. When Senna examined Changqing's injuries, she couldn't help but gasp. Is this wound that serious? This was the first time she had ever seen a break so complete. Even if orcs possess self-healing abilities, this arm probably won't grow back. Changqing frowned slightly, enduring the immense pain without uttering a sound. His gaze never left Song Xingyue, as if she was like a painkiller to him. Regardless, he still needs to stay here to recover from his injury for a while. Song Xingyue looked at Sina with a helpless expression, her brows slightly furrowed. Once his injuries have healed, we will send him back to the snake tribe. Have you gotten yourself into another romantic entanglement outside? Senna immediately realized that the giant snake seemed to have ill intentions towards Song Xingyue. You said before that you wouldn't find a partner for 3 years. You're the leader of the Red South Kingdom. You can't go back on your word. There are so many orcs watching you. I have no intention of finding another partner. Even now, Song Xingyue is still saying things like that. With so many things to do every day, how can I possibly have the time or inclination to find a partner? Suddenly, Changqing reached out his left hand and grasped Song Xingyue's hand. Just as she was about to shake him off, he suddenly spoke. Do you have any painkillers here? I'm in so much pain I can't stand it anymore. Does it hurt a lot? Song Xingyue immediately began to check his injuries. Putting aside whether it really hurts, it's already a miracle that such a large area wound didn't get infected. Thinking about this, she crouched down and looked at him, her voice filled with a tenderness she herself didn't realize. There are painkillers available, but I hope you won't need to use them. Tolerate it? A bitter smile played on Changqing's lips. Can you stay with me for a while? Senna saw this. He immediately knew better and left. And when they left, they made sure to close the door for them. Song Xingyue knew that Sina had misunderstood, but there was no way to explain at this moment. Your name isn't actually Jubin, is it? Changqing spoke again when Song Xingyue was distracted. Even though I saved you when we first met, you still lied to me, didn't you? Song Xingyue felt a pang of guilt as she listened to Changqing's questioning. I am sorry. The situation was complicated at the time, so I didn't tell you the truth. I don't blame you. Her long, sensual lips outlined a weak smile. Narrow eyes also make one look tired. I just wanted to see you and see how you were doing. I'm doing fine. Song Xingyue sat quietly next to him, simply looking at him. Now that you've seen me, Go back to the snake clan after you've recovered from your injuries. I'm here to see you. How could Changqing possibly let go of this opportunity to see her? Are you trying to get rid of me so soon? Why are you looking for me? Xingyue felt that Changqing in front of her was very pitiful. But most people remained rational. I have so many questions I want to ask you. Changqing gazed at Xingyue with tender affection. For example, why is there a female orc who looks exactly like you in my cave? Is she your daughter? Do you have a partner? Upon hearing these words, Xingyue's expression instantly changed. There's no one else who looks so much like me and is also wandering around outside. Besides Kiki, there's no other. Have you seen her? How is she doing now? Changqing pursed her lips, seemingly not intending to answer. Xingyue stared intently into his eyes. She suddenly realized, this giant snake is no ordinary creature. They can even easily discern what the other person cares about and what they are thinking. Just when the two were at an impasse, the door was suddenly pushed open. Emo, relying on the strength of her arms and using crutches, walked in like this. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears upon seeing Xingyue. She looked incredibly aggrieved. Why haven't you come to see me in so long? Have you forgotten about me? When Xingyue saw Emo's aggrieved look, her heart immediately softened. He quickly came over to Emo and reached out to touch her little face. How could I forget you? I've just been quite busy lately. Emo sniffed hard, trying to hold back her tears. But the more she pretends to be strong, the more heartbreaking it is to see her like this. When Senna told me you were inside, I thought you were injured. You have no idea how worried I was about you. Xingyue looked at Emo in front of her, both amused and exasperated, and could only try her best to comfort her gently. What could possibly happen to me? Who in the entire orc world would dare to harm me? Wouldn't that mean making an enemy of the entire Red South Kingdom? After hearing Xingyue's words, Emo leaned forward and nestled into her arms. His chin rested on her soft shoulder. Xingyue patted her head like she was comforting a kitten or puppy, and then hugged her in her arms. As long as you receive proper treatment here, you'll be able to come find me in the square soon. Uh-huh. Emo obediently agreed. But out of Xingyue's sight, she looked at Changqing lying there with a defiant gaze. His affectionate gaze was also quite unforgiving. It was gloomy and terrifying, even sticking out its forked tongue as a threat. Xingyue patted Emo on the back to help her stand up straight. In an instant, her eyes looked so pitiful. I have other things to do. Remember to take good care of your treatment here. I'll come to see you later. Good. Emo obediently agreed. Xingyue turned her head to look at Changqing over there. You too. Take good care of yourself and recover here. His long, narrow eyes held immense disappointment. He was a completely different person from the murderous look in his eyes just now. Don't worry, I will definitely not cause you any trouble. I will leave as soon as my injury heals. Speaking of which, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he struggled to get up. Or I can leave now, so you won't want to see me. The wound that had just been barely bandaged tore open again instantly because of his violent movements. Xingyue immediately ran over and placed her hands on his shoulders. Senna worked so hard to bandage you up, so don't move around. I just don't want you to hate me. Changqing took the opportunity to grab her arm and looked at her with deep sadness. If you truly loathe me, I can simply disappear from your sight. Chapter 166, Ryan almost killed him. A whole day, Xingyue kept thinking about the phrase long-lasting affection in her mind. I can disappear from your sight. She made a lot of mistakes at work. Finally, they simply went to an open space nearby and sat down. She now finally understood why Ling Mu said he felt a very ominous feeling. Because of enduring affection. It was not an ordinary large snake. His insight even surpasses that of Ryan. He even plays psychological warfare. Just like now, I have always cared about what he said. You brought it back to him. Ryan's appearance directly blocked the sun from Xingyue's head. She looked up at Ryan. Seeing the anger on his face, she explained calmly. Something happened to the snake tribe. He was dying, and I couldn't just stand by and watch him die. So, Ryan was not satisfied with her explanation, believing it to be just an excuse. You brought it back, so what are you going to do next? I will let him go once his wounds have healed. Xingyue looked at Ryan with her beautiful eyes, hoping he would stop dwelling on the matter. Besides, he has seen Chi-Chi, and I need to ask him about Chi-Chi from the inside of his body. Chi-Chi? Ryan's heart sank suddenly. The existence of Chi-Chi. It had always been like a thorn in his heart, deeply embedded there. Once Xingyue meets Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi will tell Song Xingyue how she hurt her. Thinking about this, he believed that the large snake also deserved to die, because he might know something. Song Xingyue keenly sensed the murderous intent in Ryan's eyes. But she didn't know that his murderous intent stemmed from Chi-Chi. Instead, they believed that he had developed murderous intent towards Chongqing. Ryan. She didn't want Ryan to hurt Chongqing, so she immediately stopped him. I've said it before, Chongqing saved my life. He's my savior. You can't hurt him. This is the second time you've said it. Ryan looked down at Song Xingyue, his words devoid of any warmth. Why emphasize this? Is it because you have ulterior motives? You don't need to rush to answer me. Ryan coldly interrupted Song Xingyue, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. I am your partner. Do you think I wouldn't notice if you had ulterior motives? Song Xingyue suddenly shut her mouth and just quietly looked at Ryan. She felt uncomfortable with Ryan's overly domineering attitude. Especially now, he's speaking to himself in such a high-handed manner. I hope you are an orc who keeps his promises, not someone who disappoints others. He left those words behind, turned and walked away, leaving Song Xingyue with only a cold, distant back view. Song Xingyue frowned slightly as she watched Ryan leave. She felt somewhat uncomfortable. I have a feeling that Ryan is acting a little strange today. Night falls. Ryan arrived at the hospital alone and saw Chongqing lying there. At this moment, Chongqing was not as weak as she had been during the day. On the contrary, the sharp glint in his eyes should not be underestimated. I knew you would come. Chongqing seemed to have anticipated Ryan's arrival and was waiting here on purpose. He was toying with a piece of fruit in his hand, rhythmically tossing it back and forth. I said I would come to your Red South Kingdom, and now I have done it. His narrow eyes were full of provocation, even a hint of disdain. What do you do to me? I have your partner protecting me now. Ryan's heart. He was instantly enraged by Chongqing's words. He walked steadily, step by step, to Chongqing's side. He looked down at him and met his gaze. You can stay now, but can you guarantee that you won't be kicked out once you're better? Oh. Chongqing looked as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, his eyes suddenly turning terrifyingly gloomy. Who drove you away? Was it you? His words were full of provocation. What right do you have to say such things to me? The only one who can drive me away is your partner, but it won't be long before they become my partner. Ryan's hand swiftly and decisively gripped Chongqing's neck. The veins on the back of his hand were bulging. It was clear how much force he was using. Qualifications? His words were practically squeezed out through clenched teeth. He was gritting his teeth. What are qualifications? Chongqing was instantly choked, speechless, her face turning red. His large, well-defined hands gripped the bed frame tightly. It's already taking in more air than it's expelling. Trying to steal my partner? You don't even know how many lives you have. His grip tightened, and his killing intent grew stronger. Ryan, at the crucial moment, Song Xingyue pushed the door open and came in. A single word, Ryan, interrupted him. Let him go. Song Xingyue immediately ran over. She grabbed his arm, her eyes even carrying an unquestionable command. When Ryan saw that look in his eyes, he was utterly disappointed. This is the third time. He showed no intention of letting go, but instead looked at him with unwavering determination. This is the third time you've spoken to me in such a commanding tone because of him. Song Xingyue watched as his grip tightened instead of loosening, and her breathing became rapid. Let go. Those two simple words seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Her beautiful eyes gazed intently at Ryan before her. There was absolutely no joking about it. Rather, it is order. Ryan was utterly disappointed after seeing that look in his eyes. He didn't say a word. He simply let go of her hand and turned to leave. With immense disappointment, Song Xingyue immediately went to check on Chongqing's condition. Seeing him lying there, panting heavily, she frowned slightly. Why would Ryan do this to you? It's all my fault. A bleak smile appeared at the corner of Chongqing's mouth. I should have died in that cave back then, instead of being rescued by you, so you wouldn't be in a difficult position. Song Xingyue raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Are you asking the wrong question? She gently reminded him. My question was clearly, what did you say that angered Ryan? His long, narrow eyes betrayed his astonishment. He seemed surprised that the female orc in front of him was so clever and had noticed. Upon seeing this, he also changed his approach. I just said I didn't want to leave Hongnan. As he said this, he turned his head away, as if he were suppressing something. I just don't want to leave Hongnan Kingdom. Am I wrong? Seeing that he didn't seem to be going to tell the truth, Song Xingyue continued to ask. How much do you really know about my daughter? If I tell you, I'll be kicked out, won't I? A bitter smile played on Changqing's lips. Why treat me like this after being with me for so long? Chapter 167. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I went outside. Song Xingyue happened to meet Sina. Sina looked at her meaningfully and chuckled softly. I was at the door when they were arguing. It was this persistent, provocative Ryan. Ryan wasn't wrong. Song Xingyue took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and leaned gently against the template next to her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with helplessness. Ryan is my partner. Don't I know his temper? She didn't think it was Ryan's fault from the beginning. Although Ryan has a bad temper, he doesn't take many small things to heart. Unless Changqing says something provocative, Ryan won't lay a hand on Changqing. After hearing Song Xingyue's words, Sena chuckled softly. I thought you were going to be captivated by his long-lasting affection. After all, that guy is indeed quite handsome. He has a kind of indescribable beauty that's somewhere between a female orc and a male. Song Xingyue had to admit that Changqing was good-looking. In terms of appearance, he was generous with anything. Even Ryan. Or perhaps it was Lingmu and the wolf cub. Only, in terms of personality. Too gloomy, calculating, even vicious. What good is having an unparalleled beauty? If such an orc were to become his partner, Lingmu and his group would likely suffer the consequences. I only wanted to repay him because he had saved my life before. Sena nodded thoughtfully. She then left without saying anything and felt at ease. After Sina left, Song Xingyue originally wanted to find Ryan. But when they arrived at Ryan's room door, after thinking about it, I didn't go in. Never mind. Let's wait a couple of days before going to see him. He was furious at the moment. I doubt anyone would listen to what I say. Just as she turned to leave, the door suddenly opened. Ryan forcefully drilled into her slender wrist. Without saying a word, he dragged her into the house and pinned her against the wall. If you're here, why don't you come in? His voice was low and urgent, even carrying a hint of anger. You knew perfectly well I could smell your scent. Coming and leaving, was it intentional? Song Xingyue raised her beautiful eyes slightly and spoke with a hint of grievance. You hurt me. Ryan then noticed. Her wrist turned red immediately after that one grip. TSK. Why is it so weak? It turns red with just a touch. After Ryan loosened his grip, Song Xingyue, without saying a word, she threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. I was wrong. I shouldn't have yelled at you. But I'm a leader, after all, and I have to save face in front of the other orcs. Ryan's heart. It felt like being hit hard by something. All the anger from before. It all vanished in an instant because of her one sentence. I was wrong. He looked at the person in his arms with complicated emotions and finally reached out and slowly hugged her. Would you like some barbecue? He didn't say a word of blame. Instead, he was concerned about whether she was hungry. You haven't eaten much all day. Would you like me to make you some barbecue? Song Xingyue's heart was completely captured by Ryan. What exactly is the perfect partner? Even in the heat of an argument, they were still concerned about whether they were hungry. And you, are you hungry? Song Xingyue raised her head and stared at him expectantly. Otherwise, I'll make you some barbecue. I'll make it for you. Ryan was very insistent on this matter. I am your partner, so it is only natural that I do things for you. Song Xingyue looked at Ryan quietly, a relieved smile blooming on her lips. Okay, I'll do as you say. Ryan lowered his head and kissed her lips deeply. Besides spoiling them, what other options are there? A few days later, Song Xingyue finally began her work of refining salt. The most important thing in refining salt is finding a good location. It is best to build it in a place where water is readily available. Simply make rectangular blocks out of wood. Then place the sea salt inside and expose it to the sun. The final crystals will be coarse salt. Although coarse salt produced in this way may contain impurities. But this is, after all, an orc world without modern high technology. It's already good enough that you can taste the salt. Everyone, keep working hard. Once the coarse salt is refined, you'll know what salt really tastes like. Ever since the last batch of sea salt was made, the orcs have been eager to try it. But the chief had said before that eating sea salt was bad for your health and could kill you. That's why they've endured it until now. Upon hearing that they would soon be able to eat salt again, everyone rolled up their sleeves and worked with great enthusiasm. Song Xingyue was also busy for a minute. I kept teaching them how to do it, supervising and instructing them simultaneously, keeping me incredibly busy. Yunchi was also assigned to the team that made sea salt. After he saw these things clearly, he came over to Song Xingyue. Is the salt you're referring to the white, flavorful kind? You know, Song Xingyue looked at Yunqi with some puzzlement. How do you know what I'm talking about? All of us mermaids can do this. Yunqi was still a little unsure whether it was the kind of thing he was talking about. Or, I can go and bring some back for you to see. He looked at Song Xingyue with concern. I'm not trying to run away. After all, I don't want to go back to the merfolk. Song Xingyue didn't care whether Yunqi would really run away. What she cared about was whether the mermaid race really had table salt to eat. I will also bring back some other things. His eyes still held a cautious tenderness when he looked at Song Xingyue. If you can use these things, then will I be able to do the easiest job in the future? Good. Song Xingyue thought that she hadn't lost out in this deal. He ran. That's because the rose has lost its mate and is no longer itself. He doesn't run away. Perhaps I can get some table salt and other things. Yunqi obtained permission. He immediately went to the beach and jumped in. And just like that, it disappeared into the deep sea. Leader, how would you tell Yunqi to leave? Rose immediately ran over, looking at Song Xingyue with great concern. What if he doesn't come back? What should I do then? They've already reached the beach, and you're not letting them go home? Song Xingyue couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Besides, you can't control a male. If he wants to run away, you can cry and scream, and he still will run away. If he doesn't want to run away, you can chase him away, and he still won't run away. Rose listened in stunned silence, almost believing it. You're just being sarcastic. Anyway, it's not your partner who ran away, so of course you don't care. Chapter 168, Do you want your heart roasted and eaten? A whole day, Yunqi showed no intention of taking back. It wasn't until the sun set and it got dark. There was still no movement on the sea. Rose sat pitifully by the stone, waiting silently. Even though her eyes were already dry from looking, she still persisted. Song Xingyue finished up the remaining work for the evening and was about to go home when she saw Rose. She handed what she was carrying to the other orcs. After thinking for a moment, she walked towards her. Are you going to wait here all night? She sat down next to the Rose, her knees slightly bent, her hands resting on it. If he doesn't come back tonight, are you going to wait all night? Rose was sullen, her delicate face filled with sorrow. What could I do if I couldn't wait? That was my first partner. Her words sounded particularly aggrieved, and even a little heartbroken. I don't know what's wrong with me. When I was looking for a partner, they were all snatched away by other people. She thought about her experience in Hongnan Kingdom and felt that it was really quite miserable. Now that she finally has a mermaid partner, she never expected that he would go back to the sea and never come back. Song Xingyue smiled silently after hearing this. It has to be said, Rose certainly had a tough time finding a partner. That's a merman's partner. Rose felt heartbroken whenever she thought of Yunqi. I'm probably the only female orc in the entire orc world who has a mermaid partner. Song Xingyue didn't know if other tribes also had merman couples. But at least the clouds are rising. I personally don't think it's very good. But I always feel like Yunqi doesn't like me. When Rose talked about this, she looked at Song Xingyue very seriously. Who do you think Yunqi truly loves? Why do I always feel like Yunqi's heart isn't with me? Does he still love Xingyue? Song Xingyue never expected Rose to ask her that question. I'm not sure how to answer that. If we say, what Yunqi was really thinking about was himself. What if Rose simply switches into her beastman form and kills herself? May he live to a ripe old age. 3 years in the orc world? Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine, and goosebumps rose all over her body. Everyone has a past. Now that she's your partner, you shouldn't dwell on the past, but rather seize the day. Rose listened, completely bewildered. I understood everything you said. It's just that I can't quite understand the meaning behind what they say. But I think I know the general idea. Since you've chosen Yunqi, you two should just live your lives well and stop overthinking. Song Xingyue reached out and patted Rose's shoulder, speaking with a helpless expression. Since you've chosen him, then trust him. Believe he'll come back. Just as Rose was about to say something, suddenly my eyes lit up. I immediately stood up and pointed towards the sea. Chief, look, why is the sea suddenly starting to glow? Song Xingyue followed her gaze. Really? There was definitely something glowing on the surface of the sea. And it's not just flashing intermittently, it's continuous. She couldn't help but walk towards the sea, her eyes unable to leave the light. She had a bold guess in her mind. I just don't know if this guess is correct. Yunqi appeared on the beach shirtless, but there was a small package on his arm. It seemed to contain many things. On the right hand, it just so happens to be that glowing thing, a luminous pearl. The moment Song Xingyue saw the beads, she immediately recognized what they were. Her gaze was instantly drawn to the luminous pearl. We used to only be able to see it on TV, I never imagined that I would be able to get so close to the luminous pearl one day. Yinqi had never seen Song Xingyue like anything. This is the first time I've used this bead. So, is this called a luminous pearl? He finally had the opportunity to speak to her openly and honestly. Anyway, there are many of these shiny beads on the seabed, and even on the walls. Song Xingyue's heart pounded wildly. What nice view. So bright. How romantic. It's truly something that girls can't resist. This is for you. Upon seeing this, Yinqi immediately shoved the luminous pearl into her hand without saying a word. If you like, I'll bring more back next time. Song Xingyue really liked the luminous pearl, because possessing a luminous pearl means having many conveniences. If it can be used properly, it will also become an advanced weapon for the Red South Kingdom in the future. I can make some more. Yunqi started running towards the sea. Rose grabbed his ear and pulled him back. Pain! Yunqi instinctively wanted to whip her with his tail. But when I moved it, I realized that my tail was injured and useless. Do you still want to resist? Rose had long lost her previous gentleness and was now in a completely berserk state. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you here? You came back, and instead of talking to your partner first, you went to fawn over the chief. Song Xingyue only came to her senses from the luminous pearl at this moment. Seeing that the couple almost got into a fight because of him, he quickly explained. Rose, you've misunderstood. Yunqi certainly didn't mean it that way either. As she spoke, she gave Yunqi a look. Yunqi immediately began to explain. I had previously agreed with the leader that if I found the treasure, I could do easy work in the future. That's right. Song Xingyue immediately came to testify for Yunqi. That was indeed our agreement beforehand, which is why I sent him back to the sea. Rose's gaze lingered between the two of them. I thought about it. She eventually let go, but looked very aggrieved. It's fine to give a leader new things first, but could you please talk to me first from now on? Yunqi's gaze towards the rose remained indifferent throughout. Okay, I understand. He took a deep breath and then reluctantly took Rose's hand. I may be at sea for a long time in the next few days, so please take good care of yourself in Hongnan. Are you still going? Rose was surprised that Yunqi had just returned and was already leaving again. Why would you go back? You didn't find a partner over there, did you? No, it isn't. Fearing that Song Xingyue might misunderstand, Yunqi quickly explained. My heart has already been given to Hongnan Kingdom. How could it change? Song Xingyue felt that these words were not pleasant to hear, and she couldn't help but frown. You should say you gave your heart to the rose. What does Hongnan Kingdom want your heart for? To roast it? I'd much rather eat mermaid sashimi. Chapter 169, Don't Dwell on the Past, Seize the Day. In the evening, Song Xingyue brought the luminous pearl back into the house. This was also the first time Lingmu had ever seen something that could glow. I couldn't help but be drawn in as well. Isn't it beautiful? Song Xingyue looked at the luminous pearl in front of her with eyes full of affection. It can also provide light. Yes, it looks good. Lingmu's gaze was completely fixed on Song Xingyue's face at this moment. You look quite charming when you're focused. Song Xingyue subconsciously turned her head to look at Lingmu. The result was unexpected. The moment she turned her head, he kissed her on the lips. An ambiguous atmosphere began to rise in the room. Even without saying a word, the atmosphere had been built to its peak. Lingmu reached out his large hand and tenderly grasped her slender waist. With a slight exertion, he simply pulled her onto his lap. Song Xingyue looked at him helplessly, her fingertips slowly moving from the bridge of his nose to his lips. I'm talking to you about something serious. Do you want to do this or not? You can say whatever you want. Lingmu's kisses landed densely on her collarbone. Big Hand gradually began to get restless. Song Xingyue was no longer in the mood to talk about serious matters. I've gotten myself into a state where my mind is filled with all sorts of inappropriate thoughts. Hello. She wanted to make one last attempt. Do you know what it means to own this luminous pearl? This means there will be light during mating tonight. Lingmu's deep, husky voice sounded incredibly charming at that moment. Yeah. Don't speak, just kiss me. 2 weeks later, Song Xingyue finally produced the first batch of coarse salt. Although the portion was not very large, but it is at least a qualitative leap. That very evening, she hosted a barbecue party right there in the square. In front of them, I lightly sprinkled salt on the grilled meat, which immediately enhanced its aroma. The beastmen all looked on, their stomachs growling with hunger. If it weren't for the fact that the barbecue wasn't ready yet, they'll probably all be scrambling to grab it. Zhang and Guoqing were also watching this side with eager eyes. Everyone was thinking, Can we have a bite of meat soon? Xingyue frowned slightly when she saw her two younger sisters like this. You two, as the leader's offspring, can only eat last. He whispered a reminder to his two younger sisters. They can't just run over and grab the food like the other orcs. Xingyue and Guoqing turned around at the same time to look at Xingyue, their eyes filled with confusion. Why? Because you're the leader's offspring. Xingyue emphasized this point again. That's why you have to hold off on anything good when you come across it. Ryan, who was standing nearby, overheard the conversation between the children. Unexpected. Xingyue has become quite enlightened since breaking up with Huan. Indeed, as the leader's partner or offspring, in any situation, taking care of the other orcs should always be the priority. Otherwise, it's easy to do many things. The other orcs misunderstood that she received special treatment because she was the leader's partner and offspring. That's why I try to do as much as possible at work. They were afraid of being criticized by other orcs. Unexpected. Xingyue has been by my side for a while now, and she's come up with so many ideas. So what? I, Liahua, am shameless. I'll go and steal meat for you guys later. Firey's fluffy ears and big tail kept wagging back and forth. A pair of not-so-shrewd eyes were constantly watching the grilled meat over there. Guoqing couldn't help but nudge his sister lightly with his elbow. The raging fire seems to be doing you a good job. How could Xingyue not feel the benefits that the fire brought him? Only, for the time being, I can't devote my time and energy to him. There's still a while before I become an adult. I still think it's important to learn more skills before you become an adult. That way, I can start working in a hospital as soon as I reach adulthood. She wants to become a doctor like Senna. This way, we can help more orcs. The first batch of roasted meat is ready. Xingyue had already grilled the meat to the point of perfect aroma. Under the watchful eyes of all the orcs, she smiled slightly. Let's feed the underage kids the first batch. As she spoke, she waved to Xingyue and Guoqing, her sons. As soon as the kids saw her waving, they all ran over expectantly. When Xingyue arrived there, he hesitated for a moment. Mom, should I let the other kids eat first? No need. Xingyue gazed tenderly at her little one with her beautiful eyes and reached out to pat her head. You're all kids. Why should you give way to the other kids? But what my brother just said. Don't worry about what your brother says. Xingyue wrapped the roasted meat in leaves and placed it in the hands of her two daughters. Your happiness and safety are more important than anything else. After passing through Chi-Chi's matter, Xingyue has actually given a lot of thought to how to educate her children. She always felt that. The reason why Chi-Chi has become the way she is now. It was all because of how much I spoiled her back then. Because it was her first time being a mother, and also the first time she had met such a bright child. At the time, expectations for her were very high, which led to everything turning out this way. Now, she only hopes that her children will grow up happily and safely. As long as your values are sound, what do other things matter? I want fire too. Liahua eagerly reached out his hand. Is it my turn? Everyone gets a share. Xingyue gradually started sharing meat with the other babies as well. Not long after, the first batch of succulents has been divided up. Each of the kids had a piece of grilled meat seasoned with salt in their hands. After eating, their eyes lit up. This is enough to prove how delicious grilled meat with salt is. The other orcs were even more eager to taste the roasted meat. Xingyue began grilling the next batch of meat in an orderly manner, a smile always playing on her lips. Very nice. Hongnan Kingdom has taken another step forward, leaping a giant leap toward becoming a civilized nation. Perhaps I was still confused during my first year here. Perhaps I'll still hesitate the following year. But now, she was absolutely certain of what she truly wanted in her heart. That is to transform Hongnan Kingdom into a civilized nation. Even though the orcs are far removed from civilized nations. But I also want to give it a try and see if I can succeed. Ling Mu sat next to Ryan, both bees staring intently at Xingyue not far away. She always manages to surprise us. Ryan's lips couldn't help but curl upwards, even though his smile was still somewhat cold. That's what makes her so charming. That's what I love about her. Chapter 170 Landslide. Since then, everyone became even more enthusiastic about making salt. Having already tasted the salt, everyone remembers the flavor vividly. Yunxi is bringing back more and more treasures from the seabed. There are all sorts of strange and unusual things. They even brought back pearls. Looking at the pearl in her hand, Xingyue suddenly had a whimsical idea. Perhaps these pearls can be made into jewelry and worn on the body. Although, Drilling holes is difficult, but if we find the right way, it might not be impossible, right? Wah! Suddenly, this terrifying sound echoed throughout the entire Red South Kingdom. Song Xingyue's thoughts were interrupted. She felt as if the sound was about to shatter her eardrums. It tasted very unpleasant. She had never heard such a sound before. It was like the rumbling of a giant monster. This made the unease in one's heart even stronger. Suddenly, all the birds in the woods scattered in all directions. They looked so anxious, as if they were trying to escape for their lives. This is... Song Xingyue remembered her previous world. I've watched some disaster movies. Before every disaster strikes, birds scatter in all directions because animals' instincts allow them to anticipate danger. It flew out from over there. Could it be that? She reacted immediately. Grabbing a nearby orc, she made him switch into orc form and immediately rode him up the mountain. She shouted as she ran. All orcs must immediately retreat back to the Red South Kingdom. Everyone must retreat. Some of the beastmen who were still hunting on the mountain heard their leaders shout and began to run down the mountain. Although I don't know exactly what happened. But since the leader has said so, everyone selectively obeys. Come back quickly. Everyone come back quickly. Song Xingyue's voice was hoarse from screaming. He was trying to make all the beastmen hear him and hurry back. The leader, Xingyue, is still on the mountain. An orc rushed over anxiously. Sina said they ran out of Ganoderma lucidum, so she asked Xingyue to go up the mountain to pick some more. You probably can't hear us calling him right now. What? Song Xingyue felt increasingly uneasy. She was very worried about the grazing animals on the mountain, but ensuring everyone's evacuation was also a very important matter. And there's Lilier. Lilier is also on the mountain. The orc's expression was solemn. It seems they were saying to go up the mountain to see if there were any fresh supplies. Damn it. Song Xingyue's hands clenched into fists involuntarily. Unexpectedly, Lilier and Xingyue were in the mountains. She suddenly saw Xingyue. She immediately gave the order in a commanding tone. Xingyue, you take charge of their retreat. I'll go up the mountain to find Xingyue and Lilier. Xingyue didn't know why her mother was so anxious, but she still nodded cautiously in agreement. At the same time, they are calm and orderly when maintaining order. Song Xingyue looked at the mountain, then at the orc carrying her on his back. Lung Feng, can you take me to the highest point? Without saying a word, Lung Feng immediately began to set off up the mountain with all his might. Along the way, the wind howled in my ears. Song Xingyue's delicate face was also scratched by the branches in the dense forest. But she couldn't care less about that anymore. All she wants now is to find Xingyue and Lilier as soon as possible. I want to confirm their safety. Xingyue, Lilier. She gripped Lung Feng's neck tightly while shouting at them. Can you hear my voice? If you can, immediately descend the mountain and return to Hongnan Kingdom. Her eyes involuntarily tightened. That feeling in my heart began to grow stronger and stronger. I'm here. Xingyue's voice came from the mountaintop. Why are you here? Did something happen? Song Xingyue immediately jumped off Lung Feng's back. He shouted at Xingyue. Hurry back to Hongnan Kingdom. This mountain is probably... She hadn't finished speaking. A deafening roar struck the area once again. Large rocks began rolling downhill from the highest mountaintop. The landslide has begun. Lung Feng, go back now. She believed the orcs were fast enough to run back. He was going to wait for Xingyue here. He couldn't drag other innocent orcs down with him. Lung Feng hesitated for a moment, then immediately turned and ran. Careful. Xingyue instantly switched into beastman form and pounced towards Song Xingyue. He held Song Xingyue tightly in his arms, using his back to bear the weight of a stone. Song Xingyue didn't have time to check Xingyue's injuries, because if we can't evacuate now, we might not have another chance. Are there any caves nearby? Let's go in and hide for a while. Xingyue picked Song Xingyue up his mouth and ran away quickly. Blood. It slowly slid down the corner of his mouth. But he didn't dare linger. He kept running, constantly dodging rocks, while also making sure not to hurt her. That's all. The two finally found a cave and went inside. It was almost at the same time. A huge rock completely blocked the entrance to the cave. Then came a deafening roar. The entire mountain was trembling. Don't be afraid. Although this was the first time Xingyue had encountered something like this, he still remained concerned about Song Xingyue's feelings. I will protect you. Song Xingyue felt a wet sensation on her face. She held the small, luminous pearl she carried with her in her hand, illuminating the space between them. You're injured. It's okay. Ling Mu didn't want Song Xingyue to worry, so he could only force himself to endure the immense pain. You were injured too. He slowly raised his hand and touched the scratches on her face. Will it hurt a lot? It's a pity there's no medicine here. Song Xingyue grasped Ling Mu's hand tightly, and tears finally streamed down her face. You were injured when you came to protect me back then, right? Don't cry. Ling Mu's heart ached. Because I saw her cry. We won't die, so what's there to be afraid of? We'll be able to go back soon. Song Xingyue lowered her beautiful eyes slightly. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth. Getting out might not be so easy. In her heart, I am very worried. This is a landslide. It's fortunate that Hongnan Kingdom is unaffected. We'll likely have to wait a while to get out. Ling Mu did not know what a landslide was, but I've seen what that scene was like before. He couldn't help but cough twice, and then vomited another mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this, Song Xingyue immediately understood what was going on. It's likely that when the stone hit him, it damaged his internal organs. His current vomiting of blood is likely due to internal bleeding. With the current medical conditions in the orc world, there is simply no way to cure him. We can only rely on his own healing abilities to see if there's any chance. Ling Mu, you will accompany me out of this cave, right? She looked up at him, her eyes pleading. You won't leave me here alone, right? Because you know I'm afraid of the dark. Chapter 171, When Trouble Comes from All Sides, Help Comes from All Directions. At the same time, in the Hongnan Kingdom, the landslide is still ongoing. The newly built salt pond and flower shed were all smashed to pieces. Many orcs were injured during this evacuation. Sina and Xingyue, along with Xingyue, didn't dare to linger for even a second, rushing around to treat the beastman's illnesses. Xingyue. Ryan searched the area, but couldn't find Song Xingyue. They immediately found Xingyue and questioned her. I heard you were in charge of the evacuation. Did your mother ask you to do it? Where is she now? Xingyue's expression was solemn as she pointed to the highest point on the mountain. I saw her ride Lung Feng towards the mountaintop with my own eyes. I don't know where she is now. I didn't see Lung Feng either. What? Upon hearing this, Ryan grabbed him by the collar and questioned him fiercely. Did you watch your mother go up the mountain? Didn't you know you should have stopped her? Xingyue is feeling very frustrated right now. Why didn't they ask a single question back then and just let their mother go into danger like that? Your mother had better be all right. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Are you going to go see her? Xingyue immediately followed, looking at him anxiously. I'll go with you. Ryan turned around and glared at him fiercely. You stay here and manage Hongnan Kingdom well. Since your mother has entrusted this place to you, you cannot let her down. Xingyue stopped in her tracks, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopping herself. But in the end, he said nothing. He turned around and went back to maintaining order. Ryan looked at the distant mountains. Heart. It's almost broken. But he remained steadfast in his belief that he had to find Song Xingyue and confirm that she was still alive. Night fell. The square in the Bear Tribe's village was bustling with activity. Everyone was happily discussing the sounds they had heard back then. Some orcs even speculated that it might be the sound of other wild beasts. After all, that kind of sound is quite scary. Wolf Cub felt an indescribable sense of oppression at that moment, because the sound came from the direction of Hongnan Kingdom. Even within the Bear Clan, the sound is this loud. Will the noise be even louder from the Hongnan Kingdom? The voice sounded very ominous. I don't know what the sound was. Chief, Chief, the Red South Kingdom has sent orcs. Upon hearing this, Yi immediately stood up and looked in that direction. Wolf Cub immediately followed. After all, Hongnan Kingdom generally does not send orcs over. Earlier that day, rocks started falling from the mountain for some unknown reason. Our leader, in order to allow all the orcs to retreat, is now buried on the mountain. We need the support of your bear tribe. What? Ye and Langer asked this question at almost the same time. Perhaps because the content was too shocking, they couldn't believe what they were hearing. All the bear-like orcs have gathered. Kaka, being older and more experienced, reacts extremely quickly when faced with a situation. We'll set off for Hongnan now to help them find their leader. The orcs immediately rallied together. Each one of them assumed a fighting stance. Yi, you stay here. Wolf knows that Yi also wants to go right now. But she is, after all, the tribal chief. It would be better for her to stay here. I don't know if the other tribes know this. I'm worried that if they find out, they might attack Hongnan Kingdom. So you and Kaka stay here, and I'll lead them to Hongnan Kingdom to provide aid. Kaka completely agreed with Wolf's considerations and felt that this was the best approach. I can send my strongest male with you. but I still have a responsibility to take care of the other orcs of the entire bear tribe with Ye. Seeing that even Kaka had said so, Yi had no choice but to give up the idea of going to Hongnan Kingdom. But she still looked at the wolf cub with great concern. You will find my mother, right? You definitely will, won't you? Wolf cub nodded heavily, making a promise to Yi. Because if something happens to your mother, I won't be able to live either. Yi then forced back her tears and smiled with relief. Even though she was deeply saddened, taking care of the bear clan was her top priority right now. Xingyue silently grasped Ye's hand. Even without saying a word, her stance was clear. Don't worry, I can manage. Ye smiled slightly and looked at the stars. I was specially sent by my mother to be the chieftain. How could I possibly not take good care of a tribe? Early morning, Wolf led the males of the bear clan to the Red South Kingdom. We saw that the entire mountain had changed its appearance. Seeing the beastmen of Hongnan Kingdom digging at the stones until their claws bled, they realized the seriousness of the situation. He searched everywhere, but couldn't find Ryan and Lingmu, so he had no choice but to go find Xingyue. After learning from Xingyue that Song Xingyue had taken the risk because of Lingmu, she felt a strong urge to kill him. This can't go on. He put aside his hatred and analyzed the current situation. We are all land-dwelling orcs. If we just keep digging like this, your mother and Lingmu might starve to death. Xingyue fell silent, her face filled with worry. You should seek help from the bird tribe now. Otherwise, you might not be able to save your mother. Bird tribe? Xingyue had no idea where the bird clan was, or whether they were willing to help the Red South Kingdom. I can't go. Wolf frowned slightly. The entire orc world is extremely hostile towards werewolves, and if I went, I'm afraid I'd mess everything up. That's why you need to go. Or perhaps, he turned his gaze to his daughter. Let my daughters go. Xingyue and Guiqing immediately looked towards their father. Unexpected. I finally get to see my father, but before I can even say a word, he'll be leaving. I'll go. He stepped forward immediately after the founding of the nation, leaving behind the national day in the Red South country. The rules of the orc world forbid harming female orcs. Therefore, I'm the most suitable person to go. Let my sister stay in Red South Kingdom and wait for our mother. Wolf looked at his daughter with a guilty look on his face. I have never fulfilled my responsibilities as a father since my daughter was born, and now I want her to take risks. I am okay. Xingyue stepped forward and took his father's hand. If I can truly help my mother, I am willing to do so. I'll accompany you through the flames. Liehua immediately switched to his orc form, wagging his tail. Get on. Why don't you get on? Xingyue smiled helplessly and switched to his beastman form. You think a little fox like you can outrun me? You must be joking. Chapter 172, I can't live without you. You better hang in there. Inside the cave, Lingmu's breath grew weaker and weaker. He needed Song Xingyue to keep talking to him so that he could barely keep going. But she did not sit idly by and wait for her fate. Instead, he held the luminous pearl and talked to Lingmu while exploring the entire cave. I was thinking of seeing if I could find a breakthrough. I don't know if Xingyue led everyone to a safe evacuation. Her hand rested against the stone wall of the cave. Follow the stone wall upwards. This cave is quite large. In particular, there's a narrow corridor behind the stone in the middle. You can faintly hear the sound of dripping water inside. But Lingmu's situation is very bad right now. My main concern is that he won't be able to hold on if I leave. Thinking about this, she returned to Lingmu's side, cradling his head in her hands and placing it on her lap. Are you very sleepy right now? So sleepy that you don't even want to talk to me. Lingmu's body was burning hot. He looked like he had a fever. His body was so limp that he seemed about to collapse at the slightest touch. Hey, I'm talking to you. She reached out and gently patted Lingmu's face, trying to wake him up. If you don't talk to me, I'm not going to want you anymore. Even so, Lingmu did not react at all. She simply lay quietly on Song Xingyue's lap. It seems like it really won't work. Song Xingyue sighed heavily and placed Lingmu back on the ground. She suppressed the immense grief in her heart, took the luminous pearl, and walked towards the narrow cave. Because she understands, sitting idly by and waiting to die is definitely not an option. The most important thing now is to see if we can find a water source and if we can find a way out. The cramped space made her very uncomfortable at one point. She suffers from claustrophobia. Walking in such a confined space makes her feel like she can't breathe, and she almost faints several times, with her heart pounding wildly. But when she thought of Lingmu waiting for her, She felt that she absolutely couldn't let things continue like this, and that she had to hold on. That's all. Adhering to this idea, she gritted her teeth and walked inside. Fine. After walking for a while, suddenly, the interior became spacious, and what came into view was a lake. Fireflies flew over the lake, illuminating the entire cave. She was immediately stunned by what she saw. The scenery is so beautiful. Fireflies are dancing gracefully. The moon's reflection was even visible on the lake's surface. Moon? Xingyue immediately looked up at the sky. A shocking discovery. This is outdoors. You can actually see the sky from here. No wonder. No wonder there are fireflies here. Fireflies never live in enclosed spaces. There needs to be air circulation for fireflies to exist here. Very good. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down her face. There's water and air. This might be able to alleviate Lingmu's high fever. She immediately reached out to test the temperature of the lake. She was once again stunned by the warmth emanating from the back of her hand. Is this a natural hot spring? She never imagined that there would be such a natural hot spring in the orc world. You need to know, in my own world, if there's a natural hot spring, it'll definitely be turned into a tourist attraction, and the entrance fee won't be cheap. As is widely known, natural hot springs offer numerous health benefits. Soaking in hot springs is good for your health. Xingyue couldn't hide her excitement. Immediately turn around and run back the way you came. Even though she stumbled and fell along the way, and her arms ached from all the bumps, it didn't stop her from moving forward. Lingmu, there might be hope for you. She immediately pounced on Lingmu, grabbed his arms, and tried to drag him over. But Lingmu is ultimately a male, and even in human form, he is very heavy. It didn't move at all. Lingmu, please don't do this. She was extremely anxious, so anxious that she was almost in tears. Could you please move a little bit? I'm begging you. Lingmu, who is unconscious, may or may not have heard Xingyue's cries. His fingers began to twitch slightly. He tried to open his mouth, but no sound came out at all. But at least, unlike before, he wasn't in a coma. Climb up. Xingyue lay on the ground, silently wiping away her tears. Climb onto me, and I'll carry you over. Even with a high fever, Lingmu still refused to climb up. I'm begging you, Lingmu. Xingyue's voice was almost a scream. I can't live without you. I must take you back. She had never been so devastated since arriving in the orc world. This time, she was truly devastated and genuinely terrified. She was afraid of losing Lingmu. She couldn't imagine how she would live without Lingmu. Please, Lingmu, let me carry you over there. Lingmu opened his mouth again, but in the end, he used all his strength to climb onto Xingyue's back. The moment Lingmu came up, Xingyue began to crawl towards the hot spring, using both her hands and feet. Even if each step is only a tiny movement, but she still firmly believed that she could bring Lingmu there. Stone sand. It stung her skin constantly, but she couldn't care less about all that. She had only one belief in her heart. They led Lingmu across. I don't know how much time passed. Xingyue finally brought Lingmu to the hot spring. At this moment, she was already covered in wounds, but she still managed to push Lingmu into the hot spring with all her might. I don't know if it's because of the water temperature. Lingmu, who was in a coma, slowly opened his eyes. It catches the eye. That was Xingyue, covered in wounds. I'm Yufine. Xingyue grasped Lingmu's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. You should soak here comfortably. It's good for your health. At this moment, Lingmu was unable to utter a single complete sentence. He never imagined that he would cause such deep pain to the person he loved. Even though the beast was unconscious at the time, it still had some recollection and roughly knew what had happened. Damn it. Why do we have to do this? Why should we let Xingyue get hurt? I'm Yufine. Xingyue stared nervously at Lingmu in front of her, guessing what he was thinking. My minor injury will heal once I get back. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters. I can't live without you. The difficult process of raising livestock finally occurred. I'm the one who dragged you down. Why should we talk about being a burden or not? Unable to contain her fear any longer, Xingyue threw herself into Lingmu's arms and soaked in a hot spring with him. I can't live without you, so hang in there. Chapter 173, Why Don't You Eat Me? In the bird tribe, the bird chieftain looked down at the female orc before him, his eyes full of inquiry. What makes you think we birds would help you? They have always been aloof and cold. They disdain to associate with other beastmen. Xingyue clenched his fists tightly, his clear eyes fixed on the other person. Our Red South Kingdom has abundant resources. We can make many beautiful things. Don't you bird people love pretty things the most? We can give them to you as a reward. Before she arrived, she had already learned about the habits of the bird race from various old orcs. The bird tribe loves shiny things. That's perfect. Yunchi brought back a lot of sparkly things from the underwater world. They might like them. Have you ever heard of a luminous pearl? As Xingyue spoke, he gestured with his hands to show him what it was. These are perfectly round beads, found only in the deep sea. They glow at night. Their light more beautiful than the moon. Don't you want one? Oh. Lung Mo slowly walked down from the high platform. Suddenly, a hand gripped Xingyue's chin tightly, and a handsome face drew so close. Are you sure you're not mistaken? His voice was icy, even fierce, and somewhat forceful. Are those things you mentioned something we can demand from the Red South Kingdom after we possess you? Xingyue's pupils dilated instantly as he stared incredulously at the leader in front of him, his breathing becoming rapid. What do you mean? You must have the blood of a high-ranking female orc flowing through your veins. This was the only thing Lung Mo could appreciate. Since you are of high-ranking female orc blood, what she can do, you could do too. You will be more useful than those glowing beads. Xingyue's eyes instantly reddened, but he still held back his tears. I'm not an item to be traded. Don't even think about it. Yeah? Lung Mo doesn't think so. But I heard that your sister has already been sent to the Bear Clan to become their leader. Do you think your mother might have the opportunity to send you to another tribe as well, to consolidate the position of your Red South Kingdom? Xingyue's heart trembled. She had never thought about such a question before. I never imagined that one day I would be like Ye. How about I give you some time to think it over? Lung Mo wasn't in a hurry. If you're willing to be my partner, then we're also willing to help you save your mother. I'm not in a hurry for your answer. After all, you're more anxious than I am. After saying this, he turned around and returned to his seat, resting his chin on his hand and looking at her meaningfully. Xingyue's hand involuntarily clenched into a fist. She was struggling and conflicted inside. She didn't know what choice she should make. But when she recalled the scene of sharing barbecue in the square that day, my mother told me that I didn't need to give way to other children. This also shows that the mother hoped for her own safety and happiness and never intended for her to make any kind of exchange. Anything but me is fine. She had figured it out and looked up at him. If you don't help our Red South Kingdom today, then our Red South Kingdom's main force will surely crush your bird tribe in no time. Her eyes suddenly darkened. She looks just like Xingyue. We asked you for help only because you can fly. But besides flying, you have no other way to protect yourselves, do you? She looked steadily at Lung Mo in front of her. Even though she was panicking inside, she remained calm on the surface. Helping our Red South Kingdom is tantamount to having someone protect you, who can guarantee their race will never be invaded by outsiders. Do you want more enemies than allies? Lung Mo's cold gaze swept over the female orc in front of him. Looking at her still childish face, one could roughly guess her age. I just didn't expect it. Not only were they not intimidated by such a display of force, but they were even threatened by it. That's interesting. If your mother hadn't come out alive, your Red South Kingdom would have had no leader to lead you in fighting us. No, that's not it. Xingyue straightened his back and looked at Lung Mo with a determined expression. Our Red South Kingdom is strong because we are strong on our own. We are united and loving, and will not fall apart just because our leader changes. Lung Mo, whose true thoughts were unknown, suddenly smiled. I'm rather curious about just how powerful your Red South Kingdom really is. We'll discuss the conditions later. Consider it something your Red South Kingdom owes us. In the hot spring, Xingyue nestled against Ling Mu's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. Ling Mu looked up and surveyed the space above. He also took a look at the surrounding walls. He was thinking about it. Is it possible to climb up to this height? After all, there are different protruding stones on the surrounding walls. If you use leverage to climb up, it's not impossible. But I'm injured now, and my physical strength is not what it used to be. You only get one chance. If you can't climb up, you might never be able to get up there again. Of course I can take risks. But if it were with Xingyue, then there was no way I could take that risk. Even if we were trapped here and die, we must not let her suffer any harm because of you. Xingyue suddenly opened her eyes. It looks like he's woken up. What are you looking at? Nothing. Ling Mu did not tell Xingyue about his plan, because he understood Xingyue's personality too well. Once she knows it might be feasible, she will definitely try it. I was just thinking, are you hungry? There's no food here. What are you going to do? Seeing that Ling Mu's condition was much better than before, Song Xingyue gradually felt relieved. Skipping a meal or two won't hurt. You won't die for at least 3 days. How long have we been here? Ling Mu has been in a coma for some time, so he can't remember the dates. Song Xingyue thought about it briefly. It's been almost 3 days. Does that mean they're starving to death? If you are hungry. Ling Mu suddenly stretched out his arm and placed it in front of her. Why don't you eat me first? One arm should be enough to sustain you for a few days. Song Xingyue could hardly believe what she was hearing. After a while, she reached out and smacked Ling Mu on the head. Did I save you to eat you? I'd rather starve to death than eat you, so don't even think about it. Chapter 174, Bird Clan, Not Food. When the Bird Clan returned to the Red South Kingdom with the founding of the nation, they were all stunned by the internal construction of the Red South Kingdom. Lung Mo believed that nothing was more beautiful than the bird race. Although many parts of this Red South Kingdom have collapsed, the construction in many other areas still makes people interested. Upon seeing Lung Mo, Langer immediately walked towards him. We are very grateful that your bird race has come. However, the situation up there is somewhat special, and we need you to lead our orcs to the highest mountaintop. Lung Mo glanced at the thin male in front of him and nodded. If you were in human form, taking you up there shouldn't be much of a problem. However, his eyes narrowed. Taking you up there will take a lot of effort. You'll have to give us something in return, right? Wolf Cub had been managing the Bear Clan tribe all along, so how could he not understand the hidden meaning in these words? Just tell me what you want. He looked at him intently. Since you can say that, it means you already have what you want. I want to see your leader. Lung Mo stated his conditions directly. I need a private conversation, just the two of us, until your leader returns safely. Wolf Cub had no idea what the bird tribe was thinking, but she agreed immediately. That's no problem. Seeing our leader is certainly possible. But when will you take us up there? At any time. Lung Mo's side also showed great sincerity. Gather your orcs. We, the bird people, will carry you up. Approximately 15 minutes. One by one, the bird-like creatures transformed into orc forms, spreading their wings, and each pair of feet had an orc attached to them. They kept getting closer to the summit. Only, the situation at the summit also looks bad. If we keep watching from such a distance, it won't be easy to find them. Or, I'll throw it at the very top. Lengemo spoke coldly. You certainly wouldn't be able to find your leader if you only looked with your eyes. Good. The same meaning applies to Wolf Cub. As long as you can put it somewhere I can stand, I'll take care of the rest myself. Without saying a word, Lung Mo simply dumped him at the nearest resting place. But at the same time, he didn't leave. Instead, they chose to linger nearby, hoping to find something that could help them in some way. He was very interested in the leader of the Red South Kingdom. After all, a female beastman who can give birth to a child like Xingyue must be quite good herself. Suddenly, the wolf cub smelled a faint scent. The flavor wasn't Song Xingyue's, but Ling Mu's. He was immediately overjoyed. They raised their necks and started wailing, sending a signal. Not long after, signals from other beastmen began to come from the surrounding area. However, none of these signals seemed to be from Ling Mu. Ling Mu's voice is not like that. He could only follow the faint scent and begin to leap forward with difficulty, little by little. Even though wolves are more agile than any other beastmen, but jumping around on steep cliffs is not his forte. But the thought that Song Xingyue might have been trapped for several days made me realize. His heart, it was like a fire, as if I could see her and find him immediately. Suddenly, his foot slipped. He almost fell. Luckily, he reacted quickly and bit a nearby branch with his teeth, preventing himself from falling. He hung suspended in midair, still shaken, trying his best to regain his balance. He could smell the scent getting closer and closer. He realized that he had to persevere. Waste. A thick, dark snake slithered freely up the cliff face. However, the way this large snake crawled was rather strange. It doesn't look very harmonious. The moment the wolf saw Chongqing, its eyes suddenly became wary, because he knew nothing about the Hongnan kingdom, nor about Chongqing. So at this moment, it's impossible to tell whether they are friend or foe. When Chongqing passed by the wolf cub, she casually used her tail to pull him up with her. The wolf cub clung tightly to Chongqing's body and spoke in a low voice. Who are you? And what are you here for? I came looking for Song Xingyue. Chongqing gave a cold snort. I can't smell them, so please show me the way. Wolf didn't care about anything else at this moment. If this orc could lead him to Song Xingyue, that would be better than anything else. He immediately began to use his sense of smell to guide him. Changqing quickly crawled in the direction he pointed. In midair, Lung Mo discovered a round hole on the highest mountaintop. Out of curiosity, he flew in that direction. But after landing there, he didn't see anything. All I could see was that there was a lake inside. He hadn't expected there to be a lake here, and he flew down into it. The instant his foot touched the ground, before they could even stand properly, he was tackled to the ground by an orc and stomped on. The beast was instantly stunned. Stars and moon, there's food. Ling Mu immediately woke up Song Xingyue, who was fast asleep next to him, and told her the good news. Although you can't light a fire inside the cave, it's already quite good to be able to fill your stomach. Song Xingyue groggily crawled up from the gap beside her. She reached out and rubbed her eyes. I spotted the large bird with its colorful feathers at a glance. Wow, aren't these feathers just too beautiful? She was taken aback by the color of the feathers before her. Such beautiful feathers shouldn't go to waste. When plucking, try to leave as many intact feathers as possible. Good. Ling Mu switched to human form, grabbing the bird's neck with one hand and starting to pluck its feathers with the other. Your plucking technique is wrong. Upon seeing this, Song Xingyue immediately came over and started working. You have to pluck the feathers in the direction of growth so that the feathers will look nice in the end. Seeing that Song Xingyue still had the strength to pluck feathers with him, Ling Mu's previous worries vanished. Having food means they can survive for a while longer. As long as we can hold on, it means there is still hope of getting out. In just a short while, the hair on its tail was completely plucked off. Song Xingyue lovingly held the little fur in her hand and stroked it gently. Her eyes were filled with undisguised joy. As Ling Mu was about to kill the large bird, he suddenly felt that the bird in front of him seemed somewhat familiar. But I can't remember where I've seen it before. Lung Mo slowly woke up. He felt a chill on his backside. What have you all done to me? It can talk. Song Xingyue stared at the orc in disbelief. So this is a bird species? Not food? Chapter 175, The Trembling Bird Clan. 10 minutes later, Lung Mo finally accepted the truth, transformed into human form, and huddled in a corner of the cave. He has always been extremely protective of his reputation. But unexpectedly, the feathers on his buttocks were now forcibly plucked out. I came to your rescue out of kindness, and this is how you treat me? He stared at the two of them with cold, resentful eyes. Is this how you repay your savior? Song Xingyue sat properly opposite him. He was practically kneeling down, hands on his knees. We were so hungry that something suddenly flew in, and we couldn't resist. If I had known you were from Hongnan Kingdom, I would never have come. Lung Mo now deeply regrets his past choice. The man next to you came to our tribe 3 years ago and tried to steal our cubs. I fought with him then, and he ripped off a lot of my feathers. You? Song Xingyue looked at him with surprise in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly I remembered. That must have been when I first arrived in the orc world. Because I was thinking of starting a fire, I told him to go find a bird's nest. He returned with injuries. So, was that the one you were pulling it back then? Will it still be the same 3 years from now? So just how destined are Ling Mu and this person in front of him? For 3 long years, I finally managed to grow my feathers. And then you all plucked them out? Ling Mu finally realized why it looked so familiar. So is this guy. You didn't lose out either. You even scratched me. Not a loss. Lung Mo truly never expected that the orc in front of him would say such heartless words. Do you know how much effort we birds put in to grow beautiful colored feathers? His cold eyes were filled with anger. I really want to tear them to shreds if I could. I became the leader because of these beautiful feathers. Now that my feathers are gone, how do you plan to compensate us? As long as you don't switch to beastman form, it's fine. Ling Mu looked at the bird clan in front of him with indifference in his deep eyes. Besides, I never intended to steal your cubs. I just wanted to borrow your fluff to start a fire. Look at your attitude. Lung Mo was truly angered by Ling Mu's attitude. You're all just going to be stuck here and die. I'm not taking you out. Ling Mu suddenly stood up, his deep eyes staring intently at the bird clan in front of him. I'm giving you a chance to rephrase your words. This is a cave, and I'm in charge here. Lung Mo originally wanted to repeat it, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was met with that terrifying gaze. Their momentum vanished instantly. After all, we hadn't fought this guy before. If we were to fight now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to win. Seeing that the bird clan seemed to have calmed down, Ling Mu spoke again. You can leave me out, but you must take Xingyue out. I can stay trapped here, but she can't. If you don't go out, I won't go out either. Song Xingyue reached out and gently hugged Ling Mu's arm, gazing at him with tender affection. I told you I wouldn't abandon you. Have you forgotten? But I can't let you stay trapped here any longer. Ling Mu reached out and lovingly stroked Song Xingyue's delicate face. I can continue to go hungry, no problem. But you can't. If you don't go back, the Red South Kingdom will be in chaos. No. Song Xingyue had already thought things through after this incident. I told you I can't live without you. I won't leave unless you leave. Should I leave? Lung Emo suddenly spoke up while the two were deeply in love. Since neither of you wants to go out, then I'll leave. Sit down. No. Ling Mu and Song Xingyue blurted out the words at almost the same time. Who let you leave? Who let you leave? Lung Emo had no idea where the two guys got their tacit understanding from. But I obediently sat down. The dignity and pride of the bird race. I've completely ruined myself. You go first. Song Xingyue didn't say these things on impulse. If I leave first, I won't be able to save you. But if you leave first, you can bring the other orcs to save me. She calmly analyzed the current situation. An optimal choice has been provided. Don't argue this time, just listen to me. Should I go first? Ling Mu strongly disagreed with Song Xingyue's decision. Don't you know you're much better at commanding? If you were in charge, you should be able to get me out of here very quickly. Song Xingyue gazed quietly at Ling Mu with her beautiful eyes, hoping that Ling Mu would change his mind. However, Ling Mu's mind was made up. I absolutely cannot leave first, leaving Song Xingyue alone in this dark place. Or should I take them out one by one? Lung Emo truly did not want to stay here any longer. Seeing the two of them so affectionate makes me feel very uncomfortable, especially since the cave was pitch black. It made the animal feel very uncomfortable. I'm actually quite strong. Although I can't take both of you out at once, I can manage to take you out one by one. Song Xingyue reached out and gently patted her forehead. Yeah, is this a case of being too concerned to think clearly? I completely forgot you can fly twice. After she finished speaking, she turned around and looked at Ling Mu again. You go out first. If that jerk doesn't come back for me, then kill him. If I go out first and he doesn't come looking for you, there's nothing I can do. Lung Emo frowned slightly. Don't you know how to say things in a more subtle way? I'm avoiding talking to you because I'm afraid you don't understand. Song Xingyue smiled as she looked at Lung Emo across from her, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. I'm waiting for you here. I think I'll be able to wait for you, right? Lung Emo saw intimidation in the eyes of the female orc in front of him. That's very strange. Although she was smiling, she gave off a chilling feeling. Let's go. Let me take you out first. Lung Emo eventually gave in. Then come back and take your partner away. Ling Mu clearly didn't want to leave, but she was still intimidated by Song Xingyue's gaze. All he could do was follow Lung Emo, turning back every few steps. Song Xingyue followed them to the edge of the hot spring. After watching Ling Mu ascend safely, a weight was finally lifted from my shoulders. As long as Ling Mu gets out, that's good. Just when she wanted to take a good rest. Suddenly, they heard a sound coming from the cave. Rumble. The stone shattered. Ryan appeared there, panting heavily in his lion form. Chapter 176, Everyone Gathers. Their eyes met. Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. To my utter surprise, Ryan actually found me. Such a high mountain. And this happened after a landslide. How much offense must he suffer? How are you? Ryan was already covered in wounds, but he didn't have time to think about that now. I just want to know if Song Xingyue is alright. I'm Yufine. Song Xingyue was deeply moved. Unable to control herself any longer, she rushed over and grabbed Ryan by the neck. Ryan gradually relaxed after smelling the familiar scent. Seeing that she was all right, my anxious heart finally found a place to settle down. Actually, am I late? The wolf's voice suddenly appeared. They could only watch helplessly as the two beasts embraced, panting heavily. I finally made it here, but I'm still a step too late? How did you get up here? Song Xingyue was so shocked that she didn't know how to describe it. Ryan possesses absolute power. It's only a matter of time before I get up here. But how did the wolf cub manage to travel all the way from the bear tribe? How did they get up here? This guy almost fell to his death. With a deep gaze, he looked meaningfully at Song Xingyue not far away. If I hadn't happened to see it, this guy would probably be smashed to pieces by now, with not even a trace of his bones left. You're here too? Song Xingyue was surprised that Chong Qing, who was still recovering from serious injuries, also came. It's hard to imagine how he climbed up with only one arm. This guy owes me a life. Even now, Chongqing still couldn't resist making some calculations. I will naturally ask him for it back later. The wolf cub was too preoccupied with all that to care about at that moment. He immediately ran to Xingyue and only felt relieved after confirming that she was all right. I'm glad you're all right. After he finished speaking, the beast fell straight down and crashed to the ground. He fell asleep. Ryan gave the wolf cub, lying on the ground, a cold look. It's possible it didn't sleep during its journey from the bear tribe. So now that it knows you're all right, it's fallen asleep. Xingyue's lips curled up slightly as she looked at the wolf with a helpless expression. Thank you all for your hard work this time. I'm sorry to have worried you. I'm glad you're all right. Ryan reached out his claws and pulled her to his side. Thank you too. Xingyue nestled in Ryan's arms, looking at Chongqing with gratitude. Thank you for coming to see me. I will repay you if I have the chance in the future. The essence of enduring love is precisely what Xingyue said, because having the sentence will make things much more convenient in Hongnan Kingdom. Since this lion can take you back, I'll be going now. You should take the wolf cub with you. Xingyue took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. Ryan is already very tired. You should take it back. Chongqing glanced at the wolf cub lying on the ground, thought for a moment, and then used his tail to sweep it away. Xingyue smiled helplessly and met Ryan's gaze. Shall we go too? Good. Ryan didn't want to stay in this place that made him feel so distressed. Come on up, I'll take you back. Hongnan Kingdom. All the orcs were waiting for their leader to return, until they saw Xingyue sitting on Ryan's back. The entire Red South Kingdom cheered. Even though some of the orcs were still injured, they couldn't care less about that right now. You're finally back. Sina immediately ran to Xingyue to check if she was injured. I'm Fina, but Lingmu is injured. She was always worried about Lingmu's injuries, because Lingmu was seriously injured at that time. Even though his condition improved a lot after soaking in a hot spring, it's estimated that his internal organs were still damaged. Do you still have any Ganoderma lucidum? If so, could you please give me some Ganoderma lucidum water? Good. Senna didn't even ask any more questions and simply nodded in agreement. Is everyone back now? Lilier hasn't come back. Wei Wei said he was going to find Lilier that day, but he hasn't returned yet. Haven't they come back yet? Xingyue's heart immediately tightened. Then send beasts to search again and do everything you can to bring them back. Senna nodded. Then she lowered her voice. While you were away, Xingyue was the one maintaining order. He truly is your son. He's managed the entire Hongnan Kingdom exceptionally well. Xingyue was somewhat overjoyed to hear this. After all, her own son had always been at odds with her. They even disagree with their own governance policies. But unexpectedly, he was able to shoulder the heavy responsibility even when I wasn't there. But now is not the time to consider these things. Tell Xingyue that she must find Lily and Wei Wei. I probably need a rest now, so I'll leave these things to you. Good. After agreeing, Senna immediately got to work on it. Xingyue glanced at Guiqing beside her. My dear daughter, would you like to get mommy something to eat? That evening, Lingmu was successfully admitted to Sina's hospital. He's still not in very good condition, even though he seemed to be in pretty good shape at the time. But it was also like the body's protective mechanism suddenly being activated. It's like a final burst of energy before death. After Xingyue finished eating, she stayed by Lingmu's side without leaving him for a moment, holding his hand. We're already out of the cave, so we have a hold on no matter what. Lingmu suddenly smiled, looking at her with a guilty expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I going to die? Don't talk nonsense. Xingyue immediately reached out and covered Lingmu's mouth. How would you possibly die? With me here, how could I possibly let you die? She tried her best not to show any weakness. But now you have a high fever again, and you have to get through it on your own. She understood. This is the organ screaming. That's why he kept getting high fevers. I'm Fina. You should go back and rest. I'll be better by the time you wake up tomorrow. He knew exactly how Xingyue had gotten through this period of time. So she really needs to rest right now. Senna, who was standing to the side, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Otherwise, I'll stay here and keep watch. I'll call you if anything happens. Why don't you get some sleep first? Just as Xingyue was about to say something, Ling Muqiang spoke first once again. How can I sleep if you don't leave? I'm sleepy, so please go back first and don't disturb my rest. Chapter 177, Life-Saving Herbs. Xingyue had just left. Immediately after, Ling Mu vomited a mouthful of blood. He coughed heavily. He clutched his chest with his hand, his expression one of extreme pain. Senna was very glad that she had closed the door immediately. Otherwise, Xingyue would probably have heard by now. She walked over and looked at Ling Mu with a serious expression. How are you feeling? Not good. Ling Mu wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth with a hoarse voice. It feels so hot, and I really want to drink water. This wasn't the first time Senna had seen something like this, because I had seen it on Nini's brother before. When Nini's brother was carried back from the battlefield by Ling Mu, he had similar symptoms to Ling Mu now. At that time, he was slammed to the ground by the enemy, so his internal organs seemed to have ruptured. The situation in Ling Mu is similar. It was also due to the severe damage. The former is already dead. I wonder if Ling Mu can hold on. Your situation is indeed quite bad. Whether you can pull through depends on your willpower and our orc's self-healing abilities. Senna could only tell the truth. All I can do is prepare some Ganoderma lucidum water for you. As for whether the Ganoderma lucidum water will work for you or not, I don't know. Use whatever medicinal herbs you have. Ling Mu gave a bitter smile, but his brows remained tightly furrowed, as if he were enduring immense pain. I want to give it my all. Even if it's just for a day, I want to stay by Xingyue's side. I hope you can hold on. Senna was also very curious whether Ling Mu could survive. If he can do it, then, when other orcs in the Red South Kingdom encounter similar situations in the future, they might be able to get through them. If I didn't make it through, Ling Mu paused here, pursed his lips, and said no more. He felt that saying such things would be extremely unlucky. He still had to persevere and stay by Song Xingyue's side. So how could he say anything discouraging? Don't worry, I will always protect you. Senna looked at Ling Mu with a helpless expression. If you can't hold on any longer, I'll go find Song Xingyue immediately. Maybe I can let her see you one last time. At the same time, inside the log cabin, Ryan was treating Song Xingyue's wounds with water, but he could tell that she was distracted. Are you thinking about Ling Mu? Song Xingyue didn't hide anything and frowned slightly. Ling Mu's injuries are very serious, so serious that they may be life-threatening. Ryan hugged Song Xingyue from behind and spoke in a hoarse voice. Do you know that if Ling Mu hadn't been injured, I would have bitten him to death? You. The wolf cub thought so too. Ryan was certain. You went up the mountain because of Ling Mu. Something almost went wrong. What do you think our view of Ling Mu is? Song Xingyue slowly turned around, looking at Ryan with a helpless expression. Whatever the reason I went up the mountain, I'm back safely now, but Ling Mu was seriously injured because of me. So, Ryan looked intently at Song Xingyue, hoping to get an answer. If I had been on a mountain at that time, would you have come looking for me? I will go after any one of you beasts. Song Xingyue could give this answer almost without thinking. Even Lidier. But I really don't have the energy to go up the mountain right now. I can only wait here. Ryan gradually felt relieved after hearing Song Xingyue's answer. Then he turned his head away and spoke reluctantly. There's a really powerful herb growing in the mountains near our lion tribe. One of our lions was injured, similar to a mountain lion, and after eating it, he miraculously recovered. Song Xingyue's eyes gradually widened. She looked at Ryan with delight and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Can you still find that herb? Will you take me to find it? You stay here quietly and get some sleep. Ryan gripped her shoulders firmly and gave her a commanding tone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to find this herb for you, understand? After hearing this, Song Xingyue sat down again. Would you like to go now? I'm worried that Ling Mu won't make it through the night. I really owe you. Ryan is actually quite tired right now. But she couldn't bear to look at Song Xingyue's expectant eyes. She had no choice but to agree. He turned around and silently walked outside. Actually, he also wants to rest now. He also wants to stay by Song Xingyue's side. As dawn broke, Ryan finally returned, exhausted. He handed the herbs he brought back to Song Xingyue. Song Xingyue took in her hand and examined it carefully. This should be ginseng? So, was the orc able to stop because of the ginseng? Without thinking twice, she immediately took the ginseng and went to find Senna. He told Senna about the uses of this medicinal herb. Senna found it quite amazing after hearing this. She immediately boiled the ginseng in water, mixed it with the Lingji mushroom, and handed it to Ling Mu. Ling Mu still had a high fever and was pale. He even started showing signs of talking nonsense. In short, the situation is very bad. Song Xingyue and Sina teamed up to pry open his mouth and force the medicine down his throat. After drinking the herbal medicine, Ling Mu fell into a deep sleep. No one knows exactly how effective the medicine is. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Song Xingyue believes she has done all she can. The rest is up to fate. Although Sina didn't quite understand what Song Xingyue meant by those words. But they still silently stayed by each other's side, patiently waiting. Around noon, Lingmu opened his eyes once again. Although I'm still very weak and tired, I have a lot of energy when I speak. You've arrived. He didn't even remember being drugged just now, and thought Song Xingyue had just arrived. Song Xingyue remained silent and walked over to take his hand. How are you feeling now? Are you still feeling so bad? Lingmu thought for a moment, and then shook his head. I feel much better now, and I don't feel as bad as before. Song Xingyue looked intently into his eyes and spoke slowly and deliberately. Honestly, how do you feel? It's much better than before. Lingmu paused slightly at this point. But I still feel terrible, so terrible that I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Chapter 178, The Growth of the Wolf Cub. 3 whole days. Song Xingyue always stayed by Lingmu's side. Fortunately, after 2 days of back and forth, Lingmu was able to recover. On the 3rd day, I finally woke up much more, at least I wasn't like before. It should be fine now. Sina has been extremely worried these past few days, and she speaks in a weak and listless manner. If you continue to be so bad, the leader might die from overwork. Song Xingyue held Lingmu's hand tightly and smiled with relief. It's best that you're better. Focus on recovering here. Go back home once you're fully healed. Lingmu looked at Song Xingyue with deep affection and apology in his deep eyes. He understood. I wonder how much trouble I've caused her during this time. After giving a few more instructions, Song Xingyue left the hospital. Just stepping out the door, I saw the sunlight. She felt a wave of dizziness, making her feel like she was about to collapse. Why pretend to be strong? Wolf quickly caught Song Xingyue in his arms and held her firmly, his words full of reproach. You give up your life for Lingmu? Do you know that you're more important than him? It took Song Xingyue a long time to regain her voice. The dizziness made her feel them all over. Have you been waiting here all along? You wish. The wolf cub is very stubborn. I just arrived and saw you were about to faint. How could I possibly have waited here on purpose? What he said was true, but the corners of his mouth began to turn up without him even noticing. He walked briskly toward the cabin and then gently placed her on the bed. You just rest here and don't worry about Lingmu's affairs. What about Senna? That. You don't need to worry about the construction. Wolf Cub truly lives up to his reputation as the orc who manages the Bear Clan tribe. He knows everything about it. Jejia and Ryan are there for the construction work. With the two of them on board, what is there to worry about? Song Xingyue suddenly realized that the wolf seemed to have grown a lot. This is him now. It seems that it has gradually shed its former naivety and become a very reliable entity. You were the one who sent the bird tribe to find them, weren't you? Yes. Wolf looked at Song Xingyue with a quiet gaze and spoke casually. Relying solely on land-based orcs would definitely not work. Only flying creatures like the bird race could achieve greater speed. Song Xingyue strongly agreed with Langer's statement, but there was another matter. So, what do you think we should prepare if we want to cooperate with the bird race in the long term? Pearl. If Wolfie remembers correctly, Senna said yesterday that the thing was called a pearl. Because pearls are extremely precious and come from the deep sea, using them to maintain friendly relations with the bird tribe is the best approach. Song Xingyue was right after all. The wolf cub has indeed changed. If it were the wolf cub of the past, he would not have cared about such matters at all. But now, he can actually communicate with me in a very logical and coherent way. And he himself thought what he said made a lot of sense. It would be even better if a marriage alliance could be formed. Wolf Cub paused, then spoke meaningfully. If either National Day or the founding of a nation is willing, then the bird tribe will successfully become our vassal state. Song Xingyue slightly raised her beautiful eyes, and her thick eyelashes trembled. Should we make them the second Ye? She felt very uncomfortable. Ye, are you doing well in the Bear Clan? Wolf understood what Song Xingyue meant, so he took her small hand in his palm and rubbed his fingertips together. Ye is doing very well in the Bear tribe. Everyone takes good care of her. Perhaps she wasn't used to it at first, but now she's already an excellent leader. A strange feeling welled up inside Song Xingyue. The way I raised my first litter of cubs remains a painful memory. Because I was a new mother at the time, I did many inappropriate things. Now, as for the second litter of babies, I just hope they grow up happily and healthily. As for the others, I didn't actually want them involved. You should rest first. We can talk about these things later. The wolf cub picked up the animal's skin and carefully covered her up, then slowly opened his mouth. I'm going back to the Bear Clan tonight. You just need to get some sleep. We're so close, you don't need to see me off. Song Xingyue was indeed too tired, so it wasn't a good time to make any promises to him. Take good care of yourself, and yay. Good. Wolf looked at her with a smile. You're the same. Don't let your situation always be bad every time I come back. Neither of them mentioned when the wolf cub would return to Hongnan Kingdom. Even though it was agreed that as long as Ye could stand on her own, Lang'er could come back. I'm going out now. Wolf cub turned around first and said goodbye. After he walked out the door, he noticed that Xingyue and Guoqing were both staring at him expectantly. What's wrong? He held his daughters in his arms, one in each arm. From birth until now, I can finally have a proper meeting with my daughters. I'm not leaving until tonight, so please don't look at me like that. We miss you so much. Xingyue cherished the feeling of being able to snuggle in his father's arms. Why haven't you come back for so long? Other children have their fathers and mothers with them. Why don't we? Wolf felt incredibly guilty after hearing his daughter's words. But, for him, the most important thing was still his promise to Song Xingyue. I'm not coming back because your older sister, Ye, needs to be taken care of. What about us? Xingyue hesitated to speak. You take care of your father, but not your own daughter? Upon hearing this, the wolf immediately corrected him with righteous indignation. Didn't Uncle Lingmu treat you well? I know that Uncle Lingmu raised you all by himself and treated you very well. Xingyue suddenly stopped talking. As if struck by a sudden thought, he weakly uttered a sentence. But no matter how good Uncle Lingmu was, it couldn't compare to having my father by my side. Wolf smiled helplessly and patted his daughter's head reassuringly. Perhaps Ye thinks the same way. So, just be patient, and when you grow up and can stand on your own, you won't need your father anymore. Wow, what a touching father-daughter bond. Lang Mo crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes coldly fixed on them. Especially the founding of the nation. I never imagined you had such a vulnerable side. As soon as Xingyue saw Lang Mo approaching, he immediately pulled away from his father's embrace and looked at Lang Mo warily. Don't you have a father? In short, a decisive victory. Lang Mo's expression instantly turned ugly. I won't say anything more. Chapter 179, Lang Mo stole a kiss from me. The wolf cubs walked at night. Lang Mo was beaten up in the early hours of the morning. After several encounters, Xingyue thoroughly crushed Lang Mo under his feet. Do you see the huge gap between us? She looked down at Lang Mo, panting heavily. I'm not grown up yet. Once I grow up, you bald bird will be even less able to beat me. What Lang Mo cares about most is when other orcs say he is bald. In particular, this trip to Hongnan Kingdom resulted in the loss of the most beautiful feathers on its tail. Why are you just like your mother? So prone to violence? And so ruthless with your words? Always hitting people where it hurts? Xingyue crossed his arms over his chest and spoke dismissively. My mother has always been someone we admire, so of course I should be like her. Lang Mo felt that as a male, it was very humiliating to be trampled underfoot by a female. He gritted his teeth and stared ahead, then suddenly spoke. You're here for National Day too? 2 against 1, huh? Xingyue immediately looked in the direction he was looking. Lang Mo smiled slyly. Taking advantage of her distraction, I immediately seized the opportunity to knock her down. The two people's postures changed dramatically in an instant. Lang Mo pressed his arm heavily against her chest, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. You may have the advantage in strength, but you're still lacking in strategy. Xingyue struggled incessantly, trying to kill the bird in front of him. But no one knows how he managed to do it, making it impossible for me to break free. Lang Mo could even free one hand and slowly, teasingly, touch her face. Don't you want to come to the bird clan with me? Actually, our bird clan is quite nice. I'm extending another invitation to you. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if I starve to death, I will never go back to the bird clan with you. What about this? Lang Mo suddenly closed his eyes and kissed her lips very earnestly. Is it not allowed either? He opened his eyes again and saw a vast ocean of deep affection. There was not a trace of jest. I was amazed the moment you first appeared among our bird race. And now, I am even more so. You're the first female orc I can trample under my feet. Xingyue's face was full of anger, but at the same time, he felt his face burning. You don't need to rush to give me an answer now. Lang Mo was unusually patient in negotiating with her. I'll wait until you come of age. I'll come on the day you turn 18. Then I'll duel with the other orcs and become your partner. Do you think the orcs of our Red South Kingdom are just freeloaders? Xingyue's determination to protect Hongnan is unwavering and cannot be swayed. They're all brave and skilled in battle, far beyond what you can compare to. How will you know if you don't try? Lang Mo seized the opportunity to steal another kiss from her before letting go and quickly retreating to the side. A safe distance. Xingyue was both embarrassed and annoyed that Lung Mo had kissed him twice. Lung Mo, being quite sensible, helplessly spread his hands and slowly spoke. I'll leave tomorrow after I've discussed the terms with your mother. The next time we meet should be when you come of age. Xingyue glared at him angrily, his fingers clenched into fists, making a cracking sound. Neuropathy. She muttered something and then turned and left, leaving Lung Mo, the beast, behind. Guoqing quietly emerged from not far away, holding a fresh melon in his hand and munching on it. You're going to pursue my sister? You got guts. My sister's got a lot of nerve. I like fierce people. When Lung Mo looked at Guoqing again, his eyes regained their usual coldness. I don't like any of the other female orcs. I only like your sister. Riverside. Xingyue always comes here whenever he is in a bad mood. The last time Yunqi chose Rose, she came here all by herself. The same is true now. She picked up the small stones on the ground and threw them into the river one by one. My mind is in complete turmoil. What angered her the most was, when that damned bird-like creature kissed him just now, he didn't feel any aversion. This feeling terrified even to herself. That shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be like this. Should I go and kill that Lung Mo? Liehua appeared at some point and sat down next to Xingyue. He just bullied you, and Liehua, will definitely not let him get away with it. You can't beat him. Xingyue blurted out. Besides, he's here to help us. How can we kill him? Do you like him? When Liehua said these words, his eyes were full of sadness. Why? You two have barely met. Do you think he's as good as me, Liehua? Xingyue turned his head and looked at the raging fire indifferently, a feeling he couldn't quite describe welling up inside him. You, why can't it be my raging fire? Suddenly, Liehua interrupted Xingyue, asking pitifully, is there something wrong with my fiery nature? Why isn't I the beast you like? Xingyue stared at the raging fire before him, his brows furrowing slightly. She wanted to explain something, but didn't know where to begin. Was my blazing fire not good enough? Liehua is still struggling with this matter. Because Liehua, am a fox and not as agile as you wolves, you don't like me? Raging fire. Although Xingyue didn't know how to answer, he still forced himself to speak. You're a good person, but I've always treated you like a younger brother, not a partner. After hearing Xingyue's words, Liehua realized that he had been rejected. He felt very sad, because he wanted to try again. Is he just your younger brother? Doesn't he even qualify to be your second partner? I haven't thought that far ahead. Xingyue answered his question very sincerely. If I have a partner someday in the future, I probably won't look for a second one. Although she had always seen that the female beastmen of the Red South Kingdom had many partners around them. But for her, she didn't want to do that. My abilities are limited. I can't possibly take care of too many partners. Perhaps I can only take care of one. Would that partner be Lung Mo? Liehua clenched his fists tightly, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. Couldn't it be my raging fire? I don't know if it's Lung Mo, but it definitely isn't you, Liehua. Even though Xingyue knew his words were hurtful, he still said them. Even though many animals have told me you're a good person, your kindness doesn't make me like you. I'm really sorry. Chapter 180, I never grew up in the guinea pig tribe. The following morning, the negotiations between Lung Mo and Song Xingyue finally began. After a day and a night of rest, Song Xingyue has now fully recovered. She sat leisurely in the chair, lazily yawning, her posture carefree. This time you saved our Hongnan kingdom, and I will give you something that your tribe doesn't have, as I said before. Lung Mo stared coldly at Song Xingyue, only slightly moving when he heard something. Song Xingyue was very sincere. She had already brought the pearls. For you. She held it in her hand and handed it to Lung Mo. In addition to these small pearls, we will also give you the largest luminous pearl to express our sincerity. Lung Mo held the pearl in her hand. It was small, but quite pretty. Then look at the luminous pearl placed next to it. It looks like a good product. That's good. It shows your sincerity. He smiled faintly. In that case, consider this your payment for this time. When Song Xingyue saw Lung Mo get up to leave, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. I thought you were going to talk to me about my daughter. How could that be? Lung Mo suddenly stopped and turned around to answer the question very seriously. I like your daughter, that's true, but she will never be a bargaining chip or an object. Song Xingyue immediately looked at him with more respect because of his words. After all, males in the orc world have always taken pride in being able to snatch female orcs. However, he did not resort to any means to get his daughter because of this. At this point, that's commendable. The friendly relations between our two tribes should not be maintained through marriage alliances. Moreover, he emphasized this point. I want to wait until your daughter comes of age, and then have her fight openly with other males to win her heart. Song Xingyue never imagined that one day she would be taught a lesson by the bird clan. But I did this lesson willingly. Speaking of which, I have some supplies I'd like to exchange with you. She took the opportunity to state her conditions directly. I need your feathers. Feather? Don't you birds molt your feathers every season? We want that. What will you use as an exchange? Lung Mo looked at Song Xingyue with a meaningful gaze. What would you like to offer in exchange? What do you want? Song Xingyue looked at him curiously. You've been in our Hongnan kingdom for 2 days now, and you've seen everything we have. Then let's plant flower seeds. Lung Mo, being a member of the bird race, still preferred things that looked beautiful. Although your flower shed has been smashed, I believe these things should look quite nice in your Hongnan kingdom, right? Song Xingyue smiled slightly and readily agreed. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. I hope you can send me what I need as soon as possible. Lung Mo nodded politely and walked out the door. Before leaving, he glanced at Xingyue with reluctance, then switched to his orc form and flew away with his people. Zhang looked up at Lung Mo, who had already flown far away, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Song Xingyue quietly came to her daughter's side, reached out and patted her shoulder, and spoke softly. This is a good partner choice. You have good taste. Zhang looked away, his eyes filled with helplessness as he gazed at his mother. He remained stubbornly defiant. When did I say I was going to choose him? Mother, don't talk nonsense. Are you shy? Song Xingyue, being an experienced woman, could easily see through her daughter's infatuation. The way you looked at that person just now made you seem like you wanted to run away with them. Where can I find it? Zhang couldn't argue with his mother, so he simply stopped talking. I've gone to help with the construction at Teacher Mingyu's place. Mother, you can stay here and continue talking nonsense. Song Xingyue watched her daughter's retreating figure and smiled knowingly. My daughter has grown up. It's time for me to fall in love. Just as she turned to leave, Ban ran towards her. Chief, a guinea pig tribe wants to see you. Guinea pig? Song Xingyue was surprised to find that guinea pigs existed in the beastman world, and she was quite curious. Let him in then. Ban immediately turned back. A moment later, he brought in a guinea pig beastman. This was the first time Song Xingyue had ever seen a guinea pig, and she couldn't help but look it up and down. Really? Small and cute. It should taste good whether you roast it or grill it. Chief, you're drooling. Ban reminded him in a low voice. Is it impolite to drool right now? Song Xingyue immediately reached out and wiped her drool, then smiled helplessly. Hello, I'm the leader of the Red South Kingdom. May I ask what business you have with us? Please help our tribe. The guinea pig tribe's envoy immediately knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Our tribe is about to be wiped out. Song Xingyue frowned slightly and asked in a low voice. May I have your name? My name is Lao Mo. You should get up first. Song Xingyue reached out and helped Lao Mo up, then asked him a question. What exactly happened to your tribe? Old Mo's voice choked up. The pangolin tribe next door keeps attacking us. They rely on eating us as their main food source, and the children in our tribe are almost extinct. Song Xingyue's heart. I couldn't help but feel a sharp pain. Doesn't the orc world have rules? Don't you forbid killing female orcs and their cubs? Suddenly, a tiny cub, barely grown into adult form, emerged from behind Lao Mo. It looked timidly at Song Xingyue. You. Upon seeing the cub, Song Xingyue couldn't help but think of her own children, because they are now that age too. However, they live a very comfortable life and have not suffered the same persecution as them. You. She squatted down and reached out to pat her little head. Why are you covered in wounds? The little one burst into tears, crying very sadly. My companions were all eaten. They were all killed. She was crying so hard she could barely breathe. We guinea pigs never grow up. We'll all get eaten. Hearing these familiar words, Song Xingyue felt increasingly distressed. Because in my own world, there was once a child who said something similar, and that child never grew up and died in the smoke of war. Now I see this little guy saying the same thing. We must help them no matter what. However, Hongnan Kingdom is also in a mess right now and needs time to deal with it. Our tribe has other things to do right now, so we might not be able to send too many males right away. Give me some time, and I'll think of a solution. Chapter 181. Who exactly is supporting us from behind? Song Xingyue first settled Lao Mo and the baby guinea pig down. An emergency small meeting was immediately convened afterward. After all, the management team of Hongnan Kingdom is just a few people. Senna, Ryan, Mingyu, Xingyue, and Rose. Tell me, what's the best way to handle this? Xingyue sat in the chair, her face full of worry. We still need to find Lilier and Weiwei. The bird tribe has patrolled several times, but hasn't found them. They don't know where they are. We need to send bees to search. Also, she drawled out the last syllable. She still seemed preoccupied. Our school and greenhouse are severely damaged. They also need to be repaired. The outer perimeter wall and traps of Hongnan Kingdom also need to be replaced. She found this to be the most troublesome thing. Lingmu is currently recovering from his injuries and cannot participate in the construction. We'll need to find additional beasts to supervise the project. So, what should we do about the guinea pig tribe? I can go. Ryan, unusually, stepped forward at this moment and slowly began to speak. I'm good at fighting. I can handle it alone. It's just a little pangolin, after all. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Xingyue seemed to instantly realize something. Have you ever seen a pangolin? Do you know what kind of species it is? I've seen it before when I was in the lion tribe. Ryan spoke domineeringly. They were captured by the lion cubs and brought back to play with because they would curl up into a ball at the slightest touch. It was quite amusing. Xingyue smiled helplessly. I never expected they would have such novel ideas. I had seen pangolins before. Since you've decided to go, then go ahead. But there's one more thing she wanted to emphasize. When attacking pangolins, it's best to avoid direct melee attacks and instead use ranged weapons to kill them, as they are highly venomous. If Xingyue remembers correctly, I remember watching an animal documentary, and they said that pangolins carry a lot of bacteria and can get many terrible diseases. Perhaps those diseases, from the perspective of modern medicine, can still be treated or even saved. However, this wouldn't work in the orc world. At least I am powerless to do anything about it. After listening to Xingyue's words, Ryan nodded solemnly. I understand. I will be careful. Let's bring Bam along, Senna suddenly said. But one male isn't enough. You need to bring at least two. As for Bam, you're both from the lion tribe, so you should know each other well. And bring Bruce along too. Xingyue shared the same thought. You three used to be the lion tribe's iron triangle, so the three of you are a perfect match. Can. Ryan respected their arrangements and nodded in agreement. I'm leaving now. Xingyue got up to see him off. Okay, be careful with everything. Don't linger in battle. Repel them and come back as soon as possible. Ryan suddenly stopped, grabbed her slender wrist, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her forcefully. The other beastmen immediately and tacitly looked away, although quite a few were secretly watching. One kiss and it was over. Xingyue's fair face was already flushed. What you are? Your man is going to war. Aren't you going to give me a farewell kiss? Xingyue's fair face remained flushed. Okay, you're right. I'll give you a kiss when you come back. She then lowered her voice and whispered something in Ryan's ear. Ryan gazed at Xingyue with reluctance. Only after the other orcs had brought Bruce and Bam did he follow them. The three lions transformed into their beastman forms, looking incredibly majestic. Xingyue watched them leave silently, then returned to her chair. Next, let's talk about the other issues. It took Ryan and his two companions about 5 days to reach the guinea pig tribe. They are lions, and they run extremely fast. It still took 5 days. Bam looked at Lao Mo with some heartache. Did it take you a long time to come to our Hongnan Kingdom? Old Mo nodded heavily. I almost died on the way here. I had only one belief in my heart, to find your Hongnan Kingdom. What makes you think that our Hongnan Kingdom will definitely help you? Even though Ryan chose to come to the guinea pig tribe, he remained very vigilant and did not let his guard down. Do you guinea pig tribe have any resources that we need? We do indeed possess very different resources. Old Mo cautiously glanced around and only spoke after confirming that there were no other enemies. We guinea pigs love to burrow, so we dug a hole in the mountain, thinking that if we ever encounter danger, we can all hide inside. He spoke very softly when he talked about this. Unexpectedly, we dug up some kind of pitch black water. Dark black water? Ryan frowned slightly as he listened to the clumsy description. Is it safe to drink? I can't drink it. Old Mo sighed heavily, as if he were thinking of some sad past events. Some of our people tried to drink it, and ended up dying. Ryan's expression suddenly changed. What makes you think that our Hongnan Kingdom needs the kind of poison you're talking about? That's poison. Old Mo couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Don't you, the Red South Kingdom, need this kind of poison to conquer the entire orc world? If just one sip will kill you, It must be incredibly powerful. Ryan didn't respond to the guinea pig's words immediately. Instead, he was pondering something in his mind. The pangolin tribe wants our poison, which is why they keep attacking us and eating our cubs. Their behavior is extremely heinous. Pangolins are about the same size as you. This is the point that Ryan finds hardest to understand. Aside from their outer protective layer, they don't have anything more than you. So why can't you beat them? This is because old Mo started stammering, as if he was trying to cover something up. Ryan instantly pinned old Mo to the ground, looking as if he intended to kill him. Are you still not going to make this clear? Do you think our leader didn't notice us when we came out? Ryan couldn't help but think of Song Xingyue's whisper when they parted. The pangolin tribe must have other tribes supporting them, otherwise they wouldn't be so brave. Which tribe is supporting the pangolin tribe? Aren't you going to tell the truth? Chapter 182, Xingyue got beaten up. After being pinned to the ground, Lao Mo had no choice but to tell the truth. I don't know who the real backers of the pangolins are, but I do know that these backers will give them some advanced weapons that we don't have. He turned his head away, speaking with a look of utter helplessness. The pangolin tribe's life was originally worse than ours, but suddenly a large tribe secretly supported them from behind, giving them the opportunity to attack us. Ryan stared domineeringly at the capybara in front of him. It seemed they were trying to discern the truth or falsehood in his words. One by one, our people are being killed by them. If this continues, our entire race will be wiped out. That's why we've come to seek help from your Hongnan kingdom. Ryan made a calm assessment. Only then did he slowly release Lao Mo, because he didn't seem like he was lying. Moreover, the little brat he brought with him was left in Hongnan kingdom, so he probably wouldn't dare to deceive himself. Let's go. Old Mo scrambled to his feet, dusting himself off. Get on my back. His tone was very cold. I'll run faster with you. Ban and Bruce exchanged a silent glance. He quickly followed. It has to be said, guinea pigs are really too weak. If it were to be eaten, one would definitely not be enough. The construction of the flower shed and the school is still ongoing. The defensive fortifications on the outer walls have also been under constant repair. Just when they had been searching for Wei Wei and Lily for several days and thought they must have encountered danger, they actually returned. And it was completely intact. We fell off a cliff. Wei Wei carried Lily step by step into the building. Because the rocks were blocking the road, the two of us couldn't get back for a long time. We weren't able to get back until the rocks were mostly cleared away. Lily nodded in agreement. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Song Xingyue. I thought I was never coming back. I thought I would never see you again. It's good that you're back. Song Xingyue smiled slightly and nodded to them. As long as you are safe and sound, that's all that matters. Lily jumped down and threw herself into Song Xingyue's arms, hugging her tightly. I'm sorry to have worried you. It's okay. Song Xingyue patted her back reassuringly and comforted her softly. You've been out and about for so long. Go home and get some rest first. We'll talk later. Good. Lily didn't say much and followed Wei Wei back home. Song Xingyue watched them walk away with a smile the whole time. The smile on his lips gradually disappeared and turned gloomy only after he saw them return to the house. Mother, something's not right. Xingyue walked over and spoke slowly in a low voice. If they were really doing what they said, we couldn't have searched for so many days without being able to smell their scent. They must have gone somewhere else and were lying. Song Xingyue noticed that her son was becoming more and more composed. They even noticed such small details. She reached out and patted her son's shoulder approvingly, praising him softly. That's impressive. It's really amazing that you thought of that. So what do we need to do? But for now, you should just focus on doing your job well. Song Xingyue knew that nothing could be rushed, and even growth required learning gradually. There's a saying, if the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. So let's see what these two are really up to. Just as Xingyue wanted to say more, Song Xingyue had already turned and left. He frowned slightly, silently pondering his mother's words. The mother always said things that the animal couldn't quite understand, and it always took the animal a long time to think about them. Huan, wait for me, Huan. The sound coming from not far away caught Xingyue's attention. He followed the gaze and looked over there. They happened to see a male chasing after Huan. He didn't want to go forward. Since Huan transformed into human form, she has had many suitors. Such scenes are not uncommon. Only, when I saw Huan's furrowed brows and her eyes darting around in fear, he still softened his heart. He immediately ran over, grabbed Huan's wrist, and pulled her behind him, then coldly stared at the male. Why are you chasing after Huan? Even when Go Sheng saw that it was Jia, he showed no intention of backing down. Huan is single, and so am I. So what? Don't I have the right to pursue Huan? You can pursue someone, but your behavior is harassment. Jia still remembers the word her mother used, and it fits perfectly at this moment. Pursuing someone should be done without causing them trouble, not by being persistent and clingy like you are. Whether I'm persistent or not is none of your business. Gosheng disagreed. Huan is never going to be with you anyway, so why are you worrying about this? Don't think we'll give in to you just because you're the leader's son. Get lost. He reached out and pushed Jiajia's shoulder directly. With a swift grappling move, Jiajia easily grabbed his wrist, and with a snap, it was broken. Gosheng let out a miserable howl, instantly attracting the attention of the other beastmen around him. Even after letting go, Jiajia didn't forget to kick the other person. I've told you not to bother Huan. Why don't you understand? He seemed to have bloodshot eyes. He wanted to continue hunting beasts. Huan desperately grabbed his clothes and shook her head repeatedly, signaling him to stop hitting her. Lingmu, who was out for a walk, happened to witness this scene. He could even hear the pointing and whispering among the beasts. Isn't Jiajia being a bit too lawless? Just because she's the leader's son, does that mean she can attack other males at will? Isn't it normal for males to pursue Huan? Huan will be an adult in less than a year, so wouldn't they want to reserve their spot early? I heard that Huan left him because Jiajia had another female beastman. Now, he's pretending to be a good beastman again. All right, everyone keep your voices down. The leader is extremely protective of his own. If he finds out we're talking about his son like that, who knows what he'll do to us? Lingmu felt very upset when he heard these words. He has always been in charge of everything in the tribe, whether it's reputation, infrastructure, or anything else. Unexpectedly, Jiajia's actions have led to this situation. He walked over with his fist clenched, looking at Jiajia with a domineering gaze. Haven't you caused enough trouble yet? Why aren't you home yet? Jiajia was furious. He did such a thing. Why should I go home? Seeing that there were even more orcs pointing and gesturing around, Lingmu simply punched Jiajia. Go back when I tell you to. Do you think my word has no effect? Chapter 183, say it again. Who is trash? Seeing this, Godan, who was lying on the ground, cried out even more pitifully. Look, everyone, the chief's son beat me up for no reason. He beat me so badly I might be crippled. I'm going to have to eat at the chief's house from now on. The other beastmen also joined in, pointing and whispering. Jiajia was definitely in the wrong. Don't other beastmen have the right to pursue Huan? Why should they? Who decided that? Jiajia clenched her fists tightly. All she could hear were these unpleasant sounds. Huan was so frightened that she silently shed tears. She dare not say a word, afraid that she might say something wrong and cause trouble for Jiajia. Do you still want to embarrass yourself here? Lingmu looked intently at his son with his deep eyes, and his words were exceptionally heavy. Your mother is very busy right now. Does she really expect her to come and deal with all this mess for you? I can handle my own affairs. Jiajia touched the spot where she had been hit and looked at Lingmu with a frown. But you, hitting so weakly like it's just a tickle, shouldn't you be worried about being abandoned by your mother? Lingmu's heart was pierced with pain. He never expected his son to say such a thing to him. But since everyone was there, he couldn't make a scene. If one day your mother doesn't want me anymore, then you will no longer be her children. You will also lose all special privileges. Privilege? Isn't that so? Lingmu looked at him with slight anger. Who do you think you owe your current status to? You don't really think you're the best among your generation of beast cubs, do you? Jiajia really thinks these are all nonsense. Because the father had no idea of his own true abilities. I've gotten where I am today because I've always learned from Ryan, not from your useless father. What are you saying? Accompanied by Song Xingyue's cold voice, she stepped out from the herd of beasts. She approached Jiajia, her voice sharp and harsh. Say what you just said again. When Jiajia saw her mother, her eyes darted around uncertainly. But out of pride, he continued to endure it. Am I wrong? My father is clearly a good-for-nothing. Before he could finish speaking, Song Xingyue slapped him across the face. The slaps were crisp and loud, catching many orcs off guard. Dog Egg lay down on the ground and couldn't help but speak. Chief, you finally arrived. You have to stand up for me. Look what your son did to me. Shut up. Song Xingyue looked coldly at Godan, lying on the ground. If you hadn't done something wrong, why will my son hit you? Since he did hit you, it must be because you deserved it. A glimmer of light gradually appeared in Jiajia's gloomy eyes. He looked at his mother with great surprise, thinking that she would blame him just like his father. Chief, You're wrong to say that. Just because he's your son, are you deliberately showing favoritism? Xingyue already had a general idea of what was going on her way here. Too lazy to explain much to Godan, she simply grabbed Huan's hand and dragged her in front of everyone. Huan, this dog egg keeps bothering you and following you around. Is it bothering you? Huan silently shed tears and nodded. But because of excessive nervousness, he couldn't say a word. The other beastmen around were also at a loss for words. No, even now, Godan is still trying to argue his way out of things. Isn't this the rule of the orc world all along? Males can pursue female orcs they like, isn't that right? Is this how you pursue your goals? Xingyue's gaze fell heavily on Godan, exuding a powerful aura of intimidation. Pursuit is when both parties are willing. But if the other person isn't willing at all, what do you call your behavior? But what else could it be? Xingyue turned around to face everyone and began to speak, word by word. Every female orc in the Red South Kingdom has the absolute right to choose her mate. If any male tries to force himself on a female orc against her will, I will lock him up in an underground cave. Her voice was not loud, but it was strong and clear. We must absolutely protect the rights that female orcs should have, instead of being helpless against the persistent advances of males simply because of power imbalance. I think the leader is right. The female beastmen all stood up to support their leader's words. Because there are so few female orcs in the orc world, many female orcs have been harassed by other males, causing them great suffering. Now that someone has finally spoken up for this issue, I naturally support it. Seeing this, Godan resorted to his shameless tactics again. Does that mean I deserve to be beaten by your son? This is called acting bravely for a just cause. Taking the opportunity, Xingyue taught the other beastmen a new word. My son only hit you because he saw you bullying other female orcs, so it doesn't count as hitting you. Besides, this minor injury will heal in a few days. Why put on such a show? Seeing that the matter seemed to be settled, Godan finally fell silent. But you Xingyue. After calming things down over there, Xingyue looked at Xingyue seriously again. You need to apologize to your father. Her voice was very serious and even intimidating. What gives you the right to insult your father? What gives you the right to call your father a good-for-nothing? He was clearly capable of fighting on the battlefield and was clearly very brave and skilled in battle. But in the end, he chose to make connections in the Red South Kingdom and gave up the bloodshed of the orcs. This is what Xingyue finds most unacceptable. Why doesn't it go to the battlefield when its fighting ability is no worse than other males? Okay, let me tell you why your father didn't go to the battlefield. Xingyue knew. The other beastmen in Hongnan Kingdom sometimes had some opinions about Lingmu. Let's just say it clearly here. Every job has its own value. Leading troops in a battle is one kind of value, while staying in Hongnan Kingdom to protect the other female orcs and their offspring is another. She spoke with great seriousness, even unusual concern. Those who stayed home made a sacrifice, but their sacrifices should not be forgotten. Those who stayed home were even braver than those who went to the battlefield. She suddenly laughed as she said this. Why do you think the beastmen of Hongnan Kingdom never go hungry? You don't really think that food just appears out of nowhere and that raw meat can cook itself, do you? Xingyue couldn't answer a single question. I suppose you wouldn't understand any of this. Xingyue did not give Xingyue any more chance to speak. It just so happens that your father has fallen ill. Starting today, you will take over your father's work until he recovers. Chapter 184, The Cunning National Day. The entire room fell silent instantly. All the orcs held their breath, eager to see Xingyue's answer. Xingyue's beautiful eyes were always filled with anger and oppression, with a hint of disappointment. She stared intently for a long while before turning her gaze away and looking at Godan, who was lying on the ground acting like a scoundrel. It's National Day, and you're currently learning about Herb from Senna, right? You can practice on Dog Egg and see if you can handle it. Upon hearing this, Guiqing immediately became interested. Without saying a word, he walked over, grabbed Godan's hand, and dragged him away, regardless of how desperately Godan howled. The main tactic was brute force, ruthless. Upon seeing this, Xingyue couldn't help but smile. Guiqing is indeed very much like himself, quite cunning indeed. Guiqing did not take Godan to the hospital. Instead, they were taken directly to the back mountain. Upon seeing this, Godan immediately got up and struggled. He even staggered and switched to beastman form. Seeing this, Guiqing wasn't afraid at all. Almost instantly, it switched to werewolf form. It leaped up and pounced on Dog Egg's injured arm, biting down hard. Dog Egg was already injured. After being bitten like that, he immediately collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up. All they could do was beg for mercy. "Grandma, why did you bite me?" He was in unbearable pain. "What did I do to offend you? Why are you treating me like this? Are you trying to kill me? How do you know I'm going to kill you?" Guoqing then released its grip and stomped directly on Go Dan's head with one paw. "You've bullied Huan Huan and slandered my brother. Do you think I'll let you get away with this?" Dog Egg finally realized what kind of family he had offended. So these siblings are really close-knit. I only said a few words to Xingyue, and now this little sister is coming to take revenge? Grandma, I was wrong, okay? Seeing that Guoqing's eyes clearly showed murderous intent, he immediately begged for mercy. "I really know I was wrong, and I won't do it again." Guoqing squinted at Go Dan, seemingly trying to discern the truth or falsehood in his words. "I was really wrong." Go Dan looked at her with utmost sincerity once again. "If you don't take me to the hospital soon, I'm afraid I'll bleed to death." Seeing his cowardly appearance, Guoqing knew he must be genuinely scared. "I thought about it." Only then did it release its claws, but it didn't forget to give a fierce warning. "From now on, if you see Huan Huan again, take a detour. If you dare to tell anyone that I hit you, I will definitely not let you off the hook." Yes, I dare not." Dog Egg was truly terrified of the wolf. It is said that even wolves are not as strong as tigers. But now I feel that this is absolutely a lie. The fighting power of the National Day celebrations is simply astonishing. Guoqing then switched back to human form, looking at him with lingering interest. "If I could, I wouldn't want you to apologize so soon. This is my first time fighting a beast. I haven't had enough yet." Dog Egg also switched to human form, scrambling to his feet in a panic, stumbling and falling. "Let's go to the hospital." She strolled leisurely ahead during the National Day holiday, clearly in a very good mood. Dog Egg, clutching his wound, silently followed behind her. If looks could kill, people would have died 10,000 times over. At the hospital, when Sina saw Go Dan, her eyes clearly showed disgust. They must know what happened in the square today. When she was applying medicine to Go Dan, she deliberately used brute force and almost broke his arm. Dog Egg dared not speak out against his anger. After all, if Senna doesn't care about him anymore, he's probably really going to die. I'm practically dying of laughter here during the National Day holiday. I can't help but feel that Go Dan is actually quite pitiful. But he deserved it. Who told him to bully Huan Huan and then his own brother? In the evening, Xingyue began preparing for the distribution of food throughout the entire tribe, because the people of Hongnan still live in groups. All the game was put together and then distributed according to the number of people in each household. This was the first time he had ever done something like this. When it comes to allocation, some people are unsure of what to do. More or less. Neither is good. It's not good to give the prizes to someone first or someone else later. Don't you know how to divide it? When Lung Feng came over to get the food, he found that it hadn't been distributed yet. When I come to collect the food, Lingmu has already distributed it. Xingyue frowned slightly, looked at Lung Feng, and after a long pause, slowly spoke. "How does my father usually distribute the food?" "I have no idea." Lung Feng's answer was also very straightforward. "I'm just in charge of delivering. I don't know exactly how the distribution is done, and I'm not the only one delivering food. They should all be coming to deliver soon." Xingyue thought for a moment. She picked up a large piece of wild boar leg and placed it in Lung Feng's hand. "Take this to my mother." "No salt." After Lung Feng took the food, he looked at him with concern. "Didn't you say salt would be distributed every 3 days? Today is the day to distribute salt, so you're not going to give us any?" How could Xingyue know about this rule? Now that I've been asked this question, I don't know how to answer it. And also, besides meat, there's fruit, right? Lung Feng stared at Xingyue in front of him, questioning her repeatedly. "When the Bear Clan envoy came a few days ago, he brought us honey. Aren't you going to distribute the honey?" Xingyue was completely flustered by Lung Feng's constant questioning. He felt that this seemed much more difficult than going out to fight. In war, all you need to know is to charge forward and kill the enemy. Why do we have to consider so many things now? A short while later, the other beastmen also arrived one after another. The questions asked were almost exactly the same as those asked by Lung Feng. The number of beastmen queuing outside the cabin gradually increased. Xingyue had no choice but to bite the bullet and distribute the meat to them first. Let's get rid of them first. Oh no. After receiving the food, Yin Qi frowned as he looked at him. "I don't eat meat. I only eat fish. Don't you even know that?" Xingyue then remembered. Yunxi is a mermaid, and mermaids are quite special and should be treated differently. And another thing, why is my food portion so small? Don't you know how much I've contributed to the Red South Kingdom? They even said your father was a good-for-nothing. Yunxi's words were exceptionally ruthless. Your father was good at fighting and managing internal affairs. What about you? Can you manage internal affairs well? Xingyue felt that this was a blatant slap in the face, and the blows were very loud. Young man, you're still young. Don't be too arrogant. And you? While Xingyue can't deny anything in this regard, there is one thing she can say. The way you look at my mother is distorted. You beast, with your behavior, do you have the right to speak to me? Chapter 185. We are father and son. For Xingyue, dinner time was an incredibly difficult time. He finally managed to get the food distribution sorted out. As soon as they stepped outside, they were stopped by other orcs. Why is there so little food in my house? Angel from the bear clan blocked Xingyue's path. My family consists of 2 companions and a cub. Are you trying to starve us by allocating so little food to us? How could Xingyue possibly have that intention? It's just that although he usually stays in Hongnan Kingdom, he is somewhat aloof and doesn't talk to people much, so he forgot about Angel's beast cub. My 2 partners went hunting, and what happened? In the end, we still didn't have enough food to eat. Xingyue was speechless and could only calm down and speak slowly. It was my fault for not distributing it evenly. I will pay attention to that in the future. After, Angel, however, did not buy it at all. Is it because you've genuinely forgotten, or because your Red South Kingdom harbors resentment towards our bear clan? Otherwise, why do the Antelope clan have more food than I do? Xingyue never imagined that a simple matter of distributing food could trigger a racial issue. If one does not answer carefully, one could very well offend an entire tribe. What kind of talk is this? At the critical moment, Xingyue came to the rescue. Your family does indeed have 2 males, but have you been mistreated in all this time you've been in Hongnan Kingdom? The moment Angel saw Xingyue, her previous arrogance vanished. What's wrong? Did you see my son distributing food to you today, so you're deliberately coming to bully him? She eased the previous tension with a half-joking tone. They can even resolve a matter with just a few words. Although Xingyue is already an adult, she still lacks experience. Even if she does something wrong, shouldn't we give her some time to adapt? Xingyue didn't expect her mother to speak up for her. But I have to say, the moment I saw my mother, I felt much more at ease. I was just joking, but they really didn't give us enough food. Angel spread her hands, looking at her with a helpless expression. My 2 companions are a lion and a tiger, and the cub is also a tiger. They both have very large appetites, so this amount of food is definitely not enough for them. The cubs are still growing, so they definitely need to eat more. Xingyue came to a pile of food, and after selecting some, she gave Angel some extra food. Hurry home and cook dinner. Otherwise, you'll go hungry soon. Angel got the food she was entitled to and left happily. You always say you have a position in Hongnan Kingdom, so what kind of position do you have? She turned around, looked at her son meaningfully, and smiled. Even an angel can bully you, so where exactly is your status? Xingyue pursed her lips, unable to utter a single word. His self-esteem was severely damaged. I also understand that my mother is speaking up for my father. If it were your father, he could have arranged everything perfectly here. But you can't. You're far inferior to him. Seeing that her son remained silent, Xingyue spoke again. You couldn't even handle this one day, while your father did it for 3 years. How could someone as powerful as him be considered a piece of trash by you? I sent it to the wrong person. Xingyue eventually admitted her mistake. I shouldn't say that about my father. He was actually a great man. It's no use telling me this, Xingyue said, her words carrying a hidden meaning. You haven't wronged me, so what's the point of telling me? Xingyue was struggling and conflicted, because he didn't know how to face his father after he said such hurtful things. Go and talk to your father. How could Xingyue not know what her son was thinking? You are father and son. Your father will definitely not blame you. Xingyue didn't say anything and silently turned and left. At the hospital entrance, Xingyue hesitated for a long time, unsure whether she should go in. He only turned around warily after hearing a cough. When he saw it was his father, the wariness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by self-reproach. As soon as Ling Mu saw Xingyue's expression, he understood what was going on. Let's go for a walk. He walked ahead, leading his son away from this side towards the deserted riverbank. Along the way, Xingyue was filled with conflicting and complicated feelings. He didn't know how to start the conversation with his father or what he should say to him. Even if you already know that you are in the wrong, But the words of apology stuck in my throat, and I couldn't say them. I thought you would wait a few more days before coming. They didn't speak until they reached the riverbank. Although you used to be quite lazy, you become very serious when you get down to business, just like your mother. Xingyue was surprised that her father spoke first. She sighed heavily. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that to you. Now I realize how great and amazing you are. I'm not that great. I'm just helping your mother manage the entire Hongnan kingdom. Xingyue turned around, his deep eyes filled with profound meaning. For your mother, Hongnan kingdom means everything. As her partner, it is of course my duty to help her manage all of this well. You must be very tired. Tired. Xingyue also felt that doing this kind of thing every day was very tiring. But as long as your mother has me in her heart, everything will be all right. He raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. When you have a partner in the future, you'll understand how I feel right now. Aren't you angry with me? Xingyue's eyes were full of surprise and concern. I said those things to you. Won't you blame me? What's wrong with you? You're my son. Xingyue's heart is ultimately too soft, especially when it comes to his family. Your mother and I have decided not to have any more children. Now you're the only one in my life, so why would I blame you? Why don't you want children anymore? Xingyue was somewhat concerned about this matter. Since your bloodline is so good as mine and my mother's, why don't you have more cubs? I don't want it anymore. Xingyue didn't say anything explicitly, but gave him another piece of advice. On the contrary, it's you. Always remember not to act openly. His eyes were full of meaning when he said those words. If you don't like someone, you might do it behind their back. Doing it in public will put your mother in a difficult position. Chapter 186, This is Your Child. The day Dan was discharged from the hospital. I don't know why. That evening, when he got up to use the restroom, he fell and fractured his leg again and was hospitalized. But Senna knew it perfectly well, because when she went out for a stroll, she happened to see Xingyue seemingly following behind Dan. Unexpected. This time, Xingyue was surprisingly composed. They've stopped coming openly and started coming covertly. But this is good. It saves Xingyue from having to worry. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Huh? Is that Huan over there? Senna, somewhat curious, quietly followed them. Huan and Xingyue arrived at the riverbank one after the other. She figured there was definitely some drama going on here. So he quietly hid in the bushes. There are quite a few mosquitoes in the bushes right now. But for the sake of enjoying the gossip, she felt she could still endure it. Huan, there's something I really wanted to tell you. The moment Xingyue saw Huan, the deep affection in her eyes was impossible to hide. I know I did something wrong to you. I know I really hurt you. But I've truly changed my ways now. Aren't you going to give me another chance? Huan is naturally thin and small. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked absolutely pitiful. Her eyes were still glistening with tears. It was heartbreaking for everyone who saw it. Don't you want to? Xingyue was breathing rapidly, looking at her cautiously. It's okay if you don't want to. I can wait for you, until the day you're willing to forgive me. Senna, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a chill for the young couple. Oops. Huan agreed. The male deserved to die for doing something wrong, but Xingyue's attitude was incredibly good. She had definitely changed. Then I'll take you back. I'll contact you again when you're willing to see me later. Xingyue knew she couldn't force Huan, especially when it came to matters of the heart. No female orc could tolerate such a thing. She had indeed made a mistake. Who knew? The moment Xingyue passed Huan suddenly reached out her little hand and grasped Xingyue's big hand. Even though she didn't say a word, the meaning she wanted to express was already very clear. Xingyue froze on the spot, her entire body stiff. He couldn't even believe what he was going through. He slowly turned around, looking at Huan uncertainly. Have you forgiven me? Huan remained silent but nodded. Xingyue was overjoyed. She scooped Huan in her arms and spun her around in circles. Huan also showed a rare relieved smile. And so she accepted the man she deeply loved. After all, they grew up together as childhood sweethearts. How could they not have feelings for each other? How could they easily forget each other? Seeing that the two young people had made up, Senna felt relieved and went back to sleep. When she saw them, it was as if she saw her former self. Actually, I'm not that old myself, am I? Early the next morning, Xingyue then took Huan's hand and ran to find Xingyue. Xingyue, after all, had experienced many ups and downs. Once you see them holding hands, you probably already know what's going on. Are you planning to hold a ceremony at night? Xingyue nodded and looked at her mother pleadingly. I hope that, with the entire Hongnan kingdom as witness, I can be with Huan Huan. Seeing that they seemed to have made their choice, Xingyue didn't say anything more. Since that's the case, she hadn't finished speaking yet. Lung Feng rushed in at that moment. The chieftain, the Bear Clan's envoy, has arrived, bringing many gifts. He also said he wants to see Xingyue. Bear Clan? Xingyue couldn't help but think of some unpleasant things. She gave her son a meaningful look. After thinking about it, he decided to go out with Lung Feng first. Huan Huan's expression wasn't good either. She even silently shook off Xingyue's hand and followed. Xingyue looked at her empty hands and felt a pang of sadness. He immediately followed him out, wanting to see what was going on outside. In the square, Zhijiang then placed the gifts brought from the Bear Clan one by one in the very center. Bags and packages brimming with items. It's obvious. The Bear Clan came with full sincerity this time. Xi's eyes sparkled the moment she saw Xingyue. You must be the leader of the Red South Kingdom. You're just as beautiful as the legends say. Xingyue managed a weak smile, but her eyes remained wary as she looked at her. Her already prominent belly was particularly noticeable. Oh, right, this time I also need to find your son, Xingyue. Her second sentence cut straight to the point, giving them no time to calm down. The baby in my belly is Xingyue's. Last time you went to fight the Fox tribe, you passed through our tribe, and that's how this child came to be. Her words were very straightforward, and the meaning she wanted to express was also very clear. Xingyue's beautiful eyes suddenly darkened, and her tone gradually became more serious. How can you prove that the child in your belly is my son? Zhihuan seemed to have anticipated Xingyue's response, and thus answered calmly. I'm willing to swear on the innocence of the entire Bear Clan that the child in my belly is definitely your son's offspring. Upon hearing this, Huan Huan ran away crying without saying a word. Xingyue wanted to chase after her, but her mother grabbed her wrist. You have to handle your own affairs. Who's going to clean up your mess for you? Although Xingyue really wanted to pursue Huan Huan, after thinking about it, she decided that it would be better to face Zhihuan first. Come with me, we'll talk alone. Alone? Zhihuan clearly didn't want to talk about it alone. I've come here to find you a partner. I've heard that in your Red South Kingdom, people usually find partners in the square at night. Perfect timing. Since I'm here, let's just hold this ceremony right away. From now on, I'll live with you in the Red South Kingdom. But when did I ever say I wanted to be with you? Ignoring the strange looks from the surrounding beastmen, Xingyue spoke again. We clearly agreed that it would only be once, and there would be no responsibility. But what are you doing now? It's enough that you acknowledge that we had a relationship. Zhihuan revealed a sly smile, reached out, and stroked Xingyue's face. The baby in my belly will be born soon. You may not take responsibility for me, but you still have to take responsibility for this child, right? Xingyue's feelings were very complicated. He never expected such a thing to happen. Zhihuan even grabbed his hand and placed it on her stomach. These are your children. You won't abandon them, will you? Chapter 187 Scum Beast. More and more beastmen gathered in the square. Everyone is watching to see how Xingyue will handle this farce. Everyone knows that Xingyue and Huan Huan have a problem. However, Huan Huan never told anyone the specific reason, so no one knew. But now that we see this situation, everyone understands what really happened. So it turns out that Huan Huan didn't want him because Xingyue had provoked other female beastmen. Where do I live? She was still pregnant, and her captivating peach blossom eyes were incredibly alluring. I've come all this way. You can't expect me to sleep in the square, can you? Although it's not impossible. Xingyue pursed her lips and remained silent. It was Xingyue, who was standing next to her, who spoke first. I'll have Xingyue arrange a place for you to stay later. As for the rest, I don't think it's appropriate for you to discuss it in the square. She was clearly a clever female orc. Upon hearing this, she revealed a meaningful smile. But she didn't say anything in the end. After looking around at her surroundings, she gave Xingyue a push. Take me to my place. What are you standing there for? Although it was her first time visiting Hongnan Kingdom, she felt as if she were the lady of the house. Xingyue had no choice but to take her to the empty house. Xi affectionately linked arms with Xingyue's, holding on tightly even as Xingyue struggled. You have to save me some face. If some guy takes a liking to me, it'll make it seem like I'm not attractive at all. Xingyue strongly disliked Zhihuan's methods. You clearly said you wouldn't bother me. The past was the past, and the present is the present. They're different. Zhihuan curled the corners of her mouth into a bright smile. I did consider not coming to see you at first, but things are different now. I don't want my child to be born without a father. Xingyue frowned slightly after hearing this. He didn't say anything more, and after taking her to his place, he prepared to leave. Don't forget about the ceremony tonight. Xi was kind enough to remind me. In the orc world, if a male orc has sex with a female orc, he will not be allowed to stay in the tribe and will be exiled. How could Xingyue not know this rule? But I never imagined that one day I would be bound by such rules. I remember you had an older sister who was exiled, right? Do you want to end up like her? Thinking about Chi-Chi, Xingyue finally couldn't hold back her anger. Do you know me well? Do you really think it's better to be with me? Yes. Ji Huan faced the challenge head-on, meeting those eyes that were already filled with rage. I never intended to leave this time. If you don't hold a ceremony with me, I'll just commit suicide in front of you with a baby. As she spoke, she pulled a bone knife directly from her package and held it to her neck. The tip of the bone knife had even pierced the skin. A bloody smell filled the entire room. Xingyue didn't expect Ji Huan to actually do it, so she immediately went over and took the bone knife from her hand. Are you scared? Ji Huan then threw herself into Jiajia's arms, looking at him triumphantly. Since you're scared, can we hold a ceremony together tonight? Although Jiajia still did not answer, his flickering eyes revealed the wavering in his heart. Huan, the one you like, definitely won't accept you anymore. I hope he can accept the facts. I am the best choice for you. Trust me, I can bring many benefits to Hongning Kingdom. I will be more suitable for you than Huan. Speaking of Huan, Jiajia felt even more uncomfortable. You should rest first, and I'll give you an answer later. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly ran away. He ran and asked along the way, and finally found Huan sobbing softly in a corner of the flower shed. He looked at her, panting, and walked towards her step by step. Huan curled up in a ball, looking at him sadly. Let go, we can't forget those things. She rarely speaks. Otherwise, the other orcs wouldn't have thought she was mute. She loses her voice whenever she gets emotional. I also feel this way when I'm nervous. Over time, she stopped talking. I've always used nodding or shaking my head to express my thoughts. But this time, she suppressed the indescribable grief in her heart and forced herself to speak. I feel you're disgusting, and I don't want you. Please don't come near me again, okay? Jiajia froze on the spot. Hearing Huan say that broke my heart. He realized that he had hurt Huan once again. Even if it wasn't my intention, I still hurt her. All he could say now are these 3 words. Because any explanation seemed utterly inadequate at that moment. It was my fault. I don't want to bother you anymore. He didn't want to cause Huan pain again, and he didn't want Huan to become an unhappy orc because of him. He turned around and walked outside. Just then, he ran into Guqing and Xingyue, who had been chasing after him. When Jiajia wanted her sisters to give Huan a good talking to, she was unexpectedly bumped into and pushed away. A good dog doesn't block the way. Jianguo's words were even more vicious. She glared at Jiajia and ran straight towards Huan. My sister is right. Guqing glared at Jiajia, and Genha ran over. When Huan saw the two of them, she immediately threw herself into Jianguo's arms and burst into tears. She cried with such sadness and heartache. She didn't understand why she had to go through all of this. Jiajia couldn't bear to watch this scene any longer, so she turned and walked outside. Xingyue happened to be waiting for Jiajia, not far away. His appearance when he came out was meaningful. The ceremony tonight will still take place, right? Only the female orc has changed her name, right? Yes. Jiajia ultimately succumbed to the truth. Tonight, I will be holding a ceremony with Ji Huan, and I hope my mother will help us with it. Oh, Xingyue was truly disappointed in her son. I warned her beforehand not to bother Huan anymore, but this brat just wouldn't listen, and now look what's happened. Wouldn't this also strengthen the relationship between the 2 tribes? He could only come up with this far-fetched reason for himself. She is Kaka's younger sister. She also holds considerable authority within the Bear clan. Ah, Majesty. Xingyue scoffed and stared blankly at her son. The relationship between the 2 tribes doesn't need you, brat, to maintain it. She looked at him with a menacing gaze. Don't try to portray yourself as some kind of saint. All you did was have a one-night stand, and the guy came looking for you with his baby. You scumbag. Chapter 188, They Deserve to Live, don't they? In the evening, many beastmen gathered in the square, because they all knew that the ceremony would be held here tonight. Huan hid in a corner of the beast herd and silently watched everything before her. Her heart was bleeding. She couldn't believe how foolish she had been to trust Jiajia again. They had already been hurt before. I had promised myself I would never fall for Jiajia again, but I couldn't resist. Now I've been hurt again. The ceremony hasn't been held yet, has it? Kaka slowly walked out of the herd of beasts. It seems I arrived at just the right time to witness my sister's ceremony. Elder brother. Ji's eyes welled up with emotion the moment she saw her brother. You've arrived just in time. The ceremony hasn't even started yet. Song Xingyue looked at Kaka with a meaningful gaze. Actually, it was quite unexpected that he came. After all, if he really wanted to come, he should have come with his sister, Jihuan, in the first place. They're here now. They even knew that a ceremony was going to be held. It's still something that people care about to some extent. The moment Xingyue saw Kaka, her eyes were filled with disdain. He always believed that what happened back then was a trap deliberately set for him by the Bear Clan. Otherwise, how could things have turned out this way? He silently glanced at Huan Huan, who was not far away. He noticed that Huan Huan was also looking at him. Their eyes met. They were both silently suffering inside. They're clearly in love, but now they can only look at each other and cannot embrace each other. The ceremony will now begin. Seeing that the matter was already settled, Song Xingyue said no more. The necessary ceremonies must still be performed. Otherwise, wouldn't we become a laughing stock for the other beastmen? That's all. They held the ceremony with the blessings of all the beastmen. Xingyue and Jihuan became partners. This also completely severed any future connection between him and Huan Huan. Later, Kaka specifically sought out Song Xingyue to express his apology. I'm sorry. I only came here to see my sister happy, that's all. Song Xingyue did not buy into Kaka's words. Although Kaka seems very honest and simple, he is actually a very thoughtful orc. Otherwise, how could he have led the Bear Clan for so many years? How could he have agreed so readily when asked to relinquish his tribal chieftainship to Ye? He is an orc with a broad perspective. Such orcs, it should not be underestimated. Why didn't you come with Jihuan at the beginning, but instead came at night? Are you really sure they'll end up together? I know what kind of personality my sister has. Kaka's eyes would soften whenever he mentioned his sister. It's clear that he, as the older brother, really dotes on his younger sister. Besides, I know you're a reasonable leader. You can't possibly prevent Ji from being with your son after she's pregnant, can you? Song Xingyue did not respond to Kaka's words, but instead kept thinking about what he had said. If I had come with my sister immediately, you might have thought we, the bear tribe, had forced us. I didn't want that to happen again, so I deliberately came at night. After all, Ye is still the leader of the Bear Clan, while Kaka is the deputy leader. Even for the sake of her daughter, Song Xingyue wouldn't let things escalate to the point of a complete falling out with Kaka. Moreover, this time it was Xingyue's fault to begin with, and he does need to take responsibility. Is my daughter all right? She is fine. Kaka chuckled softly as he said this. Speaking of which, I have some good news to tell you. Ye is going to hold a ceremony with the stars. It's in 3 days. Will you be there to witness it? So quickly, he's already an adult? Ye is growing up so fast, faster than we can imagine. The stars. Although Xing isn't old enough to be an adult yet, Ye, as the leader, can't wait any longer, so naturally we obey our leader. An indescribable feeling spread through Song Xingyue's heart. She was happy for her daughter's growth. But I also worry about my daughter's upbringing. Because once a female orc reaches adulthood, it means she will start giving birth to cubs. Having experienced these things myself, I couldn't help but feel sorry for my daughter. I will go in 3 days. She looked into Kaka's eyes and spoke, word by word. I will bring the gift I received. I will go to witness my daughter's happiness. Kaka smiled silently, looking at Song Xingyue with great admiration. But Song Xingyue had one more thing she wanted to know. Was your sister's relationship with Xingyue really just an accident, or was it premeditated? At the same time, in a guinea pig tribe, everywhere Ryan looked was a scene of devastation. It seems that during the time old Mo was away, the pangolins must have launched another attack on them. Otherwise, the losses would have been devastating, with some people injured and others killed. The entire tribe was deathly silent, with only the occasional sound of weeping. Seeing this, Lao Mo didn't have time to think much and immediately ran north. Ryan immediately followed, but at the same time, he also smelled other scents around him. Old Mo ran until he reached a cave before stopping. He let out a familiar whistle. A group of cubs immediately ran out from the various small holes, followed by several wounded female orcs. You're finally back. As soon as Roaming saw Lao Mo return, she couldn't contain her fear and ran over to him, throwing herself into his arms. You really found the Red South Kingdom, didn't you? Old Mo hugged his partner tightly, his voice choked with emotion. They've come to our aid. Our babies won't die. Ryan saw the terrified looks the kids were giving him and silently backed away. Although he has never liked children. But if Xingyue were here, she would probably tell me to go out first. It took Old Mo a while to calm his partner down before turning to look at Ryan. This is our secret cave. Whenever we encounter danger, I tell them to hide here. Ryan didn't say anything. He just silently watched Old Mo. If that's the case, why are there still deaths outside? That's because if they don't leave some outside, the pangolins will definitely find them by following the scent. Old Mo also had unspeakable suffering and silently shed tears. Everything we do is to protect our cubs. Our cubs deserve to grow up, don't they? Chapter 189, Transfer Your Leader. In no time at all, Old Mo then led all the cubs and female beastmen to the small square. They brought some food from Hongnan. They were given the food one by one, and they devoured it. Even a hard-hearted orc like Ryan couldn't bear to watch anymore. Old Mo, holding the smallest amount of food in his hand, ate it with tears streaming down his face. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry I didn't do a good job as a leader. Otherwise, my sons would never have suffered like this. You are definitely not a good leader. Let's find another orc to be the leader. Ryan didn't think Old Mo could manage a tribe well. Putting aside your leadership skills, other tribes could easily attack you, and you wouldn't even have the ability to resist. Old Mo has come to a complete understanding of this principle ever since the war with the pangolin. The orc world has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak. Like a guinea pig, being at the bottom of the food chain, they have no way of securing a place in this chaos. You now have two choices. Ryan quickly and calmly analyzed the current situation. Either you all go to Hongnan Kingdom and live together. Develop yourselves slowly there. Old Mo had been to Hongnan Kingdom and knew about its prosperity. But this is, after all, a place I've lived in for many years. How could I bear to just give it up? Ruoming silently came to Lao Mo's side, took his hand, and gently shook her head. Obviously, even if they never look at it again, this place is still their hometown. The second option. Ryan didn't dwell on whether they agreed or not, but spoke again. You can follow the example of the Bear Clan and appoint orcs from the Red South Kingdom as your leaders. This way, you will not only have the protection of the Red South Kingdom, but your tribe can also develop. After hearing this suggestion, Lao Mo looked at Ruoming again. Ruoming hesitated for a moment before expressing her concerns. But we can't give you anything. We have no resources. Why would your Hongnan Kingdom help us? Because our leader, the Red South Kingdom, wants to conquer the entire orc world. Ryan spoke with his head held high and chest out, exuding a powerful aura. There was a hint of pride in him, especially when he mentioned Song Xingyue. If you want to conquer the entire orc world, you must maintain good relations with each tribe and protect the resources or bloodlines that each tribe should have. Even after hearing Ryan's words, Ruoming still had questions. If you want to conquer the entire orc world, why don't you just kill us like the pangolin tribe did? Killing solves nothing. Ryan relayed to them exactly what Song Xingyue had told him back then. Peace is the most fundamental principle for the entire orc world. Killing will only bury the seeds of hatred deeper. Old Mo was deeply impressed by Hong Nongwa's strategic vision. This was the first time he had heard such words that made the beastmen feel at ease. He silently watched the children wolfing down their food. They, who followed their leader, had been living a life of hunger and persecution. If the Red South Kingdom is willing to lend a helping hand, that would be the best thing. Ido. This time, he didn't discuss it with Ruoming, but made the decision on his own. We are willing to let your Hongnan Kingdom send a leader over, and we are willing to follow the Hongnan Kingdom and become a vassal state of the Hongnan Kingdom. Ryan was very satisfied with Old Mo's answer, and then looked at Bruce behind him. Bruce immediately understood. He turned around and switched to beastman form, running towards the direction of the Red South Kingdom. A few days later, at noon, Song Xingyue and Ling Mu held hands tightly, gazing at each other with mutual affection, and seemed to be in a very good mood. During this period of time, although Ling Mu's health has not recovered very well, but at least now I can switch to orc form and take a stroll. This trip to the Bear Clan will take quite some time. Are you sure you can handle it? Song Xingyue looked at Ling Mu with a smile in her beautiful eyes. If all else fails, let Jia come with us. Let him switch to beastman form and take the two of us there. Unnecessary. Ling Mu believed he was fine. At least going to the Bear Clan was no problem for him. If I can't even take you this short distance, then wouldn't I really become the useless person my son talks about? although this was said jokingly. But Song Xingyue understood. The word useless that Xingyue said that time has been deeply etched into Lingmu's heart. Although he never mentioned this matter, he always said it was in the past whenever it came up. However, as a male, the fact that his strength is not what it used to be is something that no male can accept. In fact, males don't necessarily have to measure anything by strength. Song Xingyue deliberately spoke slowly in a relaxed tone. Look at Mengyu. He can't even beat a female beastman, but he still has a very high status in the Red South Kingdom and is very popular. I'm Yufine. Lingmu raised his other hand and gently stroked Song Xingyue's soft hair. Why do you seem even sadder than me? This is all in the past for me. Song Xingyue took a deep breath and then sighed helplessly. Is it really over? Don't try to be strong, at least not in front of me. Just as Lingmu opened his mouth to say something, Bruce ran back from outside, interrupting their sweet moment. Why are you back? The moment Song Xingyue saw Bruce, her heart jumped into her throat. Did you encounter danger over there? And you're the only one who made it back? Could it be that? Has something happened to Ryan? Bruce realized he had been misunderstood, so he quickly explained the whole story. After listening to everything, Song Xingyue raised an eyebrow and looked at Bruce. Have you seen the black water they're talking about? The stuff that will kill you if you drink it? Bruce was momentarily speechless at Song Xingyue's question. Chief, shouldn't we be considering who would be the best leader over there? Song Xingyue believes that the matter of who should be the leader can be put on hold for the time being. The black water still bothered her a lot. Black water. Black. It's probably oil. Although even I find this thing unbelievable. But in my own era, oil is a natural substance. But are the guinea pig tribe really that lucky to have discovered natural oil? If you want to know, just go and see for yourself. Lingmu gazed at Song Xingyue with deep affection and spoke with a smile. Or let's go to the guinea pig tribe now and send an orc to talk to our daughter. Chapter 190, Not Cherishing One's Own Wings. Although Song Xingyue really wanted to go to the guinea pig tribe to see if it was the oil she thought it was. However, after careful consideration, she decided to go to her daughter's place first to attend her ceremony. With Ryan currently in charge of the guinea pig tribe, there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. But it's my daughter's first time dating, so she's determined to go. I'll go with you. Lilier suddenly walked over at this moment, smiling as she looked at Song Xingyue. Xingxing is, after all, my son, and as his mother, I have to go and see him. Let's do it together then. Song Xingyue rode on Lingmu's back. Lilier also switched into her beastman form. They were moving at a steady pace and would arrive before dark. On the way, Song Xingyue suddenly looked at Lilier meaningfully and spoke with a smile. You and Wei Wei are really lucky. The landslide was so severe, yet neither of you was injured at all. Lily was taken aback at first, then looked at Song Xingyue with a puzzled expression. Do you want both of us to get hurt? Of course not. Song Xingyue's hand, which was holding Lingmu's fur, tightened slightly. I was just wondering, weren't you on a mountain at the time? How did you get to the foot of the mountain on the other side? Lily's complexion gradually began to look bad, even turning gloomy. You doubt me, don't you? Song Xingyue didn't actually want to say it directly. But now that she's met him today, she has a few questions she'd like to ask. I do have some doubts. She smiled. A landslide happens in an instant. Even the fastest orc can't dodge a boulder falling at such speed. Besides, you said you were going to the mountaintop to gather herbs. Can you really run down the mountain in a flash? Or to the other side? Lily couldn't answer. She just looked at Song Xingyue with a complicated expression. Song Xingyue didn't care about her gaze and spoke again. Even if you did manage to do it, Wei Wei only came to find you after your accident. How could she possibly be trapped there with you? How did Wei Wei get there? And how did she know you were on the other side of the mountain and not buried on the summit? As Lingmu listened to the conversation between the two, his eyes gradually darkened. He had some doubts about Lilier's situation at the time. However, after considering the relationship between Song Xingyue and Lilier, and thinking it over, she ultimately decided not to say anything. Unexpectedly, Xingyue brought it up on her own initiative. So you've been lying from the beginning. You didn't go to the mountains to gather herbs at all. There must be some kind of tribe on the other side of the mountain, right? Song Xingyue stated her deduction directly, looking intently at Lilier. Are you still not going to tell the truth now? Lily, I'm asking you today to give you one last chance. If you tell the truth, I can forgive you this once. After a moment of silence, Lily spoke slowly. I don't need you to give me any chances. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't understand. Song Xingyue was surprised by Lilier's attitude and couldn't help but feel disappointed. We just slipped and fell over there and were later found. Song Xingyue didn't say anything more and remained silent for the rest of the journey. Lily is the mother of the wolf cubs and also the mother of the stars. One of them is his partner, and the other is his daughter's partner. Perhaps in the orc world, the bond between mother and child is not as strong. After the children reach adulthood, the mothers almost never take care of them anymore. But in his own world, the bond between a mother and child lasts a lifetime. So, that's why I treat Lilier a little differently. But it is quite obvious. Lilier did not cherish her own wings. Lingmu keenly sensed that Song Xingyue was in a bad mood. So he slowly opened his mouth. We'll be there soon. I think Ye will really like the gift you brought. Thinking of gifts, Song Xingyue took out the pearl necklace she had made from the package. To be honest, it took a lot of effort to make this pearl necklace, because there are no drilling tools here. So the only way was to use the finest wild boar tusks to hammer them in little by little until a hole was made. This also resulted in the holes being a bit too big when threading the rope. It didn't look as delicate, but this is the best-looking necklace that can be made in the orc world. Ye will also be the first female orc to possess a necklace. After seeing what Song Xingyue was holding, Lily asked curiously, "What's this?" "A necklace, worn around the neck for decoration." As she spoke, Song Xingyue placed it on her neck and gestured. This is also a small project that our Hongnan National Congress will be working on next. Lilier liked the pearl necklace at first sight. Even though it was the first time I saw it, I liked it very much. "Can you make one for me too?" "Not at the moment." Song Xingyue immediately rejected her suggestion. The pearls were brought back from the deep sea by Yunqi. They are extremely precious. If you hadn't wanted to find a mate, I probably wouldn't have gone to such lengths. She knew that what she said might be somewhat selfish, but she also had other reasons. Ye is the leader of the bear tribe. Our Hongnan kingdom needs to maintain good relations with the leaders of various tribes, which is the main reason why I made this necklace for Ye. Lilier was able to understand Song Xingyue's considerations. But it's true that I want it. I wish my partner was a merman instead of tiger. As she said this, her eyes suddenly darkened. In that case, perhaps I can also have the best things. Song Xingyue keenly understood the meaning behind her words and couldn't help but frown. What happened between you and Wei Wei? No. Lily turned her head away, clearly not wanting to discuss such matters any further. I was just saying that I didn't mean anything by it. Song Xingyue increasingly felt that Lilier was carrying too much in her heart. Some things that I might not even be able to imagine. But since she won't say anything, there's nothing anyone can do. We can only wait until she's willing to talk about it someday. Sky. It gradually got dark. Just then, Song Xingyue and her group arrived at the Bear Clan tribe. Kaka ran out to greet Song Xingyue with great enthusiasm. "You finally arrived. We've been waiting for you to start the ceremony." Song Xingyue smiled slightly, greeted Kaka, and then eagerly gave the gift to her daughter. When Ye saw the beautiful pearl necklace, she excitedly hugged her mother. "It's so beautiful. I really love this kind of ceremonial gift." Chapter 191 Moved to Tears. The ceremony went very smoothly. After seeing the ceremony successfully completed, Song Xingyue couldn't help but silently shed tears. Lingmu reached out and put his arm around her thin shoulders, pulling her into his embrace. In fact, his feelings were also very complicated. I never imagined I'd be able to see my daughter's ceremony so soon. Once upon a time, he was always ostracized by the tiger tribe. I never dared to dream of owning a home of my own, until he met Song Xingyue. Only then did they have their own home and their own child. You can even see the children get married. This feeling is truly indescribable. Mother. After Ye finished the ceremony, she ran over with a sweet smile on her face. "I'm so happy you could come today. Hongnanhua is so busy, but you still took the time to come. I'm so touched." Song Xingyue reached out and pinched her daughter's chubby little face, her tears turning into a smile. "No matter how busy Hongnanhua is, nothing is more important than my daughter's matter. This is a big deal for you, and I'll come no matter what. What about next time?" Ye looked at her mother with her big, expectant eyes. "Will you come to my next ceremony? You don't need to call me next time." Song Xingyue reached out and gently stroked her daughter's face, looking at her very intently. "Because you may have more and more partners in the future, I won't come again except for the first time." Hearing this, Lily looked at her son with some heartache. But his son didn't even glance at him. Instead, he looked at his father with deep affection and focus. It was as if Ye was everything to him. It was as if she, as his mother, was of no importance to him whatsoever. "Star, She couldn't help but call out her son's name. Can you talk to me? When Xingyue looked at Lilier, her eyes were somewhat cold and distant. What did you say? You brought a gift for Ye too? Lilier came this time mainly to attend her son's ceremony. Who would have thought of giving Yi a gift? Now that his son has asked him this question, he feels rather embarrassed. Why don't you prepare a gift for Ye? Xingyue was very dissatisfied with her mother's actions. Since you're already here, why not put in the same effort as the leader of the Red South Kingdom? Upon hearing this, Yi immediately grasped Xingyue's hand, signaling him not to say anything more. Oh, gifts aren't important. It's the thought that counts as long as you come. Xingyue was very satisfied with her daughter's actions. She was indeed her daughter. All right, now that your ceremony is over, I'll be leaving. Are you leaving so soon? Ye didn't expect her mother to leave so soon after arriving. She immediately grabbed her mother's hand and shook it affectionately. Stay one more day, you've come all this way. Besides, you haven't even seen Wolf Cub yet. Aren't you waiting for him to come back? Xingyue also wanted to meet the wolf cub. However, when we arrived, Kaka told us that Wolf had gone to a nearby tribe to do some trade. He won't be back for at least 2 more days, so he had no idea he was coming. But the situation of the guinea pig tribe is still unclear, and there is indeed no extra time to stay here. There are other things to do in Hongnan Kingdom, so I must go back now. Xingyue thought for a moment, then spoke to her daughter. When the wolf returns, please pass on a message to him. She took a deep breath and then spoke very seriously. Tell the wolf cub that what you said before still stands, and that Hongnan Kingdom welcomes him home anytime. Kaka's eyes were full of meaning when he heard this. He still smiled and saw Xingyue and the other 2 off, but his expression turned very serious as soon as he turned back. Leader, we cannot let the wolf cub go. He had his own plans in mind. The entire bear tribe relies on Wolf to manage things, and the relationships between our bear tribe and the surrounding tribes are also maintained by Wolf. If he leaves, it might not be good for our tribe. Although Yi looked innocent and carefree in front of Xingyue. But even after leaving her mother, she became a leader. She actually agreed with what Kaka said. If the wolf cub leaves, it will definitely be a loss for the bear clan. Let me think about it. But if you don't say it, doesn't that mean I'm letting my mother down? They have been separated for so long because he wanted to become the leader. If I can't convey the message accurately to the wolf cub, won't that mean we'll have to separate them for even longer? Xingyue followed along and took Ye's hand. I think Kaka is right. We shouldn't have told wolf cub. Ye looked at the stars with a complicated expression and asked a question. If it meant you had to leave me forever and live alone, could you endure that kind of torment? It was in the early hours of the morning. Xingyue finally succumbed to sleepiness and fell asleep on Ling Mu's back. Ling Mu slowed his pace, taking each step very steadily. You should actually tell Xingyue the truth. He suddenly lowered his voice and spoke. You should know that Xingyue has always trusted you, and this will make her sad. I did nothing to wrong Hongnan Kingdom. Lily still refused to tell the truth, but she could guarantee that this matter was true. Even if I die, I will never do anything to betray the Red South Kingdom. So, is the answer really that important? If it's important to the stars and moon, then the answer is yes, it is important. Ling Mu's heart was always with Xingyue. She cares about every little thing. That would be a huge deal for me. Not telling the truth will only worsen your relationship. Is that okay? Of course, Lily wanted to get along well with Xingyue. But there are some things that really can't be said now, and can't be said at all. One more thing. Although Ling Mu usually appears to be indifferent to worldly affairs, he is actually meticulous and thoughtful. You just said you wouldn't do anything to betray Hongnan Kingdom. What about Wei Wei? A cold smile played on his lips, and his gaze toward Lilier grew increasingly meaningful. Can you guarantee that Wei Wei won't do anything to betray Hongnan Kingdom? Lilier's heart trembled slightly. She never expected Ling Mu to ask such a question. He repeatedly made unauthorized contact with the beastmen from other tribes. What exactly does he want? Can't he just say? Lying on Ling Mu's back, Xingyue opened her eyes without making a sound. But I was filled with disappointment. Vivita, that's definitely not normal. Abnormal. It almost made me want to make a move on him. Chapter 192, I will never have a disloyal heart towards you. After arriving in Hongnan Kingdom, Xingyue decided to let Ling Mu rest and recover here. She would take Xingyue to the guinea pig tribe. Ling Mu gazed at Xingyue with a meaningful look in his deep eyes. He instantly understood what she was thinking, but he also had other doubts in his mind. Xingyue is the kind of person who is difficult to control. If he becomes the leader of the guinea pig tribe, will he become the second Chi-Chi? You are Jiejia's father. Song Xingyue didn't want there to be such suspicion and distrust between her and her son. Moreover, Jiejia is different from Chi-Chi. Deep down, Lingmu didn't want to doubt his own child. But he was more concerned about the safety of the stars and moon. If there is even the slightest possibility that Jiejia will pose a threat to Xingyue in the future, that's something I wouldn't allow myself to do either. Moreover, that Ji was a clever female orc. Song Xingyue mainly considered that Jiejia had Jihuan by her side, even though he hadn't had much contact with that person. But you could still tell from those shrewd eyes. That wasn't your average female orc. She's a female orc with a broad perspective. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to run directly to Hongnan Kingdom to find Jiejia. I used a reason that Jiejia couldn't refuse at all. Seeing that Song Xingyue seemed to have made up her mind, Ling Mu didn't say anything more. Song Xingyue took a step forward and threw herself into Ling Mu's arms, a slight smile playing on her lips. I don't know how many days it will take me to return from the guinea pig tribe this time. I'm leaving Hongnan Kingdom in your care, but don't overexert yourself. Take good care of your injuries. Ling Mu reached out and gently stroked her soft hair in a comforting manner. Don't worry. I will take good care of Hongnanguo. You need to take good care of yourself. Song Xingyue raised her little head and looked at him with a somewhat domineering gaze. I almost lost you last time, and I don't want that to happen again. So I want you to promise me that you will take good care of yourself. Ling Mu met those domineering eyes and smiled with doting affection. Okay, I promise you. I will take good care of myself. Song Xingyue's smile returned. She tiptoed and, as a reward, planted a kiss on Ling Mu's lips. When Senna, who was not far away, saw this scene, her eyebrows twitched slightly. They've been together for several years, but they seemed to be as sweet as when they first got together. Guqing looked on with longing, her eyes filled with envy. I hope I can have a partner like that someday. Seeing this, Sina smiled and looked at Guqing. You possess the bloodline of a high-ranking female orc, so your future partner will surely be a wonderful person as well. Let's hope so. I haven't met any males that I really like during the National Day holiday. So, regarding the future, she longs for it. But there's no rush. Later that evening, Song Xingyue specifically sought out Jiejia and Jihuan. I told them both that I hoped Jiejia would become the leader of the guinea pig tribe. Jiejia has remained silent about this matter. He neither refused nor agreed. Song Xingyue was somewhat puzzled as to what her son was thinking by his ambiguous attitude. If you ask me, I would just agree. Jihuan affectionately linked arms with Jiejia, a smug smile on her face. That's going to be a leader. Isn't that a higher position than yours in Red South Kingdom? Song Xingyue knew that Ji was still a smart person. They are able to understand the relationships and interests involved. Jiejia frowned. He was clearly thinking about something that was troubling him. If you leave, Huan will be able to live more comfortably here. Ji's eyes were full of shrewdness as he said this. Don't you love Huan very much? You wouldn't want Huan to feel sad every time she sees you, would you? It would be better to leave for Huan's sake. A fleeting glint of darkness flashed in Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes. The corners of her mouth were subtly turning upwards. Unexpectedly, this Jihuan has already figured out the entire network of relationships in the Hongnan Kingdom in just a few days. They also figured out exactly what Jiejia's weakness was. Actually, if Jiejia didn't agree, I might have used Huan to persuade him. But to my surprise, I didn't have to play the villain myself. Jihuan had actually thought of the same thing as him. Really, only after Huan was mentioned did Jiejia speak. After I go there, do I have to agree to any conditions? We'll discuss the conditions later. Even when facing her own son, Song Xingyue still had her own considerations. There are some things that are still uncertain. The only thing that is certain right now is that they're missing a leader, and I think you're a good fit. You need to help them. Jihuan was practically a godsend. Let's help them first, and talk about the rest later. Jiejia frowned slightly and gave Jihuan a deep look. Jihuan immediately shut his mouth and smiled slightly. I want to say goodbye to Huan, and then we left. After saying that, he walked straight outside. Jihuan originally wanted to follow, but Song Xingyue grabbed her wrist. I have something to say to you. Song Xingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with cold frost, showing no sign of joking. I know you're smart, but there are some things I need to say up front. Upon hearing this, Jihuan immediately laughed and stood there looking at Song Xingyue. I don't really have any other thoughts. I just hope Jiejia can become the leader so that my life can be easier. Did you have a hard time living with the Bear Clan? Song Xingyue's words directly exposed her little scheme. You traveled all the way to Hongnan Kingdom, and now you're eager to go to the guinea pig tribe. What is your purpose? Of course it's for. Don't tell me it's my son. Song Xingyue coldly interrupted Ji Huan just as he was about to speak. You don't understand my son at all, and you haven't even tried to understand him very well. So if you say it's for his sake, I really find it hard to believe. What if I said I did it for you? Ji Huan looked at Song Xingyue with a smile, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. I came here because I admire you and want to know you better. Do you believe me? Song Xingyue grabbed her by the neck and looked at her fiercely. I don't care why you came to my son's side, but if you ever dare to have any disloyalty towards Hongnan Kingdom, I will kill you without hesitation. Even with her neck being gripped like that, Ji Huan showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, her smile became even brighter. Don't worry, I will never have any ulterior motives towards you. Chapter 193 Barbecue. In the square. As soon as Huan saw Xingyue, she immediately turned and ran away. Xingyue followed immediately, but she was too late. Huan then closed the door to her house, not giving him a chance to see her. Xingyue felt very sad. With his head down, he remained silent for a long time before speaking in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry, Huan. I know you don't want to see me right now, but I still have a lot to say to you. Huan inside the room showed no intention of responding. But from time to time, soft sobs could be heard. She was crying, and she cried very sadly. Huan, I'm going to the guinea pig tribe soon to be their leader. I probably won't be coming back to Hongnan Kingdom anymore. Take good care of yourself while I'm gone. Huan's heart clenched instantly. The thought that I might never see Xingyue again makes my heart ache so much I can't breathe. I've wronged you all along. If it weren't for me, you might be happier than you are now. Xingyue's eyes involuntarily reddened. It's clear that he was telling the truth. From now on, I only hope you can be happy. Perhaps you'll be happier without me. After saying these words, Xingyue turned around and left dejectedly. He knew better than anyone that he had no right to see Huan or speak to her. But I still have to say goodbye. I won't say. There really won't be another chance to say it. Huan covered her face in pain and slowly slid down the door panel. She didn't want to never see Xingyue again. Actually, I don't really hate him that much. The whole afternoon, Huan spent her life in this state of grief. I kept hearing that the square seemed to be getting lively. I knew Xingyue and the others were about to leave. Her hands were clenched into fists. After struggling internally for a long time, I finally opened the door and ran outside. Because she had something she wanted to say to Xingyue, she ran outside as fast as she could, only to find that Xingyue was no longer in the square. Senna pointed to the doorway. They just left. If you run now, you can still catch up. She's been through it all, after all. It's heartbreaking to see Xingyue and Huan like this. Huan nodded gratefully to Sina and immediately ran outside. She came outside, panting. Finally, she saw them. She was just about to call out, Xingyue. She wanted to tell Xingyue that she didn't want to see him. If I could, I like to see him every day, even if we're just friends. But just as she was about to open her mouth, a male from the rabbit tribe ran over. Huan, your mother is seriously ill. You need to go back to the tribe now to see your mother one last time. In the guinea pig tribe, Ryan looked at the remaining food and was at a loss. These past few days, the pangolin tribe is still stirring. They come over and bother me every now and then. As a result, he was unable to leave the tribe and could not go outside to hunt. The food we brought is almost all gone. Even though the cubs have been given priority to eat these past few days, and the adult orcs have only been able to eat until they're half full, it is still not enough food. The pangolin tribe probably intends to trap and kill the guinea pig tribe. Taking down the guinea pig tribe without losing a single soldier is a brilliant move. Suddenly, a faint sound reached my ears. Ryan has heard too many similar comments lately. It's nothing more than the pangolins starting to dig holes again, trying to come and cause some trouble. But looking at the kids surrounding him, he couldn't very well confront them directly. I'm going to fight them. Old Mo couldn't stand living like this anymore. This kind of torment is just too unbearable. Ruoming grabbed Lao Mo's hand and looked at him pleadingly. Don't be impulsive. The Red Southern Kingdom's troops will be here soon. Why don't you wait a little longer? Old Mo looked at his beloved Ruoming with deep affection and apology. I always felt that I was the one who brought her this uneasy life. If Ruoming hadn't stayed by his side and had instead chosen a male from another tribe, her life would probably be better than it is now. A heart-wrenching scream shattered the heavy atmosphere. Ryan instantly recognized the familiar scent, and a hint of a smile appeared in his dark pupils. Song Xingyue swaggered in through the door, carrying her spear with a pangolin pierced through it. Her delicate and gentle face contrasted with her ruthless actions. It gave the beastman a feeling of both closeness and fear. Xingyue said it was the first time she had ever seen her mother so brave. Unexpectedly, the spear was thrown from her hand and pierced directly into the pangolin. That's incredibly impressive. You've arrived. Ryan's eyes were filled with burning intensity and deep meaning. When he looked at Song Xingyue, his attitude was much more gentle than before. They arrived a little late. I attended the ceremony with Yi and the stars, which caused me to miss a day. Song Xingyue stretched out her hand and threw the spear heavily, swiftly, and accurately embedding it into the door panel, along with the pangolin. Now it seems we can ask who the orcs behind this really are. Song Xingyue clapped her hands, then walked lightly toward Ryan. Ryan also emerged from the group of children. The moment Song Xingyue lunged at him, a hand brimming with boyfriend-like strength lifted her into the air and kissed her on the lips. The guinea pig tribe's beastmen and their offspring were instantly stunned by the sight. Xingyue didn't expect to turn her head away so quietly. Jihuan looked at Song Xingyue with even more admiration. She truly lives up to her reputation as a legendary high-ranking female orc. What they do always surprises other beasts. Hey, can you guys take a look at me? The pangolin, pierced by the stab, was still struggling in pain. Why don't you just give me a quick death? Can't you just kill me? Why torture me like this? After hearing the pangolin's movements, Song Xingyue temporarily broke free from this tender moment and looked over there with interest. What if I said I captured you not to ask about the orcs behind you? She approached the pangolin step by step, and the smile on her lips began to grow increasingly dangerous. What would you do if I told you I just wanted to torment you? Don't say pangolins are afraid. Even the other beastmen around were afraid. Even Xingyue felt that this was not the mother she knew. It felt somewhat unfamiliar and also somewhat dangerous. Oh, I was just kidding. Song Xingyue grabbed the spear, pulled it off the wooden board, and threw the pangolin away along with it. Why would I torture you? She smiled sweetly, a radiant smile, just when everyone thought she was joking. She raised her spear again, this time plunging it heavily into the pangolin's neck. He gave him barbecue on the spot. Chapter 194, It Really Is Oil. At present, all the orcs were shocked. They never expected that the female leader of the Red South Kingdom would be so cruel. And it's quite torturous for the beasts. Ryan walked over and took her hand, his deep voice filled with profound love. Are you tired? Do you want to rest first? Not tired. Song Xingyue's gaze towards Ryan was practically dripping with longing. If there weren't so many beast cubs around, they would definitely have jumped right into his arms. I brought Xingyue along too. Song Xingyue's lips curled up slightly as she looked at Ryan meaningfully. What do you think of this choice? As expected, Ryan reached out and patted her little head. His gaze was intense as he looked at her. I had already guessed your style of doing things. This is what Song Xingyue admires most about Ryan. These strategies always seem to align with my own. They don't even need to say anything explicitly to understand each other. This feels great. Cough, cough. Old M.O., who was standing at the side, really couldn't stand it anymore and could only use this method to get their attention. Who was our new leader? He had been looking around for a while, but hadn't seen any older orcs. That's why he was curious. This is my son, Xingyue. Song Xingyue immediately turned around and pushed her son in front of Lao M.O. Although they may not seem very old, they're already old enough to stand on their own. Old M.O. was somewhat disappointed when he saw Xingyue, because this little brat looks like he's only recently come of age and doesn't seem like someone who can be a good leader. Jihuan, standing to the side, naturally figured out what the guinea pig was thinking. So he smiled and spoke. Xingyue has always been a very capable person in our Red South Kingdom. She leads the orcs to resist foreign enemies and has a high combat strength. Xingyue frowned slightly. He doesn't actually like being too flamboyant, nor does he particularly like Jihuan's personality. If it were a pangolin tribe, Xingyue could easily handle it. Old M.O. remained skeptical, but Ruoming came to Lao Mo's ear and lowered her voice. Why don't we give it a try? It can't be worse than it is now, can it? After listening to his partner's words, Lao M.O. had no choice but to give up. 2. In any case, things can't get any worse than they are now. By the way, where's your black water? Song Xingyue came here this time to confirm whether the black water was actually oil. Old M.O. immediately led the way, but he was still shaken. That stuff will kill you, It's very dangerous. Are you sure you want to go check it out? Of course, Song Xingyue wanted to go and see it. If it really is oil, then it would be extremely useful. Even though there are no modern tools here, oil still has a wide range of uses. We must at least protect it first. This is the place. Old Emo pointed to the dark expanse ahead and frowned. This is the black water we're talking about. It looks very deep, but we've never actually gone in to see how deep it is. The moment Song Xingyue saw the black water, her eyes lit up. She walked over in disbelief, muttering to herself, "It really is oil. It's unbelievable that such natural oil can actually be found in the orc world. That's really unexpected. Let's build a door here later." Song Xingyue turned around and looked at Ryan meaningfully. "We'll leave after the gate is built." Ryan didn't know why Song Xingyue was doing this, but she still nodded in agreement. The main theme is obedience despite lack of understanding. Also, I didn't see any fortifications along the way. Actually, we could build some fortifications to defend against enemies. She already had a blueprint in mind for how to plan the entire guinea pig tribe. Because their tribe is surrounded by small animals, they do not need the large-scale defensive fortifications and traps like those of the Hongnan Kingdom. Moreover, pangolins are creatures that prefer to dig burrows. In this case, if the fortifications are built in the open, they are indeed of little use, because they won't step in it. But since it comes from underground, the defensive fortifications need to be more sophisticated. She already had a perfect plan in mind. All that was left was to put it into practice. "But I'm the new leader, aren't I?" Xingyue's words directly interrupted Song Xingyue's thoughts. She looked up and found her son staring intently at her. "You are indeed the new leader, but I can offer you some ideas." "I have my own ideas too." Seeing the surprise in her mother's eyes, Xingyue began to explain. "You've managed the Red South Kingdom very well, and I've always wanted to try and see if I could build a successful tribe, just like the Red South Kingdom." Song Xingyue was somewhat flattered that her son would actually explain things to her this time. "I thought about it. What he said is also correct. If we can't let him do things freely, when will he ever grow? Can I help you out?" She smiled at her son, her eyes pleading. "I'd also like to see what kind of trap yours is." "Sure." Xingyue did not object to this. "If you stay, you can help me solve the problems with the cubs. If I were just a beast, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it." Song Xingyue had actually noticed the children ever since she entered the tribe. They were all small and helpless. Some were even huddled together in a corner. Her heart couldn't help but think of that brat from Hongnan Kingdom. "We grew up in a guinea pig tribe. Just thinking about those words makes my heart ache. Because in my own world, there was once a child who said something similar. And then, that child truly disappeared. I brought a lot of food with me this time." She immediately waved to Lung Feng. "Hurry up and share the food I brought with the kids." Lung Feng immediately took out the food from the package he had brought and shared it with the kids. The cubs perked up immediately at the sight of food, and one by one, they began to scramble for it. "Take your time. You all have it." Song Xingyue came over to the children with a pained expression and reached out to pat their little heads. "Now that I'm here, I won't let you go hungry. From this day forward, I will never let any of you go hungry again." Chapter 195 High Beast First Class. In the evening, a bonfire was lit in the small square of the guinea pig tribe. Song Xingyue skewered the food on sticks and taught the children how to grill it. Looking at their innocent and carefree appearances, my heart couldn't help but soften. "Your mother is really amazing." Jihuan looked at Song Xingyue with eyes full of admiration. As she spoke, she kept poking the fire with a small stick in her hand. "You're truly honored to be her son." Xingyue has never wanted to live in her mother's shadow since she was a child, because back then, he had seen how popular Kiki was because of her aura. I don't like that feeling. I even feel some resistance to it. If you can speak, why don't you say more? Otherwise, people will think you're mute. Ji was rebuked by Xingyue's words, but he wasn't angry. "You were born superior to other orcs. Why don't you like hearing me say that?" Xingyue got up to leave, but unexpectedly, Jihuan grabbed her hand. He looked at Jihuan with some confusion. Unexpectedly, Jihuan smiled slyly and suddenly turned from sitting to kneeling. He placed his hand directly on his protruding belly. "You can leave me here, but what about our children? Are you going to leave the children here too?" Xingyue didn't have much affection for Jihuan. On the contrary, they were very concerned about the baby in her belly. "Can you guess whether it's female or male?" Seeing that Xingyue's attitude had softened, Jihuan smiled and spoke. "Would you prefer a female or a male?" "I want a healthy one." Xingyue never cared about the gender of the baby, believing that as long as the baby was healthy after birth, that was all that mattered. Don't end up like Xingyue when he was a child, being dragged out and fracturing his bones. Would you like to sit down again? Ji Huan's alluring eyes were full of invitation and expectation. Instead of spending time with me, spend time with our baby. After hesitating for a moment, Jia sat down. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He always felt like he was being led by the nose by Ji. This way, after the children had eaten their fill, Song Xingyue started playing with them. She first taught them a nursery rhyme, Little Star. Then, watching the kids singing and laughing, I always feel an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Actually, kids are just like children. Everyone should spend their childhood carefree. That's how the kids from Hongnan Kingdom are. They can not only go to kindergarten, but also be taken to the wild to survive when they have free time. But the children here are completely different from the children of Hongnan Kingdom. How can one not feel heartbroken? Ryan reached out and put his arm around Song Xingyue's shoulder reassuringly, his brows furrowing slightly. Since you're already here, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Song Xingyue leaned against Ryan's shoulder and sighed silently. I've been wondering why the pangolin tribe would target the cubs. If it's for resources or out of hatred, they could just go after the adult orcs. How could they bring themselves to harm such small children? What she hates most is people who harm children. Any problem, anything, the children should not have to bear all the consequences. These children deserve to grow up. They should not become victims of intertribal conflicts. So, the pangolin tribe deserves to die. The tribe behind them deserves to die even more. Ryan noticed the intense killing intent in Song Xingyue's eyes and whispered a reminder. That look in your eyes will scare these kids. After hearing these words, Song Xingyue's eyes gradually softened. I almost lost control of myself. I lost my composure. Why are you so concerned about the guinea pig tribe? Ryan was quite curious about this. Of all the tribes that need our help, you are particularly concerned about the guinea pig tribe. Because Song Xingyue mainly thinks of her own world whenever she sees the guinea pig tribe. It still has some filters involved, more or less. But these things are hard to say, so we had to change our tune. I despise those who harm cubs. The fact that the pangolins harmed their cubs shows that they don't deserve to live in the beastman world. Are you going to exterminate our entire race? Are we even more despicable than the snake race? Snake clan? Song Xingyue frowned slightly and slowly looked at Ryan. Wasn't the snake race wiped out before? Why ask that? Do you think the snake race consists of only one race and one tribe? Ryan's experiences and knowledge over the years have led him to encounter many snake-like creatures. I've personally encountered 3 different snake tribes. How did you come into contact with the snake race? Song Xingyue looked at him with her beautiful eyes full of confusion. Shouldn't they live in the mountains? Because I once wanted to conquer the entire orc world. So whenever I encountered tribe, I would go in and lead the lion race to crush them. His eyes were filled with domineering and burning intensity as he said this. They seem to still want more. This shows just how much he enjoyed himself at that time. In a daze, Song Xingyue felt that if Ryan hadn't met her, he might be living a more carefree life than he is now. Such a powerful presence. Such a person with such lofty ideals and ambitions. But now, because I'm with myself, I feel this kind of restraint. What are you thinking about now? Ryan could truly read all her emotions and could always detect changes in her mood immediately. Song Xingyue didn't say much, but quietly nestled into his arms. It's so good to have you. Her voice was muffled. At this moment, she is not the leader of the Red South Kingdom, not anyone's partner, not the mother of the children. She was just Song Xingyue. Ryan's heart was instantly captivated by Song Xingyue's words. He reached out and gently embraced Song Xingyue, his eyes softening with a rare gentleness. It's good that you know I'm doing well, but with so many kids watching, be mindful of your image. Song Xingyue tilted her little head up, looking at him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Why would you say something like that at such a heartwarming time? I don't like this kind of cozy atmosphere. Ryan was still somewhat unaccustomed to this kind of scene. You might as well be a little harsher on me. I don't like this kind of coquettish behavior. Did I act cute? Song Xingyue was genuinely amused by Ryan's words. Am I the kind of person who would act cute or coquettish? You must be joking. Ryan was relieved to see that she seemed to be in a much better mood. Just then, a baby guinea pig ran over and grabbed Ryan's arm, refusing to let go. I need to beg for food. I still need to eat. Song Xingyue subconsciously thought that Ryan would definitely push this kid away. After all, that's what Ryan said. They don't like other people's cubs. Who knows? Ryan actually picked up the cub and held in his arms. Even though his tone was still as authoritative as ever, his voice had softened a bit. Okay, let's have dinner together. Chapter 196, I will kill her with my own hands. Since that day, Xingyue devoted herself to the construction of defensive fortifications every day. His defensive fortifications were very well thought out. It doesn't seem like a trap like the one in Hongnan Kingdom. Instead, they found some areas with softer ground and set traps underneath the soil. If the pangolin dares to crawl out from here, let's not even talk about whether or not they get stabbed. They'll trigger a mechanism right from the start. A huge rock above will then crash down and smash them into mincemeat. Of course, to prevent them from emerging from other places, his advice was to cover the surface with stones, except where there were traps. Xingyue observed her son's thoughts throughout the entire process. I don't know if it's because I'm human, but I always feel that Xingyue's way of thinking about things is different from other orcs. It's quite surprising that he could come up with something like paving a stone road on the ground. But he forgot a key point. If the entire tribe were paved with stone roads, wouldn't it be impossible for the guinea pigs to move around? Mud. Xingyue seemed to see the doubt in her mother's eyes, so she spoke very carefully. We can lay mud on the stone path, and once the mud dries, the ground will become flat. Xingyue was amazed to see that her son had become so adept at reading people's expressions. It has to be said that children of human blood grow up very quickly. Once you go to an unfamiliar environment, you'll adapt in no time, and new ideas will pop into your head. Seeing that she didn't seem to be needed here, she went to check on the gate that Lan In had made. Unexpectedly, the main gate was already in place. However, he blocked the outer perimeter with large stones. His idea was exactly the same as Xingyue's. When Ryan saw Xingyue arrive, he spoke in a low voice. Last night, Xingyue and I discussed it, and we both agreed that it would be better to block it with stones. Xingyue knew that. They must have conspired together. Otherwise, how could they be so perfectly synchronized? Leader. A soft, cute voice came from inside. It instantly melted Xingyue's heart. She immediately smiled gently, turned around, and hugged the little guinea pig in her arms. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly come to see me? We want to play with the leader. She pointed her chubby little finger at the other kids in the square. The children all looked over expectantly. It's clear that they really like Xingyue. Upon seeing this, Xingyue immediately walked over there and sat down in an open space in their circle. The little girl in her arms sat obediently beside her, but her little hands kept clutching her fur skirt. It was as if she was very reluctant to part with her. Are the tribes outside the chief the same as ours? Qiuqiu stared at Xingyue with great curiosity. Do your babies die every day, just like ours? Xingyue's heart was suddenly struck by the little ones. Despite being so young, he was able to speak with such maturity and understanding because of the war. Other tribes don't do this, at least not like your tribe. Upon hearing this, Ruan immediately asked out of curiosity, why is this only happening in our tribe? My older brothers and sisters have all been eaten and are dead. Xingyue was speechless when faced with these little ones. They are at an age of innocence and naivety, yet the questions they ask are stained with blood. Is it because we're not good enough? Qiuqiu looked at Xingyue expectantly and asked curiously, are we not as good looking as the other kids? Who said you guys are bad? I'm the first to disagree. Ji, still heavily pregnant, came to their side with a smile, sat down, and immediately hugged Qiuqiu in her arms, pinching her chubby little face. We from Hongnan Kingdom came to help you, because you are all kind. The ones in the wrong are not you, but those evil beastmen. Xingyue slightly raised her eyes and looked at Jihuan meaningfully. Her words always come as a surprise, but sometimes it makes a lot of sense. I heard you've learned some new nursery rhymes, right? Would you like to sing them for me? I haven't heard them before. With just a few words, she easily transferred the little brat's transfer power to other places. Seeing this, Xingyue didn't say anything more. He gave Jihuan a deep look, then left. 1 week later, the defense formula is almost finished being built. This also means that Xingyue and the others will be leaving the guinea pig tribe. But before she left, there was one more thing she had to do. Ryan, let's go visit the pangolin tribe. Her beautiful eyes gazed intently at Ryan before her, a slight smile playing on her lips. We can't have come all this way for nothing. Just you and Lung Feng come with me. That's exactly what I was thinking too. Ryan reached out and forcefully touched Xingyue's lips. His eyes burned as he looked at her. They've been silent ever since you killed that pangolin. I'm also curious about what they're thinking. Lung Feng watched helplessly as the two of them became all lovey-dovey. Suddenly, I feel quite sorry for single tigers. You should go and tell Xingyue. While enjoying her sweet moment, Xingyue didn't forget to take some time to give Lung Feng instructions. Then come and meet up with us. You should know the way, right? Good. Without saying a word, Lung Feng immediately switched to his beastman form and left the scene. After Lung Feng left, Xingyue lowered her beautiful eyes. Actually, I'm more curious about who's directing the pangolins behind the scenes. Are you worried? I'm worried that it might be Chi-Chi behind this. This was Xingyue's biggest worry. The last time the Fox tribe attacked Hongnan Kingdom, it was because Chi-Chi was behind the scenes giving instructions. Now, the pangolin tribe is attacking the guinea pig tribe for no reason, and it's a large-scale massacre. Such a grand undertaking could only be accomplished by orcs possessing absolute intelligence. In this orc world, the only ones with absolute intelligence are probably your own bloodline. Because I'm a human, they're not real orcs. Don't overthink it. Ryan raised his hand and patted her little head. We'll know for sure when Chi-Chi sees it. Xingyue took a deep breath, then sighed heavily. Only then did she adjust her mindset. I know. She understands this principle. I just hope it's not Chi-Chi, otherwise. Her voice suddenly turned cold, filled with reluctance and fierceness. I will definitely kill her with my own hands. Chapter 197, Slapping Yourself. At the same time, in Hongnan Kingdom, Wei Wei, holding Lilier's hand, carefully passed all the orcs and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Only after confirming that there were no other orcs around did he feel relieved enough to speak. Did you bring what I asked you to prepare? Lily nodded and took out a large luminous pearl from her bag and gave it to Wei Wei. Upon seeing the item, Wei Wei immediately smiled. He hugged Lily and gave her 2 quick kisses. You're awesome. I knew that if you went, none of the other orcs would suspect you. Lily felt very bad, but seeing how happy Wei Wei was, she suppressed the slight guilt in her heart. Wait a minute. Before she could finish speaking, Wei Wei interrupted her. You can stay here for a while. I'll take the luminous pearl to make a deal with them. Lilier's hands clenched involuntarily as she looked at Wei Wei with her lips pursed. She felt very sad, but I don't know how to put it. Not long after, a figure appeared in the distance. Upon seeing this, Wei Wei immediately went over and left Lilier where she was. Lily stood there watching Wei Wei make a deal with another orc, silently lowering her eyes. In no time at all, when Wei Wei came back, he had a small package in his hand. He presented it to Lilier as if it were a treasure, looking at her with great anticipation. After you go back and eat everything here, you can have her baby this year. Wei Wei, does having kids really matter that much? Lily hesitated before taking the package from his hand. She felt that the package was rather heavy and had a bloody smell. She was very resistant to it. Before I even opened it, I started to feel inexplicably nauseous. Wei Wei's face immediately darkened. All traces of her former gentleness were gone. Lilia, you should know this. I'm a former leader of the tiger tribe, with such powerful and excellent bloodline. How could I not have more offspring? But last year, you were already ridiculed by the entire Hongnan Kingdom for not being pregnant. Do you want to be ridiculed again this year? Wei Wei's words grew increasingly serious, completely disregarding Lilier's feelings. Or do you want to follow the rules of the orc world, where failing to produce offspring results in exile? Do you want to be exiled? Lilier's tears fell uncontrollably. Her heart was filled with grievance. If it were Xingyue, she would never have exiled me. How could you be so stupid? Wei Wei clearly didn't want to hear that and interrupted him coldly. I know you have a good relationship with the chief, but no matter how good the relationship is, the rules are still there. How can you be sure she won't exile you? Can. Chi-Chi has been exiled. What more do you think you, Lilier, can get? Seeing that Lily was hesitant, Wei Wei simply opened it for her. Eat quickly, then we'll head back to Hongnan. When Lily saw what was inside the package, she couldn't help but gag. Wei Wei looked at Lily with a serious expression. Suddenly, he became assertive. We do this for the sake of the offspring. If you eat this, you'll be able to conceive. Wei Wei, this is clearly a dead cub, and it died right after birth. After gagging, Lily could no longer control herself and roared at Wei Wei. I'm also an orc who has become a mother. How could I possibly eat a cub? Wei Wei was indeed angered by Lilier's words. Unable to contain his anger, he raised his hand and slapped Lily. Lilier was knocked to the ground by the blow, staring in disbelief at Wei Wei in front of her, clutching the spot where she had been hit. You hit me? I hit him. Wei Wei looked down at her, his words leaving no room for argument. You're my partner, but you don't want to have my offspring. Why can't I hit you? Lilier's heart was utterly pierced by those words. So you mean my only purpose is to breed? If I don't breed, then I'm of no value? Aren't female orcs supposed to give birth to her cubs? Wei Wei's words shattered all her illusions. Why do you think female orcs have such a high status in the orc world? Isn't it because they can give birth to orc cubs? Lily really wanted to refute something, but when the words reached his lips, he simply couldn't say them. Wei Wei immediately took the contents of the package and, without giving Lily a chance to refuse, stuffed them into her mouth. Lily felt nauseous and vomited repeatedly. Even though tears were streaming down his face, Wei Wei showed no intention of letting go. Only after Wei Wei had fed him everything did he finally let go, satisfied. He then knelt down with a thud, sincerely grasped Lilier's hand, and apologized. I am sorry, Lilia. I did this for our child, and for your own good. I didn't mean to hit you. Can you forgive me? Lily looked at Wei Wei with fear in her eyes. No, I will never forgive you. You just hit me, and I will never forgive you. It's my fault I'm not a good orc. When Wei Wei saw that Lily was unwilling to forgive him no matter what he said, he simply raised his hand and slapped himself. Again and again. Her entire face immediately became red and swollen. This shows how much force was applied. Stop hitting me. Lilier, who was initially resistant, gradually softened under his influence. Wei Wei stopped immediately and looked at Lilier with surprise. So you've forgiven me, right? He looked at her with delight and pulled her into his arms. I knew you would forgive me for what I did, that you knew I did it for our future, right? Lily's heart was filled with complex emotions. She didn't even know what she was really thinking. But she really didn't want Wei Wei to do anything to hurt himself. Ling Mu, who was not far away, witnessed this scene. I also happened to see Wei Wei handing the luminous pearl over to other tribes. His deep eyes were filled with murderous intent. But then, for some unknown reason, he forcefully suppressed it. Because he understands. If I were to fight Wei Wei face to face right now, I would definitely be no match for him in my current injured state. Not to mention, Xingyue and Lilier have a very good relationship. If not handled properly, it might upset Xingyue. Deputy Chief, what are you doing here? A crisp sound interrupted their thoughts. Ling Mu glanced back at the orc who had come to find him, then immediately grabbed his arm and left. Nothing much, just came here to enjoy the scenery. Chapter 198, The Feud Beginning with Our Ancestors. At the entrance of the pangolin tribe. After arriving, Song Xingyue finally understood why the pangolin kept attacking the guinea pig. They are two tribes, but in reality, they're sharing the same land and area. It's like one is in the east and the other is in the west. They simply didn't have any defensive fortifications or walls. Otherwise, the wall would definitely be in the middle of them. So close. Song Xingyue couldn't help but think of something. Does this mean that it's very possible they initially lived together and later split into two tribes? Ryan also had this guess. They were indeed too close together. Tribes shouldn't be this close together. Song Xingyue suddenly realized that Lao Mo was still not telling her the truth. They couldn't have started fighting with the pangolin tribe for no reason. There must have been some cause for it to turn out this way. But now that we're here, there's no reason to go back. Then, she cleared her throat and called out into the room. The envoy from Hongnan Kingdom has come to visit. Should your pangolin tribe come out to greet him? She always tries to be polite first, then resorts to force. Although she showed no mercy when she saw the pangolin in the guinea pig tribe. Lung Feng, standing behind him, was so nervous he could hardly breathe. Although pangolins are relatively small. But if it's a tribe of pangolins, it might not be easy to deal with, right? Time passed, minute by minute. Just as Song Xingyue's patience was about to run out, a frail pangolin slowly emerged from inside. Are you here to kill us? The old man's eyes were very cloudy, but he showed no fear whatsoever when he spoke these words. Song Xingyue didn't understand why the old man in front of her would have such thoughts, but she still had to explain her purpose. We are indeed going to attack your pangolin tribe, but not today. We're just visiting today. The old man smiled silently upon hearing this, then stepped aside and made an inviting gesture. Just as Song Xingyue was about to walk forward, Ryan grabbed her. I walked in front. He was always cautious, especially in this unfamiliar environment. He would never let Song Xingyue take any risks. Seeing this, Lung Feng immediately spoke up as well. I'll walk at the very back. If anything happens, I can help the leader with his escape route. Song Xingyue suddenly felt like Lin Daiyu, who was weak and helpless. Otherwise, Why would everyone protect themselves so well? Although I do not have a beastman form, I may be at a disadvantage. But I'm not a pushover either. I do know a little bit of fancy footwork. After following the old man inside, they found that the small square was also filled with many guinea pigs, just like the guinea pig tribe. But the only difference is their faces were beaming with smiles, and there was an endless supply of food in front of them. The cubs were not afraid at all when they saw the strange orcs coming. On the contrary, they were very enthusiastic. Just like strangers are friendly, although it is unknown who instilled this idea in them. The old man led them into a cave. In the very center of the cave, there is a rock. Another old man was sitting on the rock. I knew you would come. He slowly turned around, revealing hideous scars on his face, almost disfigurement. I know the guinea pig tribe sought help from your Red South Kingdom. I also know you will definitely come looking for us. Xingyue's beautiful eyes scrutinized the pangolin leader before her with a serious expression. You could tell from his face that he must have some story or past. Even so, it did not arouse her pity in the slightest, because what they did to the guinea pig tribe was simply too much. My name is Xingyue. He calmly observed the scene. You can call me loud, though I'm considered old in the orc world. I rarely meet anyone older than me. Xingyue was surprised that the old man actually had a sense of humor. If it's just a simple chat like this, you can't sense any hostility from him at all. It's hard to imagine associating this kind old man with that ruthless leader. I never imagined that your leader of the Red South Kingdom would be so young. I heard he's a high-ranking orc, right? Xingyue looked at Xingyue with her beautiful eyes and spoke slowly. Where did you hear that from? Xingyue burst into laughter after hearing the question. Who in the entire orc world doesn't know that there's a high-ranking female orc in the Red South Kingdom? You don't really think that information doesn't circulate between tribes, do you? Xingyue got a little tired of standing, so she simply sat down on the ground with a faint smile. Do you know why we're here? They slaughtered our tribe. Even as Xingyue was saying these words, a smile remained on his lips. Because you are helping the guinea pig tribe, you will definitely kill us. Xingyue suddenly became very interested in this old man, because he doesn't seem like a confused person at all, but his actions are puzzling. Would you like to hear a story? Do you seem to be in high spirits? Even though his face looked very pale, he still wanted to speak. How about I tell you the story between our pangolin tribe and the guinea pig tribe? Xingyue was willing to listen to the story, so she slowly nodded. Xingyue chuckled and began to tell them about his past with the guinea pig tribe. In fact, many years ago, our ancestors lived together with the ancestors of the guinea pig tribe. Suddenly, Xingyue felt that this story was very familiar, so familiar that it made her feel dazed. At that time, the tribe's leader was from the guinea pig tribe, and we pangolins were just staying there temporarily. But we were both very poor back then, and the two tribes got along quite well. When he talked about this, his eyes were very distant. Later, the tribe's resources gradually improved. However, the food allocated to us pangolins was always the smallest. It is said that their reasoning at the time was that it was already very kind of them to give us pangolins even a bite to eat. Xingyue crossed her arms in front of her chest, feeling increasingly familiar with the story. Isn't this just like those things that happen in your own world that are inconvenient to talk about openly? Ultimately, we pangolins, in our struggle for food, waged war against the guinea pig tribe. This war has continued uninterrupted since our ancestors' time. It was our guinea pig tribe that went too far. It's not our fault. The elder was also in tears when he talked about this. We didn't want to start a war, but we were forced into it. Chapter 199 Reunion with Daughter. The story is over. Even Lung Feng couldn't help but start to think that the guinea pig tribe had gone too far. Who wouldn't be moved after hearing this story? That's just too much. Xingyue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Then she suddenly smiled. Although Xingyue's story was indeed very well told, but he didn't believe a single word of it. Does that mean they shouldn't have taken you in the first place? These words were spoken. All the orcs were stunned. After hearing this story, everyone was basically immersed in the tale of the pangolin tribe. Xingyue's face was extremely ugly. It was already contorted, but now it was filled with a barely concealed anger. Leader of Hongnan Kingdom, what do you mean by saying this? The literal meaning. Xingyue looked at Xingyue indifferently, with a polite yet distant smile always on her lips. If the guinea pig tribe hadn't taken you in from the beginning, would there be no resentment and hatred? Lung Feng suddenly realized what was happening and slapped his forehead. He was very annoyed. Why was I almost led astray by Xingyue's words? Yes, they were taken in. No matter what, they shouldn't end up becoming enemies. It's even more impossible that after helping them, they would end up being the ones in the wrong. But Diyu was still making excuses, trying to salvage the last shred of dignity for the pangolin tribe. Since they took us in, they should at least give us some food, instead of watching us starve to death. If you had the food, would you give it to the guinea pig tribe first? Xingyue once again directly exposed Diyu's lie. Or perhaps, what he has always held firmly in his heart. Any tribal chief would prioritize his own tribe's food supply if there was enough, wouldn't he? There's nothing wrong with that. It's not their fault. Her voice was soft, but every single word is exceptionally sharp. It's so sharp, it leaves you completely covered in wounds. I came here to ask you some questions. Xingyue, with an air of dominance, didn't give Diyu a chance to speak. Instead, she stared intently at him. Do you, the pangolin tribe, still intend to continue attacking the guinea pig tribe? I'm giving you one last chance to choose. Diyu broke out in a cold sweat. Even though he has reached this age, he is already considered an old man in the orc world. However, when he saw the female orc's eyes in front of him, he couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of intimidation. If you stop now, perhaps I can let you off the hook. Xingyue was serious when she said that. If we could resolve this war without losing a single soldier, that would be ideal. We just want justice. Diyu ultimately did not compromise, but expressed his position in a very tactful way. Xingyue suddenly laughed. Her smile was so radiant and captivating. It's a good thing you didn't agree, and I'm glad you didn't agree. She honestly didn't know what to do if they actually agreed. Now it's all right. There's no need to struggle with it anymore. Let me ask you one last question. Which race is silently supporting your tribe from behind? She was also curious about this question, although she knew that Diyu would definitely not tell her. But I still want to give it a try. We have no racial support. Okay. Xingyue smiled slightly, immediately stood up, and walked outside. Ryan and Lung Feng stood by his side, one on each side, outside the cave entrance. Many pangolins have been waiting for a long time, holding spears. It's obvious. The person behind them had anticipated their arrival and thus made preparations in advance. Xingyue calmly assessed the situation before her and found it rather amusing. Do you really think you can stop us? What if we join in? Accompanied by Chi-Chi's voice. She rode an arrogant white leopard, walking towards them step by step. Mother and daughter reunite. Xingyue saw clear hatred in Chi-Chi's eyes. That kind of hatred. It made her, as a mother, feel very sad. Mother, it's been a long time. Chi-Chi greeted Xingyue with a smile. The two extremely similar faces had completely different expressions at this moment. Xingyue's expression was solemn. Kiki, on the other hand, seemed quite relaxed. I never expected that I'd have to collect your corpse so soon after we met. But don't worry, I'll just dump your body in the wild beasts of the wilderness. Consider it a contribution to the orc world. Do you hate me that much? Xingyue's heart was being pierced with pain. A standoff with his daughter. It made her, as a mother, extremely uncomfortable. You were the one who made the mistake back then, yet you hate me so much. Was I wrong? To this day, Chi-Chi does not believe that she was wrong back then, even after going through so much. I am a female orc destined to become the leader of the Red South Kingdom. Is there anything wrong with everyone adoring me? Xingyue couldn't understand why Chi-Chi would have such a foolish idea. Heir? Did she think this was a matter of succession to the throne? Besides, didn't you always say I was smart just like you? So why are you treating me like this? Faced with her daughter's question, Xingyue slowly spoke. Even if that incident hadn't happened, I would never have chosen you as the leader. I never intended for you to become the future leader of the Red South Kingdom. Kiki's face turned pale instantly. She never expected her mother to say such a thing in public. Why? I'm clearly the best of the three. What makes you so outstanding? Xingyue suddenly found it all ridiculous. It was ridiculous that her daughter's ideas were so foolish and incomprehensible. You're not as composed as Ye, nor as strategic as Xingyue. Your only skill is attracting males. Do you really think someone like you can be a good leader? Ryan, who was standing to the side, had already begun to get restless. He was worried that the more he talked, the more the truth would be exposed. At that time, it might be detrimental to me. He and Lung Feng exchanged a silent glance. He signaled to Lung Feng to go first. Lung Feng was completely stunned. Without the leader's orders, can we act rashly? Seeing that Lung Feng didn't move, Ryan simply made a throat-slitting gesture. The meaning is obvious. If you don't comply, I'll fuck you to death. Lung Feng realized that neither going in nor not going in was an option. There happened to be a pangolin that was relatively close to me. Without saying a word, he switched into his beastman form and pounced on the pangolin. He pinned it firmly under his foot. I see you're planning a surprise attack. You want to harm our leader. Today is your death day. Chapter 200. The pregnant female beastman must not be killed. Ryan stood tall and straight, like an invincible king. His eyes revealed boundless majesty as he looked down at the helpless pangolin at his feet. His actions were swift and decisive, giving the small creature no chance to explain or beg for mercy. His iron claws fell mercilessly, ending the pangolin's life. An indescribable heaviness and sorrow filled the air. Lung Feng witnessed this scene, and his eyes burned with rage. Without hesitation, he transformed into a ferocious orc form, his muscles bulging and his hair standing on end, like an enraged beast, and suddenly launched a fierce attack on the pangolins around him. This move was like lighting a powder keg. Instantly, orcs from both sides on the battlefield responded. The roars and howls mingled together, creating a chaotic battlefield. In this chaotic scene of blood and fire, Xingyue stood quietly. Her gaze pierced through the swirling dust and the clamor of battle, landing gently on her daughter, who rode atop a leopard with a heroic and spirited air. As time passed, we were reunited after a long separation, but what we never expected was the reunion would take place in such a cruel and chaotic scene. She felt a mix of emotions, including joy at her daughter's growth, as well as helplessness and regret at the harsh reality before her. Chi-Chi straddled the leopard's broad back with an air of arrogance, her eyes flashing with undisguised contempt. She glanced coldly downwards, her gaze piercing her mother, Xingyue, her words revealing an undeniable determination and ambition. Mother, I'm the only one who will rule the entire orc world in the future. I am also the most noble and high-ranking female orc. Looking at her daughter's face, which was tense with determination, Xingyue felt a mix of emotions. She never expected that this battle between blood relatives would be so decisive. It even carried a touch of absurd irony. A forced smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, yet it couldn't conceal the deep-seated bitterness and helplessness. If I kill you today, the entire orc world will be mine. So you must die today. Her words were so resolute and vicious. That's not something a daughter should say to her mother. At this moment, Xingyue's last bit of tenderness for her daughter had completely vanished. Yes, this is the world of orcs. Last time I was too soft-hearted, and I almost lost my life. If you keep being soft-hearted, that means they don't learn their lesson. Moreover, it was a matter of life and death. Who doesn't want to live? Suddenly, the leopard nimbly pounced towards Xingyue. Chi-Chi, on the leopard's back, casually pulled out a sharp stone knife and stabbed it fiercely towards Xingyue's neck. Ryan and Lung Feng are currently locked in a fierce battle. Even if they wanted to get there, it would be too late. Stars and moon. Ryan let out a deafening roar. That voice was filled with worry and despair. Xingyue stared intently at Chi-Chi and the leopard as they pounced on her. Suddenly, a slight smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Then, she reached for her bag and threw it directly at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi instinctively reached out to cover herself. The package shattered the moment the sharp fingertip touched it. An unpleasant odor spread. There were even some dark, gritty things stuck to my clothes. This is something you deliberately brought upon yourself. Xingyue took out a thin bamboo tube from her bosom, opened the lid, and blew on it towards them. The fire quickly climbed up the leopard's fur. That speed was incredible. This was something none of the orcs had anticipated. This leopard, which was clearly growing more fur, has suddenly turned into a small fireball because of the intense fire. The air was filled with the smell of burning. The leopard could no longer resist and began to roll on the ground. Kiki fell off the leopard's back and landed heavily on the ground. She's not much better off right now. Her hair was burned off by the fire because she couldn't dodge in time. Fortunately, the timing of her fall was just right. That's how she was saved from being engulfed by the fire. Is that all you've got? Xingyue looked down at Chi-Chi on the ground, her words full of contempt. They kept saying they wanted to replace me, to become the conqueror of the orc world. But in the end, they amounted to nothing. Chi-Chi instantly switched into her beastman form and tried to pounce on Xingyue. But I never expected this. Just switched to the new form. His arm was pierced by Xingyue's stone knife. Instantly, the wails continued. That cry. Xingyue almost softened after hearing this. Song Xingyue once again pulled a stone knife from her bosom and rhythmically tossed it in her hand. She approached her daughter step by step. The stone knife looked as if it could fly away at any moment. Don't hurt her. As long as you don't hurt her, we're willing to stop attacking the guinea pig tribe. He limped toward them, as if he had made a difficult decision. You came here just to ask us to let the guinea pig tribe go, right? As long as you let Chi-Chi go, we're willing to let the guinea pig tribe go. Song Xingyue's lips couldn't help but curl upwards, because she really didn't expect that the leader of the pangolin tribe would speak up for Chi-Chi. Is she that important to you? He did not answer, but you could tell from his nervous look. He was indeed very concerned about Chi-Chi's situation. Seeing Chi-Chi injured right now is heartbreaking. Song Xingyue didn't want to speculate about the relationship between the two beasts, because she didn't want to think of her daughter with such dirty thoughts. With a swift motion, she slashed Du Yu's neck. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It terrified the other beastmen around them. You think you're qualified to negotiate with me? Chi-Chi had never seen her mother like this before, and the entire beast trembled with fear. The leader is gone. The other pangolins dared not make any rash moves. Ryan walked over with steady steps. He took Song Xingyue's small hand and wiped it on his animal skin clothes to clean it. Lung Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I have to say, today's experience was incredibly exciting. Stimulated. I can brag about it to the other female orcs for a whole year when I get back. Song Xingyue tried her best to calm herself down and turned around to look at Chi-Chi. Now it's your turn. Do you have any last words? Mother, I was wrong. This doesn't count as a last message. Song Xingyue's words completely blocked all her escape routes. Say something useful. This kind of talk won't do. I have a baby inside me. Chi-Chi closed her eyes, steeled her resolve, and shouted directly at Song Xingyue. The rules of the orc world. You can't kill a pregnant female orc.